Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A street wound between tall buildings. Everyday people have to make a choice. There were white clouds in the sky. The right choice leads to success, and the wrong one leads straight to failure. The guy looked straight ahead, humming a song to himself. A sword hung behind his back, while he thought about how he made his choice towards endless trials and inevitable failures on a hellish difficulty level. The protagonist frowned. He walked along an empty street, thinking about how he was locked in this world because of one stupid decision. A two-story building with a large door was visible. Inside was a tavern without people. The young man opened the door with his hand. He sat on a chair, clenching his hand into a fist. Then he threw a coin behind the bar. The protagonist brought a glass to his lips. He opened his mouth and said community. A system notification appeared in front of him. The loading process was visible on the black screen. The boy frowned and thought that in 10 minutes, new players would enter the training world. The screen showed information about the difficulty levels. There was only one person in the hell level. The protagonist thought with a dissatisfied face that starting a new session might bring someone new here, but for now, he was the only inhabitant of the hell difficulty. He looked down when someone from the screen asked if Chejo was waiting for a newcomer again, who would never come. The boy frowned and thought that his acquaintance Junsiak was already on the 90th floor of the hard level. He started typing on the keyboard, saying that there was a chance that someone would join him. The protagonist sat in an empty tavern, thinking about how he had entered this world without knowing anything about it, and out of all the possible difficulty levels, he chose the hell level, in which the survival rate of players was less than 1%. He raised his dark eyebrows and came to the conclusion that only he was capable of such incredible recklessness, and that the number of newbies choosing the hardest difficulty level had drastically decreased when the information about the training world had leaked into the real world. Hodge thought with a desperate look that he would be glad to have anyone. The timer on the screen ended. Then the system announced that the 81st game session had begun. The protagonist closed his eyes. Then he opened them. He carefully watched the process of the session. Suddenly, the number next to the hell level increased, meaning that someone had entered this difficulty. The boy gritted his teeth and thought that he had been waiting for this day for a long time. A system notification was visible, and a puzzled female voice was heard. The young man opened his mouth in surprise upon hearing this. He touched his chin, hearing the girl say that she had accidentally chosen the hell difficulty. In the middle of the white space, there were many columns. The player was sitting on the floor, not understanding what to do. She opened her mouth and sighed heavily. Then her eyes widened in surprise. There was a message in the chat telling her not to be afraid. The girl was sweating in fear. She brought her hands to the keyboard and asked who was talking to her. The protagonist frowned and introduced himself, saying that he was also on the hell level. The newbie opened her mouth in shock. Hoja was sitting at the table, saying that the girl would be able to survive if she listened to his instructions. There was a bottle next to him. He thought that he would need this girl to get out of here, and so she should get to the 60th floor as soon as possible. The young man frowned and asked what starting weapon she chose. The stranger looked at the screen and answered that she chose a bow. The protagonist frowned and thought that she was finished, because she had to be a professional to get through the first floors of training alone using this weapon. The boy raised his hand to his mouth, and the girl said that she chose a bow because she was in the National Reserve. The protagonist began to sweat. He stared at the screen tensely, saying that archers had the highest survivability among classes. The newcomer opened her mouth in surprise. Hoja frowned and ordered her to do as he said, because then she would be able to handle it. The stranger looked down uncertainly. Then she opened her mouth and asked if they were alone on hell difficulty. The boy raised his hand and answered that it was both true and not true. The newcomer looked at the screen in confusion, and the boy explained that there were many other hell players on foreign servers. The girl asked with a frightened look if she would be able to get out of here. The protagonist sat on a chair, saying that first she had to get to the residential area on the 30th floor. He typed on the keyboard, saying that he would explain how to clear the first floor. The protagonist remembered holding a shield. Then he imagined himself looking at something in surprise. After that, he remembered his body burning. The young man frowned and came to the conclusion that he needed to remember the day when his journey in the world of training began. Hoja was sweating profusely, breathing through his mouth. He was 26 years old. He gritted his teeth, clutching his shield, although he had once been a pro gamer. He stood in the middle of a dark corridor, and his face was wet with sweat. Suddenly, an arrow cut through his leg. The boy fell to the floor and screamed deafeningly in pain. He gritted his teeth and sighed heavily. He squeezed the injured limb with his hand. The protagonist grabbed the hilt of the sword and decided that he needed to return to the waiting room immediately. He tried to stand up, but immediately fell, screaming in pain. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, and the system reported that he had obtained the skill of pain resistance. He gritted his teeth, not wanting to die here. He remembered how the system asked him to choose the difficulty level of the games. The last one was the hell one, and Hodge thought that he shouldn't have chosen it. He was lying on his side in a pool of blood. Another notification appeared in the air about increasing the pain resistance skill. The protagonist turned around and cursed in his mind. He stretched out his hand and assumed that this was the end. There was a red sky above the city. On the computer, the host laughed loudly. The young man drank from a can, saying that he was bored with everything. There were many cans on his desk. He was sitting on a chair. 2 years ago he ended his career as a pro gamer and opened a convenience store with the remaining savings. He touched his forehead with his hand. After that he dumped all the work on his employees, and he himself sat at home. The guy imagined how he smiled widely when he was the greatest among pro gamers, but this world is too complicated, so over time, he was dethroned. The player was walking away. For this reason, he completely decided to quit video games. He sat at the table, thinking that after this, his whole life turned into one big bore. The protagonist turned around, hearing that there was breaking news. He frowned, looking away. The screen was reporting that there were many craters in the world, which the government was already studying. The protagonist looked at the screen, not understanding what it was. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in the air in front of him, saying that he was invited to the world of training. The young man sweated in horror. He jumped up from his chair, looking at the screen that appeared. He extended his hand forward, completely not understanding what kind of training this was. Suddenly, the system asked if he agreed to enter this world. Hodge smiled and came to the conclusion that he had overdone it with alcohol, and he was imagining it all. There were yellow stripes on the notification. The protagonist pressed his finger on the surface. He frowned in bewilderment. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. The system asked him to choose the difficulty level of the tutorial. The boy touched his face, thinking about his decision. He looked down and thought that he had always been able to beat any game with ease. Hoja frowned and decided that he was invincible when it came to games. He then put his finger on the very last option. Someone was looking down, trying to wake the protagonist. He slowly opened his eyes. Then he opened his mouth in shock, looking up. He turned around and saw strangers next to him. The boy jumped back from them. Then he looked away, stunned. The protagonist looked back and asked where he was. He was sitting on the floor, and the strangers told him that this was the waiting room for the first floor of the tutorial. The man in the suit raised his hand and asked if Hoja had seen those messages. He walked up to the protagonist and said that they were talking about the tutorial. The boy frowned and said that he had indeed seen them, but he was too drunk to understand the meaning. There were 2 other players standing behind the man. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock when he saw the girl in the distance. The stranger sat down next to the guy and explained that they were as clueless as he was, so he could share information if he knew anything. Hodge frowned and said that the news was talking about some sinkholes that had started appearing all over the world. The blonde looked at him in confusion. He raised his eyebrows and said that it was nonsense, and they couldn't have gotten here because of these holes in the ground. He then turned away when the man asked him to calm down. The player looked at the protagonist and asked if everything was okay. The boy raised his hand and said that he had been drunk a few minutes ago, but now for some reason he felt completely sober. The man looked at him and assumed that their bodies were regenerating faster than usual in this place. Hodge touched his chin and asked what that meant. He was sitting on one knee when the stranger mentioned that he still needed to choose a weapon. The next second, a notification appeared in front of the protagonist. The system asked the boy to choose a starting weapon. His blue eyes shone brightly. Suddenly, he found himself in a different place, his mouth open in surprise. The guy turned around abruptly and asked where everyone had gone. There were many weapons standing by the wall, and he realized that this was a warehouse. The player walked forward, looking around. On the stands were different types of weapons that the game gives out at the beginning of the game. A thin bow was visible, and Hodge said that the starting weapon could greatly affect his further development, if this really is a game world. On another stand was an axe. There was also a spear and a hammer. The protagonist smiled. He touched his lips, thinking about what he should choose. He was standing in the middle of the warehouse. The protagonist smirked, making a decision. He touched his face, standing between the stands. Then he fixed his hair and thought that first he needed to decide on his play style. He introduced the characters and said that in such games there is usually a division into defense, attack and support heroes, and he needed to choose one of them. The boy touched his temple and thought that this would affect his skills, play style and even his build. The weapons were on the platforms, and the boy said that he did not have much muscle mass and did not like magic either. Then he looked at the ranged weapons. Hoja imagined a player with a bow and thought that this style was safer than the other options, but only on the condition that someone would stand in front to defend. The protagonist imagined himself surrounded by his teammates and assumed that he could fight with them. He remembered the faces of the 3 players and thought that he should have asked what weapons they had chosen. The main character was standing by the bow, saying that they could be either partners or enemies, but in any case, it would be better to choose close combat. The guy adjusted his hair and thought that he had no idea about this game, but he was sure that the difficulty would be hellish. He raised his hand to his chin, making a decision. Then, with a smile, he grabbed the sword and shield, deciding that this was the best one for him. The guy turned around, seeing 2 notifications. They said that these weapons were already worn. The boy paled, realizing that he had chosen the worst items. He looked at the inscriptions of the other items, and realized that they were all bad. Hoja turned around when the system asked if he was sure about his choice. He gritted his teeth, doubting his decision. He closed his eyes and decided that he would still choose close combat. Then he put his finger on the screen and said that he would try. Then the protagonist found himself back in the same room. He turned around in surprise and the man greeted him with a smile. He walked up to the protagonist and asked if he had made his choice. The blonde raised his hands and told the old man to leave the newbie alone. He said with a furious face that they could advance on their own and forget about Hoja. The rude man then leaned towards the young man and asked if he wanted to feel his weapon on himself. The man stood between the young players and said that they should take care of each other because there were so few of them. The protagonist looked at his partner and thanked him. Then he frowned and asked if he was sure that there were only 4 of them. The stranger raised one finger and said that he would explain everything from the beginning. The young man's mouth dropped open in surprise when the old man said that he would first explain the functions. An inventory screen appeared in front of him. Hoja held a sword in his hand, deciding that he should try it too. He furrowed his brows and gave a voice command. Then a screen appeared in front of him. He turned around when the old man said that if he imagined putting the weapon in his inventory, it would happen. The protagonist looked at the screen. Then he smiled when the items began to disappear from his hands. The stranger looked at him and said that he could also look at his status. He brought his hand to the screen. Information about the player appeared there, and the protagonist thought that he was still very weak. He sweated and thought that he had chosen the wrong weapon after all. The man smiled and said that there was also a community. He raised his hand and explained that this was a special window where the young man could correspond with people from other rooms. There were inscriptions about bulletin boards on the screen. The protagonist looked at his partners and realized that there were only 4 of them on the hell level. The stranger smiled. The blonde turned away, looking furious. The girl's face looked calm. Hodge frowned, not happy that this was all. Suddenly, the man smiled widely and said that they should take care of each other. He raised one finger up and added that a clock would appear if the boy slid his finger over the screen cursor. The boy repeated this movement. He touched the back of his head, looking at the time, and thought that they still had 3 days. There were many inscriptions on the screen. The protagonist came to the conclusion that this all looked very much like an RPG game. He looked to the side and thought that he could even chat with other players. The old man raised his hand, heading towards his other partners. He turned around with a smile, and the boy came to the conclusion that these people were his allies after all. The 3 stood in a circle, and he wondered if he should take the initiative and get to know them better. Everyone turned around when the boy cleared his throat. The protagonist smiled widely and asked why they didn't introduce themselves since fate had brought them together. The old man gave a thumbs up and said he liked the idea. He put his hand on his chest and said his name was Minsik. He was 47 years old and an ordinary office worker. The blonde looked away and said his name was Jiaomin. He sat down and laughed when the old man said they should be more cooperative. The protagonist said his name with a wide smile and said he loved everything about video games. Suddenly, Jiaomin grabbed him by the shirt and asked if he had played Magic Online. The young man sweated and said he actually liked strategy games more, and the blonde said he liked that genre too. The protagonist gave a thumbs up and said he had played Magic Online for a while but had decided to give it up after the major update. The old man smiled, happy that the boys had suddenly found common ground. They froze in fear as the girl screamed loudly for their attention. She looked down and said that her name was Sua and that she liked watching anime. Everyone else looked at her in shock. Jiaomin put his hands in his pockets as Hoja said that this game world was very similar to a regular RPG. He raised his hand and added that they were given starting weapons, they could check their status, and there were several of them. The blonde smirked and screamed loudly that he had thought about it too. A screen appeared in front of the boy and he said that co-op play allows you to unlock the potential of each class and weapon. He grabbed a sword and shield and asked his partners to show their weapons and assign roles to the team. A spear with 3 prongs appeared in Minsik's hands. The blonde smiled and showed an axe. The protagonist looked at them and said that everything was too bad because they both chose close combat. He then turned around, wanting to know what choice Sua made. The girl opened her inventory, and the boy prayed that she had a ranged item. Suddenly, a sword stabbed into the floor. She was holding the weapon in both hands. The protagonist's expression darkened as he looked at her. He began to sweat and realized that there was absolutely no balance in this group. Hoja's mouth dropped open in shock, thinking about how all of his allies had chosen melee weapons. The old man turned around and asked why the training lasted 3 days and what it was all about. Jiaomin raised his hand and said that it was the stage where the player was told about all the features of the game. Sua turned around and said that she really didn't want to wait 3 days. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand. The 3 of them turned around when he called them. The young man smiled widely and suggested that they assign roles and practice before the training began. The comrades approached him and the blond man said that there was no need for that because the training was not difficult. He held an axe in his hand, and the protagonist replied that the difficulty could fluctuate greatly depending on the game, and sometimes you could die at the very beginning. The young man frowned and added that they had one big weakness. His companions looked at him in bewilderment. The protagonist raised his sword and shield, saying that all their weapons were designed for close combat, and they would become easy targets if the opponents started attacking from a long distance. The other players imagined a big explosion and agreed with the young man. Hoji waved his sword and said that in any case, each weapon is unique in its own way and he can play on the front lines. Jaeyoungmin smiled when the protagonist said that he can do much more damage with his axe. The blonde smirked when his ally said that he will be the main attacker of their team. The old man held a trident in his hand, which has the longest attack range. He smiled when he heard that he will have to cover the rear. The boy frowned when Sua asked what role she will get. The boy turned around and smiled awkwardly, saying that she has a vacant role. The girl looked at him in confusion. The protagonist's sweat dropped and said that she can be a support, and then he will take the same role as Minsik. Sua grabbed the sword and said that she is confident in her abilities. The boy smiled and said that it would be safer for her to be behind him, and she asked him what he meant. Sua gave him a terrifying look and asked if she should be behind him just because she was a woman. She was holding a katana in her hand, and Hoja thought that it was not that at all, but that her weapon was too long. The swordswoman placed her hand on her waist, and the boy thought that the girl would not be able to swing such a huge weapon with one hand, so she would not be of any use. Minsik approached them and said that he understood Sua's feelings, but they should follow Hoja's advice. They looked at the old man, who said that they did not know what awaited them in the training area, but they all chose the hellish difficulty, so it was better to listen to the pro player's opinion. The girl looked away and said that he was right. A loud scream echoed throughout the room, saying that it was time for them to start training then. Sua raised her katana in the air, screaming loudly. She attacked the man. The other players watched them, not understanding what was going on. Jaeyoungmin raised one finger and told the girl to stop shouting nonsense before each attack, because it was confusing everyone present. She turned around and said that she needed to shout the name to use the technique, and there was nothing strange about it. Then she attacked the old man again, shouting loudly. Minsik grabbed his weapon and said that he agreed with the blonde. The protagonist's sweat dropped and thought that at least his comrades had mastered the basics. He frowned and thought that there were two more important points. He stood by the pillar, thinking about how in the waiting room, not only did they heal much faster, but the entire environment was also restored at an incredible speed. Jaeyoungmin's mouth opened wide in shock when his axe broke. Suddenly, the weapon returned to its original position, and the protagonist thought that besides this, they also did not want to sleep or eat here. There was a shield next to him, and he thought about how they could afford more intense training. He touched his head and thought about how usually when players die in RPGs, they resurrect at a save point. He imagined the cracks and came to the conclusion that if this game didn't have a resurrection function, then losing would mean death. Minsik looked away and said that it was time for them to switch. The blonde grabbed an axe and shouted that now they would find out who was more suitable to be the leader. He smirked and laughed loudly when the protagonist praised Sua. The girl approached the boy and he said that it didn't really matter who won. He crossed his arms and added that this happened quite often in games, where players would settle such issues through battle. He smiled and said that if Minsik became their leader, their team would focus on defense, and if Jaeyoungmin won, then the main focus would be offense. The girl looked at the protagonist and said that she thought he would be the leader. Hoja opened his mouth in shock. Sua sat next to him, saying that he seemed very mature for his age, and the boy sheepishly replied that he had not changed much since his student days and his career as a pro gamer. They were at a pillar, and the boy said that he had quit his job rather quickly, which he found after finishing his career in video games. Sua looked at him and asked why that happened. The protagonist frowned, but did not have time to answer. The blonde grabbed his wrist and shouted loudly that it was time for them to switch. Hoja looked away and clenched his teeth. The girl smiled and said that she was sorry that they did not have popcorn and drinks now. The boy smiled and agreed with her. A system notification appeared in front of him, saying that there were 10 seconds left until the training. The comrades stood next to each other, and the protagonist said that the time had come. Jaeyoungmin grinned and said that he had never trained so hard in his life. The old man furrowed his brows and agreed, adding that he had only gotten this far because his allies were by his side. The protagonist furrowed his brows, looking away. Sua smiled, looking at him. The protagonist chuckled. There was a tall pillar in front of them, and he said that their time had come. The notification said that the first trial of the training would soon begin. The system announced that a portal would appear in front of the players, leading to the first floor of the training. Suddenly, a portal appeared in front of each of them. Its borders emitted a bright green light. The boy gritted his teeth, realizing that this was a solo playthrough. He opened his mouth in shock, looking ahead. His comrades stood next to him, shouting that they had trained in vain, because they were going to fight solo battles. Hoji smiled and replied that the time they spent training was not wasted. The other players turned around and decided that he was right. The system notified that the portal would soon activate. The protagonist gritted his teeth as his body began to dissipate into thin air. He turned around and shouted for his teammates to listen to him. He closed one eye and shouted loudly that until now, he thought that solo play was more effective, which is why he preferred solo play. Jianmin turned around when his partner added that the last 3 days had been really interesting, and for the first time in his life, he really enjoyed team play. He then smiled and asked them to be careful. The guys smiled back at him. Hoja gritted his teeth, looking down. His face had already dissipated. The portal to the Helter training stage had been activated. A green circle appeared in the middle of the dark corridor. The youth fell to the floor. There were lanterns hanging on the wall. A sign saying that the training had begun appeared in front of the protagonist. He smiled. Sweat was running down his face, but he was glad that this moment had finally arrived. The lanterns were shining in the dark corridor. There was a crossbow at the end of it. The protagonist came out of the portal. He grinned and looked to the side. Because of the darkness, the end of the corridor was not visible. The young man raised his shield. He frowned and smiled. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. The protagonist said with a grin that he even got goosebumps. He looked straight ahead and told himself to calm down. The player silently looked into the darkness. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly. Hodge looked back and realized that the portal had not yet closed. The boundaries emitted a green glow. The system suggested moving to the waiting room on the first floor. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and thought that it was convenient that he could go back at any time. He approached the portal. Then he brought his index finger to the screen. The guy found himself in the waiting room, his mouth open in shock. He looked straight ahead and said that there was no one here, as expected. Then he smiled and joked that it was like he cleared everything in a minute. The protagonist looked down and came to the conclusion that he could come back here at any time. There was a timer on the screen and the boy wondered what would happen when the time ran out. He looked at the sword and thought about self-healing. The blade touched his skin. A red streak was left on the protagonist's arm. He turned around and decided that in this case, even if he was on the verge of death, he could survive if he just came back here. He smirked and thought that was great. Suddenly, the boy turned around, hearing a sound. Sua jumped out of the portal, appearing above Hoja. The girl frowned in fear when she saw her partner. He also looked at her in horror. A loud sound from falling echoed throughout the room. The boy was lying on the floor, groaning in pain. Then he blushed, and his ally said that she did not know that they could come back here. She sat right in front of him, and he told her that if she was injured, she could return here to use the self-healing skill. Sua blushed and asked if they should wait here for the other comrades to tell them about it. She looked at the timer, and concluded that they would hardly return. The boy frowned. Then he opened the community. There was the same number next to the hell level, meaning that the remaining players had not lost. The girl looked straight ahead and suggested that they return because time was running out. The portal was shining brightly. The swordswoman walked to her entrance, and said that she had a request for the protagonist. She turned around and asked him to teach her how to play video games when they returned. Hoja was sweating when she suddenly put her hand on his shoulder. The girl looked up at him intently. Then she moved closer to his face. The protagonist blushed and Sua turned away with a smile. She looked at the boy and said that she also wanted to get to know him better when they returned. The player opened his mouth in shock while looking at her. They disappeared, heading to the training area. A long corridor was visible. The boy moved there. He looked up. Then he decided to check his status. The screen was shining brightly while the protagonist thought about how he still knew very little about this place. He frowned because he was worried about the lack of mana and health bars, but he could still use the waiting room if he was fatally injured. Then the protagonist smirked and decided that it was time to begin. A strong wind blew from the other end of the room. The boy looked to the side and thought that since the race was listed in the status, there were other races besides humans. He smirked and thought that he was ready to face the enemy, whoever it was. 30 minutes later, the boy was still standing in the hallway, but nothing was happening. There was a lantern on the wall, and Hodge said that he still hadn't managed to meet any enemies or anything to interact with. He gritted his teeth and shook his head, not letting his guard down. Then he frowned and decided that his pro-gamer attentiveness was on another level. The boy flinched in fear when a notification appeared in front of him. He gritted his teeth, not understanding what it was. It listed the skills of combat focus and willpower of the first level. The boy looked at the writing. He looked up and came to the conclusion that these were passive skills. He imagined 2 letters and thought that in most RPG games, skills are divided into active and passive. Hodge imagined a muscle man and thought that active skills should be used by the player himself. Then he imagined the black-haired guy and thought that passive skills were active from the moment they were obtained. The protagonist looked at the screen and concluded that by fulfilling certain conditions, he could obtain the corresponding skills, and both were related to his current state. He smiled and guessed that in order to obtain new skills, he should fulfill various conditions, and the more the better. He stood in the middle of the corridor, thinking that he should write about this in the community. Suddenly, a sound was heard from far away. The player clenched his teeth, looking forward. A strong wind almost knocked him off his feet. He sweated, not understanding what kind of atmosphere it was. Black streams of energy emanated from the depths of the darkness. The protagonist was breathing so heavily that steam came out of his mouth. The end of the corridor was not visible. The youth frowned and clenched his teeth. A white flash flashed. An arrow pierced the player's leg. He froze in shock. Blood sprayed in the air, and he screamed loudly. Blood flew out of his mouth. The boy fell to the floor. Then he grabbed his injured leg, screaming loudly. Red liquid was dripping onto the floor. The boy was clutching his limb. He gritted his teeth in pain, not understanding what just happened. Hodge put his hand on his injured leg, cursing loudly. He frowned and decided to return to the waiting room. Suddenly, another projectile fell to the floor next to him. An arrow was sticking out of the ground, and the boy assumed that he was being shot with a bow. He dodged to the side of another attack. There was a red mark on his face. The player was crawling on the floor, breathing heavily. He looked away when a notification appeared in front of him. The system reported receiving the skill of resistance to pain. The protagonist clenched his jaw and thought that the pain was very real, and he could die here. Arrows fell to the floor while the level of the new skill increased. It was also clear that the boy received the ability of resistance to blood loss. He furrowed his brows and cursed in his mind. The protagonist stretched his hand upward. Suddenly, a projectile hit him right in the back. His eyes turned white with pain and blood sprayed out of his mouth. Red spots appeared on the floor as well. Liquid poured down. Hoja looked down, breathing heavily. He clenched his teeth and thought that this was the end for him. As he lay on the floor, he came to the conclusion that if this continued, he would definitely be dead. An arrow landed next to him, and he thought that it would be better to just die and start over. He was sweating, looking forward. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and decided that he really could start over. He remembered the faces of his comrades. Projectiles were constantly landing around him. A notification appeared next to the player. He looked down. He remembered the past moments with his allies. Then he looked at the screen in front of him. The player remembered Sua's face. He crawled forward, deciding that he could not give up. He grabbed the arrow that pierced his back. The boy gritted his teeth in pain. Then he pulled the tip out of himself, screaming loudly. He threw the arrow to the side. The system reported that his skills had increased. Hoja's eyes turned white. He tried to get up, intending to beat this game. There was a portal ahead. The arrow flew past the protagonist's face. He was approaching the exit of this area. He jumped forward, gritting his teeth tightly. He received the awakening skill. The youth was lying on the floor in the waiting area. He opened his mouth wide and frowned. Then he sat up and said that he felt like he had gotten out of hell. The player lay down on the floor again and said that this training was too difficult. He stood up abruptly, thinking about what happened to the others now. The protagonist opened a community. He frowned. Then he gritted his teeth and asked what this was. He spread his arms out to the sides in shock. In front of him was the system screen. Hodge's face twisted in anger. The difficulty levels and the number of players in each of them were visible. There was one player left on the hell level. The protagonist looked down, not believing that all his allies had died. He brought his hand to his face, asking if this was a joke. He remembered the faces of his 3 comrades. The boy's eyes widened. He was standing by the column and vomiting. He wiped his mouth and thought that it was even obvious because the 2 did not even know that they could return to the waiting room. He imagined a dark corridor and said that Sua would not have enough stamina to survive several hits. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. He burst into tears, asking why all his partners died. A bright light emanated from above. The boy was sitting on the floor. Looking down, he opened his status. The system provided information about the player. The boy frowned and said that all the skills he received were passive. Then he looked at the timer. He lowered his head and thought that at least he should survive. He furrowed his brows and vowed that he would pass this training. Hoja stood by the portal. He raised his sword and shield. The boy ran forward. His running made a clattering sound. The wind blew and the protagonist thought that the first arrow could appear at any moment. He ducked and thought that the blood stains had disappeared. Just like in the game, the floor resets every time he enters the waiting room. The protagonist looked to the side and decided that he should find out about the reset. Something bright flashed in the distance. An arrow flew forward quickly. The boy raised his shield. He leaned back, gritting his teeth. Then he jumped back, realizing that the first shot was aimed at his right leg. He gritted his teeth. The boy jumped up, thinking that the trajectory of the first attack did not change, which meant the whole pattern did not change at all. He furrowed his brows, waiting for the next projectile. Suddenly, an arrow pierced his shield. The player jumped to the side. He looked down and thought that the second attack was aimed at his chest. Suddenly, an arrow was right in front of his face. He quickly ducked down. Hodge sat down and another projectile was already approaching him. He covered his face with the shield and thought that he could block it. Suddenly, the shield shattered right in his hand. The guy opened his mouth in shock. He ran to the side and cursed loudly. The arrow pierced his body. He clenched his teeth tightly and thought that he had screwed up. Leaning on his sword, the player decided to return to the portal again. The next attack was aimed at his shoulder. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that he needed to heal urgently. Suddenly, an arrow hit him in the chest. Blood flowed out of the protagonist's mouth. He looked at his palm. He was breathing heavily, bleeding. Then he looked forward. The projectile flew into his face. The boy's eyes widened and he thought he was going to die. He lost his balance and started falling down. Suddenly, the system reported a level increase. The protagonist dropped to one knee, his mouth hanging open in shock. An arrow was flying towards him. He swung his sword, changing the trajectory of the attack. Suddenly, his shield was restored, and the arrow in his chest disappeared. The boy looked to the side and thought that the attacks had stopped. He gritted his teeth and decided to check the status while he had time. It said that he was now at level 1, which meant that before this, he was at level 0. The protagonist frowned. He looked straight ahead and thought that as soon as his level increased, he and all his items were restored, just like in the waiting room. He imagined a room with pillars and came to the conclusion that he could recover in this way. The player raised his shield and thought that in order to level up, he needed to block, dodge, or get hit by arrows. He looked at the notification and thought that the dungeon was resetting every time he returned to the waiting room. There was blood on his shirt. He thought that in his right mind he would never decide to get fatally wounded to level up. Hoja smiled when he realized that he had definitely become stronger. He frowned and shouted that this was an excellent tactic. He walked deeper into the corridor. The system reported that the god of adventure was interested in the boy. Blood was pouring onto the floor. The protagonist was breathing heavily. The notification said that his pain resistance had increased to level 4. He lowered his head down, not understanding why he still felt so bad. The young man clenched his teeth and said that this was not the end yet. He gripped the sword tightly and shouted that he could gain experience by getting hurt and healing over and over again. He closed one eye and added that this was the most effective way to level up. The dungeon was lit by lanterns. The player ran forward. He saw a bright flash in the distance. 2 arrows were approaching him at once. The protagonist wrinkled his nose. He dodged both attacks. He continued to run quickly into the dungeon. Hodge opened the skill window. He pressed his finger on the screen, activating sprint and heightened senses. The protagonist noticeably accelerated. He ran out of the corridor and found himself in the next room. There was a crossbow by the wall. There was an identical weapon on the other side. The player jumped up, avoiding the attack. He grinned smugly, looking to the side. Then he jumped down. The protagonist looked straight ahead and saw 2 flashes ahead. He swung his sword and deflected the arrows. The guy smiled happily. There was a fire burning near the pillars. The protagonist frowned and thought that it had been 26 days since his first attempt, and he had managed to collect quite a few skills and level up. He looked at the notification that the adventure god was showing interest in him, not understanding the reason for it. The youth created a bottle of water and thought that he did not expect that he would be able to run for 15 hours without stopping. Holding the bottle, he said that there was almost no time left. Hoja sat in the dungeon, thinking about how the community had said a few days ago that there were only 30 days to clear each stage. He wiped his mouth and thought that he needed to clear everything in the remaining 2 days. There was blood on his shirt, and he thought that the problem was that he did not know what the next zone was like and what traps there were. The boy ran forward and thought that his night vision and clear sight skills had stopped working, and he could only rely on his sword and shield. His gaze was determined. The player ran into the next zone. He held the shield in his left hand. The protagonist gritted his teeth, breathing heavily. Suddenly, he frowned. Arrows were flying towards him from all directions. He looked to the side. Then, the young man screamed loudly, holding up his shield. He closed his eyes in pain as an arrow pierced his leg. Blood began to flow from his body. The protagonist gritted his teeth and cursed loudly. Then, he smiled. He continued to run forward, shouting that this was nothing to him with his pain resistance of level 8. A bright light was visible in the distance, and Hodge assumed that this was the exit. The projectiles continued to fly around the room. One of them hit the guy in the back. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth tightly. At the end of the room, there was a white light. Behind this, it was impossible to see what was in that room. The protagonist entered a space with columns. In the center, there was water surrounded by stones. The protagonist was breathing heavily. Arrows were sticking out of his body. He was standing in the middle of an unfamiliar place. Then his eyes turned white, and he started falling down. Blood splashed on the floor. The boy looked up, thinking about the hellish difficulty. He was sitting in the water, not understanding what kind of place this was. He looked at his hand and said that all his wounds had healed, and it was a miracle that he survived. The water was bright blue, and the protagonist assumed that this was the healing spring that was mentioned in the chat. He closed his eyes and thought that the information from the guys in the other rooms helped him. Then Hoja turned around. He looked at the massive doors. They were closed, and the guy realized that this was the boss room. He walked forward and said that he finally reached the final. The system asked if he wanted to test himself. The guy stretched out his hand and forward and shouted that this was the reason he came so far. The doors slowly opened. A strong wind blew from there. There was a bright light in the next room. Inside, columns were floating in lava. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in shock. The lava was bubbling below. The player gritted his teeth, looking straight ahead. In the distance, there was a crossbow. The weapon was aimed straight at the protagonist. He ducked as the arrow flew through the air. His sweat dropped, realizing that this was going to be much more difficult. The youth looked at the crossbow and assumed that he needed to destroy it. The arrows were magically appearing. The player gritted his teeth in anger. He raised his shield and thought that the point of the test was to get to the other side. Then he smirked. He jumped on the column and shouted that he was not going to give up so easily. Hoja quickly moved across the rocks. He put his shield up to avoid the attack. He gritted his teeth and thought that the arrow came from the ceiling, and he survived only thanks to his heightened senses. The projectiles fell downwards, and the protagonist thought that with his current skills, he could handle it. There was blood on his clothes. He screamed loudly when the fabric suddenly caught fire. The boy began to sweat, gaining the ability to resist burns. A flash of light flashed in the distance. The player frowned, looking forward. He raised his shield, which immediately shattered. The boy looked away, stunned. Arrows were sticking out of his back. He coughed up blood, cursing under his breath. The clothes on his back were burning. Hoja looked down, breathing heavily. Across from him stood a crossbow. The weapon was fixed with threads. The protagonist's eyes turned white, and he assumed that this test was impossible to complete from the beginning. His knees buckled, and he imagined his comrades next to him. The player bled, remembering the images of his friends. Then he looked away. The protagonist saw 3 silhouettes of his teammates. He remembered sitting at the table. Back then he spent all his time playing video games because he enjoyed it. He smiled happily, it became his only hobby, but now he understands that his skills in games were his advantage. He imagined himself walking away, finally losing his honor. Hoja put his hand on his forehead, complaining about his bad life. He looked down, thinking that everything in this world seemed incredibly boring ever since then, but now everything is different. The system reported an increase in skill level, and the player thought that his heart began to pound wildly every time. He clutched his shirt and thought that in the past, he gave up everything, realizing that he could not become the best, but he would never make that mistake again. Then, the young man tore off his clothes. He screamed loudly and ran forward. The arrows did not hit him. The crossbow was right in front of him. The protagonist jumped up. Holding the sword tightly in his hand, he rushed towards the weapon. He gritted his teeth and thought that this training was too difficult. The bolt launcher was already ready to fire another projectile. The player swung his sword, deflecting the attack. Then he furrowed his brows, shouting loudly that now was the right time. Hoja slammed his hand hard on the crossbow, causing it to break. There was blood on his face. The weapon broke into 2 pieces. The youth stood up, breathing heavily. He smiled and laughed in relief. The system congratulated him on passing the first floor of the tutorial. The protagonist was sweating profusely, saying that he was sorry that his partners were not here. He clenched his hand into a fist and called out their names out loud. Then he smiled widely and shouted that the first floor was passed. Someone was standing on the hill. This girl had long rabbit ears. There were many notifications from the game in the air. The protagonist adjusted his hair, upset that his level had not increased. The notification said that he was blessed by the spirit of the wind. A portal appeared next to the guy. He turned around and asked if this exit led directly to the 2nd floor or to the waiting room. He clenched his fist and decided that he had nothing to fear because he had fully recovered. Haj headed towards the portal, deciding that he had no choice but to continue. The young man looked down. He found himself in the middle of a green meadow. He turned around and assumed that he had reached the 2nd floor. Suddenly, he saw a stranger in the distance, and thought that she was also a player. The protagonist examined her more closely and realized that she was not a person. The girl had long rabbit ears on her head. She turned around abruptly. Then she brought her hand to her head. The girl smiled and introduced herself as Kirikiri. The protagonist raised his hand in fear, looking at her. He said his name, trying to figure out if he was a player, an enemy, or an NPC. Kirikiri smiled widely and started humming the boy's name. She turned away, still singing. She then raised her hand and said that she was the manager of the held difficulty floors. Hoja raised her hand, saying that he didn't know that, and the girl explained that there was one manager for each difficulty. She spread her arms out and added that the player could contact her every time they cleared a floor. His mouth dropped open in shock when Kirikiri said that he could now use the shop and auction as a reward. A screen appeared in front of him when he wanted to try it out. The shop section showed that they sold equipment, books, potions, food, and more. The manager smiled and said that he could buy everything he needed. The boy ignored the girl, trying to decide what would be most useful first. Suddenly, the girl hung on his shoulder and screamed that she wanted to explain everything to him. The boy turned around in fear and she told him that the equipment didn't suit him. There were white clouds in the sky. Hoja had new clothes on and he said that he felt alive again. Kirikiri looked at him silently and he asked if there was a problem with his new look. Mountains could be seen in the distance. The boy sat down on the ground and asked what would happen if the first floor was not cleared within 30 days, and she told him that the player would return to the waiting room. He looked away when she added that all food and water would disappear from the inventory and the player would be kicked out after 24 hours. The manager raised her hands and shouted loudly when the boy asked another question. She smiled and explained that she was there to advise the players who had managed to get here, but even the answers had limitations. The boy's mouth dropped open in shock when Kirikiri said that she could tell the ones who showed high potential and those who had achieved excellent results. She smiled and added that the list also included those she liked. The protagonist looked at her, saying that she told him about shopping at the store, and she replied that there was no limit to easy advice. She stood next to Hoja, saying that she meant more significant, important things. The girl raised her hand and told the protagonist to buy potions with status effects. He frowned, looking away. With a tense look, he thought that the theme of the second floor would be status effects and everything related to them. He sat on the grass, saying that he wanted to ask one more question. The player looked straight ahead, asking what would happen to those who died here. Kirikiri covered her ears with her hands. The youth did not turn around. The manager looked at him awkwardly and remained silent. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he understood everything. The girl stood behind him, and he thanked her for her answers. Hoja smiled and said that it was time for him to go. The manager smiled and clenched her fists. The protagonist stood at the portal. The wind blew through his hair. Kirikiri stood in the distance. She raised her hands up, shouting at the player not to dare die. The young man turned around and laughed, and said that this girl was very interesting. He then grabbed the shield and shouted that they would see each other again. A portal opened in the waiting room. The protagonist walked out of the portal. He looked at the menu from the system and saw that there were 43 hours left until the end of the first trial. Hose frowned and said that he hoped that this room had all the functions that the previous one had. The system asked him if he wanted to enter the floor. The protagonist put his hand to his temple and said that if this was the trial of the second floor, it meant that he could start before the end of the first. He frowned and said that then if he cleared 2 or more trials in one time, he would receive the corresponding rewards, and then he would doubt whether it was worth trying. He closed his eyes and said that he needed to be careful and couldn't die, so it would be better to ask Kirikiri after clearing the second floor. He then turned around. There was a white bed in the middle of the room. He immediately jumped onto the bed. He opened his mouth in pleasure and said that it was very comfortable. He then closed his eyes and fell asleep. After a while, he was still lying on the bed. Hose immediately jumped up excitedly, wondering how long he had slept. He then looked at the system menu and saw that he had slept for 12 hours, so he said that he had never slept so much at one time in his life. He sat on the bed and wondered how much he had changed since he came here. He remembered how he was always sitting in front of the computer, and in his mind he said that it felt like a long time had passed. He wondered how his life would have turned out if he hadn't agreed to enter the training back then. The protagonist looked away and said that spending time here felt like he was back in his days as a pro player. The protagonist imagined himself sitting at the computer, thinking about how he could train himself to the limit to win a single match, and was willing to put everything on the line to defeat his opponent. He lowered his head and mentally said that now he felt like he was in a game again, moreover, one where he really put everything on the line. The young man sat on the bed with his head lowered. He then opened the system menu to look at his status, saying that he had no time to think. He then frowned and wondered if he had gotten an active skill. In the system menu, he got the combat focus skill. This skill is active and must be used manually by the player. Hose put his hand to his head and said that it was originally a passive skill, but it changed after clearing the first floor, and it didn't even require mana to use, meaning the protagonist could use the skill as long as their mind could withstand it. The protagonist smiled and said that he couldn't wait to try it out. He ran forward. Hose swung his sword. Sweat appeared on his face. He dashed forward. Then the protagonist swung his sword. After a while, the youth was lying on the ground. Hose opened his mouth wide to catch his breath, and said that with his mental strength, he could endure for about 5 minutes. He frowned and said that his vision had even darkened, and therefore, if he overdid it, he could completely lose consciousness, because the consumption of mental strength was greater than he thought. The protagonist opened the system menu and said that he hoped that he could strengthen his mind by leveling up. He then opened the auction tab, which was only available to players who had cleared the first floor, and allowed players to sell and buy items from each other regardless of the difficulty level they had chosen. The protagonist frowned and said that most of them were starter kits and unusable weapons, probably because they had only cleared one floor. His eyes widened in shock as he saw someone receive a cat collar with a bell. Hose then laid down on the ground again and said that he thought the blessing of the wind spirit could be considered a good reward. He clenched his fist and said that he was lucky. The protagonist stood up. The system window said that there was a little over 70 hours left until the second trial. The corners of the protagonist's lips drooped, thinking that he would have to spend 3 days here like the first trial, 3 days of waiting and 30 days to clear, a total of 33 days for each trial. He put his hand on his chin and said that while waiting, he should work on improving his status resistance. He then opened the community tab in the system window. Ho's eyes widened in surprise. In front of him was a choice of bulletin boards for different levels. The protagonist was looking at the system window carefully. Suddenly, his mouth widened in shock. Thanks to the system window, he realized that the number of people undergoing the hell trial had increased. He frowned and looked at the system window and said that the number of people had increased. Hose put his hand on his chin and said that the other players seemed to have noticed this as well, since they started posting about it in the general chat. He looked at the system window and said that there were 5 new players in hell mode. The protagonist put his hand on his head and said that they were probably confused right now and had no idea what was going on. He looked down and said that if he left them like this, they might all die, so he needed to somehow share the information with them. Suddenly, the number of people in the chat increased to 4. The protagonist clicked on the system window and exclaimed that they had entered the chat. He opened the keyboard and started typing something. The protagonist frowned and asked the players to respond in the chat, because he needed to share important information with them. Suddenly, the number of chat participants decreased again to 1. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock and wondered if they had just left. He lowered his head and said that he would put up a notice then. He frowned and thought that they should definitely read it. After all, training should not be underestimated. Then he took out his sword. Hose lowered his head. He slashed the sword at his stomach. However, the place where he struck began to emit a lot of light. He examined his stomach and did not see any scratches, so he said that his resilience was not increasing, but he probably could not gain experience while in the waiting room. Then he turned around. Hose looked at the system window and said that they did not trust him at all, so he did not doubt whether there was any point in helping them if they were not even interested in it. The protagonist opened a portal and wondered out loud what these newcomers were going to do, since the test was about to begin. Then he smiled and said that he had already helped as much as he could. The protagonist stepped into the portal and shouted that he was going to the second floor. A moment later, he opened his eyes. He was holding a shield in his hands. Hose frowned and wondered what awaited him this time. He found himself in some narrow corridor. The young man turned around and said that this location was no different from the first floor, but this often happens in games. He looked into the distance, but it was dark. Something sparkled in the distance. 3 arrows were flying at him. He immediately swung his sword and put up his shield. The protagonist blocked all the arrows with his sword, shouting at the same time that it was predictable. Hose ran forward along the corridor. He opened his eyes wide and wondered what that noise was in the distance. Suddenly, some kind of ball appeared right in front of him. He bared his teeth and exclaimed that this projectile was flying very fast. The protagonist's shield broke from the impact, but he himself was not injured. The protagonist looked away, grinning. The second projectile had hit him right in the leg. The wound on his leg began to bleed. He looked at his leg and saw a poison needle in his leg. The protagonist lost his balance and began to fall. Everything around him began to swim. Hose covered his mouth with his hand. His head and stomach began to hurt, and he also felt chills. The young man took out the antidote and mentally thanked Rikiri. The protagonist looked at the antidote and thought. He frowned and wondered if he should use it. A dark corridor was visible. Hose, sitting on the floor, sighed heavily. The protagonist reached for his sneakers. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if he should use it. In the past, the player had fiercely passed the trial, and he said that during that hellish month of passing the first floor, he eventually received an unusual ability. A moment later, the guy raised his head. Smiling, the young man exclaimed that it was a feeling of approaching death. The former pro gamer's eyes suddenly lit up blue, and he thought that this was not an in-game skill, but a special ability that only he possessed. Through the sweat on his face, the teenager thought that his intuition was telling him how dangerous the wounds were and whether he could die from them, like a skill from the god of death himself. A second later, Hose thoughtfully closed his eyes. The protagonist imagined waving to the old lady, telling her that they would see each other again. Holding his chin, the protagonist said that he felt as if he had already swum halfway across the river Styx, and was even able to communicate with his grandmother, and added that this was the only way to accurately determine whether he was dying or not. Lowering his gaze, the guy wondered how bad things were this time. Suddenly, it seemed like the young man was standing by the riverbank. The teenager, with his mouth wide open, realized that this was great, because he was still on the shore, which meant that there was no danger yet. Looking at the screen, the player decided that he should save the antidote for later. A moment later, the former pro gamer clenched his fist. Hose began to bandage his leg with a small thread. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his head in surprise. In front of the protagonist, a system notification was visible, which said that he had received the poison resistance skill, to which he happily said that he now tolerates poisoning more easily. Bending down, the guy said that he thought he could still walk, and the new skill appeared very conveniently. A second later, the young man noticed poisonous needles on the ground. Grabbing the trap, the player exclaimed that he would take them with him, because he thought they would still come in handy. Suddenly, the teenager's body began to shake. Covering his mouth with his hand, the player wondered if the poisoning effect had suddenly increased due to the poison spreading throughout his body, and then muttered that he needed to return to the portal. The former pro gamer could be seen moving his legs heavily. After a while, Hose reached the magical exit. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist wondered if he should increase his stability while he was still standing. The space around the protagonist was blurring. Suddenly, the guy found himself in the water. At that moment, the young man sighed heavily. Suddenly, the teenager was completely submerged in the water. Rushing from his place, the player thought that it was now or never. Around the tall columns was a green portal. A moment later, the former pro gamer fell to the ground in a new space. Hose opened his jaw from fatigue. The protagonist, looking at the screen, read that he had received the skill resistance to paralysis of the first level, and then said that this meant that his body could be paralyzed, and this is even more dangerous than other effects of the poison. It was visible how the protagonist tried to get up. Lowering his head, the guy thought that since he had already received the skills of resistance, now he would be able to get more experience, and he would also try to improve them to the third level today. Biting his lips, the young man understood that he would have to consciously torture his body in order to increase the level. Approaching the portal, the teenager added that getting wounded in the dungeons and recovering in the waiting rooms was the only way out. Holding a sword and shield in his hands, the player explained that he realized this, but it was stupid. A projectile was flying towards the former pro gamer, and at the same time he exclaimed that usually the level increases after defeating a strong monster, but not only is the difficulty of the floors high, but the tests are also boring. Defending himself from the blow, Hose shouted that this was a terrible game. It seemed as if several arrows flew into the protagonist's shield. A moment later, the protagonist suddenly rushed forward. The guy stopped near the portal. The young man began to take out sharp projectiles. The teenager lifted the corners of his lips in satisfaction. Unexpectedly, the player stuck one of the arrows into his hand. Baring his teeth, the former pro gamer screamed in pain. Clenching his jaw, Hose said that this was the effect of poisoning. Crouching on his knee, the protagonist muttered that the theme of the second floor was poison, and would be cured at the moment when he was already on the threshold of death, thereby increasing his level. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist realized that this was the only way to effectively advance. Smiling, the guy thought that this game was very atypical. Suddenly, the young man began to breathe heavily. A moment later, the teenager opened his mouth wide. Suddenly, a projectile appeared and hit the wall. The player quickly dodged the attack. The former pro gamer bared his teeth and noticed that the attack pattern was repeating itself, but the poison had become more deadly. The protagonist's vision was blurry, and he said that if he lost consciousness, it would be the end for him, and it was simply impossible to increase his resistance in this way. Taking out a flask with an unusual liquid, Hose exclaimed that he had it. A second later, the protagonist powerfully swung his sword. Poison arrows were parried in the air. The guy, grinning, said that passing the second floor would be easy. There were many stones on the floor. At the same time, the young man walked along the dark corridor. Looking into the distance, the teenager asked what it was. Opening his mouth, the player was confused. The former pro gamer tightly gripped the hilt of the sword. A moment later, Hose clenched his jaw. Entering the room, the protagonist was sure that the temperature was gradually increasing. Squinting, the protagonist could not understand why it was so hot here. Suddenly, the boy took out a flask of water. Pouring the liquid on himself, the young man said that now it was clear why the traps on the second floor were so simple. Suddenly, the teenager noticed a light in the distance. A second later, 3 projectiles flew at him. Putting up a shield in front of him, the player wondered if he really had to dodge arrows in this brazier. Looking at the screen, the former pro gamer read that he had received the skill resistance to heat of the first level, and then asked if such a thing even existed. Being in a wide room, Hose wondered what to do now and whether it was worth going back and recuperating, after which he thought that it was too far from the portal, and it would be dangerous to go back in such heat. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist decided that he needed to continue. A moment later, the protagonist took out a freezing potion. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy said that this was great. A blue aura surrounded the boy's body. Turning his gaze to the side, the teenager muttered that it didn't improve the situation much. Suddenly, the sword fell from his hand to the ground. Clenching his jaw, the player exclaimed that it wasn't working and that at this rate he would burn alive. A second later, the former pro gamer grabbed a stamina potion. Raising the vessel to his mouth, Hose explained that he didn't want to waste a potion worth 400 points, since even leather armor was cheaper. A system notification was visible, which said that he had improved his burn resistance skill. Sighing heavily, the protagonist clarified whether the temperature was already burning his skin. Suddenly, several projectiles hit the protagonist directly. Baring his teeth, the guy muttered that he had weakened his defense. Falling to his knees, the young man realized that if he was poisoned now, he would definitely be dead. The teenager's vision was blurry. Opening his mouth wide, the player wondered if this was the end. Suddenly, screens appeared, announcing that his level and stats had been increased. From afar, it seemed like the former pro gamer was lying on the ground. Ho's eyes widened as he noticed the new level. A moment later, the protagonist took off. Running fast, the protagonist exclaimed that he had risen, and also added that he had increased his level. Clenching his jaw furiously, the guy said that all his health had been restored, and the negative effects had been removed. Moving his legs, the young man added that at this speed, he could easily pass the entire floor. Suddenly, everything around him became transparent, and at the same time, the teenager decided to activate combat concentration. It was visible how the player frowned menacingly. The former pro gamer left behind a green light, and then he activated the blessing of the wind spirit. A powerful aura surrounded his body. Opening his jaw, Hose thought that he could do this, and he would be able to pass the second floor. It seemed like the protagonist lifted his leg off the floor. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. A moment later, the boy hit the wall, and then screamed loudly. Clutching his head, the young man said that it was very painful. His pupils suddenly turned white, and at the same time, he said that he had to spend his last recovery potion on this. But he could not allow himself to die from getting tangled in his legs, and also added that it was very humiliating. The screen said that the god of adventure pity him. Opening his mouth wide, the teenager asked if he saw how he fell. Looking at his skills, the player noticed a new one. The former pro gamer's gaze fell on the natural regeneration of the first level. A system notification appeared, which said that it increased the speed of his body's recovery from various injuries, and then Hose said that this meant that he increased the speed of regeneration. Closing his eyes, the protagonist muttered that today he became a little closer to becoming a troll. The protagonist could be seen sitting sadly on the ground. As he approached the corridor, the boy noticed that there must be an icy area there. Biting his lips, the young man decided that he should return to the waiting room and prepare. After some time, the teenager found himself in a bright space. Chewing bread, the player said that in some aspects this world is no different from the real one. Looking at the screen, the former pro gamer said that there are both bad people and good people in the chat, and if you look at the ratio, there are many more evil guys than good ones. Squinting, Hose explained that players should not so easily believe the words of those bastards who spread false information, because they are risking their lives. The protagonist, squeezing a loaf of bread in his mouth, realized something. A moment later, a piece of bread began to fall down. The protagonist remembered the commentator's words that he would be able to return to the real world if he cleared the 100th floor, after which he wondered if this was true. Holding his chin, the boy said that whether they believed it or not would give the players hope, and at the same time added that no one had discussed the conditions for completing the training before. Sitting on the floor, the young man asked if he was saying that there were 100 floors, and then said that just thinking about it made him shudder. Squinting, the player thought that he would be able to determine the truth of this by moving through the floors. Holding his shield in his hand, the former pro gamer decided that he needed to clear the second floor right now. Suddenly, Hose lowered his eyebrows due to the bright light. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist said that since the beginning of the second trial, he could not buy items that could help in passing the floor, and therefore he had no choice but to buy cloth and a sewing kit at the auction in order to at least slightly protect himself from the cold. Closing his eyes, the protagonist exclaimed that he would freeze to death here. Looking into the distance of the dark corridor, the guy explained that he eventually learned 2 new skills, namely expanded field of vision and hardened skin. It was visible how the young man covered himself with his palm. Lowering his eyebrows, the player said that his field of vision had increased and his skin had become more resilient, and these skills were very useful, and at this rate he could become a superhuman. Looking ahead, the former pro gamer added that his resilience skills had not improved recently, after which he asked if this was their limit, and also added that there was probably a level limit on this floor. Stopping in place, Hose muttered that the further he went, the colder it became, and the temperature here was about -50, and it felt like his lungs were about to burst with every breath. Turning around, the protagonist decided that it was time to start, and at the same time used the skill of combat concentration. A second later, the protagonist took off his hood. The boy's brow furrowed menacingly. Suddenly, the young man leaned forward. The player lowered his eyebrows angrily. The former pro gamer rushed forward and exclaimed that he was already fed up with this second floor. Suddenly, Hose approached a huge hole in the floor. It seemed like the protagonist had dropped down. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said that this was finally the boss room. A huge gate was visible in the distance. The guy noticed a tall door. A moment later, the young man took off his robe. A bright light appeared in front of him. Suddenly, the player found himself in a wide arena. Turning his gaze to the side, the former pro gamer said that this was unbelievable. Hose noticed a system notification asking if he wanted to return to the waiting room on the second floor. With his eyes bulging, the protagonist could not understand what was happening. Looking at the screen, the protagonist was surprised by the question of returning to the waiting room. A magic portal appeared near the guy. The young man bit his lips in confusion. Looking at the notification, the teenager wondered what was going on here. A second later, the player extended his index finger. The screen showed the conditions for passing, namely, to hold out in this room for at least 3 hours, and the gate test would begin in 30 seconds. Opening his mouth wide, the former pro gamer asked whether he would pass the test if he stayed here for 3 hours, and whether it was that easy. Raising his hand, Hose said that if you think about the traps he had encountered before, this place should simply be teeming with status effects. Standing in front of the magical entrance, the main character said that this portal was bothering him. Frowning angrily, the protagonist explained that he had managed to save up a lot of items, and therefore there was no point in returning. Poking at the screen, the guy shouted that he would do it. A moment later, a system notification appeared, which said that the gate test was starting. It was visible how the young man sighed heavily. Suddenly, the player looked at the AI window in surprise. On the screen, it seemed that he had to endure the most terrible pain he had ever experienced. Lowering his head, the former pro gamer asked what this meant. Suddenly, Hose found himself in a dark space. The protagonist sharply bared his teeth. Suddenly, several projectiles pierced his body. The protagonist opened his jaw in pain. Holding a sword and shield in his hands, the guy wondered where it came from, because he did not feel it approaching. Through the sweat on his face, the young man muttered that pain resistance did not help. Looking at his palm, the player wondered if this was his starting equipment. With his eyes bulging, the former pro gamer realized that these were illusions. A projectile was visible sticking out of his chest, and at the same time, he noted that if he was told that everything was real, he would believe it. The protagonist's mouth was bleeding, and he said that he needed to hold on to these illusions for 3 hours. A moment later, Hose began to fall into the school classroom. The protagonist was very unhappy with his mouth wide open. 3 students were visible. The guy smiled and exclaimed that the person he loved most in the world was her, as well as his destiny, and then offered to go out. The girl, clasping her hands, replied that she didn't really want to. The young man blushed sharply, after which he realized that this was the most shameful moment in his life. Shaking his head, the player objected that they could have just made him experience physical pain, and then asked why they had to make him watch this. And at that very moment, the god of adventure took pity on him, to which he asked him to shut up. The former pro gamer widened his eyes and said that he couldn't even see how much time had passed, and asked how much longer he would have to endure this. It was clear that Hose was in an empty space. In the past, the protagonist was sitting at a computer desk. The protagonist, looking at his opponent, listened to him admit that he was indeed a great opponent, and his career as a pro gamer was simply amazing, and his skills were at the highest level. The guy, baring his teeth, was very dissatisfied. Smiling broadly, the young man exclaimed that all this was before his debut, and at this tournament he would demonstrate the fruits of all his training and take the main prize. The player, clenching his jaw, called him an asshole. The former pro gamer, lowering his eyebrows, muttered that this was enough. It seemed like the guys joyfully raised their hands, and it was also heard that Hose suffered a crushing defeat at this tournament. The back of one of the players was visible, and it was said that the former number 1 player had been defeated in all rounds, and was this the birth of a new legend? The protagonist abruptly lowered his head. The protagonist began to sigh heavily. His opponent, smirking, asked that maybe it was time to quit. The guy angrily raised the corners of his lips. Suddenly, it seemed like Hose was sitting on the floor. Through the sweat on his face, the young man asked when this would end. Looking at the ceiling, the player thought that not even an hour had passed since the illusions began. Raising his head, the former pro gamer noted that although he would not die from this was real hell. Suddenly, a girl in a black dress appeared. The young lady, opening her mouth, said that it was his fault. The protagonist's tie was visible. The protagonist, clenching his jaw, listened to how his dad died because of him. The light was on the ceiling. The guy, squeezing his body with his fingers, screamed sharply. The boy lay on the floor with his mouth open. It was obvious that he was squeezing himself until he bled. The former pro gamer's eyes widened in confusion. Baring his teeth, Hose muttered that this time it was the memories of his father, and then wondered when it would end, because if this continued, he would go crazy. Spreading his fingers, the protagonist added that he came to his senses because of the pain, and it was great that he was able to dispel the illusion, but he had to hurt himself again. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist decided that he should just accept these memories, and it was also true that his father died because of him. Suddenly, the boy found himself in an empty space. A bright light was visible from the windows. The boy bit his lips in confusion. An old man was sitting on the bed. The player's father, with his mouth slightly open, said that his son had arrived. The former pro gamer, squinting, recognized his father. Hose, taking off his jacket, asked how he felt. His relative asked if it was time to stop, to which the protagonist sat down on a chair and asked him again. Raising the corners of his lips, the old man asked to find him a normal job, and then asked if he was going to spend his whole life playing video games. Putting his hand on his head, the protagonist objected that he shouldn't start. The father, squeezing his fingers, asked if he had played enough, after which he explained that he needed to build his future. Opening his jaw, the young man shouted that he should stop, and at the same time clarified what he even knew about pro gaming. Stretching his hand out to the side, the player asked if he had any idea how much effort he put into it, and how hard it was to fight for the title of the best. Suddenly, his close relative began to breathe heavily. Abruptly standing up, the former pro gamer said that he didn't even try to understand him, and that's why he was leaving. Hose stood at the door and asked if he knew who was paying for his treatment. Clenching his jaw, the father asked his son to wait and not leave. The protagonist turned around from what he heard. His close relative, sitting on the bed, called his name again. Suddenly, it seemed like the guy raised his head up. Opening his jaw, the protagonist said that he could not anymore. Suddenly, another memory appeared in which the young man's father lay with his eyes closed. The player, lifting the corners of his lips, called out to his father. The girl, lowering her hands, said that she heard that he yelled at her father in the hospital, although he knew that he had a weak heart. The former pro gamer bit his lips in bewilderment when he heard that it was his fault. The protagonist's close relative explained that his father died because of him, and at the same time, he stood in place. Being in an unusual space, Hose thought that his father died because of him, because he did not even try to understand him. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that this was the end, as he was being pulled deeper into the abyss of memories. A confused face of a young man appeared. Cutting his hand with a sword, the young man decided that he would never give up. Suddenly, blood began to flow from his wound. The player found himself in empty space again. Opening his mouth wide, the former pro gamer exclaimed that it was again. The protagonist's relatives were visible. The old man, raising his eyebrows, said that it was all his fault. Hose abruptly jerked from his place, muttering that he could easily endure physical pain. Frowning furiously, the protagonist thought that even if he plunged into the deepest depths of memories, he would still rise. Holding a sword in his hand, the guy exclaimed that he would see which of them could last longer. A moment later, the young man raised his head. Sweat quickly ran down his face. The player looked at the screen, which said that he was the first one to fully complete the final test of the second floor. Sighing heavily, the former pro gamer said that he had endured, and it was over. Looking at the system notification, Hose wondered what it meant that he was the first one to fully complete. The protagonist turned his head towards the screen. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed many inscriptions, as various gods showed interest in him, which made him very surprised. The guy turned his gaze to the side in confusion. The artificial intelligence window appeared, and at the same time, the young man was surprised that there were many gods here. The player's hair appeared, and he said that in any case, it was finally over. A second later, the former pro gamer's eyes widened in shock, clarifying what this was. The screen said that the goddess of slowness wanted to bestow part of her powers on him instead of an additional reward, and whether she accepted the offer, after which the guy asked if this was part of her powers. Hose held his head with his hand and wondered what it meant and whether it was different from normal skills, then added that he did not expect that. Putting his finger on the screen, the protagonist decided that he should accept them, when suddenly the system reported the acquisition of a new skill, the Emblem of Flickering, at the maximum level, in which the goddess of slowness, who favors the steadfast and patient, bestowed part of her powers to her potential apostle. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist paused, and then said that he did not understand anything, and clarified whether there was a normal description here at all, and what kind of apostle this was. Looking at the hologram, the guy screamed loudly, because he was informed that the god of adventure was disappointed in him. Winking his eye, the former pro gamer did not understand what came over this weirdo, after which he noted that he should ask Kirikiri. In the distance of the clearing, two snow-capped mountain peaks were visible. Suddenly, a magical portal appeared in the middle of the meadow. Running out of the magical passage, the young man exhaled with relief. Lowering his hands, the protagonist said that he was here again. The girl rushed to hug him and congratulated him on his return. Holding his nose with his fingers, the protagonist shouted her name and asked what she was doing. Closing her eyes, the hellish floor manager laughed and exclaimed that a lot of time had passed, so she was glad to see him again. The guy opened his mouth in alarm and agreed with her. Putting her hands on the young man's shoulders, Kirikiri noted that he was a good boy for returning alive, when suddenly Hose began to speak. The girl asked what it was, to which he pushed her away from himself with his elbow and asked her to wait a little. Pressing his finger on the buy button, the protagonist said out loud what he was doing now. A moment later, the protagonist held out the cake. At that same second, the hellish floor manager's eyes turned red. A green field appeared, and Kirikiri could be heard asking if this was for her and why, while her friend insistently asked him to keep quiet for at least a second. Scratching the back of his head, the former pro gamer explained that she had helped him a lot, and then thanked her for the advice she had given him before the second trial. The girl stuck out her tongue, and the guy yelled at her to stop making that face. Kirikiri jumped high into the air and exclaimed that her friend was the best, to which he again asked her to stop. The berry cake and plates were lying on the grass. Sitting on the ground, the boy asked if there were any tips for the third floor. Raising a fork to her mouth, the hell floor manager muttered that there were no tips. Frowning, Hose asked her again and pointed out that she had given him hints for the second floor, so there should at least be something for the third. The girl widened her eyes and repeated what she had already said, that she had nothing to help with, and that was because the former pro gamer was growing up too fast, and then added that if he wanted to so much, he could tell him, but that it would be of no use. The protagonist paused, turning down the corners of his mouth, and was surprised by her words. Putting his elbows out to the sides, the protagonist asked what happened to those who had joined during the second trial, and then began to say that they were still alive, when suddenly the interlocutor asked him to wait. Biting her lips, Kirikiri explained that this would use up his entire limit, and then clarified if he was sure he wanted to ask this question, to which he thought about it. Lowering his chin, the protagonist clarified whether this meant that if he got an answer to this question, then there would be no answers to the others, and then muttered that his friend had said that there was a certain number of questions, to which she replied that everything was correct. The protagonist frowned and said that he understood, then decided that he would ask something else in that case. Holding a fork in his hand, the former pro gamer asked him about the flicker emblem skill. A drop of sweat appeared on the guy's cheek, while he did not understand where the hell floor manager had disappeared to. Raising her eyebrows, Kirikiri muttered that she was very kind, and then suggested that she should help him since he was so helpless, to which he exclaimed that he was not. The silhouette of a girl with blonde hair was visible, and it turned out that the flicker emblem was one of the skills of the goddess of slowness, and players who demonstrated outstanding results on all floors could receive rewards from the gods. Hose asked if this meant that the god liked him, to which the hell floor manager spread her arms out to the sides and explained that each god could only bestow part of their powers once. Putting his fist to his mouth, the protagonist said that it sounded good, since the goddess of slowness had spent her only opportunity on him, and then added that he liked it. Leaning forward, the protagonist stated that one way or another, he would like to know about the effects of the shimmer emblem, and then added that the more detailed, the better. Raising a finger, Kirikiri said that he would be able to take a look at them when he returned to the waiting room, when she suddenly exclaimed that he himself would understand everything later, to which he agreed. The girl smiled, and the guy thought about how he couldn't believe that she was the manager of the hellish difficulty floors, since at first glance she didn't seem strong at all. The young man remembered that during the first trial, there was a player who tried to attack the manager, but in the end, he was easily crushed and was on the verge of death, and then his eyes bulged and he mentally assumed that his friend must be damn strong, despite her appearance. Suddenly, the girl turned around. The protagonist extended his palm forward, noting that he wanted to ask about something else, and then inquired about who the gods were. The protagonist continued to ask who they were and what they wanted from them, when Kirikiri suddenly lowered the corners of her lips. Opening her mouth, the lady began to speak. With her eyes wide, the hell floor manager said that he would have to find out for himself. The former pro gamer lowered his eyebrows in alarm and muttered that he understood everything. Turning his head towards his friend, the guy noticed that she had suddenly become serious, but he did not understand if this was a taboo topic, and assumed that he had touched on the main point of the game. The girl walked forward, and her friend thought about the gods creating this world and then summoning players into it, and since Kirikiri was a part of this game, she would not be able to answer this question. Standing near the magic portal, Hose thought about the fact that 2 of the 100 floors had been passed, and if he reached the top, he would surely find answers to all his questions regarding this world. Looking away, the protagonist decided that he had to do it. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said that he had one more question. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy said that when he passed the second floor, it was said that he was the first to fully clear the last gate, after which he clarified what this meant. Kirikiri closed her eyes and exclaimed that this was an error in the system, to which the former pro gamer asked what she meant, and received the answer that it was impossible to talk about it. The young man wondered who the managers were in this case, and whether her ears were fake, and whether he would be able to return to his world if he cleared 100 floors, to which the girl smiled widely and cried out that she could not say. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realized that she wouldn't tell him anything at all. Suddenly, the hell floor manager widened her eyes in surprise. The lady asked the protagonist to take something from her, to which he looked away and responded. At that moment, a new cloak appeared on his body. There was a hood hanging on the back, and the guy began to talk about what it was. Raising his hand, Hose asked if he could really take it. Squeezing her eyes shut, Kirikiri exclaimed that this cloak was much better than his current one, to which he wondered if his taste was really that bad. Grinning, the protagonist said that in that case, he would leave, and the lady could keep the cake. Opening her mouth wide, the health floor manager asked if that was true, to which she answered in the affirmative. There were plates for food on the ground, and the protagonist cried out that he would buy her another one when he returned. Gritting his teeth, the boy shouted that they would see each other again. The girl happily closed her eyes. The magic portal began to disappear. Suddenly, the former pro gamer found himself in the waiting room on the 3rd floor. The young man turned around and noted that before starting, he should take a look at his skills. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the protagonist shouted to open the status. The system reported detailed information about the flickering emblem skill, to which the protagonist scratched the back of his head and thought about how he didn't expect to see anything like this, as a movement skill, considering that it was the goddess of slowness. Holding his chin with his fingers, the guy thought about how convenient it was to have one, because it would be very useful. Taking a step forward, the former pro gamer decided to try it out. The scale with numbers began to fill up. The young man pushed off the floor with his feet. Grinning, Hose mentally said that he wanted to activate the flickering emblem. At that very moment, the protagonist's silhouette began to disappear. A moment later, the protagonist began to break with his boots on the ground. Opening his mouth wide, the guy shouted that it was very fast, because he covered this entire distance in an instant, and then realized that this was real teleportation. Leaning his palm on the floor, the former pro gamer mentally exclaimed that this is how strong it is. Smiling widely, the young man thought that if other players found out about this, they would probably demand that such a powerful skill be weakened. Ho's cloak fluttered in the wind, and he decided to try 5 jumps in a row now. Suddenly, the protagonist began to move around the room with screams, but fell down. Covering his mouth with his fist, the protagonist thought about how much pain he was in and that this skill was quite difficult to control. Throwing his hand behind his head, the guy noticed that he simply tripped on the bed, and then realized that he needed to be more careful before using the jump. Sitting by a large column, the former pro gamer noticed that there were just under 72 hours left until the next test. The young man looked at the potions, food, and water with his lips down, and thought that it would be nice to buy a weapon. Pointing his finger at the system screen, the protagonist decided to take a new sword and protective suit, and he should also take another look at his skills. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when he saw a notification about the skill that he was being protected by a newborn wind spirit, after which he wondered if Kirikiri had made an effort for this. Frowning, the guy thought about the fact that the skill could improve to the 3rd stage, so he could use it as his main one. The protagonist leaned towards the floor and thought that this was great, because while there was time, it was worth practicing controlling the flickering emblem. Turning his head to the side, the young man did not understand what was happening. A message icon appeared on the screen, which surprised the protagonist. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and wondered if these were really players of hellish difficulty. A second later, the guy decided to press the button. A notification about an invitation to the Guild of Representatives appeared, to which the former pro gamer lowered his eyebrows and asked about it again. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man remained silent. At the same second, he decided to open the incoming letter, when suddenly the system showed the contents of the message. Frowning, the protagonist saw the words of greeting. A shadowy figure appeared, and Hose read that the letter was sent to him because they were very impressed with his achievements on the hell difficulty floors, and if he didn't mind, they would tell him about the representative guild, its goals and purpose, and at the end, a signature with the name Changsik. Dropping his jaw, the protagonist noticed that the community chat had been quite lively lately, but he didn't think that such groups were formed so quickly, and then thought about how he hadn't noticed the sender's name in the list of top players before. The protagonist thought about how, in the end, he was the only one who successfully cleared the hell difficulty floors, and there was no point in contacting other people, after which he put his hand to his cheek and decided that it was worth putting it off for later. Clenching his fists, the guy thought about how he needed to prepare for passing the 3rd floor, so he still had a lot to do. The former pro gamer closed his lips and realized that there was a hell of a long way to go to reach the 100th floor. The chessboard of the 3rd floor training appeared. The young man decisively jumped down. In that same second, the protagonist found himself on a black plate. The protagonist spread his legs apart. After a moment, he began to dodge the attacks. Grinning, the guy mentally exclaimed that as he thought, the traps would activate as soon as he stepped on the black plates. Suddenly, the young man disappeared from the board. Jumping from square to square, the protagonist decided that this meant that the white plates were safe. The protagonist raised his leg up. Frowning, the guy did not understand what was happening. Crouching closer to the floor, the former pro gamer thought that he was right about the white plates, but for some reason he still felt uneasy. Raising his head, the young man assumed that it was suspiciously easy. Hose closed his lips and began to think about the test. Suddenly, the scale with numbers began to fill. The protagonist kept silent, lowering the corners of his lips. Looking at the fifth cell, the protagonist realized that he needed to be ready to activate the skill at any moment, just in case. A moment later, the guy was standing on the board, legs wide apart. At the same second, he began to jump from plate to plate. Grinning, the young man did not understand why he was having so much fun. Looking into the distance, the protagonist thought that it was time for him to finish this test. The protagonist pushed off the white plate with his foot. The guy ran forward, holding a shield in his hands. Suddenly, the former pro-gamer tried to break with his foot. A large number of arrows were approaching his face. The young man frowned and wanted to activate the flicker. At that very second, his silhouette was surrounded by blue lightning. With a wide smile, Hose mentally exclaimed that it was close, and those arrows would have turned him into a hedgehog if he hadn't managed to use the skill. The projectiles pierced the white slab, and the protagonist thought about how they made him believe that the white slabs were safe, and then on the last step they sent a whole hail of arrows, and how it pissed him off. The floor under his feet began to emit a dim glow. Suddenly, the protagonist saw a crack in the floor in front of him. In the distance, a large door was visible, and the boy thought about how he had already reached the boss room, and perhaps because of the difficulty of the previous floors, everything here seemed too easy, which was disappointing, and he didn't understand whether this floor was concessions. The former pro-gamer approached the entrance to the room. Raising his head, the young man supposed that considering that he had not received a single new skill, it was unlikely that he would have to return to the waiting room. Placing his palm on the metal door, the protagonist decided to just quickly clear everything. A bright glow was visible inside the room. A grin appeared on the protagonist's face. At the same second, the guy squinted. In the distance, tall stones covered in grass were visible. A thick fog hung between them. Frowning, Hose thought that this was great, and wondered what would happen this time. In the boss room on the third floor, there were rocks, and it turned out that the essence of the test was to reach the goal. Black squares flew up, and the protagonist realized that there were slabs floating in the air, which fell down after a certain amount of time, so he needed to use them as a support to reach the goal. Jumping from one slab to another, the protagonist noticed that there were also traps on the way, and then shouted that this was madness. Gritting his teeth, the guy exclaimed that they were seriously trying to finish him off, and then thought about how hellish difficulty deserved its name. Suddenly, the former pro-gamer reached down with his hand. A black slab was floating in the air behind him. A moment later, the supports began to fall down. Throwing the shield aside, the young man thought that the slabs that fall after some time are traps, and taking this into account, the level was easy. The metal protection returned to its owner. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist was indignant at having to defend himself from arrows, and not being able to rest, and did not understand where they were coming from. The protagonist, along with the slabs, flew down and began to scream loudly. The guy began to look around. Reaching his hand to the sky, the young man realized that the slabs had fallen. The protagonist decided to activate the blessing of the spirit of the wind, when suddenly his silhouette was surrounded by green magical streams. Frowning, the protagonist thought that everything was fine. The road of black plates stretched far into the sky, and the boy thought about how the plates on the third floor were falling anyway. 2 players appeared, and the former pro-gamer noticed that those who forgot about it and focused on the traps fell, and even after falling, they had to avoid new traps and reach the goal. There was a thick white fog around, and the boy realized that the invariable condition for passing the boss room was an impassable path on the plates. Suddenly, a powerful whirlwind swirled. Gritting his teeth, Hose noticed that the supports were spinning in a hurricane. After activating the flickering emblem, the protagonist's silhouette was surrounded by blue lightning. Putting his elbow to the side, the protagonist watched the plates. The black supports fell down, and the boy exclaimed that they all fell. Suddenly, the boy decided to jump into the vortex. The protagonist's cape flew up. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist activated the flickering emblem. Reaching his hand up, the guy screamed loudly and thought about how by increasing his skills on the first and second floors and receiving the ability from God, he managed to single-handedly destroy the unchangeable condition. The former pro-gamer held on to the edge of the black plate so as not to fall. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him congratulating him on passing the third floor of the training on hellish difficulty. Throwing his leg up, the young man said that he almost died this time, and the boss room was really dangerous. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that the creators of this floor had outdone themselves because they hoped to kill all the players here, and he himself barely managed to pass it. Leaning down, the protagonist noticed that he was awarded points. A message appeared saying that the god of adventure wanted to grant him part of his powers instead of an additional reward, to which the guy frowned and thought about the power of the god of adventure. Putting his hand in his pocket, the young man asked if he had been getting on his nerves every day, and only wanted to give him strength now. Putting his finger forward, the player thought about the fact that the emblem of flickering was a cheat skill that exceeded his expectations, because without it, he would never have been able to pass this floor. Smiling, Hose exclaimed that it was a sin to refuse a gift, and was interested in what kind of skill God was giving him, when suddenly a notification appeared about receiving the Teleria Wings skill at the maximum level. Hose, opening his mouth in alarm, thought about what he saw. The hologram said that this was a new part of the adventure god's power, which was of great interest to players, to which the protagonist exclaimed that he did not want to know that this was a useless skill, and then opened his mouth wide and decided to reveal the status. The protagonist's stats screen appeared, and he paid attention to the skills and said that even though it was a part, it was the power of God, and the skill was at the maximum level, so it would come in handy someday. Turning his head to the side, the guy said that he needed to ask Kirikiri about it. Squinting, the hellish floor manager happily exclaimed that the cake was here. Pushing her away with his foot, the former programmer asked if it looked like a cake. Putting his palm to his forehead, the young man said that a promise is a promise. The main character asked what it was, and the girl widened her eyes and clarified if everything was okay with him. Suddenly, the protagonist began to fall down and said that he was dizzy. Squinting, the guy quietly groaned. The sky was clear and blue, and the young man did not understand where he was, and remembered that his head was spinning. Kirikiri slept on the player's chest while he thought that he understood everything and he was probably tired. Raising his head, Hose was indignant that the manager of the hellish floors was using him as a pillow. The lady yawned with her mouth wide open. Suddenly, the protagonist decided to put his hand to her ears and remained silent. Grabbing her ear with his fingers, the guy said that they were softer than he thought. With her eyes bulging, the girl began to scream loudly. Kirikiri curled her fingers and screamed that she couldn't touch her ears because the sounds were loudly spreading in her head, to which her friend apologized. A cake cut into pieces appeared. Sitting on a chair, the former pro-gamer noted that no matter how much he thought about the last level of the third floor, it was very strange. Bringing a fork to his mouth, the girl asked what was going on, to which his friend replied that the difficulty had increased and he thought he would die. Frowning, Kirikiri exclaimed that it was all because he had passed it very strangely. Tilting his head to the side, the young man asked how. The manager of the held difficulty floors explained that in the boss room on the third floor there was a path downstairs that had to be taken, to which the interlocutor was indignant, his mouth wide open. The lady widened her eyes and suggested that they probably didn't expect the player to be able to get through the room without falling, then added that she thought the gods were going crazy. Frowning, Hose wondered what it would be like to find out who created this damn world. It would beat the crap out of them. White clouds were visible in the sky. The protagonist tapped his fingers on the dining table. Looking at the community tab on the hologram, the protagonist thought that he did not see any information in it that could help him, and most of the community was about easy and medium difficulties. The guy lowered the corners of his lips, thinking. A chat appeared in which Sansik, Jijuan and Myeongsung were discussing that the representative guild was suspicious and were plotting something by sending out invitations. Putting his fingers to his mouth, the former pro-gamer remained silent. Leaning his back on the chair, the young man thought about the representative guild sitting in the waiting room. Looking down, the protagonist realized that the players were talking about those who sent the invitation. Frowning, the protagonist thought in his mind that they were not like a normal guild that only pursued communication with other players, and did not understand what their goal was. Imagining a bottle and a loaf of bread, the guy remembered that after finishing a level, all his free food and water would disappear, and so players needed to spend points to buy food. The former pro-gamer noted that after 24 hours in the waiting room, a person should be kicked out, after which he lowered the corners of his lips and wondered why that guild was there for so long. A message appeared on the grass inviting representatives to the guild, and Hose wondered how they maintained their organization. Scratching his temple, the protagonist remained silent. Putting his hand on the table, the protagonist thought that something was wrong, but did not know whether to ask Kirikiri about it. The girl closed her eyes from the taste of the cake. Lowering his eyebrows, the boy decided that it was not worth wasting limited questions on this, since he would not be able to help other players on other difficulties anyway, so there was no point in interfering. Tilting his head down, the former pro-gamer thought about focusing on his own problems. Looking away, the young man asked about what he would need on the fourth floor, after which he asked the health floor manager to advise him, to which she agreed. With her eyes widened in delight, the girl muttered that for the fourth floor she would recommend a rope, hooks, and a telescope. Suddenly, all of these items appeared. Raising her eyebrows, the lady noted that she thought that was all, to which her friend said that it was too much. The protagonist asked to tell him about the Teleria wings, to which Kirikiri opened her mouth in surprise. Smiling, the health floor manager exclaimed that it was incredible, since he had received skills from two gods. The stars were shining in the sky, and the system showed the description of the new skill, while the girl explained that it was a power given by the god of adventure. Looking at the sky, the lady said that when the skill was activated, the Teleria wings would be summoned. The unusual flying object flew high, and the lady explained that it could be used to glide in the air. Mechanical wings began to attach to the boy's back. The former pro-gamer smirked and remained silent. Smiling widely, the young man shouted that it was amazing, and that it was a very good skill from the best god of adventure. Coming closer, Kirikiri explained that the wings allowed him to glide, not fly, to which he cried out that it was enough. Hose held out his hand to the side, exclaiming that the main thing was how he used them, since he could fly up using the shimmer emblem, thereby increasing the range of his glide. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist said that the coolest thing was the wings on his back, because having them was every guy's dream. A grin appeared on the face of the manager of the hellish floors. Turning his head back, the protagonist talked about how cool it was, and then fell silent. Smiling, the girl said that this would be her gratitude for buying the cake. Suddenly, the lady formed a magic portal in front of her. Bulging his pupils, the guy was surprised that it happened so quickly. Raising his eyebrows, Kirikiri said that the day of the great gathering would soon come. Turning around, the former pro-gamer asked his friend again. The interlocutor put her palm in front of her. Lowering her jaw, she explained that then he would understand the true essence of this world. The young man opened his mouth in alarm. Pushing the player into the magic passage, Kirikiri advised him to do everything to survive for now. With his arms outstretched, Hose began calling out to her. The protagonist stretched his fingers forward, asking her to wait. At the same moment, the silhouette of the held difficulty floor manager began to disappear from view. A moment later, the protagonist found himself in a bright room. The guy dropped his jaw from fatigue. Sitting on the floor, the former pro-gamer did not understand what the great gathering day meant. People were wandering between the tall columns. Suddenly, they all turned in one direction. The blue-eyed girls lowered the corners of their mouths in bewilderment. The man with purple hair sat on a bench, and everyone around was whispering about him. With his mouth wide open, the teenager, in the form of a target, begged for forgiveness for the last time. The man threw the sharp blade in his hand. A moment later, he threw the weapon at the guy. The knife pierced his shoulder, causing him to scream loudly. Lowering his hands, the man with purple hair began to laugh. Changsik raised his eyebrows and said that it was convenient, because wounds healed instantly. Hose ran past the columns and thought to prepare for the fourth floor. He focused on training using the power of the gods, the wings of Teleria and the emblem of Shimmer. On his back were wings similar to mechanical ones. He trained until he could comfortably and freely use the skills, and it took a long time. The system asked if the hero wanted to enter the fourth floor. He decisively raised his hand up and approved the request, saying that it was time to find out what was there, mentally adding that the second test was ending soon. The long tunnel ended in darkness. The hero stood at the very beginning, thinking that there was room here. He tried to peer into the darkness. Hose raised his hand with a shield, hearing a strange rumble. There was still nothing visible in the darkness. The hero timidly assumed that they had already appeared. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from the tension. The guy thought that these were not traps. A green creature appeared from the darkness, and the warrior realized that it was a monster with an axe on its shoulder. The monster roared furiously. Hose, gritting his teeth, thought that this was the first monster that appeared in his training, and such a strong one at that. The goblin stopped next to him, and the guy was up to his waist. He thought that the monster was huge. The creature attacked, lowering its weapon exactly at the place where the warrior had stood a moment ago. Hose, jumping back, landed unsuccessfully. He was surprised by the enemy's strength and thought that he would lose, not knowing how to fight him. The enemy's weapon crashed into the floor. At this time the guy got up and ran behind the monster's back, remembering that Kirikiri did not advise changing weapons and thinking that in this case he would be able to defeat the monster with the current one. Hose got into a fighting stance, activating combat concentration. The monster with a roar rushed at him again. An instant, and his weapon cut through the air. But the boy dodged again. The protagonist threw himself behind the goblin. The main character was about to attack, but the monster turned around to counterattack. Hose frowned tensely, clenching his teeth. The monster threw the boy back with a powerful blow. Hose flew into the wall. The blow was so strong that blood spurted from the boy's mouth. The monster was preparing to strike again, and the fighter was disappointed to think that the enemy was faster than he thought. The monster rushed to attack, and the warrior hopelessly thought that he would be killed. The creature swung. Hose prepared to block the blow. He only had time to be unpleasantly surprised. He looked ahead and could not believe his eyes. The shield shattered into pieces. The warrior wondered if this was really a trick. And falling on his back, he realized that he would not be able to block the attack. He did not understand what to do. The monster rushed into a new attack. His weapon cut through the air again. The hero barely managed to dodge. But unexpectedly, he soared into the air and attacked himself, landing on his feet after the jump and leaving the monster behind him in bewilderment. The monster turned around. He wheezed and had a slightly absent-minded face. The guy triumphantly asked that he did not expect such a turn of events and added that he was using the technique in this way for the first time. His left eye turned blue and seemed to release lightning. He used the emblem of Shimmer. The beginning of the battle appeared in his head. The hero thought that until now he had only used this technique to dodge, but now he activated the skill before the attacker's attack, moving forward and hitting the enemy in the face. The main character stood shrouded in lightning, saying that this skill would also be good for attacks. The monster rushed at him with even greater fury. The guy focused on the lightning, deciding that it was time to finish. He attacked with his sword, using the blessing of the wind. The goblin was wounded and unpleasantly surprised. Hose attacked again with determination. He screamed as if he was mad. The monster was decapitated. Green energy was still coming out of the sword. The boy looked to the side and shouted happily that he had done it. The tunnel was still dark. Hose cut down another monster. He clenched his fist in triumph and noted that this was already the 26th. The warrior threw his sword over his shoulder, suggesting that he could try to fight the next one without a weapon, with his bare hands. The protagonist opened the system window and concluded that his combat skills had increased slightly. Basic sword mastery had combined with slashing and had increased to level 3. The guy looked at the goblin's corpse and said thank you. He walked forward, then turned around, remembering that this trial would soon end. Hose, standing in the bright hall, near the columns, opened the system window again. He looked at the time, 23:58, the 30th day of the second trial, which meant that it would soon end. The guy, sitting on the bed, looked at the clock again, which showed midnight and changed from the second to the third trial, marking day 0, declaring to himself that the third trial had begun and decided to check on the newcomers. Hose thought about the space of the system and the fact that only one person had chosen the hellish level. Suddenly, something caught his attention. There were many messages in the community column, and the hero was surprised by such chaos. He started typing something and concluded that the newcomers needed time to calm down. The guy started typing on the keyboard. First, he asked the imaginary players to calm down and listen to him, indicating that this training was different from the world they lived in. Hose looked away and continued that no one would be able to return back anytime soon, and making a mistake here could kill you, so he asked them to listen carefully. Users began asking what he was talking about. One of them asked, putting her hands to her mouth, if she was dead and if this was hell, leaving the hero perplexed. Another user told her that a monster had eaten his leg. Hose tried to call them to calm down. The protagonist put his hand to his lips and mentally asked again, not understanding what they were talking about. Then, one of the characters apologized and asked what monsters they were talking about. Hose looked at the player and thought that he was on a different difficulty level and he had not seen him in the community, after which he was asked again if he had not heard. The players were standing next to each other. The protagonist looked up thoughtfully. The guy and the faceless images stood together. At that moment they finally realized that their home, their world had turned into a living hell. Hose looked up, not believing his eyes. A helicopter was flying across the fiery sky. Someone asked if the others could see it. Monsters came out of a portal in the middle of the street and were moving towards a residential area. Someone was screaming to run. Two guys were in a room. One was watching TV. It said that portals were appearing all over the planet and countless monsters were coming out of them and the army was helpless. And the other was asking what he was doing, calling for them to leave. People ran in panic. The monsters were killing them. The city was in flames and chaos. The military and police were barely holding back their attacks. The sky was the color of fire. Countries whose military strength was small were immediately destroyed, but the number of monsters did not decrease and the military could not stop them. One of them swallowed a soldier in front of his comrade. 2 weeks after the portals appeared, the number of victims approached the 90 million mark. In the distance, the silhouette of a city was visible. Hose looked at the monitor, unable to believe what was happening. There were many incomprehensible messages in the community. Those who got into training earlier did not understand what the newbies were talking about. The guy, horrified, repeated the number of 90 million. He grabbed his head, cursing. Images of his sister and mother appeared in his head. He looked at the monitor again, cursing, at the number of messages from which it was too difficult to see where the newbies were writing. Hose grabbed his head, trying to again accept the information that there were monsters on the ground. He asked himself what about his family. His whole face was covered in cold beads of sweat. He frantically thought that he needed information, as much additional information as possible. He looked at the monitor again and saw a message in which someone asked if they could save the others. It was as if Hose woke up. It was like a breath of air. The protagonist put his hand to his chin, thinking that this was the right thought. So far he was easily dealing with monsters, and when he passed the 100th floor, he would become much stronger than now. Images of passing the trials appeared in his head. The guy thought that he was locked in this world for no apparent reason. Nothing was explained, no goal, no reason, no method. But thanks to the training, he became stronger. Hose clenched his hand into a fist in front of him, thinking that in other words, they were transported here so that they could save the world. He looked at the screen again, thinking that in the real world, more than a month had passed since the portals appeared and today was day 0 of the third trial. Images of friends appeared in his head. Then the image of Kurikiri. He walked forward resolutely, thinking that he had finally understood the essence of this world called training. On that day, when huge and scary monsters came out of the portal in the middle of the street and moved towards the block, and people tried to quickly hide from it, when the newcomers told about what was happening in the real world, where the military police were barely able to contain their attacks and the number of victims approached the mark of 90 million, the man lying on the bed understood that they had all changed. The young man looked at the ceiling with a penetrating gaze. 3 warriors were standing in the corridor. When the protagonist thought that firstly, the number of players actively passing the floors was increasing, people armed with improvised means were making their way forward, and these players had great determination, whose families were in the real world. Young men and women stood near the towering pillar, and even if they did not go on a raid, those who provided support to other players appeared, and the protagonist was among them. The light was on in the dungeon. The screen showed a message that you can't aim arrows at random places on the hand, and you need to hit places with a high concentration of nerves to quickly increase resistance. The player's response was that he understood that this would help increase their resistance, but it seemed wrong to him. Walking past the walls, the young guy thought about the whole situation. The bloodthirsty monsters were defeated and lay on the ground. The guy, armed with a sword, surrounded by smoke after the fight, stood, looking at the wall. Under the bright flashes, he turned around and the weapon evaporated from his hands. Getting up, the bloodthirsty monster screamed loudly. Without waiting for the guy to turn around, the monster, opening its mouth, rushed at him. Hose spread his arms to the sides and watched the monster. The main character was preparing to engage in battle with the enemy and began to turn around at the roar. Taking a sword and shield in his hands, the protagonist pounced on the monster. The goblin began to stretch out his huge paw towards Hose. The guy, frowning, cast an angry glance at the enemy. The sword cut through the space very close to the ugly head of the monster. The monster did not give up and took out a huge axe, the blow of which was skillfully reflected by Hose. The surprised monster fell to the floor, reflected by the guy's attack. Deciding to finish off the enemy, Hose began to thrust the sword directly into the monster's hand. Unable to bear the pain, the monster screamed from how deeply the sword began to enter the green skin, cutting it. Using all his strength, Hose finished off the monster, and he, with the sword in his hand, began to fall back. Blood sprayed from the goblin's mouth as he fell. Hose watched with a menacing look as the monster fell. Using a shield, the protagonist threw it right into the monster's face, thus completely knocking out the enemy. Jumping up, the protagonist continued to attack the monster, using his shield. The guy decided to take the monster's head in his hands to perform one move. Hose spun the monster's head and it flew further and further away from the guy. The hero, who defeated the monster, began to move away from it. Moving away from it and exhaling, the guy began to move forward. Satisfied with his fight, Hose walked forward. Clenching his hand into a fist, the hero thought that 2 hours of sleep would be enough for him, because sleeping in this world is not essential, but he would still make sleep part of his daily routine, for the stability of the mental distance. The guy spread his fingers, because he wanted to make sure that he would have time to sleep. Examining the panel that appeared, Hose decided to look at the community section. Holding it in his hands and walking forward, the guy thought that the amount of information in the community had increased significantly, and everyone was making every effort to pass the floors. Looking forward, the guy thought that with the increase in information, he gradually began to learn. Waving his hand, he gave as an example that the strength indicator increased not only the strength of the arms and legs, but also increased the efficiency of the body muscles, and it would be better if he pumped up this skill faster. Walking forward and scrolling through the taskbar, he thought that there were those who refuted this, but most of the information was true, so it was not worth ignoring, and regardless of the difficulties, this information helped. Stopping, the guy raised his head in surprise. He saw a large gate in front of him. Blocking the exit, small monsters built barricades of planks and stones. Pressing himself against the wall, the guy guessed that there were trenches and goblins there. Puffing, the monsters stood next to these trenches. Looking out from behind the wall, the protagonist saw that there were a lot of them there. Goblins with spears continued to guard their barricades. Accelerating, Hose flew over the monsters while they stood below. Turning around at the sound, the goblins noticed the flying guy. Without giving a second to think, Hose struck the first blow straight to the head of one goblin, whose blood flew in all directions. The goblin with a wound in his head, struck by the sword, fell back, screaming loudly. With a smile on his face, Hose continued to rush at the monsters with the sword. The screaming monsters were shocked by such a prank of the hero. Leaving their shelters, armed monsters began to attack Hose. The guy began to spread his wings to repel the attack of the monsters. Defending himself, the guy threw the monsters in different directions with the help of his wings and sword. He flew forward, throwing the monsters back. One of the monsters loaded a bow and arrow, aiming at the guy, and he concluded that the only ones who could save their world, which had turned into a living hell, were the people themselves. The goblin released the arrow from the bowstring. The arrow flew very close to the guy, and he skillfully maneuvered on his wings. With a beastly grin, the main character kicked right at the monsters while they were attacking, so he was stronger and faster. Grinning, Hose looked at the defeated opponents, realizing that he needed to go through this world. Among the purple space there were tall pillars. One of the people asked to have mercy on him if they take more food. Guildmaster Changsik, with his hands in his pockets, didn't let the guy finish his thought and pushed him to the floor with his foot. Grinning, Changsik repeated that it was all good. Putting one foot on the guy's head, the leader repeated that the waiting room of the first floor of the easy difficulty level was entirely his, and from there the second floor was just around the corner. Not letting the prisoner get up, Changsik said that he was a slave who did not dare to challenge him. Turning to his guys, he told them to take care of the people who were raiding with this scum. The guys nodded in agreement to Changsik, standing with tridents, while the frightened people, kneeling, screamed in fear. The guys dealt with those people, screaming and shouting in pain, and Changsik just stood motionless in front of the guy whom he had recently knocked to the ground. With tears in his eyes, the prisoner asked that this not be done to his friends and begged them to stop. The leader, with a crazy smile on his face, only laughed and said that this world was really something. While Hose dealt with the monsters, Changsik thought that very soon this world would be completely his. The corridor stretched out, illuminated by lanterns on the walls. Hose wiped traces of blood from his knife, standing over the dead body of a goblin. He looked at it, and thought that he still could not get used to it. Behind him lay several more bodies of creatures. 10 days had passed since his hunt for them. The goblins not only made trenches, they came up with something new each time. They installed a wooden fence and put someone on guard, and they also had weapons, from magic staffs to crossbows. The guy spread his wings and thought that they did not pose a threat to him, since he could reflect magic and arrows with the wings of the Teleria on his back. Hose could approach the creatures in the air using his wings as cover while being shot at. He thought about his wings and how easy it was to fight, since he didn't take any damage from the attacks. The protagonist looked at his shield, which was already showing signs of wear, and assessed its condition as poor, so he decided to repair it in the waiting room, but he realized that he couldn't keep going back there. His blade was also pretty damaged, so he thought about changing his weapon once he got to the 4th floor, which meant changing both his shield and sword, and remembering to change it once he got a new one. The protagonist studied the skill panel and thought that he had previously relied only on the skills he had received from the gods. But after several days of fighting, the guy had acquired many new ones. There was a lot of data on the panel, and he realized that the skills that were previously inactive had quickly leveled up. Hose thought about it, and came to the conclusion that it was better not to repeat the same actions, but to use his full combat potential. Thinking back on his battles, he realized that he had mostly just been dodging arrows. There were many entries in the journal about obtaining skills of different levels, and the hero thought that they had leveled up since he had fought a lot. He assumed a thoughtful pose while thinking about how the skills from the gods interfered with leveling up, but he was distracted. A huge goblin suddenly roared behind him, which scared the boy. The creature pounded its fists and metal gloves. A sword appeared in Ho's hand, and he tried to figure out if this goblin was a dream sergeant, because it looked different. The creature stood in the middle of a stone corridor, and it looked like the one he thought of, but smaller in size. His gaze intensified, because this was his first one-on-one fight since the goblin dream sergeant. The creature rushed to attack. Hose swung his sword, thinking that the goblin moved exactly like a dream sergeant. Suddenly, the goblin's fist began to emit a red glow, and a moment later, a blow flew into the guy's stomach. Blood spurted out of his mouth. He was thrown back. He managed to land on his knees, readied his sword, and was surprised by what happened. The goblin's hand seemed to teleport. The creature appeared above his head and swung. Hose concentrated and remembered his combat concentration. A moment later, a fist was approaching the hero's face. He was thrown back with force. He flew, coughing up blood. Trying to slow down, the protagonist suddenly used the flickering emblem, and immediately appeared in front of the goblin, hitting him in the face with his fist. Blood came out of the creature's mouth, while the guy watched this with a tense grin. The goblin swung his leg, attacking his opponent, but he was able to dodge. Hose hung in the air for a moment, completely incomprehensible. He glanced at the goblin out of the corner of his eye and wondered if he had planned this. He imagined what would happen if he were to receive a blow with such a low defense. At this time, the goblin had already clenched his fist, preparing for another blow. Ho's face was distorted with tension and anxiety. He immediately decided to open the Teleria wings. He grazed the goblin's face with one of them, causing him to retreat. The guy attacked the enemy, addressing him with a rhetorical question about whether he really thought that the guy liked being his punching toy, but the guy was able to dodge. Hose looked at this with excitement, and wondered if the goblin could read him. They stood in the middle of the corridor, looking at each other. The guy was holding a sword in his hand, blood was flowing from his mouth, and he noticed that his opponent had knocked out his teeth. He looked at the goblin appraisingly and realized that the fist was striking when it glowed red, and this could definitely be called a skill. Hongja wiped the sweat that had appeared and thought about which skill could be used again without restrictions, but immediately thought better of it, because he himself uses skills, but still considers it a deception. Suddenly the goblin decided to attack first and ran at the guy. And he threw his sword at it. But the creature threw it away from his shoulder with his other hand. Then the guy jumped up with the thought that he knew about such an action of his opponent, and another blade appeared in his hand. The enemies ran at each other. Hongja decided to let go of the weapon, pointing it at the goblin. The blade passed over the creature's head, cutting off a strand of hair. The goblin hesitated and the guy managed to get closer to him, swinging, and thought how close the sword was, but he would be faster. Hongzhi looked at his opponent with confidence. But the creature put its hands forward, covering itself. The guy lowered his fist and realized that there was no point in attacking like that. He decided to run around it to distract it. And when he opened up, he kicked him in the stomach, causing the goblin to stagger. The hero used the flicker emblem and finally knocked the enemy off his feet. He broke through his defense, and the creature began to fall. Hongzhi began to swing his arm and rage to strike. The goblin seemed to be hanging in the air. But he suddenly opened his eye. It was red. At that moment, the guy managed to hit the enemy in the face, but he himself was attacked by a glowing fist. The hero was furious. Blood was flying out of his mouth. Hose broke loose and ran. He hit the monster in the face and received the same blow in return. Blood oozed from the protagonist's mouth as he screamed that the opponent's blow in such a position was quite strong. Hose lost his footing and rolled back. The monster also fell while the player got up and took a fighting stance. The protagonist frowned and shouted at the monster that this was the power of pain resistance and resistance to loss of consciousness. The beast lay motionless. Hose took out a knife. The player raised the weapon above the goblin's face and struck. Black blood oozed out from the opponent's face. Hose tiredly stood up and looked at the system window, which gave him the Goret stone given to him by the great sorcerer when the drill sergeant from the red-eyed tribe was born. The protagonist, who could barely stand on his feet, thought that he had miraculously survived, but it was unfair to make him fight an enemy who used the skill without restrictions. He thought that goblins were mobs that could be easily knocked down. The system window changed again and Hose began to read, noticing that his level had increased. The protagonist found a lake with water nearby and scooped it up with his hand. Sitting on his knees in front of the lake and frowning, he did not understand what to do next. He recalled the fight with the goblin that had just ended and thought that the drill sergeant goblins that had appeared at the very beginning and now, at the end of the 4th floor, would definitely be stronger than the other goblins. They were strong in all aspects, from physical characteristics to skill level. Hose took a sip of water from his hands and said that even the current goblins might be different from those that appeared at the average difficulty level. The protagonist stood up and started to walk away from the lake, thinking that the original plan was to progress quickly, not stopping unless a serious problem arose, so he could complete the training faster. He saw a door in front of him and moved towards it, thinking that he could not complete the tests in a hurry now. Hose scratched his head and said that the 4th floor was difficult. The boss would probably not be weak either. He also understood that challenging him in his condition was too reckless. He decided to return to the waiting room, and a white pavilion appeared in front of him. The protagonist thought that it was worth reaching his limit at this stage, like at the very beginning of the path. When he felt that he had reached it, he would move on to the next level. Hose scratched his chin, thinking that there were those who passed the floors above, just all of them at the average difficulty level. It seemed to him that someone had recently passed the 3rd floor at the difficulty level, so he concluded that he was not progressing so slowly. The protagonist frowned, removing his hand from his face and thought that his method was not wrong, so he would continue to do what he was doing. Hose walked away from the door and returned to the water source thinking that when he heard about the real world, he felt uneasy. There were still a lot of skills that he needed to improve, so he needed to pull himself together and pave the way. He grinned, looking at his hand and decided that if he was worried about the real world, he needed to give it his all and decided to go back. The 3rd trial began. When Hose studied his status in the system, he noted that his growth type was fast, and in addition to the basic skills, piercing resistance and hard skin were increased. An image of wings appeared in front of him and he thought about the skills from the gods, which he now uses more naturally, while being able to effectively use them for both close combat and defense. Hose stood up. Smiling, he said that it was time to move out. A dark corridor appeared in front of the protagonist. He passed by the goblin's corpse. Again he approached the door leading to the next trial. Smoke poured out of it. Hose looked at the door and thought that I was returning to the top in the waiting room, then to the 4th floor. He went on a raid twice a day, which were easy, but the boss room would be different. The protagonist reached for the door handle. He opened the door and moved. A cool stream of wind blew from it. Hose, surprised, took out his sword and shield. The protagonist did not understand what was happening. He found himself in the middle of the forest, all alone. The player looked at the sky and wondered what kind of place this was. A new system notification appeared and Hose opened his mouth in surprise. Cold sweat ran down his face. He was dumbfounded when the system gave him the task to destroy the Goblin King. The protagonist, standing in the middle of the forest, did not understand where the king was. The guy moved, looked around, thinking that somewhere in the middle of the mountain, not understanding where to go, down or up, that was the question. The protagonist turned around and decided to go up. Hose was climbing the slope. The protagonist almost reached the top of the mountain. He stopped abruptly, frozen by what he saw. A view of the fort opened up in front of him. Hose crouched down by a tree and took out his binoculars, looked through them, concluding that the walls were about 5 meters high, which was high. He looked at the open part of the fleet and concluded that there were about 20 guards. If you count the burning torches, he noted that he would be very happy if he was not noticed with his passive stealth skill. Standing behind a tree and putting the binoculars in his inventory, he realized that it seemed that the only entrance was through the main gate. He thought of sneaking in there using the Teleria wings. He also did not imagine how other players who did not have skills from the gods could clear this boss room. The protagonist took out a knife, clenched his hands into fists, and decided to act. The guy quickly moved to the target. Soon he found himself at the wall. The protagonist frowned and used the flickering emblem technique, causing lightning to appear around. With their help, he jumped to the middle of the wall and pushed off and jumped to the very top. He landed behind the goblin. Looking at the goblin guard's back, Hose ran. The protagonist covered his victim's mouth and cut his throat. The goblin died quickly. Hose stood up, leaving him. The protagonist frowned and decided to deal with the guards first, and then clean up the fort itself. Another dead goblin lay on the floor, and Hose sighed from fatigue. Pressing his knife, he thought that he was lucky. He had not yet been spotted, and he thanked his 4th level stealth skill for this. The protagonist rose from his knees and thought that he climbed the wall without making a noise. It was a real nerve-wracking experience, reminiscent of stealth games. Suddenly, a scream from one of the goblins was heard behind him, and the protagonist turned around in surprise. The goblin continued to scream and attacked Hose. The guy froze in a fighting stance. He defended himself with a shield, took out his sword, grinned, thinking that stealth was not necessary. Hose spread his wings. The guy was about to rise into the air. The other goblins were joined by the rest of the guards, wanting to destroy the enemy. Hose smiled, thinking that now it was time for the battle. The sun had already appeared over the horizon, and the protagonist was sarcastically surprised by the sight that opened up before him, namely, many goblin corpses on the floor. Looking at the sun, he sat on the wall and thought that this world did not look like an illusion. He watched the sunrise and thought that the training was an artificial space created by magic or a program, but this view was amazing. The sun almost completely rose over the horizon when the guy thought that this place could be a planet somewhere in the universe, since the view was very realistic. He looked up and thought that it would be nice to live in such a world. Climbing off the wall, Hose decided to continue on his way. There were many corpses around. The guy cleared the fort, which was located on the top of the mountain. There were 32 goblins of the held difficulty level in it. Looking at their lifeless bodies, he thought that they were not as strong as the goblin drill sergeants from the 4th floor, and there were not many of them here. So it was quick to clear the fort. But the player still did not find the Goblin King here. In the distance, the protagonist saw another building and thought that the king was there. He looked more closely. It was a city surrounded by a wall. Hose also looked through the binoculars and was convinced of this, deciding that the Goblin King was definitely in the main castle. Looking at the building through the binoculars, he noted that the structure was stone and seemed to be in good condition. The technological progress impressed him. Since this was not some tribe, it was a whole city. Looking at the buildings, the protagonist thought that these were ordinary mobs. But their civilization was very developed. The player would not even be surprised if hundreds of thousands of them lived there. Continuing to look, he decided that he would be able to get there in a day. The city was in the middle, and on the cardinal directions on the mountain peaks there were forts. Hose put away the binoculars and thought that if we consider the size of the city, there were probably about 100,000 soldiers. If he was surrounded he would lose, and it was not worth fighting in the open area near the city. The protagonist, scratching his chin, thought that there were 3 places where he could fight. The protagonist turned around and concluded that this was the castle, the city center, and the fort. He heard something behind him. The player turned around and looked. Looking through the binoculars, he saw goblins on horses. They were riders. Cold sweat came down the guy's face and he concluded that there were about 20 or 30 of them and they were heading straight for him. Putting away the binoculars, he thought that this was even for the best. Jumping from one wall to another, he decided that he would meet them face to face. The protagonist landed and thought that it would be difficult for the riders to open the gates, and if something went wrong, he would retreat and attack another fort, because by capturing each fort, he would reduce their number. Hose took a torch in his hands and thought that once all 4 forts were cleared, he would go to the city. The protagonist frowned and decided that once there, he would wreak havoc and defeat them, thinking that he would then enter the castle and kill the Goblin King. On the 17th day, the torch lay alone to the side. Around it lay the corpses of goblins and their horses. One of the riders, screamed hysterically. Hose, holding a sword and shield in his hands, turned to him and said that he was yelling. The protagonist jumped to the tower above, realizing that during the battle, the goblins had communicated with each other. The protagonist remembered how during the battle, the leading goblin shouted something was steal, and some of the riders separated from the group and headed towards the city. The one who led them held back the protagonist until the end, but then lay choking on blood. He watched Hose leave until his last breath, and the hero realized that he was being held back so that the separated goblins could reach this city and warn about him. Hose turned around sullenly and thought that even though this goblin was his enemy, it was a good strategic decision. The protagonist spread his wings and took off. He enjoyed the flight. In the distance, the player saw 3 horsemen heading towards the city. In flight, the protagonist hit one of the goblins with his sword. Blood splashed towards Hose and he dodged. Watching the others try to escape, he thought that for the past 3 days he had been doing nothing but fighting goblins. They were sending more and more soldiers to the forts. An army of goblins appeared in front of him, and he thought that at first they sent 20 soldiers, then 30, and then 50. The protagonist remembered the fortress and thought that when more than 100 warriors arrived, Hose flew to another fort. Standing on top, the guy cleared this fort as well, leaving a pile of corpses behind. Killing the next horseman of the game, he thought that thanks to the wings, he could move between forts, spending 3 hours on the way, while the troops that were sent to recapture the fort needed to spend a whole day pursuing him. Killing another goblin with a sword, he thought that the goblin troops were no match for his mobility. An even larger army appeared before his eyes, which was sent after several such movements. Hose was hovering in the air. He stood in the middle of many slain monsters, having destroyed the guards in one of the forts. The entire perimeter was filled with corpses, and the protagonist killed another 200 soldiers who arrived there. The guy looked at their bodies and thought that they could defeat him with such a number. Besides, these reinforcements were armed with spears. Standing on the edge of one of the towers of the game, he thought that when it came to fighting inside the fort, he could easily defeat 200 goblins, thanks to his level, which had doubled. Looking into the distance, he thought that it was hard to believe his growth rate. Spreading his wings, Hose jumped off the tower and thought that by killing these goblins and clearing the forts, he must have gained a lot of experience. In just a week he had become incredibly strong. The protagonist of this realization, the protagonist, laughed. The goblins arrived at the king. He was sitting on the throne. The old goblin king was wondering what to do. The hero looked somewhere through a telescope. Through it, some army was visible, and the guy realized that there were about 800 of them this time. Sitting on the tower, he said that this was one extremely large group. Frowning, the young man thought that this was probably a hastily assembled group, because there were not that many soldiers in the city now. After imagining the goblin, the protagonist also remembered that he had only been able to defeat these monsters for the past week, and their strength and numbers had increased significantly, while the number of riders had decreased, while the regular foot soldiers seemed to be untrained civilians who had been recruited in a hurry. Still sitting, the boy realized that only 1 in 5 of these warriors would be an experienced soldier, and it seemed that they were sending all the men they could find. Smiling, he decided to visit the castle and wreak havoc on their empty houses. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his side, saying that the god of duel was disappointed with the player because of his methods. Looking at the system window, the young man wondered what he should do, because did the deity really want the player to solve problems head-on, so that he would eventually be killed? Immediately, a new message appeared, which said that the god of chaos was pleased with his actions, and then the boy realized that here was a deity who appreciated his work. Opening his mouth, the hero also noted that he now had a bad feeling, because this god seemed evil to him. Grinning, the protagonist decided to begin. Wings appeared behind him. The sky had already taken on an orange hue. Many houses were visible. Suddenly, a wall appeared. The young man flew straight down. He landed on one of the houses. Looking to the side, the hero said that he had penetrated inside and remained unnoticed. Having climbed onto the roof, the guy asked himself what he should do now. Turning his head, the young man realized that one of the options would be to simply go at them openly, and as soon as the guards arrived, he could simply take off and move to another place, because in terms of mobility, he clearly had an advantage. Still standing on the roof, he thought that starting fires in different places would also be a good plan, because if the whole city was engulfed in flames, they wouldn't even have time to put it out, and he also assumed that they might have a gunpowder warehouse somewhere that they would just need to blow up. Suddenly, the hero looked at the wall, thinking that all he had to do was sow discord among the goblins, and it didn't matter whether the group that was sent to the fort returned, because he could easily get away, or hide somewhere in the city. Raising his hand to his face, he also remembered that these goblins didn't respawn like in the games. Evening was falling on the city, when the young man realized that there weren't many troops left at this capital, because those that were sent to the port were probably the last ones. While looking at something, the protagonist also thought that if he successfully managed to cause trouble in the city, he would be able to infiltrate the castle and kill the Goblin King before the remaining troops arrived. Suddenly, the boy noticed something from below. Someone was walking down the street. There were 2 goblins. Frowning, the boy assumed that it was a goblin child and his mother. The little goblin was saying something to his mother. Opening his mouth in surprise, the young man realized that they were smiling. The monsters continued to walk down the street. The hero bowed his head. Suddenly, more goblins appeared, talking about something. The protagonist also noticed monsters on a date. His mouth opened in surprise. Houses appeared when Host thought about the goblins living a very ordinary life in the city. Looking at the little monster with his mother, the young man tried to understand if this was an illusion, because was this really a map for the player created by the game system? The hero lowered his gaze. The roofs of the houses appeared, when the guy realized that if we assume that this is a real place existing somewhere in the universe, then for them the player is a monster. Lowering his head into his hands, the protagonist realized that he is simply a terrible monster that just appeared and began to cut their brothers. Memories of that killed goblin appeared in his head when he thought about what he told him before his death. He also remembered those monsters with whom he fought and realized that they all fought not for life, but to the death. He remembered how he raised his blade over one of them and realized that they all looked at him with hatred. He also remembered how they attacked him, and he realized that they attacked, full of anger and malice. He remembered the crying monster and realized that they hugged the corpses of their dead comrades and sobbed. Looking down, the boy thought about how he had killed countless goblins, but he didn't feel any emotion because he thought it was just a game. Night had already fallen on the city. Closing his eyes, the boy assumed that the goblin was just an illusion and they would be resurrected when the player returned to the waiting room. Without opening his eyes, the hero realized that no matter how many times he had to return here, all these monsters would live exactly the same life as now, because that's how it was written in the system. The boy was still sitting on the roof, trying to figure out if this was true. Opening his eyes, the protagonist decided to surrender. Looking at the city, Hose realized that he didn't want to wreak havoc in the city. Taking off, he thought that he still had time before the troops that were sent to the fort arrived, so he could just go to the castle and kill the king before they arrived. Looking at the fortress, the hero also wondered how he could find it at all. Flying around the castle from the other side, the young man tried to understand where such an influential person could be. Suddenly, the guy turned his gaze to the side. It was directed straight at the boarded-up window. The hero broke through it with his whole body. The fragments flew into it. The young man covered his face with his wings. Suddenly, he happened to see something ahead. The guards covered some monster. The very king was sitting behind them. Looking at the monsters in front of him, the guy realized that there were only 4 bodyguards left, and they must be strong. The protagonist lowered his hand to the ground. Immediately, bright flashes lit up the room due to the use of the flickering emblem. The young man was already right in front of the king. A blade began to appear in his hand. The guard, with his mouth open, watched this. The ruler, frowning, looked at the attacker. With his mouth open, the hero flew into the attack. Suddenly, the monster put his hand in front of him. The blade struck the enemy. With his mouth open, the young man did not understand what was happening. With his eyes closed, the goblin said something. Looking at him, the guy assumed that he said that he would not resist and apologized for not understanding the enemy's speech. With his mouth open, the king said something. Suddenly his eyes opened. Looking at him, the protagonist said that if the king did not resist, then a quick death would be arranged for him. The blade went to his neck. Suddenly the monster fell. The hero was still standing in front of him. The goblins, with their mouths open, began to shout something. With his head bowed, the guy could not say a word. Goblin children appeared from behind the columns, and the boy assumed that they were all just hiding. The boy watched them. They began to run out from behind the column when the boy asked them not to run out, because he did not want to kill them. The monsters, with their eyes wide open, were crying. Frowning, the protagonist knew that although he did not understand their language, the meaning of their words was obvious. Suddenly, a message appeared about completing the 4th stage of training on hellish difficulty. Many notifications about rewards also appeared. Looking at them, the boy read messages about how he would be given an additional reward proportional to the player's merits, and also that many gods wished to grant him part of their powers instead of an additional reward. Opening his mouth, the boy noticed that they were voting on whether to grant him a skill. Several messages with the number of votes appeared and also a notification asking whether the boy agreed to accept the skill. Smiling, the hero agreed. A notification about receiving knowledge before the Babylonian time immediately appeared. Looking at it, the young man did not immediately understand what it meant. The goblins, sobbing, shouted that the player was a real monster who would be punished by the god. Turning around to look at them, the boy realized what kind of skill it was. They continued to sob as the young man mentally asked them to stop, because the training told him to kill them and he was simply forced to do so. The protagonist remembered how he killed these monsters. The young man clenched his teeth. The monsters continued to sob as the boy realized that the goblins were hysterical and cursing him for killing their respected father. Opening his eyes wider, the boy assumed that all this could be real. They were still sobbing. A message appeared in front of him saying that the god of adventure had blinded the player. Suddenly, the hero began to fall to the floor. Something suddenly hit his head. Having fallen to the ground, the protagonist read a notification that the goddess of slowness had become enraged. His eyes began to close as he tried to understand what was going on. The young man appeared in a clearing in the mountains. Looking to the side, the hero noticed someone. Kurikiri was standing there. The girl turned around. She did not open her mouth. Looking at her, the guy tried to understand if she was avoiding him. Opening her mouth, the manager asked if the young man was angry, and he answered negatively. With her hands folded in front of her, the girl screamed that she knew the player was angry, because it was all really her fault. Raising his hand, the guy asked if this was the reason for her fear, because he would also want to avoid someone who was bleeding. The girl, with her eyes wide open, continued to talk about the player being angry at her, and he said that he would start getting angry if the manager continued this. With his mouth wide open, the hero screamed that this was not the case at all. The protagonist remembered those notifications and realized that after reading it, his eyes darkened and he was forcibly thrown here. Looking to the side, the guy assumed that the gods could use their powers on him. The young man wiped his face with his sleeve, trying to figure out if that was even possible. Looking at his hand, the hero did not understand why the god of adventure did this to him, and why the god of slowness was furious at all. Looking at the girl, the protagonist asked what was going on here, because considering that he had never asked her before, he had a lot of questions now. Raising his finger, the young man asked her to tell him more about the deities, and in as much detail as possible. The manager, raising her hand to her face, thought about it. Opening her mouth, she said that the gods were interested because they wanted to understand if the player was qualified enough to be their apostle. Frowning, the hero asked again. Standing in front of him, the assistant explained that it was extremely difficult to attract the attention of the gods, but it was even more difficult to become their apostle, because for this you need to fulfill a condition that no one really knows anything about. Pointing her finger at the guy, she also noted that he was an unprecedented case, and one day he himself would have to make a choice. Looking at the girl, the hero tried to understand why he had to become this rare case at all, what choice he would have to make, and assumed that such a choice was connected with becoming an apostle. Opening her mouth, Kurikiri added that she would now tell a little about the god of slowness. Raising her hands, she explained that the abilities of this deity consisted of more than just slowing down the speed of objects and living beings. Imagining some threads of energy, she said that such a god was one who floated along the endless flow of time without a single hitch. Rubbing his head, the hero realized that this was not only a goddess of speed, but the meaning of the last part of the story was also unclear to him. Then he asked the manager to tell him about the god of adventure, but the girl answered negatively, and explained that he had already reached the limit of questions. Throwing his head back, the hero realized that he had used up the questions for 2 floors and realized that information about the gods was expensive. The boy looked at the sky. The girl looked at him and asked if he understood. She asked him not to think too much with her mouth wide open. The hero opened his mouth without saying anything. Memories of those crying monsters appeared in his head. The boy's face immediately became sad. Clouds appeared and the protagonist's words of agreement were heard. The sky above the mountains was covered with clouds. The girl, with her mouth wide open, said that this thing looked good and it would suit the player perfectly. Smiling, the boy asked if she was sure. Looking at her, he realized that she was helping him choose a weapon, and thanks to her efforts, he managed to buy more weapons than ever. An image of a blade with a straight edge appeared in his head, which was a gladius, blessed by a nameless god, the hilt of which will not slip out of the player's hand until the player himself wishes it. A curved blade also appeared, which is a single-edged shamshir used by riders, which cannot be affected by magical enhancement or witchcraft. Introducing another blade, the hero remembered that he stopped at a normal-sized sword that he often used, because the second sword is twice his size, and since they are used in different circumstances and fighting styles, most likely both can be useful in the future. He also remembered another weapon, which was a cartel pistol that shoots powerful charges that combine gunpowder and magic, but such a weapon is destroyed after 5 shots. Looking at the shield, the guy remembered that the manager told him that the pistol would be needed to clear the 5th floor, so he had to buy it without thinking, and therefore he had to buy a shield too. With his mouth open, the young man realized that the items he bought were really good, but he had to spend all his accumulated points on them, and that is why such thoughtless purchases are scary, and next time he will definitely need to buy a better shield when he can earn more points. A portal appeared and the boy's words of gratitude were heard. Raising his hand, the boy said that they would see each other again. Raising her hands, the girl asked him to try and remember to take the cake next time. Smiling, the hero noted that he was waiting for her to say these words. The protagonist was sitting on a certain column, which was in the waiting room of the 5th floor. Frowning, the boy realized that he had finally reached it. Imagining some people, the hero also realized that he could no longer remember the names and faces of those they had met in the waiting room on the 1st floor. Bowing his head, the young man realized that he should clear his mind before going on stage. Still frowning, the hero knew that it was okay to impulsively challenge, but it was dangerous to fight enemies without sorting out your own thoughts. Remembering the Goblin King, the protagonist remembered the question he asked himself on the 4th floor, which was related to whether the goblins there were real. Memories of the monster's everyday life appeared in his head, and he realized that they were all different from the stinking goblins that the player imagined, because they still had their own society and their own families. Folding his hands in front of him, the boy realized that these monsters also had emotions, because they had their own morals, possession of basic technologies, and even ranks that they assigned to each other. Imagining a goblin, the boy also realized that the only difference between them and humans was their ugly appearance. Remembering all those monster corpses, the protagonist also realized that if all this was not prescribed by training, then his actions on the 4th floor could be called murder. Still sitting on the bed, he thought about the fact that he killed all those monsters of his own free will, and therefore the training cannot be blamed for his actions. Frowning, the boy did not understand why he killed them at all, because it was not even because they attacked him. Images of monsters appeared in his head, and the boy remembered that they always defended themselves, and only occasionally rushed at him to drive him away. Also remembering the guards, he realized that if he looked back, it was safe to say that the goblins he had to face were only focused on defense, because even in the boss room, they were only worried about protecting the king and the city. Pursing his lip, the hero realized that he was the one who started and ended the battle. Remembering how he killed monsters, the young man realized that he killed them to complete the training, because they were just standing in his way. Still looking down, the protagonist thought that even if he had to meet goblins again, he should do the same, kill them and move on, because this place is not a game at all. Imagining monsters in the real world, the hero knew that they were killing countless people there. Frowning, the young man knew that if he could become stronger here, then when he returned, there would be a chance to save all those people. Looking down, the hero also understood that saving all of humanity was not such a noble goal, because he had family and friends who were not indifferent to him, and therefore he had natural worries about them. Without getting out of bed, the protagonist thought about the fact that he would be able to return home only after completing this training. Imagining a goblin, he realized that as long as he had a good reason, he could continue to kill his enemies without hesitation, and such monsters were his enemies. And even the fact that the player attacked first did not change anything, because there was no hint of negotiations. Imagining some gamers, the hero realized that the winner is the one who gets what he wants, because that's how it was when he happened to be a professional player. The heart was on the scale, and the young man realized that the only difference between that game and the current situation was that now his life was at stake, and the one who died would be the loser. Bowing his head, the young man realized that now was not the time to hesitate, and he had to do it, otherwise he would die. Frowning, the protagonist knew that he had to kill without hesitation. An image of the king also appeared in his mind, and he decided to try not to forget his fallen enemies. Clenching his fist tightly, the boy realized that these doubts would not go away, but would only accumulate, and this problem could not be solved so easily. An image of the manager appeared in his mind when the boy realized that even this girl was worried about him. Walking through the columns, the hero thought that this was not a question that would have an easy answer, and also not something that could be ignored so easily. Raising his head, he decided not to give up and not to forget about it, but to simply leave this question for the future. Looking up, the boy knew that he would ask himself this question from time to time so that doubts would not begin to overwhelm him, because he still had plenty of time. Countless columns were visible. Many players were sitting on the floor. One of them was carrying a weapon. The girl, with her mouth open, said that they could be caught and asked her friend not to do it. Her friend, with her eyes wide open, looked at her. Chona also looked silently. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of her friend. With her eyes wide open, she looked somewhere. A man with a weapon passed by not far from them. The warrior took out dried meat from the system window. Picking it up, she asked her friend to hide it in her clothes and eat it in small pieces. Looking at the guard, she realized that they did not notice this, because otherwise they would have been beaten if they found out that the girl opened the menu without their permission. Taking out another piece, she also realized that these criminals took everything they could. Sitting behind the column, she also remembered that these warriors were endowed with superhuman strength that cannot be explained, and therefore all the players who resisted them were beaten half to death. Looking away, the friend also thought that the only difference between them was the recruitment wave, because these people were from the first wave, while all the hostages were from the second, and therefore they had already acquired some power while undergoing training. Looking out from behind the column, the girl assumed that this was why they did not let anyone out of the waiting room. Putting her hand in her bosom, she also realized that she should not have let them take away her weapons so easily. Looking at the menu, the girl realized that this menu screen that appeared before her eyes, as well as the portals leading to different worlds, the inventory with weapons and the status made everything that was happening some kind of novel or game. Looking down, the warrior realized that even so, everything was useless, because if this was a game, then they should have been given more information. Sitting with her comrade behind the column, she tried to understand what kind of world this was in which they were now. Looking at the bandit leaders, the girl also tried to find out if there was a way to protect herself from them, and what to do to become as strong as them. Biting her lip, she realized that she just needed information. The guard, with his mouth open, shouted a question about who allowed the girl to open the menu. Suddenly, the two of them turned around. The leader was still sitting on the bed. Smiling, he said that such deceitful people who do not realize their position always exist. Pointing his finger, Chanseok asked if he should take the chance to teach her a lesson. A long corridor was visible from which heavy sighs were heard. The man with his mouth open was breathing heavily. A hole was visible ahead. The warrior, lowering his blade, was looking somewhere. In front of him was a large door. With his mouth slightly open, he was still breathing heavily. Suddenly, his eyes opened wider. A notification appeared in front of him that the first trial had already been completed and the player had failed to clear the first floor. The man held his hand out in front of him and shouted questions about how he had failed and how it was even possible. The warrior stared at something with his eyes wide open. Suddenly, he was transported to another room. Looking at the others, the fighter realized that he was not the only one who had failed to clear the first floor. Smiling, he realized that this even made him happy. More people appeared in the room as the man thought about how, sometime after the start of the second test, new players had started appearing in the waiting room. The two girls were also sitting there as the warrior realized that even these players were no different from him, the one who had failed the first test, because they were in the same confusion, since no one could explain to them what to do next. Grinning, he remembered that looking at them, an idea came to him. Covering his face with his hand, the man decided to become a king in order to rule this world. Remembering how he stood in front of all those players, the fighter remembered that the Representatives Guild began clearing the second floor immediately after subduing the waiting room of the first trial. He remembered how they beat up other people and also knew that they took all the food from the newbies back then, and also taught a lesson to those who wanted to clear the floor on their own, making them an example for other players. Sitting on the bed, he also knew that it was very difficult to die in the waiting room, but still possible. He also remembered that dark corridor and realized that even if the time spent in the room was over, you can return there after the second trial, before heading to the boss room. Looking at the man giving him food, the warrior knew that they would have to survive on their own for 29 days, but at the end, the sweet fruits of their labor awaited him. This man gave him all his food. Grinning, the fighter knew that he was the king of this place. Sitting on the bed, Changsik thought that all his slaves were just cowardly newbies who did not have the courage to continue training under his leadership, and if these slaves were to retake the tests, then his guild would have unlimited food and thus they would be able to achieve stability. Grinning, the warrior understood that he would be in power of representatives thanks to strength and food. Without getting up from the bed, he also thought that he had the opportunity to rule in the waiting rooms of floors of any complexity, and thus he would be able to strengthen the position of his kingdom. But even so, this plan is not perfect, but the probability of failure is 0. Having called up the system window, the man also understood that there would be those who would want to destroy them, since slaves could still send messages to help higher-ranked players. But even in this case, he had a plan. Looking down, the warrior laughed. Many messages were sent from his menu. There were still many people sitting in the room. Chona continued to cry because of the loss of her friend. The fighter opened his mouth. Smiling widely, he realized that such a world was a better one. The waiting room of the 5th floor appeared. The young man was doing something in the system window. Suddenly, windows with his characteristics appeared in front of him, as well as a message that the goddess of slowness was watching him with interest. Rubbing his head, the young man realized that on the 4th floor, his level increased by 2 units, and therefore his growth rate was simply amazing. Standing by the column, the hero also realized that his skills had also improved quite a bit, but his resilience skills had remained unchanged, and he assumed that they could have improved if the player had lost on purpose and tried again. Opening his mouth, the boy said that he had received a message that the goddess of slowness was furious. Looking at the new message, which said that the goddess was watching him with interest, the young man wondered if old notifications were being displayed here. A memory of that message appeared in his head, and he assumed that this god was no longer angry with him. Suddenly, a new message icon appeared. Looking at it, the boy wondered who this letter was from. A message immediately appeared that this letter was from Minyak. Frowning, the hero tried to remember this person. Clicking on the letter, the young man remembered that he had seen him in the community before. Looking at the system menu, the hero received messages that he was incredible, since he had already reached the 5th floor. Opening his mouth, the guy explained that he had just arrived at this level. Suddenly, more messages appeared, saying that the protagonist was incredible, because others couldn't even pass the 2nd level of hellish difficulty, and those who played on the hard level had difficulties on the 3rd floor, but the young man replied that he was just lucky. Frowning, the guy also realized that if he didn't have the willpower skill, it would have been difficult to get to the 5th floor, and looking at the community tab, it seemed to him that people didn't know about such an ability at all. Suddenly, another message appeared in front of him asking if the player knew about the representative guild, but he answered negatively. Remembering old notifications, the young man realized that the interlocutor meant those guys who had sent him an invitation earlier. Raising his hands to the keyboard, the young man received a message that people from this guild were taking food from newcomers. Closing one eye, the protagonist noted that he assumed that those people were crazy and immediately received a message that this guild had been trying to recruit high-ranking players lately. Looking at the system window, the protagonist inquired about why that guild needed this, and the interlocutor replied that he did not know. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked if the interlocutor needed help, and the interlocutor replied that they could definitely use help. A new notification appeared asking if the player knew anything about the day of the Great Gathering. Introducing a certain person, the hero explained that he received information about this day from Kurakiri, the manager of the hellish difficulty floors. Many people gathered in some place, and host said that this day was the first event in the training, where all players from all difficulty levels would gather. Looking to the side, he also noted that this was the only information he knew. Another message appeared, which said that the day of the Great Gathering would soon begin. Rubbing the back of his head, the hero received letters that he should keep this conversation a secret, since the interlocutor does not know who is in the representative guild and who is not. Bringing his hand to the system window, the young man said that the interlocutor did a good job. Opening his mouth, the guy asked if those guys from the representative guild would be at the bottom of the great meeting, because he was now interested in what they were up to, since they were recruiting high-ranking players. Frowning, the young man realized that if the boss room on the 5th floor was huge, then he should prepare well, since the player does not want to lose to those who stand in his way, be they monsters or people. The young man was still standing in the middle of the waiting room. Chona, with her knees pulled up, continued to sit. Grinning, Changsik knew that the day of the great meeting was approaching. The monster, with its mouth open, roared loudly. The hero quickly carried out an attack on it. Frowning, he looked straight at his opponent. The young man struck another lizard with his blade. Immediately after, the protagonist dodged the attack. Another monster was already running at him. The hero grabbed the handle tighter. Suddenly, the monster flew back after using Talaria's wings. Immediately after, the boy flew into the attack. The monster, with its mouth open, was shouting something. The monster's trident was aimed straight at the boy. Suddenly, the protagonist parried it, using combat concentration. Immediately after, the young man jumped back. The hero suddenly rushed into the attack again, using the emblem of flickering. With its mouth wide open, the monster stopped making any sounds. Putting his hand in front of him, the boy flew at it. His weapon pierced the monster's chest. It fell to the ground. Approaching the click, the young man noted that he still could not get used to the Shamshir, and therefore he needed a mentor. Looking at the enemy, the young man realized that he had been on the 5th floor for 2 days already, and the monsters of this trial were humanoid lizards and geckos, which were more aggressive than goblins. Raising his sword, the hero realized that these monsters did not use any protective devices. But even compared to goblins, lizards were more hostile and stronger, which complicated the whole situation, and most likely everything was relatively easy for him due to the increase in level on the 4th floor. Remembering the previous floors, the hero realized that he had passed the boss rooms of the 3rd and 4th floors without any losses. Standing in the middle of the corridor, the young man assumed that this was why the 5th floor was quite easy for him, and therefore it would be a good idea for him to use this time to get used to the new weapon. Looking to the side, the protagonist realized that before moving on to the next floor, he should get used to the Shamshir. Frowning, the hero also realized that he should prepare for the day of the great meeting. The waiting room appeared. Standing in the middle of it, the young man realized that it was a little unexpected that among all the resistance skills, the easiest to use was burn resistance. Raising his fist, the guy realized that it would be difficult for him to get into an environment where he could use heat or cold resistance, but it would also be difficult with the increase in paralysis resistance, and he also remembered that the pain resistance skill level was already high, and frostbite resistance required an increase in the item level, which was extremely troublesome. Looking at his hand, he realized that the burn resistance level could be increased by using a heated seat, because it was the most effective way to sit and kill time. Looking at the community window, the young man noticed that there was complete chaos going on there. Reading something from there, he realized that there were many comments flashing so quickly that you did not even have time to read them, and he also noted that the representative guild had become quiet. Looking down, the hero realized that the people writing comments were excited, and apparently, they were not connected with the representative guild. Continuing to look at the community tab, the protagonist remembered that a few hours ago, a high-ranking player posted information about the day of the great gathering in the community, and this news started a kind of chain reaction. Raising his hand, the hero realized that now those who communicated through the community tab without knowing each other will finally be able to meet. Imagining some people, he realized that for those who are on the verge of life and death, this is the most peaceful event. He also imagined other players who are risking their lives, for whom such news is like rain during a drought. Looking at the system window, the guy also realized that he had doubts about this event being held peacefully. Smiling, he realized that he was looking forward to meeting people in such a pleasant atmosphere. Suddenly, a system notification appeared that the day of the great gathering had arrived. Looking at the messages, the young man also read that the day of the great gathering would last 24 hours. A new notification also appeared, which said that a forced entry would happen in 5 hours, and the guy did not understand what this forced entry was for and assumed that the creators thought about those players who were currently fighting. Suddenly, the young man noticed something in the system window and assumed that time had stopped for the duration of the event, which meant that they did not want to waste the time allotted for clearing monsters. A portal appeared in front of the hero. Smiling, he accepted the offer to enter. Immediately after, the protagonist jumped into the hole. His mouth was wide open. Suddenly, the guy found himself in a new location. A message appeared on his side that during the event, all attacks would be limited, and all injuries and wounds of the players would be healed. Looking around, the young man realized that he was meeting the Kirikiri manager in a similar place. Having gotten up, the hero also thought that this girl could be the main one here. Many players had already appeared in front of him. The protagonist walked between them. Looking around, he realized that it was quite lively, and so many people had not gathered in one place for a long time. Many people were talking and laughing about something. Looking at them, the young man began to understand what the day of the great meeting was like. Suddenly, someone extended his hand to him and asked for an autograph. The guy turned around. Winking, Minhyuk said that he was happy to meet the protagonist, because he was his idol since the days of professional matches in the game. With his mouth open, the young man remembered this person. The interlocutor crossed his arms and noted that the guy should have told him about it earlier, then many people wouldn't be such mythomaniacs. Frowning, the hero asked about those 3 people from the representative guild. Raising his finger, the interlocutor said that they hadn't arrived yet, since they were discussing the location of new victims with high-ranking players and most likely they would arrive later. Raising his hand, the hero noted that he didn't understand since everyone should be free, since the time spent in the waiting room for the 3rd trial had already expired, and since the victims and attackers were separated, they should already be here. Looking at him, Minhyuk explained that there were many of those people from the guild on the 2nd floor, and when the 3rd trial was over, they would return to the waiting room on the 1st or 2nd floor, and the protagonist said that in that case, it would be difficult to avoid meeting the players from the representative guild. Suddenly, someone approached them from behind. Turning around, the protagonist said that it was them. Looking at these players, the young man realized that they were all high-ranking. Covering his mouth with his hand, the interlocutor asked the hero to be careful, because the representative guild definitely had informants among the high-ranking ones. Frowning, his comrade suggested that he find out for sure and asked how strong the young man was compared to them. Looking at them, the boy remained silent. Walking towards the people, he said that he was damn strong. Many players appeared who had arrived for the day of the Great Gathering, the first test, in which all the players gather in one place. The protagonist also stood among them and realized that they had come here to find those who were spreading false rumors. Leaning against his comrade, the hero asked if there were any members of the representative guild among those players. Frowning, Minhyuk answered in the negative. Looking somewhere, the guy realized that if among those passing the upper floors, there were members of the representative guild, then this could become a problem, and also decided to let all these people get to know each other. Walking on the grass, the young man remembered that when he got to this place, he received a warning that he cannot attack other players. Summoning the blade, the guy wanted to know if he could hurt himself. He immediately hit his hand with the sword. Looking at his hand, the hero assumed that something protected the body from injury. A small abrasion remained on his hand. Raising his fist, the young man realized that attacking with the sword was useless. Immediately after, he hit his hand with his fist. Looking at his other hand, the protagonist realized that it did not hurt at all and only a feeling remained as if he hit something. Suddenly, the hero grabbed his neck with his hand. He squeezed it with his fingers. The young man grabbed his neck with his hand. Suddenly, something pushed his hand away. Looking at her, the young man realized that even the feeling of suffocation immediately disappeared, and if there was such a reaction now, then something similar would happen with a chokehold. Looking somewhere, he also realized that there was a certain threshold of player safety, after which the system began to push away the hand. Minhyuk, approaching him, called the hero for a conversation, but he did not recognize him. Opening his mouth wide, his comrade asked if the guy had already forgotten his name. The same one thought that this person was really good, because he helps others without any benefit for himself. Looking at him, the hero asked his name again and thought that even despite his responsiveness, he could not remember his name. People continued to gather in this location. Sitting on the grass, the hero suggested that his ally simply tell the community about what the Guild of Representatives was doing. The same one answered negatively and explained that in this case they would endanger the informant. A certain person appeared and the young man realized that the informant was the player who told Minhyuk that he was held in the guild and bullied, and this person was also imprisoned and became a victim. Crossing his arms over his chest, the comrade explained that the passage will continue and they would be better off finding a way to stop these people. The protagonist noted that it will not be easy, because perhaps the intervention of players of different difficulty levels is limited. Looking at him, the companion explained that the Guild of Representatives gathers players from all difficulty levels, and at the average level there are also about 10 people, and most likely there will be players from the difficult level. The protagonist was still sitting on the grass when the companion told him that there will be more and more such victims, and also that their main one is Changsik, who will either be able to control everyone, or he will be killed by his comrades as soon as the time comes, because many may want to be in power. Frowning, the hero realized that he was much stronger than all those gathered here, and this could be understood just by looking at them. Looking at the players, he thought that if in real life the powerful of this world can be identified by branded things, then here it can be understood by weapons and inventory. Also their gait, behavior and social skills also say a lot. Looking at the other players, the young man thought that based on the information that he managed to get from people from other levels, one can say for sure that the difference in skills is colossal and the atmosphere at different levels is also different. There were two players standing there who said something about the source, and the protagonist thought that the people here were able to relax a little. He also looked at the other happy participants and realized that at an easy level there are very few things to brag about, and therefore the passage is easier, and there are fewer dangers. Some players were sad when the young man thought that at the average level you can get enough points to buy food, but there are also those who are just trying to survive. Looking at his comrade, the hero realized that there are people like his comrade and they take the initiative and think through the strategy, and such people also set the tone for the whole game, collecting and exchanging information, enlisting the support of other people. He also noticed other players and realized that at a difficult level the atmosphere itself is very specific, because most are stuck on the first and second levels. But even though the information about the third level has already spread, only a few people were able to successfully complete it. One of the players, raising his hand, told his comrade that they have not seen each other for almost a month, and the hero thought that all this is just a result of a combination of a high probability of returning to the starting point for healing and low attack efficiency. Suddenly he noticed two players and remembered that among them, the most prominent were those who had completed the third level, who seemed tired of passing, because their faces were extremely gloomy. Raising his hands, the young man said that for this reason a person should pump up his endurance, because he also once had to go through such a trap where it was hellishly hot. While the others shouted questions about where they could do it, the guy explained that they just had to return to the waiting room in time. Suddenly, someone raised their hand and asked how to raise the burn resistance skill. The second noted that there were no tests related to fire on the levels. The protagonist replied that in order to raise the resistance level, the player simply needed to touch something hot and endure it. The young man clenched his fist, saying that this was exactly what needed to be done. The entire audience immediately opened their eyes wide. Standing over the hero, they asked if he was hot. Rubbing the back of his head, the protagonist noted that in this place health was restored automatically anyway, and they did not need to fuss so much, and added that this was the way they could increase resistance. With his arms crossed, Minhyuk asked about the guy's resistance level, and he said that his resistance to heat and cold was at level 4, and his resistance to fire was already at level 7. With their mouths wide open, the listeners asked how he had reached level 7 while being human, and the protagonist realized that they shouldn't tell him that his resistance to pain was at level 11. Suddenly, a comrade put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to look somewhere. Both of them frowned. Someone was walking towards them. There was a sinister grin on this person's face. There were many players walking behind him. Looking at them, the young man realized that this was the representative guild. Opening his mouth, his comrade called out to someone. He was standing right in front of Chansik. The leader, spreading his arms, asked if the young man had any business with him. Raising his hand, the player explained that he had heard rumors that his guild was taking food and water from other players, as well as interfering with their progress and attacking. Chansik was still smiling, listening to his words. Opening his mouth, he asked if the player had any proof of this. Bowing his head, the leader explained that he had to provide proof of these words, and the player said that they had talked about it in the chat. Suddenly, the hero looked away when the guild leader was talking about how he was being accused based on rumors alone, which was extremely disappointing to him. Someone approached the leader. Looking at him, the young man realized that this guild had many people with high rankings. Standing in front of the crowd, the protagonist realized that they only had a few high-ranking people of the average level, and they only had a few normal ones, and everyone else was of the average and difficult level of passage. Suddenly, the young man looked forward. Looking at the people behind, he assumed that behind them were the victims they took from the normal levels and intimidated, because now it was clear that the problem was much bigger than expected. Behind them stood a girl, and the hero realized that she was looking at him. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Opening his mouth in surprise, the guy assumed that she gave him some kind of sign. Suddenly, she began to run. No one from the guild paid attention to her. The leader, holding out his hand, shouted about where she was going. Trying to reach her, Chansik shouted for her to stop. Suddenly, the protagonist caught the girl. She opened one eye. Opening his mouth, the young man asked what she was planning. Looking at the hero, Chona understood that this was the person she needed. Opening her eyes wide, she also realized that he was clearly different from those around him. Looking at him, the girl realized that he even looked different from everyone else, because his things were definitely not from the real world. Still standing behind the fighters, she realized that she had no time, and this event was her last chance. She remembered her sister, who was killed by Chansik, but who managed to give her all the information she could get before her death. She remembered how she cried. She remembered some energy and realized that her sister gave her all sorts of information from the world of training, which was definitely not worth her death. Chona hugged her sister, realizing that she remembered that information so clearly, as if it was engraved in her memory. Also looking at the hero, she realized that among this data there was information about this person, who was the only one who managed to survive on held difficulty. Remembering how she looked at the community window, she knew that he often wrote something there and many began to consider him a hypocrite, but he posted a lot of useful information about the traps for beginners. The young man was still standing in the middle of his team, when Chona thought about the fact that the hero was currently teamed up with normal difficulty players and most of the people who treated him as a hypocrite were just normal level, but now they apparently earned his trust. The guy was staring at something. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the girl and she noticed it. Opening her mouth, she assumed that he knew that the girl was an informant, but she also realized that in any case, the situation would not be resolved until the protagonist began to act. Looking at the leader, she realized that she would need the hero's help to catch these bastards. With wide eyes, Chona realized that she didn't have time to come up with a plan because she had to join the boy first. Suddenly, she started running. The leader started to reach out for her. The girl continued to run with her mouth open. She was heading straight for the hero. Suddenly, he grabbed her. Her eyes were wide open. Holding the girl in his arms, the hero thought about how, since a long time ago, when he solved problems in front of people, the situation became more difficult because if he interfered, the problem could get worse and cause inconvenience to others, and therefore, being a professional player, he had no desire to become the team captain, but in this world, he had no opportunity to stay away. Frowning, he asked the girl what she was doing. With her mouth open, she didn't say anything. The leader bowed down and coughed. Falling to his knees, Changsik shouted a question about what the boy had done. Looking away, the boy realized that he had only hit him while moving. With his mouth wide open, the fighter shouted a question about how the boy dared to just hit people in front of everyone. Rising from the ground, the leader shouted that this impudent player needed to be taught a lesson. Suddenly, wings appeared. The hero covered himself and the girl with them. Frowning, the boy told them to try to attack him if they were not afraid. The girl, with her mouth wide open, watched what was happening. Opening his eyes wider, the leader asked what this was all about. Sitting on the ground, the boy asked them not to be too surprised by such a trifle. Smiling, the leader shouted that they had some kind of misunderstanding, and he could tell him everything. Suddenly, all the warriors began to retreat. The hero, in the air, said that they should sort out this misunderstanding and noted that apparently the enemy was not in so much pain, because in this zone it was impossible to cause much harm and this could be considered an increase in pain tolerance. With his mouth open, the leader could not say anything. Raising his hand, he shouted to his subordinates about why they were not doing anything, because they really could not deal with this player. One person with a sword was already running towards the guy. Suddenly, the hero grabbed his hand. Immediately after, the attacker's hand was twisted many times. The player opened his eyes wide. He jumped back. Looking at him, the hero said that the system had turned on the protective function. The enemy, falling to the ground, screamed loudly. Suddenly, the hero jumped away from him. The fighter looked up. The protagonist, looking at him, noted that he was similar in build to the goblin instructor, but with an absurd pose. The guy attacked his opponent with his foot. Frowning, the young man realized that even if the system softened the blows, they still caused damage, and it would be enough to catch one ugly pig. The young man attacked the big guy with his hand. His body fell to the ground. The man's neck was broken. Suddenly it began to recover. Looking at the young man realized that the player defense system had flaws, as expected. Remembering his blows, the hero realized that all his attacks had passed and in such cases, the system neutralizes the attack and distributes the force of the blow, and due to the limitations of the system, you can't often use blows to bones and choke techniques. But if you aim at a vital point and strike instantly, the system will not have time to react. Looking to the side, he realized that despite the effect of instant healing in this area, the man will still feel pain. Looking at his comrades, the hero realized that Minhyuk and the rest of the fighters had already come from behind and now the opponents had nowhere to run. Smiling, he decided to catch everyone, no matter how long they ran, when suddenly someone asked him a question about skills. A certain player appeared right above him. With his mouth open, the young man tried to understand what kind of player it was. Frowning, his comrade told the young man the name of this enemy. Looking to the side, the protagonist realized that it was a normal difficulty player of level 6. Grinning, Jin-chan said that the hero was not the only one here who had abilities. Frowning, the protagonist suggested that the opponent try a strike if he had already finished preparing. The same smile was on the enemy's face. The tip of his spear was shining brightly. Looking at it, the guy tried to understand what ability his opponent had. Looking at the spear, he assumed that it was something like an enhanced series and in this case, the opponent could have an instant acceleration effect, like the goblin instructor. Opening his mouth, the hero suggested that the enemy finally attack. A blade began to appear in the guy's hand as he shouted out a question about why the opponent should waste time if he had a unique skill. The protagonist rushed to attack. The enemy immediately put his weapon in front of him. Dodging, the protagonist realized that he was accelerating the spear at the moment of impact. The young man's attack hit the enemy. Jin-chan clenched his teeth hard. Frowning, the hero realized that cutting attacks also counted as strikes. The weapon fell from the enemy's hands and the guy did not understand how he could be in the top 5 players with such skills. Suddenly, the young man looked at Chang-sik. Taking out his blades, he asked if he should start raising the head. The same one, with his mouth open, did not say a word. The sky above the location was cloudy. The young man was sleeping on the grass. Opening his mouth, he understood that this was the best place for a daytime nap, because there was a cool wind and the mood was not so lousy. Opening his eyes, the boy realized that it would be ideal for him if the sounds of this fight could not be heard. Suddenly, a notification appeared about the increase in the level of sword mastery. Raising his hand, the hero realized that his opponent was weak and therefore he had the opportunity to experiment a little, because his sword mastery skill had been developing passively until now, in order to avoid attacks even from strong enemies, because he had to block all attacks with a shield and choose the moment, aiming at a vital point and then hitting it with high speed. Remembering how he attacked the enemies, the hero also realized that this time the opponents were too weak and therefore he was able to try out various attacks with the sword. The young man looked to the side. There they were beating the leader, when the guy said that he would like to practice, but the opponent was afraid to even approach him. Remembering his comrade, the hero also realized that as soon as the battle with this guild began, Minhyuk immediately began to help, but did not fight, but helped tie up the enemies with a rope. The comrade smiled when the protagonist thought that this man simply caught and tied up the beaten young players, because he was also for a forceful solution to the conflict. Remembering the chapter, the protagonist realized that then they had a question about what to do with this man. Suddenly remembered the girl who also suffered from the guild and was the one who provided information to Minhyuk. He remembered how they stood next to each other, and she offered them a plan on how to neutralize the activities of the representative guild, and the best option was to send the guild members from the first floor to the second and warn everyone about possible retaliation from them. He remembered how the girl said something to him and realized that she suggested conducting instructions for newcomers, using the guild members as a punching bag, because in addition, with the help of training, the victims will get rid of their fear of the guild, unite, and learn to fight. He remembered how Chona gathered everyone and told them about all the dark deeds of the representative guild, and all the people who suffered at their hands. The girl stood in front of them and the hero remembered that she also asked everyone to show understanding, including those who did not directly deal with the guild, and that she also called for support for the victims and to punish the culprits together. He remembered how everyone behind the girl's backs rejoiced, because with her speech she managed to convince the victims to be more courageous and unite. Looking at them, the guy understood that his comrade and other players stepped back, giving Chona the opportunity to take everything into her own hands, and with this act showed everyone that they supported her. He remembered the training that began thanks to their plan, because now everyone had scattered for training, using the members of the representative guild as simulators. He also remembered the dissatisfied people and realized that there were also dissatisfied people because of the unethical nature of their plan, but no one had a better idea than this one. Sitting on the grass, the hero noted that there were still 13 hours left until the end of the event and asked if he should use the time wisely and sleep. The girl was walking behind him. Turning around, the boy said that she had tried very hard. She looked at him silently. Suddenly, Chona sat down next to him. Raising her head, the boy realized that he was embarrassed. Looking away, the companion thanked the protagonist. Looking at him, she explained that she wanted to thank him again on behalf of her sister and the other victims, and the boy realized that he did not know that she had a sister. Opening her mouth, the girl noted that she wanted to tell him something else. The hero frowned. Looking at her, the boy remembered that his friend told him about everything, up until today, as well as what happened before the training and how she had to survive. Imagining drops of blood, he also remembered that the girl told him about the death of her sister. With her mouth slightly open, the girl asked the hero to lend her power. Looking at her, he asked again, and his companion explained that although she had neither shame nor conscience to ask for such a thing, she would definitely repay him for it. With her mouth slightly open, the hero asked if she meant training, and the girl answered negatively and explained that she wanted to get power right now, and the protagonist asked again. Suddenly, he looked up. The gun was in Chan's hands. The girl picked it up when the guy was telling her that it was a magical weapon that fired explosive bullets at a short distance, with only 5 bullets, but no restrictions on use. Looking at the guy, she asked how powerful this weapon was, and he noted that he had not used it before, so the girl could try it herself. Looking at the weapon, Chan promised to live her life for the sake of others and fight to protect people. Looking after her, the hero asked where she was going. Turning around, she explained that she wanted to test the weapon. The guild leader was breathing heavily. Suddenly, someone hit him in the face. 2 players were standing above him, talking about their blows. Chansik bent down and told them to go to hell. The man bit his lip and said something. Suddenly, a girl appeared above him. Raising his head, he asked what she wanted. Her gaze was fixed straight on him. The hero, frowning, tried to understand what this girl was up to. Chona was standing with a gun in her hands. Hose, frowning slightly, thought about what she was up to. The girl opened the seal of the flask with her teeth. The guy looked at the flask with displeasure, wondering where she got the lubricant from. The player extended her hand, smeared with lubricant, to the face of the representative guild leader. She touched her dirty hand to her face. The next action she took was to touch the scara of her eye with her finger. The man sitting in front of her screamed in pain. The girl touched her eye more and more with her finger. The next second, she pointed the gun at her face. The killer put the gun even closer. Chona grabbed Changsik's hair with her other hand. The girl's eyes widened. A moment later, she shoved the gun into the guild leader's eye. The player pulled the trigger of the gun. Hose silently watched the girl's actions. Staring at the dead man in surprise, he thought about the fact that the woman had just shot him in the head through the eye so that the healing effects of the system did not have time to work, which meant that there was another way. The next second, he looked away with displeasure. Looking at her gun in her hand, Chona said out loud that it was quite suitable for further use. Frowning with fear, the young man thought that the blonde might be even more crazy than him. While the girl pointed the gun somewhere up, the hero thought about how after her revenge was accomplished, her face did not reflect any emotions, either joy nor sadness. The heroine looked somewhere straight ahead, while the protagonist continued to think about how she absolutely indifferently pointed her gun at the sky. The player stood in front of a crowd of people with a raised gun, while the guy continued his monologue in his head, that this is how the group monitoring the security of the Korean server, the guard squad, appeared. An empty field appeared. The starry sky was visible. The man thought about how 2 days had passed since the day of signing the agreement. Initially he was going to resume the attack on the 5th floor after the end of the event, but postponed this plan to help with the creation of server guards. Remembering some players, the hero thought about how many victims became members of this squad, and some of them decided to unite with Chan even before the day of signing the agreement. Continuing to think about the players, the protagonist thought that not everyone was delighted with the heroine's actions, of course, but many normal and hard-level players still joined the cry under the influence of her courage. The young man thought about 2 specific guys, realizing that those who helped deal with the representative guild, including him and Minyak, also joined the ranks of the guards. The former pro-gamer remembered the moment of people sitting on the ground, thinking that the guards wanted to establish such orders to guarantee minimal protection and ensure the safety of all players. It was also necessary to take care of weak low-level players, and not focus on aggressive attacking groups, so they made a list of basic rules. The players stared at the rules, which said that it was forbidden to use violence against other players, harass other players, steal, and that it was necessary to respect the will of other players. The protagonist remembered Chan, thinking that some people objected to the type of punishment for breaking the rules, but they still continued and formed the internal order of the guards, and that was how the story ended. The hero remembered the 3 central members of the representative guild who were executed. The hero also remembered the rest of the people who were decided to be watched over in the future, thinking that the executions with guns and one-sided violence left a strong mark on their psychological state. Turning his head back, the youth thought that they would not think of retribution. The next second, he was already thinking about the players who refused to clear the area, thinking that it had finally become clear to everyone that newbies needed instructions and an explanation of the rules. The man remembered Minyak, thinking how good it was that he decided to do this. He would post the necessary information and materials in the game community. Hose looked at his hand, which had something wet on it, saying that his head hurt so much that he thought he would die, and this kind of thing is clearly not his thing. The former pro-gamer looked somewhere to the side. Standing in front of the large doors, he thought that this was the 5th floor boss room. Now that he was used to the one-sided sword, it was time to finish this level. Raising his hand up, the protagonist said that although it was exciting, he was confident in his abilities. He believed that everything would work out. With the next movement of his hand, he pushed the door forward. Some kind of magic appeared behind the door. The hero frowned and looked ahead. The magic emitted a purple light. Some creature was sitting near the wall with its back to it. The lizard opened its mouth. Frowning, the player thought that it seemed to be a lizard man. The young man looked somewhere, while a system notification appeared that the test would begin in 30 seconds. Looking at the creature in front of him, the hero wondered if he just needed to defeat this overgrown lizard, if this would really be a one-on-one battle, and if they really thought that one lizard was stronger than a horde of goblins. A new system notification appeared in front of the lizard that it was necessary to defeat the gloomy warrior of shadows, the idolater. Holding a round shield in front of him, the guy said out loud that it had already begun. The enemy continued to sit near the wall with a weapon in his paw. A second later, the warrior stood up from his place. Frightened by his opponent, the protagonist wondered what it was. Standing in front of the antagonist, Hose wondered if the grim shadow warrior meant that he would not attack first. Still holding his shield and weapon, the former pro gamer thought that his stance and endurance could definitely tell that he was not an ordinary monster, because even the atmosphere was different. Frowning, he thought that this was the first monster that approached the fight wisely. It was easier for him to get close to him, because he did not want to start the fight first. Looking at the angry lizard, the hero thought that perhaps their skills were about the same level. At least the lizard was definitely not stronger than him. The opponent bared his mouth. Without losing sight of the monster, he thought about the fact that he could not see its face, as if it was drooling. The man bared his teeth. Looking straight into the eyes of the antagonist, the player thought that he should see what he was capable of. The girl sat alone among the white columns. She stared at the screen, reading out loud about the items recommended by Kurakiri, namely a pistol, insect spray, spray can and smoke bombs, and a quick elixir. The man raised his hand to his face. He looked at the screen, typing the words that it was too expensive, let him buy everything. Surprised, the girl asked out loud if it was really necessary to use all the points sent, because she was told not to rely too much on items. Frowning, Ho said that it was true, but the boss of the 5th floor was strong, even stronger than he thought. He stood with a shield in his hands in front of the lizard. Frowning, the young man thought about what he saw on the face of this lizard. The enemy opened his mouth. Staring at him, the hero thought about what it felt like, that he was nervous and he heard that the lizard men were proud and warlike, but he was very focused on defense. The antagonist also stared back intently. Gathering his strength, the protagonist thought it was time to begin. The next second, without moving, the monster said that he was strong and had never seen someone so outstanding. He opened his mouth wider. Frowning, looking straight ahead, the former pro-gamer thought that this was the effect of the Tower of Babel knowledge skill, a skill received from the gods. Apparently it is not limited to understanding the language of monsters. Taking a different pose, the boss of the 5th floor said that strength is expressed only in calmness and fighting spirit. It is an honor for him to fight him. He will not regret if he dies in this fight. The monster took out its tongue. Hiding behind the shield, the player thought that he pretended to not care, but he saw emotions thanks to his skills, because the knowledge of the Tower of Babel not only provides translation from the language of monsters. Spreading his paws in different directions, the monster said out loud that it was unexpected that a person understands him. Putting one finger forward, he continued that he was quite strong, but it was a pity that he was born a human. Showing 3 fingers, the lizard said that he had not seen such strong opponents for a long time, so to show his respect, he would let him attack first 3 times. Smiling at what he heard, the protagonist wondered if he was really giving him the opportunity to attack 3 times. Continuing to hold the shield in front of him, Hose thought that this was the first time he saw someone giving a head start in a fight, although counterattack and defense were still much more important than attack, so there would be no special advantage, but it was not so bad. Changing his stance, he also thought that now he would show the consequences of his choice. Frowning, the man shouted only one word: die. The young man used a deadly combination of Talaria's electric wings. He stood with his wings spread. The next second, surprised, the guy wondered if he had intentionally exposed himself. Looking at the monster, he wondered if he could see its electric attack, react and dodge, or maybe it also had the ability to speed up thinking and concentrate in battle. The hero dodged the blow. The antagonist took a couple of steps forward. Standing not far from him, the protagonist thought that since he kept his distance, it meant he had not lied about the ability to attack 3 times. Silently looking at the current situation, he also thought that he had not previously encountered enemies that were affected by the Talaria's electric wings. If this happened, he thought it would be a huge and heavy enemy with great striking power, and not an opponent who predicted attacks and avoided them. Looking at the player, the lizard said that he was really a very unusual person, so he even wanted to make him his husband. The guy frowned even more. A second later, he was scared. Looking at the monster, he wondered if he had misheard and if it was a lizard woman. The monster stuck out its tongue. Hose was even more scared. He dropped the sword from his hands. Black magic engulfed the monster's body. Rushing to the attack, the former pro-gamer thought that even though he had unknowingly dropped the sword, it would still simply recover no matter how much he hit it. The enemy's paw held the weapon. The young man's next move was to strike. Jumping back, the protagonist wondered what kind of strike it was. The hero dodged the strike. The dark-haired man was instantly scared. A second later, he struck again. The lizard fell to the floor. A moment later, the monster held a spear to the young man's face. The 2 opponents looked at each other from a distance. The player tried to catch his breath. Looking at the monster, he thought that it was too strong. The female lizard opened her mouth while the protagonist was thinking that her technique allows her to aim and strike even after serious injuries, and she is also well aware of the gaps in defense, so she does not lose the initiative. She grabbed her nose with her paw. The guy was very surprised, thinking about whether it is possible to turn off the knowledge of the Tower of Babel for a while. The creature raised her paw up. Looking at the enemy, She said that she had long been waiting for a meeting with a strong male and thinks that they can overcome the barrier between levels, but does not know if it is possible to conceive a child. Despite this, why don't they try to have sex? The monster froze in the same pose. The man was very surprised by what he heard. Looking back with fear, he wondered if the skill had bugged and what she had just said. The reptile smiled. Blushing with embarrassment, she said that her name was Idaltera, but he could just call her Ida. Striking a pose, the protagonist wondered out loud why he would tell the lizard his name. He frowned and thought about how he should focus on the fight, since he had no choice but to fight and win. The monster stepped back. The monster gripped its weapon tighter. The lizard held its trident out and asked why he was rejecting it. Holding the sword in front of him, Hose answered the question with a question about whether he had any reason not to do so. The protagonist could be seen standing in front of the huge lizard. The monster opened its mouth and shouted how dare a human reject him. Hose, with sweat on his face, asked if he had any reason not to do so and called the enemy a crazy lizard. The monster, looking at the protagonist, objected that he was too rude, because it was wrong to judge someone by their appearance, to which he muttered that he had not said anything about appearance, which meant that she had problems with self-esteem. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy decided that it was better to concentrate, because Ida was different from other lizards. Examining the body of the evil spirit, the young man noticed that the strength, speed, and skills with a spear and, above all, the attitude towards battle were completely different. Frowning, the player said that, unlike her fellows, she was calmer and her fighting style was much more effective, and she clearly saw the enemy's attack, dodged it, and then paused and counterattacked. Introducing the severed limb of the monster, the former pro gamer added that she was able to notice and disperse his electric attacks, thanks to her phenomenally fast reaction, and physical attacks were also not scary to her, since she could restore damaged body parts. Biting his lips, Hose said that incredible speed and unique thinking could be the result of some skill, but dodging and recovery worked automatically, and in any case, the recovery skill had a big minus. It seemed like the main character was swinging a sword, and he added that this skill did not last long. While furiously striking the enemy, the protagonist thought that after throwing the sword at her and attacking with the shield, she had taken damage, and it turned out that this skill could not be used constantly. Frowning seriously, the guy thought that this was the answer, namely, first perform a normal attack, let it recover, and then immediately strike with lightning, and be done with it. The lizard, bending down, exclaimed that he was overdoing it. Baring his teeth, the monster said that since it happened, he would make him stay with him. The young man, clenching his jaw, wondered if she had Yandere syndrome, and what else he could do to make her happy. A moment later, the monster rushed from its place. The player, holding the shield in front of him, muttered that rage blinded her, and he should say thank you for her recklessness in attacking. Suddenly, it seemed like the evil spirit swung its spear. A second later, the huge lizard opened its mouth. The former pro gamer thought that it was amazingly powerful, his eyes wide. Suddenly, a blue aura enveloped his body, and at the same time, he used combat concentration. Hose frowned seriously, waiting for a blow. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist decided to see what it could do. It was visible that the monster stuck out its tongue. Suddenly, the enemy's weapon pierced the protagonist's shield. The guy angrily lowered his eyebrows. A moment later, the young man counterattacked his enemy. In the air, the monster's severed limb parried. Blood quickly flowed from the wound of the evil spirit. A second later, the huge lizard swung its paw. The player, pushing back, used the ability of the emblem of flickering. At the same time, the monster lowered its head. It seemed like the former pro gamer sighed heavily. Baring his teeth, Hose said that they finally exchanged attacks. Looking at the enemy, the protagonist muttered that because she did not use the full recovery, everything did not go according to plan, but she still received serious damage, and initially wanted to cut off her arm, so if he continued to fight like this, he could win. The monster, sticking out his tongue, said that he was overdoing it. Bulging his eyes, the monster said that he had just tried to kill her, and if she had hesitated a little, not only the arm would have suffered. On the floor lay a severed limb. Biting his lips, the protagonist whispered that there was no point in denying it. Opening his jaw, the evil spirit shouted that it would stop perceiving him as a guy and kill him. The muscles of a large lizard were visible. Its muscles began to swell sharply. The monster's body quickly grew. The guy clenched his jaw in surprise. Looking at the huge monster, the young man wondered if she was really moving to the second phase. Suddenly, the ground under the evil spirit's foot began to crack. The player opened his mouth in confusion. A moment later, the former pro gamer leaned forward. The large lizard abruptly attacked the protagonist. Hose, squinting, noticed that the shield was about to break. The protagonist bit the corners of his lips in fear. Looking at the scary monster, the guy thought that now it really looked like a boss monster. A second later, the monster rushed towards the young man. Suddenly, the player hit his back against the wall. Clenching his jaw, the former pro gamer wondered how long he would last, because he had used the flicker emblem too much, and there were about 2 times left. Hose abruptly dodged the enemy's blow. Saliva flowed from the evil spirit's mouth. Suddenly, the protagonist bared his teeth furiously. The protagonist abruptly pointed his sword at the enemy's chest. Suddenly, two forces powerfully collided with each other. The guy, closing his eyes, tried to defend himself. The young man lowered his eyebrows, realizing that she really wanted to kill him. A moment later, the player bared his teeth. Suddenly, the former pro gamer flew high into the air. Hose quickly landed on the ground. Sweat was pouring down the protagonist's face. Raising his head, the protagonist noticed that she was really strong. The guy looked at the monster carefully. The monster, opening its mouth, asked if the man had now changed his mind. The young man raised the corners of his lips in bewilderment. The evil spirit's eyes glowed red. Sitting on the ground, the player asked for time. The evil lizard turned its head and asked what he was talking about. The former pro gamer, sighing heavily, replied that her offer was sudden, and therefore he was embarrassed, and also he needed time to think. Looking at the enemy, Hose muttered that this is the best thing to say when you do not want to refuse, and he heard about it from the younger ones at the university. Sticking out his tongue, the monster asked how much time he needed. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist noticed that she quickly calmed down after his words, and then wondered if he was really that handsome in her eyes, and at the same time explained that it was only a little while. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that it was good, because she had stopped. Looking at the lizard, the guy decided that she had gone crazy, and it was unknown when she would go wild again. Poking at the screen, the young man whispered that he would first restore his strength, and then use the elixir of healing and restoration of strength. It was visible how the player brought 2 flasks to his mouth. The evil spirit, standing in front of the former pro gamer, asked if he had thought about it, to which he received the answer that he should wait a little longer, because he needed to concentrate. Suddenly, Hose firmly grabbed the hilt of the sword. A moment later, the protagonist calmly closed his eyes. A creepy monster appeared in the distance, and the protagonist thought that he needed to concentrate, and when he trained this technique in the waiting room, the probability of failure was 90%, and if he failed, she would immediately start fighting back. Raising his weapon up, the guy muttered that an attack with electricity was quite a difficult task, and thought that he had no choice but to use it at the same time as Talaria's wings. Frowning, the young man remembered that he had another option. Holding a sword above himself, the player said that simply using a sword to attack, crossing it with an opponent's sword, was somehow unworthy. Blood flowed from the lizard's wound, and at the same time, the player added that then it was necessary to combine this attack with the use of wings, and maybe he would succeed. A powerful aura swirled around the former pro gamer, and he explained that he needed to gather the speed of the sword's swing and electricity together, quickly get to her, and cut her down. It was visible how the evil spirit opened its mouth in confusion. Having delivered a strong attack, Hose used the skill of electric slaughter. The face of the protagonist was serious. Suddenly, it seemed like all the limbs of the monster flew apart in different directions. The pupils of the lizard sharply narrowed. At the same time, the protagonist parried in the air. His light wings were visible. A guy appeared in the reflection of the monster's eye. The young man quickly approached his enemy. A second later, the player powerfully hit the monster. Blood flowed from the mouth of the evil spirit. The former pro gamer frowned menacingly. Suddenly, the lizard's tail caught on Ho's leg. The protagonist's eyes bulged in surprise. A moment later, the protagonist fell along with his enemy. Opening his mouth, the monster screamed loudly. It was visible how the guy opened his mouth wide. The dark walls of the room appeared. The young man and the monster lay unconscious on the floor. The player, trying to get up, groaned. Traces of blood were visible under the former pro gamer's body. Hose sharply turned his gaze to the evil spirit. The wounded lizard was lying on the ground. The monster stuck its tongue out. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist said that he had succeeded and was also able to survive. Leaning on his elbows, the protagonist said that this had not happened for a long time, and it was not easy to kill like this. Lowering his head, the guy said that his body did not obey him. Turning around, the young man thought about the elixir, after which he decided that he only needed to go through the portal and he would be fine, and used fast travel. Looking up, the player muttered in bewilderment that usually, when he passes the boss room, everything is automatically restored. Turning his gaze to the side, the former pro gamer wondered why there was no message about the end of the cleanup. The monster, lying on the floor, said that this was too much. The monster opened its mouth furiously and objected to the man that he was getting cocky. Hose clenched his jaw in shock. Raising its head, the lizard said that the man had indeed gone too far. The monster noticed that the protagonist could no longer move, and at the same time, he frowned in displeasure. Stretching out its fingers, the monster said that it would not kill him, but would make him its husband. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist whispered that it would be better for the crazy lizard to kill him. Suddenly, the monster grabbed the ground tightly. It was visible as the lizard crawled forward. The guy, lowering his eyebrows in bewilderment, muttered that this lizard's obsession with marriage was going too far. Looking down, the young man noticed that the pain shock was not going away, but he was already able to move a little. It seemed as if the monster continued to crawl towards the player, and he exclaimed that this was the best time to use an electric attack, or at least Ilaria's wings, as well as any remaining weapons. Confusedly baring his teeth, the former pro gamer realized that he had given up Chan's gun in vain. Sharp claws of the monster were visible. A moment later, the evil spirit stuck its fingers into the ground. Sticking out its tongue, the lizard said that it would make him its husband. Hose, clenching his jaw, was very scared. Looking ahead, the protagonist wondered if it would be better to just bite his tongue and die. Frowning, the protagonist decided that it was too early, and today he says no to death, and also realized that he needed to concentrate. Sharply raising his head, the guy wondered what he could do now. The terrible head of the monster appeared. Suddenly, a loading screen appeared. Baring his teeth, the young man said that he needed to perform an attack with electricity, but his wings were still unavailable, and his hands began to obey, but his head was spinning. The player narrowed his eyes in surprise. On the screen, the former pro gamer noticed a warm stone. Biting his lips, Hose wondered if this would work, because lizards are essentially reptiles, which means they are cold-blooded. Taking out a magical artifact, the protagonist added that they are vulnerable to temperature changes. Clenching his fist, the protagonist muttered that he should let the enemy crawl towards him, because he will shove this stone into his throat. It was visible how the monster continued to crawl forward and roar loudly. Frowning menacingly, the monster said that he would stay with her forever. Smiling slightly, the guy said that this was incredible, because she was exhausted, after which he asked if she was still talking this nonsense. The evil spirit quickly approached the young man. Suddenly, the player furiously lowered his eyebrows. Steam was coming out of the former pro gamer's hand. The reptile opened its jaw in confusion. A moment later, the lizard swung its paw. Hose bared his teeth in fear. Suddenly, the monster began to fall down. The protagonist opened his mouth in confusion. A second later, the monster stuck its tongue into the ground. The evil spirit lay unconscious on the floor. Looking at his enemy, the protagonist said that she had stopped. Sighing heavily, the guy asked if she had run out of strength. Suddenly, the reptile stretched out its palm and growled. Turning his gaze to the side, the young man said that he was strong. Frowning, the player explained that even if he was scared, and even if they called him a coward, he would not become a servant of the devil. The monster, stretching out its paw, said that it recognized him as a spouse. In the reflection of the monster's eye, the former pro gamer was visible, and she said that the low man was cowardly, but strong. Opening its mouth, the evil spirit exclaimed that it would definitely marry him. Hose pulled his hand back. A moment later, the reptile fell to the ground again. With wide eyes, the protagonist wondered if it really died this time, because even now it made him worry. Looking at the enemy, the protagonist asked if her comrades had mocked her. The body of the defeated lizard appeared, and at the same time, the guy said that she used a different defense tactic than ordinary lizardmen with their abilities, and this was gloomy. Through sweat on his face, the young man added that she was very happy with his compliments, and therefore he felt a little sorry for her. It was visible how the player contentedly raised the corners of his lips. Releasing the magic stone from his hand, the former pro gamer explained that regardless of the circumstances, they were destined to kill each other. Leaning forward, Hose apologized to the enemy. The protagonist abruptly extended his palm. The protagonist stroked the reptile's head. The lizard's eyes were closed. Suddenly, a multitude of notifications appeared in front of the guy, which said that the 5th floor of the hellish difficulty of the training had been completed. Opening his mouth, the young man realized that the 5th floor was cleared. The screens reported that, based on the results of his game, he was awarded an additional reward, and the gods offered him to exchange the additional reward for a special skill. Lowering his eyebrows, the player sensed a catch. Lying on the floor, the former pro gamer muttered that it was obvious that the skill that the gods wanted to give him was different from the usual ones, because last time he received knowledge like this before the destruction of the Tower of Babel. Looking at the notifications of the artificial intelligence, Hose noted that this was a good skill, but too many unnecessary thoughts appeared when talking to monsters, and it seemed that the gods gave gifts to see his reaction, and in any case, it seemed to him that these gifts should not help him. The number of votes was visible, to which the protagonist said that there were many more positive votes than last time, which meant that most of the gods wanted him to receive this skill, and then added that he was worried. Squinting, the protagonist said that he saw no reason to refuse, because if he refused, there would be more gods who would react negatively to him, and contrary to expectations, the skill could be useful. A moment later, the guy reached out to the positive answer. A second later, a screen appeared on which it was written that the skill of summoning the deceased of an unknown level was received. The young man opened his jaw in bewilderment. The system notification showed a description of the new skill, namely, the deceased can be summoned for a certain period of time using an item on which a part of his soul is engraved, and this skill has divine restrictions, and the number of uses is 5 out of 5. Looking forward, the player thought that this was incredible power. The former pro gamer frowned seriously and exclaimed that this was not just a gaming skill, but some kind of miracle, and then asked how it was possible to use something so incredible, and what did this have to do with the 5th floor. Suddenly, a magical artifact appeared above the lizard's body. Ida's soul stone was shining brightly, and it was said that this was the stone of the strongest and most sinister warrior of the lizardmen tribe from the Aiden swamp, and it was also possible to sell. Through sweat on his face, Hose clarified that they really wanted Ida to be brought back to life, and at the same time explained that she would start talking about her husband again, and asked if he looked like a suicidal person. Many gods were disappointed in the protagonist, to which he, turning his head, decided to simply ignore. Standing near the portal, the protagonist said that apparently, there are no intelligent gods. The guy extended his palm and used the transport. Suddenly, the young man found himself in another world. The player opened his eyes. A second later, Kurikiri appeared behind him. The girl, opening her jaw, objected that he did wrong by trampling a woman's heart. The former pro gamer calmly raised the corners of his lips. The daytime sky was visible, and at that moment, Hose asked if she would like to see him mate with a lizard there. A green portal appeared in the dark room. System notifications appeared inside the magic passage. The screen said that before entering the 6th floor, you first need to assemble a team. A large piece of cheese was visible. The hellish floor manager, chewing her food, said that he was the first person to be courted by the gate guardian of the 5th floor, and the reason why the gods suddenly showed interest in him was probably due to the rarity of the event, after which the protagonist clarified whether this was what she called the attack on his chastity. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and said that he was interested in something and had suspicions about it, and after the 5th floor they became stronger. Kurikiri, holding her head, replied that she could not tell him anything. The guy, sitting at the table, wondered if she was already reading his thoughts. Frowning, the young man said that goblins and lizardmen had their own culture and society, and he did not know if it was another planet or dimension, but their worlds were real. Turning his head, the player added that or it was an imitation of the real world, after which he asked if it means that there is training outside the Earth, because he understood this by observing them. Opening his jaw, the former pro gamer added that the monsters that appeared in reality too. A moment later, the girl closed her eyes. The hellish difficulty floor manager looked at the protagonist seriously. Hose, putting his hand on his head, said that he would not ask anymore. Suddenly, Kurikiri opened her mouth wide and began to laugh loudly. While chewing her food, the girl exclaimed that she didn't care, because these were just his guesses, but if he continued to try to find out the answers by watching her reaction, he would get angry, to which the guy replied that he understood her. Closing his eyes, the young man muttered that history was repeating itself. Remembering the previous reactions of the floor manager of the Hell Tower, the player said that back then, her reaction gave him everything with her facial expression, and most likely, it was out of courtesy to him. Looking at the happy Kurikiri, the former pro gamer added that she always gives him important information and tries to help, and he should not brazenly take advantage of this child's good intentions. Leaning on his arm, Hose apologized to her. The daytime sky was visible. The girl asked what else the protagonist might think, to which he, turning around, asked a counter-question whether she was serious now. Raising her eyebrows, the floor manager of the Hell Tower explained that Ida could be a reliable ally, and it depended on how he asked. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist said that he had already said that he had no desire to persuade her, because she was crazy. Waving his hand, the guy said that he was going and would not buy anything this time, because he wanted to save up points. Opening his mouth, the young man muttered that he was going to change the shield for something more effective, but he lost too many points, and therefore he would first go through the 6th floor and save up more. Kurikiri raised her index finger, exclaiming that he should at least buy elixirs, after which the player explained that it was enough for him. The girl's eyes widened, greatly surprised by the fact that this was very little. Turning his gaze back, the former pro gamer wondered if so many elixirs would really be needed on the 6th floor. Hose lowered his eyebrows and said that he ended up spending all his remaining points on elixirs because he never regretted buying them on Kurikiri's advice. The floor manager of the Hell Tower waved her hand and asked him to be careful and come back soon. Smiling widely, the girl added that even if he couldn't, he should still try faster. Entering the portal, the protagonist asked if the 6th floor was that difficult. Suddenly, the protagonist's legs appeared. The guy, being near the magic passage, thought that there was no way out except to check it himself. Suddenly, sweat began to flow down the young man's face. Looking around the room, the player was perplexed. The former pro gamer looked sharply at the screen. The notification said that before entering the 6th floor, you first need to assemble a team. Clenching his jaw, Hose clarified whether this was a team game and was surprised that it was so sudden. Raising his hands, the protagonist muttered that a team of 5 was insane. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that there were no players who could team up with him. Frowning angrily, the guy wondered if it meant that he couldn't team up with players of a different difficulty level, and his partners must also be on the Hell level, and how, if no one else had chosen this level, and then added that this was too much, even for the shameless. Looking at the screen, the young man exclaimed that they hoped that there would be more than 5 men who could reach the 6th floor, and this was a clear mistake by the developers. Holding his chin, the player thought that the gods must be the developers, and then added that they were twisted perverts who watched others and flirted with players. With his eyes bulging, the former pro-gamer thought about what would happen if Ida were resurrected. Shaking his head, Ho said abruptly that this was not allowed and would not revive her. The adventure god was disappointed, to which the protagonist looked down and asked if this evil thing was watching him all the time. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist decided that it was a white, depraved old man, and at the same time, the adventure god was shocked and confused by his thoughts. A second later, the guy spread his arms out in different directions. Raising his head, the young man said that this was exactly the image that appeared in his head, after which he clarified what he would do to him, and also added that he was a fool for choosing the hell difficulty level without thinking. Closing his eyes, the player remembered that the party game appeared on the 6th floor of the normal level, and this became a topic of discussion in the community. Tall pillars were visible, and the former pro-gamer explained that the fact that the party game existed influenced a lot, and there were those who wanted to go there alone, and those who discussed what weapons to prepare and what skills to develop. Scratching his head, Ho said that all the hell-level players had been wiped out on the 1st floor, not to mention the 6th, and so playing in a group here and now was just nonsense. Suddenly, a screen appeared, again saying that before entering the 6th floor, you first need to assemble a team. Through sweat on his face, the protagonist said that this meant that he could try alone, and it was good that they left this option in the settings, and it also turned out that he just needed to do everything for 5 people. A moment later, the protagonist bared his teeth in displeasure. Looking towards the portal, the guy noted that apparently only 5 hell-level people could handle what was there. Stretching out his palm, the young man asked if he could. Standing in place, the player wondered how strong he would be among the other players. Lowering his head, the former pro-gamer thought that he was above average, because he was confident in himself. The system notifications were visible, and at the same time, Hose explained that Kurikiri said that thanks to the uniqueness of the god of slowness, he was able to obtain his strength skill, and if not for this, he might not have obtained strength at all. Introducing the light wings, the protagonist said that if he was right, then the god of adventure gave him strength, only because the god of slowness gave him strength. The protagonist recalled how he fought monsters, after which he said that since he got used to attacking and blocking blows, he did not feel a lack of skills, namely prudence, resourcefulness, concentration, adaptability, reaction speed, patience and passion. Looking at his palm, the guy realized that he has no equal in all these skills. Screens were visible near the portal, and the young man wondered if he could handle the 6th floor alone, if it was designed for a group of 5 people. Biting his lips, the player decided that it was time to test himself. The former pro-gamer sharply directed his gaze to the positive answer. Suddenly, a fire appeared in the distance of the dark room. Hose landed on the ground. The protagonist's face was serious. A system notification appeared, welcoming the protagonist to the 6th floor. The guy looked to the side in surprise. The young man was holding a shield in his hand. A wide portal appeared, and the player said that it was a bit cramped here, as well as another portal. Lowering his eyebrows, the former pro-gamer muttered that one led to the waiting room. Sweat ran down Ho's cheek. In one of the magical passages, a screen was visible, asking if he was ready to pass the gate test. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that he read about such floors in the community, and it said that the entire floor consisted of only gates. Looking towards the fire, the protagonist said that this is the so-called fire room, and here team members can gather and discuss the strategy for passing the gate, and the magic fire and the presence of a safe place attracted a lot of attention. Sitting down, the guy added that this fire had attracted a lot of players because the fire did not spread or go out, and there was not even smoke. Raising the corners of his lips, the young man said that he had heard that if there were products, you could even cook something on it, and there were those who wanted to settle in the fire room, and then asked if he could also try to fry something. Tilting his head, the player said that now was not the time, and he would do it next time. A moment later, the former pro-gamer approached the portal. Ho's face was serious. The protagonist clicked on the positive answer. A second later, a dark corridor appeared. The protagonist's head began to appear in a new room. The guy frowned confidently. Looking into the distance, the young man wondered if this was the 6th floor, and why it looked like the corridor of the 1st floor. Turning around, the player noticed that instead of a portal to the waiting room, there was a stone gate. The former pro-gamer was told he couldn't enter by sticking out his index finger, wondering if these doors were the exit. Suddenly, Hose looked to the side in surprise. Noticing the system notification, the protagonist realized that the test had begun. Looking at the screen, the protagonist decided to look at the description. A skeleton appeared, surrounded by a green aura, and it was explained that for 50 years, the Pantheon has been persecuting the priests of the cursed Bahar Church, and Bahar is a cult whose followers resurrect the dead and turn their souls into demons. Mysterious entities in red robes were visible, and the guy continued to read that 16 priests, including the Supreme Caesar, managed to hide from the Pantheon and reach the center of the White Mountains. High mountains appeared, and it was said that this place is called the New World, because according to legend, it was from there that the gods came, and the priests of Bahar are going to bring nightmares to the entire continent, using the particles of divinity left in the White Mountains after the gods. Scratching the back of his head, the young man finished reading that they, the heroes, are the only ones who can hold them back until the arrival of the paladins of the Pantheon, after which he said that this is some kind of strange manner of storytelling. The conditions for successful completion were written on the screen, namely, you cannot let the army of the dead go beyond the White Mountains before the arrival of the paladin troops, and you also need to destroy the entire army of the dead and defeat 16 priests. Opening his jaw, the player said that you need to prevent the army of the dead from going beyond these gates, or just destroy the entire army of priests. Touching his chin, the former pro-gamer mused that it depends on the fighting power and numbers, but it seems to be a fight of endurance. A dark corridor was visible, and at the same time, Hose added that Talaria's wings would be problematic to use due to the low ceiling, but in a narrow corridor it would be convenient to fight several opponents at once. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist said that the first condition for passing was to hold out until the paladins arrived, and then asked how long they would have to wait for them, but he didn't think they would be in a hurry. Swinging his shield, the protagonist decided to start with the army of the dead. 4 hours later, the guy continued to wander through the dungeon. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in surprise. Small fragments flew past him. The player turned around abruptly. Suddenly, a huge number of skeletons appeared. The former pro-gamer opened his jaw in confusion. Looking at the crowd of opponents, Hose clarified whether the sound of their footsteps had grown too fast. Raising his leg, the protagonist said that they didn't look particularly strong, and if he used the advantages of the narrow corridor to the fullest, they wouldn't be a threat to him. Holding a shield in front of him, the protagonist realized that the problem was in numbers. The evil spirits opened their jaws, after which the guy exclaimed that there was no end to them, and there could be tens of thousands of them here, and if the priests used necromancy, it meant that they could create them now. Through the sweat on his face, the young man muttered that if he was right, then he needed to destroy them faster than they appeared. Smiling, the player understood Kurikiri's words that he would not be leaving here anytime soon, and it was also obvious that this floor was beyond his capabilities. Looking towards the enemies, the former pro-gamer thought that endurance and speed of destruction were important here, and it was impossible to complete the third series in less than 2 days, after which he began to think about what if he couldn't hold out until the 5th. A moment later, wings appeared behind Hose. Leaning over, the protagonist decided to close the corridor with his wings, because that way the skeleton warriors wouldn't be able to get past him. A second later, the monsters closed their mouths. The protagonist bit his lips and said that it was time to begin. Suddenly, the guy abruptly broke the head of one of the monsters. The skeleton's skull quickly flew to the side. Looking at the opponents, the young man realized that their head was their weakness, because they stopped moving if their skull was broken. It was visible how the player pierced one of the warriors. The former pro-gamer continued to advance on the enemies. It seemed like Hose fought off the monster with his shield. The protagonist's face was serious. The skeletons abruptly leaned back, and at the same time, the protagonist said that sometimes there were stronger skeletons, and these were commanders. Suddenly, the captain of the warriors opened his jaw and screamed loudly. His allies also opened their mouths and screamed. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy said that he was too late. The monster's eyes were glowing red. The horde of enemies quickly approached the young man. The player bared his teeth angrily. Sitting on the ground, the former pro-gamer said that now there was nowhere else to retreat. Sighing heavily, Hose muttered that in the end he was pushed back all the way here, and he could not cope with them, no matter how many he destroyed. Looking at the skulls of the warriors, the protagonist added that he could not even reach the priests. It was visible how the protagonist clung to the ceiling, and he said that after 2 days of fighting, the attack on the 6th floor ended in failure. The young man wiped the egg with a rag. Looking around, the protagonist heard an unusual melody. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist said that the preparations were complete, and then added that more time was needed and a couple of conditions were met. The find was lying on a soft surface, and the guy noted that if he continued to watch this, the dragon egg would soon hatch. Looking at the hemisphere, the former pro-gamer declared that everything was ready for the performance, then added that he would first bathe him in the elixir and bless him with resistance skills. Lowering his chin, the young man said that he would drink diluted elixir and eat a mixture of crushed byproducts of spirits and a large earthworm, and in order to prepare all this, it was necessary to make a giant mixer, but if the pieces were too big, he would feed fairy larvae. Pipes were attached to the platform, and the protagonist said that he learned some magic in case the newborn dragon did not follow him, and even made a dragon heart, so that if his appearance confused the pet, he would be able to come to terms with it, and then added that thanks to it, he is well acquainted with reptiles. Suddenly, the protagonist turned his head to the side when he heard a sound next to him. The guy asked what it was, to which Minyuk winked and asked what the other guy thought, then exclaimed that he wanted to say goodbye before he left. Frowning, the former pro gamer admitted that he thought his friend would be stuck there, but he finally left. Smiling widely, the average player said that he just wanted to leave and live in peace, to which the other guy replied that he was almost sure that would be the case. The young man sat on a chair and explained that if a monster suddenly appeared on the ground, he did not think Minhyuk would want to fight it, since he was one of the people who had led the Korean server from the beginning, even though it had the most awakenings. Closing his eyes, Hoji asked if the average player would receive a huge compensation if he stayed in Korea as a national hero, and would not let politics affect his peaceful life. The protagonist noted that if it were the day of the meeting, they would see each other in person, to which the interlocutor closed his eyes and refused him, after which he exclaimed that he was already irritated by such days. Holding a cup in his hand, the protagonist clarified whether this was true, because if you don't count the first meeting, then overall it was a good event, to which Minhyuk muttered that it was only for him, because he was lazing around, and the others got it. The guy objected that he was actually working too, and the average player opened his mouth tiredly and noted that he was just sitting in the corner, and increasing his pain resistance skill by hurting himself, but agreed that he was helping even when he was sitting there and doing nothing. Lowering his chin, the former pro gamer said that in any case, the day of the meeting would soon be, so he was even a little sorry, to which the interlocutor asked him again, and he clarified whether he knew this. A hologram and keyboard appeared, and Minhyuk noted that it hadn't been that long since he started working as a vigilante. The average player asked if Giona knew about it, to which the protagonist frowned. A girl's silhouette appeared in the blue light. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist replied that she probably knew, and the interlocutor said that in that case, there would be no meeting. Dropping his jaw, the guy explained that meetings were only held when a serious problem arose during training, and then added that if information about the day of the meeting was made public, the vigilantes would already know because Giona solves problems from the start. Throwing his hands behind his head, the former pro gamer suggested that it might be that the next meeting would take place when they finished training and went into reality, to which his interlocutor began to laugh. The young man asked if everything was as before with the girl, to which Hose looked up in displeasure. The protagonist asked why the player was asking so suddenly, but replied that everything was as before, to which the player, standing in the middle of the street, noted that it was time for them to gradually move towards unification. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked what would change if they made peace, because while he was stuck here, nothing would happen. Closing his lips, Minhyuk said that when he left, he would be the only one with whom Giona could calmly talk, and asked him to help her. Putting the cup on the table, the guy clarified whether the player had said everything and whether he could still worry about others, to which the player advised him not to reject this offer. The interlocutor suggested that the girl still had feelings for him, to which the young man frowned in alarm. The protagonist asked if he still liked Giona, to which he replied that he did not, and his friend crossed his legs and said that he had sent him a message. Minhyuk asked if he really sent that, and then exclaimed that there was nothing but swearing in the chat and that everyone was crazy and had no boundaries of decency, to which the protagonist opened his mouth wide and started laughing. His friend asked if he found it funny and said that he was a grandfather who needed to take pills, to which the former pro gamer spread his arms out to the sides and explained that his resistance level was so high that pills wouldn't help him. The average player didn't understand how to teach his friend a lesson, while the latter looked at the hemisphere with the egg and said that he would talk to Jung about it later, after which he muttered that he wouldn't. An empty cup appeared on the edge of the table. Minhyuk said that if there really was a meeting, Hojae would be able to see that newbie, after which he asked if he was on the 6th floor now, to which he received a positive answer, and asked if he expected much from him. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist asked what was surprising about that, since there had been people who had reached the 6th floor before, when suddenly the interlocutor became indignant that his friend was heartless and that the other player was good, to which he replied that he was not as good as him. With wide eyes, the protagonist explained that he had not been able to pass the 6th floor even on the 3rd try, which surprised his friend, since he considered him a monster, and then noted that, nevertheless, the newcomer looked quite talented. Minhyuk asked the guy if he thought the newcomer would be able to pass the 6th floor, to which he, standing in the middle of the pipes, replied that this player was an archer, and if he failed, he would send him an item to help. With his jaw dropped, the former pro gamer explained that with this artifact he would be able to reach the 10th floor, after which he added that if he was lucky, he would rise to the 30th, like American newcomers. The average player asked how strong the protagonist was now, to which he tilted his head and asked a counter question about why he needed it, and was told that when it came out, he would definitely be asked about it. The friend asked a question about how it compared to a G-class monster, to which the protagonist frowned and asked him again. Demonic monsters appeared, and the guy told him that in the real world, all monsters were divided into classes depending on their strength, and so on from A to F, then S-class was added, and then G-class appeared. The dark spirits grinned angrily, and the former pro gamer said that G-class monsters are considered a national threat, and there are currently 4 creatures of this class on Earth. The young man lowered the corners of his lips, thinking about the fact that these monsters usually seize territory for themselves and remain there, and the G-class monster Eau Claire settled in New York, which led to an open clash with the forces of the United States of America. Raising his head, the protagonist remembered that the top players and army were mobilized back then, and as a result, Eau Claire was defeated, but the damage was huge because more than half of the top players were killed. Lowering his hands, Hose thought about how he had heard all this in the community from the newcomers, but since he was in training from the beginning, he had never seen these monsters, and then began to think about the information he had. The protagonist dropped his jaw and said that he was much stronger, and there was no point in thinking about it. Minhyuk exclaimed that he had heard this unceremonious answer somewhere before, but thanked his comrade, to which he turned his back and laughed. The mid-level player smiled, and the protagonist said that gradually the conversation flowed into past affairs, and they remembered their first meeting, the good and bad moments. The guy smirked and thought about how he had only met Minhyuk in person a few times at meetings, but it was a pleasant memory for him because he had no other, being alone on the hell level. The former pro gamer's eyes widened as he realized that this person had become a friend to him, even a family that he didn't have, and he decided that when they went out into the real world, they would never be able to meet, and messaging would also be unavailable. The average player said that he would go first, so they would meet outside, when suddenly his silhouette began to disappear in a blue glow, and the protagonist didn't understand why it felt like a farewell. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and asked him to say hello to the people outside. The guy looked up, thinking that it was time for him to go out too, but wondered why he was still hesitating. There were papers on the table, and the former pro gamer decided that he should hurry up and get out into the real world. At the bottom of the paper was a note asking to send greetings to Kirikiri. Suddenly, tall columns appeared. Lying on the floor, the young man sighed heavily. With his mouth wide open, Hose realized that this was his first defeat. Remembering the skeletons with red eyes, the protagonist thought about how he failed to pass the 6th floor, and all 3 attempts ended the same way. Putting his hand on his knee, the protagonist said that this would be the 4th attempt, after which he added that he would try again. With his eyes bulging, the guy said that the probability of being able to clear the floor was still low. Approaching the ground, the former pro gamer thought about how many times he almost died, starting from the 1st floor, and he had never been so broken. Gritting his teeth, the young man shouted that he did not understand if there was even a chance that he would be able to clear it, because there were too many of them. Frowning, the protagonist cried out that it was like when he almost decided to retire, but fell into despair, lost the strength to move on, and fell so far behind that he lost to an unknown newcomer. With the corners of his mouth lowered, the protagonist cried out that the moment he came to this world, Sonka's body was restored, and the bent back, sore wrist, and slow reaction returned to the old days. Clenching his fist, the guy was indignant at the fact that he developed like crazy and increased his level, and even almost became a superhuman. Lowering his head, the former pro gamer exclaimed in displeasure. Leaning his palm on the floor, the young man thought about what happened while he was in despair. Bright magical particles appeared in the air, and the protagonist said that the newcomer to the training reported news. The destroyed buildings in the city were shown, and it turned out that the newbie said that the Chungcheong province in Korea was completely destroyed, and this news shocked everyone. People walked between the columns, and the protagonist explained that all the players were very surprised by the news that the newbies told, but nevertheless, the military strategy in Korea was well thought out, so the other regions were safe. The training participants lowered their heads to the screens, and the guy assumed that measures were taken to prevent the spread of monsters by setting up a containment line in the north and south of the Chungcheong region, but this was of little comfort, although the situation in other countries was no better, so the damage that was done to Korea did not seem so large-scale. The girl's silhouette was enveloped in a blue glow, and Hoji said that unrest began in the training too, because as soon as the 4th event began, Giona began a war against the former members of the representative guild, and the pretext was that they returned to the affairs of the past. Putting his fingers to his forehead, the protagonist put forward the idea that he did not think that the people who suffered from the event that created the union would have a different opinion, after which he added that they also dared to act right in front of the vigilantes. The hologram showed symbols, and the protagonist reported that the war ended quickly, and as far as he knew, at least 8 people were subjected to repression. Blood splashed in front of the gun barrel, while the guy noted that one of the instigators, Chan, personally cut off the head with her weapon. The girl lowered her chin, and the former pro-gamer said that now everyone is wondering whether she should continue to lead the union, and of course people are divided into 2 camps, those who were for, and those who were against. Grinning, the young man thought about the fact that he himself did not know what was right. The 2 bodies of the player were highlighted in different colors, and the protagonist did not understand whether she would become a cruel killer and live for revenge, or choose the path of a fair judge and devote herself to an honest judgment between good and evil. Raising his elbows, the protagonist decided that he would not interfere as long as everything remained within reason, and if the problem got out of hand, the union would hold a meeting. Frowning, the guy thought that if the meeting did take place, he would act as before and stick to the same position. Minhyuk winked, while the former pro-gamer said that in the meantime, The man was very busy and wrote and published a training guide in the community so that newcomers could adapt faster, and then added that he launched a trading system on the internal trading platform, which is based on an auction. Raising his fist, the youth explained that the rule was that items worth 7 and 77 points were reserved for a specific person, so it was impossible to participate in the buyout, and then said that it was a simple but workable system, since it could help newbies and ensure exchanges between players. The auction tab appeared on the screen, and Hojae said that up until now, this window had only been used to sell cheap items that were no longer needed by ranked players, but the volume of goods was small and most of the bidders did not have enough points, so there was little choice but to set a low price at the auction. The silhouettes of the two players were visible, and the protagonist explained that while Giona was raising people's awareness of crime, Min-hyuk was making every effort to create a comfortable communication environment, saying that he wanted to create a society and culture within the training and make it a place where people could live. The average player folded his arms and said that instead of the 100th floor, which they could not reach, it would be better to focus on the lower floors, where many people could live. The protagonist lowered his chin and noted that his words were reasonable, and then added that in the future, the number of losers would increase. The squad member smiled widely, and it became clear that creating conditions for a large number of weak players was his main task. Large columns appeared, and the former pro-gamer said that he had not been idle for the past few days either, because he had something to do. Beads of sweat were running down the men's faces, and the guy said that they were newbies who entered the held difficulty at the beginning of the 4th round. The young man opened his mouth in alarm, and the protagonist explained that he had made the wrong choice because he was drunk. The player closed his eyes, and the protagonist informed him that this one took it as a joke and simply chose at random. Scratching the back of his head, the guy said that they were idiots. Silhouettes of people were visible in the shadows, and Hose noted that if you think about it, his comrades whom he met in the first round chose the held difficulty because they wanted to. Sitting down by the column, the protagonist thought that although only one survived, he was still kind to the newcomers and tried to explain as clearly as possible what you need to know on the hellish level, including recommendations for protection and rapid growth. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist said that he advised to first deal with the first trap and immediately contact him upon returning to the waiting room, so he thought that they would write to him soon. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted that he could not, because the arrows were too fast, which is why he did not have time and did not see them at all. The guy frowned indignantly. Raising his eyebrows, the newcomer muttered that he accidentally fell and this saved his life, after which he wondered how it was possible to get through this at all. A magical portal formed behind the young man, and the former pro-gamer reported that in the end, one did not return, and the second went crazy. The protagonist lowered his head and thought about how he thought so, even though he taught them so painstakingly, but all to no avail. Closing his eyes, the protagonist did not understand what he needed to do so that those who chose the hellish difficulty level survived. Reaching his hand to the keyboard, the guy said out loud that he was writing to the newbie about how he should just sit in the waiting room, and as soon as the treatment was over, he could try to hold out at the portal until they sent him provisions. The man sadly closed his eyes, and the former pro-gamer said that he told the survivor not to try, although he did not know if this was the right decision, but a person is a mentally weak creature. Bright magic particles scattered in the air, and the young man explained that he would have to survive 30 days in front of the portal, eating only dried meat and water, and then a couple of days in the waiting room and again 30 days at the portal. Closing his lips, the player assumed that he would have to live like this for a very long time, and then remained silent. Bowing his head down, the protagonist said that on other difficulty levels, Miyuk would take the losers under his wing and help them rise, but on held difficulty, it was different. Frowning, the protagonist thought that this was all he could do and decided that he should go his own way. A fire was burning in the middle of the room. Chewing his food, Hose didn't understand how he was going to get through this damn 6th floor. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist was sorting through the objects in his hands. The protagonist was examining the birthstones of the goblin Gractus and Gross, as well as the soul stone of the lizardman Idaltera in his hand. Frowning, the guy noted that by summoning the dead, he would be able to increase the number of allies to 3, but he didn't know if they would become good allies, but if he persuaded them, something would work out. Biting his cheek, the former pro-gamer thought that if these 3 joined him, they could split into teams. Having imagined 3 monsters behind him, the young man decided that they would split into 3 teams and attack in turn. A diagram of the battle with skeletons appeared. The protagonist thought that this would help to save strength, and also give the opportunity to connect the reserve in case of a critical situation, and when the commander appears, the reserve will become a rapid response group and go on the attack, although alone he will not be able to simultaneously attack the commander and fight off the advancing skeletons. The heroes rushed forward, and the protagonist thought that it was also possible to try to break through 4 at a time, because given the width of the corridor, this is quite possible. Putting his hand on his knee, the guy put forward his idea that, as he thought, summoning the dead is such a useful ability that it begins to seem to him that the gods specially gave him this skill to pass the 6th floor. On the hologram, The former pro gamer read that the deceased can be summoned for a certain period of time in the description of the skill, after which he noted that this phrase confuses him. Lowering his chin, the young man wondered if the summoned ones would disappear once that certain amount of time had passed. Frowning, Hose realized that it was obvious that group floors would appear in the future, but even if he managed to do it with a summon, no one knew when they would hit a wall, so passing the 6th floor using temporary allies was not an option. Biting his lips, the protagonist decided that the answer was to look at the long-term perspective and grow up to the point where he could always handle the 5 of them. The flames rose higher and higher, and the protagonist talked about going back to the beginning and trying not to die, and fighting on the edge of life and death while attacking again and again. Opening his mouth in alarm, the young man declared that he couldn't give up even if he couldn't. Running his finger along the wooden skewer, the former pro gamer noted that at least if he continued to challenge, his level and skills would grow, because this was different from reality, where the body could simply break if he overdid it. Tilting his head, the young man explained that there was a waiting room, so fatigue and pain did not accumulate, because this was an environment where one could only focus on growth. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist decided to leave the attack for now, after which he added that he had nowhere to rush. Looking back, the protagonist thought about the fact that if he used the skill to pass this floor, his stats would not grow and he would have to get stuck on the next floor, but in the end, the best option was to work without rest. A magic portal appeared, and the guy noted that if he failed, he would simply return back to the waiting room and try again. A bead of sweat appeared on the face of the former pro gamer, and he said that he only needed to not die. The young man began to move towards the magic passage. Suddenly, the evil skeletons rushed forward. Spreading his wings, the player decided that he would do this until he could deal with these monsters himself. The protagonist was thinking about levels and skills that increase with growth and about the waiting room where he could fully recover, when suddenly white columns appeared in the middle of the room. Grinning, Hose decided that if his will was strong, he could overcome any obstacle, and this was his choice. Taking up a sword and shield, the protagonist thought about the world of training being similar to many RPG games, and the main thing in them is constant leveling up. The skeletons widened their eyes, and the protagonist realized that with leveling up, nothing was impossible. The bone undead grinned viciously. Attacking the monsters from above, the guy thought that from this day on he would shut up and just start hunting, and show his tenacity and perseverance as a gamer. The former pro gamer opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would first reach level 20. A broken skeleton skull lay on the ground, and it turned out that the 4th attempt was complete, and the 6th floor had been cleared. The archer's eyes widened in delight. The girl chewed the food in her cheeks. On the screen, she saw Hose being asked to answer, and then wondered why he didn't listen to anyone, and now he didn't listen to advice and ended up dying. With her knees tucked in, the player on the held difficulty level said that it was 8 years ago, and she had already read the new threads, so there was nothing to read now. Sitting on the bed, the lady said that she was bored just waiting, because she wanted to go to the floor faster. Yonhee stretched her hands up and said that in the waiting room, her resistance and skills did not improve much, and then added that her uncle did not say that it was necessary. The archer closed one eye and sighed loudly. In the middle of the huge columns, the girl noted that after reading all the threads in the community, she somehow learned about what was happening on the Korean server. With wide eyes, she admitted that at first she thought the elder was lying, but in the end, he became the leader in training and the strongest player, and it was just incredible. The protagonist appeared with a shield in his hand, and the held difficulty player said that she had heard of him before she came here, and then added that he was the only player on the Korean server on held difficulty, and the strongest player, and in the real world he was very famous. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips, and the lady said that he was a former pro gamer. Leaning her knees together, Yonhee explained that there were many TV shows about him and his past, but she knew him long before that. Remembering how the girls were sitting in the room, the archer said that she saw a beautiful face on the screen when her sister was watching TV and told her that this person was a professional gamer. The guy was sitting at the computer with headphones, and the girl said that she then said that instead of being a gamer, he could become a celebrity with such a face, and forgot about it. Closing her eyes, the lady muttered words of encouragement for her uncle. It seemed like the player was typing something on the keyboard and talking about how when she mistakenly chose the hell level, that boy became the one who gave her hope back. Hose closed his eyes, and it turned out that the girl considered him her support. Collapsing onto the bed, Yonhee thought that if it weren't for her uncle, she would have died long ago, and he even supported her in the attack as much as possible. With her mouth wide open, the archer muttered about how the main character was her support. Closing her eyes, the lady was indignant at what she was even thinking about. A system screen appeared on the side of her, showing a message about whether she had finished her preparations. Raising her eyebrows in alarm, the lady didn't understand whether Giona had sent the message incorrectly, and what this was. The held difficulty player replied that she had prepared everything, and then asked what it was, to which the other player dropped her jaw and said that it was nothing special, and the elder asked to see her out. The girl widened her eyes in confusion. Clenching her fists, Archer exclaimed that by saying elder she meant uncle, since it was the first time she had seen him called that. Yeonhee widened her eyes and thought about how everyone in the community communicated informally and even swore, and she had never called the best player elder while everyone was talking about him going to the 61st floor to collect points. Jianga waved her finger and asked if the girl remembered what she needed to say to the curator. Frowning, the lady thought about how she was being rude today too, and noticed something like hostility in it, after which she answered in the affirmative. The lady closed her eyes and didn't understand why she was bothering her or what she had done to her. Suddenly, the held difficulty player turned her head back. A bright flash appeared under her hand, and she decided that was enough. At the same moment, the archer approached the magic portal and exclaimed that it was time to attack. A system notification appeared in front of her greeting her on the 6th floor. Lowering the corners of her lips, the girl thought about how Hose didn't tell her much about this floor and gave her the basic information that should be enough to not die, and told her to look for the rest on her own, after which she mentally said that she agreed with him. The lady crouched closer to the ground and noted that there were endless skeleton soldiers and priests who created them on the 6th floor, and then said that they needed to find a way to hold out until the paladins arrived, because she wouldn't be able to handle the constant influx of bone warriors on her own. Yeonhee opened her mouth wide and shouted that it was great, and she would try it. There was nothing visible at the end of the long corridor. Suddenly, the archer took off. Putting her palm in front of her face, the girl thought that on the 6th floor, speed is life, and atop her magic stone and a concentrated magic potion were floating near her. Turning back, the held difficulty level player shouted a skill about creating a portal. At the same time, a bright magic seal appeared on the floor. Lowering her eyebrows, the lady thought that it was great. Raising her leg, she used the Sylph ability. At the same time, the archer jumped far forward. Waving her arms, the girl shouted that from now on, it was better to move using magic, and then added that it was necessary to leave traps periodically. Stopping in front of the passages, the lady shouted that it was here. Stepping on a bright symbol, the lady said that she would leave an explosive magic circle at the fork. Closing her eyes, Yeonhee used the detection skill and realized that everything was fine, because the skeletons were still far away. Suddenly, the archer jumped up. Running near the corridor, the girl screamed that this was the 3rd left and the 2nd right. Running through the dark labyrinth, the lady screamed that she was making the 6th left, and eventually memorized the entire route. A moment later, the held difficulty player opened her mouth wide from fatigue. A long dark passage stretched out in front of her. At that very second, skeleton warriors appeared. The archer frowned in alarm and cast a spell in her mind. Suddenly, a large piece of magic cloth appeared above her. With her pupils bulging, the girl thought that this was spiritual magic with the ability to fly and become invisible. Pulling her hand back, the lady decided that she needed to move near the ceiling. The enraged monsters rushed forward. A moment later, one of the undead stepped on the explosive seal. Human features began to appear on the monsters' faces. The eyes of the bone creature glowed brightly. The lady wrapped in cloth hid from the enemies behind a pillar. Biting her lips, Yeonhee noticed 16 priests next to her. Frowning, the archer decided to think that if they sensed her, they would immediately attack, so she needed to hold out for longer than 6 seconds, although this was her limit. At the same second, the projectile flew out of the weapon. Opening her mouth wide, Yeonhee cast the spell again. A moment later, a bright flash appeared in space. The girl jumped on the broken floor and whispered magical abilities. Lowering the bow down, the lady exclaimed that she was now using combat concentration. Pulling the bowstring, the held difficulty player began to attack the enemies. Only traces remained in the air from the arrows, and the archer shouted that everything was going well. The girl reached into the quiver of shells. Suddenly, the lady's eyes widened indignantly. The dark priest spread his palms to the sides and repelled the player's attack. Yeonhee bit her lip in fear. With her mouth wide open, she used the portal application. Her silhouette began to disappear into small pieces of teleportation. A moment later, the archer found herself on another floor. Closing her eyes, the girl noted that thanks to the magic of the portal, she could immediately return to the designated place, and then added that she had used too much high magic in a short time and her magic power and level were inconstant. Smiling, the lady said that this time it still turned out pretty good. Sitting down on the ground, Yeonhee was upset that her strength had left her, and then decided that she would continue to survive on the hellish difficulty level. Upon entering the 5th attempt on the 8th day at 9 o'clock, a notification appeared greeting her on the 6th floor. Hose walked along the dark corridor. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and thought that it was about a 2-hour walk to the skeleton soldiers, and it was a waste of time on the road. Raising his hand, the protagonist wondered if he should start improving his resistance skills, after which he decided that he was not sure that he would have time to recover before the fight, and he could not drink elixirs constantly. Looking up, the guy wondered if he should exercise in this case. Small magic particles were flying under the ceiling of the room. Moving by jumping on the floor, the former pro-gamer was doing his morning exercises. With his eyes bulging, the young man was surprised that it was more difficult than he thought. Spreading his legs and arms to the sides, the protagonist assumed that he had neglected exercises too often due to the fact that his body had long since surpassed human limits, so doing basic exercises is most effective for increasing resistance skills. Suddenly, the protagonist frowned in alarm. An army of skeletal undead appeared in front of his face. Grinning, the guy decided to deal with his opponents. At the same moment, the former pro-gamer dealt a crushing blow to the skeleton's head. With his mouth wide open, the young man sighed heavily, when suddenly the system reported that his level had increased, and various characteristics had increased. Hose stopped in front of the enemy bodies, but the artificial intelligence notified him that he had failed the 6th floor test. The protagonist indignantly clenched his teeth, after which he said that someone once asked a question in a popular role-playing game, when suddenly the system asked if he was tired of hunting all day. The guy with white hair sat on a chair and said that he would ask the question in return, if he was tired of living. Grinning, the stranger explained that life is an endless repetition, and he himself does his favorite thing every day, and it does not tire him. The protagonist put his palm on the ground and thought about how good the answer was, and he became a professional gamer not because he liked a specific game, but because he liked winning, and that's why he became a professional in one single game. Looking away, the former pro gamer realized that this was why he never got bored of playing the same game over and over again. Dropping his jaw, the young man said that he now wanted to run up to the person who was in first place and ask him to teach him not to get bored when doing the same thing day after day. Swinging his sword, Hose thought about how just looking at that face made him feel sick. The skeletons opened their mouths wide, and the protagonist thought about those sounds. Frowning angrily, the protagonist realized that these were the same movements of the sword and the feeling of pain from being cut by a rusty knife. Raising his chin, the guy loudly complained. Crouching closer to the floor, the former pro-gamer mentally exclaimed that it pissed him off that he had no strength, but he had to do it, and besides, there was an advantage to it. Bright magical traces of blows were visible in the air, and the young man realized that the movements when swinging the sword had become native to his body, and he swung the sword over and over again using the same method, and also found a suitable attack for himself, which he mainly uses. Bowing his head down, the protagonist shouted that thanks to this, he managed to grow significantly as a swordsman, because his basic levels of equipment proficiency increased, but the 6th floor was still not subdued by him, when suddenly the system reported that he failed the 6th floor test. Gritting his teeth in anger, the protagonist thought about the fact that he increased the level of combat concentration, and when he fights, the level of intelligence increases. The dark entity attacked the player from above, while he was thinking about how until now it seemed to him that the targets were moving quite slowly, but now they were so slow that it seemed like they were standing still. Putting up a shield in front of him, the guy realized that he could only use concentration for a minute now, so he should pay attention to this in the future. System messages rained down from the sky, to which the former pro-gamer mentally said that he could grow even more. Opening his mouth wide, the young man began to shout loudly, using a second-level battle cry. The heads of the bone undead began to shake, and Hose explained that a battle cry was a kind of enhancement, and as a rule, tank characters in the game have it, and its effect is a small increase in combat ability, the exact figure of which is unfortunately unknown. The protagonist pulled his sword back and said that he got it when he got really angry and started yelling at the skeletons in response, then exclaimed that thanks to them his throat would stay whole, when suddenly a notification appeared that the 6th floor test had been failed. Death Knight Asdius threw his head back and said that the player would meet his doom here, and he would give him peace. The skeleton grinned angrily, and the protagonist noticed that he had advanced quite far and had met a mid-level boss, although the first few times he thought that this was the final boss. Crouching down, the guy screamed that the undead were rotten and scared the hedgehog, but the system sent a notification that the 6th floor test had been failed again. Swinging his sword from side to side, the former pro-gamer reported that at some point the corridor ended and a fork appeared, which stopped his progress for some time, and after that, other forks began to appear. Frowning, the young man explained that if he went through one tunnel, then soldiers from another went to the stone gate and opened it, and he did not understand what to do. Frightening monsters scattered along the entire path, and Hose realized that giving up on the attack and waiting for the knights to arrive was not an option at all, because he once managed to hold out for 13 days, but help never showed up. With bulging eyes, the protagonist remembered that he ran out of potions, so he could not move further, and then suggested that it was all about the limit of his endurance, and not a lack of strength. Taking a step forward, the protagonist noted that there was a way to clear the road after the breakthrough before the skeleton soldiers from the fork got here, and then said that it was a very attractive way, but difficult, and difficulty was no joke. Hose decided that in any case, he needed to continue developing in order to pass this floor and focus on growth, and then cut off his opponent's head with one blow. Swinging his swords in different directions, the protagonist noticed that resistance to paralysis had increased greatly, and resistance to pain no longer increased with simple injuries. The skull of the Death Knight Atsii split into two, while he managed to say that a person blessed by a false god awaits death. The system sent notifications about leveling up and improving skills, while the protagonist bowed his head down. Putting his palms in front of him, the guy said that he received the skill magic chain, so now he can use the magic that is dormant in his body. Closing his eyes, the former pro gamer admitted that it was difficult for him to understand how magic circulated in his body, but through hard work, he managed to put magic into his hands, although the flow was weak. The youth noticed that the magic had spread throughout his body and his physical abilities had improved, so he guessed that if he channeled it into his muscles, they would be able to exert explosive power, after which he frowned and stated that he needed more practice. The tip of the sword shone brightly. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was used to using magic and even learned to put this power into the sword, and then thought about the fact that this was a laser sword, and he himself was a Josian sword master. Looking at his weapon, the protagonist thought that since he could not use magic infinitely, he should have found ways to extend its use time. On the floor of the corridor lay the remains of skeletons. The Death Knight dropped his jaw and told the servant of the false god to behold the power of the great abyss. The undead screamed that there was only one absolute good in this world, and the player was going to save the absurd world, to which he covered his body with a shield. With his mouth wide open, the monster exclaimed that there was a courageous man in front of him who had simply lost his way, and then declared that he would lead him to death. Hose gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, bright flashes from blows and explosive circles appeared in the air. A waiting room lined with white columns appeared. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and sighed from the weight. The protagonist was lying on the floor, and the system reported that the 6th floor test had failed again. Suddenly, the guy closed his eyes. Biting his lips, the young man said that the meditation skill unfortunately has nothing to do with increasing mana, and it is just meditation. Continuing to sit on the floor, the player explained that it may seem useless, but thanks to it, he was able to focus on using the magic circuit. Recalling the terrible events, the former pro gamer said that he was able to look back on the past, on what he went through in training, and nothing good happened during this time, and the more he thought about it, the heavier his heart became. Crossing his fingers, Hose added that he could not stop thinking about it, and continued to meditate as if bewitched. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that negative thoughts led to depression, and depression led to a decrease in motivation. A moment later, the protagonist turned his head to the side, noticing that immunity to mind distortion had increased to level 2. The guy, opening his mouth, muttered that he felt stress and pressure, but not distortion. Trying to get up, the young man added that he noticed signs of this lately, and it was enough to drive you crazy. Squinting, the player said that something similar happened on the 2nd floor, and then he was sure that he could handle it. Suddenly, it seemed like the monster had broken the former pro gamer's shield, and the system reported that the 6th floor test had failed. Hose opened his jaw and screamed loudly, using the ability of the 1st level of the Soul Cry. Holding a sword in his hand, the protagonist explained that he received a new skill by investing magic in a battle cry, and the Soul Cry has one additional effect. Artificial intelligence wrote an additional effect, namely, enemies below his level cannot ignore his call, they stop and lose the ability to dodge, and at the same time, the protagonist, clenching his jaw, said that this is aggro for a large area. It was visible how the guy's pupils turned white. The skeletons turned around sharply, after which the young man said that due to this skill, he was able to stop the skeleton warriors who passed him and almost reached the gate. A weapon appeared, and the player added that the sword and defense skills improved to an average level. There were debris on the floor. Defeated enemies were also on the ground. Suddenly, huge tentacles appeared. The monster, approaching the former pro gamer, exclaimed that he should see his true face. A moment later, the enemy bit his lips viciously. Unexpectedly, the blow broke the protagonist's shield. Hose opened his mouth in bewilderment. The protagonist found himself in the waiting room, and the system reported that he had failed the 6th floor test. Looking down, the guy said that he almost died. Rolling over onto his back, the young man said that he had been in danger for too long and did not pay attention to his heightened senses. Stretching out his palm, the player noted that this was expected from the final boss, and his resistance to curses had increased significantly, because he had advanced so much. Imagining the warrior's terrible face, the former pro gamer thought that in order to defeat him, he first needed to deal with the Death Knights and skeleton soldiers. The priest grinned evilly, and Hose added that he would deal with all of them later. The terrifying boss appeared, and at the same time, the protagonist realized that only after this could he fight him. Biting his lips, the protagonist muttered that he almost succeeded. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy decided that there was no need to rush. There were many stones lying on the ground. The warrior, with his jaw open, was unconscious. The priests were lying on the floor. Suddenly, an evil boss appeared. The enemy, baring his teeth, said that people were protected by false gods. The young man abruptly opened his mouth and ordered him to shut up. The player stood in front of his enemy. The former pro gamer calmly looked down. Turning his head, Hose called him a corpse. The monster's eyes bulged in surprise. Holding a sword in his hand, the protagonist exclaimed that he should turn into a squid already, before he vomited at the sight of it. Tightly squeezing the handle of the weapon, the protagonist decided to finish this time. The guy frowned seriously. A second later, the young man began to cut off the limbs of the evil spirits. Suddenly, the boss began to wave its tentacles. The player continued to run forward quickly. Suddenly, the former pro gamer found himself under the enemy. Flying high, Hose thought that it took a really long time. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist shouted that he was going to finish him off now. The monster sharply clenched its jaw. The protagonist delivered a slashing blow to the enemy. In pain, the monster opened its mouth wide. A moment later, the guy landed on the ground. It was visible how the young man sighed heavily. Near him were the tentacles of evil spirits. The player angrily lowered his eyebrows. Suddenly, a system notification appeared to the side of the former pro gamer, congratulating him on completing the 6th floor of the hellish difficulty level. Hose sharply turned his gaze to the side. Many screens about points for completing the floor appeared. The protagonist closed his eyes in satisfaction. The protagonist raised his head. Suddenly, the guy looked towards the new notification. The young man bit his lips in confusion after reading that he had received an additional reward proportional to his merits, and the gods were offering him to exchange the additional reward for a special skill. A question appeared asking if the player wanted to accept, to which he extended his index finger. Above his head was an inscription, namely, the exploitation of first-level souls. The former pro gamer's eyes widened in surprise. Hose looked ahead, and at the same time, the goddess of slowness wanted to grant him the fate of an apostle, and the god of adventure was puzzled, and also wanted to grant him the fate of an apostle, after which the system asked if he was willing to undergo a test to prove his qualification as an apostle. The boy was writing a book while listening to music. Hose smiled and said that the grimoire for dragons was complete, and was surprised that dragons did not have a spell book even though they were a magical race. Looking at the pages of the grimoire, Yun said that as dragons mature, they naturally emit magic, their knowledge does not fade over time, so they do not need any notes. Smiling even wider, the boy told the dragon that he should not talk about it. Then he looked at the egg in the dome. The egg swayed slightly. The protagonist frowned, mentally saying that even if he did not need training, he would master magic faster if he helped him, because in order to pass the 61st floor, he needed him to know high-level magic, and he did not have time to wait for him to master his magic himself. Looking at the grimoire again, Ho said that he did not include material that was useless for a dragon, leaving only the most necessary, how to use Kodadama and internal magic, because he did not need absolutely all the information about magic. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him. Hose gritted his teeth when Chona demanded a report from him. The guy, calling the keyboard, said that everything was fine on the 60th floor. Looking at the system panel, he asked if he really had to report every month, hadn't she gotten tired of it yet? The girl's hair was tied up in a ponytail. Chona involuntarily glanced at the system window. She extended her hand, saying that his grumbling was what really bothered her. Everyone sent the report at the same time. For some reason he was the only one who always forgot about it. The protagonist, looking at the messages that appeared, became quiet. He slightly tilted his head, realizing that if he said something wrong, he would definitely get into trouble, so he needed to change the topic. After thinking, he told the girl not to be angry. These days he tries not to pay attention to the passage of time and does not even check the messages. Opening his lips, he said that he had been sitting here for too long, so long that he had a relapse of a psychological disorder, and the medications weren't helping him much. Hoji clenched his fist in triumph when the girl apologized, saying that she had been too indifferent to him, and if necessary, she would write herself now, he could stop sending a regular report. The guy closed his eyes, mentally saying that now the crisis had given him a great opportunity. Raising his eyelids, he said that now he had one more irritant to get rid of. Chona's mouth dropped open in amazement when Hoji apologized for the inconvenience, and asked her to walk Yonhee home instead of him. Looking at the keyboard, the guy said that he wanted to try going up to the 61st floor. Chona, surprised, asked why he was going there. Hoji smiled nervously and said that he had spent too many points this time, he needed to save up. The young man moved his lips and said that she should remember to pass on his words to the manager. Kirikiri stood in the middle of the meadow, looking into the distance. Chona told the protagonist, who was sitting at the table, that he should see her off himself, since he was still on the 6th floor. Recalling how the girl had fought, Hose said that Yonhee's growth had stabilized now, and he was worried that she wouldn't be able to handle the 6th floor, but she was doing well. It would take her some time, but sooner or later she would pass it. Hose, looking at the system panels in front of him, said that the girl had a talent that was different from his, but for a spellcaster, she was pretty good. The girl began to learn magic to compensate for the archer's weaknesses. Magic in which the skill directs magical power and is activated by saying the right words. Waving her hand, she activated the spell. The magic was weak, but the speed and ease of use allowed the spell to completely cover the area of effect. Turning in his chair, the young man said that this magic is easy to master, so many specialize in it. Because of this, there are almost no masters of traditional magic left. Frowning, he said that he heard that something like an event will open soon. Chona, parting her lips, said that people are talking about it, but there is no exact information yet. Pressing the keys, host said that it would be good if it was an ordinary general meeting, it would be troublesome if not. Chona, frowning, said that if the meeting did take place, no one would be spared, because the vigilantes had become completely unruly lately. Standing up, the boy said that she was the one who was torturing everyone to death, and then they were complaining to him. The boy's world cracked when the girl asked him who was complaining. Ho suddenly called up the system panel, poked at a couple of names and mentally apologized to the guys. Looking at the grimoires on the table, the boy said that Minhyuk was leaving anyway. Gritting his teeth, he said that she would have to play the role of a mother now. Frowning, the girl said that she didn't know how to do that. Sitting back on the chair, Ho's mentally said that it would be impossible to immediately find someone who could replace Minhyuk, primarily because Young-ah didn't trust anyone, and if Minhyuk was gone, only he would be left. Looking at the dome in the middle of the hall, the guy said that their friend should have been stopped as soon as he decided to get a divorce. The girl objected, saying that they didn't know that he would leave right after the divorce. Bending over, the protagonist mentally said that Minhyuk talked about his dates and love affairs every day. They couldn't imagine that he would get a divorce and leave like that. Rays of light illuminated the table and the grimoire. Taking the book in his hand, the protagonist said that he was done with the dragon grimoire. Now they need to look at the attribute of the nascent dragon. Approaching the dome, he asked what color it was, gold or black, although he personally liked red. The boy extended his hand to the egg. Smiling, he told Yun to watch the house, while his dad went to work. The boy, looking at the egg, said that he was worried, because on this floor there were only him and Yun. Touching his temple, he said that he couldn't just leave here, the dragon needed a nanny. Mana concentrated, forming a symbol. The rune under the boy's feet grew larger. Mana rushed to the second rune in front of the boy. It began to take the form of a person. Soon, the head of the summoned was formed. Ho's frown, watching everything. The summoned knelt down on one knee. Raising his head, the boy asked if he couldn't summon another. Ho's, looking at his copy in front of him, said that his tongue was just as sharp. Now he needed to watch the house and the egg. Frowning, the summoned one asked if he knew that this wasn't his house. Was he mentally deficient? Then he should give him his body. The protagonist objected, saying that would never happen. The alter ego clearly wanted a fight. Although he was created in the image and likeness of Ho's, he turned out to be surprisingly weak and amazingly rude. And besides, they can read each other's thoughts. So, grinning, the guy asked who was weak here. Frowning, the guy said not to underestimate him. The protagonist, closing his eyes, said that he made him to clear the 61st floor. But unfortunately, he turned out to be useless. Although he can be used as a nanny, his copy objected, saying that if he continues to belittle him, he will go on strike. The youth waved his hand, saying that he can't do such a thing. He went to earn points. Raising his hand, the copy said that he could go, or better yet, never come back. The protagonist smiled. His body disintegrated into tiny pieces. The events take us to the 61st floor, in the ice world. The protagonist appeared on an ice ledge. He put his hands behind his head, lying on the ice. The guy raised his eyelids. Looking at the ice throne, Ho said that no matter how much he looked, this throne was too big. Closing his eyelids, he said that it would be better for his mental health not to delve into the matter. He would not look back at his actions in the past. Continuing to lie down, Ho said that until now, even if it was difficult to find an answer, he thought about it in his own way, but the answer still did not appear. No matter how much time passed, he did not even know if the answer existed, so he decided not to look further. The sleeping boy's mouth involuntarily opened. His way of thinking was a kind of habit he had developed when he couldn't pass the 61st floor and was stuck on the 60th floor to prevent regrets from eating away at his mind. The boy's snores could be heard throughout the icy world. He soon opened his eyes, saying that it was cool here, like the Kirikiri field. Imagining the manager, he said that it had been quite a while since he had seen her. The protagonist frowned. He involuntarily shook his head, saying that he came here to clear his thoughts, but instead, only negativity was creeping into his head. Hoji turned his head, seeing the system panel. Yunga had sent him a message, saying that she had just seen Yeonhee off, but it would be better if he saw her off himself. The boy smiled and said that he had been very busy. The boy's face twisted in displeasure when Jianga told him not to ask him to do something like that again. Then he asked if something was wrong. The girl responded by saying that Yeonhee hated her. Hoji, closing his eyes, asked what she expected. Did she really think that everyone would like her in training? Frowning, the boy mentally asked himself what he should say to safely skip this topic. There were too many pitfalls. Throwing up his hands, he said that the squad leader herself, and no one else, directly sent her a message, so Yeonhee must be nervous. And mentally he said that he wanted to see someone who wouldn't be afraid to receive a personal message from an iron-blooded witch. Chona, hearing his answer, said that he shouldn't ask her for something like that anyway. Being nice wasn't her area. The protagonist was horrified and clenched his jaw, realizing that this was most likely the reason. According to psychology, when a person suddenly shows an attitude that was unfamiliar to him, the other person perceives it as aggression. Yonhee was probably scared of such a friendly Chona. Lowering his eyelids, Ho-jae mentally said that since the player, who was a psychiatrist, had recently entered the real world, now within the tutorial, he, who suffered from mental illness, became the highest authority in psychology. Chona said that as soon as there was information about the event, she would contact him, so he couldn't ignore her messages. The guy, looking at the system panels, said that he would wait for her. Smiling, Ho-jae said that he needed to check if he could send the clone to another difficulty level. Since his clone is judged by the system as a summoned soul and not a player, he could send it to another difficulty level by handing it over to someone. If this method works, it would be possible to send the clone not only to the vigilantes but also to the outside world. After sending the clone, it would exchange souls with him, and this is the perfect plan. Hose raised his head sharply when his alter ego said that he agreed with this. Frowning, the clone said that another difficulty level is considered another world. If he sent him there, the connection with him would be cut off and he would no longer be able to live. The original also frowned. His alter ego began to curse, saying that he knew about it too, and he did not want to die because of his stupid experiments. Hose, sitting on the ice, called him a useless idiot. Raising his head, he said that when he created the clone, he thought he could pass this floor, but it was too useless. Only schizophrenia from trying to split the soul remained. Hose closed his eyes and grinned when the copy said that he felt like a son born from a contraceptive error. His lips stretched into a grin. He should have gone up to the 61st floor earlier. Throwing his head back, he said that he came here before the dragon was born to clear his mind and earn points. Smiling, he said that it was time for him to go. And so, the guy's figure disappeared from the ice world. He found himself in the desert, the second location of this floor. The guy ran through the air. On this floor, you need to attack 2 locations at the same time. The main boss room can only be entered by attacking the boss rooms of both locations, so Hose ran past the sandworms, ignoring them. Looking into the distance, he said that since the clone is considered a summoned creature, it is not an individual player, which is why it is stuck on this floor. Imagining an egg, the boy said that this is why he is trying to raise a dragon, a native born in this world, so perhaps the system will recognize it as a separate person from him. Frowning, Hose said that the probability of Yun being an individual player is low. Jumping up in the air again, he said that he should at least try. Soon, he found himself in a sector full of volcanoes. The boy calmly walked on the hot ground. He involuntarily frowned. The Red Titan sitting on the throne said that they have not seen each other for a long time. Parting his lips, the boy said that they really have not seen each other for a long time. The old man knitted his eyebrows together and asked if he had seen the queen. The boy, putting his hands in his pockets, said that he had seen her. She was complaining about her skin. The Titan laughed harshly, saying that she was too stupid to think that her frozen skin would age. Hose covered his ears and said that the queen had said something like that. Suddenly, the Titan's pupils flashed, and he asked how long he would have to wait for him. Raising his hands, the youth said that he needed time. The Titan sat down on the ground and said that he had become the most skilled swordsman, the strongest swordsman, but in the end he could not use this power, could not achieve perfection. Hose frowned and said that this could only be a stage in his cultivation. The old man chuckled, saying that he spoke like a god alone. Bowing his head, he said that there is no sword without a purpose, so what does he plan to achieve with this power? Hose, with his hands in his pockets, said that there was no need for random questions and answers now. Once this spell was finished, then he would decide how to use this power. The Titan leaned his head on his hand and said, "Is he comparing the current situation to tempering? But what about the will and intentions of those who created this sword?" The boy raised his head and said that he had his own will, unlike the sword. The Titan's pupil flashed. He asked where his own will was leading him. Hose shouted sharply, saying that he did not know. The boss smiled widely, saying that he did not need to know, so he would hear his answer when he was older. When the time came, he should make the right decision. Their will was entrusted to him. The protagonist took his hands out of his pocket when the old man said that he should not make a mistake in choosing. The Titan grabbed the hilt of the sword. He stood up. The demon's hands burst out of the magma. The huge space was covered by the shadows of creatures. Hose smiled and said that he would take care of him. Titan only narrowed his eyes. A huge army of demons stood behind the old man. The system reported that the god of slowness wanted to grant him the fate of an apostle. The events take us to the 11th floor. Hose opened the chest. A system panel appeared from the bright glow, reporting the passage of the 11th floor of the hellish difficulty level. The protagonist, standing in front of the chest, thought about it. He smiled widely, having received resistance to poisons. The guy sat down on the floor, saying that the 11th floor was too difficult. Closing his eyes and sighing, he said that the problem was not even in the difficulty level, but in the fact that a lot of work needs to be done to complete it. The condition for passing this floor with many buildings was to capture the treasure chest, which is most treasured by the monsters of the underworld. The guy was abandoned in the middle of the underground city. He wandered for a long time, fighting monsters. The problem was that he couldn't find the chest. Even after killing all the monsters, There were many chests, he found tens of thousands. The young man tried to catch the monster and get information, but everyone who could share with him even a little bit of information committed suicide without hesitation. Even with his greatly improved interrogation and torture abilities, he couldn't get any information. In the end, he was left standing among the corpses. When Hose dug up the palace garden, he found a hidden underground passage. There was a key. He inserted it into the keyhole engraved on the plate of the royal throne and turned it. This is how the passage appeared. It was a shame that he got hysterical and spent time digging up the entire imperial palace. Perhaps he would not have found this place in his entire life. Hose stood up and said that searching was not his strong point. If there are thieves or adventurers as companions in role-playing games, then they are the ones who do this. Opening one eye, the boy said that it would be very convenient if the main character's squad had an extra. He set up or dismantled traps and found hidden enemies or devices. Imagining Ida, he said that she would not help him, she was too proud. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist said that this was his fate. He needed to stop grumbling, get used to it, reason and search. He raised his eyelids. Looking at the portal in front of him, he asked if he could just leave. Sparks flew from the edges of the portal. Kirikiri was still standing alone in the middle of the meadow. The protagonist, approaching her, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl smiled. Turning around, she said that this time he came alone. The guy, standing at the bottom of the hill, he said that the summoning time was over, so they disappeared. She said that they would have memories. Kirikiri approached him laughing and asked if it took him long this time. He replied by saying that he never thought that in addition to the tunnels, he would have to dig up the entire palace garden. Sighing, the girl said that his reaction was too boring. He cried before. Hose got angry and clenched his fist and said that she was without cake today. Kirikiri waved her hands and apologized, saying that she was wrong and would not do it again. Her screams could be heard in the meadow for a while. The sky turned pink. Hose opened one eye. He looked down. Kirikiri was sleeping on his stomach. The boy couldn't help but smile. Standing up, he asked how long he slept. Looking up at the sky, Hose said that he had been having trouble sleeping for the past few days. He didn't need to sleep in the waiting room, so he ignored his ailments. Squinting, he said that he was always in danger on any floor, so it was natural that he slept less. His rhythm of life was now disrupted. Due to the impatience and self-confidence that appeared after climbing to the 6th floor, he sometimes forgot to eat, rest and sleep, just rushing to attack. Thanks to the restorative effect of the waiting room, the guy was somehow able to cure his physical ailments, but due to the shattered psyche, he was unable to sleep, so his health was shaken. Putting his hand on Kirikiri's head, Hose said that this is why when he enters here, he falls asleep to compensate for the lack. He couldn't help but stroke the girl's hair, saying that she was very cute, like a little child. Clenching his fist, the guy said that in middle school, his classmate had a pet rabbit. She said that they liked it when their nose was touched, or not? Turning his head, Hose said that he had so many questions for Kirikiri, and now he could finally ask them that he had been saving up. Bowing his head, the youth began to remember the 6th floor. The protagonist was incredibly tired. He raised his head. For him, the 6th floor was hell. His body was crippled. He worked so hard to become stronger. He pushed his brain to the limit, and if he cleared the floor later, he would definitely go crazy. That day, a system panel appeared in front of him. The system asked if he wanted to take a test to prove his qualification as an apostle. Looking at the system windows, the boy thought, he had two offers, from the god of adventure and from the god of slowness. Standing in the middle of the ruins, he was worried that the other god might take revenge if he chose someone so hastily. Judging from past experience, gods have the ability to take away the player's eyesight and move to another place, which means they can also kill. Frowning, Hose said that he had to be careful. Looking at the sky, the young man said that when he passed the 6th floor and returned to her, he was terrified. He cried, hugging the girl. Now Hose was in agony, unable to forget what happened. After that, looking at the plains, he asked Kirikiri about the gods' offers. Looking at the girl sleeping on him, the protagonist said that information about the gods is very valuable. Trying not to move, the boy said that he still had not answered the gods. They did not call him for an immediate answer, but sometimes messages appeared that the god of adventure was impatient. Hose frowned, deciding to check something first. He wanted to know if it was possible to accept the offer of both gods, and if there was a penalty for it, could he, for example, accept the old man's offer and reject the girl. Raising his hand, Hose asked if there would be any penalties or benefits in this case. He extended his hand and asked her which god she would choose if she had to choose. Looking at the girl who was smiling widely, the boy said that he wanted her to wake up, but he couldn't wake her up himself. Suddenly, the system panel appeared in front of him. Looking closely, the boy realized that Minhyuk had written to him, saying that he would be there soon. Starting to type on the keyboard, Hose asked if something was wrong. He gaped and froze. The system panel showed that Minhyuk was telling him that the day of the meeting was coming soon. The protagonist stood up and asked if this was the meeting event. Minhyuk, gritting his teeth, said that it was opening again, and would most likely take place before the end of this session. Looking at Kurikiri's face, the protagonist said that it turned out that it opened about once per session. Opening his lips, he said that if the event opened, it meant that something bad was happening again. Minhyuk scratched his chin and said that he didn't understand why he was opening up this time at all, and that was the biggest problem. Frowning, he said that he couldn't help since they had different difficulty levels, he couldn't help find a solution to the problems. It was better to entrust it to someone else, and he would do his best on the day of the meeting. Clenching his jaw, the young man asked what about Jong. The girl was busy, the girl was screaming, getting ready to punish the vigilantes who couldn't catch a criminal in their area. The guy, rubbing his chin, said that if a conflict arose within the vigilantes now, the organization could be disbanded. In this world, the vigilantes play the role of law enforcement, but their authority is very shaky. Their foundation is the strength of the players, shown on the first day of the last meeting. Also, their strength is in Jong's charisma, which punished the representative guild. The protagonist frowned, saying that objectively it could be said that they were keeping people in fear with force, and it was unacceptable to show that there was anything wrong within the squad. Stroking Kurikiri, Ho said that if people did not acknowledge the vigilantes, they would be nothing more than an armed group that monitored the rules, and they would be unable to do anything if they lost the trust of the players. Minhyuk, raising his hand, said that she was doing this because she was upset, she was just doing what she had to do. Closing his eyes, Ho said that in any case, he should keep an eye on her so that she did not make this situation worse, he should try. The young man raised his head and looked at the sky. Looking at the colorful clouds, the young man said that he did not know if he should intervene in such a situation. Looking at the girl, he said that it was time for this little girl to get up. The boy looked at Kurikiri with displeasure. She was smiling widely, enjoying her sleep. Suddenly, the girl's head jerked. Her legs rose sharply and her head fell. Now her eyes were presented with a beautiful view of the sky. Hose, sitting on a chair, asked if it really didn't matter which god he chose. Kurikiri, eating a cake, said that he could choose any test. The young man, turning to her, asked why she was only saying this now. She answered by saying that it was because Hose said that he would make a decision only after hearing all the information. The protagonist chuckled and said the girl's name. Kurikiri, chewing on a cake, froze. The guy abruptly took the cake from her. Holding the girl, he asked if he could choose two gods at the same time. Hose, holding the cake with his other hand, mentally said that he was worried that there would be a penalty for refusing, but it turns out that he worried in vain, and out loud he asked if there were any disadvantages. Kurikiri, restrained by her hand, said that the test would be affected by its difficulty level. Sitting down, the girl said that as a result, he can only become an apostle of one side, but the tests can be passed by both. Hose, frowning, said to tell about these tests. Kurikiri raised her head. She sharply bowed her head. Hose crossed his arms over his chest, waiting for an answer. Kurikiri wrote something on the ground, then the protagonist said that he still does not have enough skill level of pre-Babylonian knowledge. He rubbed his chin. The youth mentally said that this is clearly writing that is not part of the pre-Babylonian knowledge. Slightly bowing her head, Kurikiri said that the test is a test to confirm that he is worthy of becoming an apostle. The content is determined by the inclination of the gods and the character of the applicant. Hose, looking at the girl in front of him, asked what types of tests there are. Kurikiri, closing her eyes, said that it is not because she does not want to talk, she just does not know. Each god has their own standards and their own tests. Standing up, the manager asked if the gods had sent him a bunch of messages. Based on this, he should think about what their characters are and try to make a prediction. Hose touched his temple, saying that he needed more information. She needed to tell him what she knew about the god of adventure and the goddess of slowness, not so as to use up the remaining right to information, but only the most important. Kurikiri, spreading her arms and smiling, agreed. The protagonist stared at the manager when she said that she had already told him about the goddess of slowness. Hose, after thinking, said that if she did not answer, he would not buy her cake anymore. The girl immediately shuddered with her whole body. The god of adventure is a god who likes to fight difficulties and adversity, and also likes to make dreams and wishes come true at the end of adventures. Kurikiri, opening her mouth, asked if she had already told him about the goddess of slowness. The guy answered, saying that it was so. The girl thought about it, and said that the biggest difference between the two gods was how they dealt with adversity. The old man liked to go through everything with people, while the goddess of slowness liked to walk the path of life alone. Kurikiri raised her hands and said that the god of adventure was about group play, while the goddess of slowness was about solo play. Hose frowned, mentally saying that the god of adventure always reacted when he didn't give up when he was in a hopeless situation. The first impression of his name reminded him of an adventure. For the pair who fought as a team, the old man was a great helper. The god of adventure noticed Hose when he was in a terrible state, refusing to revive Idaltera. The many messages from the gods made the boy turn around. The young man looked up at the sky and said that these were all hypotheses and assumptions, and if this was a concept, it was complicated. Standing in front of him, Kurikiri said that in the end, both sides wanted the same thing from an apostle. The guy scratched the back of his head and said that given the current situation, it would be better to choose the goddess of slowness. Frowning, he asked the girl who he should choose. She silently stared at him and thought. She always gave valuable advice, but the guy did not always follow it. Opening her lips, the girl said that it was better to choose the god of adventure, because the goddess of slowness would suit those who are often alone, and the role of her apostle is not something that an ordinary person can do. Hose, who was standing next to the table, froze. He slightly tilted his head, mentally saying that there was cause for concern, but she herself said that the goddess was not a bad choice. Rubbing his shoulder, he said that the god of adventure also suited him. Rubbing his chin, Hose decided who he would choose. At that moment, a system window appeared. The god of adventure was worried. The boy clutched his head and said that given his personality, he had a reason to worry. Kirikiri looked at the boy and asked what he was going to do. Hose turned his head. The manager and the player stared at each other. The protagonist smiled. The boy waved his hand and said that he would choose both. Then he immediately frowned, saying that he would have to become an apostle of one of them someday, and he would make a final decision when he received more information. Kirikiri smiled faintly. 2 system windows immediately appeared in the air. The god of adventure relaxed, and the goddess was upset. Closing his eyes, the boy said that he had thrown off one problem that had been haunting him since the 6th floor. A moment later, 2 system windows appeared. The 2 gods gave the boy various skills and trials. The boy smiled, saying that he expected this. After all, he made the right decision. Now his skills increased. He had wings and a shimmer that was almost cheating. The boy frowned and asked what kind of skill it was. He looked closely at his profile. A new window appeared. Now you can see the percentage of completion. Looking closely at the numbers, the boy said that the god of adventure had too many trials. He smiled nervously, asking what was the main reward. The boy looked at 2 skills, fortitude and composition. Their descriptions were cryptic. As Kirikiri approached the table, the boy said that everything was too confusing. Fortitude and Iron Wall were similar skills. If Iron Wall strengthens the body, then fortitude does not allow you to lose heart. Looking at the symbol of composition, he said that it increases the level of concentration for a long time. Frowning, the boy said that when the last session ends, you will have to wait in the waiting room for about 3 days. Kirikiri sat down on a chair. The boy, scratching the back of his head, said that it would be great if he received composition earlier. If he knew about it, he would have received it as soon as he cleared the 6th floor. His pupils sparkled. He sat down abruptly, realizing that he had suffered a great loss. The guy looked nervously at Kirikiri, saying that he needed to think positively. The girl happily began to eat the cake. The guy abruptly took the cake away. Kirikiri jumped up and started crying, demanding that the cake be returned to her. Hose put sweets on the table. The manager happily ate the cookies, saying that Hose was very kind. He, closing his eyes, said that he was not only kind, but also cool. The manager winked, saying that he was very cool. The protagonist mentally said that this girl was ready to sell her soul for sweets. Opening his mouth, he told her not to follow the men offering lollipops, because they were not offering lollipops at all. Whatever it was not food. The girl, stretching out her hands, said that she wanted to follow the man to find out what it was. Hose stared at the sky while Kirikiri asked Minyak why he couldn't follow the guys. A portal opened. As he passed through it, Hose said to tell him how to finish off skills in the waiting room. The guy rubbed his chin and thought about it. It was a pity that composition and durability were only level 1, but flicker and wings were at maximum when he got them. Opening his eyes, the guy said that he should expect skills to improve, but at this stage it was better not to expect greater skill efficiency. He raised his head, saying that there was something else. Opening his mouth, the guy asked how much more information he could get. The girl answered, saying that he could learn a little. He looked back and asked if she had any advice for the 12th floor. The manager smiled widely and said that she couldn't give him any advice. It was better for him not to know anything, otherwise it would become too easy for him. The protagonist agreed with her, raising his hand. Stepping towards the portal, he mentally said that it wasn't hard for him to clear the 7th floor. The fact that he cleared the 6th floor, which required teamwork, meant that he was as strong as 5 Helter players. The boy chuckled and said that if there was no large-scale raid on this floor, there was no need to worry. The young man involuntarily turned around. He waved his hand at Kirikiri, saying goodbye to her. She smiled widely, saying goodbye to him. The girl closed her eyes and told him not to cry anymore because he was lonely. Hose chuckled and said that it was good to have someone to trust. The girl waved her hand. The protagonist couldn't stop smiling, looking at her. He walked towards the portal again. Soon the portal dissolved. The events take us to the waiting room of the 12th floor. Hose summoned the system panel. The guy was reading the description of the tenacity skill. This skill greatly improved skills in battle proportional to strength, experience, and the number of enemies. The skill greatly improved skills in battle proportional to the number of comrades behind him. The guy's eyes widened in shock when he realized that depending on the situation, his skills in battle would also increase. Standing in the middle of the hall, he said that if you don't count the part with comrades, then the conditions are quite feasible. Smiling widely, he said that he liked that the skills increased in accordance with the danger of the situation. As an additional effect, he also had resistance to mental attacks. The system window appeared in the air. The god of adventure had high hopes for the guy. The system panel appeared again. The old man was pleased. The stronger and longer the user is calm, the more unshakable his determination will be, so for this skill you need to meditate. Hose chuckled and said that it was related to the speed of development. The key to development was maintaining concentration for a long time. Staring at the system panel, the guy said that if that didn't work, then he would train his magic power at the same time as he trained in swordsmanship. Standing still, the guy said that he would learn little by little as he used it. The grin never left his face. So Hose stood in the hall for a long time. The events take us to the forest. The monster hiding in the thicket was drooling. We find ourselves in another part of the forest. The protagonist was breathing heavily, saying that such things needed to be told. The guy suddenly raised his head, hearing a scream. He immediately turned around. When the portal appeared, the system asked if he wanted to start. The guy, crossing his arms over his chest, was wondering whether he should go in, even though he had slept and regained his strength. Opening his lips, he asked where the team member confirmation window was. Looking at the portal again, he decided that this floor was for soloists. Walking up to it, he said that he could definitely handle this floor even without advice. The protagonist froze, saying that because he had spent too much time on the 6th floor, his skill levels were far behind the other participants. This was a good opportunity to catch up. In other difficulty levels, up to level 30 is called the residential area. There are many higher level rankers living there. Frowning, the youth said that comparing the hell level with others was useless. Touching the panel, he said that it was time for him to go. His body, turning into light, rushed forward. And so he found himself in a forest. Hose sat down. Looking around, he said that this place was still better than the desert or the snow-covered mountains. Sitting in the forest, he said that thanks to his resistance to the heat, he could endure it as long as he wanted. A system panel appeared in front of the guy, congratulating him on ascending to the 12th floor. This is a wild place, where there is no culture, no civilization, but this place is known for its predatory and harsh conditions. The survival rate here was very low. Many tried to challenge this jungle. Only a few survived. Hose is a young fighter who decided to show his strength. He needs to maintain dignity in these forests. Now he was gloomy. He, being dissatisfied, looked around. The system told him that he must survive here for 25 days. The young man's face twisted. The inventory window was unavailable, which the system immediately informed him of. The protagonist frowned and sweated heavily. He began to scream, anxiously poking at the system panel. Hose bent over, clearly angry. The young man stared at his hands. Sitting in the middle of the forest, he said that he would go crazy. Touching the panel again, Hose said that he had neither a shield nor a sword, and nothing in his pockets. The boy gritted his teeth. It was his mistake. He didn't take the weapon. The player chuckled, realizing that he still had 25 days to survive here. Sitting down in a small clearing, he asked himself if this meant he had to stay here for the full 25 days. Opening his mouth, the young man said that there were no losing conditions now, no portal back. Looking at the forest in front of him, he said that, in other words, he was here until he died. Looking at the other side of the thicket, he said that he couldn't stay here for 25 days, because there were 24 days left until the end of the test. Hose sweated, realizing that the next test would not be easy. Scratching the back of his head, he said that he had passed the 11th floor in a day. Now he would have to hang around here for a month. Looking around the forest, he said that he should find provisions and build a safe house. Standing up, Hose said that the 12th floor of the hell difficulty level should not be easy. He closed his eyes and said that he should mark the territory like animals so that no one would come near. But he didn't know who his enemy was. Looking up at the treetops, the young man thought about it. Raising his hand, he said that if he conquered the jungle, he could probably clear the floor in 24 days. Clenching his jaw, Hose said that he should first conduct reconnaissance, and if the opportunity arose, he should come up with a plan to conquer. The protagonist's entire body shook when he heard a furious roar. He immediately turned around. Huge monsters the size of a hill were fighting among themselves. Hose was sweating and his mouth was open in shock. The monster roared as blood spurted out. Hose bent his knees and said that this was going to be bad. Mana began to accumulate in the monster's mouth. The protagonist gritted his teeth. The stream of fire was stopped by the barrier. Hose immediately turned around and ran away. Gritting his teeth, he asked what the dragons were doing here. The huge dragons continued to fight behind him. The monster's blood periodically splashed onto Hose's face. The two dragons continued to fight for a long time. The protagonist sat down, leaning against a tree. He barely opened one eye. Looking at his hand, he said that if he could use his inventory, everything would be easier. Gritting his teeth, he said that he didn't even have water. The young man closed his eyes. Standing up, Hose said that they needed to replenish their supplies right away, but the fruits here could be poisonous. Gritting his teeth, he said that dangers awaited him at every step. Looking at the forest in front of him, the protagonist said that if one died, the other was definitely alive. Looking around, he said that perhaps there would be those who would hunt him. The guy pushed the leaves aside with his hand. Hose pushed aside the vines, saying that he didn't have time to fool around. Soon, the sunlight passed through the jungle. Hose continued walking through the forest. He pushed aside the vegetation with his hand. Frowning, the young man cursed. Soon, a system window appeared. It was a message from Mr. Hyunjin. Turning his head, the protagonist said that he needed to rest. So he sat down near a tree. System windows appeared in front of him. Frowning, Hose wrote to his friend that he was not busy yet, but would be soon. Staring intently at the panel, the young man decided to tell his friend everything. Hyunjin raised his hand. The hell-level player began typing on the keyboard. Hose, raising his hand, said that he was in a terrible situation and could not use the inventory. Hyunjin smiled, saying that he should not reach this level. The protagonist was puzzled and raised his eyebrows. Bowing his head, he mentally said that he had overlooked the fact that the boy was also an interested party. Going through the hell level in real time, he didn't need to just watch what was happening. Parting his lips, he suggested changing the topic. How are the newbies? Hyunjin, typing on the keyboard, said that they were annoyed because they couldn't clear the first floor, but what can you do, they have to endure. The newbie, armed with a sword and shield, entered the dungeon. Smiling nervously, the player said that if they were pulled out early, they would definitely die. Hose frowned at his friend's words. Hyunjin was not always so gloomy. He used to be a cheerful boy. He was bright and laughed even at boring stories. Now, standing in front of the boss room on the 3rd floor, he was about to reach the door. Lowering his hands, Hyunjin told Hoji that he wasn't sure if he could walk like him, and he didn't want to walk mindlessly without any information about Valley Day. The protagonist, recalling the passage of the level, realized that the boy was upset because he refused the challenge. Hyunjin raised his head and said that he would focus on self-improvement until he was sure that he could do it. Hoji, who was sitting on the ground, wished him luck. He called off the system with a wave of his hand. Hyunjin is very careful and cautious. He values safety above all else. He achieves success in cold blood. Before acting, he calculates everything and thinks to a plan. In games, this is more suitable for hired killers and thieves. The boy closed his eyes, realizing that this young man was the second to advance beyond the 1st floor of the hell level. Hyunjin, scratching the back of his head, once said that he was here because he lost a bet when he was drunk, and yet he gets along well with people and is always smiling. The protagonist thought about the waiting room. With his knee pressed to his chest, Host said that Hyunjin was better at speaking than him, so this job suited him better. He was a better counselor on psychological issues than him. The boy involuntarily opened his mouth. His friend's sullenness bothered him. Looking at the sky, the young man said that Hyunjin said that there would be a meeting at the end of the session. Sitting still, Host thought that he was not sure if he could calm anyone down with his talk. Soon, he stood up. Raising his head, the young man decided to return to thinking about the 12th floor. Looking at the forest in front of him, Host said that he needed to find a hearth, a condition for successful passage, survival. So now it was important to find a safe place. He could hide near the river, or set up a base in a cave. You could also settle in a tree. Rubbing his chin, Host said that now he needed to expand the area of action. There was a high probability that predators would gather near the river, and there were no caves nearby. Turning to the tree, he said that he needed to find a large tree to build a hut on. Host squinted. He didn't know if he should go and scout the area. The trees were too thick and his view was narrow. The young man turned around abruptly. He stood facing the thick forest. Looking back over his shoulder, Host said that these were not insects. The young man walked a few meters. The guy frowned, looking to the side. Turning his head, he said that he couldn't be mistaken. Mana spread from his body. Now the entire area became visible to him. Host closed his eyes. The monster took a step forward. The guy, pouring mana into his hand, said that this was the first time he fought in stealth mode. The young man's palm glowed because of the mana. Something rushed towards him from behind. The protagonist turned around abruptly. He struck the monster's arm with a precise blow. Blood spurted out from the wound. Hose grinned. The monkey stepped back. The boy parted his lips and said that the setting was similar to the Jurassic period, but there were mammals here. The monster's arms were like sickles. The beast itself looked like a relative of the orangutan. Hose's arm lit up again. Taking a stance, the protagonist asked the enemy if he understood what he was saying. The beast standing opposite him was sweating profusely. The monster raised its sickle-shaped limb. Hose frowned, looking at him. Taking a stance, the young man offered to talk. The beast narrowed its eyes and began to make incomprehensible sounds. Hose, holding out his hand, told it to calm down, because he would let him go if they came to an agreement. The orangutan abruptly raised its hands and screamed. Looking at the monster waving its arms, the protagonist realized that it was even more nervous than he was. The guy drew his eyebrows together. Stepping forward, he said that he should try. The beast sweated profusely. Out of fear, it rushed at the man and attacked. Ho's concentrated mana in his hand. Having cut off one of the monkey's arms, the guy delivered a second blow. The beast's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Ho's, enveloping his hands in mana, said that this, of course, cannot be compared to a magic weapon, but the method is effective. He kicked the orangutan sharply. The monster rolled on the ground. The young man stepped on it. Its eyes shone. Remembering how the enemy used the invisibility skill, Ho said that this monster can't do anything else, so it does not create any more problems. The monster raised its hand. Ho's cut off its limb in one movement. The beast opened its mouth, experiencing hellish pain. The protagonist, frowning, said that he should have listened to him earlier. Looking at the monkey below him, the young man realized that he was about to die. The monster began to breathe heavily. It suddenly screamed with all its might. Ho's gritted his teeth, realizing that the creature was calling its relatives. He immediately began to turn around. The forest was filled with the gaze of monsters. The orangutans hanging on the branches roared. Ho's, frowning even more, began to curse. He turned his head sharply. The orangutan below him died immediately after a heart-rending scream. Ho's, angry, looked behind himself, realizing that everything was not going according to plan. He began to shake his head, listening to screams everywhere. The guy's face twisted with anger when he said that he did not know anything, either the number of enemies, nor their strength, nor the area. The guy began to shake his head. Foliage filled the entire jungle. All the space under the crowns was filled with vegetation. The protagonist jumped up. He slid along the ground, trying to stop. Clenching his jaw, the guy said that he already knew everything. Rushing forward, he said that nothing is given for free on the hell level. The monster appeared right in front of him. Hose killed it with one blow and ran on. Looking at the forest in front of him, he said that the bushes were too thick here, he would not be able to get through even if he killed everyone. The young man looked to the side. The monkeys followed him along the branches. They do not attack after they learn of his strength, but if he turns his back to them. So the monster will immediately attack, appearing behind. Hose threw the enemy back with a blow. His fist glowed because of the mana. Stopping, Hose said that he has been running away from them for a whole day, but they are constantly chasing him. You can kill them one by one, but it's not that easy on the move, most of them are unconscious. 3 orangutans rushed at the guy. They were flexible, fast, and they had sickles instead of hands. Ho's cry was heard in the forest, saying that he could escape by flying away on Talari's wings or using flicker, but there might be other monsters in the sky. Running away, the young man said that these guys are not as dangerous as dragons. Another orangutan appeared in his path. The monsters began to surround him, approaching from all sides. The protagonist jumped and rushed away. It would be better if they attacked at once. Each of these shaggy monsters had a unique ability. This place was full of monsters. The dragons here used flames for defense. The player frowned, realizing that the enemies had the skills they received when they got into the tutorial. The first orangutan had the skill of invisibility. The other one had regeneration and the blessing of the wind spirit. Hose, opening his mouth, screamed, saying that he didn't know how the next one would attack, so it was even more difficult for him. The thickets in front of him stirred. 2 monsters flew out to meet him. Hose screamed, cursing the monsters. He threw the first monster back with a blow to the body. Immediately after, he kicked the second beast in the face. The monsters' bodies were thrown back from him. The guy frowned, looking after them. Lightning ran along the sickle. The orangutan's entire body was enveloped in electricity. The protagonist, opening his lips, said that this time the owner of magic had come to him. The monster, surrounded by lightning, raised its paws. The protagonist's hands glowed with electricity magic. He moved it up to attack. The guy kicked his opponent. The creature fell to the ground from the blow. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist frowned, thinking that the monsters were annoying, and didn't understand when they were finished. At this moment, the monkey-like creatures continued to attack in pairs, so the player couldn't guess how many there were. Hose ran towards the mountain as fast as he could. He frowned and said that he would go to this cliff. The wind rustled over the forest, when the protagonist thought that the monsters had sickles instead of hands, and they would not be able to climb the cliff, so he had to confuse the tracks so that he could escape from them even if they climbed to the very top. Accelerate even more, the player decided to try it. It seemed that the forest was quiet. Rare barely moved from the wind. Hose threw the monsters in different directions. Clenching his fist and thinking that this was too much, he gritted his teeth and carried on another attack. The guy punched the creature in the stomach, shouting for them to slow down. Dealing several blows at once, the protagonist realized that the war with the orangutans lasted about 2 days, and he could not even get close to the rock, which was seemingly 2 steps away, and he could not eat or drink these days. Crossing her arms, Hose shouted that he was no longer talking about sleep, since he could not even go to the toilet. The guy straightened up, forcibly throwing himself back opponents. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The guy rushed forward along the path, saying that last time, using the skill, He caused aggression and destroyed everything that goes beyond the action of the skill. He ran as fast as he could, thinking about how intelligent the monsters were, and whether they were using the environment to attack. At this moment, another monster jumped from above, and the protagonist was thinking about traps and timing an attack, as well as calling out aggression. He spread his arms and continued to run through the forest, thinking about the monsters setting traps around him, and in several rows more. The protagonist rushed through the leaves, thinking about 4 rows of traps. How is this possible in such a dense forest? Can they really control such an army? Several balls of light flashed in the forest. When the protagonist thought about his location, the movement of monsters in the terrain, it is impossible to take into account so many factors and make a plan without a leader. Hose looked up and asked if his opponents had a walkie-talkie. He bent down to make it easier to run, asking if this is a skill. The guy imagined one of the monsters sitting on a tree, thought there that it could be surveillance of everything from a height, or something like telepathy, since somewhere the commander sits, who leads this crowd uses skill. Having stirred, the protagonist realized that this could be a good hypothesis. At that moment, another creature jumped out of the leaflets from above. The monster attacked the protagonist. The protagonist took a step to the side, dodged. Hose, spreading his legs wide, stopped, thinking that his inventions did not help him in any way. At that moment, one of the monsters fell on the path. The guy continued his run, thinking that even if it was true, he would not be able to avoid traps, so he began to think about the options. The protagonist imagined the monster and thought that first of all it was necessary to kill the commander, who from somewhere controls these macaques. He put on wings and thought that in general it was necessary to take off on the wings of the goods and get away from here. Hose looked at the rock and realized that the third step was to climb it. He pushed off from the tree to jump over a greater distance, thought that in reality the first option was difficult to implement, and if he followed the second plan, he would have to fly for a very long time, he might run into dragons, and then be somewhere. The protagonist looked at the rock again, understanding that the only thing left was to climb it. Hose looked at the system window that suddenly popped up when someone asked him if he was busy. Having hit another monkey, the protagonist quickly typed out a response. Continuing to run, he said that he had been told something strange, and to which he received the answer that it was not urgent, they could talk later. The forest was drowning in silent silence, and the protagonist continued to run. Finally, he grinned, because he had come running. The rock towered above him. The protagonist bent down and thought that now there was definitely not much left. At that moment, a pair of monkeys jumped on him from above. The main characters used flicker. Then the protagonist used the Talaria wings. He soared upward, leaving the opponents under the cliff. The protagonist smiled contentedly, thinking that he was finally free of the annoying macaques. Having flown to the top of the cliff, he grabbed its ledge. Hose was breathing heavily. Finally, he sat on top of the cliff. His head was lowered. A huge number of macaques stood in front of him. When he said that this was already beyond all bounds, the creatures raised their hands up. Continuing to stand in a half squat, the protagonist asked why they had all gathered here, after which he thanked them for meeting him. Hose turned down and thought with a grin that he could ignore the creature and go down to the foot again. At that moment, the system reported that the Talaria wings were blocked indefinitely. Looking at the system window in fear, he realized that he had not thought about it, since they had calculated his path, positioned the army, and even blocked the skill. The protagonist looked opposite the army of monsters and thought that these guys really understand. The creatures were furious. Sweat was pouring down the protagonist's face when he said that he knew this shout, since it was a mockery of the enemy. Hose looked at the system window and thought that his flight skill was blocked. Then he looked at the 3,000 monsters in front of him. Waving his hand, the protagonist realized how happy these creatures were. Summoning magic that shone in the neighboring color, he asked himself if these macaques were going to lose. The monsters continued to scream. The army of macaques and Hose stood opposite each other. The creatures were becoming increasingly furious. The protagonist rushed to attack. He put his hand forward and used soul exploitation. A dark clot separated from the forehead of one of the monsters, and the protagonist thought that this was a skill bestowed upon them by God for their amazing merits. In battle, it brands the souls of enemies within reach, gradually weakening them. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that if he defeated a branded enemy, the player would absorb the enemy's soul, restoring his body, and this was a long-range debuff and a recovery effect after victory, and in addition, if it was maintained, it would increase in proportion to the enemy's resistance. Ho's fingers seemed to be trying to grab something. His hands glowed with blue light. The protagonist took a defensive stance and demanded that they attack him. The monsters rushed to attack. Reflecting several attacks at once, the protagonist thought of fortitude as a skill that gives strength when the player faces a crisis. Hose fought back and gritted his teeth, thinking that this was a great opportunity to test his spirit. Suddenly, the monkeys began to run away in fear. The protagonist used a battle cry and asked where they were going. Something blocked the path of the frightened monsters. A black clot flashed past Hose. It attacked several monkeys at once. Rain was pouring over the cliff. The protagonist stood surrounded by the corpses of his opponents. The guy looked at the defeated monster. He scratched his chin and thought about the strong smell of blood, so it was good that it started raining. Ho squeezed his hand, similar to the hand of a monster, and muttered that it was time for him to leave here. The protagonist spread his wings. He frowned forward and thought that the block on the wings had already been removed. He flew into the air, thinking about what else awaited him now. Flying over the trees, Ho's thought about how he needed to go back to the beginning, find shelter and food, and finally sleep, because he had a lot to do. He stared in front of him. Ho's looked at the forest, realizing that he needed to go to the toilet first. The rain continued to pour. The protagonist landed in a clearing. The guy looked upset, saying that at first he was bothered by orangutans, now, because of which he could not see anything. He sat down on a large leaf, thinking about how while he was eating here, he ate an orangutan's leg, since he had no choice, because he had not eaten for 3 days. The protagonist went to the exit, saying that the smell of fish was just terrible, and how could it be so tasteless? Wiping his face, Host thought about what Kariki said, that he would be able to pass this level without any problems, so he should just try to ask him for cake. The protagonist pulled back his trawl, cursing at the rain. The guy remembered his flight over the forest, thinking that when he was going down the hill, he saw some movement. The protagonist remembered how someone entered the cave. Thanks to the skill-clear sight, he sees much better, so he could not be mistaken. Leaning under the gusts of wind, Hodge muttered that it was good when there is a goal, but because he was wet, the mood was just disgusting. Suddenly, the protagonist's stomach began to hurt. He bent under the nearest bush, emptying his stomach. Water and drool flowed from the protagonist's lips. He wiped his mouth, saying that it was unbearable. Sitting among the bushes, the protagonist lamented that he would die if he ate this again, since there is something more important than simple survival, and it is better to eat tree leaves. A puddle quickly gathered in his palm. The protagonist drank the water, as he now understood the trick of the 12th floor. He walked among the bushes, as he needed not only to survive, but also to develop survival skills. Shielding himself from the rain with his hand, Host thought that there was no need to fight with anyone here, as the 12th floor was a test of survival, not fighting skills. The protagonist frowned, muttering that no matter how you look at it, this did not suit him, as fighting was much better. The rain continued to pour. A cave appeared in front of the protagonist. The protagonist stopped when he realized that he had reached it. He touched his forehead. Wiping the water from his hair, Hose looked sternly ahead. The entrance to the cave was gaping in darkness. Stopping, the protagonist demanded that someone come out. He breathed tiredly. However, the cave was still empty. The protagonist picked up a stone from the path. He threw it into the cave. It was quiet. Hose frowned. He opened his mouth and sighed. Clenching his fists, the protagonist demanded even louder that the stranger come out, since this was his home now. Suddenly, a sound was heard in the cave. The protagonist froze. Someone's silhouette finally appeared in the darkness. A paw stepped into the light. Scarlet pupils flared from the darkness. The light from the eyes illuminated a fawn. Hose began to massage his shoulder. The protagonist took a fighting stance. His eyes were still glowing in the darkness of the cave. The protagonist took a step back from the surprise of what they saw. He looked closely at the creature in front of him. It turned out that a large otter had come out of the cave. Lightning was striking from its paws. Hose frowned in surprise. He looked at the monster and realized that there was water everywhere. No matter where he went, he could get an electric shock. Putting his hand forward, the protagonist used soul exploitation. The black substance hit the creature in the nose. The protagonists were stunned, as he succeeded. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth and screamed. It rushed to attack the protagonist. The surprised guy stepped back, realizing that they decided to attack him head-on. The protagonist summoned the wings of the Talaria, and that was the name of the enemy. The head, having emitted a fountain of blood, fell back. Hose smiled contentedly, since the wings of Lari have high resistance magic, and they do not directly touch his body, so he was not electrocuted. The protagonist with the body of a defeated monster, which immediately began with electricity, and it was necessary to hit while it was close. The protagonist looked intently ahead. I think it would be good to know what the enemy's punching power is, because he will die if he starts checking now. The otter stopped with her feet on the ground. Hose attacked her with his fist, throwing her up a few meters, using flicker. Blood poured out of the monster's mouth. Blue light flooded the protagonist's body. The otter flew into the forest from a strong blow, leaving the player alone, who was thinking that the combo of flicker and Talaria wings works on the 12th floor. He waved his hands contentedly. They say that his stamina has been restored. Apparently, the soul exploitation effect has started. Hose headed to the entrance of the cave. I swear, because right now a monster appeared, who has electric skills. Next time you need to get the skill of resistance to electricity. He entered the cave. So it turned out to be empty. Leaning on the wall, the protagonist muttered that it was empty and spacious, and also warm. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The guy used combat concentration. Being in combat concentration, he realized that the enemy was somewhere nearby. The protagonist listened. I understand that the enemy is in front of her and I am above, and as if someone was using the invisibility skill again. The protagonist closed his eyes, because he did not understand where his enemy was. The grate shone on the ceiling of the cave, and the player used heightened senses. Hose closed his eyes tighter, listening to his feelings. Suddenly, a white flash flashed from behind. The guy watched them, because he found the one who had just passed by. Autumn fireflies flickered around the protagonist, and the space under the ceiling of the cave exploded. A new monster began to form from the explosion. The protagonist's eyes widened sharply. He grabbed the creature across the body. The monster tried to break free, but the protagonist held it tightly. The body of the creature, covered in blood, fell at the player's feet. Hose was clutching something in his hands. He saw the body of a small otter in front of him. The protagonist bent over the corpse of the monster and muttered that he was still young. He extended his hand and said that the otter was still very dangerous. He continued to stretch his fingers, saying that the local fauna was very annoying. Suddenly, the corpse of the young man began to steam. The protagonist looked closely at his fingers and thought that such wounds could be treated with medicinal herbs in less than a minute, and it was good that there were other ways to recover besides the potion, since they increased his chances of survival and sped it up quite well. Hose bowed his head tiredly. A drop of sweat rolled down his face as the guy thought that too much energy was being spent on recovery. He sat in the middle of the cave and thought that for now there was no need to worry about it, because he had become physically stronger, and the greenery had not gone anywhere, since it was hard to recover when your strength was at 0. He fell to the ground. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he still had a lot to do, but first he would rest. The sun rose over the forest. There were bushes growing at the entrance to the cave. The protagonist, having taken off his gear, was sleeping on the ground. Finally, he woke up. The protagonist raised himself on his elbows. A green monster, similar to a lizard, was sitting at the entrance to the cave. The creature held a trident in its hands. The dragon returned and asked if the protagonist had woken up, after which she said that she had prepared food, calling Jinya a guy. He stared at the monster in surprise. The boy grabbed a rock and threw it at the dragon. The protagonist frowned and reminded him that he told him not to call him that. Ida just looked at the owner slyly. It was quiet at the entrance to the cave. The protagonist stretched, asking how long he slept. Ida turned around and explained that her master slept for 3 hours, which was very little for a general. She stood up when she heard that it felt like much more than 3 hours had passed, and if he hadn't summoned the dragon, he wouldn't have been able to close his eyes for even 10 minutes. Hose frowned and thought that he was grateful to the dragon Isoto that she existed. Ida stood at the entrance to the cave while the protagonist thought that summoning the deceased was a pretty cool skill. He frowned, thinking that it could be used no more than 5 times on one essence, and an item containing a spirit was also needed. Even taking into account the restrictions, summoning the deceased was a good skill. He looked after the lizard, thinking that it would be even more effective to summon a stronger creature when he leveled up. But now he does not regret summoning the dragon at all. Hose grimaced, still sitting on the ground, thinking that with Ida he feels safe. The guy put his hand on his knee and thought that in situations where you have to stay at one stage for a long time, knowing that the player has an ally gives strength, since he more soberly assesses the situation, when you can share your thoughts, and besides, there is no feeling of loneliness. He remembered the lizard's combat state and the fact that he first summoned her at level 7. Then Ida fought, and the protagonist did it only to distract the enemy, but he realized that she has much more potential, since she is not only strong in battle but also cold-blooded, attentive to detail, which is not typical of lizard men. The protagonist closed his eyes in embarrassment, as he remembered how his level 5 subordinate had an idea and made him her husband. He looked at the lizard again and thought about how they usually chose the strongest as a mate, and she began to court him fiercely, that he chose her, and he was very tired after that battle and decided not to dwell on it, since according to the characteristics of her species, she came to terms with his refusal, and he taught her to understand human actions. Ida brought food and said that everything was ready. There was a dish on the sheet when the protagonist thought about how well they were getting along now. The lizard explained that the dish was called lamber meat, and it was raw, but the protagonist had resistance to poison, so he would not go, so you can think of it as sashimi. Hose threw a piece into his mouth and thought that the otter was called damber, and it tasted better than an orangutan. The protagonist frowned and asked Ida what she knew about the area called Jihai, but she didn't know anything. The lizard looked ahead thoughtfully. The protagonist thought that he had a lot of questions for her when they started working together. The guy imagined the white glowing ribbon and what role Ida played in the training, how she got here and what she did before that. The friends sat opposite each other, and the guy thought that she didn't know the answer to most of his questions. The lizard said that her head goes blank and nothing comes to mind when he asks her about something. He looked at the blank sheet and thought that Ida was like her memory was erased. She gets upset when she doesn't remember anything, so the guy doesn't try to dig into her past. The lizard sat cross-legged, while the protagonist thought about what she could tell. So she is like you, but she doesn't remember anything about the training. Taking the last piece, Hose thought about wanting a lizard and knowing the name of this animal, but has no idea about its purpose. Suddenly, Ida stood up and asked what they would do next and what the conditions were for passing the level. Frowning, the protagonist explained that they needed to hold out in the thicket for 25 days, and that they were also forbidden from using inventory. The lizard was surprised, poked him in the dark and said that it turns out that you can quietly live in this jungle for 25 days, and she likes this stage. He scratched his chin and asked what exactly she liked about it. He just won't be able to pass this floor, because the game session will end early, and he won't be able to hold out until 25 days. The lizard grinned and said that he was unlucky. She looked down at the owner and explained that if he concentrated on developing, time would be wasted, but that he said that he would try to develop new skills. Ida looked at the guy intently, saying that they first need to make sure that they will definitely survive. Hose agreed with her, smiling. Night fell from the cave. When it was said that they will use this cave as a leopard, they will gradually expand, and then begin to hunt those who live here. This way they will get rid of unwanted neighbors. Ida looked at the interlocutor, saying that this way they will definitely expand their territory. This will not be a bad way, but if they are too active, predators may run here. The protagonist sat in the lotus position and said that everything will be fine. It is unlikely that they will meet animals that can defeat them. He scratched his chin and said that in the worst case, they can escape. If you think about it, the probability of meeting a predator stronger than them is quite small, so they need to move out at dawn. The sun was rising above the cave. The tops of the trees were flooded with sunlight. The protagonist meditated inside the cave. He waved his hand and thought then that although he had regained some of his magic skills, the composition still did not work. Would there be an effect if he concentrated harder? Ida entered the cave and turned to him. The lizard stood at the entrance and said that she was ready. Both players came out of the cave. Hose squinted from the bright sun. It turned out that there was a trap in front of the entrance to the cave. Ida, waving her hand, said that she had crushed the leaves, which are called kikimo, scattered them around the cave, and the animals from the jungle do not like them. Hose looked at his interlocutor in surprise and asked if she had done this yesterday, and how she had crushed them without a tool, to which the lizard replied that she could do anything. The protagonist looked at the satisfied lizard and thought that, to be honest, he did not expect anything like that from her. It was enough that she helped him when they were resting from the battle. The guy stopped and called Ida, saying that he appreciated what she was doing. She smiled contentedly and suggested going hunting. Light was shining through the trees. A dead boar was lying on the ground. Hose said that the lizard was also a good hunter. Yes, crouching down in front of the corpse, she said that she was expelled from the tribe because she often hunted alone, so she had a lot of experience, to which the main characters explained that he was not just saying this, since his partner was truly wonderful. He turned around and suggested moving on, since it was necessary to catch all the animals nearby. He looked at Bond's pipe and suggested putting it here, since other animals would smell blood and climb here. It was convenient. Hose, barely turning around, said that he would look for game, after which he asked if the lizard could fight, but she wanted to do the opposite. The partners were standing opposite each other when the protagonist said that he wanted to obtain a skill related to chasing or searching. He remembered the battle with the monkeys recently, because he did not understand something. When the orangutans were chasing him, they found him like ghosts even if he crossed rivers or mountains, and he thought that they had skills. Hose looked ahead and thought that if this was so, then this was a very useful skill. He also wanted one. If he met an enemy with an invisibility skill now, he would not react at all and die. Ida looked after the protagonist, who thought that perhaps the composition would return to him while he was getting this skill, after which he said that he was leaving the entire battlefield to the lizard. But for himself, the weather was beautiful. The leaves rustled in the wind. A roe deer stood at the watering hole. Suddenly, she perked up, hearing a rustle. Ida's figure grew behind the animal. Sensing danger, the roe deer turned around. At that moment, its head was cut off from its neck. Ida smiled contentedly, and the protagonist thought that she had split the animal into two parts with one blow. I went forward through everything and called the general to follow her, since she would teach him how to hunt. The forest on the 12th floor looked quiet. The roe deer's corpse lay on the ground, when the protagonist thought that Ida had taught him how to hide. He looked at another animal, thinking that the lizard was explaining where it was best to hunt, how to track down prey, how to sneak up on a victim unnoticed. They sat in the bushes, while the protagonist thought that Ida had shown that magic could also be useful in hunting, and the protagonist had learned to hide the slightest sign of his presence and move without making unnecessary noise. He closed his eyes, thinking about what else he learned: how to distribute mana around the area in the form of a thin web and monitor everything that happens around him, and he didn't know that was possible because it took him time to learn. Ida swung her popie when the guy thought that for the next 2 weeks he hunted monsters wandering near the cave, thereby improving his skills. The lizard jumped, attacking the animal. The beast did not even turn around. Ida wounded it with her spear. The animal's body lay on the ground. The lizard turned to the sitting Hose and said that it seemed like there were no monsters left around, there was no one else to hunt, to which she received the answer that this one seemed to be the last one. He looked at his hand with a smile and said that he finally learned how to detect an enemy, pumped up his magic chain and even more skills in Russian, all thanks to the lizard. The cave was visible from behind the bushes as the protagonist thought that they had quickly exterminated the creatures around the cave, and only the harmless species were left alive because they were not worth hunting. Ida smiled and asked if they could go home. Hose looked back at her and agreed, as he wanted to devote time to training in the cave. There was a table and chairs in the cave as the protagonist thought that the lizard had decided to call the cave their home. In her free time she made furniture as if their lair had truly become a home for her. The partners pushed through the thick grass as the protagonist thought that she seemed content, and the hunt had cheered her up. A question sounded in the rustling leaves, what the protagonist said. Ida looked back and asked if he wanted to learn how to wield a spear. Hose looked at her and asked if it was possible, as he thought this skill was valuable. The lizard intercepted its spear when the protagonist said that inside the system, he did not use martial arts much and was used to doing everything alone, but he thought that he could learn a lot from his partner, including weapon handling. The guy frowned, saying that the lizard was one of the most amazing creatures he had met here. She opened her mouth in surprise when she heard that in general, the protagonist would like to own more than just a spear, since it would be nice to advance his strategic thinking, so he wanted to learn how to fight in general. Ida closed her mouth, listened and then, that given the current situation, it would be better for them to stay here until the end of the session, and they can certainly find new places to hunt, but it is not as important as the skill of wielding a spear. Hose looked at his partner tensely and asked if he was asking for too much. She thoughtfully scratched her chin. Ida abruptly turned to the forest and asked him to wait here. The protagonist waved his hand, remaining standing in confusion. He stood at the entrance to the cave and muttered whether he should continue to wait, since he realized that asking a huge lizard to teach him how to fight was a strange idea. The guy fell onto the bench and said that he had definitely gone crazy, so he decided to focus on training composition. Everything was quiet at the entrance to the cave. The protagonist meditated and thought about how he had been doing this at any convenient moment these days, before he tried to increase his stamina in this way. Ashes seemed to fly around his mind when he thought that even if he did everything correctly, it was still not enough to maintain composition. As he found out, he needed at least 8 o'clock to activate the composition skill. Waves of power came around Hose, and when he thought that 8 hours was the minimum, since after spending exactly this amount of time meditating, he can activate this ability, and after activating he feels an increase in strength. The guy thought about the lizard and there, that the skill composition is the main reason why he was able to improve his skills so quickly, and this skill turned out to be much more useful than he thought, and he could not have done it without Ida and composition. Now the waves of power diverged in the area of the hands, and the protagonist thought that since scanning the area also consumes mana, he could train the magic circuit and search for dangers at the same time, and this was good. The protagonists closed their eyes, thinking that he saw the situation of the cave as if in the palm of his hand. Blue light flooded the player's body when he decided that he was starting. As if in the negative, the entire cave arose in his mind. When the guy used combat concentration, he thought that he needed to imagine the spider as detailed as possible. The next moment, Hose hit himself on the forehead. Blood began to flow from his nose. He bowed down, realizing that this was his limit. Ida entered the cave with a stick at the ready, asking the owner to come over. He perked up in surprise. He came out of the cave, asking where the lizard went, and then demanded to talk to him. Hose looked at her partner's back in surprise and asked if she would teach him how to use a spear. Ida turned around. She opened her mouth, showing a crudely made spear. It was shining in the sunlight. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. He took lessons in the spear and asked if the lizard made it, to which she replied that it was now the protagonist's training spear. Ida closed her eyes with pleasure and offered to try out the new weapon. The guy concentratedly held the spear shaft in his hands. Gratitude sounded under the cloudy sky and the lizard. The bright sun was shining above the cave. A sharp whistle cut the air. Hose furiously waved his spear. His gaze was focused. Ida watched the guy's training with a smile and said that she knew he would succeed. To which he was only surprised by this, and the lizard said that everything about him was perfect except for agility. The protagonist attacked with a spear and said that his partner did not understand, since without agility a pro player cannot get anywhere, since it is an important trait, and the life of a pro player is not for everyone. Ida stood with her arms folded on her chest, saying that her ward was learning surprisingly quickly, and even considering that he uses composition, this cannot be explained by anything other than innate talent. But what she received the answer that the guy knew that without talent he was just a walking piece of meat. The lizard smiled contentedly. They say that sometimes the owner's words make her lose her appetite, but what she received a nervous exclamation. Few necessarily say such things to his face. The protagonist frowned, thinking that although he was learning to fight with a spear, his ball handling and hand-to-hand combat were also improving. The lizard continued to watch the student, listening to how she was an ideal mentor. Her physical abilities were many times greater than those of humans, so she was an excellent trainer. The protagonist frowned from tension. He attacked with a spear once again. The sun was setting over the forest. Hose looked ahead with a concentrated expression. Several system windows indicated that the day of the meeting had begun, and it would last for a day. He turned to Ida and invited her to stay with him. I warned you that there would be nothing fun there. The lizard only grinned contentedly and said that of course she would go. Hose stood in front of the lizards and thought about how their eyes had met, although he wanted to remain unnoticed. The sunset was leaning over the grass. The protagonist, straightening his cloak, thought that there seemed to be no one here. He opened the system window, calling the inventory. The young man was scrolling through his inventory and muttering that he was very happy to see his expensive things. The protagonist began to scroll through the inventory with a serious expression. Suddenly, he waved a large piece of cloth. The cloth flew into the air, and the guy ordered it to gather. Something similar to a bag, it began to straighten out in the air, after which it fell to the ground with a blow. A compressor straightened out in front of Ida and Hose, and the latter said that they could go inside. There were several chairs inside the tent. The protagonist explained with a smile that he received this tent on the 9th floor. He needed to take it to the 12th floor. Minhyuk entered the tent and said with a smile that he did not expect anything less than this friend's tent, after which she greeted the topic that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist turned to his friend, calling him. The guy looked at the lizard with pleasure and realized that she had come too. He wanted a tent and said that it was very spacious here, and yet glasses are a useful thing, but the protagonist explained that he did not buy this tent. Minhyuk looked at the interlocutor sitting opposite and said that it did not matter, after which he asked why he was cooling off here, since there was Chan and the guards causing a fuss, but what he received the answer that the protagonist thought that he was out of place there, so he got away. Hose thought about the girl in the red cloak and asked if his friend thought that Chan was overdoing it. Minhyuk hit himself on the forehead and said that now more than ever they need her strictness, since she watches not only others, but also herself, and not that anyone complained, to which the protagonist replied that he thinks that she is going too far. The guy folded his arms and thought that it looked like this girl was developing a mental disorder. The protagonist thought about Jianga leaning over the man's body and how she was prone to anxiety because of a past full of regrets, and a future that was frightening with its uncertainty, so she took on too much. He thought about Jianga with her eyes closed and how that was why she set too high standards, not only for herself but for those around her. The protagonist leaned back in his chair, thinking that the problem was that people were imperfect by nature, and when would she realize that not everyone could live up to their standards, let alone hers. He imagined the girl giving orders and began to think that any normal person would have spat and moved on a long time ago, but Jianga was not like that, because she would reproach herself for her shortcomings and fight with herself, and this would torment her forever. He thought, as the girl opened her mouth, that a person breaks like a straw when something like this happens to him, and he cannot be fixed. He bowed his head to his hands and said that in any case, Minhyuk should look after his girlfriend, since there is no one else but him, but what he received the answer that he himself always gives him such difficult tasks. Suddenly, the guy's attention was attracted by something. Hose turned to the exit and asked if his friend called someone, to which he replied that he found a player with the lightning skill, like the protagonist wanted. Junseok entered the tent. He, nervously wringing his hands, heard that he was very small, and the protagonist would not be surprised if he did not even finish school, to which Minhyuk confirmed that this guy is still a schoolboy, to which he heard the question of why this child is so nervous. Ida, slightly turning her head, explained that the man was shaking, looking at the protagonist, and Minhyuk agreed with this statement. Junseok was a player on the 8th floor of the hard level, specializing in the electromage, so he was perfect for training heat resistance. Hose felt sorry for Lack and thanked the guy for coming. He would need to use lightning on the protagonist's hand. He was startled and said that the guy would be in pain, but Minhyuk replied that the protagonist increased heat resistance with the hot stone, so there was no need to be shy and make him suffer. Junseok approached the player in surprise and looked at his hand. The next moment, he attacked the hand with lightning. The protagonist sat calmly on the chair and asked not to be shy, since he healed immediately, so he could burn at full strength. He closed his eyes and thought about why they had arranged a meeting day after all. Minhyuk looked at the protagonist and explained that on the 30th floor of the easy level, there was a certain organization that manufactured and distributed drugs, so he thought that they had gathered people to influence the situation. Peren frowned and explained that he had ordered the guards to infiltrate that organization undercover, and once he was put in charge, he received a list of the players in it. Hojiya frowned when he heard that these were the usual methods of the guards. He thought about the connected group of people there, that they would infiltrate problematic groups and you would already have information from there. One meeting is a trap for such criminals, where they would all be caught at once, and some of the guards do not hide their occupation, they are well known in the community, but the identities of the spies are kept secret. Minhyuk waved his hand, listened to the question about whether he is the only one who knows what is really going on here, to which he replied that actually he is not privy to the details either, since they act in small groups, but there are more of them than they thought. The protagonist frowned and said that he understands, and it turns out that everything will end up with the world of study becoming a gathering of spies. His friend gave a thumbs up with a smile and said that if that happens, then there will be no point in spies, because then everyone will be under the supervision of their neighbor, everyone will become responsible and maintain order. Hoji turned away and asked if this is real. Suddenly, he pulled his hand back because he felt pain. Junseok looked at my injured hand and asked if the protagonist is okay, but what he replied is that it is intact, that it seems like he can still increase his resistance to heat. Shurhyun entered the tent, asked if the guys are chilling here. He smiled contentedly, asking if Junseok was here. Hoji looked at the man haughtily and asked who was lounging around here. Shikian sat down on a chair and said that they had finished their business, so everyone would soon gather here. Footsteps were heard outside the tent. The man smiled and said that it was time to start the meeting. The guys looked at the entrance of the tent in surprise. Jong appeared there with other guards. The girl calmly looked at the protagonist. She looked coldly at those waiting inside. Junseok's mouth even fell open. The wind played with the girl's hair. She announced the start of the meeting. Everyone went inside. They sat and stood where it was convenient. The first thing they discussed was the incident with the drug dealers. Minhyuk raised his hand and suggested ways to stop drug trafficking. Then they listened to the reports of representatives of each difficulty level. Hose frowned at everyone present, until no one voiced anything that could not be discussed in the community chat. The man raised 2 fingers and said that now they had 2 important details to discuss. The general looked at him incredulously. He said that Younghyun was on easy difficulty. Everyone looked at him. The man added that he cleared the 89th floor. Everyone suddenly jumped up and began to rejoice, saying that the 100th floor was just a stone's throw away. The player clenched his fist and said that they were continuing to support Younghyun, which meant that they couldn't slack off in either gathering resources or gathering information for him. Everyone raised their fists to the ceiling. The hero introduced this player. He knew that he had set a goal to clear all the floors ever since they found out that the real world was in danger. His motivation was to return to his family. Giona clasped her hands together and said that the first person to clear the 100th floor of the training world and return to reality would be an important symbol for both worlds. She introduced the real world and explained that he would be able to tell that those who went missing in the training world were not dead. Her gaze turned icy. She added that this player would let the world know that they just had to wait and they would return. Hoji looked at her seriously. So did everyone else. Minhyuk spread his hands. He said that before Younghyun cleared the 100th floor and returned to the real world, they needed to decide what information they would send along with them. Shikian leaned forward and said that the people in the real world don't know what's wrong with them, and because of the monsters that appeared on Earth, they don't have time to figure it out. The man pointed at the others and said that the first thing they need to do is make a list of the players. He suggested writing messages to their families and friends. This was a priority. Chona looked at everyone and said that then they should notify the government of their existence and force them to recognize their authority. The players looked at the blonde in surprise. Chona straightened up in his chair and said that they will demand that the government recognize the hunters and the right to introduce laws into the training world and ensure their observance, as well as punish those who break them. Hose walked to the wall of the tent and thought that it was unlikely that the government would just let them rule this world alone, even if at the moment it was the guards who dictated the rules here. But would the government officially recognize their authority just because they were in charge here? Minhyuk folded his arms, grinning that it was easier said than done. The hero scratched his chin and thought that most likely the government would try to make them into some kind of state organization, if they even acknowledged their existence. The girl looked at everyone and said that absolutely anyone in the real world can get into training, whether you are a schoolchild or an old man, a politician or the president, everyone without exception. Everyone looked at her in surprise. The head of the guards explained that when a person gets here, he is obliged to observe the laws they have established. Chona leaned forward and menacingly stated that if they break them, they will punish the president, like any other person. The guards fell tensely silent. The general looked at the ceiling and noted that the guards have their own rules. Anyone who does not recognize or follow them will be punished, and anyone who tries to establish their own rules will be punished. Anyone who tries to create or join an organization not approved by the rebels and consisting of more than 10 people will be punished. The hero frowned. Considering these laws and what Chona was talking about, he does not paint a good picture. He imagined blood splashes. If in reality they do not recognize their authority and try to establish their own laws, their actions will be regarded as a violation of the laws of the guards and they will, in theory, face punishment. The player looked ahead and thought that here they most often punished by execution. He imagined the president on his knees and thought that if a representative of the authorities from reality gets into the world of training, he will be immediately executed. The guy's face distorted. He understood that it was dangerous. He looked at the blonde and noted that her ideas were too radical and the people at the top would definitely not like them. Hose raised his hand and suggested postponing this topic until the next meeting. Shikian raised his finger and suggested discussing the choice of starting weapons. The hero nodded, mentally praising the fighter. he understood that the survival of the players directly depends on the starting weapon. It is important not to miscalculate here. Minhyuk waved and added that they also need healers, at least one per floor. They are sorely lacking. The gentleman scratched his chin again. He noted that it was not surprising, considering the number of people choosing the magic wand as a starting weapon. At first glance it was no different from a wooden stick. He imagined the armory and thought that posting information about the starting weapon on the community wall was a dead end, since the wall opens after the choice and therefore it is very important to inform the real world that healers are worth their weight in gold. Shikian bit his nail and added that in addition, it should be reported that choosing a healer on hard and held difficulty levels is not worth it, and in general, newcomers should be warned against choosing held difficulty. He hit the elbows of the chair and shouted that after the approval, held difficulty will only be chosen by suicides. Hose and this guy are the only survivors, and they did not even make it to the 14th floor. He ordered to tell that no one should choose held difficulty. The hero waved it off and said that he didn't need a healer. He considered the idea of training as a team, but came to the conclusion that others on held difficulty would only be a hindrance. Minhyuk sweated. He wasn't sure if this was a good decision in the long run. Who knows what kind of trials await them in the future. The guy glared at him and said that he was a living witness of held difficulty. It was very difficult to pass it and stay alive, even if you devise a flawless strategy. He added that beginners would simply die in vain. The man was embarrassed and decided that this topic should also be discussed later. 2 hours later in the tent, the player looked at the audience and tiredly announced that they had discussed everything. Shikian raised his hand and asked to listen to something else. He had heard that they were expecting another event. The players warmed up and turned around, not expecting another meeting to start again. The blonde guy looked at them and said that it was not the day of the meeting. Hose stared at him in surprise. The player folded his fingers and shouted in his usual manner that the details were still unknown, so they should continue collecting information and then they should figure something out. The general scratched the back of his head and thought discontentedly that another misfortune had fallen on his head. He was glad that he was not involved in all the information gathering. Chona jumped up and shouted that this was the end of their meeting and thank you all for your attention. The last players left the tent. Chona was about to get up. She said that she was going, but Shikian asked her to wait. The girl looked at the remaining men in surprise and asked what was going on. Hose was sweating all over. He realized that there was still one important point left, and unfortunately, he would have to stay and participate in the conversation. The big guy approached Minhyuk and asked her to say it. Chona shuddered. She still did not understand. The hero noted that no one spoke the language as well as their friend. The man frowned and awkwardly squeezed out that nothing like that would happen now. Jianga looked at the hero with concern, because the conversation should concern her and him. Hoji was also wary. The player cheerfully pointed at the general and again added that it was not particularly serious. They just wanted to talk about her attitude towards her subordinates. A bead of sweat rolled down her face. Jianga pulled her fist to her face. She treated people very coldly, as if they were machines. She scolded her subordinates without cruelty, and in fact, most of the rebels approved of her behavior. The men surrounded the young man and the big one said that they had a little problem with the fact that she treated the general as if he was higher in status than her. The blonde stared at them dumbfounded. Minhyuk smiled sheepishly. He said that they understand that she was grateful to the hero for saving her at the first meeting and all that, but didn't they agree to treat people equally regardless of their status and age? So they are asking to treat him as an equal. Chona indignantly closed her eyes, folded her arms and said that she already treats everyone as equals and does not hide it. Because in the world of education, age and position do not play any role anyway. Here all people are equal to each other, and the exception is the guards who impose laws and punish for their non-compliance. Shikian pointed his finger at the hero and demanded that she address him by his name. Everyone froze in surprise. The girl's cheeks suddenly blushed and she couldn't squeeze out a word. The guys immediately turned away to hold back their laughter. Ida watched this cheerfully from the side. The girl was asked to address him informally. The head trembled all over. She squeezed out a request to continue trying for the good of the training, but the blonde said that this was not going to work at all, and she should try again. Hose himself blushed all over. Who would have thought that Giona could be so cute? She was so cold and detached. The hero closed his eyes, remembering how he saved the girl. He thought that she put him above herself. She could become a problem in the future. Even if there was a reason for that, she still considered him a hero who saves ladies in distress. Everyone in the tent turned away in embarrassment. Hose thought that Jianga respected him too much and expected too much, and this was stressing him out. The hierarchy of the guards would remain undefined as long as she treated him like a superior. The head of the guards did not know what to do with herself. The guy was sure that even now there would be people convinced that he was her boss, and not vice versa. This could lead to the emergence of factions and splits, and they did not need this. The sky was turning purple, while in the tent the men continued to torture the girl. After a while, Minhyuk began to carve wood. The hero looked at him and asked what he was doing. The man explained that wood carving was his hobby. Hose straightened his collar and said that he used to like knitting, which his partner would never have thought of. The young man remembered how he was at the limit and he needed to distract himself with something, because then he did not know about any meeting, and in general he understood little in this life. He was really on the verge of going crazy and handicrafts were his only outlet. Minhyuk wanted to say that he understood him, but that would be a lie. The men looked at each other. The sculptor said that he just makes furniture for the house, because he can't afford to buy it. The general remembered that he has a house on the 30th floor. It sounded great. Jianga appeared in his head. The boy didn't know that she had such a side. To be honest, sometimes she scared the hell out of him. She didn't hesitate to shoot the one who made her suffer in the head. The guy looked down. He hoped that in the future they could build a more trusting relationship, but for now he had other problems. He looked at the summoning beast and assumed that she was unhappy. Ida was ostentatiously looking at the wall. The player assumed that she was probably sad and bored, because he didn't pay attention to her during the entire conference. The warrior said that she was going to sleep and asked not to wake her up. Junseok entered the tent again, while the hero did not understand what he said wrong. The boy scratched the back of his head, helping to remember his name. Minhyuk looked at the general warily and asked if he really called the player again to practice his stability. Lightning struck his hand again. The hero looked at him and asked him to collect information for him about the Hai continent, which is connected to the 12th floor. Hose took out a bracelet and said that as payment he would give him this. He explained that it had an effect that pumped up the magic circuit by 1 level. While the boy struck the elder with lightning, he said that he received this bracelet as a reward for clearing the first floor of hell difficulty, and he would not find such a thing in any store. He said that the young man would be able to use magic of a higher level than usual just by putting it on. Does he understand what this means? The sculptor looked at the interlocutors in surprise. The hero said in secret that Junseok was a talented guy and had great potential, so he gave him this gift. Dusk fell in the field. Hose looked at the ceiling. He remembered something. He looked at Minhyuk and told him that he should meet Hyunjin. He remembered the guy and said that he was very depressed because of his inability to clear the 3rd floor. This probably undermined his self-confidence. The man looked at him and noted that consolation would not solve this problem. Perhaps leaving him alone was the best help. The hero looked up. Lightning flashed around. He looked at his hand and turned to the lightning boy. The ceiling was illuminated by yellow flashes. The general asked if he had a stronger skill. So the day of the meeting ended. The 14th session also came to an end. Hose and Ida returned to their cave. The man said that it was time for them to say goodbye to their cave, and for a while it became his home. He looked at the modest furnishings. The warrior stuck out her tongue and said that it was hers too. The owner looked at her in surprise and asked again. The lizard looked around the cave again and said that she had never lived with her relatives in the settlement. She was homeless and alone, slept in a new place every night, and now she cannot remember any of her camps. The player smiled and explained that the 5th floor was not his home, more like a dungeon. Ida went deeper and looked around. For the first time she had a place she could call home. She turned and thanked the general for bringing her here. The guy folded his arms and thought about his partner. He once asked Kurikiri about her. What will happen when another player meets Ida in the boss room on the 5th floor? Will it be the same Ida? Kurikiri replied that it would be the same creature, but another entity, that Idolatra that someone else would meet on the 5th floor, would be the Idolatra he had summoned, but she would not know him, since they had never met. The lizard continued to look at the modest decoration. The owner was at a loss. He wanted to say something to her at the end, but nothing came to mind. The system sent a notification that the hero could not clear the 12th floor. He looked at the window in surprise and noticed that the session had come to an end. The pet turned to the man and asked if he would clear this floor again, but he did not want to. The player turned and said that there was no better floor for training than this one. He decided to train here a couple more times. He looked at the forest and said that he still had plenty of time, and there were still many monsters here, and in any case, here you just need to survive for a certain amount of time. The hero looked at his partner and said also. He remembered the huge dragon and declared that before leaving this place, he was going to knock it down. The capsule of the residential area on the 60th floor. Inside it lay a split egg. Someone had already hatched from it. Hose looked at it in shock. He did not understand why. Yong was eating. The man asked why he only ate cutlets. He sat down with him by the capsule. Now he was locked on the 60th floor, and all because this baby dragon was terribly picky. Magic worms were more useful for the growing organism, and he could coat them with honey if he liked it better. The player watched warily as Yong copied his behavior down to the smallest detail. He ate what he ate, slept when he slept, and he even yawned and laughed like him. And he ate cutlets only because he had them for lunch. A chat message appeared in front of his face. Chona asked from the 90th floor, "What's new?" His hand reached for the keyboard. He wrote nothing, still sitting with the dragon. New chat windows appeared. The girl asked if he really called the dragon Yun, that is, Dragon. Has he really gone crazy? The hero looked forward. Chona wrote that if at least one dragon heard this name, he would immediately try to finish him off for disrespecting their family. But the guy retorted that everything was fine and he was stronger. But the girl was not talking about that. Hose covered his pet's ears and said that her temper was hotter than ever. She was so cruel, and maybe people liked it in her. but she asked him to make things up. The dragon shook his head. The head of the guards asked if the cub hated this name, but he said that everything was fine. The general leaned forward. Chona said that she would give him a better name. She specified that he was a silver dragon and asked what his cry sounded like, but he had not cried yet. There were wires and darkness around. The player remembered that the beast could talk and he lisped, which greatly surprised Yun Yun. New windows popped up. Chona wrote that a good name could not come to her mind. She decided to ask the others. Hose looked tensely at the screen. Chona announced the beginning of a competition for who would give the dragon a name, and the prize would be 1 elixir. Yun Yun sat aside, and at the first option Lishan shook his head and said that it was too easy. At the second option Gyuri shook his head again and said that he did not want a cute name. When Chona suggested the option Laukan and Neapolius and said that he liked both names, he stood up proudly. The girl wrote the final verdict and wrote the name Benedict Relizi Piak and Laukan Neapoli Nistium at Carcerian Balaki Sanso Dan des Necessario III. Hose picked up the pet. The guard wrote that he liked it, so why not? But the player understood that she was probably just tired of choosing, and so she was just trying to finish it quickly, because he had known her for too long. The man looked ahead questioningly. The girl wrote that there was something else she wanted to talk about. The guy stood up. Chona wrote that it was about Songseek. They were about to go out into the real world, but he didn't seem to be eager to go back, so she offered to talk to him. The hero remembered the shaggy young man and asked if he was really on the 90th floor now. The general sagged in his chair. He remembered that when Zongseek got to the 90th floor, he announced that he would stay there in order to become stronger, but 2 years had passed since then. Hose looked ahead. He understood everything. He would like to return to the real world in the best possible shape. He remembered how he fought and noted that Junseok was already strong. He deserved to be called the strongest among them. He was the pearl of the Korean server, and yet, he decided to voluntarily stay on the 90th floor to become stronger. Unlike him, he had a choice. The guy looked at the dark ceiling, realizing that if the young man was trying to surpass someone, it was him. After all, in the world of training, only he surpassed him in strength. The hero began to type. Not only did he hold a leadership position in the security guards, but he also made a contract with the government. They probably expected him to return to the real world a couple of years earlier, most likely. They can't wait for him to appear. He wrote that he would talk to him. The general closed his eyes. The fact that Minyuk was already in the real world and not with them saddened him more than ever. His face twisted. All his thoughts were about the real world, strength, growth, goal, and the government. A spark flared and mana began to beat a powerful stream from the body into the void. The guy frowned. He noticed that he got carried away again, and he needed to calm down. Lightning struck the vaults of the walls and destroyed everything around. Yun Yun carefully watched his master. Hose slowly raised both hands. A bright light was burning in them. His wrists were covered in bright light. His fists clenched. The lightning disappeared, leaving behind ruins. The master looked at the dragon and asked if he was okay. The general sighed and apologized guiltily. He bowed his head and thought about how he was stuck on the 60th floor and wanted to get out of here madly. His mana goes crazy when he gives free rein to negative emotions, and now he has to restrain himself. Humming, he placed his hand on the calm animal. The player hugged the pet, continue humming and thinking about how much he wants to go further. He imagined the columns in the void, the 15th game session, 0 hours 15 minutes. Ida smiled and asked, was the general crazy? Hose covered the sword with a green glow. He noticed how easily she threw insults. He ran his hand along the blade. He received the poisonousness skill right after the 14th session. Now he could cover his hands or weapons with a poisonous magic shell. It was a very useful skill. Poisonous smoke came out of his hand. The player could now attack the enemy, and then leave the battlefield, and if the enemy cannot heal, he will slowly bend over until he dies from poisoning. Ida approached the owner and asked why he needed such vile methods of fighting. He was strong without them. But the man explained that this was the only way he fought. He smiled evilly and said that instead of a direct confrontation, he preferred a cunning plan, pressing on the enemy's weaknesses, albeit vile, but it was an easy victory. Hose patted the blade on his palm and said that he had received the skill, even though he had not cleared the floor. What if after each failure of the 12th floor he would get a new skill? The guy smiled and explained that this floor was ideal for training, and he also liked it when Ida was around. The warrior asked him not to forget that the time for summoning the deceased was limited. The hero looked away and said that Ida would disappear after the end of the summoning, and without her, the time he spent on the 12th floor would not be so pleasant. The thought of using another summon appeared in his head. The lizard looked at him and said that it would be good, because the 12th floor was their home. But the owner reminded that the cave had been updated and the house had disappeared, and now there was a nest of monsters there again. But his partner simply offered to furnish it again. The player turned away and confusedly noted that she liked living there. A notification appeared about improving toxicity along with resistance. He looked at the sword and said that now training would be even easier. He decided that he needed to try out a new skill. The lizard asked if the first test subjects would be forest monsters. The owner swung the sword and said that he would test it on his own body. It would increase resistance, and at the same time test the poison in action, 2 birds with 1 stone. Ida looked at the player with excitement, and asked what if something goes wrong and he dies. Hose covered the sword with mana and explained that it was not the first time he had maimed himself for the sake of resistance. There was a bright sky above the forest of the floor. The players walked through the shady forest. Nearby, 2 huge beasts were fighting each other. Ida and the player watched the battle of the 2 giants in amazement. The warrior turned her head and asked if this was really the pseudo-dragon he was talking about. She turned to the owner and asked how he was going to deal with her. Hose smiled. Another attempt to clear the 12th floor began. The dragon belched flames. His opponent created a magical dome around himself and reflected the fire. Flames and smoke filled everything around the player. The partner looked at the general with concern, but he reassured her that everything was fine. He promised to deal with them in the next game session. 2 huge heads stuck out above the treetops. Ida asked if the man really meant that they would risk their lives in the next game session, but the player corrected her and said that if something went wrong, they would just run away. Hose turned around with a smile and suggested going home. The lizard closed her eyes and agreed. A cave appeared ahead, and so the second attempt to clear the 12th floor began. The guy practiced with a poisonous sword. First he tested the poisonousness, and having cut himself with the blade, he experienced radically new sensations. He was shaking all over, the effect was noticeable and he felt SOSO, but the speed of the poison spread was lame. The general stood up, leaning against the wall. It was gradually becoming more and more difficult for him to breathe and his head was hurting very badly, and the cut was numb. His teeth clenched. Through them he hissed that the poison was not fatal and could not kill anyone. From experience, neurotoxins show themselves best in this area. After checking the effectiveness of the poison, the hero went hunting. His goal was to increase the level. Ida at this time built a house, so she did not get bored either. When the house was finished, the toxicity was already at the 5th level and the poison became deadly. Hose was tracking poison victims, so he focused on mastering the basics of the tracking skill. The guy looked ahead and suggested starting a fire in the jungle. He released his victims several times and methodically pursued them. Thanks to this, he greatly increased his tracking skill and he also began to feel more confident in this area. In order to level up, he spent whole days training and hunting. Soon there were no more traces of new monsters around the cave. Hose and Ida sat down near the map. He pointed to the area and explained that he was going to go further tomorrow. His partner asked if he was really going to go further into the jungle. The hero pointed to the piece of paper and said that he expected to go all the way here. Ida looked at the owner in surprise and asked why he had to go so far. The journey to this point would take at least 4 days. The general looked at the map and said that he still needed to go there. He was planning to have a really big hunt. His partner looked at the owner in bewilderment. What is the magic of the fantasy world? The couple climbed the rock. The hero asked himself, isn't it that here you can make your wildest dreams come true? A rider cutting through the skies on the back of a winged horse, and this is a fairly common fantasy, because almost all people dream of learning to fly. Hose smiled happily. When he was a teenager, he read fantasy novels and also dreamed of conquering the skies like the main character. The warrior looked with curiosity at the man whose time had come to realize this dream. The general spread his wings and flew, and his partner sat on his back. At first the hero himself was in the place of the winged steed. Ida looked around happily. She never thought that she would be the first lizard man to ride a man. She smiled contentedly and said that if the general wanted, he could ride her at any time, but he did not understand what she was talking about. They continued to fly and the man only just realized that it was a dirty joke. The wings left a magical trail behind them. The guy shouted that the warrior would pay for this now. He sped up and sarcastically asked how she could handle it. At such a high speed, the lizard's eyes began to roll back. Her cheeks puffed out. She moaned that she was going to vomit now. A forest river in the shade of tall trees. The couple continued their leisurely flight. Ida guiltily held her face and asked for forgiveness. He realized that he would have to wash his clothes. His partner leaned towards the general and asked if he was angry, but he dejectedly said that everything was fine. In fact, they had decided to fly around the area without any reason, without fear. The fact is that Zongseek had dug up information about the Aoi continent and shared it with the hero. Because of the abilities of the jungle, there are few species here that can fly. In addition, during the second attempt at clearing, the player had studied the local fauna well and he had learned that there were no monsters on this floor that could potentially knock them down. The lizard looked ahead and noted that they had been flying for quite a while and could take a break. Having descended, they prepared fried meat. Both leaned on it and began to praise it. The player looked at his partner and said that he thought that lizard men ate raw meat. Because they were reptiles, he added that even monkeys did not fry food. Ida took a fried piece and advised him to no longer think with prejudices in a world inhabited by many species other than humans, because if he said such things out loud, someone might be offended. The hero looked at her in surprise and nodded his head. Ida said that other races mainly appeared to the guy as enemies that needed to be killed, but this would not always be the case. Hose looked away and remembered other intelligent and peaceful races. he realized that his partner was right and he should keep this in mind. He looked at the reptile and asked himself who else but her would give him such a sensible advice. He remembered that at their first meeting he did not even imagine that he would spend so much time with her. Then they fought, then she claimed that he would be her husband, and this is what came of it. Now Ida is his only ally and friend. Hose thought seriously. He understood that Ida is his advisor, his support and mentor. He would even say that she is now his family. The player looked ahead in amazement, even if she does not really help him in battle. But he wants to summon her and always be together. He feels calmer when she is around. He is tired of loneliness. A chat window appeared. It said that the god of adventure looks at you with approval. The degree of completion of his trials has moved forward. The day was still bright. The general summoned wings, descended to the ground and said that they were in the easternmost part of the floor. His hand touched the transparent barrier. The guy noted that it had not rained for a long time, so it was completely dry. The player looked away and offered to begin. A minute later, a fire broke out. The couple flew into the air and now flew through clouds of smoke and sheaves of sparks. The entire forest was devoured by fire. The hero said that he threw only a couple of sparks, but the effect exceeded all his expectations. The forest is so dry that even a cigarette but could turn this jungle into ashes. A notification about a new level appeared. Hose smiled and noted that Zongseek did not deceive, and now he can gain experience by killing enemies in a set fire, although the experience is 4 times less than from killing with his own hands. The general flew on and began to laugh. Ida looked around in fear. The owner said that he wanted to add more heat and throw more sparks. He smiled menacingly and ordered his experience points to burn. The forest was ablaze. The animals fled and died in the fire. The man flew above the fire and saw. Some creatures tried to put out the fire. They took water in their mouths and made futile attempts. Ida immediately finished off those who prevented the fire from spreading. Her face immediately took on the face of a killer. The owner remained in the sky and said that it was perfect. He smiled and thought that at this rate he would burn down the entire 12th floor. He could avoid it if he wanted, but he did not want to. High walls of black smoke rose into the sky. Many monsters were already burning out. Ida returned to the man's back and said that she was hot, and she was not adapted to this. With an exhausted face, she took out a bottle of potion and said that she was no longer happy. She was afraid of forest fires, because the forest was her habitat. The pair began to descend a little. Hose asked her not to worry, because this was not her forest. The lizard was worried that if they did not put out the fire, it would reach their house. The general looked ahead and thought that they would have to leave him anyway as soon as he cleared the floor. A dragon jumped out of the treetops and roared. His roar made everything around him shake. The partner drank the potion and threw it back. She noticed that he could create barriers. He was trying to protect that part of the forest from the fire with a barrier. She looked at the player and asked if he was really going to kill him. The guy looked ahead and asked if the warrior would continue asking obvious questions. He ordered her to take his sword out of the bag. A sharp saber was now in his hand. The pair flew up to the giant. He stretched his neck and began to shake his head. They had to go around him from the other side. Hose screamed that he would circle around him, not flying too close. He was sure that they would soon have an opportunity to attack him. A soul exploitation spell rushed at the dragon. He turned sharply and screamed. A barrier appeared around him. Ida pulled out her spear and screamed that screams would not help him and he would never catch them. She told the owner that she had never seen anyone faster than him. The monster clenched his jaw and looked at the approaching enemies. He turned away and looked somewhere ahead. His mouth opened. The hero noticed that he was distracted by the approaching fire. The lizard growled. The general ordered to prepare for the attack. They approached the giant's head. The first blow bounced off the created barrier. Hose cowered and staggered from the inert wave. Only a trace in the form of smoke remained on the shield. The entire sky was covered with purple light. 2 spheres appeared behind the heroes. An explosion was heard. Flames filled the air. The lizard began to ask the general what to do. Hose angrily looked away and shouted that they would not give up. The dragon looked at them. If he wanted to save his forest from fire, he would either get rid of them or ignore them, and in any case, they could always retreat, and the more time he lost trying to shoot them down, the further the fire would spread. The player understood that all circumstances were in their favor. They flew over the burning treetops. In addition, the barrier is an active skill and the monster decides when and where to place it, so if they attacked him unexpectedly or in a blind spot, he will not be able to reflect the blow. Ida looked ahead and said that she even felt sorry for the floor boss, but the guy shouted that now was not the time for sympathy, and they needed to attack. The couple flew over the creature's head, using the blessing of the spirit of the wind. The monster turned sharply and swung its huge tail. The blow hit the electric sphere. The general used flicker. A barrier appeared above the warrior's head. She looked at the enemy and noted his excellent reaction. New flicker spheres appeared around the huge carcass. A couple dropped lower to his feet. Hose suddenly accelerated, and the simultaneous attack was able to cut both of his front legs. Under his weight, the boss immediately fell to the ground. He stood up, straightened up, stretched his neck and screamed shrilly. Hose turned back and said that they poisoned him and he would soon weaken, because he has no resistance to poisons, but he is too big for the poison to be fatal for him. The heroes flew away. The player explained that while the pseudo-dragon was dealing with them, the fire engulfed the entire forest, and now he has two options. Continue to fight or run away from the fire. The player took a higher altitude and added that either a battle or a chase awaits them. Meanwhile, everything around has already turned into a huge bonfire. The floor boss looked at what the players had done to his house in horror. His legs were bleeding. He threw his head up to breathe in some fresh air and stuck out his tongue. Ida and Hose returned for another attack at that moment. The owner said that they would finish him off now. The hand grabbed the sword with a special grip. The dragon noticed them, but was too slow. Ida jumped off the hero's back and rushed to attack. They rose a little higher and began the attack. Hose screamed, ready to strike. Simultaneous attacks landed on his throat and forehead. The forest was burning around the roaring monster. Floating above the enemy, Hose concluded that he was trapped and it was all over. The protagonist saw many level-up notifications. Smiling, the young man noted that this was cool, even the magic circuit had improved, and this did not happen every day. Then came the messages about the gods' reactions, and the player was surprised by this, because usually they were less involved. The pseudo-dragon was not designed for hunting, it was much stronger than the other monsters on this floor. Rising higher, the warrior admitted that without the ability to fly, he would have to sweat to kill it, and expressed confidence that he would be given a huge bonus to the reward. A flash flared, and the guy caught his comrade in arms. Looking at the owner, the lizard asked what to do now. Gritting his teeth, Hose said that they could rest for a while, since he himself had inhaled smoke, but Ida asked him to continue. Frowning, the hero noticed that she was asking stupid questions again, then they would continue to burn the jungle. The fire greedily devoured the grass. The lizard stuck out its tongue with an upset face. Looking at the fire from above, it stated that their house was burning. Hovering above the flames, the young man admitted that the flames were spreading faster than he thought. Turning around, the player clarified whether his partner was crying. Ida was indeed wiping away her tears. The warrior's face reflected guilt when he thought about what to do, because the lizard was crying because of him, and he knew that she was so attached to their cave. His expression became worried, because the guy had to comfort her. But how? The house was no longer returnable. Maybe Minhyuk would advise him something. His partner continued to cry, and Hose thought about what to say. At that moment, the pseudo-dragon let out a loud roar. The hero accelerated his flight and shouted that he was here. While the enemy was about to use fire breath, the young man offered to deal with this big guy, and Ida said that she understood him. The player flew straight at the monster, and the lizard prepared her spear. A loud explosion was heard. The warrior stood on the face of the defeated monster. The guy glanced back and took out his sword. His partner was squatting behind him, and Hose started talking about their house. The fire had gone further than he expected, and in response he heard that she knew it. Looking down, Ida said that she also thought that the eastern part of the jungle would burn first, and did not expect the fire to spread to the west so quickly. Frowning, the hero expressed the hope that the lizard realized that he had no other choice, and they could only burn the floor to the end. Looking at her partner, she said that she understood everything and would not complain anymore. He just needed to tell her what he was going to do, and in response, he heard that he was staying. Looking at the burning jungle, the player explained that according to the plan, this stage could only be completed after staying here for 25 days. But if they burned the forest, thereby clearing everything here, they would be able to leave immediately. The west of the jungle was also engulfed in flames. All the local monsters were running screaming from the fire. They were screaming louder and louder. They were terrified. And the warrior was hovering right above them. Looking down, the guy admitted that this was a real hell, and the locals could not escape from the fire because of the barrier at the edge of the floor. Watching the monsters try to put out the fire, Hose noted that they were quite smart, even cooperating with other species. Frowning, the hero mentally noted that there was another side. It seemed that some of the monsters were starting to conflict with each other. Without changing his expression, the young man noticed that this place really was a real hell. At this time, Ida handed the commander a flask with a heat resistance potion, and he thanked her. Glancing at his partner, the player asked if she was ready. The lizard nodded, and both fighters landed right in the thick of the monsters. Straightening up, the guy commanded that it was time to begin. Ida intercepted her spear. The monsters continued to run. One of them turned around, and the next moment, Hose cut him in half. The lizard at the same time rid another enemy of his head. The rest continued to run from the fire. Many of them did not even notice the splashes of blood behind their backs. And it was the main character and his partner methodically cutting down their ranks. The young man was focused on the fight. Some of the locals noticed the approach of the enemies. The lizard looked in their direction, noticing that they had been noticed, but the commander noted that it was no longer important. A magical wave covered the running crowd of monsters. Releasing it with his finger, the player explained that they were being driven by fire, and there was an impenetrable barrier ahead. The panicking monsters had no time for them. Grinning, the warrior added that this was the perfect time to attack. The loud sound nevertheless attracted the enemy's attention. Striking blow after blow, the guy shouted that they were frozen, because this would not save them. The monsters' heads flew to the sides. Ida's trident also did its job. The crowd of monsters was approaching the barrier. The lizard struck again. Hose confidently cut down the closest enemy. At this time, the monsters that ran first ran into an invisible wall, and the partners continued to mow down their ranks. The last enemy was defeated by the main character. Sweating, Ida asked why the floor was still not completed. Turning around, the young man shouted that he had no idea. Looking at the general in a fighting stance, the lizard said that she was already at her limit. It was difficult for her to stay near the fire for so long. Seeing another crowd of monsters, the player noticed that the fire was heading their way. The locals were trying to break through the barrier. Looking at this, the warrior realized that the situation was getting out of control. Now the danger threatened not only the opponents. Crouching down, the guy ordered a retreat, after which both fighters soared above the fire. Soon, only ashes remained from the jungle. Burnt trees, smoke and ash. Raising an eyebrow, Hose looked around. His partner looked exhausted. When the lizard sat down on a log, the hero clarified if she was okay, and heard that she was not feeling well. Taking out the awning, the young man suggested that Ida rest in the tent, because a comfortable temperature was constantly maintained inside. The player threw the tarpaulin, and the tent itself stood up on the racks. When everything was ready, he told his partner about it. The lizard went inside, and the guy thought that they had been flying over the fire for a long time. It was not easy for her. Hose took out all the ice potion and uncorked one of the bottles, after which he struck it directly onto the ashes. Frowning with displeasure, the hero muttered that even the freezing potion did not help with the high air temperature. It felt like they were in a bathhouse. The young man sat down on a log. Looking ahead, the player wondered what to do. Why the floor did not disappear after clearing. Did they really have to wait until the end of the session? After the forest along with its inhabitants burned down, he and Ida flew above the ground for a long time, and hunted the monsters they encountered. His partner generally liked flying, so she did not mind. In truth, she had no choice, because walking was not an alternative, both for her and for the fighter himself. Around them were kilometers of ash and charred remains of the jungle. The situation was depressing. As they flew, the boy gloomily thought about what he heard, that the killer will never find peace, unlike the victim, even after death. The lizard coughed, reminding them that they ran out of water, and the commander cursed. Hose looked around and noticed that this was a problem, because they had nowhere to get water. Continuing to fly low, the hero asked to be patient as long as possible. Pursing his lips, the young man mentally admitted that the situation was hopeless. Although he received a lot of experience points, they lost a lot. They had nowhere to spend the night, nowhere to get food and wood, only a little dried meat left, because they did not think to stock up on food, so Ida got fresh meat every day. There were many corpses on the ground, but too much time had passed since their death, and there were still surviving monsters roaming the land, but there were too few of them to feed them. There was water in the lake to the southwest, but it was undrinkable because of the dead monsters that had fallen into it. They continued flying, when the player concluded that they should have just sat in the cave and not moved, but the lizard objected that it was too late to regret. There was nothing they could do. At some point, the warrior squinted, and found that he was alone. Catching the falling backpack, the guy exclaimed that the summoning period had expired, and did not even say goodbye to her properly, and wanted to summon her again. But after a moment, he realized that this was a bad idea. Changing the flight path, Hose decided that it was better to save this for later, in case he had to replay this floor, or if he needed his partner on another floor. Looking down, the hero decided that Ida was of little use now, and he didn't think she wanted him to call her here again. After the lizard disappeared, things got even worse. A lost orangutan was wandering through the ashes, but it had been cut in half by a player. He had been getting fresh meat, but he didn't know how to cook it, so he simply held it over the fire until it turned black, and it came out disgusting. Looking at the charred ham, the warrior thought that Ida's meat was much tastier, and he wondered what her secret was. Clutching his head, the boy admitted out loud that he missed his partner's cooking, when in the past, dried meat was enough for him. Then Hose had another problem. Pressing his palm to his stomach, the hero muttered that this was not the best time for an upset stomach. After all, he did not even have anything to wipe his ass with. Rummaging through his backpack, the young man continued that all the leaves had burned in the fire, and tried to find something on his own. His eyebrows went up when he found something. From his bag, he pulled out a familiar scarf. Gururoit was the name of the scarf he knitted in the waiting room on the second floor. At one time it saved the player from a nervous breakdown. For him it was a memorable thing. Looking at the rag, the warrior thought about whether to use it. He looked at the scarf for a long time. Calling the chat, the guy wrote Minyak, if he had to choose between preserving his memories and his self-esteem, what would he choose? But in response he received that he was busy, and he called him heartless. Clutching the scarf in his hand, Hose realized that he could not hold out for long and had to decide. The rag turned out to be the only way out. Sweat was pouring down the hero's face. On a piece of board, the young man scratched. Training World, Held Difficulty, 12th floor, Gororong lies here. And at that moment, a notification appeared above his head congratulating the player for being the first to clear the 12th floor on Held Difficulty. Looking angrily at the sign, the fighter barked that he had only buried Gororong. Nothing would have happened if this stupid notification had appeared 10 minutes earlier, and cursed. With an indignant face, the guy decided to give up. After all, he had finally cleared the 12th floor. Ashes rose above the remains of the jungle. The sign with the notification hung in the air. Looking at it with displeasure, Hose wondered if it was really impossible to appear earlier. Despite the fact that the forest was completely burned down, some monsters survived. Such specimens either had resistance to heat, or could fly. Scratching his temple, the hero concluded that it was because of them that it was so difficult to complete the cleanup. He had to kill every monster he encountered. It seemed that the last survivors had been finished off, although not all of them had died by his hand. Looking around, the young man realized that the jungle ecosystem had been completely destroyed by the fire, and he was sure that absolutely everything had burned down. Frowning, the player reminded himself that food was hard to come by, even harder to cook, and if not for the final notification, he would have definitely starved to death. The victim was left behind the fighter. Then, the space was filled with reward notifications from the gods. Looking at them, the guy realized that this time he had only been given points. Putting his hand on his hip, Hose recalled out loud that last time he got the skill, although he could not even clear the floor, and yet he was happy. It was better than hanging around here for a couple more weeks. And it seemed that his real reward for this floor was fire resistance. Moving the notifications higher, the hero concluded that if he thought about it, he had received immunity to mind distortion back on the second floor, and this was his first resistance skill. The window said that the young man had developed resistance to fire. Rubbing his chin, the player couldn't understand why the description was so short. Continuing to look at the information, the fighter concluded that this skill was not limited to burns and heat. Resistance applied to all elements. It was a pretty good improvement. Scratching his cheek, the guy muttered that when he received improved resistance to poisons, it, being a simple resistance of the 4th level, transformed into improved resistance to poisons of the 2nd level. But why did he get a first level skill when his resistance to burns was level 12, and heat was generally level 6, and decided to try it out in practice? Notifications about the reactions of the gods followed. Covering his hand with a swarm of windows, Hose realized that he had never received so many reactions from the gods after passing a floor, and there were almost 100 of them. He wondered why such a reaction did not occur on the 6th floor. Counting the messages with his finger, the hero discovered that there really were 100, and suggested that there were only 100 gods in the world of learning. Rubbing his chin, the young man objected to himself that everything was definitely more complicated. It was not worth trying to reason based only on the messages of the gods. He would ask Kirakiri about this. But information about the gods was expensive. Looking away, the player decided that it was time to meet her again. The warrior turned to the grave. He sadly said the name of his fallen friend. Bowing, the guy said goodbye, promising to miss him. Walking away, Hose promised to avenge his scarf. Soon he came out of the ashes. Kirakiri happily greeted the protagonist with the words that they had not seen each other for a long time. The manager jumped around the young man, trying to understand why he was so gloomy, offering to cry if he wanted. Smiling, the player decided that it was clear from him that he was not the most friendly person. Besides, he was quite touchy and vindictive. From the inventory appeared cake. Kirakiri jumped up and down, enjoying the treat. And she had already started putting the spoon in her mouth. She had almost tasted the sweetness. But a shadow fell on the fighter's face. The clouds floated serenely over the meadow. The manager frustratedly stretched her hands towards the guy, not understanding why he had taken away the treat that he himself had given her while he was cursing that she could have warned him. When Hose rushed away, the girl shouted that it would not have been so interesting then, and asked him to come back. Kirakiri waved her hands in frustration. She even started running after the hero. But then she sat down on the grass and lowered her ears. But after a while she was already enjoying the dessert. Putting her hands on her knees, the young man asked if the manager had learned her lesson, and heard a promise not to do it again. Closing his eyes, the player agreed to believe her. Seeing the outstretched jar of balls, Kirakiri lit up with happiness, and the fighter asked her to tell him next time everything and not to dare to hide information for the sake of his own amusement. The boy pursed his lips in displeasure, thinking that the manager must have been joking when she said that she kept silent for fun. Although she seemed frivolous at first glance, she was always serious when it came to information. Looking at the sky, the girl reminded Hose of his warning that she should not accept sweets from strangers, and he noticed that he was not a stranger. Leaning back, the bunny asked again about magic. Looking at Kurikiri, the hero said that it seemed that he had figured out something. The skills that the monsters used on the 12th floor were nothing more than magic. Some of them could throw fireballs, others could build ice scenes, most of all, it looked like magic. Extending his palm to the manager, the boy added that it did not seem like the monsters understood that they were using magic. Their mastery of these abilities was rather intuitive, and therefore he wanted to ask her about magic. Thoughtfully looking ahead, the bunny admitted that she did not think the player would be able to master magic. All the skills were intertwined, the system was too complicated. Even if she tried to teach him magic, nothing would come of it anyway. Sitting down next to her, the fighter asked if there was some kind of magic reference book, and he would learn it himself, to which he heard that there were books, but it would be very difficult to learn. Bending over Kurikiri, the guy asked how he could get them, because he had never come across such a book, and she showed him where. Spell books were considered weapons, and they could only be purchased through the system store. The manager helped Hose buy a couple of books. The Basics of Magic and another book about barriers and sealing spells. The protagonist chose this topic because the leader of the orangutan monsters knew how to seal skills, and he thought that he should explain why he needed the ability to seal the enemy's skills were not necessary during the fight. Blocking at least one skill could determine the course of the battle. Folding her hands on her knees, the bunny said that the young man would be able to learn to create barriers. But sealing magic was much more difficult. Magic in general was not particularly easy for people. Covering one eye, the girl explained that the player simply would not be able to use sealing unless he became an apostle of the god of seals and received permission, to which he concluded that with seals everything was more complicated than it seemed. The fighter grinned when he heard that he would be able to read the book thanks to knowledge before Babylonian times, but she was not sure that she would understand, and replied that until he tried, he would not know for sure. Crossing his legs, the guy asked the manager if she had heard about the upcoming event, and whether she could tell him more about it. Kurikiri lowered her head, and when Hose said that he thought she would be able to tell him about it, she reminded him that she was not allowed to disclose this information. After which she smiled at and said that since the hero had brought her a cake, she would tell him, and he noticed that he understood what she was getting at. Smiling, the young man promised the manager to try to bring even more sweets. The girl beamed. Getting to her feet, the bunny said that there was little information, and he also needed to listen carefully. Raising her fingers, the manager said, "The second stranger," and that was all. He looked at Kurikiri in confusion. The player even asked again, but she only repeated her words. The clouds continued to lazily float over the meadow. The manager looked at him seriously. Looking at the player, she noted that he had a whole warehouse of toilet paper. Was he going to trade it? Raising an eyebrow, the warrior replied that she could not imagine what it was like when you did not have toilet paper. It was considered a combat item, like potions, so it could not be bought in the waiting room. Glancing to the side, he thought that he remembered the bunny's words about a new event, the second stranger. These words did not mean anything to him. He needed to consult with Minyak. Looking at the store screen, the guy bragged that he bought a good spear, and also stocked up on canned goods. After which he opened a portal to the waiting area and finally turned to the manager. With a grin, he promised to return. Waving her hand at him, the girl asked him to be careful and bring more cakes with him. Session 15, Day 18, 23 hours and 50 minutes. Opening the inventory, Hose remembered that his friend was probably sleeping now, and decided to spend time with a book. He opened the first page. The hero read, "What ingredient is needed to measure lifetime? Find the answer." Turning over the sheets, the young man noticed that the first page had only one sentence, and wanted to know what was on the next one. The player's face lengthened in surprise. The pages were empty. Leafing through the volume, the fighter could not understand why, except for the first page, the book was completely empty. Returning to the beginning, the guy noted that only a question was written there, an ingredient needed to measure time. How should he know? Rubbing his chin, Hose realized that he would have to rack his brains. Most likely, if he found it, the text would return to the pages. After all, it was a magic book. The sudden notification scared the hero. Returning to the chat, the young man saw that Hyunjin contacted him and asked how he was doing. In response, he heard that his friend had cleared the third floor. The guy said that all the floors the player had completed were full of sophisticated traps, poisoned arrows, extreme temperatures, in general, everything to complicate things, but he had managed. With a smile, the fighter congratulated his comrade and praised him, and in response he heard laughter. Squinting, the guy remembered that thanks to the flickering ball, he had passed the third level without much effort, so he did not have a chance to experience the full range of sensations from passing, but he managed this one on his own. Holding the book in his hands, Hose suggested that they work out a strategy together and publish it in the community, and he heard agreement. The hero raised an eyebrow when he was asked about the fourth floor, and he remembered that there was a goblin instructor on the fourth floor, and Hyunjin looked like a robber or a murderer. It would be hard for him there. The young man thought about what advice to give the newbie. The fire scattered sparks around itself. Sitting next to the fire, the player reasoned out loud that his friend had raised his spirits, and he also wanted progress. With impatience on his face, the fighter wanted to clear the 13th floor as soon as possible. He had just left the 12th, and he could no longer sit still. Opening the portal, the guy remembered that the 12th floor was a real hell, so he needed to prepare well. Stepping inside, Hose announced that they would begin clearing the next level. He found himself in a dark room. Glancing to the side, the hero immediately paid attention to the situation. Information windows appeared before the young man's eyes. It was written there, to the east of the continent of Ahan, deep in the ocean under a volcanic island, there was a temple of monks worshipping the god of warfare. This place was well hidden. It served as a place for training the monks' fighting skills. But someone ridiculed their aspirations and abilities. The rebels swore that only he would reach the pinnacle of martial arts. The game asked him to prove his case by fighting the enraged orcs, and the conditions for the cleansing were victory in at least 15 rooms. Scratching his head, the player admitted that the idea was clear, and assumed that he ended up here because the god of warfare hated him. Looking around the dojo, the fighter added that his favorites would be welcome guests here. Frowning, the guy decided that since this was the first floor, related to the god, maybe he could find out something about the deities here. Heading towards the door, Hose reminded himself that he had to win 12 rooms to pass the floor, but this room was empty. Continuing to walk, the hero noticed that there was not a single draft. Even he, a person with incredibly keen hearing, did not catch anything, and assumed that there was soundproofing here. Looking at the sign with the number 0, the player decided that if there was nothing remarkable here, then he should go to the door. The sign surprised him. Could this really be room 0? The fighter entered inside. He was tense. The guy moved forward until he reached the door with the sign number 1. The guy stopped in front of it. Frowning, he stated that further on was the first room. Continuing to examine the sign, Hong Jae guessed out loud that all the rooms were in one corridor, and it seemed that the higher the number, the more difficult the test was. When the hero pushed the door, light poured out. The young man walked inside. In the middle of the room, someone was sitting in the lotus position. Without looking up at the person who entered, the monk asked if this was the arrogant little man that the abbot had told him about. The player looked at his opponent appraisingly. He did not move, and the fighter managed to estimate his 2-meter height, strong build, and lack of weapons. Raising his hand, the guy decided to check for special features. The orc looked at him, and it immediately became clear that he was not a human. Indignantly looking at the monk, Hoji asked why he was arrogant if he did not even have a weapon. Frowning, the opponent said that the hero was indeed arrogant. Why would a monk who had reached the heights of martial arts need weapons and armor? Foreign objects only got in the way. After all, weapons are nothing to read true power. Frowning in response, the young man noted that this nonsense was curious, and that the end for him meant only victory. The monk continued to look at the man and said that he did not understand anything. Victory was only part of the end. Then he clenched his fist and said that he was tired. Clenching his second fist, the orc added that he was not going to even listen to the player's reasoning. Rising to his feet, the orc demanded to take out his beautiful weapon. It was time to begin the test. The player frowned at his opponent. Throwing back his cloak, the fighter asked to say what the test was, and in response he heard that he had to defeat the monk to move on to the next room. Squinting, the guy called it simple. But something was bothering him. Looking at the monk's fighting stance, Hose thought that he could actually understand abandoning weapons in order to develop skills. It was not worth underestimating the enemy. People had been developing weapons for centuries. Without moving, the hero thought that they had perfected technology to win any battle. But how were they going to reach the pinnacle of martial arts without weapons? With a flash of his eyes, the young man reminded himself that there was only one way out for him: victory. He threw a dagger at the enemy. The orc froze for a second. Then he parried it. But then the player rushed into battle. He aimed his spear forward, and the blow hit the monk right in the chest. For a second, they both froze. The enemy fell. The man walked forward, and noticed that this was only the first room, and he had already had to sweat. Approaching the next room, the fighter hoped that the next room would be more interesting. Tablet number 2. In this room, the monk was defeated. There were no problems in the first 3 rooms. The opponent simply could not match the guy in speed. And then in the 5th room there was a monk, who was able to somehow keep up with him. The orc with the long face managed to avoid Ho's attack. Raising his weapon again, the hero asked if it was too weak. The monk grabbed his throat. The next blow of the spear pierced his head, and silence fell in the room. Examining the body, the hero realized that he was right. Feeling, the young man learned that orcs have hard skin, almost like iron. Such a body could not be achieved through training, you had to be born with it. Frowning, the hero admitted that he did not immediately notice this, since he attacked him with magic, but such a body was a powerful advantage in battle. Comparing the sizes of their palms, the player was glad that any physical imperfection could be compensated for by magic and combat skills. But this only worked if the opponent's skills were worse than yours. When fighting with an equal level of skills, physical strength won. With a dissatisfied face, the fighter mentally wondered how the guys with iron skin could promote the superiority of skills over weapons. It was a little hypocritical. The notification that caught the guy's attention said that the deity of martiality cleared his throat, and Hose concluded that he was thinking the same thing. Looking at the defeated enemy, the hero decided to carefully examine the body. It would not hurt him to know about the capabilities of his opponents. With each room, the monks were becoming stronger and more experienced. The young man thought that by the 15th, an opponent equal to him in strength would appear. The player continued to dissect. Then he turned the body over. When notifications reported that the deity of militancy was unhappy, and slowness was angry, the fighter noticed that there was so much noise and asked not to distract him from work. Hose wiped his mouth with his hand when he heard a message from a friend asking if he was busy. And he was completely distracted by the chat when Minhyuk said that he learned something about the upcoming event, and the hero was surprised that already. The young man typed a message in response that he would also share what he learned. When the player typed the word second stranger, his interlocutor was shocked that there was so little information. The fighter dropped his hands, sure that he probably already found out everything and just wanted him to fill in the gaps, and he was called smart. Information about the event had already appeared on the community bulletin board, and Minhyuk asked his friend to take a look when he had time. Wiping his hands, the guy promised to read it during a snack if he had already posted it. Soon, Hose left the corpse alone. He now had milk, heated with a stone, and he poured cocoa powder into it. Sipping the drink, the hero said that it was cool. Chewing a bun, the young man realized that after cooking Ida, he could no longer enjoy only dried meat. This was a problem with his cooking skills. The next time he summoned a lizard, he would need to ask it to teach him how to cook. Opening the information window, the player wanted to see what was written there. The fighter raised his eyebrows when he read that the test would be called simply competition. It will start before the end of the 15th game session. Everyone who goes through the training becomes a participant. You can refuse to participate or give up. It seems that the winner will receive a skill as a reward, and the guards have done a good job of collecting information. Raising an eyebrow, the guy realized that they were unable to find out anything about the rules of the competition, but they will find out before the end of the session. Raising his eyes to the ceiling, Hose muttered that there was already a heated discussion in the community. Reading the chat, the hero concluded that everyone was excited about the news because they thought that the guards would not allow cheating. Looking at the chats, the young man felt the same atmosphere as on the day of the meeting. They were like a bunch of children going on a hike. Here he managed to find new information that the event consisted of fighting each other both in a team and alone. The player frowned when he came across a discussion about who would win. Reading the bets on himself, the fighter muttered that he felt strange and did not understand why they were arguing about who would win. Closing the chat, the guy decided to come back to this later. He stretched. Grinning, Hose confidently thought that victory would be his. Another orc was defeated, and the main character wiped the blood from his chin, and he received a notification about clearing the 13th floor. But raising an eyebrow, the young man realized that he had fulfilled the conditions of the clearing, having passed the first 15 rooms, and when asked if he wanted to go through the others, he answered that of course. Mockingly looking ahead, the player did not know how many rooms there were in total, but he would try to go as far as possible. If possible, he would reach the end. While he was trying to pass the 13th floor, Minhyuk sent him new information about the competition. It seemed that the event would affect several floors. Raising an eyebrow, the friend explained that if you combine this new information with what the fighter managed to find out, it turned out that you could meet a foreigner on the second floor. They already knew that the training participants were from different countries and continents, so this was quite possible. Heading forward, the guy thought that the answer to the most important question was finally found. He always wondered why he had never met foreigners. They all spoke Korean. If the training world existed in other countries, then there should be foreign players too. Wearily closing his eyes, Hose thought that they would definitely not obey the laws of the guards, and they would try to impose their will, and in the event of a conflict, he would be the one to suppress the protesters. Moreover, Minhyuk decided that it was a good idea to give the guys with normal difficulty under his command, citing fatigue, which now made the hero angry and muttered that, of course, he understands that he is so busy, but he is not his nanny. Opening one eye, the young man continued to grumble that, unfortunately, no one asked his opinion, so he will have to leave everything as it is. Since the founding of the guards, Minhyuk made grandiose plans for a future full of uncertainties. To say that he tried to say nothing, in fact, he had a strange obsession with planning all possible scenarios, and sometimes he looked like a paranoid. Raising his eyebrows, the player decided to think about it later. Now there were more important things. He came to the 16th room, and stopped near the door. The monks had no weaknesses, their bodies were perfect. The only weakness that the fighter found, their reaction speed decreased if they were stunned by a strong blow to the head, or if their vision was blurred. Clenching his fists, the boy thought that the opponents still had little real combat experience. Although they had arranged training fights among themselves, it did not help much against an outsider with a completely different fighting style. Of course, the further he went, the less effective his blows were. Squinting, Hose decided that if you take this into account, he still had a chance to win. In the 19th room, the monk rushed at the main character. And he was merciless. but the orc managed to dodge his blow. The young man panicked. He tried to get his opponent again. Clenching his teeth, the player could not understand how the monk dodged, because he put all his strength into this blow. The next moment, the orc kicked the spear out of his opponent's hands. His fist was rapidly approaching. The fighter barely managed to go down. The guy summoned a sword. Then he tried to attack. But the blade only smoked. Hose jumped back. The orc staggered. Looking at the enemy's gestures, the hero thought that his opponent's behavior irritated him, but he could easily send him to the next world if he approached the task correctly. Breathing heavily, the young man mentally added that after the 15th room the difficulty had noticeably increased. The monks were now truly strong, and it was not only about physical strength. Their combat skills had also greatly improved, and they also had no weaknesses that he could latch onto. Their movements were fast and precise, and their blows were always firm and swift. Summoning a long blade and a shield, the player reminded himself that in such situations he always preferred this pair. Getting into a fighting stance, the fighter decided that he would use the shield to block his blows. While attacking with his sword, the enemy was faster than him, so this strategy was his last chance. Pointing his hand at the stranger, the orc wondered if he really thought that this would save him. Covering himself with his shield, the guy thought indignantly that of course not, or that he thought that he himself did not understand that he was losing to his opponent in speed, and no weapon would compensate for this, and why he was so calm. It was infuriating. Bowing his head, the monk said that Hose would have to try harder, and demanded that he not defame their duel with his pride. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that he was too talkative, and wrongly, but the monk from the 18th room told him the same thing before he knocked him out. Continuing to stand in a stance, the opponent noted that the aforementioned did nothing wrong, because their goal was not victory, but reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, to which the young man replied that no matter how many times he heard it, he still would not understand what they were talking about. The player did not want to admit it, but now he had no choice. This was the end. The 19th room was his limit, and he would remember it. The fighter was forced to activate the endurance skill to raise his combat skills depending on the enemy's strength, as well as his own fatigue level and the amount of damage. Endurance was a passive skill, so the effect should be permanent. He kept it turned off until now. Although it was a good skill, the boy turned it off on the advice of Ida, who said that the commander should learn to control his skills, and he himself figured out how to turn on and off skills on the 12th floor. With his eyes sparkling, Hose suggested starting over. Crouching down, the hero added that, as the monk said, he would give it his all. Grinning, the orc replied that he had been waiting for this moment. A bright flash flashed next to his opponent. The monk prepared to attack. But the young man was already there, and he struck with his sword. This time, blood spurted from the enemy's neck. The player grinned. The orc tried to strike his fist straight at the enemy's face, and he even managed to knock the shield out of the warrior's hand. In response, he grabbed the monk by the chest, and with a turn, he plunged the blade into his chest. The opponent fell behind the guy. Blood dripped onto the floor. The monk, pressing his palm to his chest, called it a good fight. Looking at the orc in surprise, Hose objected that this good fight ended 10 seconds after he activated the skill. Smiling, the opponent said that these 10 seconds were enough to learn a lot from him, and he needed to continue practicing. The young man turned to the orc and asked if he killed him now, but he replied that this was also not bad. Heading to the door, the player said that the monk was crazy, but he turned around when he heard the advice to be careful when entering the next room. Looking at the fighter, the opponent added that he should fight with his eyes closed. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. Walking further down the corridor, Hose realized that something had changed. He began to make decisions differently. Usually, he was ready to do anything to become stronger. It is definitely not about the humanity of monks. No matter how human-like they were, their lives meant nothing to the protagonist. He didn't think that was the case. The young man frowned, and couldn't understand why he hadn't killed a single monk. As he continued to move forward, the player thought he was crazy. Maybe someone had mentally attacked him, but he didn't feel any magic. This was just a training floor. Once the player left here, it would reset, the dead monks would come back to life, and all their memories of him would be erased. Pressing his palm to his chest, the fighter reminded himself of his promise to never enjoy killing at all costs. Let the dead come back to life. No matter if they were monsters or humans, he had to value their lives. Until now, he had strictly followed this rule while traveling through the training world, but he never felt any pity or regret when taking someone else's life, so why couldn't he kill that monk? Ignoring the notifications from the gods, the guy closed his eyes and continued to think that he himself did not understand what a momentary weakness was, and decided, as soon as he had a minute, to find out if there was a psychologist among the players. Soon Hose saw a sign for the 20th room. Inside sat another monk, greeting the stranger. While the hero entered, the orc noticed that he had come a long way and offered to sit down, because it took time for his eyes to adjust. Looking around, the young man noticed that it was much darker here, or rather, something similar to magic blocked his vision. Rubbing his eyes, the player noticed that he did not feel anything. As if it was a skill that did not require magic, he felt this for the first time. Not only did he not see the monk, he could not even see his own hand. Gritting his teeth, the fighter understood what the previous enemy meant. The guy activated the search for dangers. With its help, he finally determined where the orc was, but fighting in such conditions would be problematic. But the monk only smiled and asked him not to frown, because they were in the same conditions. Raising an eyebrow, Hose noted that he had spent more time in this room, so he could see justice better, and in response he heard laughter that such was the fate of a rebel. While he was getting up, the hero realized that if he concentrated, he could clearly see him. But the problem was that he would not be able to do this constantly during the battle, and he complained that he hoped that he would have time to get used to the darkness before the start of the duel. Summoning the sword, the young man apologized, but they could not continue to chat, he needed to focus. Looking at his opponent, the player added that it would be difficult. Magic greatly interfered with the support of the skill, which meant he would have to do without it. The fighter closed his eyes. But the monk was in no hurry either. The guy pulled the blade to the side and activated the exploitation of souls. The orc calmly dodged the wave of magic, and then walked away from the rapid movement of Hose. The hero struck the monk first. He dodged the blow downwards. Summoning his shield, the young man could not understand how the orc had managed to sense the flash in the dark room, but it did not matter, he had to concentrate. The enemy began his attack. Gritting his teeth, the player realized that he was going to hit him in the forehead, and that he could not dodge. With a blow of his fist, the monk smashed the shield into pieces. The fighter opened his eye, screaming. Having flown a distance, the opponent turned to the stranger. But the guy tried to concentrate. He activated his wings to use them to attack the flash. And it generally worked. The enemies flew away from each other. And in the end, both were spread out on the floor. Hose threw a knife at the orc. But he simply parried it. With the help of the flash, the hero jumped above the enemy. He tried to strike with the edge of his palm blindly, and generally chose the right trajectory. The blow of the palm landed right on the monk's head. A wide scratch remained on his cheekbone. With a satisfied smile, the young man thought that his opponent deserved it. However, the next moment he saw the orc's soul flying into his face. Gritting his teeth again, the player realized that he had not managed to follow his movements. His concentration was failing because the enemy had hit him. The fighter increased his combat concentration. The attack was getting closer, but it was too late to retreat. The monk's foot hit the guy's side, and he quickly flew into the wall. Blood gushed from his mouth. Somehow getting to his feet, Hose realized that, except for a couple of broken ribs, he was unharmed. Breathing heavily, the hero mentally admitted that the orc had managed to batter him like that, despite his invulnerability. At that moment, the opponent put his hand to his ear, asking him not to tell him. The young man made a vague gesture with his hand, and the monk rushed straight at him. Summoning the second sword, the player thought he was almost winning, he just needed to pull. The opponent was rushing straight at him, swinging his fist. The fighter crossed swords. The orc's fist stopped in front of his face. The opponent coughed up blood. When the monk sank to the floor, the guy asked how he was. When Hose managed to get to his feet, he asked the opponent if he was stronger than he expected. The orc could not answer right away, and the protagonist came to the conclusion that this was the end. Getting to his feet, the opponent admitted that he accepted fate. It was a glorious fight. Opening the inventory, the young man thought that the monk was addressing him with respect. Even after he poisoned him, he could not do that. Showing the bottle, the player said that this was an antidote, and if the opponent answered a couple of questions, it would be his, and he agreed only if he knew the answers to them. The fighter asked how many rooms there were, and when he heard that there were only 33, and that the abbot was in the last one, he admitted that there were more than he thought. Leaning over the old man, the boy asked him to explain how to get used to the darkness, but the old man was surprised, because it seemed to him that he had already adapted, and he objected that he had not done so as well as his opponent. Without raising his head, the monk asked if his opponent really wanted him to lay out his trump cards, to which the orc said that if he did not want to answer, he could forget about the antidote, and in response he heard laughter. Sweat poured down the orc's bald head, and he promised to tell him he would need this knowledge if Hose was going to go to the next room. The hero squeezed the bottle in his hand. After a bottle of antidote, and a couple of cans of soup eaten, the old man looked back at the young man and asked if he had already left, and he replied that he still had a lot to do, and thanks to the help, his eyes had already adjusted to the darkness. Turning to the monk, the player asked him how far he thought he would be able to go. Scratching his beard, the orc suggested that up to the 25th room, after which the monks would become an order of magnitude stronger than him, but if he could get through the 26th, then perhaps he would get to the 29th, but he would hardly be able to cope with the 30th, there was not enough space. Folding his arms across his chest, the fighter realized that it would only get harder from here, the hellish difficulty knew no mercy. Bowing, the old man thanked the guy for the soup in a can, it was delicious, and he noted that he enjoyed listening. With a smile, the monk added that he had a good time and expressed the hope that they would see each other again. Waving his hand, Hazi said goodbye to the orc. He knew he would see more of this old man. Defeating the monk in the 15th room opened the passage to the next floor. When the game session ended, he would move to the waiting room of the next floor. If he ever had a chance to try himself on the 13th floor, this monk would not remember the hero anyway. His memory would be erased as soon as he left the monastery. The young man froze in front of the door. The doors slowly opened. He entered the 24th room. And there he won an unconditional victory. Raising his eyebrows, the player thought that here was the 25th room. The old monk claimed that this was his limit, but he did not agree with him, or he would not know until he tried. Suddenly, another opponent stood up and addressed the stranger, noticing that he still was not accustomed to the long spear. Turning around, the orc explained that the fighter was forgetting the advantages of the spear and was rushing into close combat, which was detrimental to him, and he also noticed that he had a habit of sticking out his left leg before attacking. With a smile, the boy replied that he had nothing to say to that, but thanked him for the advice. After which he went out into the corridor. Hose had too many questions in his head, but now he needed to focus on the upcoming fight with the monk from room 25, because he planned to defeat the abbot. So, here is the next arena. The protagonist entered with a determined frown. The new opponent, who stood in the middle, greeted the stranger. The young man tried to understand what was so special about him, warming up his fingers, and suggested getting straight to the point. The orc was surprised that the stranger's eyes had already gotten used to the darkness. Adjusting his cloak, the player reminded him that the light had disappeared in the 20th room, and anyone would have had time to get used to it. Looking at the fighter with interest, the monk noted that it was usually difficult for strangers to adapt to the monastery conditions. Having crossed the threshold of this room, they immediately left, and they had to start all over again to at least get used to the absence of light. Squinting, the guy decided that his opponent was talking about the time when he served the deity of warfare in a real temple, and not about the training floor. Hose became interested in what history the walls of this monastery kept, how its inhabitants lived, what they dreamed about, and why strangers came here and challenged them. Squinting, the hero stopped himself. Why was he even thinking about this? He needed to concentrate. Tilting his head, the orc noticed that the stranger was strange. And then it dawned on the boy why he felt uneasy about what he was doing. Clenching his fists, the player admitted that he was lonely. He realized that the problem was in himself, and he did not think that his own mind would fail him. The warrior enjoyed communicating with others because it helped him get rid of loneliness. That is why when he saw Ida, Kurikiri, Shikian or Minion, he was happy to see them, laughing and smiling, chatting with them. But his loneliness made him take an interest in his opponents, and try to befriend them, but he did not think that it was possible to expose himself so stupidly. If the monks from the very beginning were not friendly to strangers, the boy would already be dead, and more than once, and this one also asked if everything was okay and if he needed to rest. Drawing his blade, Hose answered that no. Taking a fighting stance, the hero added that he would finish the fight first, and they could talk when they were done. Smiling, the monk noticed that the young man was confident in his victory. And also preparing for the fight, he said that it would not be that easy. The fight was beginning. At the same time, notifications from the deity of adventure and slowness appeared again, and the player remembered that these two were always with him in all fights. Squeezing the handle of the sword, the fighter even wondered what they wanted from him, but he could not find out. The first thing the guy did was launch the exploitation of souls. A magical attack flew straight at the enemy. The monk swung to strike. Hose attacked with a blade in response. The fist was rapidly approaching, and suddenly a blast wave spread from it, which swept away the hero's magical attack. The young man was shocked and could not understand what was happening. He barely managed to roll away from this wave. The wall cracked. Turning around at this, the player could not understand whether it was a burst of faith or a shock wave. With his mouth open, the fighter remembered that the monks had warned him about the 25th room, and here's why. The orc was still standing in a stance after the blow. Looking at his satisfied grin, the guy realized that he would die if it hit him. Ho's eyes widened in shock. He dodged the enemy's sound waves as best he could. At this time, the monk raised his fist again to strike, after which he exhaled to direct another wave. The protagonist noticed that the blow was aimed straight at him, and barely managed to slip forward. Looking back at the enemy, the young man realized that he needed to try without the flash. It, of course, helped him dodge, but this way he exposed himself, so it is better to use it only during an attack. Meanwhile, the orc prepared to attack again. Running away from another wave, the player realized that this would be a competition in speed. As he moved behind his opponent, the fighter reflected that he had to rely entirely on magic to understand where his opponent was, and decided to see if he could keep up with all his movements. The guy began to circle around the monk. He turned around in surprise, and again tried to direct a blow at Hose. Another explosion was heard, which the hero barely managed to dodge. He squinted. In a few jumps, the young man passed the danger zone. Then he ran straight into the orc. The player swung his weapon. The opponent's fist was pointing at him again. But this time, the blade collided with the opponent's fingers. Everything around him flared with a golden glow. The fighter was thrown back, but he managed to land on his feet. Clutching the blade, the guy decided to try again. Hose quickly rushed forward in a zigzag. And again he jumped right above the monk. He swung again. In flight, the hero used combat concentration. His sword collided with the orc's fist again. The young man tensed, activating the flash. And the golden light flashed across the entire room again. But this time, the player instantly appeared behind the opponent and activated a new flash. The opponent began to turn around. The blade's strike passed right along his back. Surprise appeared on the monk's face for a moment. The fighter's face twitched. The opponent, who flew to the side, landed on his feet. And straightened up, looking at the guy. Raising his eyebrows, Hose noticed that the monk reflexively turned sideways to him to minimize the damage from the attacks. Yes, he is a real monster. Freezing, the opponent asked if he was poisoned. Raising his sword, the hero said that the poison would kill anyone in 5 minutes, although he might not die, but it would definitely paralyze him, to which the orc noted that this was curious and he had never fought in such conditions before. The monk grinned and added that it was very interesting that if he couldn't defeat the enemy within the allotted time, he would automatically lose. Returning the grin, the young man said that the other monks had said the same thing. Sending a sound wave forward again, the orc said that since time was short, it was time to get down to business, and decided to attack first. The player was thrown back by the sound wave. He only managed to use the hard skin skill, which caused his hand to start smoking. Looking at the orc's lunge, it dawned on the fighter that the advantage would be on his side if the fight was close. But if he allowed himself to move further away, the orc would start shooting again, and then he would most likely expose himself before the poison had time to take effect. The next moment, the enemy knocked the blade out of the guy's hand. Gritting his teeth, Hose decided that he would have to fight barehanded. The opponent had 3 factors on his side: physical strength, a wide attack radius, and he was better adapted to the environment. On the other hand, poison was now spreading through the monk's body. His blows were becoming weaker, his movements were becoming more clumsy. He could no longer keep up with the main character, and did not try to disguise his attacks, he simply went straight ahead. Reading even the orc's imperceptible movements, the young man could predict his next attack. Gritting his teeth, the player activated his heightened senses. He dodged another sound wave. He swung his fist to strike. But the monk blocked the attack with his elbow. Frowning, the fighter was amazed at his opponent's reaction. At that moment, the orc extended his palm to grab the guy by the arm. Then he knocked him to the floor. Hose tensed up. And with the help of a flash, he broke free from the hold. Smiling triumphantly, the hero realized that while he was using the flash, he could dodge any attack from his opponent. This was a chance to go on the defensive. And the young man's next blow reached the monk. Without leaving the combat stance, the player realized that he could now hit the enemy, since the poison had weakened him greatly. Watching him fall, the fighter mentally added that even though he was like stone, it would not save him from disorientation due to a blow to the head. The orc began to fall, and collapsed on the floor. The guy took advantage of this. He grabbed the monk by the face, after which he pressed him to the floor. Grinning triumphantly, Hose realized that this was a victory. The orc covered himself with his fists. And now the 30th room appeared before the main character. Entering inside, the young man immediately looked ahead. The mustachioed orc stood up when he saw the stranger. With a smile, the monk greeted the enemy and noticed that he had not had guests for a long time. Looking around, the player realized that something was wrong with this room. From the top of his head to the very tips of his fingers, he felt nothing. Looking at his fist, the fighter mentally noted that there was a feeling of weightlessness, as if he had plunged into the depths of the ocean. The orc looked at the guy with concern, wondering if he was okay. He grabbed his throat and asked how many people had been here before him. Winking, the monk laughed, noting that Hose spoke funny, and suggested that he take his time and get used to the atmosphere. Frowning, the hero mentally cursed. He could not even speak normally, all his senses were failing him. Rubbing his chin, the monk commented that few could feel what his room had to offer. The young man developed simply by being here, and advised him to take his time and understand what was what. The player looked gloomily at his opponent. Then he sank to the floor. Having taken a comfortable position, the fighter concentrated. He did not even feel the floor, and if he closed his eyes, he did not distinguish whether he was sitting or standing. The monk would not attack him until the stranger got used to his room, at least the others gave him time. As soon as the guy entered the 13th floor, he immediately felt a burning desire to develop. Everything in this place interested him. After getting to know the inhabitants of the temple better, his worldview changed. At first, he only laughed at their oddities, but over time he began to enjoy talking with the monks. But they remained his opponents who needed to be defeated, not to get to know better. Thus, 2 problems arose. Hose was increasingly losing his vigilance, sympathizing with the monks, and the situation was aggravated by the fact that the monks never attacked him in the middle of a conversation, although he was ready to repel a blow. This led to the second problem. The protagonist was no longer wary of opponents, and his loneliness was partly to blame for this. These problems were not so easy to solve, and he had to be more careful. Opening his eyes, the young man decided that enough was enough. He sorted out his thoughts. Rising to his feet, he decided to get down to business. Drawing his sword, the player decided to adapt to the room first. In the 32nd room, another orc praised the stranger for his victory and suggested that they move on to the next room for the final test. The fighter lowered his eyebrows. Heading towards the door, the guy thought that the last 3 rooms were easier than he expected. The strength of the monks themselves did not change much in them. The only difficulty was the inability to feel their own body. It was not easy to get used to it. Opening the door, Hose mentally continued that if he simply focused on the enemy, he could easily defeat them. The hero went out into the last corridor. Ahead was door number 33. He even slowed down in front of the last room. The young man pushed the door. Entering inside, he realized that all his senses were paralyzed: hearing, touch, sight and smell, and taste. Of course, he lost all 5 senses. The player, out of habit, tried to look around. From the darkness, the stranger heard a greeting. Gritting his teeth, the fighter realized that the monk's voice was ringing in his head. It seemed that he really had lost his hearing, and did not understand what he was doing. In his head, he heard a suggestion to take his time and look around. The guy closed his eyes. After which he straightened up and used magic. Its waves spread throughout the room. Hose narrowed his eyes when they told him that they clearly felt the course of his thoughts. The abbot, emerging from the shadows, added that this was a fragment of power granted to him by the deity. The hero arched an eyebrow, trying to comprehend what was said. The monk confirmed this, and added that he was the same as the stranger. Moving slowly, the orc explained that the deity sent him a test so that he would prove himself worthy of being his apostle. The abbot continued that they easily recognized each other because they both emanated divine power, which is why believers could easily distinguish their own kind even in a huge crowd, but the young man was not as well informed as the others. Trying to comprehend what was happening, the player asked if this orc's gift was telepathy or something similar. In response, he heard that the enemy's skill consumed magic, but didn't the fighter realize that it didn't matter? The abbot said that he had been watching the boy since the moment he entered the temple. Opening his mouth, Hose realized that his opponent had been watching him with magic from the very beginning. It was a damn complicated magic. A real monster stood before him. With a nervous smile, the hero realized that he was now really risking his life. The abbot did not change his pose, but was indignant that he was called a monster, considering it rude. But the young man retorted that he himself was to blame, since he read his thoughts without permission. Rubbing the back of his head, the player added that he had figured out almost everything. The monk smiled and said that since it was true, he would tell about the last test. A sign immediately popped up about its beginning, and the description said, "Prove to Amit, a monk blessed by the deity of warfare, that the player's words had at least some meaning." Even more gloomy, the warrior revealed the conditions of the cleansing, and it consisted of withstanding 2 of Amit's tests and earning his approval. The abbot pointed his fingers at the guy and explained that the first test was to survive in this room for a day, and the second was to hold out in a fight with him for 10 minutes. Sweat poured down Ho's face when he thought that the hellish difficulty level did not allow him to get bored, and he was wary of the nature of the first test. His senses did not work here, they were completely replaced by magic, so this was not a problem. He was worried about the amount of magic needed for this. What he had left would last for about 4 hours. Once the magic ran out, the protagonist would be left in complete darkness, where he would be forced to sit without the ability to feel anything. The young man narrowed his eyes, remembering something else. There would be an opponent next to him who was favored by the deity. Hose clenched his hand into a fist. The guy looked at the monks sleeping with their arms outstretched. He thought that in order to leave the last room of the 13th floor as a winner, he would need to pass 2 of Amit's tests. Standing in the middle of the hall, the player thought that the first test was to hold out in the room for 24 hours and he could replace his senses in magic. But then his reserves would be depleted too quickly. Sparks began to form around the protagonist, and he thought that he would spend magic as little as possible. Hose closed his eyes and enjoyed feeling his own body. That should be enough. The protagonist looked at Akhmet and decided that he didn't need his vision for now, because the monk wouldn't touch him anyway. They stood opposite each other when the protagonist thought about the second test, much more difficult than the previous one, where he would have to survive a 10-minute battle with the owner of the room. Opening one eye, Hose thought that the monk was definitely strong and, foreseeing the outcome of the battle, he would have to swallow his pride and try his best to hold out. Standing in pitch darkness, the protagonist closed his eyes and heard a voice saying that it was time to begin the first test. He extended his hand, stopping Akhmet, and suggested that the first test last twice as long, but for this he should receive a small reward. The hero extended his finger up and said that if he could hold out for 48 hours, the monk should teach him how to communicate telepathically. Akhmet brought his palms together in thought, and the protagonist thought that thanks to the divine blow, the monk is able to read other people's thoughts, and a special skill allows him to broadcast a message into other people's heads. The protagonist thought that he could learn the skill and interference would not arise for a long time. Such a skill would clearly come in handy. Without opening his eyes, Ahmed agreed. A pill appeared in Ho's hands, which he asked to drink. The monk clarified that if it was intended for accelerated restoration of mana, then he could not allow it. But the protagonist interrupted him and said that thanks to it, he would not want to go to the toilet. Hose threw the pill in his mouth, while Ahmed asked to take it. The protagonist sat in the lotus position and the first test began, to hold out without 5 senses for 2 days. After a couple of hours, the player thought that everything was going smoothly. He was killing time with meditation, using magic to track changes in his body. He frowned and thought that he had paid the utmost attention to the distribution of magic, forcing the mana to circulate throughout his body in an attempt to minimize its consumption. The hero felt that even so, the magic had dried up rather quickly. Sitting in the same place, he thought that he had tried to save the last bits of mana so that he would have at least something for the next stage, and that was when the first test began in earnest. The hero sat in complete darkness, unable to feel anything, and then only the ability to think remained in him. The hero thought that his body seemed to have disappeared, and his soul, left without a container, set off on a journey through the vastness of the universe. He had the feeling that he did not exist at all. The guy frowned and thought that he would go crazy so soon. Ho stood up and wondered if he was dead, but realized that he was alive because he was still thinking, and therefore existed. He gritted his teeth and firmly decided that he would live, when he heard Ahmed's voice asking how the boy was coping. Hose continued to sit in place without moving, and the monk was glad that he had finally woken up. A blue flash appeared in front of the protagonist, and Ahmed said that most people reacted like the protagonist, and the monarch's job is to monitor the progress and contact the player when he is about to reach the point of no return. Hose opened his eyes and hovered in the air, asking if anyone had ever failed to return, and Ahmed replied that many had failed before him. Hose was surprised and asked why the monk did not simply move them outside the room, but Ahmed assured him that it was not as easy as it seemed. Returning consciousness to someone whose spirit had almost completely left the body was almost impossible. The protagonist looked at the flash in front of him and listened when the monk said that if he couldn't get back on his own, someone else could try to pull him out, but only entities close to the deities could handle such a task. Cold sweat broke out on the player's face. He couldn't find what to answer. Hose pulled away and ended their conversation, saying that he realized something, so he needed to return to meditation. Ahmed replied that it was very interesting. In such cases, his own voice seemed to him like a breath of wind rushing somewhere far away. The monarch's palms were still pressed together when he asked the player to tell him something about himself, and began to tell him what the feeling of insignificance was. After a while, Hose meditated and thought that 48 hours had already passed, but Ahmed said that it had not yet. Continuing to sit in the lotus position, the protagonist thought that he would be able to count the time, but it seemed that he was wrong. It seemed to him that the sense of time was dulling in the room. The monk, without changing his position, declared that the protagonist was smart. Bowing his head, Hose thought that his thinking was speeding up, as if a 3-hour movie was playing in his head in 5 seconds. Frowning, he thought that this was the worst thing. He did not understand how much time had passed since the beginning of the test, maybe hours, or maybe just 1 minute. Sitting in the same pitch darkness, the monk declared that the hero's mind was sharp and he was close to one of the many clues. Hose imagined himself lying on the water and thought that this was a test that deprived him of his senses, as well as erasing the sense of time. Lying on the surface of the water, he sighed, thinking that it was quite possible that in these 48 hours he would be able to feel what eternity was, an infinitely long flow of time, when there was no end in sight. He raised one hand from the water and remembered a wanderer and seeker in this endless stream of time. Unlike most adventurers, who are more interested in the goal, the deity of slowness is focused on the path itself. A picture of a deity and a monarch appeared before his eyes. Perhaps he, who had dedicated himself to perfecting the sense of insignificance, and the deity of slowness could have the same values. Ahmed was surprised because the deity of slowness spoke. He grinned and conveyed that the player was right. Lying on the water and looking into the void, Hose decided that the gods would not help him now. He needed to think about something else. A woman appeared before his eyes. It was his mother. She smiled and turned to him. He remembered his past life, himself in the past. In his memories, there was a pedestal. The protagonist found himself next to himself from the past, standing on the roof. The protagonist was surprised. He looked at his hands because his mana had run out at that moment. Hose frowned and thought how he could fight the monarch now. He couldn't even drink a mana recovery potion. He wondered what was happening to his body now. Hose closed his eyes, raised his hand, and tried to understand whether his body was standing, sitting, or lying. In the darkness, he realized that he couldn't even tell where the monarch was now, because he didn't feel anything at all. There was only darkness around him, and the hero thought that he could no longer hear Ahmed's voice, not understanding at what point he disappeared. Hose opened his eyes. Looking up, he didn't understand whether his consciousness had gone so deep, or the monk had simply fallen silent. The protagonist rushed upward, realizing that it was dangerous in any case if he were suddenly attacked, because he was now like a punching bag. The protagonist tried to get through the darkness. He looked at his hands, realizing that no one was attacking him, but he felt that his consciousness was plunging into the abyss. Hose clenched his hand into a fist and realized that he was only capable of one thing now. He stopped and decided to think again. Bowing his head, he thought that he was not sure of the correctness of this decision, but now he was not sure of anything at all. Hose ordered himself to concentrate and think with all his might, and a white flash appeared in front of him. He came back to consciousness, where the monarch was sitting in front of him. Ahmed was sitting with his eyes closed and said that it was very difficult. Streams of blood were flowing from Ho's eyes and mouth. Hose imagined a scene from one of the science fiction films he had watched, where an astronaut accidentally gets lost in space. The protagonist's soul was in darkness, and he felt like such an astronaut, though not in space, but simply in an endless void. He closed his eyes and ordered himself not to stop thinking and thought about being in a world of darkness, in which there is no place for sensations, where there is only one thing, his lost consciousness. Being in space, he ordered himself to continue thinking so as not to get lost. It was as if darkness began to envelop his body. The protagonist did not feel anything at all. His self without a body, the mind has nothing to cling to. He closed his eyes and decided that he needed to focus on his insides and create an imaginary body on which to focus. The protagonist began to imagine and a hand appeared. And why the whole body? He looked at his palms. Squeezing his hand, the guy was glad that he finally managed to concentrate enough. The player was surprised that this was not his real body, because it felt quite real. Looking at his hands again, he thought that the body was more like an avatar in the game, personifying his virtual character. Glowing with a golden light in the darkness, he did not understand. This is his imagination, where the real body went, but it certainly could not go anywhere. Now he just does not feel it. Hose spread his legs and arms and thought that he asks endless questions to himself, and gives endless answers to them, and time does not stand still. Suddenly, he turned around, hearing the voice of Ahmed, who said that therefore they need to change the morning menu of the temple. Looking around, the main character immediately realized that this voice belongs to the main monarch, but he did not understand what it was at all and why he fell silent. Hose was surprised and realized that he could move freely while in his virtual body, as if he had regained his senses. He still thought that he was going crazy. Raising his hands to his face, he realized that this was all an illusion and the avatar was created by his imagination. He called this state the avatar of consciousness. The guy took the lotus position and continued to meditate with the help of the avatar. Folding his hands on his knees, he again heard the voice of the monarch, who said that he liked chicken more and that the fact that they were monarchs did not mean that they had to be vegetarians. Around the avatar, ripples on the water spread, and then he realized that in this place the flow of time was uneven. Hose swam with the flow, realizing that time continued to pass, but damn slowly. The avatar was in a golden glow when he thought that his thinking did not stop accelerating, thereby distorting the perception of time. He constantly catches himself thinking that much more time has passed than in reality. He did not understand how much longer he had to hang around here. A few hours later, Hose continued his meditation. In the end he coped. No, not with the test. He resigned himself to the situation, imagining it as a kind of patience training, and then it became easier to bear. Hose was distracted. He thought that he was patient enough and could do without training, and then decided to continue his meditation. A few more hours later, the protagonist was still in pitch darkness. Only the glow of his avatar made a source of light. He noticed that the mana had not been restored, although it should have been replenished during the time he spent here. Where did it go? The protagonist touched his hands, thinking that he did not need anything except the avatar of consciousness, and he felt all his limbs. Continuing to sit in the lotus position, Hose began to disperse mana throughout the body of the avatar of consciousness. Although in fact there was no mana in it, he continued, hoping that somewhere his magic would still be found. A sudden flash lit up the darkness. Hose froze, realizing that he had found it. A white cloud of energy sparkled with purple lightning. This was the magic that Hose had collected throughout the entire trial. He used it to better sense the avatar of consciousness. The protagonist continued without moving from the spot. He allowed the mana to flow through the body, although there was not much. A few hours later, Hose was in the same place, but something had changed. He managed to collect mana. He thought that he had spent an entire century on this. Continuing his meditation, he decided to concentrate. If he was distracted, then all the collected mana could disappear. Suddenly, a small red light lit up nearby, and then an explosion occurred. Hose turned around. In the distance, he saw his real body and the situation it was in. He imagined himself and the consciousness avatar sitting next to each other, and thought that he had endlessly imagined what his case would look like in order to transfer it to the avatar. However, the consciousness avatar itself was not just a guess, rather another part of the protagonist. He needed to feel his body in order to create a credible image of it. Ho's real body was bleeding when he decided to try to spread magic outward. The floor where the protagonist was sitting exploded. Orange light enveloped everything around Ho's body. It emanated from all directions. The protagonist sat opposite the monk. Aram was sleeping peacefully. Hose was shocked that he had returned to his body. The guy saw the deity sitting relaxed in the 32nd room as if in the palm of his hand. He flew further and further down the corridor. He also managed to see the monk who was meditating. Hose flew further and noticed a man who had failed to get out of consciousness. The avatar of consciousness stopped. Having flown further, he did not expect to advance to the starting point at all, because he had never been able to cover such a large space. The previous level of understanding of magic did not allow it. Sitting in the lotus position, Ho saw a system window reporting the return of feelings and merits for this test. The guy grinned. He opened his eyes and looked at the glow of the avatar. Ahmet praised the guy, looking at him. The monk rose to his feet and said that the first test was over. Hose looked at the orc who died hand to foot and asked how the guy was feeling, and then added that he was sure that he was quite normal, although he still could not hear, see, or feel anything at all. The monk hoped that something in the main character had changed. Looking at the floor, Hose asked about accelerating the reaction of consciousness, improving concentration, the ability to feel the flow of time. Ahmet nodded and said that the guy knew everything himself. The monk walked forward and looked at the player sitting on the floor, who asked what the point of this test was. Because from such a thing almost anyone would go crazy, he honestly admitted that he was scared to death. The orc replied that in the case of the main character it was especially difficult. Ahmet turned away asking how much the player had gained. Hose closed his eyes and said that he really got something, but he would not like to repeat this experience. The monk turned to the guy sitting on the floor, who asked how many people died here, and Ahmet said that the protagonist was also dying while speaking. Hose was surprised and asked again. The orc monk pressed his palms together and said that the player's consciousness was at its limit. His brain could not withstand such a load. Hose was dumbfounded and pressed his hand to his face. He removed it when Ahmet said that the guy would last about 20 minutes. If he left the room right now, all the problems would be solved, but this would mean that he failed the second test. Hose smirked without saying anything. He looked at the monarch and said that he only had one option. Gathering his will into a fist, Hose prepared to attack to end this quickly. Hose clenched his fist, standing in front of Ahmet, who did not change the position of his hands. The protagonist thought that the second test was to withstand the monarch for 10 minutes. The monk rose into the air, saying that during the first trial, the protagonist's mind had suffered greatly from overexertion and was at its limit. The orc asked if it wouldn't be easier to give up on the second trial. Hose chuckled and said that he was talking too much. It was time to just start. Ahmet unclasped his hands and said to count, and they would start when the player reached 6. Both men took a fighting stance. Hose was angry, ordering himself to move his brain, because time was running out. He looked at his hand and thought that he still didn't feel anything, and he also had almost no mana left. He didn't know if it was even worth trying to fight the main monarch. Ahmet didn't open his eyes and froze, while Hose thought that he had neither time nor mana. He couldn't just sit and feel sorry for himself. He only had one chance. He had to finish off the enemy in one move. The guy frowned, wondering if it was possible. Hose looked at the enemy and thought that he was much stronger. The last monks were just monsters. This one is probably superior to them. But the player only needs to hold out for 10 minutes. It is not necessary to defeat him. At the 4th second, the protagonist remembered the moment when during the first trial he was able to see all the previous rooms. He wanted to have such an opportunity at least once more, to see something useful. The protagonist decided to analyze the situation and imagined himself flying in the darkness. He is driven into a corner, trying to find himself on the verge of despair. On the 5th count, Hose raised his hand up, smiling. Energy began to sparkle in his palm. He used the skill combat concentration, hitting the floor. Immediately after that, he raised his face and used heightened senses. On the 6th count, he rushed forward, using exploitation of souls. Hose did a somersault and headed towards the monarch, who was ready to fight back. The protagonist was rapidly approaching the calm Ahmet. Standing on his hands, the guy thought that if he tried to replace his vision and hearing, his mana would quickly run out, and he wouldn't be able to distribute it around himself either. Closing his eyes, he thought that he would simply send as much mana as possible to his brain to calm the thought process. This would allow his concentration and attentiveness to reach unimaginable heights. The guy again imagined himself in the darkness, and ordered himself not to lose concentration. He raised his head up and thought that while he was unconscious, his consciousness was at its peak. In order to achieve the same result, he needed to recreate the conditions of the first test. He only needed to concentrate a little harder. Sweat was rolling down the protagonist's face. He was literally killing himself by torturing his overtired brain. But the heightened senses skill should help with concentration and reaction speed. Hose saw a ball of blue energy in front of him. It was moving towards him. It was magic that should harm him. The protagonist closed his eyes and waited for the blow. The monk jumped up and raised his hand. He quickly flew towards Hose. His powerful fist was approaching. At the last moment, the protagonist dodged. He was carried back across the floor. Bowing his head, he thought he saw a direct hit from the monarch, and everything worked. The protagonist raised his hand up and was not sure if it really worked because he still couldn't see anything. He didn't even have the opportunity to check the state of his own body. Again, the fist attacked him. And again, Hose dodged. Why the next blow? The monk struck very quickly, and the guy meanwhile felt the last drops of mana that remained in him. They allow him to detect enemy attacks even in a completely dark room. Dodging, the protagonist thought that without senses, he could not be sure that he was successfully dodging the blows. Ahmet stood in front of the guy, preparing, while he thought that the main orc monk was not as strong as he expected, so he had every chance of surviving. Ahmet rushed forward, while Hose thought that he did not feel the magic of the main monarch, but his intentions. The boy dodged again and thought that the magic was in his blows, and the magic was in his intentions, which he was reacting to. Hose opened his eyes and thought that this was the key to victory. Why did he close his eyes and exhale, thinking that during the first trial he had reached such a high level of concentration due to extreme despair and boredom? Now the conditions were the same, which hit his chances of survival so hard, he wondered what was the difference between then and now. Frowning, Hose realized that the level of magic was different. Ahmet was preparing to strike, and the protagonist felt the intent of the head monk through his magic, because the first and second exist inseparably. The protagonist imagined the energy of magic and intent, because intent is necessary to use magic, and thanks to this understanding, he gained a new level of sensitivity to the aura. Hose opened his eyes, from which light poured out. He walked forward. Then he grinned because of the new notifications about new levels. The monk raised his fist in a jump. The blow was rapidly approaching. Hose looked at his fist. Ahmet did not stop. Hose's eyes were burning. The whole room was filled with golden light. Energy enveloped everything around. When the guy realized that he was not seeing with his eyesight, his sensitivity to the aura allowed him to observe the monk. The protagonist looked around and thought that everything was happening very slowly due to extreme concentration. The blow that Ahmet was delivering was moving slowly, and the protagonist thought that the monk had no doubt that the player would not make contact. The monk relaxed his vigilance. Hose frowned when the fist was almost at his face and decided to teach Ahmet a lesson. The guy spread his wings. Wishing the monk's death, he attacked. The protagonist flew back with the enemy. He knocked Ahmet onto his back. And then the protagonist threw him straight and finished him off with a flash, realizing that the wings of Tartary and Flash were an absolute combo. Ahmet froze in confusion, absorbed in the light. Hose landed where his enemy had died. The protagonist chuckled. A bright golden flash appeared in front of the boy. Suddenly, all this light began to dissipate. A small cloud of mana behind also disappeared. Standing in the darkness, the monk asked the young man if he thought death was something cruel. The hero breathed heavily with his mouth open. The protagonist apologized to his opponent with his mouth slightly open. Dispersing the dust, Ahmet noted that he had indeed almost died. Holding his hand in front of him, the boss explained that his organs were destroyed and his forearm bone was cracked. Smiling, the young man said that using this combo was not the best decision. Looking at his hand, the guy realized that although the monk had received impressive damage, he also suffered no less, because his whole body was not ready for such a shakeup. Folding both hands in front of him, the monk also said that time was up. Without opening his mouth, the enemy explained that this meant the end of the test. The hero clenched his teeth hard. Suddenly, he noticed something to the side. Many notifications with rewards began to appear in front of his face, including a divine skill. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes. Clenching his fist, the young man noted that everything was much better this way. A bright flash began to burst out from under his feet, because he wanted to check the situation with the help of magic. Raising his hands, the protagonist also realized that his face was covered in blood and he should wash himself. Everything around was in an orange frame, and the guy did not understand why he was able to see as before, although everything was not like last time. Looking above, the hero assumed that he had the opportunity to activate this skill whenever he wanted, and most likely such an ability was activated only in moments of extreme concentration. Looking at the system messages, the player also realized that for the first time he was receiving a notification about the perfect floor clearing, and probably this meant that the 13th floor was finished. Opening his mouth, the young man fell silent. The hero stared intently at the notification about receiving a new divine skill. Putting his finger on the message, the protagonist noted that the god of adventure was generous, since he offered an additional reward. Suddenly, a new message appeared, which said that the skill level of Talaria's wings had increased to the maximum. Opening his mouth, the young man asked what this even meant. Another notification with a description of the ability also appeared, and the hero assumed that this was some kind of improved version of the previous wings, which he should have asked Kurakiri about. Opening his mouth, the hero asked if the monk would keep his promise. Bowing his head, the boss of the room said that he would teach him how to establish a mental connection using magic. Remembering that room, the protagonist knew that after those words, Ahmet spent about 15 minutes teaching him a new skill, but it was not a simple ability at all, so it would take time before he would be able to fully use it. The monk held the bag in his hand and said that as a reward for successfully passing his tests, there would be this elixir. Taking it in his hands, the guy asked again, then the interlocutor explained that after taking this potion, the body is strengthened and the mana reserve is increased forever. Raising a finger, Ahmet also added that if he agreed to donate the pills he took before the first test to the temple, he would be given a more powerful elixir. While doing something in the system window, the young man asked if he meant the medicine that made him not want to go to the toilet, and also asked why the monk needed them. Standing in front of him, the boss of the room told him that every year the monks from their temple tried to pass the first test. Then the protagonist suggested that they probably soiled their pants every year, and the interlocutor answered in the affirmative. Handing over the box, the hero explained that this was a small fee for a unique elixir that could not be bought for any money. Then the monk noted that they could not worry about anything for the next few years. Raising his hand to his chin, the monk thought. Putting his hand in his sleeve, he said that this was the first time this happened. Picking up a certain sphere, Ahmed explained that the deity of militancy ordered him to give the hero the most effective elixir. The young man asked again. Opening his mouth, the protagonist noted that he and this deity were not on good terms and was it really trying to make the first step towards reconciliation. Smiling, the monk wished him good luck. A smile also appeared on the guy's face. An exit portal appeared in front of him. Suddenly, his eyes opened. The guy appeared in the location with the manager. The young man stood in the middle of the field. The hero raised his hand to his face, listening to someone calling him. Kurikiri, smiling widely, greeted him and asked if he was angry and if he brought her a cake. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked the girl to wait. The guy went somewhere, trying to understand what was happening, because he could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. Rubbing his head, he understood that after leaving the 30-second room, all 5 senses should have returned to him, but now he did not understand what was going on because of the strange feeling. Suddenly, the young man fell to one knee. The guy sat in a meditation pose. Closing his eyes, the hero began to realize something. Manospheres rose into the air as the boy began to realize that after passing that room, he had greatly advanced in using magic to analyze the environment. Still sitting on the grass, he realized that in addition to his 5 senses, he now had the ability to collect information from the outside using mana. Lowering his head, the hero also realized that he could not rely on magic alone for everything. Continuing to sit in a meditative pose, he realized that he still wanted to see the beauty of this world with his own eyes, catch the delicious aromas with his nose and feel the taste of food in his mouth, because that is where all the joy of life lies. Kurikiri leaned over the boy as he thought about how some things cannot be understood without experiencing them, and even then, the world remains the same no matter what you use to understand it, because he had been interacting with the world around him using magic for so long that he simply stopped noticing such things. Without opening his eyes, the hero knew that he would get used to it, and that over time this feeling would disappear, because even if it was more convenient to feel with magic, he still did not want to part with his 5 senses. The girl, looking at him, asked how he was feeling. Opening his eyes, the protagonist noted that he was feeling quite good, because now he had the opportunity to look at the world from a different angle, and there was a feeling that his body was about to fly. Smiling, the manager laughed. Opening her mouth, she asked how it felt, and the young man asked her why she was asking such questions, because was the girl really trying to change the subject? The guy was silent, looking ahead. Remembering Ida, the hero realized that after he had to part with this monster while passing the 12th floor, he realized that loneliness was a problem, because it seemed to him that in his situation such experiences were normal, and there was nothing to worry about. Remembering the monks, the protagonist also realized that he was scared and alone only because he was a human, and he managed to find out thanks to this test and the monks, because the monsters that inhabit the world of training are good not only for gaining experience, since this place has its own order of things. Sitting on the grass, the guy explained that during the first test he had a lot of time for reflection and he managed to analyze his previous actions and feelings, and these thoughts still resonate in his soul. Raising his hand, the hero said that although the past is important, he does not want it to fetter him. Stretching his hand towards the sun, the guy said that he manages to grow both physically and morally, and therefore he does not want to stop. Smiling, the young man explained that he is happy because he is alive. Remembering himself in the ordinary world, the hero realized that there was a possibility that all of this was just a dream, and in reality his brain was gradually fading due to alcohol poisoning, and then his journey was just one big dying vision. Remembering his battle, the young man also realized that this was the reason he wanted to focus on developing and achieving all possible goals within this world. Raising his hand, the hero also said that at the moment everything was different. Sitting on the grass, he said that his place was now here, even if all of this was just a dream. Smiling, the guy said that he wanted to continue being happy, because he had no other life. The girl smiled too. Smiling wider, she said that she was pleased to hear it. Suddenly, some kind of system message appeared. The notification said that the deity of adventure was rejoicing. The young man held a newspaper in his hand. Looking at the portrait of his comrade, the boy read that this person was the former deputy leader of the guards, who created the Awakened clan after passing all the floors. Frowning, the young man remembered that he had previously thought that his comrade would go sell kebabs or something like that, but no one would have thought that Minhyuk would create a clan. Standing by the column, the boy had no doubt that his comrade would succeed, because he was aware of the hero's plans, and therefore would act in accordance with his plans. Suddenly, the young man looked to the side. 2 portraits appeared and the hero realized that there would be a new competition between players of the hellish difficulty level, Brian from America and Yonhee from Korea. Looking at the newspaper, the protagonist realized that this man from America had recently cleared the 31st floor of hellish difficulty, which was impressive. Closing the newspaper, the guy also realized that the girl was also starting to show interest from the outside, and although she had a long way to go, her development speed and potential were greater than Brian's. Looking somewhere, the guy knew that Yonhee had become his heir and therefore earned the right to be called that. Suddenly, a greeting message appeared. Walking through the location, the guy read a message that they had not communicated for a long time and the interlocutor should visit him, but he was busy completing the 91st floor. Raising his hand, Junseok asked if he really should return to the outside world. Looking at the system menu, the hero answered affirmatively and advised his comrade to just run to the end and get out, because isn't he tired of it yet? Smiling, the interlocutor explained that here he always managed to feel like the main character. Smiling even more, the guy also noted that no one stopped developing and hoped that one day he would be able to surpass the protagonist. Raising his hand, the young man read his messages that time passed and the gap between their power levels only grew, and it was unlikely that he would be able to become stronger. Another notification appeared, which said that his comrade would be waiting for him outside and also wished him luck in passing the remaining floors. Opening his mouth, the hero also said that they would see each other outside next time. The system began to disappear. The dragon, sitting on the floor, called out to the young man. Looking at him, the protagonist asked if the kid wanted a hot dog. This location appeared and the dragon's words were heard that his name was some complicated name, and the protagonist asked him some question. Mountains were visible. The manager was looking somewhere. Suddenly, the hero turned his gaze to her. Suddenly the young man closed his eyes. The sky was visible, and the guy said that they were blue. The girl, jumping with anger, shouted that the hero was impudent. He apologized and explained that he just wanted to check. Suddenly a message appeared asking about the young man's readiness. Closing one eye, the guy asked what they were talking about. His mouth opened in surprise after reading his friend's message about whether he was ready for the competition. Sitting on the grass, the young man read a new message that such a test was about to begin, and did the hero really not have a chance to read the announcement? The same one explained that he did not have a chance to look at the board. Smiling, the guy noted that there was nothing to prepare for, because he was destined to win anyway. With his mouth wide open, the young man read his friend's messages that the protagonist would only need to supervise people from normal difficulty. The girl was catching butterflies when the guy asked if it was too late to refuse. The protagonist was still sitting on the grass and receiving messages that due to the fact that there was little information about the competition, the role of the leader was very important. Then the young man noted that if the competition was divided by difficulty, it would be difficult for him to control players with normal difficulty. Then Minhyuk explained that if this happened, the guards with the same difficulty would help him. Opening his mouth, the young man said that he would try not to forget about anyone. A certain table appeared. There were empty plates on it, and a girl asked if the young man was going to go already. He answered negatively and explained that he would stay for a little while. Looking at her, the hero said that he had received the divinity resistance skill and asked if it could affect his divine skill. The manager answered negatively and explained that resistance only works if the element causes damage to the user. Looking out the system window, the guy noted that he needed to try everything himself. The wings appeared and he said that he had received an improved version of them and asked Kurikiri to describe to him what had changed. The girl agreed with her mouth open, but suggested that he try them out first, and the protagonist asked if he needed to go to the waiting room first. The manager again answered negatively and explained that this was not a new skill, but an improved version of the old one, so there were no such restrictions for him. Suddenly, a window with his characteristics appeared before the young man's eyes, as well as messages about the progress of the deity test. Rubbing the back of his head, the young man did not understand what had happened, because why had the progress in the adventure deity test jumped so sharply? Because it was really because there were so many more tasks and therefore they were easier. The young man put his finger to the screen, realizing that he first wanted to figure out the improved wings. A picture of the wings appeared in front of him and words about them now being at the maximum level and the adventure deity having transformed part of the existing skill into something new. Raising his hand to his chin, the hero realized that the deity had corrected several details and added one feature, because this skill concentrated many different divine skills. The girl was still smiling when the protagonist realized that in the process of creating a new skill, the adventure deity received a new title of unoriginal. Suddenly, a window with the effects of the wings appeared in front of the guy's eyes. Opening his mouth wide, the young man asked if this was real, then notifications appeared that the adventure deity was proud of himself, and the deity of slowness sighed. Kirikiri waved to him, and the young man remembered that after that they said goodbye and he reluctantly had to leave her. The waiting room of the 14th floor appeared. The young man used the wings. Smiling, the guy realized how amazing it all was. Looking at them, he also noticed that their color was constantly changing and remembered that it said that the skill can change its shade depending on the user's preferences. Flying around the room, the hero thought about how his wings were now capable of accelerating the recovery of mana and stamina, strengthening combat skills, improving resistance to magic, weakening enemies, and greater strength. Smiling, the protagonist read the system notifications that the deity of slowness was scolding someone for no reason and also that he had been granted the title of a potential follower of an unoriginal deity. Looking back at the wings, the young man thought that they had become too good, because they now had no restrictions or costs, because all other skills had them, even flicker. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist shouted words of gratitude to the deity of adventure. Notifications immediately appeared that the deity of adventure was proud of itself and also that it had thrown something heavy, and then messages appeared that the deity of slowness was yelling at someone with demands to get lost. Having landed on the ground, the young man shouted that he couldn't wait to try them out and also added that it was a pity that there were no enemies nearby to see the panic skill in action and that he would like to have a chance sooner, since he wouldn't be able to sleep until he tried everything. The young man took off again, remembering that back then, for the next 100 years, he tested the improved skill. The hero flew higher and higher, remembering that although the description said that they strengthened combat skills, it didn't specify how much, because the level of strengthening depends on his condition and the stronger he manages to become, the stronger the wings will become. The protagonist hovered above the waiting room, realizing that the strength of the effects of Talaria's wings depends on the user's skills and it turns out that they will grow with him. Smiling, he realized how amazing it was. Suddenly, a bright flash lit up the waiting room. The girl was breathing heavily. The players were standing over the corpses of monsters. Suddenly, a message appeared about the successful clearing of the 42nd floor of the easy difficulty level. Looking at him, Chona understood that this was the moment when the competition began. She saluted someone. Putting her hand on her hip, the girl thanked her comrades for their efforts in clearing the 42nd floor and explained that the competition was approaching and therefore they should all take a break. Everyone began to disperse, saying that they were tired. Exhaling, the head realized that they had carried everything and if she had been even a little late, she would not have had time to finish. Suddenly, a table with a chair appeared in front of her. Pushing the chair back, the girl said that it was time to sit down to work. Straightening the stack of papers, she also realized that such diligence was not at all characteristic of her. Yuzhong approached her and asked if she wanted some tea. With her mouth slightly open, the head answered negatively and explained that she makes herself some later. Looking at the girl, she understood that she was 2 years older than her and had been with her since the very foundation of the guards, and in this world she was the closest. Sitting at the table, Chona understood that in public she tried not to show that she was friends with any of the guards and her friend did not quite understand why. Closing her eyes, the head realized that such politeness was extremely rare in these times. Summoning the system menu, Yuzhong explained that she had something to report to her and said that a player from the 24th level of normal difficulty had died. With her mouth slightly open, the leader asked about the condition of his comrades, and the assistant replied that they were all safe. Raising her hand, she realized that the more things were falling on her, the harder it was for her to remain rational, and so she needed to try to calmly figure everything out. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she would report this to Minyak and asked her comrade not to forget to send her the autopsy results. Suddenly, a message appeared that the interlocutor was about to die, and the leader asked about the reason for this. With her mouth slightly open, she realized how much of a winner he was when the interlocutor explained that he was completely serious. With her eyes closed, the leader realized that this person had it easier anyway, because she only had to monitor her own difficulty level, although she also had to suffer with clearing floors, and asked who was the spare tank in the third squad. The assistant glanced at her and explained that this person was Seo-hyun from the 22nd floor of normal difficulty. The leader said that after the competition was over, they would have to give him Adrian's shield, as they wanted to provide him with better equipment. Then Yuzhong noted that they did not have enough points for such a purchase, and Giona said that she knew this. Putting her hand on the document, she remembered that Kielman was the main tank of the third squad and was part of the assault battalion of guards. Introducing the three warriors, she knew that the assault battalion was a unit of guards that was not involved in clearing floors, as they took the brunt of the attack and solved problems in situations like the day of the great meeting, where anything could happen. Looking at the papers, the girl also realized that such a thing did not happen often, but even so, the risk was unacceptable. After all, thorough preparation for all possible events was a matter of life and death. Looking somewhere, Chona understood that the existence of the guards and her own life were proof of this, because she still managed to breathe thanks to her savior. Remembering the protagonist, she remembered that he used his overwhelming power against the representative guild and now destroys anyone who gets in his way, and his belief in himself and his goals is unshakable. Suddenly, she remembered how she hesitated when talking to him. Bowing her head, the girl realized that even a preschooler can express his thoughts better. Falling her head on the table, she assumed that the hero now most likely considered her a little fool. Suddenly, she turned around. Her friend was smiling, looking at her. The leader's whole face turned red. The waiting room appeared 4 days later. Most of the guild members were sitting at the tables. The assistant, putting down a mug, said that she brought the leader's tea. Chona, taking the mug in her hand, thanked her. Looking at the rest of the people, she also realized that the others had already fallen asleep, which was not surprising at all, because they had worked hard for 4 days and otherwise she would have had to scold them for unfinished work, but now they deserved this rest. Bringing tea to her mouth, the headmaster realized that although health was restored automatically upon entering the waiting room, fatigue still continued to accumulate, and there were rumors that a drowsiness spell was cast on this room. Picking up the documents from the table, she also decided not to wake anyone up, but just continue working herself. Holding the sheet in her hands, she read that it was a report on a threatening person and did not understand how someone could come up with such a strange title. Leafing through the documents, the girl realized that they were empty and did not understand who wrote it. Holding the sheet, she remembered that the guards compiled dossiers on potentially dangerous users to monitor their behavior and notice all their actions, and those with more than one violation in their personal characteristics are punished or recognized as criminals. Turning another sheet, she also remembered that this is why they often change authors and update the lists as often as possible, and realized that this is wrong, because they often monitor people who have not done anything yet. Drinking tea, Chona also realized that they are just keeping an eye on them and nothing more, because the guards do not interfere in the personal lives of their charges. But she also realized that this is simply to ease her conscience, but deep down it is clear that this is all wrong. Opening her eyes wider, she realized that they are monitoring order and punishing crimes. Smiling, the girl thought that she would be interested to know what was proposed as a response. The paper said that the person should follow Min Hyuk's orders. She closed her eyes and thought about it. Holding the paper in front of her, Giona assumed that he had his own reasons for writing this and decided to ask him why it was written like that. There were sheets of paper laid out on the table. The girl stretched out her hands. Suddenly, she picked up a folder. Looking at it, the head realized that this folder contained information about the crimes recorded in the world of learning, and even though all of this was in the past, it was also important to preserve these records. Looking at the folder, the girl noticed that it was extremely shabby and realized that she would need to make a duplicate of it. Opening the folder, the head thought about the importance of remembering the past so that terrible things would never happen twice, and that is why it is necessary to preserve the memory of all past events. Looking at one of the pages, she realized that the reasons for the incident, the characteristics of the offender, his motives, as well as the outcome and consequences were indicated there. On one of the pages was a photo of Changsik. The girl stared at the page. She was still sitting at the table. Suddenly, notifications about the start of the competition appeared. The hero, smiling, noted that he had finally waited for this moment. Standing in front of the portal, the guy said that he would have stayed here longer, because there were still too many untested features of the new wings, and besides, he still had a lot of paperwork. Smiling wider, the young man also realized that he had been waiting for this competition for a very long time. Still standing in front of the portal, the protagonist said that the rivals could try their best, but they would not defeat him, because the winner's crown would belong to him anyway, and also added that he hoped that there would be something to see and learn there. Opening his mouth, the young man noted that everything would be better if only not for the work that Min Hyuk gave him. Rubbing the back of his head, the hero decided to just go there. The portal was right in front of him. A cloudy sky appeared. Small houses were visible. Many people appeared in this location. The Colosseum also appeared. Lights were burning in the windows of some houses. The protagonist began to appear in this location. Messages appeared in front of his face stating that he had been given a rule book that he should read and also decide whether he wanted to participate in the competition. There were many people standing around, and the young man noticed this and decided to leave before the crowd became even larger. A man raised his hand and shouted for the newcomer not to go far. The man, holding a megaphone to his mouth, asked him to wait. The young man glanced at him. Bowing, the host began to apologize for not recognizing him. Suddenly, the guy looked away. Min Hyuk was standing behind this man. Night had already fallen on the location. Approaching, the hero noted that this place looked very much like a residential area, while his comrade explained that the announcement also said that this competition location would look like the 30th floor. Smiling, the comrade asked why the protagonist had taken so long to get here. Looking at him, the guy asked why he was so strict, since he was only 2 minutes late. Crossing his arms over his chest, Min Hyuk explained that he had an urgent matter and asked the young man to stay here for half an hour and not let the players leave. The protagonist asked if he needed to keep an eye on these people from normal difficulty. His friend asked him not to worry, since he wouldn't even have to strain himself here, since everything was much better than expected. Looking after his comrade, the hero asked about the competition, but he said that he would explain it all later. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that he shouldn't have agreed to this help and realized that it was only for half an hour. the guy climbed onto the stage. In front of him stood a crowd of players from normal difficulty. They were looking at him and talking about something. The young man opened his mouth wide and asked them all to pay attention to him, using a voice enhanced by magic. The people opened their eyes wide. Raising his head, the guy noted that many of them might be wondering why they all had to be here. Opening his mouth, the hero explained that the guards were currently finding out the details of the competition so that they wouldn't just die there, and so they should all calm down and wait, and also added that if nothing happened in half an hour, then he himself would have to contact them with a complaint, and so everyone else could rest easy. The players, with their mouths open, looked at him. Opening one eye, the boy noted that they could have a snack while they waited. One of the girls opened her eyes wide. The boy looked at her. The entire crowd looked at him silently. Sitting on the stage, the hero tried to figure out what to do. Looking at the players, he realized that no one was talking there at all and that they were only meditating, although no one forbade them to talk. Opening his mouth, the protagonist realized that most likely they were afraid of him and also thought that he noticed a familiar player. Looking at him, the hero realized that now was not the best time to approach him. Glancing to the side, the boy thought that it was extremely boring here, since nothing was happening, and if he started to cripple himself now in an attempt to develop resilience, then they would all think that the boy was crazy. Suddenly, a book of magic appeared in front of him. Opening it, the boy remembered that he bought it after passing the 12th floor. On one of the pages was a question about what is used to change the flow of time in the endless afterlife and short-term life. Remembering the trials of the 13th floor, the hero realized that he had witnessed different flows of time, but he also did not understand what he needed most. Looking at the book, the protagonist went through many options for answering this question. Opening his mouth, he realized that they were all wrong, because he needed all this. But there was a feeling that this was the wrong answer. Still holding the book, the young man assumed that since it mentioned life and death, it could be talking about a living being. Frowning, the guy assumed that the book was talking about him, but immediately realized that this was wrong, because people who experience the flow of time in the afterlife are not alive. Looking at the words in the book, the young man thought that this could be the very essence of time. Suddenly, the book began to glow. Many inscriptions began to appear in it. The glow began to disappear. Looking at it, the hero realized that this was the answer to this question. The players, wide-eyed, did not understand what was happening, because the book could not glow like that. The houses of this location were visible. Frowning, the young man ordered his interlocutor to tell what he told the players about him. Minhyuk, walking ahead, noted that he did not say anything like that, and the hero asked why they were all afraid of him to the point of losing consciousness. Walking behind, the guy noted that he rarely showed himself in public and therefore there must be a reason why rumors were circulating about him, and his comrades said that they had come. In front of them was an arena. Looking up, the young man noted that this was the Colosseum, and his comrade explained that there was a recreation area and a square not far from here. Suddenly, a message about confirmation of participation appeared in front of the guy. Standing behind, the friend asked if the protagonist would participate, and he answered affirmatively. Then Minhyuk asked about the team mode, and the hero answered that if there was a prize, he was obliged to participate. Looking at him, his comrade asked if the guy was going to look for a team. The guy explained that he didn't need a team, because he could handle it alone. Minhyuk noted that it would be awkward if a solo player won in team mode. Raising his hand, he suggested that the hero join him and Jong, because if Shikian joined them, it would be too much and therefore he had to look for other people. The hero asked if his comrade was going to use him to win. Smiling, his friend explained that such events happen extremely rarely, and it would be preferable to be on the side of the strongest. Opening one eye, the young man agreed. Then his comrade noted that it is forbidden to kill the self-esteem of opponents, and therefore he cannot fight too cruelly. Raising his hand, Minhyuk wished him luck and said that he would wait for him in the stands. The young man also raised his hand. A notification appeared asking whether the guy would participate in the qualifying stage. The protagonist appeared in one of the arenas of the Colosseum. The audience was smiling and shouting something. The boy was looking at them, smiling. Standing in the arena, the hero realized that all the qualifying matches would be held simultaneously, just like a great martial arts tournament. A message appeared that the qualifying round for the singles category would begin in 2 minutes. The boy had a smile on his face. More messages appeared, saying that the condition for winning was survival, while the condition for losing was going outside the ring, and also when the user gave up. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared right in front of him. A certain person began to appear in his arena. Smiling, the boy repeated the rule that if the enemy gives up, he automatically loses. The Colosseum was visible. The audience raised their hands and shouted that Hose was now in the arena. A message appeared that the qualifying round for the singles category was starting. There was a bright golden glow in front of the hero. His gaze was fixed somewhere. Suddenly, some bright figures began to appear in front of him. Smiling, the guy noted that he had not seen their impudent faces for a long time. One of the players, running around the arena, shouted that it seemed to him that they would fight each other, while the second participant shouted that such battles would only begin after the qualifiers. Many goblins appeared from the golden glow. The player fired an arrow from a bow. The projectile was aimed straight at the enemies. The arrow was reflected by the monster's shields. Opening his mouth, the player shouted that these enemies had too much armor. Suddenly, a goblin pushed him out. Sitting on the ground, the guy said that he was giving up. The hero, looking at him, realized that if the player realized that he could not cope further, then it would be more logical for him to give up. Looking to the side, he also realized that for some, the qualifiers could be a serious question, because most players only fight in combat squads. One player attacked with an axe, when the protagonist thought that all such people were used to playing their roles and would not stand up to monsters alone, and in addition, goblins seemed to be not deprived of strategic thinking, since they would most likely take from the hellish difficulty. Frowning, the guy realized that in order to deal with these goblins, they would all need considerable strength. Looking at the enemies, the guy asked why they froze and ordered them to attack. The monsters, baring their teeth, did not understand how a person could know their language. Rubbing the back of his head, the young man explained that if they thought they could not cope, then they should just surrender right away. Opening his mouth, the goblin asked if they could do it, then the second asked someone if they had the right to do so. The opponents raised their heads. Suddenly, their eyes lit up when the thought penetrated their heads that they should fight. Opening his mouth, the hero noted that apparently the system was forcing them to fight and therefore he had no choice. The guys stood in front of a crowd of monsters. Suddenly, something flashed above them. Opening their mouths, the monsters screamed that none of this mattered and that they needed to run, because they would not be able to beg this devil for mercy. The protagonist was already next to him and asked why he considered him a devil. The guy kicked two monsters away. All the spectators opened their mouths wide. The goblins also threw their heads back. The monsters were already falling down. Their bodies fell outside the arena. The hero was already preparing for another attack. All the monsters began to fly back from such a blow. One of them, gritting his teeth, could not say anything. Smiling, the guy asked him to turn around. Immediately after, the young man hit him on the back with his hand. Standing in the middle of the arena, the hero realized that he had not even broken a sweat and heard a message that he had managed to pass the qualifying round. The Colosseum was visible. Minhyuk, with his mouth open, noted that he had told him to be gentle. The young man, frowning, said that he had already done everything gently. His comrade reminded him that the hero had sent the goblin flying with a kick. The guy explained that this was mercy in his understanding. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something. Shikian and Jianga were also sitting there, whom the young man had not noticed at first. Raising his finger, the player listened to the hero's question about how his qualifiers had gone, and answered that they had gone just perfectly, and that he had managed to finish them first. Yuzhong was also sitting there. The leader, with his mouth open, explained that she had some business in this place, and therefore she needed to go. She was walking away when Shikian asked if things had gotten worse. The protagonist noted that he had already asked her not to be embarrassed in front of him. Bowing his head, the fighter explained that if you recall the incident with the representative guild, then you can understand her. Closing his eyes, the hero explained that he didn't want her to have any false impressions of him, because he wasn't some kind of knight or prince on a white horse. Opening their mouths, they said that they saw this happening when they fell in love. Looking up, the protagonist asked if they should have a drink when it was all over. The warrior, smiling broadly, shouted that he was all for such a pastime. Then Minhyuk asked if it would help with Jong. Then the fighter shouted that if the hero showed what a pig he was when drunk, then most likely she would immediately forget about all her fantasies. The Colosseum was visible. The whole city showed up on the day the main stage of the competition began. The participants had already fought in the arena and they had to prove themselves in this battle. One of the fighters won, and after the fight, the winner continues to advance up the tournament ladder, and for defeating an opponent, points are given, which are then converted into a prize, and the participants of the first and last duels will receive bonus points, so it is most beneficial to start as early as possible and win as often as possible. With his mouth open, Minhyuk said that the hero cannot go out yet, because as soon as he enters the ring, the competition can be considered over. Looking at the arena, the guy understood that his friend was right, because his opponents would not have a chance to win, and although he would like to get the maximum reward, it is also not right to spoil people's holiday, and therefore he decided to receive the winner's prize. There were two competitors fighting in the arena when Shikian said that things were starting to get interesting and asked if they should start accepting bets during the next match. Minhyuk said that they would raise the issue at the next meeting. Raising, the fighter said that it was finally his turn. His comrade asked if he hadn't given up yet and offered him to just stay here and watch the fights with him. The young man was eating something. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Hyunjin entered the arena and people started shouting that this was the player from Held Difficulty. Suddenly, the player looked up. The protagonist was also looking at him. His brows were furrowed. The fighter also frowned. The warrior quickly attacked his opponent. He had a blade in his hand and someone from the audience shouted that this man had won the fourth fight in a row. The hero, with his mouth slightly open, asked if he could join now, but his comrade explained that it was too early, since there were still a couple of people left from the difficult level. Raising his hand, Shikian said that he also wanted to participate and that the protagonist could take his place. Looking at him, Minhyuk refused him and explained that they had agreed that he would not participate in the solo category. The Colosseum stand was visible and his comrade's words could be heard that such events should not be left unattended, since no one knows what might happen, since even murders are not excluded and therefore he should be prepared for the worst case. Looking at the arena, the guy understood that no one could defeat Hyunjin and all he could do was wait. The fighter walked around the ring when the protagonist thought about that. That is, there are a lot of players who can make this man sweat, but still, it will be very difficult to defeat him, and if someone manages to knock him out, then the fight will take its toll on their physical condition and therefore none of the strong players dare to step into the ring so as not to use up all their stamina, thereby losing the chance to win. Suddenly, a notification appeared that this player will be declared the winner in 20 seconds. Frowning, the hero said that when there are 10 seconds left, he will have to enter the ring, while his comrade noted that he is already eager to see how the protagonist will take out the highest level players one by one. The message said that there are still 11 seconds left until this man's victory. The scoreboard already said 10 seconds until his victory. The fighter closed his eyes. Smiling, Hyunjin asked why the hero came so early. The young man walked towards him. The spectators, with their mouths open, rejoiced. Smiling, the guy noted that apparently no one wanted to compete with him, and so he wanted to take it on himself. Closing his eyes, the opponent explained that someone would definitely have decided, but the protagonist replied that in that case it would not have been so interesting. Wiping sweat from his face, the enemy noted that he had not initially expected to win, but now he was ready to fight to the bitter end. Smiling, the guy said that he had had enough. Bowing his head, the opponent wished him luck. Taking the blade in his hands, the fighter asked the hero to be gentle with it. The enemy frowned. The protagonist's gaze was also serious. A message appeared, which marked the beginning of the fight. The enemy quickly rushed to attack. The guy stood still. Suddenly, he made a quick movement. The hero put his hand in front of him to attack. The enemy immediately dodged it. With his eyes wide open, Hyunjin could not understand what had happened. Frowning, the boy knew that his enemy's strong point was speed and that they were similar in this. However, he had the ability to receive a couple of blows, but the enemy relied entirely on dodging and therefore could be considered a coward. Still standing in place, the boy also understood that the enemy dodged blows even before the hero tried to deliver them, and therefore the enemy had to wait until he managed to get closer in order to catch him with dodging, and therefore it could be concluded that the opponent still had a lot to learn. Looking to the side, the boy realized that the enemy thought that he had hit a blind spot. Suddenly, the hero blocked another blow from the enemy. Looking back, the protagonist explained that anyone could parry such an attack and he could see him perfectly well from here. Raising his hands, Hyunjin said that he surrendered. Standing above him, the boy asked why he gave up so easily. The opponent explained that he knew in advance that he was far from the boy's level. Smiling, the protagonist also noted that it was still not bad and offered to talk to him later, since he had some valuable advice for his friend. Smiling, the opponent accepted his offer and added that he would root for him. His enemy began to disappear from the arena. The guy still had the same smile on his face. Remembering the next battles, the guy realized that many players were challenging him, because most likely they decided that his fight with Hyunjin weakened him, and therefore several strong players decided to try to defeat him. The city near the Colosseum was visible. A notification appeared that Hose earned his 5th victory. The young man was still standing in the ring. The enemy, sitting on the floor, noted that it was really good. Looking at the system window, the hero said that apparently there were almost no opponents left. Without turning around, the guy did not understand why Minhyuk looked at him like a natural disaster, because did not his comrades see how he had to restrain himself? Looking away, the young man understood that he was already giving in with all his might and couldn't be more gentle, since the hero was already neglecting to use divine skills and once again not moving at all to give others a chance. Looking at the spectator stands, he understood that many potential opponents had gained hope, watching his fights, and it was obvious that everyone had a chance to win, because the protagonist was dangerous, but an opponent who could be defeated. Looking up, the guy knew that he was the personification of the guard's power and therefore he did not want to seem like some kind of invincible monster to those around him. But even so, his successes were good for the reputation of this guild. Looking somewhere, the hero also realized that his comrade had definitely planned something and everything would be revealed during the fights with the strangers. Suddenly, a golden glow appeared next to him again. The spectators, raising their hands, began to rejoice again. The image of his new opponent began to appear. Suddenly, the boy's mouth opened wider. Smiling, the boy noted that he did not think that this man was interested in games and that this was a surprise to him. The man in front of him was kneeling on one knee. His eyes were closed as the protagonist thought about this being the player who had reached the highest floor at the moment. Chanyoung, smiling, explained that there was nothing much to do in this place anyway, and so he wanted to take a look and also take the chance to gain new experience. Looking at him, the boy noted that experience was extremely important, and realized that this man was currently on the 91st floor of easy difficulty. The man was still standing as the protagonist thought about how a player's strength is usually judged by what floor he managed to reach, and that is why Chan Young is not ignored in any argument about who is the strongest player. Standing in front of him, the hero realized that most normal difficulty players were on the 50th floor, and hard difficulty players were on the 30th floor, and therefore no one knew how strong this man was, because no one except him had ever reached the 90th floor. Frowning, the guy also knew that this man was in a hurry to reach the 100th floor to reunite with his family, but it seemed that he was having some difficulties on the 91st floor. Looking to the side, the hero realized that he did not know much about this man, and therefore he should not let his guard down. The stands appeared, from which shouts of support for both fighters were heard. They were still standing in front of each other. Smiling, the man wished the young man good luck. The spectator stands were visible. The opponent was still standing. The hero had a serious face. Looking at the enemy, the guy remembered his achievements on the floors. Looking up, the young man realized that he would have to fight a man whose abilities were completely unknown, while also holding back. Minhyuk frowned as he watched the battlefield, thinking that his comrade would definitely like to see at least an equal fight, and even better if the guy had to suffer. Suddenly, the protagonist used flicker, appearing right in front of his opponent. The hero was preparing a fist to attack. The man tried to cover his face with his hand. Suddenly, the fighter put up a block with both hands. A blow of great force hit his hands. The enemy flew high into the air. Smiling, the guy asked his comrade if he agreed that not everything always goes according to plan. It was already evening above the location. Closing one eye, the friend reminded him that he had already asked his comrade to hold back. Opening his mouth, the protagonist noted that he had already apologized and, besides, had not used anything except flicker. Frowning, the comrade explained that this did not justify the fact that he had taken out his opponent with one blow, because now he would have to change his plans. Smiling, the protagonist understood that he was still pleased with the results of the individual competition. Looking at the thing on his hand, the guy remembered that as a reward for winning the singles category, he managed to get a mysterious box. There was a smile on his face. Someone raised their hand, asking them to come closer. Raising the bottle, the comrade explained that otherwise he would drink all the alcohol alone. The two of them stared at him. They clinked glasses, saying that they were drinking it for love. They sat together, and the guy remembered that when they reached the inn, they all came to Shikian's room together and started drinking. Minhyuk was already red from the alcohol, and the protagonist remembered that the alcohol had no effect on him due to his resistance to poisons. There was a smile on the young man's face, because he was intoxicated by the atmosphere. Suddenly, he turned around. His friend opened his mouth wide. There was a smile on Chan's face as well. Smiling, the hero realized that he hadn't had this much fun in a long time. Still sitting on the chair, the guy hoped that in the future they would gather like this, and that there would be even more of them. It was already night over the city. The guy was lying in his room. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Without getting up, the young man thought that it was somehow too quiet now, although just recently he wanted to laugh and talk. Looking at the ceiling, the hero assumed that Chan had finally managed to relax in his presence. Remembering her, the guy realized that although they hadn't managed to talk much, she was definitely not embarrassed by him anymore. He closed his eyes again. The chairs in his room were visible. Getting up, the young man said that he couldn't fall asleep at all. Rubbing the back of his head, he thought about what he could read. Suddenly, the hero turned to the door, hearing a knock. The protagonist opened it. Chan was standing there. She had a smile on her face. Standing in front of him, she asked if he wanted another drink. Looking at her, the boy thought that they must have run out of alcohol. Looking at the bottle in her hands, the boy asked if it was wine and if the girl had stolen it from the table while they were sitting. Opening her mouth, Chona apologized and explained that she would like to drink with him alone. Frowning, the boy asked again, and then the interlocutor answered in the affirmative. Opening her mouth, the girl asked if the boy was against it, because did she still seem like an exemplary schoolgirl to him? Smiling, Chona said that she was already a grown-up girl. The protagonist, opening his mouth, looked at her. Looking at him, the guild leader again asked if the hero wanted to drink with her. Holding the door, the boy agreed and said that they should chat over a glass of wine. Chona lowered her gaze. The door to the guy's room was visible. The sun was already shining on the wall of the house. The young man opened one eye. He stood up, yawning. Looking around, the hero did not understand where the girl had disappeared to. Her image had appeared in his head a little earlier, and he remembered that she had simply gotten up early and said that she had things to do. Looking somewhere, the guy remembered that the girl had offered him a drink. The hero buried his face in the blanket. Leaning over, he hoped that everything was okay with Chan, because he had not had a relationship for a long time, and he had not been able to restrain himself. Putting on his sweater, the guy also remembered that he had not dated anyone when he was involved in cybersports, and then suddenly he had a chance to get together with Chan, although this girl had always seemed very attractive to him. Looking somewhere, the young man understood that he admired the courage and strength of spirit of this girl, but for him she had always been a good friend or a skilled boss. Chan's image appeared in his head. The guy opened his mouth. There was a smile on his face. The bed in the room was left unmade. The second day of the competition had begun. Hose, sitting by the window, was thinking that there would be team battles today, but it was too early to go out, so he could look at the forum. The guy went to the forum, thinking that on the 13th floor he had no way to find out anything about the competition. He read the text that the use of healing potions and wearing armor was prohibited in the arena and that the guards were worried that something could get out of control during the battles. But he would be more worried about the third day. Sitting on his bed, he thought that nothing like that had happened yet. A second later, the young man turned around at the sound. He saw a new notification asking from Hyunjin if he had a free minute. The guy raised his hand and shouted for him to come here. Frowning, the protagonist replied that there was no need to shout, because he could hear perfectly well. Looking at the people who had their heads down, the former pro gamer said that he was glad to see that they were all still alive, since it had been a while since they had seen each other. Raising his palm up, he thought that everyone was probably in a good mood. The festive atmosphere of the competition had not bypassed the held difficulty players. Smiling, the held difficulty player asked if he could analyze their mistakes during the fights now. Smiling in response, the protagonist said that he could not refuse such a request, since he saw that they were making progress on held difficulty, and this was just great. Listening to the analysis of his mistakes, Hyunjin said that he himself told him to carefully watch the enemy's actions. Raising one finger up, the dark-haired man asked if it was easy, answering himself that he was sure it was not easy, since it was difficult to keep your eyes open and try to see everything around you at the same time. Squinting one eye, he added that if he focused on whether his eyes were open or not, he would see less than if he simply closed and opened them in time, so he just had to try to keep his eyes on the target and control the situation. With his next move, the man tried to punch him in the face. Standing not far from the guys, he advised that he shouldn't squint when he was being hit. He had to get used to it. Frowning, the young man realized what his interlocutor's main problem was. Seeing the guy's frightened face, he concluded that he was too cowardly. Looking at all the guys, the player continued to think that Hyunjin took it with speed and reaction, so he wasn't used to taking a hit. Because of this, his body involuntarily tensed up at any threat, which scared him before anything even happened. Putting his hand forward, the former pro gamer advised that it wouldn't hurt to practice fighting. Looking at the guy, he added that he just needed to let the goblins beat him up, because once he got it, he wouldn't be so afraid of her in the future, and he would also get used to keeping his eyes open. While the clouds were slowly floating across the sky, the dialogue continued in the background, that he just needed to do as the mentor said, because that way he would also pump up his pain resistance. People were walking along the street. Leaning on the man, the girl asked if she could dodge like that. While all the guys were laughing, the protagonist was thinking about the fact that besides him and his friend, there were 6 more people on hellish difficulty. None of them had passed the first test, or rather, they couldn't clear it, since at the beginning they received food and water, they preferred to just survive the floor. Stretching his hand forward, the young man said out loud that the arrows on the first floor fly along the same trajectories, so you just don't need to make unnecessary movements, and then they won't hit. Continuing to look at the people, he also added that they should remain in a stance to be ready for the next attack. Crossing his arms over his chest, the dark-haired man continued that they should always be vigilant, because on the first floor there are places where it is impossible to predict the enemy's actions, so you need to be ready for an unexpected turn of events at any moment. You need to get used to being constantly on guard. Bowing his head down, he realized that everyone sees the process of passing floors differently. Pursing his lips, he realized that he himself was trying to become stronger in order to cope with all the challenges. Looking at the players, he realized that many were simply trying to survive. Remembering the corridor, he realized that this is why the gap between their skills is so great, because not everyone is ready to devote themselves entirely to improving their combat skills, because if a person only dodges an arrow, then sooner or later it will still catch up with you. Frowning, the boy continued to think that he did not judge them. On the contrary, he was more of an exception to the rule, and they were normal people, because few would want to risk their lives for an extra level. While the players continued to stand nearby, the hero continued to think that on held difficulty, everyone sooner or later loses hope. Perhaps it would be better for them to focus on survival and stay at the same level. Looking at the sky, Hose understood that they could only hope that someone would solve their problems for them. Fortunately for them, guards appeared here. While the hero also looked at the buildings, he asked Hyunjin if he would participate in the team stage. The young man, walking next to him, asked in response who would even want to take him on a team. Looking at his interlocutor, the protagonist asked why he didn't go with the rest of the Hell ones. Smiling, he said that it would be a useful experience for everyone. Looking straight ahead, he also said that he tried to at least pass the preliminary round. That would be enough for them to learn something new. The player closed his eyes and said that he didn't even know. Looking at the other guys, the former pro gamer said that he should at least try, because he would get a lot of good out of it, Besides, these guys would be useful to him on the 6th floor. Remembering the 6th floor, the guy said that after the 6th floor, everything would become much more difficult, so much more difficult that he would lose all hope. Looking at the player, he added that this is why he should pull the others along with him so that they could pass the floors as a team, because he can't leave them stuck on the 1st floor forever. Looking back, Hyunjin promised to try. The man smiled at what he heard. Screams came from the arena of the Colosseum. The hero, standing in the middle of the arena, apologized for being late, because he had things to do. The second day of the competition, the team round, began. The protagonist smiled when his name was announced. Minhyuk and Chan were also smiling. Kijuk and Yujuin were standing nearby. While the guys were standing in the arena, someone was discussing that the fair-haired guy had long held an important position in the organization. Now he was already on the 30th floor with Minhyuk. The whole team was standing in the arena. Chan was looking somewhere to the side. A second later, she smiled sweetly. The dark-haired guy also smiled back. Surprised, his friend asked a few questions about what just happened, why they looked at each other, whether something had changed between them, and whether he had a knife in his pocket. Voices were heard from all over the arena. A system notification appeared with the inscription that the qualifying round in the group category had begun, and the conditions for winning were to survive and defeat the opponent. Many sparks flew across the floor. The monster took a couple of steps forward. Opening its mouth, the monster began to scream. Looking at the opponent, the young man asked what to do and whether he should deal with him. Smiling, Minhyuk told him to rest for now, because he wanted to hold back all his power until the main stage, and they could handle this monster themselves. Smiling back, the protagonist agreed. The mutant was getting closer and closer, making some sounds. The hero raised one hand up. All the players were ready for battle. The antagonist was already close to the team. Opening his mouth, he made strange sounds again. The player put his sword forward. The next second, Giona was already holding a weapon in her hand. With her next movement, she pulled the trigger. The bullet hit the monster in the face. Starting to fall, the monster continued to make strange sounds. Yujuin hid behind the shield. A moment later, she rushed with the shield at the monster. The guys with weapons in their hands jumped towards the enemy. The players began to strike with spears. Hose watched everything from the side. Tossing a stone in his hand, he thought that this was boring. The guys dealt blow after blow. The mutant opened his mouth wider. Continuing to watch the fight, the man thought that the fight was dragging on because of the accelerated regeneration of this big guy, and he wanted to recover just as quickly. Minhyuk dodged the troll's blow. The young man slipped with one foot. The player got scared. The protagonist ran behind. The big guy began to fall backwards. Some kind of magic appeared in the arena. A second later, the monster was already lying on the arena floor. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was glad that he had arrived in time, although he still had to intervene. People turned to look at the guy. A clear sky was visible, while in the background Minhyuk shouted that he asked him to stand aside and not interfere. The voices of the spectators continued to be heard from the Colosseum. The hero frowned and said that he had repeated it 10 times. He thought he had made it clear what he wanted from him. But the same thing had happened during the singles battles. Holding the popcorn in his hand, the dark-haired man said that he had already apologized. Throwing the popcorn into his mouth, he added that he thought they were in danger, so he butted in. But instead of gratitude, he received a 2-hour lecture. They looked at the people in the ring with hellish difficulty. While the players were fighting the troll, the young man commented that their skills were not particularly impressive. Although they were only on the 1st floor, it did not look like they were going to attack at all. Taking the popcorn in his hand, his friend asked if they were even listening to him. Embarrassed by the question, the former pro-gamer replied that he understood everything correctly. While the clouds floated over the Colosseum, the guy said that Neno still managed to bring them together. Looking at his interlocutor, he also added that he thought he had settled everything. Raising one finger up, the player asked if he understood that they weren't allowed to exchange such meaningful glances in front of strangers. Frowning, Hose said of course. Remembering the image of the girl, the dark-haired man explained that the guards did their best to hide their weaknesses from other people, because it was easier to maintain order and achieve obedience. And everyone perceived Chan as a strong and powerful boss, because her softness was hidden from the eyes of others. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist thought that perhaps it would be better to keep their relationship a secret. Smiling, his friend said that he was still glad. Pointing his finger somewhere, he added that this was definitely for the best. Smiling in response, the protagonist replied that he was right. Because Chan was very young, it was hard for her to cope with everything alone, and it was so great to see her smiling again. Putting his hand out to the side, the player said that he was talking about him. Watching the fight from below, he added that he saw the hero talking to the hellish ones. Looking at his interlocutor, he continued that when he noticed them, he could not believe his eyes, because the young man looked unusually pleased. Continuing to look, the dark-haired man said that the other guys seemed to have stopped being afraid of him, because they were very briskly showering him with questions. Looking at the grimacing hero, The man added that his crazy face could easily be mistaken for angry, and usually people go to those who are stronger for advice, but this is not his case. The guy thought about it. Lowering his head down, the former pro-gamer thought about how those were not the best times for him. He came home morally depressed, battered the Guild of Representatives and got hurt himself. Pursing his lips, he said out loud that comparing his current, and then, he can say that he has changed a lot. Putting his palm in front of himself, his friend replied that although his facial expressions have not become more varied since then, he seems more relaxed. Frowning, Host thought that he really felt calmer now than he did then. Winking, Minhyuk added that even now he seemed like a more humane person. Of course, I wouldn't say that he didn't have concerns about his sanity, but he was clearly working on himself. The player grimaced at what he heard. A memory of a smiling Jianga. The protagonist smiled. The clouds were still floating above the buildings. The arena of the Colosseum was visible. People were standing in the arena with their hands raised, while in the background it was said that the most coordinated teams had advanced to the finals. The moment of the fight, with the words that, surprisingly, the newcomers from the hellish difficulty level also passed the qualifiers, they tried until the end, but in the end they lost to the team of guys from the normal difficulty level. The guy held Hyunjin's raised hand. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he was glad that he insisted on their participation and hoped that this would serve as an impetus for their development. The man held his hand up while they were talking about his team's victory. Sitting on the stands, Minhyuk said that he was quite famous in normal difficulty. His team had strong fighters. Turning her head, Yujuin added that he was with the 6th Assault Squad of the Guards. That's why they were so strong, so they would definitely achieve a lot. Raising his hand, the young man said that they decided that Shikian would not participate, since he had to be prepared in case of an emergency. Smiling, he also added that he really wanted to participate, but what can you do? While Hose ate something, the player continued the conversation about the guards wanting to hide his strength. A new team entered the arena. The two guys were very surprised. Shikian raised his hand when he was introduced to the audience. The guy, looking at him in surprise, asked out loud why no one keeps their promises, since he made it clear why he should not participate. Minhyuk, clenching his hand into a fist, said that perhaps we should pray that he will finally fly off and we should see if there is someone to replace him. They looked at the smiling player, saying that his smile was visible from here, how pleased he was. Smiling, the protagonist thought that, after all, he could understand him, because everyone wanted to have at least a little fun, even he was happy about this competition. Looking at the blonde, the guy said that he should scare off the weaker participants. Only confident enough teams would risk competing with him. Smiling widely, Hose thought that the spectacle promised to be interesting. Turning to the girl, he asked her if the man's team was from a difficult level. Jianga turned questioningly to the player. Yujuin raised 2 fingers to her mouth. Looking at the people below, she said that one was from the 24th floor, the guy with the blue shield was from the 27th, and those two were the frontrunners, like Shikian. Looking at the other fry, she continued that the black-haired one was still at level 19, but was already quite strong, so they, the guards, tried to support him as much as possible. His name was Junseok. Grimacing, the protagonist wondered if the girl really remembered everything about all the guards and the personalities associated with them. Her memory was impressive. Bowing his head, he thought about how the longer he listened, the more he understood why the player was angry. Looking at the guys, he thought about how they had assembled the strongest team in the training world. A round building was visible. The blonde-haired one held a sword in his hands, while in the background they were saying that his team had won for the 11th time in a row. Smiling, the spectators shouted the name of the team captain. Smiling nervously, the former professional player said that 11 victories were impressive, but he could at least be sure that the young man was afraid of him. Not once during the entire time he looked in our direction. Frowning, Hoji thought about how mana and health don't regenerate in the ring, skills or healing elixirs don't work either, meaning that it will be harder for them with each fight. Looking at the people in the ring, he said that they are still holding up well. Staring at Shirhyun, the player thought that everyone seemed to be rooting for this fugitive, like a gladiator in the center of the Colosseum arena. A system notification appeared, saying that the members of this team will be declared the winners in 3 minutes. Squeezing his eyes shut, Minhyuk said that given the circumstances, there is no way they can let him be the winner. The blonde took a few steps forward in the ring. The youth stared forward in surprise. The player also stared back at the spectator. Putting his hand forward, he asked how long he was going to sit there. The protagonist smiled in response. All the spectators screamed. The protagonist stood up from his seat. Smiling slightly, Giona told Minhyuk not to put on an act, since it would be disappointing if the competition ended on such a sad note. Turning to the girl with a smile, the dark-haired man replied that these were very wise words. The guy reached his finger towards the enter button. The guys found themselves in the center of the Colosseum on the ring. A few steps away from them stood Team Shirhyun. The player smiled widely. Looking at the audience, the young man thought that all this brought back memories of his days as a pro player, an unforgettable feeling, since he missed those times. Raising 2 fingers up, one of the guys said that he would only get in the way, so he thought it would be better for him to stay in the stands. Pointing his finger at him, the former pro player asked if he had forgotten what he said. Frowning, he thought that Min Yuk seemed to think that the rest of the team wouldn't be much help against the hard players. Putting her hand to her face, the heroine asked him if he thought they would succeed. Smiling, Chona said that it was fine then, let him win. The dark-haired boy blushed a little from embarrassment, and thought how cute she was. The four of them walked back, while the system notifications appeared that Chona, Min Yuk, Kijuk, and Yuzhong had left the arena. The young man looked at his opponents. Frowning, Hose thought that his friend wanted to hide his true strength from everyone. He looked at the 7 strongest hard players. Continuing to look at the people, the boy said that each of them was dangerous in their own way, and besides, they worked well as a team, which meant that winning would not be so easy and he would have to sweat. Looking at the 4 players, he said that you can't underestimate a close-knit team of players with a strong will to win, and he had already gotten a little bored because of how dull the previous fights were. The protagonist smiled. Clenching his fingers into fists, he thought that finally were the opponents. Warming his hands, the blonde asked not to spare them. Putting up 3 fingers, the protagonist replied that he should be the one saying that he did not need an easy victory. The players stood up for battle. The cries of the spectators swept across the arena. The guys watched everything that was happening from the stands. Shikian reached for a large sword. The former professional player bent down a little. A system notification appeared on the screen saying that the fight was starting. The player continued to stand at full readiness. A second later, he moved from his place. The opponents were expecting an attack. The hero ran at great speed. Looking at one of the opponents, he remembered Yuzhong telling him that he had a short one-handed sword and light armor. Memories of the girl saying that the man gets close to the enemy and easily dodges attacks thanks to his speed. Although he does not deal much damage, his attacks are able to distract the target. The dark-haired man got close enough to the target. Hose made the first strike. The fair-haired man put a shield in front of him. Barrier magic worked around him. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if he was strengthening the shield with a skill, he should knock it out with one blow. With the next move, he directed his foot towards the shield. The young man looked at the opponent in surprise. The man continued to stand with the shield in his hands. Reaching out his hand, the former professional player said that it was funny. A magical barrier appeared, and Hose noticed that this guy blocked his attack. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, muttered that it turned out that the skill not only gave him strength, but also made him more resistant to physical impact, and he did not expect that. A moment later, Shikian raised his sword. The protagonist angrily lowered his eyebrows. A second later, the enemy swung his weapon. The player tried to dodge the enemy's attack. Suddenly, the former pro gamer reached for the guy's hand. Unexpectedly, the 2 young men collided with each other. It was visible how the warriors were lying on the ground. Rushing from the spot, Hose thought that he could ignore these 2 for now, because now he needed to focus on one specific target. Junsia clenched his jaw in bewilderment. Running up to him, the protagonist said that his lightning can hit a target from a long distance, and just a couple of hits are able to lay down even him, and in addition, they inflict paralysis, which makes Junsiak an even more dangerous opponent. Suddenly, the electromage raised his fingers up. A powerful charge of energy appeared around him. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist noticed that he was not letting him get close, after which he added that there was no retreat and that he urgently needed to get as close to Zongseek as possible. It was visible how the guy brought his palm to the magical shell. Suddenly, the player spread his fingers. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. The former pro gamer's face was serious. Opening his mouth, Hose asked if he thought he was joking when he advised him to develop resistance to various things as soon as possible, and also clarified what he thought his level of resistance to pain, paralysis, and magic was. A moment later, the electromage swung his fist. The protagonist calmly threw the enemy to the side. A powerful explosion was heard behind the protagonist. Leaning back, the boy muttered that this was great because the most dangerous one was eliminated, and in a real fight he would have to kill him, or at least hit him hard to be sure, but this was just a game, and there should be no difficulties with the rest. Suddenly, a bright charge of energy appeared in Shikian's hand. The warrior angrily raised the corners of his lips. The young man, squinting, realized that he had concentrated a huge amount of magic. Looking at the menacing opponent, the player wondered what kind of skill it was. Suddenly, Shikian's eyes widened in shock. A second later, the guy rushed towards the former pro gamer. Clenching his jaw, Hose thought that he was quite fast, even too fast. The warrior extended his palm, and at the same time, the protagonist asked if this was some kind of divine skill. Suddenly, the protagonist disappeared from the enemy's field of vision. The young man opened his jaw in bewilderment. Shikian quickly turned his gaze back. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The player's bright wings appeared. It was visible how the warrior menacingly clenched his fist. The player, turning around, noticed that he had changed course rather quickly and was already rushing towards him, and he was really very fast and also knew his fighting habits well. The former pro gamer suddenly took off, deciding it was time to show everything he could. The opponents were quickly approaching each other. The crowded stands came into view. The guys looked ahead in bewilderment. Shikian opened his jaw in rage. Hose bared his teeth angrily. Suddenly, the warriors came face to face. The daytime sky was visible. After some time, the main character was lying on the bed. Crossing his legs, the protagonist said that the competition had ended the previous evening, and after the battles themselves, there were still 3 free days to rest. Remembering his opponent, the guy explained that after the end of the team battles, Minhyuk and Shikian immediately went to their rooms, and he was sure that the latter found a way to avoid a beating, but this is not certain. Raising his eyebrows, the young man muttered that he stayed until the very end, as he promised. A moment later, the player raised his head and opened his inventory. The former pro gamer swiped his finger across the screen. A small chest appeared in Ho's hand, after which he said that he got a mysterious box for winning the solo category. The protagonist lifted the corners of his lips in satisfaction. A second later, another small box appeared in the protagonist's palm. Looking at the 2 chests, the guy said that he got the second one for the team category. Smiling, the young man added that he got 2 tiny boxes for winning both categories. It seemed like the player extended his hand to his opponent, and also said that he found solo battles rather boring, but had a lot of fun against the team, and then added that Shikian, his teammates, the audience, everything was just perfect. Squinting, the former pro gamer noted that he thought Shikian didn't think so. Hose abruptly turned his gaze to the side, hearing a sudden knock. The door to the room was opened by Giona. The girl, her eyes wide, asked how long he had been waiting for her. The protagonist, smiling slightly, said that he thought he would die of boredom, because 3 whole days had passed since the team category, and they had not seen each other for a long time. The player, through the sweat on her face, explained that there was more work than she expected, and then apologized for being late, because they had not agreed, and also clarified whether she had disturbed him. The protagonist, looking at her, replied that he was glad to see her. Chona joyfully raised the corners of her lips. Unexpectedly, the girl leaned forward. Hugging the guy, the player apologized because she made him wait. The young man closed his eyes contentedly. It was visible how Chona continued to hold on to the former pro gamer. A moment later, the girl rushed into Ho's room. The door slammed shut. Suddenly, a dark cave appeared. The monster, opening its mouth, screamed loudly. The protagonist was holding a sword in his hand. The protagonist knocked the monster off its feet with a powerful blow. Multiple screens appeared, stating that he had passed the 15th floor on the hellish difficulty level. The guy, with his mouth wide open, was glad that he had passed, adding that it had taken a very long time. Closing his eyes, the young man said that after the competition he had immediately started passing the 15th floor, which was a narrow abandoned mine, and the condition for passing was the extermination of all the mutant moles. The player, clenching his jaw, said that although it sounded easy, finding all the monsters in the dark tunnels was not so easy, and also slightly improved his perception skills, because without sensitivity to aura, other skills develop faster. Biting his lips, the former pro gamer added that he would not like to repeat this experience again, and he needed to quickly get out into the light of day to Kurikiri. After some time, Kurikiri, with her mouth wide open, screamed that he was covered in dirt. With his hands outstretched, Hose retorted that he didn't know about it, and at that moment, the girl laughed loudly. Looking at his palm, the protagonist explained that he had spent a lot of time in the mine, and added that he was indeed covered in dust. Squinting, the protagonist asked the manager of the hellish floors if she was embarrassed by his appearance, to which he received a positive answer. Smiling, the guy said that he would have to eat the candy alone, after which Kurikiri abruptly asked for it. The daytime sky was visible, and the young man clarified whether she could tell him about the next floor. With her eyes bulging, the girl answered in the negative. Lowering her eyebrows, the player muttered that he knew it, and at some point, Kurikiri stopped providing him with valuable information about the upcoming floors, and she probably thinks that he doesn't need to tell him. Looking ahead, the former pro gamer wondered what else to ask, since information about gods, magic, and the competition would cost him a lot. Crouching on the ground, Hose exclaimed that he was thinking about changing his weapon, and let her tell him how to choose the best option. The held difficulty floor manager's pupils suddenly turned white, and she asked again about the weapon, to which the protagonist said that he had been thinking about it for a long time. The protagonist's shield and sword were visible, and he said that he had not changed his current sword since the 4th floor, and thanks to magic, there was no need to change it, but recently he began to feel that it was no longer up to his level. Taking the weapon in his hand, the guy explained that it was too light and fragile even despite the magic, and at least it was restored when entering the waiting room, otherwise he would have thrown it away long ago, and then Kurikiri noted that he was right, that it was time for him to change weapons. Closing her eyes, the girl asked him to wait. The hellish difficulty floor manager looked ahead menacingly. Sitting opposite the young man, Kurikiri asked why he did not open the boxes he received at the competition. In bewilderment, opening his mouth, the player asked her again. Suddenly, 2 mysterious boxes appeared in his palms. Through the sweat on his face, the former pro gamer asked if there were weapons in them, and what if one fell out that he would not use. Extending her index finger, the girl asked him not to worry, because only necessary things fell out of the boxes. Looking at Hose, the hellish difficulty floor manager said that the reward depended on the user's needs, to which he clarified whether there was definitely something useful in there. Smiling, the protagonist exclaimed that he would open it now. A sign appeared above the black chest asking if he wanted to open the mysterious box. A moment later, a bright light appeared from the chest. The protagonist looked at the unusual glow. A magic ball flew up above the guy's hand, and the system reported that he had received 1,000 Kuntus weapons. Through the sweat on his face, the young man said that it was heavier than it seemed. Introducing the black ball, the player said that this artifact once belonged to the Blade Master Kuntus, and it was made from a supreme golden dragon and was capable of taking 1,000 different forms of weapons. Smiling, the former pro gamer noted that it turned out that he now had 1,000 weapon options at once. Lowering his head, Hose added that the fact that he was made of a dragon was impressive in itself, and the effect was also interesting, and he also exclaimed that he loved changing weapons, and for him this was just an ideal artifact, and he urgently needed to test it. The protagonist stood up abruptly. Holding the magic ball in his hand, the protagonist wondered how it worked and whether he just needed to imagine the weapon he needed, and then decided to try summoning a short sword. A black artifact appeared, and the guy noticed that nothing was happening. Biting his lips, the young man thought about pouring some magic into it. The base of the ball lit up purple. The player's eyes widened in surprise. A moment later, a sword appeared in front of him. Through sweat on his face, the former pro gamer muttered that it was fast, and he would also be able to change weapons right during the fight. Smiling, Ho said that it was quite sturdy and felt good in his hand. Picking up the weapon, the protagonist said that it weighed the same as the sphere, although the size had changed, and at the same time wondered if even the blade would be so massive, and then added that it might be for the best, because his physical strength allows him to carry a heavy weapon. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he was also pleased with his sensitivity to mana. Clenching his jaw, the guy thought that before, imbuing weapons with magic was much more difficult, but now the problem was solved, and it was just perfect. Examining his sword, the young man wondered if he could open the second box right now, because it would be cool to get something just as useful. Poking at the screen, the player could not decide whether to open it or not, after which he exclaimed that it was not so. After all, you only live once. A second later, a bright glow appeared from the mysterious chest. A black ball appeared above the palm of the former pro gamer, after which Hose said that this was great, because another one fell out. Holding the artifact and the sword in his hand, the protagonist thought that he would turn the second sphere into a shield, and it would be a set, and there was no need to look for anything else. Suddenly, the protagonist, turning his gaze to the side, turned to Kurikiri. Looking at the girl, the guy asked her what she would like, to which he replied that she would like an ice cream cake. There were candies and old weapons on the ground. The young man muttered, turning down the corners of his lips, that there was nothing new on the forum, and in any case, all useful information first goes through the guards. Looking at the screen, the player read the question, who do they think will be the first to complete the training in full, to which he said that people have nothing to do. Introducing the warrior, the former pro gamer said that until recently the answer was obvious, namely Chanyeong. But now he was stuck on the 91st floor, and it was unknown how long he would stay there, and it seemed that he had failed the passage for the 6th time in a row. Extending his index finger, Hose explained that Chanyeong was determined, otherwise he would not have climbed so high, and now his haste is starting to come back to haunt him, because his skill level is not enough to move on. Remembering the dark silhouette, the protagonist added that this is why people started paying attention to another player from the easy difficulty level, Min, because he managed to reach the 83rd floor without any outside help, which makes him the strongest loner, and people are already starting to say that Min will soon become the new favorite of the guards, replacing Chanyeong. Biting his lips, the protagonist asked what Min-yuk thought about this, and whether he should ask. Lowering his gaze, the guy muttered that it would be better to go to Giona with such a person. Suddenly, the young man noticed a system notification, which said that the deity of adventure was watching him with visible satisfaction. Opening his mouth wide, the player exclaimed that every time he recalls Giona, this asshole is here like that, as if he is somehow preoccupied, and this pisses him off a little. Blushing sharply, the former pro gamer could not understand why he was picking on him, and whether he was really watching the events of that night. Through the sweat on his face, Hose was confused. Looking at the screen, the protagonist read that the god of adventure was embarrassed. Tall grass appeared, and at the same time, the protagonist objected that he was a pervert, because it was impolite to peek. After some time, it was seen how Yun Yun was getting a part out of a wooden tower. Raising his paw, the protagonist's pet exclaimed that he had succeeded. The guy, being in the living area on the 60th floor, said that he was training the dragon's magical abilities through various games. Holding a book in his hand, the young man explained that at this time, one of the clones was trying to complicate his task with the same magic, and his double was constantly increasing the pressure between the parts, while changing their mass, so that the dragon had to constantly adjust. Yong looked at the small detail in surprise, after which the player added that although the clone prevented him from getting the block with magic, the dragon also did not shy away from any spells from his modest arsenal, and at the same time one of the former pro-gamers asked if he thought spatial magic was somehow unfair, to which he received the answer that if you don't get caught, you don't make a thief. Suddenly, Hose lowered his eyebrows seriously. Looking at the bag, the protagonist said that Zongseek left it for him, and he was curious why. Biting his lips, the protagonist said that before returning to reality, he gave him some of his belongings. Looking down, the guy muttered that you can take a limited number of things from the training world, and that is why many sell all their accumulated goods before leaving. Squinting, the young man said that sometimes interesting items fly away for huge amounts of money, and even if they are not used anywhere except for the easy difficulty. Noticing the book, the player asked if it was his diary, and why he needed it. Clenching his jaw, the former pro-gamer said that it described his development in the world of training in detail, and purely to the point, without intimate details, and for any connoisseur of electricity magic, this book is a real treasure. Sitting on a chair, Hose added that in addition to all the little things, there is a robe, a cloak, and everything is in excellent condition, and even he does not have such good clothes. Smiling, the main character decided that he would use the balls for experiments, and save a couple of useful things for the dragon, and put everything else up for sale, and maybe donate some to the guardians. Typing on the keyboard, the protagonist was wondering what Chona is doing now. A message appeared that said that it would be great to have some of Zongseek's things, to which the guy said that it was great, because he had figured it out. The girl asked why he had let him go so easily, after which the young man, through sweat on his face, replied that he had convinced him to leave quickly. Holding the bag in his hand, the player said that his level was the deciding factor, and after he told him, Zongseek finally gave in, and at the same time, Giona asked what his level was, and he said that he was 351. The girl explained that she didn't know that there was something to level up after 300, and then asked that the last time she asked him, he was at 250, and this was definitely not a joke, to which the former pro-gamer, with his mouth slightly open, answered positively. The protagonist's girlfriend asked how he had gained so much experience, since he was still on the 60th floor, and how many times she needed to repeat the 61st to catch up with him, and he, clenching his jaw, noted that everything was not so simple, and he had his own methods. Scratching his head, the protagonist asked if she had any idea how most players perceived the skill system, after which he explained that by passing floors, she earned new skills, simultaneously accumulating experience, and improving statistics. Raising his hand, the guy added that upon returning to the real world, it would not be possible to grow anymore. Clenching his fist, the player said that, however, for him, everything was completely different. Chona asked how then, and then the former pro-gamer closed his eyes and said that unlike everyone else who saw skills as some kind of superpower, he looked at the concept of skills a little differently, and that it was during the period when he was unsuccessfully trying to get through the 61st floor, and then he hoped to find a fundamentally new skill that would allow him to make a breakthrough, that he had an epiphany. Lowering his eyebrows, Hose explained that in the end, nothing worked out, but this prompted him to delve deeper into the study of magic, and at some point, he managed to unravel the essence of the skill system in the training world, and also understood the purpose and origin of each and every skill. A fire appeared in his palm, and he exclaimed that thanks to this, he can now independently create and improve spells. The girl said that she was speechless, and that it was very cool, to which the protagonist, looking at the screen, added that when abilities are so amazing that they cannot be converted into experience, the system simply adds 50 levels at once, and indeed, there are no rewards for these levels, because they are not the result of accumulating experience, but simply a reflection of strength, because for the system, he is no longer a newbie who needs motivation in the form of encouragement. The system windows were visible, and at the same time, the protagonist's girlfriend answered that she did not quite understand, after which she reported an event, and he noted that he had also heard, and it seemed that a new competition was planned, and then Chona said that they say that this time it will be held jointly with a server from another dimension. Typing on the keyboard, the guy asked if she could look at something for him, namely, let him check if the privacy settings work for players from other servers, and it would be better if no one knew about it, to which he received a positive answer. A moment later, the loading screen appeared. The young man's face was calm. He had a bracelet on his wrist, and he decided that he needed to be on the safe side, because if his magic got out of control again, someone could get hurt. The dark walls of the room were visible, and the player added that it was time for the 61st floor soon. After some time, the former pro-gamer found himself in the waiting room of the 16th floor. Near the palm of Ho's hand, he parried the ball of 1,000 guns of Kuntus. Suddenly, the magic artifact began to crumble. A sword suddenly appeared in the protagonist's hand. Introducing the dark ball, the protagonist said that this object can become almost any type of weapon, and you can change one form to another with just the power of thought. But in fact, you also need a little magic for this, but it is still very convenient. 2 different shields appeared, and at the same time the guy explained that he had prepared a small round one and a wide long one. Smiling, the young man said that you can also attack with the pointed bottom, because it is heavy enough to hit well by inertia. Looking at the unusual artifact, the player said that, judging by everything, Kantus was also a human, and perhaps the blood of a dragon flowed in his creator, or maybe he belonged to some high race, and he was very curious, but such information would cost too much. Lowering his eyebrows, the former pro-gamer noted that he did not really need it now, and it was better to focus on the object itself. A moment later, Hose decided to get a weapon, after which an unusual force swirled around the dark ball. A second later, a sword appeared in the protagonist's hand. The protagonist, raising the corners of his lips, said that the combination of a shield and a sword is the most effective, because it suits him best, and he is already used to working with it. Inspecting the weapons, the guy said that he did not know that there are so many different types of short swords, and he is most comfortable with a length of about 70 centimeters. Suddenly, the young man swung a long sword. It was seen how the player took a spear. An unusual weapon, a halberd, appeared, but the former pro-gamer called it dull. Swinging the sword, Hose explained that he had been practicing summoning different types of weapons for some time, and at the same time noting the most useful of them, which are worth keeping on speed dial. Suddenly a portal appeared, and it was written that this is the 17th game session. The protagonist, approaching the magical passage, said that this was the 16th, and at the same time wondered if he could leave a message for someone before leaving. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist said that Chono was probably busy. The guy's pupils suddenly turned white, reading that the deity of adventure was looking at him with undisguised pleasure, to which he objected that he was already boring him, and asked that maybe it was enough to look into his thoughts. Lowering his head, the young man exclaimed that he had goosebumps, as he imagined the vulgarly giggling face of this god, and also decided that he needed to write to Hyunjin, and then the deity of adventure was extremely offended by his cruel words, expressing resentment. Smiling, the player said that now was definitely the time. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared. The former pro-gamer landed on the floor. Raising his gaze, the protagonist noticed that it was dark here. A moment later, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The guy jumped to the side. Turning around, the young man thought about the exit. Lowering his eyebrows, the player realized that this was not the main thing now. Noticing the dark silhouettes, the former pro-gamer muttered that someone was here, because he saw at least 5 figures, and at the same time the system wrote that he entered the 16th floor. Ho's face was serious. The stranger's eyes glowed with an unusual color. 3 more bodies were visible in the distance. The protagonist was next to them, after which the artificial intelligence said that he needed to defeat the double to open the exit from the dungeon. A wide entrance to the cave appeared, and the protagonist said that 10 years ago an unexplored dungeon was found in the west of Arpan. The girl in the hood raised the corners of her lips, and at the same time the guy added that soon treasure hunters from all over the continent flocked to him, and 6 months later, each temple received some kind of divine message, and it said that a treasure was hidden in the depths of that very mine. Many seekers were visible, after which the young man explained that temple paladins, adventurers, merchants, brave knights, and even magicians left the seclusion of their towers to try their luck by descending into the bowels of the earth. Imagining a dark cave, the player added that after a year of intensive searching, a secret passage was found leading to the heart of the dungeon. The magician opened his mouth wide, and then the former pro-gamer said that after this, all temporary alliances immediately fell apart, and a war of everyone against everyone began in an attempt to seize the initiative, and in the end it was decided to send the best of the best from each side into the depths of the dungeon. A terrible monster appeared, and at the same time, Ho said that unfortunately, during the fierce division of the yet-to-be-found treasure, no one bothered to explore the deep floor, and as a result, the hapless seekers awakened the king of the dungeon, namely the double, and one of the squad members managed to temporarily drive the offspring into a trap, and having escaped from it. The double again disappeared into the shadows of the underground passages. The protagonist's leg appeared, and he continued that the monster was extremely dangerous, and so much so that its release would threaten the existence of humanity, and the system also reported that the double could not be allowed to break free, and therefore it was necessary to defeat it in order to open the exit from the dungeon. The protagonist's face was frightened. Several bodies were visible in front of the guy. Mysterious entities stood in place. Strangers were in the shadows. Suddenly, the magician, opening his jaw, used the light. A moment later, the team illuminated the dark room. The sorcerer frowned angrily. The young man, covering his face with his hand, wondered if these people were the seekers. The big guy, lowering his eyebrows, asked where the double was, and the old man noted that they had a newcomer. The hooded man, through the sweat on his face, asked if they could tell him where the exit was, after which the warrior explained that they were walled in. The jock, opening his mouth wide, shouted that the double had disappeared and they had lost him. The old man, squinting, said that he was still inside, and the artifact showed that the demon was still nearby. The guy, holding his chin, asked if he could be under an invisibility spell, because since the double was of demonic nature, he could well wield magic. The wizard, raising his staff, used the ability to detect invisibility. Suddenly, a green aura surrounded the guys. The mage lifted the corners of his lips and said that there was no one here, only them. The player, sitting on the ground, muttered that he didn't know such a thing existed, and then the old man noted that the artifact showed that he was here. The young man, sweat on his face, said that the record said that the double was able to copy the physical shell of the chosen victim, and it seemed that he had managed to finish off one of them and take his place. The former pro-gamer, biting his lips, decided that this was useful information, and all that remained was to clarify a few details. Briskly standing up, Hose thought that it turned out that the double was pretending to be one of the seekers. But of course he didn't count. Looking at the screen, the protagonist explained that the player's task on the 16th floor was to destroy the double before the rescue team arrived, and it turned out that they had a week. Smiling slightly, the protagonist found this interesting. Looking towards the squad, the guy said that the conditions did not say anything about the rest of the adventurers, and therefore, having killed every single one, he would calmly pass the floor. The magician frowned with displeasure, and at the same time the young man added that he did not want to resort to such measures yet, because he first met people from the world of training. Clenching his fist, the player was not sure that they belonged to the human race, but it looked like it, and wanted to ask the adventurers about the culture, technology and magical knowledge of their civilization, and therefore he would try to pass the floor with the help of cooperation. Suddenly, the magician turned his gaze to the side. The former pro-gamer looked at him thoughtfully. Noticing the screen, which said that the deity of adventure was watching him with curiosity, Hose asked if he could already look towards the other man. The big guy, shuffling his legs, said that it would clearly be difficult, and suggested trying to hold out until the rescuers arrived, to which the old man explained that the main thing was not to let the double out, and they needed to have time to solve this problem before they arrived. The warrior, clenching his jaw, asked how they could figure out which of them was the double, because he copied not only the appearance, but also the memory and character of the victim, after which the protagonist muttered that the knight was the most talkative here. The man, turning his gaze to the side, replied that then they would have to think of something. The protagonist looked towards the old man and the big guy. Opening his mouth, the guy suggested trying to hurt him. The jock, turning around, asked the young man again, to which he replied that if they pinned him down, the monster would probably take its true form. The knight narrowed his eyes and pointed out that this could actually work, because he would transform into a demon to escape the threat of death, and his real body was stronger than his human shell, so it made perfect sense. The mage, with his jaw hanging open, said that this was nonsense, and then the player said that he had an idea. The former pro-gamer extended his index finger and said that they could take turns making their guesses, and then they would all decide together what to do and who to suspect first, and then they would try to attack the chosen person, and where they came from. This was called a mafia game. The seeker, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that it was obvious that he knew nothing about demons, and even the 5 of them would have a hard time dealing with the double, and one wrong decision and they would all be doomed. Looking ahead, Hose said that they shouldn't worry, because he would deal with him himself. The hooded man, head down, asked if he would deal with him, to which he replied that he would take care of everything. Winking, the protagonist said that he hoped that they would let him deal with him alone, but they did not yet know how strong he was. The big guy crossed his arms, and at the same time the protagonist said that, given the information received from the other seekers, one can expect that the double is not inferior in strength to all of them put together, and in theory, the player's task is to figure out the double, while avoiding unnecessary losses, so that at least 3 seekers remain for the fight. Biting his lips, the guy explained that he is not quite an ordinary player, and there will be no special problems with the double, and even if the creature joins forces with the seekers, it will still be stronger. The seeker, opening his mouth, objected that he has simply gone crazy, and may even say that he can handle the dragon alone. Closing his eyes, the young man said that it would be better to just show. A moment later, the player extended his palm. The guys sharply leaned back. The former pro-gamer was opposite the squad. Hose narrowed his eyes and said that if he were a double, they would already be dead, and so there was no point in suspecting him. The team frowned angrily, and then the protagonist added that they should not try to attack him, otherwise he would simply kill everyone. The old man, lowering his head, said that they were the best warriors and adventurers on the entire continent, and also stronger than he thought. Clenching his fists, the protagonist explained that he was simply trying to help, and all they needed to do was identify the double, and he would get rid of it on his own. The old man, raising his hand, asked if he wanted them to tell anything about themselves, to which he received an answer that this was exactly the case, and even if the double stole the victim's identity, there was still a chance that he would make a mistake. The seeker frowned and replied that he agreed to share his story, but in return he should do the same, because they were not particularly close to each other, and they were seeing him for the first time. Looking down, the guy muttered that the old man was only complicating things, because he hoped that he could easily squeeze the necessary information out of them and quickly skip the floor. But in the end there was a lot of fuss with these adventurers, and he did not think that they would understand the story of a pro player from South Korea in the virtual world, and therefore he needed to come up with something. Scratching the back of his head, the young man said that he came to the dungeon to find treasure, and he could not tell more, after which he added that they themselves knew how many ordinary people were prowling here in search of valuables, and he was one of them. The guys looked at him in bewilderment. The mage lowered his eyebrows and said that it was a contradiction, and the hooded man pointed out that he was the one who started the discussion first, and was the most suspicious of them. The warrior clenched his jaw and exclaimed that they seemed to have found it, and the old man added that it was a logical conclusion. The player, sweating on his face, asked them to wait. Looking at the adventurers, the former pro gamer wondered if he was the main suspect. The dark walls of the cave appeared. The adventurer, opening his mouth wide, explained that he was the strangest and most suspicious of them all, and it was quite possible that the double was trying to extract the information he needed from them, and at the same time the mage called Hose a sly one. The old man frowned and asked if he wanted to help, then said that if they made a hasty decision and as a result released the double, something terrible could happen. But if they joined forces against him, there was a chance that he would show his true nature. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, thought that they were now sure that he was the double. The big guy bared his teeth menacingly, and it was audible that he tried very hard to convince them, and hated sneaks who were good at juggling words. The protagonist, raising his hands up, asked to give him just a minute, because he just wanted to say something else. Suddenly, the seeker, taking out a knife, shouted that he hoped to fool them until the last moment, and therefore they needed to attack. They could see a dagger flying towards the guy. The young man, closing his eyes, wondered why he had to act abruptly. Suddenly, the player threw the knife in the opposite direction. The sharp weapon quickly flew towards the adventurer. A moment later, the big guy appeared behind the former pro gamer. The man hit the ground powerfully. Hose ended up behind the mage. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist muttered that there was no point in attacking their tank, and first of all, they needed to deal with the mage. The wizard lifted the corners of his lips in confusion. The protagonist stood in front of the old man. Looking at the angry seekers, the guy noticed that the old paladin had predicted his actions, and this was impressive. A second later, the old man rushed from his place. The young man lowered his eyebrows seriously. The player quickly pushed the paladin's hand. It was visible how the former pro gamer clenched his fist. Unexpectedly, Hose knocked the opponent's weapon off. The old man narrowed his eyes in surprise. A moment later, the protagonist threw it aside. At the same time, the magician looked down angrily. Opening his mouth, the magician used the fireball skill. Suddenly, a bright flame appeared. The protagonist, with bulging eyes, noted that the magician could have hit the paladin with his attack, but he still fired, and it seems that he does not care about the lives of his comrades, and also used the combat concentration ability. There was a fire above the boy, and he was thinking that if he tried to blink with a flicker, it would immediately attack again, and then it would be harder to dodge the second ball, and besides, revealing all the trump cards at once would not be the wisest move, and therefore he needed to deal with everyone separately while they were still in confusion. Suddenly, Talaria's wings appeared. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. It was visible how the magician bit his lips in bewilderment. The young man's face was serious. The player, looking forward, muttered that even despite his resistance to heat, he felt how hot his ball was, and it would be very unpleasant if it hit him. A second later, the former pro gamer dealt a powerful blow to the wizard. Extending his palm, Hose apologized and asked if he was badly hurt. The wizard was lying on the ground unconscious. The protagonist's eyes widened and he said that he hoped he had simply passed out, since he didn't want to kill him yet, and apparently the mage wasn't a double. The big guy grinned and exclaimed that he couldn't see anything, after which he asked Bierce if he had a flashlight, to which he replied that he had some torches somewhere. The protagonist was hiding in the darkness. Closing one eye, the guy used his foresight and keen vision skills. Looking at the adventurer, the young man noticed that he was somehow strange. Suddenly, Bierce swung his leg. The adventurer abruptly threw the necklace, saying that he should take it. The player abruptly batted it away with his palm. Squinting, the former pro gamer asked if it was poison. The adventurer, smiling broadly, said that it was him and that he would die of poisoning if he didn't crawl out into the light of day. Lowering his head, Hose reported that he was now all sticky, and the system wrote about improved resistance to poisoning, and then the adventurer asked why he did not fall. Opening his jaw, Bierce clarified whether the poison was working. A moment later, the protagonist attacked his enemy in the chest. A second later, the adventurer fell to the ground. Suddenly, a warrior appeared, holding a long sword in his hand. The knight's face was menacing. The protagonist, turning his head, was surprised that he also knew how to saturate weapons with mana, but he was not very good at it. Rushing from his place, the swordsman shouted what kind of king this was. It was visible how the player took out 1,000 guns of Kuntus. Suddenly, a black blade appeared near the former pro gamer's hand. The guy swung his weapon sharply. Hose quickly repelled the enemy's attack. The young man angrily lowered his eyebrows. Biting his lips, the protagonist muttered that he didn't quite expect the treasure hunter to speak for the king, and this one had interesting movements, because he had never seen such a fighting technique. Looking towards the warrior, the protagonist added that it was more elegant than Ida's utilitarian use of the spear, and each movement was smooth and even graceful in its own way. Holding his sword tightly, the player said that it was charming, because he was like some kind of hero from legends. Raising his eyebrows, the guy noted that, however, this made him do a lot of unnecessary things, and there was some kind of confusion from the movements, and after each hectic impulse he needed to catch his breath. The swordsman's dark cloak was visible. The former pro gamer, rushing towards him, said that he seemed to have borrowed the technique from a sport or martial arts, and not very flexible at that. Clenching his fist, the young man added that a warrior must be able to adapt to any circumstances. The knight narrowed his eyes, expecting an attack. A moment later, the player punched him in the face. It seemed as if the seeker was thrown back sharply. Hose found himself on the 16th floor, and the system reported that the conditions of this cleansing included surviving for 7 days until the rescue team arrived and identifying and defeating the doppelganger. The man dropped his jaw and shouted for the cowardly demon to show them his true face. Closing one eye, the protagonist did not understand in what sense cowardly, and then realized that he would have to put some pressure on them to start listening to him. Opening his mouth wide, the warrior began to shout loudly. Particles of magic dust flew around the swordsman's weapon, and the protagonist wondered about the fact that this skill did not activate immediately, and whether this was the best he could do, and did not understand who even gives the enemy time to prepare before attacking. The guy lowered the corners of his lips, suggesting that this knight greatly lacked experience in real battles, and then wondered if he should wait for the skill to work, because he was just curious if the effect was worth such a fanfare. Smiling evilly, the seeker screamed for the opponent to receive, and then added that this attack contains the full power of the great sword Alamas, which was given to him by the king himself, and no one has ever survived its crushing blow. Closing his eyes, the former pro gamer realized that he had been told everything, but did not know if there was any point in trying to repel the attack after such unambiguous warnings. The man's robe flew high into the air, and the young man noted that it was still worth acknowledging that the sword emitted very strong energy, because he felt a high concentration of mana in the blade, as if it was about to drip from the end right now. Tilting his head, the protagonist decided that in this case he would also resort to magic. Frowning, the swordsman began to attack. Looking away, the protagonist said that his opponent did not need to voice every action. A bright flash of light appeared between the opponents. The seeker clenched his teeth from the weight. Putting his palm to his forehead, the guy was surprised in his thoughts that his opponent parried the blow, and it turned out that this knight was not as simple as he thought. Putting his fist in front of him, the former pro gamer wondered what his enemy would say to this. A bright golden flash appeared, and the young man thought that he had simply swung. In that same second, the man flew far into the wall. Raising his sword up, Ho said that now only the paladin and the mercenary remained. The silhouettes of the heroes were surrounded by a protective sphere, and they shouted that the demon was finished. The guy in the hat gritted his teeth. Looking back, the protagonist was surprised that it was a mage again, and then assumed that the old paladin had managed to get him to his feet. Raising his head, the protagonist did not understand what kind of magical barrier this was, and whether he was really worthy of such bravado. Crawling out from under the stones, the knight exclaimed that of course it was. Dropping his jaw, the seeker shouted that the owner of the magic tower, Martin, was famous for his offensive spells, and he only needed to finish the spell while protected by the barrier, and he would not have a chance, to which the guy repeated that he really did not need to explain everything. The wizard extended his staff forward, and the swordsman cried out that he was preparing his most powerful spell, and it would take about an hour, but even the double would not survive such a blow. The former pro gamer thought that he did not feel much of a threat from this great spell yet, because they did not even consider the possibility of the barrier collapsing, when suddenly the man lying on the floor screamed that everyone outside the magic wall would die, including himself, to which his partners asked the empty head to shut up and stop revealing important information to the enemy. Turning his head to the side, the young man clarified whether this barrier had any weak points, to which the knight exclaimed that of course it did, and this was a magic circle, to which he was told to shut his mouth, because they did not want to go to the next world with him. The old man held the shield in front of him and said that he swears that he will owe the higher authorities for his noble sacrifice as soon as they get to the surface, and again asked him to be quiet, to which the swordsman thanked the interlocutor and noted that now he can go to the next world without regrets. Opening his mouth wide, the knight shouted that he was ready for death and clarified what about the double, and then said that the magician will need an hour of extreme concentration to create this spell, but after its completion, he will not be able to stand. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, Ho's asked again about extreme concentration. Putting his palm in front of him, the protagonist used the ability to exploit souls. The magician inside the barrier collapsed to the ground, and his partners did not understand what the demon did. Grinning, the protagonist said that there were 2 of them left. Frowning, the adventurer shouted that it was his turn to attack him now, and ordered the bastard to fight. Dark ruins in a cave appeared. Raising his hand, the guy asked if they surrendered. The men bowed their heads and said that they surrendered, to which the former pro-gamer said that it was glorious and offered them to take potions. Closing his lips, the young man decided that now that he had proven his superiority to them, they should not resist much. The opponents closed their eyes, and the protagonist said that the paladin was much weaker than expected, because he suddenly turned out to be a healer, and if the old man had become a warrior who relied on divine power, then it would have been much more difficult with him, while the mercenary turned out to be strong, and it was the hardest to neutralize him, because he was strong, but stupid, so punishment overtook him too. Standing in front of the opponents, the protagonist said that he managed to defeat the entire gang, but still did not find out which of them was a double, after which he wondered why the monster had not yet crawled out. The boy lowered his eyebrows and assumed that it was not safe for him to make his presence known, so he sat quietly and waited for the right moment, and then decided that he should try to coax some information out of them. Clenching his jaw, the mercenary shouted that it was a curse and that stupid knight was to blame for everything, to which the paladin asked him to stop, since he was not the one who destroyed their barrier. Turning his head towards the old man, the former pro-gamer remained silent. The seeker pressed his knees to his body, and the young man noted that they had many reasons to be angry with him, since he should not have told him everything, and he did not understand whether he always did this, or specifically told him how to interrupt the creation of the spell to save himself from death. The man lowered his head, and Hose assumed that this was the doppelganger. The protagonist's lips twitched as he wondered if he was an idiot, a traitor, or a demon, though the adventurer's suspicions fell on him anyway after what had happened. The swordsman's pupils visibly narrowed in fear, and it became clear that everyone was watching him. The wizard was lying on the ground, and the protagonist said that he was still knocked out, and it seemed that the mana he had collected had detonated when the spell had ended, so he thought he would recover in a few days. The mercenary held a vial of potion in his hands, and the guy said that the adventurer was still rolling on the ground and clutching his stomach, but he wasn't sure what exactly had convinced them to start listening to him. The former pro-gamer clasped his palms together and called out to the crowd, asking why they didn't try to figure out the double again. The men lowered their heads, wondering what he had come up with this time, and whether he wanted to make them play Mafia again. Scratching his head, the young man admitted that it was more of a trick to lure information out of them that he was interested in, because in fact, there was no particular point in this game right now. Raising an eyebrow, the mercenary asked him again. Raising his finger, the player asked to simply tell him everything they knew, such as where they were from and where they lived, as well as everything else, because he was interested in everything, so he wanted to know as much as possible. The adventurers stood one after another and did not understand what he was planning, and whether it was really possible to tell him anything, when suddenly one of them said that he still believed that this was the double. Suddenly, Hose waved his fingers. At the same second, magical particles appeared near his hand. Using the skill of restraint, the protagonist made the men fall to the ground. The adventurers abruptly lowered their heads down. Clapping his palms against each other, the protagonist asked the people to pay attention to him. Raising his hands, the boy asked why they didn't start right away, since he was sure they all had something to share. The adventurer lowered his chin, and the former pro-gamer noted that if they continued to remain silent, he might get angry. The old man fell to his knees on the ground next to the mage. Closing his eyes, the young man asked which of them wanted to be first. Raising his palm, Archon said his name, and then explained that his grandfather had named him that. Closing his eyes, the knight said that from the very cradle, his parents passionately wanted to teach him, when suddenly the mercenary asked only to look at the passion with which he was telling the story, so that he would definitely give everything away, and the old man noted that they could not do anything about it. Turning his face to the side, the paladin noted that they both saw his strength, and asked why he needed to listen to their stories, even if he was a double. The mage's face was covered by his hat. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked if they could be quieter, to which they loudly apologized. The swordsman, putting his fist to his chest, spoke at length about why the protagonist was tired. Sparks from the fire flew around the cave, and the boy said in his mind that he was not short on brevity, after which he said that the man's story continued until nightfall. Flames flared up on the wood logs. The adventurer, opening his mouth in alarm, muttered that he would be of no use if he drowned. Frowning, Hose thought about how his story was very drawn out, but at least detailed. Opening his mouth, the protagonist realized that he had learned about the smallest details of the world in which the adventurers lived. Closing his eyes, the knight said that this saucer was made by an incomparable palace potter in virtuosity, and its price reached 100,000 lire, to which the adventurers were indignant that they had a hard time believing this, and he should not exaggerate, because it was obvious that this was a lie. The protagonist closed his lips and silently admitted that he had found listening to the swordsman interesting, as if he had been on a tour, although his story had many unnecessary details. The man smiled broadly, and the boy remembered that he had been telling something about a family tapestry, when he had suddenly switched to another topic and started telling the life story of his grandfather, and had spoken for 5 hours without stopping. Holding a pocket watch in his hand, which he had borrowed from one of the adventurers, the boy said that in the end he had to interrupt him to send everyone to bed. Leaning down, the former pro-gamer shouted for the people to get up. The men began to rise, and the boy thought about how he had not been able to sleep, and it was not only because of insomnia, because it was hard to relax, knowing that a demon was lurking somewhere nearby, but during the night he had listened well, but had not noticed anything suspicious. Sparks from the fire flew high into the air. On the second day, the heroes were sitting on the ground again. While chewing his food, the protagonist said that he planned to continue extracting information from the adventurers today, because at the moment there was nothing more valuable to him than knowledge. Closing one eye, the knight asked if he could talk while eating, while the protagonist thought that it was especially important to find out about his technique from him. The guy was thinking about how he wanted to learn about the dungeon from the adventurer and about religion and gods from the paladin, when suddenly the old man frowned and said that Archon should treat the meal with respect, and not desecrate it with empty chatter. Suddenly, the swordsman's pupils noticeably narrowed. A dim light was visible around the corner of the cave. The old man was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. A bright glow illuminated the paladin's face. Suddenly, Hose called out to him, to which he responded, and the protagonist apologized to him for interrupting the prayer, but he had something to talk about. Smiling, the protagonist asked him to tell them about his deity, to which he agreed. The adventurer asked if it was true that he knew nothing, to which the guy replied that it was true, and if possible, he would like to know about all the religions of the continent, to which he agreed. Closing one eye, the old man said that he believed in the goddess of balance, after which he added that in general, polytheism reigns on Arpan, and unlike clerics, ordinary people often worship several deities at the same time. Placing his hands on his hips, the paladin explained that they draw strength from faith in their patron to cast spells, and since people prioritize a personal connection with their chosen deity, many clerics prefer not to join religious organizations. Rubbing his lips with his fingers, the former pro-gamer noted that this was curious, and it turns out that they receive divine power from faith, and then added that the longer he listened to him, the more unusual this world seemed. The old man admitted that he could feel the energy coming from him, to which the young man lowered the corners of his mouth and explained that he was not a cleric, but he had passed the apostle's test and received a divine ability as a reward. Wrinkles appeared on the paladin's forehead, and he was surprised that he had a divine ability, and asked if they were telling him about a fragment of the deity's power. Someone was heard saying that if the guy really was an apostle of some god, then it was understandable why he was so strong. The old man lowered his head and agreed with this, and Hose thought about how smoothly the knight had integrated into their dialogue. Archon was talking about how Saint Osili, who worshipped the deity of the sun, was also an apostle, and the paladin lowered the corners of his lips and asked if he could find out which god he served. The protagonist's jaw dropped and he hesitated, thinking at the same time that he was undergoing tests of the gods of slowness and adventure at the same time, but he had to name only one, and the paladin had said that the clerics served one god, so an honest answer would only make him even more wary. The protagonist decided to think about which of them he should name, and then looked at the system's messages about the god of slowness watching him with feigned indifference, and the god of adventure watching him with anticipation, and noted that if he remembered the sun, then a ray would appear. The guy was thinking about the god of adventure probably being well known among the locals, so it would seem strange to the adventurers that he didn't know anything about his own patron, and such a popular one at that, when he suddenly smiled and declared that he served the god of slowness. The heroes looked at each other, and said that they had never heard of such a thing, and the former pro-gamer mentally exclaimed that this was strange, because he knew that the deity of slowness would not raise unnecessary questions. Closing his eyes, the young man said that the followers of his deity wall themselves up in the mountains, so that they are not often seen by ordinary people, and he himself knows little about the outside world, because his entire life is spent in solitude. Raising his hands, the old man asked if this meant that the young man was here at the call of his deity, and clarified whether it could be that helping them was part of the test, to which he replied that one could say so. Looking up, the guy remembered and said that he wanted to ask to teach him that interesting technique that the knight showed yesterday with the glowing sword. Archon put his palms out in front of him and apologized, explaining that he couldn't reveal such information to the stranger, when he was suddenly asked if he wanted to be forced, and the man quickly agreed to teach him. Hose grabbed the hilt of his sword and explained that the knight's lesson in weapon handling was more advanced than expected, as the man turned out to be a master of his craft, and he himself learned several new moves and learned several interesting tricks from him. Pushing the swordsman's hand aside, the protagonist noted that the man explained everything to him in great detail, so it was easy to understand his explanation, although he didn't expect him to be so sensible given the events of the previous day. The seeker stated that his technique was very economical in terms of mana consumption, to which the protagonist frowned and asked if that was true, then muttered that you can't tell that from it, when the mercenary suddenly asked if he was told that it was kept secret and the authorities would not like it. The weapon was surrounded by magic particles, and Archon explained that it was necessary to concentrate magic in the blade of the sword, and then added that this was the essence of this technique, because it was necessary to use mana as efficiently as possible, distributing it along the entire length of the blade. Turning his head to the side, the knight asked if the others knew how the mana circulation channels worked, to which the adventurer said that he did not know about it, but his chest became warm when he tried to make it come to his head, and the swordsman decided in this case to first explain how the mana channel diagram is arranged. The guy lowered the corners of his lips, noting that this was definitely something new. Filling his weapon with mana, the former pro-gamer thought about how he needed to do something like this. Lowering his head, the young man was surprised that the mana consumption was indeed modest and expected, so there was no point in trying to pour in more than necessary. Gritting his teeth, the mercenary called out to the apostle and said that as far as he knew, this was a secret technique that was passed down between members of the order and the royal family's inner circle, so if anyone found out that they now had it, he was sure that heads would roll, to which Hose clarified whether it was true that they wouldn't tell anyone, although he felt that the knight would definitely tell someone else. So it wouldn't hurt for them to learn something new while they had the chance. The blade of the sword glowed brightly, and the protagonist admitted that he now had a better understanding of how to control the flow of mana, but he didn't understand whether it would be difficult to keep the sword in this state during battle, although it seemed to him that it would be more effective to disperse this mana instead of illuminating the sword with it. Lowering his chin, the swordsman countered that his technique was, on the contrary, incredibly useful during battle, before adding that if he used it, all of his opponents would fall at once, and that it was also easy to impress his superiors if he mastered it to a sufficient level. Archon grinned and said that he didn't need any complicated techniques, because this one was quite stable and effective, and then added that among knights, the position in the order depended on the level of mastery of it. Frowning, the protagonist asked if he had understood correctly that this technique was needed for bragging, although it looked impressive. Pursing his lips, the protagonist thought that he had managed to learn a lot from the lesson, especially understanding how to redirect mana flows would be useful, but before that he had only heard about natural channels and was not aware that they could be influenced. An armed dragon appeared, and the guy noted that he had also learned something about wielding a sword, because his skills were mostly practical and aimed at survival at any cost, and the knight had revealed to him an entire art with a rich history and an interesting tradition. The mercenary looked down and said that this man was a real scumbag, to which he was asked again. The paladin was kneeling next to the mage, and the man asked him to think for himself about the fact that the wizard was ready to kill them all with his spell, so it seemed to him that he would have tried to do something like that even without a shield. Biting his lip, Hose thought that the seeker was right, because yesterday the wizard was shooting fireballs left and right, not caring about the lives of his comrades, and if it weren't for him, the knight and adventurer would have certainly fallen victim to his magic. Looking at the mage's hat, the protagonist assumed that he could be a double. The adventurers showed up, and the protagonist thought that everyone here was suspicious in their own way, like the overly talkative knight, the absolutely terrible adventurer, and the friendly mercenary couldn't be ruled out either, because after yesterday's battle, he was trying to discuss the other members of the party with him. The old man was still sitting next to the wizard, and the boy noticed that he was the least like the double, because he was rational and selfless, and also moderately suspicious. Closing his lips, the former pro-gamer thought that there were 6 days left, but first he needed to find out information about the outside world, because this was a matter of utmost importance, and eliminating the double would come later. Raising his hand up, the young man called out to the paladin and asked if the mage was still unconscious, and offered to give him some kind of elixir or something similar. Suddenly, the wizard's hat began to fly up. Ho's eyes bulged, surprised. At that very moment, he noticed a girl on the ground. The protagonist frowned and asked if the old man knew about it. Lowering his head, the adventurer assumed that she hid her true appearance with the help of an artifact. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist thought about the paladin trying to heal the mage and not telling anyone that he was actually a girl, when suddenly he said that he could see in his eyes that he was suspected again, and asked him to stop looking at him like that. The sorceress clenched her teeth. Leaning towards her, the guy noticed that the mage looked even younger than him, after which he remembered that the knight told him that she owned some tower, to which he put forward the idea that this girl could be the apprentice of its real owner, and the mentor sent her to them in his place. A passage to the cave appeared, and someone was heard saying that the owner of the magic tower was already quite old, so it would be difficult for him to appear in person, and under the disguise she did not look particularly old, because she probably made a couple of edits to her appearance for credibility, and in fact he was over 100 years old. Folding his arms, the mercenary noted that she was a beauty, and asked only not to tell him that he had already managed to have fun with her. Putting his palm in front of him, the old man began to shout something in an incomprehensible language, and the former pro-gamer wondered what he was saying, To which Archon replied that when clerics have an irresistible desire to insult the offender, they switch to a long-forgotten ancient language. Advancing on the man, the paladin continued to shout at him, and he loudly apologized and asked him to calm down, because he did not need to get so angry, because it was just a joke. Closing one eye, the swordsman stated that from now on, it would be best for all of them to interact with her as little as possible, as she could be dangerous, to which the old man replied that he understood this. Turning his head to the side, the knight admitted that he had no doubt that the paladin's intentions were pure, but given the known information about the doppelganger, being alone with her was not a very good idea, to which the young man asked him again. Putting a fist to his mouth, the man clarified if he knew about this, after which he asked to allow him to explain everything in order, and asked what, in his opinion, would happen if they had intimate contact with the doppelganger. Hose inquired about what could happen, to which he received the answer that a new life would be born, while he himself sat next to the sorceress's body. A child with a glowing eye appeared, and Archon explained that it did not matter which parent the newborn takes after, since he would inherit all the doppelganger's abilities in any case. Spreading his fingers, the knight noted that since the child would be in human form right away, he wouldn't have to steal anyone's face, and the creature would start reproducing at the first opportunity to survive and multiply the demonic race, to which the protagonist said that it sounded creepy. Stretching his palm forward, the swordsman asked if they understood now, and then added that for the common good it was better not to approach her, to which everyone agreed. In the distance of the cave, fumes of smoke were visible. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. A loud scream was heard, to which the protagonist clenched his teeth and exclaimed that she had woken up. Forming a magic sphere in his hand, the paladin asked if the sorceress was okay. At that very second, the sorceress frowned furiously. The old man didn't understand what was happening, and the guy dropped his jaw and thought about the fact that she had immediately come to her senses due to the revelation of her true appearance. Raising his hand, the former pro-gamer said that if she was feeling better, he asked to let him ask why she had to pretend to be the owner of the magic tower. Covering one eye, the girl began to say something unintelligible. The heroes looked at her in confusion as she was about to write something. The sorceress handed the boy a note, to which he asked what it was. Holding the sheet in his hand, Hose read that the girl had been pretending to be a boy since childhood, and this began when she began to study magic, and she was able to get into the dungeon because she had learned to hide her true appearance well enough, after which he assumed that communicating with her would be a real challenge. Archon explained that although the magical gift does not distinguish between genders, but it is traditionally a male discipline, and reason is gradually weakening, but some mages still have a prejudice against female mages, and that is why many of them hide their gender, so that they are considered equal, to which the protagonist frowned and thought how good it is that he has a personal storyteller. The knight noted that some are helped in this by their own mentors, and it seems that this is exactly her case, while the paladin raised his hand above the sorceress. On her wrist hung an elegant bracelet, and the swordsman said that, unlike ordinary people, mages do not feel the need for a family, children and a soulmate, so they do not feel burdened by living under someone else's guise, while the protagonist realized that he likes this guy who explains everything clearly like a personal Wikipedia. The former pro-gamer tilted his head to the side and said that in that case they would have to set up a separate restroom and changing area. The girl looked away in embarrassment. The light from the fire could be seen in the distance of the cave. Smiling broadly, the swordsman exclaimed that it was true, and then added that during the coronation, Her Highness the Princess gave him a smile, and in that moment, he devoted himself to her. The mercenary asked if he imagined it, to which he cried out that of course not, because he was absolutely sure that her gaze was directed straight at him, when suddenly the adventurer tilted his head and clarified if there could be something on his face. Archon angrily cried out, how dare he desecrate his precious memory, and challenged him to a duel, while the protagonist remained silent, his lips pressed together. Leaning forward, the protagonist thought about how he found it strange that the two were somehow too close. The mage and the paladin smiled at each other, and the boy thought about how they had just met, and he didn't understand where such friendliness came from, considering the fact that the double could be anyone. Memories of the past days in the cave appeared, and Hose remembered that on the first day, the sorceress tried to activate the spell even though the paladin was under attack, and even after that, this old man tried his best to heal her. The sorceress closed her eyes, and the protagonist did not understand whether this smile was grateful or guilty, so he could not say for sure. The memory showed the man holding water in his hand and offering it to the others, and the protagonist thought about how during the battle the paladin had fought the hardest in an attempt to destroy the double, and now he was the picture of complacency, although they still had not identified the double. The adventurer narrowed his eyes, and the boy wondered what would happen if he was just trying to divert suspicion from himself. The heroes turned their faces to each other, and the former pro-gamer mentally said that he had questions not only for the paladin, because the mage was the second likely candidate for the title of double. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man decided that he should also consider the possibility that there could be several doubles, and then remembered that when his eyes met the sorceress, the deity of adventure reacted. Tilting his head, the protagonist saw a message from the system that the deity of adventure was rooting for him, and thought that this should stop. It was said that there were 4 days left until the rescue party arrived, when suddenly the protagonist raised his hand and asked if the girl had rested. Grinning, the protagonist asked if she could teach him magic in that case. Suddenly, the sorceress dropped her jaw in alarm and remained silent. The sorceress said that she could not do this, since teaching strangers was forbidden, to which he gritted his teeth and muttered that he had expected this. Smiling widely, the guy clarified why no one agreed when asking politely. Arhan suggested that the lady look at it differently, because this young man was undergoing the tests of a deity, and there was nothing wrong with helping him a little, when suddenly she lowered her eyebrows in fear and began to scream loudly. The knight noted that he was also strong enough to kill them all and advised her not to go against his will, after which everyone fell silent, when suddenly the swordsman exclaimed that this was great, and the former pro-gamer dropped his jaw and did not understand why he felt like a school bully. The girl put the book on her lap, and host said that he was not very good at magic, so the basics would be enough for him. At the same moment, the protagonist looked at the inscriptions on the pages of the textbook. Staring at the text, the protagonist thought about what it all meant and realized that he did not understand a word, to which Archon noted that he was the same. The mage said that in order to be able to read this text, at least a year of training is required, to which the guy raised his eyebrows and thought that he only had 4 days left, so there was no time to master a new language. The sorceress' eyes widened as she told him that for now she would teach him the basic theory of magic elements and how to fill spells with mana, to which he replied that it suited him. Small notes fell out of the book onto the ground, and the former pro-gamer thought that this was simply unrealistic, and for some reason it should always be this difficult. Closing his eyes, the young man asked how long it usually took to master magic, to which the interlocutor replied that it took her half a year, but usually it takes at least 5 years, when suddenly the guy clarified if she was bragging to him. Putting his palm in front of him, the young man asked if she could show him, and admitted that he did not really understand the explanation. Particles of magic dust appeared in the air, and the girl explained that first you need to create a seal, and then read a spell that should affect magic, after which she asked him to focus on the flow of mana. The sorceress said that it should be directed to the heart, mouth and hands, to which Ho's eyes bulged, and the girl noted that when the magic reached all 3 zones, then the activation spell should be read. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist cast the wind arrow spell. Suddenly, green magical streams leaked from his hand. The protagonist said that nothing was happening, and probably because he lacked a theoretical base, after which the sorceress clenched her fists, and the guy said that he already knew how to properly manipulate mana, but weaving the element into it would be more difficult, and clarified whether something had happened. With her mouth wide open, the girl screamed that the former pro-gamer was a genius, and asked if he had never studied magic before, because even talented magicians reach this point after several years of practice, to which he clarified whether he had succeeded in anything. The magician showed the note, which made the young man think. The lady grinned and explained that if he suddenly decided to seriously take up magic, he could visit their tower, because they would be glad to see him there. The protagonist scratched his head and said nothing. A bright cluster of magic particles was visible in the distance, and the protagonist thanked the magician, but said that he was unlikely to succeed. On the morning of the 5th day, the heroes watched the bright sphere and talked. The adventurer lowered his chin and said that everyone seemed crazy rushing towards the secret passage when they finally found it, to which the mercenary noted that it was his people who started pushing in like some kind of cattle. Biting his lips, Archon admitted that he was a little worried about the other knights, because there was a collapse, after all, to which the paladin said that he was sure that his comrades were okay, because he saw them retreating through the dust. Smiling, Host thought about how interesting it was to listen to their conversations, like reading a dialogue from a fantasy novel. The characters were sitting next to each other, and the protagonist thought about how sometimes they argued, and sometimes they were in solidarity with each other, but the adventurers always stayed together, and this was a classic theme from an adventure book. Pursing his lips, the protagonist suggested that it was quite possible that this was the intention of the tutorial creators, and the adventurers' backstories were too detailed and deep to be a simple part of the scenery. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy realized that the player had only been with the characters for 7 days, so he wouldn't say that such a superficial acquaintance required well-written characters. A bead of sweat appeared on the former pro-gamer's chin, and he decided that he would most likely never know the truth. Leaning over, the young man apologized to everyone for interrupting, and clarified whether they were too relaxed. Frowning, the young man said that he was reminding them that there was still a double hiding among them, and then added that they should not forget about the main task, because they had to find it and destroy it. The adventurers looked up and remained silent. Spreading his fingers, the protagonist offered to explain something to everyone, then added that if they did not figure out the demon within the rest of the week, then he would simply kill everyone in this cave, and after a silence, he continued that he understood that the joy of friendship and all that, but they urgently needed to get rid of this creature, and he did not want to resort to extreme measures. Clenching his jaw, the mercenary noted that there was one problem, which was that it could not be figured out, and then asked if the guy wanted to offer his game again. The protagonist explained that the game was only needed to extract information from them, to which the paladin put his hands on his knees and clarified if there were any other ways, because they could try to tell everything again. An hour later, the adventurer's eyes turned white, and he screamed that he was a stinking monster and asked if he was the suspicious one. Then he screamed that he would shut his filthy mouth. The adventurer said that there was no evidence, to which the mercenary spread his arms out and asked if he was being seriously accused, although the others were also very suspicious, and the old man suggested that everyone calm down and exchange proposals in a civilized manner. The adventurer screamed that the sorceress was the most suspicious here, because of her witchcraft, they all almost fell, to which she sat on the floor and said that these were baseless guesses. The paper the sorceress held in her hand said that the man was exaggerating, because they were in the middle of a battle, so he didn't understand how a mage could be accused of using spells, to which he angrily asked if she could say it out loud, because it worked fine when she was a man. Winking, Archon explained that everyone suspected her because she was overreacting to other people's assumptions, and sometimes a vehement denial meant the opposite, after which he added that the paladin was also very suspicious, like the mage who did not immediately tell the whole truth about himself. Closing his eyes, the knight said that he wanted to point out that the death that threatened him had nothing to do with suspicions towards her, and if the spell had worked, everyone would have died except the paladin, the mage and the mercenary, and then he added that this would be the perfect turn of events for the double, to which the big guy yelled that he should shut up, since he was also suspicious. Placing his hand on his side, Hose thought about the fact that they were stalled, and suggested that it would indeed be easier to beat them up one by one and see who would crack. Frowning, the protagonist thought about the fact that even if he found the double, he would still have to check all the searchers to make sure there was definitely not a second one, and eventually each of them. The heroes sat next to each other, and the protagonist realized that the reason he hadn't done it yet was because he didn't want to. The mercenary was shouting for the scum to fight, when suddenly the old man began to restrain him with his hands and asked him to calm down. Turning his head to the side, the guy thought about how they were gradually getting heated up, so he didn't think his intervention would help much, and decided to wait for now. Forming streams of magic on his palm, the former pro-gamer thought about practicing his magic a little in the meantime. Particles of magic dust flew through the air in the cave. The young man was developing his skills in witchcraft, sitting on the ground. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if they were done fighting yet. Lowering his head, the paladin asked if he had heard, then added that this was an impressive level of concentration. Raising his hand, the mercenary began to talk about it. The protagonist smirked and asked to tell him what they had decided. Archon looked away and said that after 2 hours of intense discussions, they had come to the conclusion that among them, who was the most suspicious. The boy dropped his jaw and asked who it was, then asked to speak. The knight opened his mouth in confusion. The swordsman shouted that the doppelganger was an apostle, to which the latter's eyes widened in anger and asked him again. The adventurers looked away from the former pro-gamer and remained silent. Suddenly, magical wings began to appear on the boy's back. At that very moment, Hose flew high into the air. The sorceress' eyes widened in alarm. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly. A moment later, the protagonist tried to break through the protective barrier with a blow. Bright cracks appeared in the space. A black hammer suddenly appeared. The boy pulled his hands back to grab the weapon. The former pro-gamer's eyes turned white, and he used the flash spell. After swinging the equipment, a bright magical trace remained in the air. The sorceress gritted her teeth in fear. A stream of black magical power rushed towards the magical barrier. Suddenly, particles of magic appeared inside it. The young man's eyes bulged in alarm. His hammer passed through the protective barrier. At the same second, the protagonist gritted his teeth in anger. A powerful explosion occurred in front of him. Pieces of the protective barrier flew all over the cave. Ho sat by the wall, his head down. Opening his eyes, the protagonist coughed quietly. The adventurers leaned against the ground, and the protagonist asked if the barrier exploded. The guy lowered the corners of his lips, thinking about the pain in his back, hips and shoulders, because he hadn't been hit like this for a long time, after which he decided that it was still worth admitting that he was in pretty good shape. Scratching his head, the former pro-gamer thought about how the flash attack had its own side effects, and if the enemy withstood the onslaught, all the damage would be dealt back to them, so he would avoid flash attacks in the future. Dropping his jaw, the young man realized that he had learned his lesson, when he suddenly shouted for everyone to line up and asked who would be next. Archon's pupils widened in fear and asked the apostle to wait, then shouted that they all surrendered. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist remained silent. A gray fog could be seen in the middle of the cave. The adventurer leaned over, not understanding why this happened to him, and why he was the only one getting it. Throwing his hammer over his shoulder, the protagonist said that he was waiting for an explanation, when the knight suddenly said that they had said everything before they attacked. Frowning, the swordsman noted that the apostle refused to answer any questions about his past, including how he got into the dungeon. Hose lowered the corners of his lips, thinking that it was because he was a person not from their world, when suddenly the man explained that they thought that the doppelganger had stolen his body and had already begun to erase the vessel's personality little by little. Archon opened his mouth wide and said that in general they assumed that the former pro-gamer had begun to forget the details of his past, and the doppelganger gradually took over the victim's body, starting with the destruction of their memories, and then asked about his opinion on this matter. The protagonist winked and asked if this was how it worked, and if it turned out that the doppelganger needed time to take over someone else's body, and the possessed person would not be able to determine that he himself was a doppelganger until the very end, to which the knight muttered that they decided that this was possible. Raising his fist to his mouth, the protagonist thought that in this case it turns out that the demon can be dormant in his body, and he himself does not even know about it, so if he does not find out before the end of the term, then he will definitely not pass the floor, and he needs to somehow figure it out. Spreading his fingers, the guy did not understand if this was really possible. Rounding his eyes, the former pro-gamer wondered what would happen if there was a double inside him. Suddenly, the youth's pupils noticeably enlarged. Looking at his palm, Hose wondered if he was the double. Archon, sighing heavily, said that before the ceiling of the dungeon finally collapsed, they wandered for a long time in search of a way out, and that is why they are so well oriented in the passages. But his route is not completely clear to them, and he also constantly asks strange questions and tries to find out more about them, so it seems that he may have some hidden intentions. The mercenary could be seen closing his eyes, and the knight continued that he had not tried to find out any information that would be useful to the double, which spoke in favor of his innocence, and for now he was only interested in their stories, magic, and combat techniques. Lowering his head, the warrior said that this was not a decisive argument either, because the double could also take over the body of a person who had no idea about the outside world. The protagonist, biting his lips, listened to him say that the main reason for suspicion was that he had not been seen inside the dungeon before the collapse, and it was rather strange that no one had noticed him, not even the guards at the entrance, so they suspected that he could be a double. With his eyes wide open, the swordsman asked what if he had been sitting in this dungeon long before the treasure hunters discovered him, and then it would be clear why he did not remember anything about the outside world. Holding his chin, the protagonist muttered that it sounded logical. Imagining the evil seekers, the boy thought that they did not immediately attack him, although he was suspicious from the very beginning, and the seekers had never met a doppelganger before, so they decided to observe it first. Standing in front of the knight, the young man thought that no one had seen how the doppelganger took over the victim's body, but everyone was sure that the demon was among them. Opening his mouth, the player clarified who was the first to mention the existence of the doppelganger, to which he received the answer that it was Archon. A moment later, the former pro-gamer took out a huge hammer, and at the same time the swordsman asked the apostle to wait, explaining that he was not the doppelganger, and he misunderstood. Opening his jaw, the seeker exclaimed that he told everyone about the doppelganger, but that was because he was the first to know about its presence. Hose, raising the corners of his lips, replied that he expected something like that. The warrior remembered extending his index finger and said that it happened almost immediately after he entered the dungeon, and that's when he saw the monster hiding in the shadows, and then the trap slammed shut, and they were all walled up in this cave. The protagonist, squinting, noted that his story did not at all match how, in their opinion, he became a victim of the doppelganger, and then asked if it had not been previously announced that he had attacked one of the seekers and captured their body. Archon, representing the dark entity, answered that this was true, and in fact they simply assumed that the doppelganger attacked someone, but there was another option, after which he asked what if the doppelganger did not steal anyone's body, because he could have pretended to be someone else long before the collapse happened. Standing still, the protagonist asked if it was possible, to which they explained that the probability was low, but it was there. Biting his lips, the boy muttered that it didn't prove that he was a double, but they definitely had a reason to suspect him. The knight, sweat on his face, said that the more he thought about it, the less he believed that he was a double. Lowering his eyebrows, the swordsman said that everyone suspected him, and that was why they decided to attack on the first day, and in the end failed, but he did not kill them. Opening his mouth wide, the seeker added that in general, his actions and decisions over the past few days contradicted his theory. The youth, clenching his jaw, exclaimed that maybe the double had occupied his body, but it had not yet taken over his mind, and then asked if he thought so. It seemed like the player was standing near the portal, and it was heard that when they appeared, the double got scared and jumped into the first person he came across, but he did not have time to enslave the victim's mind. The former pro-gamer closed his eyes, and at the same time, Archon explained that now his own consciousness coexists with the consciousness of the double inside him. Looking forward, the warrior added that the demon was trying to erase his memory, which explained why he knew so little about the outside world, and why his memories were scant and fragmentary. The old man, lowering his head, noted that he was not an ordinary person, but still the chosen one of God, and he had partially managed to resist the demon's influence, but the double was still hiding from them in his body. The paladin, sitting on the ground, asked if they could have been more gentle, since he was now in pain all over. The Seeker, closing one eye, said that they had tried to drive it out of him by threatening him with death, and if they were right, his body would remain relatively intact, and if they were wrong, there would be no serious consequences for him, and so they thought that this solution was a win-win for both sides. Hose, biting his lips, whispered that this was strange, and this absurd theory seemed more and more reasonable to him. The silhouettes of the Seekers were unusually illuminated, and the protagonist said that if the double was really inside him, and he killed all the Seekers, he would fail the mission. Stretching out his palm, the protagonist added that if he had learned the truth at the last minute, he would definitely not have had time to do anything, and even if he had managed to pull the double out of himself, he would have had to fight it alone, and, judging by the stories of the Seekers, this demon was far from weak. Looking at the menacing face of the knight, the guy thought that he would never have thought of this himself, and although all this sounds a little far-fetched, the Seekers really could be right. The paladin, shaking his head, said that all the conclusions are based on the fact that he has no memories of the past, and without this, their theory makes no sense, after which he asked what the young man thought, and he asked to give him a little time to think in order to compare the facts. It was visible how the mercenary was holding a flask with a red liquid in his hand. The player, typing on the keyboard, asked Minhyuk if he could tell him something. Looking at the screen, the former pro-gamer said that he was interested in the monster called the Double, namely its attack, how it takes over the victim's body and what it does with it, and if he could also find the Double's statistics and ways to recognize it, that would be great, and in particular, he wants to know if it can steal a person's body unnoticed. A system notification appeared, in which Hose answered that he understood everything, and also asked if this was the first time he was asking something about the floor. Sitting on a stone, the protagonist explained that the guards help the members of the organization with information on the passage whenever possible, and when they receive a request for any data, they forward it to people with a lower difficulty level, and since users with an easy difficulty level pass floors faster and easier, you can easily find out all the necessary information from them. The protagonist lowered his gaze and muttered that he would see what the guards would tell him and that he could occasionally ask for a favor, considering how much he had done for them. The mercenary looked at the boy and asked what he was doing there, and Bierce noted that he was probably looking for signs of someone else's presence inside his mind. It was heard that he should be ready when the time came, and at the same time the young man, closing his eyes, decided that he would not do anything for now. Half an hour later, it seemed like the magician was lying on the floor. A small screen appeared and Minhyuk said that everything was ready, and also added that it was not easy to get this information, but everything he asked for was there. The body of the demon's double was visible, and it was said that it neutralizes the enemy with the help of long thin tentacles, and when it connects to the target, it begins to collect information by observing its brain activity, and having learned everything it needs, it destroys the alien soul in an unknown way. The man began to split into two parts, and Minhyuk explained that when the victim was completely neutralized, the doppelganger transfers its consciousness into their body, and since the demon inhabits the human body and connects to their nervous system, it becomes vulnerable to pain, and in order to defeat the doppelganger, you either need to kill the host or cause it so much pain that the demon simply cannot stand being in this body. Continuing to sit on the stone, the player clarified about capturing a not completely impersonal victim, to which he received an answer that this is also possible. The former pro-gamer, holding his chin, muttered that this is interesting, and all indications are that the host really is stuck inside him. Looking back, Hose wondered how they got to this point without outside help, and then added that he thinks the plot is quite convoluted, and he thinks most players would not be able to figure it out. Looking at the guys, the protagonist said that he spent 5 days with these people, and they laughed, ate and drank together, and taught each other. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist explained that he did not know what they were thinking, but he had a good time. The warrior's face was serious, and at the same time, the guy added that the Seekers during this time concluded that there was a double inside him, but they did not try to finish him off right away. The mercenary lowered his head, after which the young man said that because they realized that he had not lost his self-awareness, and that is how they came to this complex theory. The player thoughtfully bit his lips. Looking at the Seekers, the former pro-gamer said that the time spent with them will forever remain in his heart. Remembering the difficult moments, Host thought that he had been training for a year already, and his path was filled with pain and suffering. Clenching his fist, the protagonist muttered that naturally, it led to growth, and thanks to everything that happened, he is who he is now, and words cannot express how difficult it was for him sometimes. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist said that he could, that this is why such carefree days are so touching to the soul. Suddenly, the big guy's eyes widened in surprise. The guys looked down sadly, and the guy exclaimed that he had a great time, but he was afraid that the Seekers might not have liked it all that much, and if so, he regretted it. You could see how the young man bit his lips sadly. Looking ahead, the player understood that their theory did not have a solid enough basis, but this did not mean that it was necessarily wrong, and it still needed to be tested. Recalling the system notification, the former pro-gamer said that Minhyuk's message said that the doppelganger was sensitive to pain, and that they would either kill the supposed host or cause it so much pain that the demon would have no choice but to crawl out. Frowning, Hose added that there was only one option that suited him. Suddenly, a chair appeared in front of him. The adventurers, noticing how the protagonist grabbed the chair, asked how he did it. Holding a rope in his hand, the protagonist asked to be tied to the chair, which surprised the adventurers. The boy sat down and apologized for asking them such a question. The adventurer's eyes widened in confusion. The knight's mouth opened wide when he asked if there were any of them who were well versed in torture. It seemed like the young man smiled contentedly. A bright light was visible. The protagonist remembered that Minhyuk's message said that in order for the doppelganger to come out, he needed to cause unbearable suffering. There was a bloody weapon on the floor. Ho sat motionless, not feeling any pain. Then he looked forward and asked his comrade to try harder. The old man was shaking and sweating, but the protagonist reassured him that he was not going to fight back. The guy was sitting on a chair while the others were sitting on the floor. They all turned towards him. Ho smiled and said that he did not have time to feel anything. Bierce's face was hidden by his hood while he tried to hurt the boy. The protagonist looked straight ahead, frowning. The old man sweated, not understanding how the boy could not feel any pain at all. The protagonist arched his eyebrows and replied that his comrade should not worry and just continue. Bierce gritted his teeth and replied that in such a case, the player should not complain. He sat next to the boy. A drop of sweat was running down his cheek and he asked the witch to use electricity magic on the wire. Martin widened her eyes in shock. The man looked at her and explained that the protagonist would not die from this, but it was a good idea. The girl showed a piece of paper and screamed that she refused to do it. Hose looked down, saying that she needed to do it. The witch's mouth fell open in shock. She stood in front of the protagonist. Then she took the staff and walked closer. She raised her hands and cast a spell. Golden light rushed towards Ho's body and he let out a soft, painful groan. He closed one eye, looking down. Electricity was running through his body, and he thought about trying something different. Suddenly, his eyes widened when he heard someone's voice in his head. Smoke was coming from the boy's body and he asked the girl to make the pain worse. Martin gritted her teeth as the tip of her staff glowed brightly. Suddenly, the boy looked up, his face contorted with discomfort. He gritted his teeth as the doppelganger inside him screamed loudly. The witch looked at the boy with fear, but he replied that he would not die from such a trifle. He frowned and asked her to try something stronger. He was tied to a chair while the monster inside him screamed loudly in displeasure. The girl sweated and replied that she would try. Hose turned around with a serious face and told her to begin. She raised her hands, creating a yellow light around herself. Her face was focused while she chanted the spells. Martin pointed her staff at the boy, and the double screamed that the protagonist himself would not survive this. The player frowned, ignoring the demon's request to stop it. The witch frowned and screamed loudly. A bolt of lightning struck the boy. He raised his head up and screamed deafeningly in pain. His eyes turned white and his teeth were clenched. He lay on the floor in the middle of the cave. The player looked up and assumed that the attack was so strong that he lost consciousness despite his balance. Hose began to rise to his feet, saying that anyone else in his place would have died by now, and that he would have to discuss this with the witch later. He took out a potion from his inventory. He then brought it to his face and closed his eyes. The boy extended his hand forward. There were black figures in front of him. He frowned and decided that it was time to look at the doppelganger. In the distance stood a black monster with no face. It stretched its limbs forward. Archon screamed in fear when a black tentacle grabbed his sword. White flashes were visible, and the protagonist thought that this black thing had been sitting inside him just a while ago. He raised his shield and thought that the only reason he was still alive was because this demon was protecting his body. Hose grinned as a wind blew into him. The doppelganger swung its hand, attacking. The old man covered the witch with his shield, cursing loudly. Huge white wings appeared behind the protagonist. The seeker lowered his head. The monster attacked his shield. Suddenly, the others turned around. There were white stripes in the air. The protagonist asked with a grin how they were coping without him. The mercenary gritted his teeth and screamed that another minute and they would all have died here. The young man closed his eyes and answered so that his comrade would stop complaining. The monster jumped above the seeker and screamed loudly. The protagonist covered his body with his shield. He stood in front of his comrade. Hose smiled and thanked them for holding out. He opened his eyes wide and said that he would take care of everything from now on himself. Hose raised his sword and stood in a stance. His lips stretched into a smile. The tentacles of the monster in front of him began to wriggle. A claw grew on the tip of the limb. Archon, running up, screamed, saying that it was good that he woke up in time. The warrior frowned and shouted that the double had revealed its true form. While he was unconscious, the paladin immediately cast a strong holy spell and dealt damage, and then the battle began. The protagonist couldn't help but look at the paladin and the mage and realize that they were out of mana. The girl adjusted her hat. Closing his eyes, the boy mentally said that this was the first time he had fought in a team since Yid, and not long ago he had asked Minhyuk for help. He became serious and looked at the enemy in front of him. The archer took advantage of the situation and retreated. The creature's tentacles looked soft, but in reality, they were far from it. When Hose had to block one of them, he felt as if something metallic had hit the shield. The youth rushed forward. The tentacles rushed towards him. Hose enveloped himself in mana, using battle concentration. The limbs tried to catch up with him. The guy frowned involuntarily. He cut off the tentacles with a swing of his sword. A moment later, his blade flashed near the monster's head. He had to quickly block the tentacle. Hose did not stop and continued to walk forward. With a swing of his sword, he left a wound on the monster's neck. The creature's blood burst out of the wound. The sword suddenly contracted, turning into a sphere. A moment later, it turned into a short sword. The protagonist immediately threw it. The blade hit the creature's torso right away. The double began to sweat profusely, realizing that he was in a dire situation. He involuntarily looked at the sword in his stomach. Recalling the shield, the guy immediately summoned his weapon. A sphere formed near his hand. A moment later, the sphere turned into a two-handed sword. Frowning, Hose decided to coat the sword with mana, as the knight taught him. His sword immediately glowed from the mana. The mercenaries standing to the side were surprised. Arhan clenched his fists, worried about his comrade more than anyone else. Mana swirled around the sword. The sword had to have a lot of mana to be noticeable, but with the knight's technique, the consumption was significantly reduced. Hose smiled. The man's heart couldn't help but tremble at the sight of the shining sword. He was a Jedi now. The guy grabbed the hilt with both hands. The double breathed heavily, looking at the enemy. The protagonist was right above him in an instant. He raised the sword above his head. He clearly had 8th grader syndrome. It was ridiculous, but he did not want to stop it. The mana on his sword rebelled. Hose called his attack Excalibur and cut off the creature's head. The double's head flew into the air. The moonlight illuminated the mountain range. The old man, frowning and throwing up his hands, asked how long he was going to play with the sword, otherwise he should finish it off already. Because it was a demon, if he himself could not, then he would simply scream out the fiend of hell with a holy spell. The guy, raising the demon's head, said that they were in no hurry, and he should kill him himself to get experience points. Before that, he just wanted to beat some information out of him. The protagonist, looking at the twitching head, said that he could not believe that he was still alive. The paladin, angry, said that this creature was too dangerous, and his desire to find out something was useless. Archon and Hose stared at him incredulously. The archer, approaching the guys, said not to bother so much. The protagonist, puzzled, said that the underworld had nothing to do with it. He would just try to find out something about his forgotten past. The old man frowned and agreed. Raising the demon's head, the protagonist asked if he wanted to tell him something. Frowning, the young man asked why he had gone quiet, and it seemed like he was sensitive to pain, but now he was just silent. Archon, rubbing his chin, said that he thought it was related to the moments when the double was in a human body, but upon returning to physical reality, he lost sensitivity, entering combat mode. Martin approached the paladin when the swordsman said that without a body, this creature was less resistant to magic, because it was not protected by the shell of the host. Standing next to Hose, he said that spells that directly affected the soul were most effective on him. The protagonist frowned even more, not knowing whether the exploitation of souls would work, because it was a universal skill. Streams of mana rushed towards the demon. He began to twitch sharply. The mana dissipated as the creature screamed, asking Hose if he was one of the minions of the death deity. The boy parted his lips and asked if he wanted to say that this skill was given to him by the death deity. The boy turned around abruptly upon hearing the scream. Martin sat down on the floor. Turning his head, the boy asked what happened. Suddenly, the girl coughed up blood. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. Martin fell to the ground. The comrades standing nearby were alarmed, not understanding what had happened to her. The protagonist frowned. The body of the doppelganger began to sweat and make painful sounds. The girl, with her mouth open, moaned in pain. The protagonist sweated and clenched his teeth. Looking from the girl to the doppelganger in his hand, he assumed that she was also a doppelganger. Archon approached Hose and called out to him. The guy reached out to Martin, using soul exploitation. Archon grabbed his head, not understanding what was happening here. His comrade, looking at him, said that he was not particularly surprised that the girl also had a demon. He had suspected her from the very beginning. Hose gritted his teeth, realizing that the mage really was acting rather strangely. She had almost killed all the inhabitants of the cave several times, and she had also charged him with a deadly charge of electricity magic. Sweat poured down the guy's face while he scolded himself for being careless. Archon, bowing his head and starting to get nervous, said that there were two doubles. Perhaps the demons had managed to agree that only one of them needed to survive for the matter. Suddenly, Martin's body soared, and her body began to shake. The mage screamed, her body shaking in convulsions. The guy, standing behind Hose, asked if he could still fight. He answered, saying that he was not tired yet. The girl's pupil lit up. The archer and paladin immediately retreated, saying that it was something wearing a mage's mask. The old man covered one eye and sighed. The protagonist stood in front of him and told him to step back and restore his mana. Summoning his sword, Hose said that in another situation, he would not have even let him complete the transformation. His pupils glowed, then he said that his victory was inevitable, so he could let him transform to gain more combat experience. The boy's sword glowed. Hose looked at his sword in his hand. Martin waved her hand. The protagonist frowned and was surprised. The boy stood up and froze, mentally saying that his sword had become heavier, and his hands were shaking, as if he was holding a spoonful of water. One wrong move and everything would spill. Grabbing the sword with both hands, Hose said that he had no choice, he would have to fight as is. Martin rushed towards him. The young man raised his sword. He stared at his opponent. A moment later, he lowered his sword. The bright gleam of the sword rushed towards the opponent. Martin's eye widened in shock. Hose's attack hit the enemy. Smoke and stones rose into the air. Hose frowned at his sword. The ground in front of him split. The protagonist sat up and wiped his sweat. He opened his eyes. The mercenary waved his hand and asked if he was awake, and he asked him in response if it was time for them to change. Frowning, the man said that he felt a bit sorry to be keeping watch over the one who had done the most. Turning around, the mercenary said that he still needed to sleep. Hose stood up. He walked towards the post. The demon's body was sealed in a cube. The protagonist stared at it silently. That night, the paladin had cast a holy spell on the sword and killed one of the doppelgangers, the one in his body. Before that, he had asked the doppelganger a few questions, under the guise of wanting to restore his memories, but the doppelganger had given him no answers. Now, standing in front of the cube, he said that he understood why he couldn't tell him anything about the 16th floor. That was the system of the training world, but the doppelganger couldn't tell him anything about demons either. Then, holding the doppelganger's body, he decided to deal with it later. They had placed the doppelganger in the mage's body in a mana restriction box until they could figure out what to do next. While everyone was sleeping, the young man mentally said that they would finish him off as soon as the paladin restored his mana, and he himself could actually do it, but there was no need to rush. Imagining Martin, the guy said that they still couldn't find out anything about his fate. It was quite possible that she died under the rubble. No matter how sad it was, they had to come to terms with the fact. Hose hung over the box. His shadow covered a kind of prison. Standing in front of the double, he addressed it. Moving its tentacles, the creature asked what it wanted. Hose, interrupting it, told it to speak more quietly. Standing half-turned, he told it to listen carefully to what he was about to tell him. His life depended on how seriously he was determined. Opening his lips, the guy demanded to tell him about demons and the underworld. The double involuntarily stirred and mumbled something. Hose gritted his teeth and said that was the wrong answer, and if he disappointed him 2 more times he would kill him immediately. Sweating, the creature said that it was not even trying to do that. The protagonist raised his hand, telling him to stop talking. He pulled the double out of the cube. Holding it by the hair, the boy said that I would ask for one more thing, the memories and knowledge of a mage. He did not need to try to understand, he just needed to answer. Dark mana began to manifest as the boy demanded that he teach him everything he knew about magic, but to think carefully about his prospects before giving an answer. Hose couldn't help but think about Martin. His pupils flashed as he said that refusal would not be accepted. Hose raised the monster's head to the level of his head. The demon, sweating, began to scream, asking for it to stop. The boy slapped him in the face. While his head was shaking, the creature said that she would tell him everything, in exchange for him not to hit it. The boy moved his lips and said that this was his second chance. Now there was only one left. Stopping swaying, the demon asked for forgiveness. Hose, looking at his sleeping comrades, asked if the creature could write. Even without receiving an answer, the boy summoned huge books. When a pile formed behind him, he said that he wanted the demon to write everything he knew about magic in these books, and he had until the morning. Looking at the demon's head, Hose said that if he filled the pages with useful information, he would let him live. Not believing him, the double asked if this was true, to which Hose rudely replied that he would not repeat it twice. The demon involuntarily bowed his head. His tentacles abruptly opened the book and began to write down all his knowledge. The protagonist, watching the monster's work, mentally said that he still had the strength to transform, which meant that this scoundrel needed to be kept an eye on. After biting off a piece of dried meat, he ordered not to repeat himself, not to try to write in a sprawling handwriting or skip lines, and that the text should be clear. The demon writing froze for a moment. The protagonist, standing behind the creature, said that if he repeated himself even once, he would die. Hose put his hands on his hips and frowned when the morning came. The monster turned to him when the youth said that he was unable to fill 2 books. The double worriedly said that he did not have enough time. Without listening to him, the boy simply shoved him into the box. Turning around, he began to wake up his comrades. The mercenary raised himself, starting to get up. The group only had to wait for the rescue team. The demon was defeated, so the adventurers visibly relaxed, listening to Hose's stories. During their rest, they prayed for the repose of their fallen comrade under the guidance of the paladin. And then the old man approached him. Sitting down, the paladin asked if he had time to listen to the old man's story. The young man looked at him, puzzled. Bowing his head, the old man said that he was very embarrassed when he saw the mage's face. Then he simply could not believe his eyes. Holding the girl in his arms, he realized that she looked like his daughter who died 10 years ago. So he remembered his eternally smiling daughter. While the demon was writing, the old man spoke. He stopped thinking sensibly. Looking at the floor, the paladin said that he did not know if this was a coincidence or the demon's machinations. Pointing to the creature, the young man suggested asking it himself. The boy frowned sharply when the old man said that he should not do this. Because he did not see the need to find out the truth, it turns out that he almost died because of him, and now he apologizes for it. Sweating, the paladin said that when he heard the text of the mage's spell, he immediately realized that it was dangerous, and yet he did not stop her. Hose scratched his head and said not to worry too much. They had managed everything in the end. The old man winced and said that he was truly sorry. One of the mercenaries waved his hand and offered the protagonist to join their guild, if they got out of it, of course. Smiling broadly, the guys said that an extra witness to the battle with the double would not hurt them, and the archer could even be appointed as the manager of the department. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he would think about it, but he himself knew that these were just vain words. Archon turned his head sharply when Hose asked him to tell him about his kingdom. Smiling, the knight said that if he decided to visit them, then His Majesty would definitely appreciate his company, and they could even go together. The swordsman waved his arms and said that he might even be able to become a noble, and now he would tell him everything about life in the kingdom, right down to His Majesty's preferences. Hose looked at the ceiling and asked if he could divulge such information, and he replied that everyone already knew everything. He spread his arms out to the sides and said that they could even go on an excursion to Pond Castle, where ghosts lived. The protagonist parted his lips and asked him to tell him more about the skill for controlling mana that he used in battle. Archon rubbed his chin and thought about it. Gritting his teeth, the youth said that when he concentrated mana into the blade, his sword suddenly became heavy. Squinting at the knight, the boy said that it was when he imitated his wishes and swings that rays of light began to emanate from the blade. Was it because he failed to direct the mana correctly? Closing his eyes, Archon said that this skill was not finished, but he had never seen magic fly out of the blade like this before. The mana seemed to explode, tearing everything around. Bowing his head, the man said that it was most likely not only the huge amount of mana, but also the subtle control. This skill is not usually used in this way. Smiling, Hose said that he could be much more interesting than he seemed. Standing up, the boy demanded to be taught. The man became worried, saying that this was special information. Smiling widely, Hose said that he began to think about it and suddenly realized that staying in the kingdom was not such a bad idea, and he was not going to go anywhere. The knight turned away, making a rather difficult decision. He really shouldn't tell him this. The man looked into the depths of the cave. Suddenly, the entire cave glowed brightly. Mana began to disperse in the air. Throwing up his hands, the swordsman said that he never thought it was possible to learn it in just one day. The protagonist held a sword in his hand, using the blade of aura. He closed his eyelids. He needed to extend the channel of mana and concentrate on its flow. In the end, he needed to extend the channel into the blade of the sword. Cracking his neck, the archer said that he couldn't believe his eyes. His comrade, smiling, said that perhaps he should abandon mercenary work and go after this guy. Hose swung his sword. Looking at the sword in his hand, he mentally said that his mana seemed to no longer be trying to leave the sword. The youth felt that there was enough of it in the blade now, even to kill a doppelganger, and with one blow. Archon, smiling, said that the aura blade did not just strengthen the blade. The protagonist, smiling, asked if this sword could cut through magic. Frowning, the man said that it was, and it was not only about destroying armor, it would also be able to cut through magical barriers. The only way to defend against the aura sword was another aura sword. Dispersing the mana in the sword, Hose said that this was cool. Clenching his fist, he mentally said that it was strange that the skill level did not increase after the knight's lesson, and he also could not tell if something had changed in his mana channels. Looking at his sword in his hand, he wondered if that meant he was able to create an aura sword without the knight's help. The next day, the guy finally finished off the now useless double, or rather, the paladin killed him. And then the time was up. Light appeared in the cave. The mercenary turned around abruptly and clenched his jaw. Archon and the old man turned their heads. The protagonist frowned into the distance, hearing someone else's voice. The entrance to the cave was glowing, and the voice of the rescuers was coming from there. The mercenaries, smiling broadly, said that they were finally saved. Archon, climbing up, said that he recognized the voices. They were most likely from his squad. The man clenched his fist. He was very happy, looking at the entrance. Standing at the edge, he said that he was slightly injured, but nothing serious, and he also had something to tell. His comrades abruptly interrupted him, asking him to shut up while they cleared away the crowbar. Hose, looking at the sad knight, realized how his colleagues were treating him. Faint smoke rose up. Soon, even the smoke dissipated. Hose closed his eyes. A bright light forced him to raise his eyelids. His group was finally able to go outside to the rescuers. The mercenaries, approaching the rescuers, said that they really began to think that they would die there. Hose lowered his head slightly sadly. Suddenly, many system messages appeared in front of him, informing about passing the 16th floor and various rewards, leveling up and the disappearance of wounds. The guy frowned as he read all the notifications. He involuntarily looked at the backs of his comrades. They were smiling widely, with the exception of Archon, who no one listened to. The young man smiled, happy for them. A bright light flooded his consciousness. The guy moved to the meadow. Closing his eyes, he stepped forward. Kirikiri, smiling widely, greeted him. She, happily, began to circle around him. Hose smiled involuntarily. It was nice to be back here again. Looking at the girl's back jumping into the distance, he decided to see how far she would gallop before she remembered him. Summoning the system panel, he decided to check something. A packaged cake appeared in the air. Kirikiri immediately appeared in front of him, asking him to give it to her. Handing her the cake, the young man said that he brought it to her like this. Closing one eye, he asked if something good had happened since she was so happy. The girl did not answer, taking the cake out of the box. Starting to eat, she said that something had happened today. Hose, turning around, tried to understand what could have happened to her. Did Hyunjin really visit her? The last time they met, he tried to get through the 4th floor. Maybe he did succeed. It was hard for the guy to fight against many opponents with his skill set. Kirikiri scared the guy with a sharp scream. She choked and was now trying to push the lump. After drinking the bitter coffee, she calmed down, although it was too bitter for her. Hose handed her sugar. The manager looked at the cube in surprise. She suddenly threw it into her mouth. Hose, looking at the vastness of the meadow, asked if she really liked sweets so much. Soon he laid out the books on the clearing. Kirikiri, standing up, said that he would read them for a long time. He answered, saying that he was in no hurry. Opening one of the books, the manager said that the text was very informative. Everything was clearly written. Straightening her head, she said that there were a lot of runic words in the books, and books on the runic language can only be found after the 30th floor. Hose, frowning, said that he did not know that there was such a restriction. No one from other difficulties mentioned it. While the girl was reading the book, the protagonist thought that he would have to postpone learning magic until he reached the 30th floor. He waved his hand and said that he had learned a new spell called Wind Arrow, but it was bad, so it would be good if she knew something about this skill. Kirikiri closed her eyes and thought. Raising her eyelids, she said that then he would not be able to tell her about the competition. Hose rubbed his chin and thought. He had completely forgotten about the second competition, and there was very little time left until it. Waving his hand, the young man told her to tell him everything. When the young man approached, the manager said that he lacked an understanding of the principle of elemental magic, and at his current level, he would not be able to master magic. Raising her hands, she said that wind magic was an exception, because thanks to the blessing of the wind spirit, he could do it. Rubbing his neck, Hose wondered if the blessing had improved his ability to use one of the elements. Looking at the description of the blessing, the young man noticed a third description that had opened. It seemed that he would now be encouraged by the spirit of the wind. Turning his gaze to Kirikiri, he asked what effects he would receive when the wind encouraged him. She answered by saying that he would receive joy from contemplating the funny spirit. The boy frowned. Looking at the system windows, he said that it seemed that he had an affinity with spirits, and this could somehow help him. Looking closely at the words on the panel, he said that the blessing of the spirit of the wind could help him develop this skill. Smiling, Hose said that he would learn something new in any case. Poking at the panel, he asked how much time he had left. Looking at the timer, he said that it was not enough to pass the floor. Kirikiri approached him and said that if he went now, he might make it. The boy narrowed his eyes, not understanding why she was suddenly giving him unsolicited advice. He crossed his arms and demanded to know why she thought so. When her hair covered her eyes, she said that his quota of questions was about to be exhausted. Ho's cloak fluttered as he asked what would happen if he went now. Would he get something good or avoid something bad? Parting his lips, the manager said that it was probably good, but he definitely wouldn't like it. The boy gritted his teeth, realizing that he wouldn't like the next floor. Kirikiri looked sadly at the ground. At this time, someone was standing on a hill. A bright light illuminated the lady's body. The manager looked at the player and said that he needed to quickly go to the next floor. A dark shadow flashed across her face. She warned that he definitely would not like it. The guy was silent, questioning. A portal opened in the darkness. Hose turned away and said that he would go, as she advised. Walking forward, the general frowned and noticed that he had a bad feeling, but still wanted to figure everything out himself. Green light fell on his face. All thoughts were only about the 17th floor. A sheaf of green sparks beat out of the portal. What awaited him there? A ceiling appeared from the darkness. The hero fell to the ground. A notification appeared about getting to the floor. Hose looked around and asked what was going on, because there were no traps or anything around. The system reported that the person had passed the 17th floor and announced the start of the test. The player stood in a fighting stance. Everything around him was tense. His gaze darted to the side. New notification windows began to appear to the side. The system reported that the hero had completed the 17th floor of training on the hellish difficulty level. The guy flew up to the windows, not understanding how he could have completed the floor. The system generously showered him with information and rewards. The man looked at the windows in bewilderment, surprised that he had completed the floor only by moving to it, while he had not managed to do anything. He slapped himself in the face and said that he urgently needed to find Kirakiri, and since he had completed the floor, then in theory he could ask her questions again. A new portal opened. A rabbit appeared in the clearing ahead. The girl looked sadly under her nose. She knew that the hero would not stay there for long. The guy approached her and demanded to explain what it was. The manager turned around mysteriously. A drop of sweat rolled down her face. The guy understood that something was wrong here, because he could not complete the floor without doing anything, and Kirakiri was also acting strangely. He had never seen her so gloomy. The couple stood silently in the middle of the field. Every time the hero asked what happens to the people who died during the training, she made this face. Hose shuddered. He coughed into his fist and said that he needed a minute to think. The girl calmly agreed to wait. The general looked in front of him and thought about the manager's depression. He did not understand why she was so sad. After the 16th floor, she was in an upbeat mood, but immediately darkened at the mention of the 17th. Fists clenched on their own, a nasty premonition appeared inside. A thought appeared to write to the community. Hose shuddered again. He shook his head and told himself that there was no point. He was just afraid to find out the truth, and asking, while not wanting to hear the answer, was simply pointless. Kirakiri approached him and asked if he was ready, because he should know anyway. The girl's face became even gloomier. The hero looked at her carefully. The couple looked at each other. The female rabbit said that they had to fight on the 17th floor. Hose stared at her in confusion and asked again. Kirakiri said that it was true, but he had no opponent. She turned away slightly and said that there were similarities. She said that he was fighting against a user who was on the same difficulty as him. The player looked at her carefully. He assumed that the floor was automatically counted for him because there was no one else on the 17th floor of held difficulty except him. The female rabbit turned away and said that it was not that. She looked ahead and added that the first user to reach the 17th does not get an opponent. That is how this floor is designed. Hose put his hand on his chest and asked if the one who got there the fastest does not have to face the test. Then what about the next one? The manager tensely fell silent. She imagined the hero in a fighting stance, and said that the next one fights an illusory clone of the previous user. The player shuddered and asked again. The girl said that everyone who reached the 17th floor, except for the pioneer, are forced to fight a clone of the last user to pass the floor. This is the essence of the test. The guy frowned and asked what this clone is capable of. Kirakiri looked away and said that its characteristics are completely consistent with those of the original. There are no differences. The clone copies all the user's indicators. Ho's eyes bulged. Level, knowledge, experience, train of thought, habits, and even items in the inventory. Horror appeared on his face. All this meant that the one who comes after him will have to fight him at the moment of moving to the 17th floor. A duel between the person who reached the 17th floor and him, who passed it. Kirakiri turned away. The hero asked if the one who would fight his clone would know about it. The rabbit replied that when the user logs in, it is not reported that he will fight someone's illusory clone. She clenched her fist and said that he will only know that in order to pass the level, he needs to defeat the enemy that appears, no matter who your opponent is. Hose slapped himself in the face and asked if it would count if one of the opponents surrendered, but the manager snapped that in order to win, you need to kill the opponent. A dark shadow fell from the player's face. His hands slowly reached for his face. He fell to his knee. A terrible question sounded in his thoughts. Should his clone really kill another player? He has long tried to avoid senseless bloodshed, and he does not kill, even if there is an advantage in it. His eyes trembled from terrible thoughts. Now everything is different. If he must, he will do anything for the sake of victory. The rabbit leaned over to him in fear and asked if the player was okay. The hero was shaking all over and honestly admitted that he felt sick. After all, the first person to reach the 17th floor was the person closest. The girl looked at him tensely. Hose removed his hands from his face and said that it was Hyunjin. He imagined the boy and asked himself if he could defeat the current him. The hero sat down on the grass. He opened the chat and started writing. His hair hid his frightened eyes. Hyunjin answered, glad that the player was already on the 18th floor. Hose was tensely silent. His trembling fingers slowly reached for the keyboard. His friend asked if everything was okay there. Kirakiri approached him while the player was trying to get an answer. She looked at the pioneer with understanding. The general was still sitting on the ground. It was the 17th session, day 25. He raised his fist to his chin and thought that Hyunjin would definitely be the first to reach the 17th floor, and the other players from held difficulty hadn't even gotten past the very beginning yet. The player was making his way through the floors at this time. It was hard to predict when they would get through the first floors, but he was showing excellent results, moving forward at an enviable speed. The guy continued to sit on the ground. His friend had already reached the boss room, and if he managed to get past the 6th floor, he would get to the 17th without much difficulty. But there was another problem. It was hard to say what level Hyunjin's skills would be at by the time it was time for him to fight his clone. Hose looked ahead angrily, and thought that by the 17th floor he should already have at least a couple of divine skills. But even if his skills were at the same level as the clone, the situation was still unfavorable for Hyunjin. He was able to get 2 divine skills early on in the game, and thanks to that, he was able to quickly break away from the other players. The difference in experience also cannot be ignored. The hero managed to survive all the traps and trials, completely unaware of what awaited him. He overcame difficulties on his own without outside help. Hyunjin, on the other hand, went through the floors, guided by the information he received from him about the location of the traps. Naturally, there is a difference in experience, and what a difference, because he did not have to find out everything himself, and the rest of the abilities slow down in development when there is someone to ensure. Unlike the illusion of Hose, who at that time did not suspect anything, Hyunjin will know what awaits him on the 17th floor. The guy scratched his chin and noted that the clone still had an advantage. In addition, he does not know the limits of his own capabilities. He looked at his hands. Sweat appeared on his face. The hero thought and asked himself when was the last time he fought to the death. A couple of times he found himself in danger because he let his guard down, but never once was there a time when his life was truly threatened, so he did not have the opportunity to feel the limit of his strength. On the 13th floor, he found himself at the limit of concentration and his life was hanging by a thread during the period of being in nothingness. But the fight itself was not that difficult. Kirikiri came and sat next to him. Hose thought that he would not have to worry about all this if he was just satisfied with the imperfect passage of the floor. He did not know what to think anymore. The rabbit leaned closer and said that he could be wrong in his conclusions. The player looked at her in amazement. The manager put her hand on her chest and said that the future is full of unexpected opportunities, and instead of sitting and going over in your mind all the bad things that could happen, it is better to prepare for the future? The hero looked at her in surprise. He lowered his hands, realizing that the girl was right. Otherwise he was already convinced that Hyunjin had no chance against the illusion. He stretched and thought again. A smile appeared on his face. The hero stood up and decided that before Hyunjin reached the 17th floor, he needed to help him become strong enough to defeat the clone. His gaze became more severe. He decided that for this he would analyze his strengths and weaknesses, and then explain to him how to defeat him. His illusionary clone only knew Hyunjin from the 4th floor, so they could use the element of surprise. Then there would be a chance to stun him, and they had time and resources for this, and in abundance. And Hyunjin is still on the 4th floor. There is no telling how long it will take him to get to the 17th floor, and how much he will grow during this period. Hose shook his head and sighed. He felt much better. Kirikiri sat gloomily to the side. Somewhere she found a stick and began to move it along the grass. The hero looked at her and noted that there was no point in her advising him not to go to the 17th floor, because what was the point of hanging around in the waiting room for who knows how long? He scratched his face and decided that it would be better to make sure that Hyunjin was prepared for the upcoming test, although it would not be easy. But hellish difficulty is not about easy paths at all. The warrior's cloak was raised by the wind, the player asked. What will happen after the next fighter defeats his illusion? She answered that his clone will take his place, and the 3rd user will fight him. The guy put his fingers to his chin. It turns out that with each new visitor the floor will be more and more difficult to pass. But then the 17th floor can become even harder than the upper floors. Doesn't it seem to her that this is a flaw in the design of the structure of the training world? The rabbit turned to him and assured him that everything is as it should be, and this is exactly what the creator intended. Hose slapped himself in the face again and asked what kind of crazy person came up with this stupid floor. He does not know exactly what his intentions were, but it is stupid. A message appeared in front of his face. The deity of adventure expressed his agreement with him. The guy noted that even the higher powers agreed with him, and this was the first time they were in solidarity with something. The player scratched the back of his head and cursed at how annoying it was. He waved his hand and covered one eye. A keyboard appeared. Fingers began to type a message. The hero looked at the endless field and said that he and his friend needed to discuss something. Time passed. Meanwhile, on the 60th floor, darkness and installation for the capsule. A message appeared asking if he could handle it. Hose adjusted his hair and asked him not to worry about anything. Did Hyunjin imagine how many years he was planning for him to pass the 17th floor? His fingers typed the answer. The hero took the earphone and asked to run through the list of subjects again, and if he was really nervous, he could practice until the end of this session and go to the next one. The guy said that it would be better that way. There was a book on the table nearby. The general said that he had already asked him 100 times not to let his guard down, because even a second of delay could be fatal. He asked his friend not to get lost if the clone decided to make a scene. He explained that he could start screaming, grab his head, but he did not have to play along with him. New messages appeared. The hero ordered not to let him seize the initiative and asked not to leave him a single chance, because the most dangerous moment will come when Hyunjin decides that everything is over. He asked not to forget about these things and everything will be fine. The player wrote that he was lucky that at that time he had not yet had time to get used to 1,000 guns, so he cannot worry about them. In the shadows stood a large installation. The general said that the weapon can periodically change, but there is nothing worthy of mention. The guy adjusted the earpiece and asked not to pay attention to the spirits at all. He will try to distract him with their help to get closer. New messages appeared. The player asked not to worry either and promised to handle it. Ho's cowered and asked his friend not to die there. His hand lay on the book. He turned the page. In this book there were notes, made by Hyunjin after passing the 17th floor, a description of his training, and also strategies for defeating him. There is even an analysis of the simulation of the fight with his illusion. The hero came closer and noticed that the entries stopped at one point, and there was nothing further in the book. The general sighed. The 17th floor had been a long-standing cause for his worries. He made a face and hissed. He looked at the bare wall. He was sure that they would succeed and did everything in his power. Cold light fell on the player's face. His clone was already standing at the ready. Its owner only had to wait for the results. Yonghi pointed her bow at him and loaded a magic arrow. The hero looked at her. The condition for passing the 17th floor was to kill the illusory clone of the previous player, and now Hos from the past would collide. The archer smiled readily. The guy stood up and put his hands in his pocket. He puffed out his cheeks and mentally asked the girl not to dare die. He began to write a message. It was up to Yonhee. He was sure that she could handle it, and he did everything in his power to help her. His teeth clenched in anger. His hand reached for his earphone. There was a knock on the door, and they asked what he was doing there. Hos approached the door and said that if he went berserk again, it would be bad for all of them, so the prisoner should calm down. A voice came from behind the door. The hero thought that he had cut off the emotional connection between them, but it had not completely disappeared yet. The guy closed his eyes and sighed tiredly. He looked angrily at the ceiling and noted that even candy was no longer helping him. He missed those days when such things could make him happy. The warrior opened his mouth and began to hum. Everything around was filled with a green glow. The book remained open. The 17th floor had long been bothering him. The concept of fighting a person walking in front of you is very interesting. The main task of the player is to collect as much information about his future opponent as possible. It should be used with maximum benefit. You will have to find all the weak points of the enemy and make a strategy in accordance with them. In general, more time and effort should be spent on preparing for the fight, and not the fight itself, and for successful completion. The social skills of the player, and his ability to negotiate are extremely important. And if the previous user gives incorrect information, the player will inevitably have problems. The player looked away and said to himself that it is not always easy to share your own weak points. For this there must be more or less trusting relations between the parties. This floor is certainly not an easy one. It tests the player's personal qualities and his ability to ask for help correctly. Preparation is so important because skills have varying degrees of compatibility. Someone is strong in close combat, and someone relies entirely on magic. Knowledge of such nuances can help choose the right strategy, and even line up for the floor in such an order that it is easy for everyone to pass it. This is exactly what the players from the United States did. Each shared their skill set, which allowed them to organize themselves to pass the 17th floor, so most users were able to overcome the test without problems. However, on their server, everything is much more difficult, mainly because of the hero. Having reached the 17th floor, he has already received uniform development in all areas, and it would be very difficult to find a weakness. The hero is good at fast battles and battles of attrition. He is good at one-on-one combat and against the crowd. He has pumped up resistance to mental attacks and curses. Both stealth skills and magic are useless against him. He keeps his distance well and can fight in close combat. Hos walked around the shelter and said that logic, intuition and reaction speed, compared to other players, he was on a completely different level, and when he was pressed against the wall, he was ready to do anything to survive. In such situations, he would rush at the enemy and not care about the danger. You have to look for such a reckless person, and also that version of him seemed to have just killed the double on the 16th floor. If the next player tried to reason with his clone, he would think that he was another double, and would not buy it. Hos ran his hand over the book. He doubted that the system would even allow the clone to understand his authenticity, and even trying to negotiate with him was useless. His fingers touched the pages. Looking for his weaknesses was a dead end. He would rather become stronger in all respects. There was simply no other way. The double knocked on the door again and said that he was right. The hero turned around and asked angrily, wasn't he planning to break their emotional connection? The clone walked up to the door and said that he had just restored it and was curious about what he was thinking about. Hos looked at the door and asked what he would think if he had to face someone like Yonhee on the 17th floor. He looked down and said that the first thing he would do would be to curse fate for making that floor so difficult, since she had an ability that no one could really counter. The clone scratched his cheek and said that in most cases they would lose. Out of 100 battles they would lose about 80. From behind the closed door came the voice that maybe 15 would end in a draw and there was a chance that 5 would end in a win, although they agreed on that. Hose looked at the door. The double said that Yeonhee was already much stronger than them by the time they passed the 17th floor, and it didn't matter what skill they used against her, there was almost no chance, and it wasn't even about who was weak and who was strong. They did everything in their power, and Yeonhee also tried to become as good as she could. The double stretched his neck and added that for both of them this was the limit of their capabilities. Hose turned away and said that he was still a little worried. The clone put his hands on his hips and advised him not to blame himself even if something went wrong, and in general, he needed to take care of the dragon. The hero looked at the door with displeasure and asked if that cracker really didn't worry about anything at all. The clone smiled evilly and said that he wasn't really worried, because he had been here since birth, and yes, even though this life was boring to the point of impossibility, he had Yun, and he thought that he was doing well here. The guy came closer to the door. On the other side, the man said that he didn't want to go out that much. The double threw his jacket over his shoulders and said that it was time for him to go, and the dragon was waiting for him. Hose came to the table. It was time for dinner. He promised Yun that they could perform the shape-shifting spell after eating. He smiled and noticed that the dragon had been waiting for this day for a long time, so they could eat early today. Slowly, he approached another door. His hand lay on the golden handle. A blue strip of light fell on his face. The light began to grow and hit harder. The place where the capsule with the egg used to be appeared. The doubles stood next to each other and suggested to begin. The animal looked attentively and hopefully at the two people. The men came closer. The dragon had been learning the shape-shifting spell for the 2nd month already. True, they never saw him practicing. This is because the pet did not want them to see him as half human and half unknown. He was strangely secretive until he honed the skill to perfection. Yeon closed his eyes. The hero knows that he would show them if they asked him, but he would definitely not like it. He takes the issue of personal boundaries very seriously. The dragon closed his eyes and began to read the spell. Green beams of light appeared in the air. Smoke began to come out of them. The clones looked around in surprise. The double immediately realized that the little dragon added smoke from himself, because there was no smoke in the original spell. Hose smiled contentedly and noticed that Yeon was too embarrassed to show them his body at the moment of transformation. Everything around was covered in smoke. You could see the silhouette of a broken tail. The animal opened its mouth and moaned. The guys looked ahead warily. The smoke cleared and a girl appeared in the circle. Both players twisted their faces in surprise. Hose chuckled, smiling nervously. Her white hair was still shrouded in magic. The little girl in gray rags slowly looked forward. She straightened up and examined herself. The movements of her hands left traces behind. Hose took her on his lap. He could not believe that the dragon would be a girl. The double was embarrassed that all this time they called him a son. The hero carefully examined his pet and said that from any angle she looked like a girl, but deciding to make sure, he reached under her dress. She screamed and struck him with lightning. Yun broke free. The hero smiled and said that this is what you should do when someone tries to use magic on you without asking. He stroked the girl's head and said that she did everything right. After that, the men looked at each other and noted that they had trained her too well and decided that there was no point in trying to check her gender. Yun was happily running and jumping at that moment. Besides, Hose himself had taught her that using magic on other people without their consent was rude, especially when it came to loved ones. The double smiled maliciously and mentally suggested that they check the gender when she returned to her dragon form, because they did not wear clothes and everything would be easy to see. The guy looked at him with concern. He did not think that this would work, because not all species have distinguishable sexual characteristics. The clone went forward and said that they would have to check everything while she was in this form, because while she was human it should not be difficult. The man approached the girl and asked her to stand for just a second. He began to slowly lift her dress. Yun's eyes darkened, and with one blow she sent the impudent man flying, after which she approached the stunned original. She smiled sweetly and asked if she was really a good girl. The player sighed and noted that he had taught her to his own detriment. He said that she should first warn and only then attack. Order is important in this matter. He put his hands on his knees and said that she was still a good girl, after which he asked what she would do if someone strange started pestering her. She said that she would shout no, and then hit him. Hose turned to the clone and asked if he was okay. In response he was indignant and asked why he taught children such things. The hero answered that in the book on education it was written that this should be told from an early age. After a more thorough examination, it turned out that the dragon was still a boy. The medical examination he conducted revealed that Yeon was male. The guy closed his eyes. He knew that he would not be mistaken in such a thing. It was a great relief. Hose turned away and decided that he was reading the news. He was interested in how things were going outside. The awakened SS-class Shikian was not going to continue cooperation with Singapore and his contract would soon expire. The player froze, digesting this thought. After completing the training world, awakened ones return to the real world, where they have the opportunity to sign a contract and serve different countries. Usually awakened ones sign contracts for at least 10 years, and sometimes even for life. Unlike Korea, where people prefer to sign short-term contracts, the monetary demands of awakened ones grow, and they look for more lucrative places. Of course, the Korean government is not happy with this. But thanks to the Awakened Union, they can choose where to work themselves and the authorities have no influence on them. The best awakened in the world come from Korea and few of them sign a contract with the government of their home country, so the media often calls Korea the world's source of mercenaries. Most will agree that this is their time and the Koreans are now in the center of events. Hoji flipped through the newspaper and thought that nowadays the influence and strength of a nation is determined by how many awakened it has at its disposal. Since most of the Korean awakened are going to other countries to find work, Korea is starting to fade into the background. He waved the newspaper and noted that it was not surprising, since they pay more abroad. The double and Yun turned around and asked where he went. The guy answered that he went to the 61st floor. It needed to be cleared out, since Yeonhee decided to postpone the attempt until the next session. The player threw on his jacket and walked out the door. A gloomy corridor led into the darkness. The guy came to a room with a portal. He threw his sword over his back. A light source appeared in the passage behind him. Hoji turned around abruptly and raised his hand. Yun flinched and jumped out of invisibility. The player picked her up by the armpits and began to call her a naughty girl, since she was hiding with magic. Suddenly she fell. The dragon sat up and said that she wanted to go to the 61st floor with her dad. The hero angrily looked at the double to the side and he replied that he tried to stop him. The guy again lifted the girl and said that it was too dangerous there, and he would take him with him when he grew up a little. They hugged each other for the last time, tears flowed. Hose walked away from the portal and mentally said that he did not care that the dragon wanted to visit another floor. He stroked the girl and promised that he would take her with him next time. Then he went to the portal and reproached the double for being jealous of him. The portal generously showered him with sparks. The player waved and promised to return soon. The portal led him out into an icy blizzard. Hose called the system window, standing in the middle of the blizzard. There was a flash. A huge ice castle appeared from under the ground. The huge gates swung open and began to suck in cold air. The guy looked inside seriously. He walked forward, feeling hundreds of eyes and a murderous pressure. He didn't understand how he had lived like this before. He had never felt peace before, so it didn't bother him. Many eyes appeared from the darkness. They all surrounded the guy. It was just crazy. Meanwhile, the gates swung open completely. A strong wind hit the man in the face. He entered a dark, cold castle. Ice statues stood along his path. Some of them were holding swords. The lone warrior stopped and looked into the darkness. After a while, he came across huge ice doors. They opened and the darkness was dispelled by light. In front of him, on a huge ice throne, someone was sitting. The ice woman frowned at him and said welcome. She smiled and said that she didn't expect to see him alone. Did he really decide to wait for the girl? Ho's lips closed from the pressure. The man stood opposite and noticed that they hadn't seen this old woman for a long time. The ice queen bowed her head and reminded him that she had asked to be called sister. Hose looked around and interjected that maybe she had said that but she should understand how old she was. He explained that the cub would need some time and he had enough patience to wait for Yeonhee. The sister bowed her head. She also thought that it would be much better this way. She looked at the man and said that even though they would have to wait longer, he looked happy. Did he really make a new friend? The hero explained that he now had a family and thanks to them he was able to fight through the crisis and continue growing. The woman suddenly winked at him and said that if the previous king found out about this, he would probably make a scene. Because he would not leave everything like that. The guy bowed. He broke his promise and knew that he had to pay for it. He foresaw that this could happen anyway. The giantess nodded and clarified that it was his decision, and they could not convince him otherwise. Her face became frightening. She suggested that they talk about something else. Hose looked at her with his hands in his pockets. The ice queen noticed that he had become stronger. He smiled menacingly and said everything correctly. The woman brought her finger to her lips and asked if he wanted to show what he was now capable of. The guy just closed his eyes and smiled. Many golden windows opened around him. The queen looked at him in surprise. Figures were flying around Hose. He explained that this was a barrier that blocked outside influence, including the influence of holy energy. The woman nodded. She was impressed. She added that they did the right thing by entrusting him with their fate. The man came even closer. The queen asked if he really wanted to say that no entity would be able to penetrate the castle. The player answered correctly and added that the sister should understand that many people would not like this, so he would lower his barrier for now. The queen smiled softly. The hero was sure that this would piss off a lot of people and even those who could not see the living area, and if they left the barrier, they might want to show what they were capable of and test his strength. But the giantess did not believe these people. Hose winked at her and asked her to forget, because they were all a little voyeurs. Yeonhee sat by the fire. She felt uneasy. Was it because she was scared? She hugged herself tighter and looked away. Her eyes slowly lowered. As soon as she got used to the world of training, began to hear all these stories about the 17th floor, and so far she did everything for the sake of passing it. The flame flew around the room, breaking away from the fire. Of course, the 17th floor is not the only obstacle on the way to the 60th, but it is one of the most difficult tests, and it is also part of Ho's traumatic experience. He constantly warned her and tried his best to prepare her for difficulties. She constantly imposed various restrictions on herself to make the floors more difficult. Even in the waiting room, instead of giving herself a break, she exercised. She completed all the tasks and tried every exercise suggested by Ho's. Yonhee looked thoughtfully at the fire. All this was for the sake of a single floor. Sparks flew around the empty room. The girl told herself to concentrate. The hero said that she was already stronger than his copy, and she believed him. She adjusted her gloves. The current her was indeed much stronger than Ho's on the 17th floor. Those were completely different times. In the community, they are equated to the Stone Age. Now there is much more knowledge about mechanics and skills in the world of training. In those days, there was very little information about classes, skill trees, and how to quickly become stronger, so everyone coped as best they could and enjoyed any discoveries. But now knowledge and access to resources and weapons, everything is on a completely different level. From the very beginning she received Ho's full support. A portal opened behind her. The player still did not let go. Sometimes she even thought that he was overprotective of her, although now she already understands that his worries are absolutely reasonable. He really is a monster without exaggeration. A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. The 17th floor in the 17th session. This means that on average the hero spent 1 floor per session on hellish difficulty. She only crawled to the 6th and 17th sessions. Green sparks splashed into the room from the portal. It is Yonhee who still wonders what Ho's had to go through to get so much power, and how much luck did he need, how much talent. She imagined him. It was hard to imagine the question. The difference between her and the illusion was his main fear. The girl shook her head. Even if she was stronger in all respects, her efforts would be in vain if she relaxed now. She needed to concentrate so as not to die by accident. After a while, the room was full of supplies. Yonhee sat down by the fire and decided to sort out the medicines first. She was glad that they were all in liquid form now. First, she used a pill that would help her absorb all the necessary substances and quickly remove waste from her body. She ate it and began to think further. She took 7 types of enchantment potions in her hands. She painted them in different colors so as not to confuse the order of taking. She would definitely not get confused if she drank them in the order of the colors of the rainbow. She began to drink and noted that there were too many of them, and she could not fit in any more, and the faint aroma of strawberries only made everything worse. Many hours passed. Some of the boxes were empty. Sparks flew to the ceiling. Yonhee said that it was time to end it. Another bottle rolled to the others. The player wiped her drool and held back the urge to vomit. A system window appeared. This was only the beginning. For a long time, the archer tried to use equipment to a minimum, and only when Ho's was convinced that I had enough strength to win, he allowed her to start getting used to the chosen weapon. She put on magic bracelets on her hands. The girl's body was enveloped in a bright light after activating the combat mode. Yonhee was going to perform the ritual. She drew a circle and dripped blood into it. A red light appeared. The girl felt the magic of the spirits. The only thing she regretted was that they really liked rituals that included blood sacrifices. The lines of the circle began to glow bright red. A red aura surrounded the body and the player sighed. She crouched down and a portal opened. So she found herself in an empty dark room. Yonhee landed. A fresh breeze blew into the room. The lips were pressed tensely. The eyes slowly opened and the user looked up. The hero was standing in front of her. He turned around in surprise and looked at her. There was confusion on his face. Yonhee looked at him from under her brows. The system greeted the new player. The opponent looked attentively at the alien, who told himself that the time had come. Ho shuddered. Yonhee continued to look at him. Dark spheres immediately appeared in the air around the clone. He armed himself with a shield and sword, then stood in a fighting stance. The girl slowly stood up. She looked questioningly at the guy. She had a strange feeling. The hero frowned. Even if it was just a clone, she finally saw him in real life. On TV, he seemed completely different to her, somehow angular and a little eccentric. And this one looks like a wild animal. It's even scary to approach him. The system reported that the test would start in 30 seconds. A barrier appeared between the opponents. The archer looked over the window. She had 25 seconds. The player didn't move. His illusion looked like it was ready to pounce on her at any moment. Now she could see that things might not go as expected. Hoji said that the clone wouldn't try to attack her right away. He said that at that time he really lacked communication, and so he would take the chance to start a conversation. They expected that before the fight he would start talking to her. Yonhee turned around in fear. The clone immediately assumed a fighting stance. It looks like Hoji is going to rush to attack the moment the barrier falls. Maybe it's the system that makes him aggressive. He is clearly ready for a fight. But Kurikiri didn't seem to mention anything like that. The player summoned a bow and mentally told herself that it was too early to despair. She still had a chance to prepare. Symbols and a seal appeared under her feet. The guy shuddered. Yonhee looked at him. realized that he was interested in the magic circle. She was enhancing the effects of skills, potions and equipment, using the enhancement spell. Sweat rolled down her face, her eyes widened. A phantom appeared behind her. The wolf spirits will constantly attack the illusion, thereby distracting it, while the water spirit will try to slow down its movements with magic. The hero did not move from the spot. The girl frowned. She wished she had a little more time. If only the illusion would waste at least a minute, but it seemed that everything had already gone wrong. The arrow lay on the bow. To be honest, she was not prepared for this, but she has several backup plans in case of force majeure. The player straightened up and pulled the arrow. Blue sparks rose from it. One shot, just one shot, and it was over. Hose backed away in fear. The illusion's defense would not be able to stop this arrow due to the enhancement. It would have the same power as a magic projectile. And the additional effects imposed on the arrows and bow would allow the shots to cause serious damage to armor of any density. Even his illusion would not stand up to it. A slight smile appeared on the girl's face. She decided that the hero had definitely never encountered something as fast and strong as this arrow. Summoning phantoms flew around the room. Since the illusion had never encountered strong magic before, he would hardly be able to react to the shot in time. Yonhee narrowed her eyebrows. A bead of sweat rolled down the enemy's face. With a pop, the system announced that the 17th floor test was beginning. The barrier fell. The remnants in the form of sparks remained hovering in the air. Yonhee's eyes dimmed. She released the arrow. The wolves rushed to attack. Death flew towards the target with a blue beam. Hose stared at its flight in amazement. He waved his cloak. The girl remained standing and looking forward. The clone bent down and ran forward. The player flinched. The enemy dodged. She did not understand how. Having made a dash, the hero had already swung his sword. Yonhee began to break the distance. She decided that Hose had calculated the trajectory of the arrow. It was incredible. It was unclear how this was even possible. The wolf rushed at the illusion, but his head was immediately cut off by the sword. Yonhee stared ahead in shock. The enemy destroyed the spirit with one blow. She narrowed her eyes and decided that the opponent would definitely not dodge this. Another wolf and the maiden rushed to attack. Another arrow left the bow. The clone immediately dodged. An explosion was heard behind. The girl flinched. The projectile missed again. Hose dodged the spirits and ran straight towards the player. His steps were impossible to predict, and even the spirits could not buy her time. Yonhee jumped back, holding her bow forward. Her body was covered in mana. The effect of concentration began. She clenched her fist. Her breathing quickened. The illusion must also be in combat concentration, and now from this moment on, any step can determine the outcome of the battle. She waved her hand. A fire seal appeared. A wall of flame rushed across the entire floor. Hose angrily looked at the threat in front of him. He jumped forward, putting up a shield. The archer retreated back again. Even the fire did not stop the enemy. He really jumped straight into the hell to close the distance. Ash and sparks began to fly in the air. Yonhee teleported behind the guy and took out her bow. Her hand prepared to shoot. She returned to her original place and will try to shoot again, and this time at a blind spot. This time he will not dodge. The guy's face filled with rage. He instantly turned around and rushed to counterattack with his shield at the ready. He jumped, hung over the stranger. Yonhee stepped back. Not understanding how the hero could react so quickly, he managed to predict her actions even without being familiar with magic. Hose attacked. That's what his true abilities were. When Hose pushed her away with his shield, the girl realized what her friend's true abilities were. Yonhee moved away from her opponent. The girl summoned a spirit. Her facial tattoos glowed brightly. Yonhee jumped up. A moment later, she released an arrow. The girl's head jerked. The artifact in her ear warned of danger. The protagonist suddenly appeared behind her. The girl clenched her teeth. Hose swung his sword. He frowned deeply, seeing something. The girl's body was replaced by a spirit. Yonhee herself appeared in the distance in the place of the spirit. Pulling the arrow, the girl said that if she had not changed places with the spirit, she would have been finished, and at the same time, he easily got rid of the spirit of water. The arrow flew out of the bow. The protagonist, who was kneeling on one knee, saw it. He turned his head, frowning. The guy managed to duck. Yonhee opened her mouth wide in shock. She understood everything. The illusion managed to follow the trajectory of the arrow, thanks to which the young man dodged the attacks. Yonhee clenched her teeth. Suddenly, mana began to accumulate in the arrow. A moment later, a powerful explosion thundered. Streams of mana hit the young man in the back. Yonhee smiled contentedly. Suddenly, her earring shone, warning of danger. Because of the explosion, the clone lost his balance. He tried to catch up. Looking at the wounded enemy, Yonhee understood that he could teleport to her now, and the outcome of the battle depended on her reaction to this attack. The girl frowned at the enemy, trying to understand what to expect. He suddenly appeared next to her and struck with his foot. Hose looked at the opponent angrily. She blocked his blow, because it was too obvious. The bracelet on her hand glowed. The young man clenched his teeth. He immediately struck again. A moment later, a powerful explosion thundered. Yonhee's body flew back. She drew the bow back, mentally saying that the blast wave threw her away from the enemy. In the process, she was slightly battered. She began to accumulate mana in her hand. Then Yonhee pointed her hand at the enemy. Hose, straightening up, said that there was something strange here. The girl froze, parting her lips. The guy's legs sank into the shadow, while he said that he was trying to remember her, but he could not. Gritting his teeth, he asked if they knew each other. Yonhee bent slightly. The protagonist couldn't help but remember Kurikiri telling him that he definitely wouldn't like it. He frowned then, not understanding what she was talking about. The girl looked sadly at the ground. That was how he said goodbye to the manager, not knowing what awaited him on the 17th floor. Soon, the young man landed here. He stood alone in the darkness. Opening his lips, Ho said that there were no traps or opponents here. A few seconds later, a girl appeared in front of him. He frowned deeply when he saw her. The girl raised her head and looked at him. Now, standing half-turned, Hose mentally said that this was tough even for held difficulty. His broken leg was bleeding. Hose, looking at the opponent in front of him, understood that she would not give him time to drink the elixir. Looking closely at the girl who was enveloped in mana, he tried to understand where she came from. The mana in the rift behind him began to sway. The arrow hit the ground, leaving a crater on it. Hose, completely turned to Yonhee, mentally said that not only are these arrows strong, but also have a magical effect that damages the victim. One accurate shot and he is a corpse. Yonhee's spirits rushed towards her. Hose looked at the floor a little sadly. Kurikiri told him that on the 17th floor everything will end quickly. Probably she meant that the fight will be fast. Looking at the crater, he said that this girl is no match for the monk on the 13th, it's just hell here, and Kurikiri did not even bother to hint to him, he will definitely make her watch him eat her cake. Looking at Yonhee, to whom the wolf ran, the guy said that she will definitely recognize him. The girl frowned at the enemy. She was familiar with the enemy's attack patterns, with the mechanics of how skills worked, and she even knew about Ho's physical data. Without moving an inch, the guy said that she probably had a skill that could help him find out everything about him. However, her face at the very beginning showed that she was glad to see him. Now the wounded Hose was puzzled. The pair had fought together before, so she was not just aware of his physical indicators and skills. The opponents did not move, waiting for the moment. The wolf stood behind the mistress. Sweat ran down both of their faces. The young man raised his sword. Yonhee opened her mouth, starting to chant a spell. She clenched her jaw, understanding the danger of the enemy. Ho suddenly lowered the blade. Standing half-turned, he said that this girl knew him from somewhere. Maybe she was something like a system administrator. A second wolf appeared near Yonhee. Hose narrowed his eyes and said that there wasn't enough information to draw a clear conclusion. Yonhee's mouth opened involuntarily. Raising his sword, Hose mentally said that he could find out everything after the fight. Lowering the blade, he said that he needed to buy time now. Opening his mouth, he called out to the girl. She stared at him in surprise. Hose pointed his sword at her. He gritted his teeth, knowing that he had to find a way out of this situation. Yonhee was simply a terrible opponent. The girl was not only stronger than him in every aspect, in addition, she knew everything about him. However, this did not mean that he should give up, so now he calmly pointed his sword at her. Clenching his jaw, he mentally said that even if she was infinitely stronger than him, it would not deprive him of the chance to win. The probability of dying was high, but he had never been so inspired. In recent battles, he had not been exposed to much danger. Never before had an opponent made him so nervous, and the doubles turned out to be easy opponents. Smiling, Hose mentally said that in front of him, his reflexes were starting to take over. In this short period of time he had already grown a lot. Enveloping himself in mana, the young man said that he had already understood the weaknesses of the creatures she summoned. Grinning, he said that everything was perfect now, and in addition, her arm was injured and she could not use the bow normally. This became clear even at the moment of the explosion. If he had not hidden his legs, he could easily have lost them. If she had pressed on after that, the fight would have ended very quickly, but now Hose was losing blood through the wound. Both combatants were wary. The outcome of the fight was uncertain. The girl lacked control over her own powers. One of her wolves dispersed. Hose grinned and said that this was his chance. The boy suddenly froze, realizing that he had unknowingly opened his mouth. Now he should say something so that she would not take him for a man. Opening his mouth, the boy said that he was disappointed. Raising his head, the boy himself could not understand what his words had to do with it. Yonhee bowed her head. She again pointed her hand towards him. The protagonist froze, realizing from her expression that the girl was embarrassed. The girl frowned when Hose asked her if this was all she could do with such skills. Her eyes widened. The boy grinned. There were only 3 wolves behind the girl, but they still couldn't keep up with the boy. His leg was broken, he would have to continue fighting with what he had. The girl tensed, clenching her jaw. The protagonist, standing still, realized that she was trying to come up with an answer, but there was no point in listening to her. As soon as she opened her mouth, Hose, using the flash, appeared in front of her. He swung his sword with force. The bright glow of the blade rushed towards Yonhee. She blocked the blow with her hand. Hose, gritting his teeth, tried to understand how she managed to block his attack. A miniature magic shield appeared on her hand. The protagonist dropped his sword and rushed to the side. A short sword appeared near his hand. He grabbed the sword by the hilt. A moment later, he stabbed him in the side. The blow was stopped by the miniature shield. Hose became angry, holding the blade in his hand. Yonhee, without hesitation, kicked the boy. Blood spurted from the boy's hand. Yonhee lowered her leg. The protagonist, bending over, realized that his right arm was now broken. His left leg did not obey at all. Now he could not keep up with it, because his leg was broken right at the knee. Yonhee looked at the enemy sullenly. A wolf appeared near Hose. Another wolf rushed towards him. Having dispersed his shield, the protagonist summoned his sword. Thanks to his wings, Hose flew up. His pupils dissolved in his eye sockets. The mana shackles rushed towards the spirits. Yonhee waved her hand. Releasing a huge amount of mana, she destroyed the shackles. Sweating, Hose realized that there was no effect from exploiting the souls. The guy narrowed his eyes. The girl again went on the defensive, creating a barrier, although it was worth attacking. Grinning, the protagonist was happy about this. Rushing forward, he mentally said that if his aura blade touched her shield, it would explode. Yonhee slightly bent over, looking at her enemy. He swung his sword. A moment later, a powerful explosion thundered in the dungeon. Smoke filled the entire space. Bleeding, the protagonist said that it was time for him to finish here, because at this rate, he would not last long. His pupil flashed. Looking at the clouds of smoke in front of him, he tried to figure out where the enemy was. The girl herself closed her eyelids. Blood was gushing from her leg. Hose frowned into the distance. Stretching out his hand, he formed a magic symbol. Watching the girl, he more or less understood how to use the necessary skill. Now the shield in front of him protected from arrows. Yonhee sharply waved her hand. The mana streams rushed towards the symbol. Hose saw the girl cover it with her hand again. The wind arrow rushed forward. The girl frowned and gaped in shock. The bracelet on her hand began to glow. Soon, the arrow was near her. Hose rushed after the arrow. Yonhee's eyes widened, she froze in shock. The protagonist cut off her hand. Blood burst out of the stump of her hand. The girl, raising her head, screamed in pain. Her severed hand fell to the side. Blood began to spread across the floor. Hose straightened up, standing next to Yonhee. He involuntarily turned his head. The girl, clenching her jaw, stared at him. The smoke in the room began to dissipate. Hose kicked. Starting to kick non-stop, he said that every time the sound was like he was kicking an iron box. She urgently needed to take off her uniform. The wounded girl held out her hand and told him to wait. Breathing heavily, she said that she would take everything off if he stopped hitting her. Hoji took the bottle of elixir in his hand. Yonhee slowly began to take off the bracelets. 4 bracelets fell to the floor. Hoji, looking at her, told her to take off the rest. Squinting, the girl tried to think of a way to save herself. Raising her leg, the young man asked how much she had on her. The girl, closing her eyes, screamed, saying that if he hit her again, she would definitely die. Throwing the bottle away, the guy asked if it was true. Turning away from her, he said that if she moved a finger, he would immediately attack her. Yonhee, sitting on her knees, understood that if this continued, she would die. The protagonist drank the potion. After the girl lost her arm, the fight turned into a beating, and since the illusion could no longer use both limbs, realizing that she could not create distance between them, she decided to part with the advantage gradually. Now, holding the wound, she decided what to do. Frowning, she said that it was time for her to proceed with Plan B. Hose threw her a bottle of potion. Smiling, he said that it should hurt. Yonhee, catching the bottle, mentally said that after it she would feel better, but her body would go slightly numb. Raising her leg, the young man demanded that she drink the potion. The girl, having started to drink, immediately felt the effect of the painkiller. Opening his lips, Hose said that he had many questions for her, and he wanted her to answer them all. His pupils sparkled when he asked if she understood everything. Yonhee looked up. It was as she thought. The guy was planning to let her live and try to extract as much information as possible. The girl bowed her head and said that she had one condition. The guy disagreed, saying that an auntie was in no position to make conditions. Yonhee broke the bottle with her hand, mentally saying that this guy called her an auntie. She of course understood that Ho's illusion was much younger than his real one, but even taking that into account, she was still much younger than him. Lowering her head again, she said that she had 2 conditions. First, he had to bring her hand. Hose couldn't help but glance at the stump to the side. The hand was lying on the floor, having spent all the blood inside. Rubbing his chin, the guy said that he had already shown her mercy by letting her live. Yonhee chuckled and said that even if he fulfilled both conditions, it would not be worth her information. The boy frowned. The girl froze. She knew that the copy would never let her win, and he probably considered her part of the training system. Raising his hand, the boy said that he would think about it, but first he wanted to hear the second condition. The girl parted her lips and asked for help with this floor. Hose, who was standing in front of her, narrowed his eyes, saying that he did not know how to do this. Then Yonhee, who was hunched over, told the boy about the setting of the floor and even explained her role in it. For this very case she had made up a whole story in advance and learned her lines. Scratching the back of his head, the boy said that he could help her. His eyes suddenly sparkled when he said that before all this, he wanted to ask something. Parting his lips, he asked what she knew about the training system. The girl, with her mouth open, froze. Now she would need to think quickly. The girl involuntarily clenched her teeth. She raised her head, deciding to pretend that she was doomed to be locked in the world of training. After massaging her neck, the guy told her to forget about it. They would just pretend like nothing happened. The girl chuckled. She realized that the clone had taken the bait. Smiling widely, she was happy with the plan that had been carried out. Hose rubbed his chin and thought about it. He lowered his hand and looked at the girl in front of him. Frowning, he asked how he could help her. Opening her lips, Yonhee said that he needed her hand back first. The guy, without even thinking about turning around, asked why she needed the hand. She answered by saying that she could attach it back with magic. Frowning even more, the guy said that he wanted to learn more about magic. Yonhee, holding her wound, said that she would tell him everything, but first she needed the hand. The guy narrowed his eyes. Smiling, the girl asked if he wasn't curious about how she knew about all of his skills. The young man frowned and looked at her suspiciously. His eyes widened in shock. Seeing this, the kneeling girl mentally said that her suspicions were justified. He was really interested. Looking at his shocked face, she mentally said that the system would not let him realize its fakeness. The young man reached out his hand for the stump. Soon, he handed it to the girl. Taking his hand, Yonhee thanked him. Looking at Hose walking in front of her, she decided that he now definitely believed her. She should have become an actress, not an archer. A magic circle formed under her. The girl, frowning, told Hose to move away from her. He, crossing his arms over his chest, moved away. Yonhee smiled. The copy of her friend was careless. The clone had already completely believed in his victory and lost all vigilance. The magic circle lit up. The girl raised her hand. Only she knew that this was not a healing spell. The hand that flew up would serve as a sacrifice. Yonhee closed her eyes and began to summon the Spirit King. The hand shot up. The protagonist frowned sharply upon seeing this. He immediately summoned his sword. The bracelet on the girl's hand began to glow. Hoji rushed towards her. His body was enveloped in a weak layer of aura. The girl covered her face with her hand and said that she had paralyzed his senses and cut off his mana for a short period of time, and now she needed to heal. A new hand grew in a few moments. Soon all the wounds on the girl's body disappeared. Sweat ran down her face. Hoji suddenly appeared in front of her. The girl, looking at him, did not understand how he even knew that she was there, without feeling anything. She had to dodge the attack of the guy who predicted her movements. Clenching her fist, she decided to attack. The fist rushed towards the guy's head. He suddenly delivered his own counterattack. Yonhee's face twisted in pain. Looking at the enemy's body, she couldn't believe that the paralysis actually worked on him. Sliding back, Yonhee said that she had no use in close combat. She immediately began to run away. She gritted her teeth as she saw the enemy chasing her. Wings appeared behind the boy. Yonhee raised her hand and said that she could borrow mana from the Spirit King. A pair of wolves immediately appeared in front of her. Many spirits rushed towards the boy. A moment later, the number of beasts increased. One of the wolves bit the boy. Yonhee frowned and said that it was definitely more difficult for him to deal with multiple enemies. Hoji swung his sword. In an instant, he cut through all the spirits. Seeing the paralysis subside, the girl summoned a bow. More spirits rushed towards the boy. Another magic circle appeared in the air. A second later, the Spirit King in the flesh appeared behind Yonhee. The spirit's entire chest was covered in tattoos. Hose, breathing heavily, raised his head. In front of him was a huge squad of spirits. He couldn't help but smile. A moment later, he rushed forward. The wolves rushed towards him. A wide grin appeared on the young man's face. Cutting through the opponents, he jumped up. Yonhee released an arrow. The arrow grazed the protagonist's head. His jump trajectory was knocked off. Yonhee clenched her teeth, looking angrily at the enemy. He opened his mouth and roared like a beast. The young man's sword glowed. The King of Spirits flew even higher. Ho's pupils disappeared. He acted only on instinct. Yonhee, clenching her jaw, tried to retreat. The wolf rushed straight at the guy. His head immediately separated from his body. The guy moved at great speed, killing animals. Now only Yonhee and the King of Spirits remained in front of him. The spirit thrust his chest forward. The king was calm, looking at the opponent. The protagonist roared. He rushed straight towards the couple. The Spirit King waited for a while, not moving. He extended his hand. The protagonist jumped straight towards the spirit. Hose frowned, finally coming to his senses. The cut went straight across his face. Everything in the room seemed to freeze. Yonhee opened her mouth, trying to say something. A faint light of mana appeared in the darkness. A moment later, many blows fell on the boy's body. The boy, raising his head, screamed in pain. So only Yonhee remained on his feet. She pressed her lips and thought. The entire room was filled with smoke. Blood spread under the boy's body. The girl stood next to him. At that moment, a system message came, informing about passing the 17th floor. Yonhee, opening her mouth, froze. Sighing, she said that she barely managed to win. Moving away from the dead body, she said that although her life had been on the edge of the abyss, she felt quite tolerable. Looking at the system panels, she said that she had only used full healing once, and never resurrected. Smiling, the girl said that it was great that she had memorized the lines, because at some point she felt like she was wasting her time. She involuntarily turned her attention to the Spirit King. He approached the corpse. Coming up, the girl asked why he did not disappear. Pointing a limb at the corpse, the spirit said that he wanted to imprint the last moments of this entity's life in his memory. Light enveloped his head when he told Yonhee that he wanted to warn her. The girl's mouth opened in amazement. Looking at the guy's hand, the Spirit King thought about it. Dissolving, he said, under no circumstances, and never get attached to this person. The girl's eyes widened in shock. The events take us to Kurikiri's space. The manager turned around, hearing someone's voice. Yonhee hugged her at a running pace. Kurikiri, resisting, told her to let her go. The girl objected, saying that she did not want it. Smiling widely, Yonhee said that she felt like she was squeezing a soft puppy or a bunny. Shifting her gaze, she said that she needed to contact Hoji. Kurikiri, opening her mouth, said that she had something to tell her. At that moment, the system panel appeared. 2,000 votes were in favor, and only 200 were against. Closing her eyes, the manager said that she voted against. Raising her eyelids, she told Yonhee that the gods wanted to give her a special assignment. Moving away from the girl, the manager said that everything would be fine. Looking at her friend, she said that first the gods would grant her a new divine skill, and then they would also answer any questions she had. Closing his eyes, the rabbit thought. She moved her lips and said that the gods wanted her to report to them what was happening on the 60th floor of hell difficulty. The girl couldn't help but frown, saying that Hoji was on that floor. With her back to Yonhee, Kurikiri said that the information about him had been hidden, although it didn't matter anymore. They were hoping to come to an agreement with him, but recently something strange had been happening on the 60th floor of hell difficulty, and that's when the other gods found out about him. Kurikiri froze. Yonhee, who was standing behind her, asked what had happened. Turning around, the manager said that the connection with the 60th floor had been completely cut off at one point. It seemed like the guy had tried to leave this world, although he had failed. Yonhee frowned and opened her mouth in shock. Calling up the system panel, she said that it turned out that he might not have seen what she had written to him before entering the 17th floor. Turning to her friend, Kurikiri said that she should listen to her first and then decide what to do. The manager said that this guy had already tried all the ways to leave this world, but this time, it seemed like his actions had affected the system. Both girls froze after hearing his words. Yonhee's eyes widened in shock. The protagonist, in order to leave the living area, or maybe even the training world, occupied the 60th floor while being there. The girl's lips trembled. She could not believe what she heard. Kurikiri, parting her lips, said that technically the 60th floor of the hell difficulty level no longer exists within the training world. The mana around the protagonist rebelled. Now he was officially the king of his floor. The young man remembered a certain person who reached the 17th floor and dueled with him. Suddenly, many memories of Hyunjin and the manager began to appear in the guy's head. He also remembered Kurikiri, who asked him not to exhaust himself too much. Suddenly, the waiting room appeared. The hero was lying on the bed. Suddenly, his eyes opened. Having risen a little, the protagonist realized that he had slept all day, although he was going to lie down for a while. The columns of the room were visible and his words could be heard that it was no longer scary, because he would not make it to the 90th floor anyway, and also that he did not want to train anymore. Covering himself with a blanket, the hero young man also said that Hyunjin would not reach the 17th floor anytime soon and he would need to help him prepare, because even if the difference in strength was huge, he just needed to work hard. Looking up, the guy understood that by that time he himself would be able to make great progress, and his comrade would have better items, and therefore they would definitely succeed. Still lying down, the hero realized that this person would have to put in a lot of effort. Having called up the system window, the protagonist realized that he did not want to do anything and decided to rest and eat something sweet to distract himself a little. Some packages of food began to appear in front of him. The hero began to eat them. The columns of this room appeared again. The young man was still lying on the bed. His eyes were open. Having gotten up, the guy did not understand when he managed to fall asleep, because it was already morning and he did not even remember that he had managed to sleep so much before. Another package of sweets began to appear in his hand. As he ate it, the young man realized that he still didn't want to do anything. There were candy wrappers on the bed and he heard his words about how he should probably sleep some more, as well as his question about why the waiting room was made like a room, since he would still like to sit in the sun. Still sitting on the bed, the guy suggested that maybe it would be better to be with Kirikiri. His eyes were still open. Calling up the system window, the young man noticed that the date had changed again. Continuing to lie down, the guy realized that he was too lazy to even just look at the forum. The columns of this room appeared again. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Looking out the system window, the protagonist tried to understand when a new day had begun, since he definitely couldn't fall asleep, and why the date changed every time he opened his eyes. Still lying on the bed, the hero realized that he had relaxed, because several days in a row had been wasted, and assumed that these were the consequences of stress. Burying his head in the pillow, the young man also realized that he was still sleeping and not getting enough sleep, and it was hard for him to even lift his head, and at the same time he really wanted something sweet. Frowning, the young man said that his thinking seemed to be not distorted, but then he asked himself if this could be the debut of some kind of mental disorder, and tried to understand when it began. Memories of Hyunjin appeared in his head, and the protagonist realized that from that moment on, something strange began to happen to him. Frowning, the hero realized that he was dumbfounded then, but his mind then quickly cleared up, because a decision was made to discuss everything with a friend, and it was after that the guy went to the waiting room to think, and that's when it all began. He also remembered Kirikiri and realized that she was writing something on the ground, which contributed to his calmness. Sitting down on the bed, the hero assumed that it was some kind of spell, but immediately realized that if so, there was doubt that the administrator would cast some kind of curse on him, because she would have tried to help him somehow anyway. Remembering her again, the young man knew that she constantly persuaded him not to overexert himself, but once again he had to ignore her advice, and perhaps the girl decided to forcefully put him to bed. Opening his eyes wider, the hero thought that such a spell would also weaken the thought process so that he would have the opportunity to properly rest, and although this is a theory, Kirikiri is definitely capable of this. Opening the system menu, the hero said that he first needs to notify the guards so that they can record the fact of the administrator's direct assistance to the player. The young man typed a message asking if the interlocutor has time for him. Still sitting, he realized that there would be no answer. Stretching, the guy decided to wait, and noted that sleeping for several days had completely relaxed him. On the bed lay a package with some sweets. The hero was lying on the bed again. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him. Looking at it, the guy read a message with a question from Minhyuk about why he had not answered, because he could not disappear like that, since they would not be able to rely on the young man at a crucial moment. Throwing food into his mouth, the protagonist read his comrade's messages about how he really did not realize how many worries he had, but at the same time he was bothering him for no reason. The hero thought that it did not seem like his comrade was seriously angry, because most likely he just wanted to complain, and most likely he had a lot of things to do, and therefore he could be understood. A new message immediately appeared asking if the young man was ready for the next competition. Raising his hand, the guy realized that he almost forgot that it was time to head out to the event. The Colosseum appeared. Typing a message on the keyboard, the hero said that he no longer needed to prepare, because it would be enough to just wait for the beginning. Continuing to type something, the hero realized that his comrades were already in full swing preparing for the event, and therefore he should tell about Kirikiri without unnecessary prefaces. Rubbing his head, the guy read his comrades' messages that they might need him, and therefore he should establish a sleep schedule. Sitting on the bed, the young man realized that it was time to get out of bed, and noted that Minhyuk's complaints had greatly invigorated him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that he no longer wanted to be lazy, and therefore it would be worth starting with a light warm-up. Still sitting, the hero thought about the fact that he needed to warm up in magic, because although he managed to master the Blade of Aura, he still cannot freely use it, because he simply does not understand magic, since he simply cannot feel it. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that before he could begin mastering magic, he should study the element, and therefore he could try to sense and observe the presence of the wind spirits, and also realized that although he had their protection, he could not sense them in space. Meditating, the hero remembered that the description said that the wind spirit was always nearby, and perhaps the matter was that the skill was new to him, or he really could not sense anything at all. Bright golden spheres began to approach him. They continued to accumulate around him. Continuing to sit, the young man knew that he needed to concentrate to the limit, because so far he had not managed to sense the presence of the wind spirit. Suddenly, a green sphere appeared. Keeping his eyes closed, the guy assumed that he had managed to sense it. Still sitting on the bed, the young man understood that he felt, but extremely weakly, and therefore he was not sure. Opening his eyes, the hero tried to understand whether this energy was the element of wind. Suddenly everything around took on its normal color. Getting out of bed, the protagonist realized that this was enough for him, because even if he really had to face the energy of the elements, he would not be able to interact with it yet, and he also remembered that there was a book about the runic language on the 20th floor, and he would need it to decipher the writing of the doubles. Having summoned the sword, the protagonist decided to spend the remaining time sharpening the blade of the aura. A bright flash illuminated the waiting room. The young man dealt many blows. Then the guy dealt another blow. There was a smile on his face. The man, standing in front of the Colosseum, said that he could not wait to find out how strong the players from other countries were. Smiling, a certain person said that he did not care about it. The city square appeared. Some players had already arrived there. One of the houses appeared. The Colosseum was also visible in the distance. The protagonist also appeared in this square. Having imagined the city from above, the guy realized that it was finally time to fight each other again, but now with a twist in that foreigners could also participate in this test. Looking to the side, the hero realized that the guards had also decided to hurry up and post guards near the portals. The young man's mouth suddenly opened. Many portals appeared in front of him at once. A man had already come out of one of them. There was a malicious grin on his face. 2 more people came out after him. There were already quite a few people near the portals, and the young man realized that these were guests from the west. The hero looked to the side. There were also players standing there, and he realized that they were Asians, and judging by the aesthetics of their equipment, they were Japanese. Looking at them, the guy realized that according to the data collected by the guards, knowledge from before Babylonian times should have already spread everywhere, and they could at least understand each other, because 3 Norths had gathered here, and only Korean speech reached him. One of the players frowned. Pointing his finger at someone, he shouted a question about what they were doing. 3 guards stood in front of him as the guest shouted a question about whether they were trying to surround them. The player's finger was pointed at someone. Suddenly, Chona appeared. She stood next to her army. Having pulled out their weapons, the guest shouted a question about whether they were looking for a fight. Suddenly, children came out of the portals behind them, asking why the others were shouting. The old man asked him to stand aside and check his equipment. Looking at them, the protagonist understood that the training system does not distinguish between ages and takes everyone X, although at the very beginning, children and old people were protected, but over time, it became possible for everyone to survive in the world of training, from kindergartners to pensioners. Looking at the old people, the guy realized that a person of any age can develop here, because the system compensates for the weakness of bodies and slow reflexes. The young man also glanced at the children and realized that it was the same with children, because with the bonus to strength, small, agile bodies suddenly become a huge advantage. Immediately after, his gaze turned to the ordinary warriors, and it became clear to him that it was also worth noting that the system's compensation also erased the differences between the sexes, but even so, the bulk of the guard militia were men over 20. Having imagined such a man and an old man, the young man knew that even if there were enhancements, one could not ignore the fact that everyone was in different conditions, and of course a man in his prime would develop faster and adapt easier, because only equipment and information allowed old people to somehow catch up with the youth. Looking somewhere, the guy realized that old people and children needed acceptable equipment right from the start, and Minhyuk just wanted to do something about it, but first see how other servers solved this problem. All the Japanese were already ready, and the hero noticed that they had already drawn their weapons, but also noted that their weapons were extremely strange. Looking at his Western comrades, the protagonist realized that among them, mostly the youngest and most agile were armed. Rubbing his head, the guy realized that the answer was obvious, which did not please him at all. One of them was ahead of the whole group, and the hero assumed that most likely this person was the reason for the gap in strength, because there were such people on the Korean server before. Having imagined the square from above, the protagonist realized that he could think about it later, because after all, the effect produced by cordoning off the portals pleasantly surprised him, and also thought that in such a situation it would be very easy to identify the leaders of each group, who they needed, because they would need to negotiate with them. Putting his hands on his hips, the hero realized that the strangers were not at all friendly, and also noted that even on their side there were no peacekeepers yet. Suddenly he opened his eyes. His gaze was fixed on Jong. Her eyes were wide open. Gritting his teeth, the player looked at her. Behind them were 2 little girls. The leader's gaze was fixed straight on them. Closing his eyes, the young man realized that now he had a bad feeling, and also tried to understand where Minhyuk was. Raising his hand, the guy asked Shikian to keep an eye on everything here. Looking at the girl, the hero asked her to calm down, because his comrade was in control of the situation. The 2 girls were still standing by the wall. Frowning, the protagonist explained that now was not the best time for this. Not far from them stood a group of Japanese, and the young man suggested that she start with them first, because it seemed that they had the best chance with them. Chona went forward. The Japanese, frowning, looked at her. Standing behind, the hero asked if he should go with her. The same one answered that she could handle it herself. Smiling, the young man realized that the leader had quickly pulled herself together. Looking at the Japanese players, the protagonist did not understand why everyone had katanas, because did they not understand that a squad consisting of swordsmen only is extremely ineffective? He also noticed the second group of Japanese and realized that all their groups were small, and it seemed that they were trying to stay alone, and several people in the back looked worried and therefore began to gather in a group. Looking at the weapons and equipment, the protagonist also thought that their equipment was of a fairly high level. He immediately glanced at their main player, and assumed that he looked like a leader or a local celebrity. Looking at him, The young man understood that although there was no unification around him, people did not mind obeying him, and apparently this person was like moral support, or a mascot for them. Frowning, the young man realized that this was extremely mysterious, because they all had the same weapons, despite the difference in development levels. Looking to the side, the guy came up with the idea that this was just their fashion. Imagining 2 players, the hero remembered that on the Korean server, specific items are constantly losing and gaining popularity, because people listen to high-ranking users in the matter of choosing weapons and armor. Imagining the leader of the Japanese group, the young man realized that the fashion for katanas among the inhabitants of their server was set by this very person, and realized that none of the Korean players had ever dreamed of such influence. The man had an extremely serious face. Frowning, the hero thought that there was nothing special about this man, except for his stern appearance, and most likely he attracted followers with special skills or charisma. Looking at them, the young man decided to watch the guests. Chona and the man were opposite each other. The girl, closing her eyes, apologized and began to say something. Frowning, the player interrupted her and asked why she did not apologize for her aggressive behavior first. She opened her eyes. Listening to his question about whether it was really possible to treat complete strangers like that, the hero thought that the translation of his words was extremely accurate. Suddenly, the guy looked away. Chona, raising her hand, asked to conduct a dialogue without preludes. Looking at him, she explained that during all 6 days of the competition, guests are prohibited from breaking the law and they will be held accountable for the crime committed, and this includes the intentional murder of an opponent. Grinning his teeth, the man asked what would happen if they did not obey. The protagonist, standing behind him, realized that at the moment the head of the guards was the most dangerous and influential person on the server. Opening her mouth, the girl began to say something. Suddenly, she raised her hand. Frowning, Chona explained that if they refused to obey, then they would be punished by the guards in proportion to the severity of the offense. The man looked at her silently. The guy, looking to the side, realized that he would be interested to see the reaction of the foreigners, because the girl essentially said that they were in her complete power, and it was unlikely that strangers would happily agree. Looking at them, the protagonist realized that most likely everything would be exactly the opposite, and they would try to defend themselves. The man opened his mouth. He looked at the sky. Suddenly, the player abruptly lowered his head. Opening his mouth, the Japanese asked what else they defined as a crime. The girl, with her mouth open, explained that the guards adhered to generally accepted moral standards. The leader, grinning, noted that he also believed that it was right to prohibit evildoing and therefore they were willing to accept their terms. Raising his hand, he also added that they had their own methods of punishing criminals and asked if Chona would mind if they continued to adhere to them here. Raising his finger, the man asked if the criminal was one of his people, then wouldn't it be fairer to let them decide his fate, and suggested a separate jurisdiction for internal affairs. Raising her hand, the girl said that she could let them choose the punishments for the offenders themselves, but there could be no talk of a separate jurisdiction, because if the punishment was proportionate to the severity of the offense, they would not interfere, but excessive cruelty was unacceptable, because an unfair sentence was also a crime. The man raised his fist and noted that this also applied to the girl, because they would not tolerate abuse of power by the guards, and if innocent people were to suffer as a result of her justice, they would be forced to intervene. Opening his mouth, he explained that all of these rules he had voiced also applied to the guards, and they should not forget about it. Bowing her head, the girl agreed with him. The hero, looking at her, realized that Chona had already resigned herself to the fact that they would do whatever they wanted. Standing in front of them, the girl said that they should introduce themselves later, because first she needed to go around the other groups. Looking to the side, the guy remembered that he had left the Westerners with his comrade, and he became interested in how he was coping. Grinning his teeth, Shikian shouted that he had already reached the 89th floor and also that they were a head taller than the Western players, because the 71st floor was a refuge for weaklings. Opening his mouth wide, the young man realized that they were like children measuring their strength. The player, sticking out his tongue, noted that this level was on easy difficulty and anyone could do it, so there was nothing to brag about. Looking back, the player noted that they also had a person on held difficulty. Dave was standing behind him. One of his eyes was closed. Raising his hand, Shikian asked what floor he was on. Dave, bowing his head, said that he could satisfy his curiosity. Opening his mouth, he explained that he was on the 6th floor and was the only one who managed to survive in hell. Standing behind, the hero thought that this even impressed him. Opening his mouth, his comrade began to call the protagonist to tell him what floor he was on. Covering his face with his hand, the guy said that he would sort everything out, and the girl asked him to tell his comrade to stop this whole circus. The hero began to walk in their direction. Looking to the side, the young man listened to their dialogues. Raising his hand to his chin, the guy thought. Looking at the people, the young man realized that the Western players were divided into two groups. In one of them was Dave with other players who were members of the gang. Also, ordinary players showed up. The guy, passing by the crowd of people, understood that all this could become a problem, because his comrade was told to stabilize the situation. Walking behind the crowd, the protagonists remembered that they had managed to persuade all the players from the difficult level to participate as fighters, and most of them were now waiting for their turn on the sidelines, and yet he was confident that they were ready to rush at the enemy at any moment. Looking to the side, the young man also realized that it was now clear that the Western players' cockiness had not grown out of nowhere. Looking at them, the guy understood that there was a lot of disunity among them, and in the event of a skirmish, they would not have enough people for a coordinated defense. Opening his mouth, the hero also thought about the fact that because of this they had to pretend to be dangerous, otherwise the guards simply would not have taken them seriously from the very beginning, and now even their voices were used, because the group members were trying to shout down the crowd. Opening his mouth, the guy called out to his comrade, who shouted that his friend had arrived just in time. Suddenly, the young man hit him in the chest with his knee. Looking at him, the hero asked him what he was doing, since his current appearance was more like a bandit than a captain, and asked if he had discussed the local customs with them. Shihyun smiled and answered affirmatively, adding that they seemed to agree, and noted that at first they didn't like their rules, but when he insisted a little, they gave in, and the protagonist said that it was called intimidation. The young man, looking at him, asked if that strange argument had arisen after the fact, and his comrade explained that he thought that in that case they would become even more subdued. The comrade's eyes widened. The Western players continued to look at them as the comrade told him that these guys did not seem like typical street hooligans to him, because most likely their self-confidence comes from the fact that they are stronger than the average players, and since there is no police in the training world, they can do whatever they want on their server. Frowning, he also added that such guys should be immediately put in their place and their spirits suppressed so that they do not even try to touch others, because if they are given free rein, they will continue to cling to everyone in a row. Closing his eyes, the young man realized that his comrade acted as if he was dealing with a crowd of street hooligans. But at the same time, thanks to the system, these hooligans are almost superhuman. Looking at the people behind him, the comrade asked the hero to do the same, because now they relaxed as soon as they realized that the gang has no power here. This was the essence of the work done. Opening his mouth, the guy explained that the other guy's point of view seemed wrong to him. Suddenly, the young man frowned. Looking at the bandits, the guy realized that they would not bother them for a while. Suddenly, the guy looked at Dave and realized that this man from the 6th floor of hellish difficulty was also involved in this whole story. Standing in front of him, the hero thought about greeting this player, because they were practically colleagues, since both were from hellish difficulty. The interlocutor was looking somewhere when the young man greeted him. Raising his hand, the hero wished him luck in the competition. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he had heard a rumor that he was on the 6th floor and also asked something. Suddenly, Dave bowed his head when someone asked the hero why he called this man that. Opening his mouth wide, the bandit shouted that it was time for the guy to die. The protagonist blocked the attack with his palm. Suddenly, the opponent flew to the side. His body fell to the ground. The leader, with his mouth wide open, called out to Dave. The player began to rise from the ground. The young man turned around and asked if he was okay. Dave, with his mouth slightly open, asked if the hero was of hellish difficulty. Looking at him, he also asked why the guy was so strong and what floor he was on. Frowning, the protagonist asked him to try to guess. The opponent bowed down. His eyes were wide open. Gritting his teeth, the leader did not understand how this man could defeat his comrade with one blow. The hero, looking at him, noted that he already knew that criminal violence during a competition was prohibited, which also applied to matches. Frowning, the enemy said that he knew this. Looking at him, the protagonist realized that he did not like the tone of this man at all, and perhaps he would have to put some more pressure on him. Sweat appeared on the opponent's face after the young man said that he wanted him to clearly understand the rules. Grinning his teeth, the hero explained that he would be punished for any crime, and it was they, the guards, who would bring it down on his head, and he could only accept it and obey. The other two players widened their eyes. Looking at them, the protagonist understood that this should be enough. Suddenly, someone approached them. The fighter frowned. Looking at him, the hero assumed that this curly-haired fighter was their informal leader, which he should remember. The main square of the city appeared, and the young man remembered that soon users from all three servers gathered in one crowd, and Chona explained to them all the local rules, and also mentioned not only the ban on violence and murder, but also the rules in the stands and during free time from fights. Minyak, crossing his arms over his chest, listed the participating countries and added that he more or less understood what the Japanese were doing here, since they were neighbors after all, but asked how the Australians could have gotten here at all. Looking at the hero, his comrade also asked why he needed a lollipop, and he replied that he was just gaining strength. Chona, standing on the stage, was telling something when Minyak was talking about how the young man had never eaten anything except jerky before, and he replied that he still didn't really like sweets, and the reason was that the administrator had simply cast a spell on him, while his comrade noted that he didn't know that there was magic that made you want sweets. Suddenly, the protagonist looked away. The player, opening his mouth, asked what the girl was even talking about and added that he wished she would shut up quickly. Looking up, the man also noted that he didn't like Chan because she was too cheeky, while his comrade said that she also irritated him. The hero, putting his hand in front of him, used persuasion. The two players fell to the ground when Minhyuk noted that it was good that they were on the same side. Bringing a lollipop to his mouth, the guy noticed that the inhabitants of different servers reacted differently to Chan's speech. Looking at the two players, the guy said that the people from their server were mostly calm, because they had long been accustomed to the fact that the guards dictated the rules and most likely most of them were glad that someone was ensuring law and order. He also turned his gaze to the Shinbei team and said that they also seemed to be not against this arrangement, although they were worried that an influential organization was in charge here. Opening his mouth, Minhyuk noted that they only had problems with the Australians. Looking at the crowd, the comrade explained that they were probably not happy with some foreigner establishing order, because here and there indignant cries were heard, because the people did not respond well to her demands. Opening his mouth, the player suggested that their server had accepted this and they did not have their own guardians and also added that it seemed to him that there would be no special problems with them. The protagonist agreed with him and noted that there was definitely no organized power on that server, but added that his attention was still drawn to one group. Looking at those three players, the hero explained that they should watch these guys better, because they were with a guy from hellish difficulty, and they were most likely the strongest among the Australians. Looking at the Japanese squad, the protagonist also noted that they were also poorly organized, but at least they were divided into squads and representatives of each of them were now exchanging opinions with that man. Recalling their weapons, Minhyuk asked why they all used katanas. Crossing his arms, his comrade noted that such weapons were extremely difficult to wield, and the hero agreed with him and added that he would not recommend such equipment to beginners. Frowning, the hero explained that if his theory was correct, then it was just their fashion. Recalling that man, his comrade asked who would spend points on some fashionable trinket, and the hero asked him to take a closer look, because none of the Japanese players hide their weapons in their inventory, and the equipment just hangs on their hips, and they really can be a fashion accessory. Turning around, Minhyuk noted that the chapter was almost finished, and it was time for him to get back to work. The hero looked away. Chona continued to stand on the stage. Her face was serious. Bringing a lollipop to her mouth, the guy understood that now all evil deeds are prohibited, and it will be extremely difficult to maintain order. The Colosseum was visible. There were already fights going on inside. Goblins were fighting a certain player in one of them. Suddenly, a bright flash lit up the arena. All the monsters immediately scattered. The hero stood in the middle of this ring. Holding his fist in front of him, the young man received a message about successfully passing the qualifying round of the singles category. The spectators, with their mouths open, could not believe that this player was even human. Dave's eyes were also wide open. Shinpei had a smile on her face. Also smiling, Shikian congratulated the protagonist on passing the qualifying round. Coming closer, the guy also congratulated his comrade and asked how the others did. The latter explained that so far only the two of them had done it. Sitting down next to him, the young man asked his friend about his opinion on Australia and Japan. Suddenly, his comrade gritted his teeth. Looking at the ring, he noted that those teams were very strong. Looking down, the protagonist agreed with him and added that he expected nothing else. At the same time, his comrade noted that many players could not even pass the qualifying round. Gritting his teeth, Shikian said that on the Korean server, the lower and upper floors work as a team and advanced players selflessly share advice on passing with beginners, while people from other servers simply pry information about the world of training from the administrator. There were two people from the guard guild standing near the Colosseum, and the comrade continued, saying that while the guards serve as a bridge between users, as well as a guarantor of law and order, it is clear that their server will be a cut above the rest. A certain player was standing in the arena when the hero explained that if this continues, then only Koreans will participate in the main stage. The comrade asked how the difference could be so great. The young man explained that Koreans have always been famous in video games, but the comrade did not immediately understand. Bowing his head, the hero explained that as a former professional e-sportsman, he is confident in this, because it is thanks to many years of gaming experience that he was able to quickly get used to the conditions of the training world. Minhyuk pointed somewhere to the guards. Suddenly Chona appeared and the protagonist explained that it could be that on the Korean server, it is the diversity of talents that helps the server prosper. Shikian turned his gaze to the hero. A smile appeared on his face. Crossing his arms over his chest, his comrade asked if the young man would participate, and he answered affirmatively. Opening his mouth wide, his comrade said that he would participate in single and team battles, while the hero replied that he would not participate in team competitions as compensation. Smiling, the protagonist also noted that there would be a new category in the competition, and he was eager to see what it would be like. Imagining a battle with a player, the young man remembered that single battles during the first 2 days would be held the same way as last time. He also imagined a team of players and remembered that such battles would take place on the 3rd and 4th days, still assuming that users would gather in teams of up to 13 people. Looking somewhere, the young man remembered that everyone would be able to participate on the 5th day. Having imagined all the strong players, the hero understood that the category would be called a faction war. Having imagined the ring, the guy realized that the number of participants would not be limited, because anyone who associated themselves with a particular group could join, and it was even possible to lure fighters from the enemy side. Eating popcorn, the young man realized that such rules were interesting, but more than 100 users had gathered here and therefore a large-scale massacre with more than a dozen participants was expected. Sipping something from a glass, the comrade explained that having received the information, they immediately began to worry about preparation, because in a war of groups, all inhabitants of the server must work as a team, and fortunately, the existence of such an organization as guards provided them with a huge advantage. Looking at the ring, the comrade also added that they had two options, namely to continue working on the coherence of their troops, or to go to other servers in search of additional supporters, and this is what they have come up with at the moment. Opening his mouth, Shikian noted that if possible, he would like to win in all categories. The hero said that his desires coincide with the last time. Looking at him, the hero explained that he could at least get a special prize for winning in most categories and he should try to be satisfied with it, and the reward for winning in team battles. And his comrade asked about who decided that he would have to lose in the single category. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that it might turn out that for some reason he would have to abandon the fight before it started, and his comrade shouted at him to shut up, because now he would definitely be able to take revenge. Throwing popcorn into his mouth, the guy realized that the server that won the most victories in single battles, team battles and faction wars would be declared the winner of the entire competition as a whole, and for this, each of its inhabitants received a reward. Introducing a certain person, the hero remembered that, according to the administrator, the reward would be an increase in any indicator by 5 units, and if you remember that the system does not provide any other way to increase indicators except for increasing the level, and therefore such a reward is truly valuable. The warriors were still fighting in the ring. Smiling, the protagonist noted that everyone was really enjoying themselves, and his comrade agreed with him. One of the players defeated the monster when Shikian was saying that it was clear that almost everyone would want to participate at least for the points that were given for winning battles, but the opponent was not at all simple, because even that goblin was from hellish difficulty, and therefore users from the upper floors had to sweat to win. Opening his eyes wider, something surprised the young man. A certain player was running around the ring. It was Yunjin. Crossing his arms over his chest, his comrade asked if he was deliberately gathering all the enemies together, because it looked like he was making things difficult for himself in order to practice, and the hero explained that he was most likely going to delay the kill until the last minute. The player's mouth was wide open. The guy frowned and looked at him. Looking at the ring, the young man remembered that he had been anxious when he told this man about the test that awaited him on the 17th floor, but this sight calmed him down. Opening his mouth, the young man said that if his comrade had the chance to spend time with Yunjin, he should try to teach him something. The player continued to dodge attacks when the protagonist thought that this man still had a lot to learn and that he would learn everything faster with practice. There was a smile on the hero's face. Turning away, his comrade said something, and the protagonist asked him what he saw there. Looking at this player, the comrade did not understand what this man was doing, because this was one of the guards with a user from the Korean server. Looking at her, the young man asked if this man was flirting with her, and his comrade said that he was jealous, because now he had to eat popcorn with a guy, while someone else was flirting with foreigners. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that not only the Koreans, but also the people from the Japanese north were gradually getting used to this world. Suddenly, the guy looked away. The Australian team was standing on one of the balconies. Bowing his head, the comrade noted that he hoped that everything would go smoothly during the fights, and the guy agreed with him. Looking at them, the hero also noted, which was obvious to the naked eye, that they were irritated by the fact that they were simply being watched and that the status quo would most likely not last, and apart from this gang, the rest of the Australians seemed like pretty nice guys. Crossing his arms over his chest, the comrade said that sooner or later they would have to take them seriously anyway. The young man's gaze was directed somewhere to the side. The spectator stands were visible and joyful exclamations were heard from the hero's entrance to the ring. The guy appeared in one of the arenas during the second stage of the qualifying round. There was a smile on his face. Looking at him, the young man could not believe that this man was his opponent in the second stage. Folding his hands in front of him, the player asked himself why he was so unlucky. Looking up, the enemy asked why he had to fight this demon from hell, and in the qualifying stage at that, the protagonist asked what the opponent was saying. It was Kyungjin, a user from the difficult stage, who was one of the users who got into the training world during the first game session, who is a friendly person who often communicates in the chat and has no fear of the hero. Turning around, the opponent said that it did not matter, because he should just lose and try again later. Suddenly, a notification appeared about the start of the battle. They began to approach each other. Looking at him, the guy understood that his words, although they caused doom, there were doubts about their truthfulness, because if he wanted to give up, it would have been done immediately. Looking at his opponent, the young man realized that he was surviving on a difficult level and was considered one of the strongest users on the Korean server, and he should not fall for his show, because he did not want this player to catch him. Looking somewhere, the hero decided to start. He rushed into the attack with lightning speed. The enemy looked at him. Suddenly, the player bowed down. 2 daggers appeared in front of the guy's face. Something flashed right in front of his face. A smile appeared on the enemy's face. Suddenly, 2 daggers appeared. The hero held them in front of him. The protagonist rushed into the attack again. He made a quick attack with a dagger. The enemy's eyes were wide open. Suddenly, the opponent disappeared. With his eyes wide open, the young man did not understand how he evaporated. The enemy was already behind him. The guy turned around, realizing this. Sticking out his tongue, the opponent threw a dagger. His weapon was enveloped in some kind of energy. With his eyes wide open, the hero did not understand whether he should intercept this dagger or dodge. They flew past him. Suddenly, the young man grabbed one of them. Holding the weapon in his hand, the protagonist realized that it began to vibrate as soon as he took it into his hand, but he could not understand what the essence of this skill was. The hero threw the weapon out of his hand. The enemy was still looking at him. Suddenly, he was behind the youth. Standing in the middle of the arena, the boy assumed that the enemy had teleported behind his back using that sword. Looking back, the boy realized that this was not a simple trick at all. The enemy's face was still smiling when the hero realized that he had a divine skill. The enemy swung to strike. A bright flash appeared in front of the boy's face again. The hero blocked the sword with his wrist. With his mouth wide open, Kyung-jin shouted out a question about whether his body had really made that sound just now. Suddenly, the enemy jumped back. The spectators raised their hands and cheered. The opponent gained distance. Smiling, he said that he could not believe that the hero was able to block the sword with his hand and asked if it was some kind of divine skill. Still holding his hand, the hero understood that it was not, but also realized that it would not take long for his opponent to guess that it was invulnerability. Remembering Shikian's attack, the protagonist thought about how gradually the owners of divine skills are beginning to appear, because first there was his comrade, and now this enemy, and there are 3 such players in total. Imagining the enemy throwing a dagger, the hero thought about the essence of this person's skill being teleportation with the help of a sword. Squatting, the opponent noted that he did not even spare the divine skill on him and asked why the young man would not just let him win. Opening his mouth, the hero told him to complain about the unfairness of the world in the stands. Smiling, the opponent then asked if the guy could stall for time a little. The hero, smirking, realized that it was very important for this person to look good in front of others. Imagining this enemy, the protagonist thought about how this player was climbing higher and higher up the training tower in order to attract everyone's attention, including the more people who cheered him on, the stronger he became, and if Kyung-jin could demonstrate that he was able to dominate the hero, then this would greatly increase his popularity points. Standing in the middle of the arena, the young man also realized that it would not be difficult for him to do this, because the chance to fight such a strong opponent does not happen often. Giving the hero a thumbs up, the hero realized that this player was one of the few who supported him at the very beginning, when he was especially hard, albeit a little belatedly, but he needed to repay this person for his kindness. Opening his mouth, the enemy thanked him. Smiling, the young man invited him to begin the battle. Looking at him, the boy realized that he would have to impose some restrictions on himself for this fight and thought that he should fight with only one hand. Suddenly, the opponent disappeared. He immediately appeared behind the boy. He still had the same smile on his face. The hero quickly turned around to look at him. His punch landed on the floor of the ring. Covering his face with his hand, the enemy tried to understand what just happened. Opening his mouth, Hose thought that he just wanted to try and see what would happen, but even so, it was quite effective. Suddenly, he swung his leg again to attack. The enemy dodged at the last moment. Many cracks appeared in the ring. The spectators, with their mouths open, did not understand what was happening. Raising their hands, they shouted that Kyung-jin was simply incredible. Looking to the side, the protagonist realized that the crowd was starting to flare up and that he was the one managing this show. Suddenly, the boy attacked the enemy with his leg again. The opponent delivered several lightning-fast attacks. The hero disappeared right in front of his face. Suddenly, the enemy's gaze turned to the side. The young man appeared in the air right above him. The hero quickly attacked the ring with both legs. More cracks appeared on the ring floor. Gritting his teeth, the enemy blocked the fragments. The spectators cheered with their mouths wide open. They stood opposite each other again. The opponent looked up. The young man looked at him, frowning. The enemy still did not move. Suddenly, the opponent threw a dagger. The guy dodged it. Immediately, the weapon began to glow brightly. This player began to appear in place of the dagger. Suddenly, his eyes opened wider. The protagonist attacked him with his feet in the back. Looking at the epicenter of the explosion, the guy said that he hoped that the end of the fight would look more dignified. Raising his thumb, the enemy thanked the Lord of Hell. Smiling, the young man realized that he liked this fight and also received a message about his victory in the first fight of the second stage of the qualifying round. Looking up, the protagonist thought about how fun it was to fight, while thinking about the reaction of the audience. And it wasn't like it was a challenge for him. After all, he had a great time, and maybe the next enemy would show him his true strength. Suddenly, Chan's assistant appeared in the arena while the protagonist was trying to figure out who his next opponent would be. Hiding behind a shield, the girl said that she would just give up and try fighting someone else. Crossing her arms over her chest, the guy thought about how he had already won the second match. Still standing in the middle of the ring, he remembered that he needed 3 wins to pass the qualifying round, and he wanted the next opponent to want to fight him. Folding his hands in front of himself, the protagonist shouted that God would grant him a fun opponent. Suddenly, a message appeared about some problem that had arisen. Looking at the system window, the guy received notifications that there was an announcement for all guards. Shikian, also looking at the system window, received a message that there was a problem in Arena 14, second row and first seat. Chona, looking at the menu, also received a message that the guards needed to immediately form a combat squad. In one of the arenas, a fighter was sitting without an arm when the system announced that if possible, then it was necessary to gather a user from a difficult level and above. The player, looking at his arm, said something. Smiling, the man apologized to him and said that he did not intend to cut off his arm. Crying, the player said that he could no longer fight and tried to say that he gave up. Suddenly, the opponent attacked him, because of which he did not have time to finish. The man punched him in the face. The opponent continued to beat the man when people in the stands began to say that this was too much and also asked questions about whether this swordsman came from the Japanese server. The hero, opening his mouth, called out to his comrade. Shikian crossed his arms over his chest and greeted him, adding that he had already managed to get 3 wins, while the protagonist explained that he had been waiting for the last opponent, but a more important situation had arisen. The Japanese man continued to beat his opponent. Looking at the arena, his comrade explained that he was aiming for the face and stomach, and the difference in their strength and skill level was too great, and it had simply turned into a beating. Opening his mouth, he also added that these 2 players were most likely from the Australian server, while the hero noted that he thought that the swordsman was Japanese, while his comrade explained that he had been told so. The player was lying on the floor of the ring. The swordsman, crouching over him, asked why he had climbed in if he had no chance, because wouldn't it have been better to give up right away, since all this had happened only because of his arrogance. Suddenly, he lifted his opponent by the hair. Grinning his teeth, the Japanese player said that there was no one to protect him. Crying, the opponent said that he was giving up. The swordsman raised his weapon in the air. Shikian, with his mouth slightly open, asked about what he said at the end. The young man noted that it was obvious, and there was no need to ask. Looking at the battlefield, the hero also added that the guards' warnings did not stop him from doing this, and he wondered what would have happened if they had not been here at all. As he left, his comrade explained that he would deal with it himself, and told the boy to go wait for his opponent. Smiling, his comrade also noted that Zongsik was currently fighting in the neighboring arena, and it would be funny if they clashed. Frowning, the young man thought about this player. Imagining him, he realized that he would not mind fighting him. Looking somewhere, the protagonist thought that the strength of this player was not yet recognized by society, although he had excellent skills, and if he managed to get into the world of training earlier, for example, in the first session, then more people would know him, and the thing is that he is still on the lower floors, unlike other strong users from the difficult level. Suddenly, a notification appeared about the successful selection of an opponent. The guy appeared in the arena to the cries of the stands. The young man looked back. There stood the same swordsman. Grinning his teeth, the man said something. Closing his eyes, the hero noted that he could not believe his luck. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked the enemy to say his name. The same one said that the opponent should call him Lucas. Sticking out his tongue, the man asked why the hero needed to know such things at all. Closing one eye, the protagonist explained that he was currently the target of persecution for the guards due to excessive cruelty during the fight. Raising his hand, Lucas said that it was just a simple accident, and noted that they seemed to have said that there would be no punishment for this. Squinting, the man said that the guy clearly had situations, that during the battle, emotions took over and he just wanted to win, without intending to hurt anyone, and he just needed to ask Ivan. Opening his mouth, the guy said that they were acquainted after all, and added that the man lost all will to fight after losing his arm and did not even try to resist. Sticking out his tongue, Lucas asked if the young man was stupid, because was the opponent really forbidden to surrender, and also asked a question about why he should be punished for the stupidity and arrogance of another person, and that this was all just nonsense. Opening his mouth wider, the swordsman also shouted a question about whether the guards had any proof that everything was done on purpose, because he needed to be more specific. Because were they really going to punish everyone they didn't like? Frowning, the young man realized that all his opponent's words looked like a convenient excuse. Looking at him, the hero realized that there really was no evidence, and without facts it would be difficult to prove his guilt, and besides, the player seemed confident in his ability to shut up the victim. Still frowning, the guy realized that this man was from the Australian server after all, and if the others decided that the guards had punished an innocent person, then people from other servers would trust them less and could rebel against the leading guild. An image of Shikian appeared in his head. He also remembered Chan. Frowning, the young man realized that none of them cared about this player at the moment. A notification about the start of the battle appeared. They were still standing in front of each other. The hero watched his opponent intently. With his mouth wide open, Lucas asked him not to get too angry because of a simple misunderstanding, because they should talk first, and also asked what rights he had in such a situation. Looking at him, the guy tried to understand why the opponent was asking such a question. The enemy raised his hands. Suddenly, the young man attacked him with a fist in the face. The man began to fall backwards. Blood spurted from his mouth. The spectators raised their hands and cheered. Imagining the enemy's movements, the protagonist realized that he had managed to cover his face before the blow, and apparently he really had a good reaction. Looking at him, the hero also understood that one reaction was not enough to block such an attack, because he had just managed to deliver such a strong blow that his whole body felt it. The enemy's body fell to the floor. Suddenly, the guy attacked him with his foot. The man flew back. Opening his mouth, the enemy screamed that this was too much, because the young man wanted to kill him and therefore he should also be punished. Suddenly, the protagonist stood on his foot and asked if he had increased his pain resistance. Throwing his head back, the enemy screamed that it hurt. Looking at him, the hero said that the guards did not care about him or his friends. Because did they really say that they would be peaceful and good, since they were here to punish people like Lucas? Suddenly, the guy's hand lit up. He brought his hand to the opponent's face. Sitting above him, the young man said that he would show it to him, when he suddenly screamed. The guy's finger was approaching his eye. Frowning, the protagonist said that he was already irritated because of how boring this competition was and the man should not have irritated him so much. The enemy's eyes were wide open. The opponent, moving back, shouted that he gave up. Having risen, the young man heard the announcement that he had managed to win 3 times and passed the second stage. The walls of the Colosseum were visible. One of the outer corridors of the arena appeared. Gritting his teeth, Lucas said that these guards thought too much of themselves and now they would definitely pay for everything. Shikian, standing in front of him, apologized for disturbing him when he was in such bad shape and added that they came to detain him. Suddenly, the commander looked to the side. Several more people appeared in that direction. They were walking towards the members of the guard guild. They all stood in front of Lucas. Shikian held a sword in his hand. Frowning, he said, "Get out of the way, this man broke the law and must be punished." Smiling, the man asked who gave him such a right. Smiling, the guy said that Lucas did nothing. The protagonist listened to everything from around the corner. The young man smiled slightly. Opening his mouth, the player said that this is the last warning, so surrender. Smiling, the men answered in chorus that they did not want to surrender. The guys frowned. The 3 silently looked back at them. The protagonist stood with his eyes closed. The boys were holding swords in their hands. A second later, they decided to attack their opponents. The boys did not understand what was happening. One of the opponents dodged the blow. Frowning, the blonde shouted for them to fight instead of running. The former pro gamer crossed his arms over his chest. A moment later, the people were already lying on the floor. 2 men were lying unconscious. Lucas was lying dead with his eyes half open. Standing with a sword in his hand, Shinhyun said that it was over. They had to report to their superiors that the task was completed. Standing apart from the players, Host thought about how in the real world, violators are sent to prison, and when they are released, they get a chance at a new life. But within the framework of the training world system, it is impossible to isolate users properly. Looking at the dead face of the young man, he kept thinking about how the guards had neither the resources nor the time to rehabilitate criminals, so they chose another way to prevent crimes, namely, to make sure that the offender did not have a chance to relapse. Remembering the situation with Changsik, he thought about how the guards chose this method mainly because of the events of the very day when the incident with the representatives occurred. He remembered the 3 men, thinking about the first day of the grand meeting, which ended with the execution of all the high-ranking members of the representative guild. The hero remembered those who escaped execution, who were beaten by other users, but still saved their lives and continued to undergo training. Remembering the boy with the bat, the former pro-gamer thought about how the inhabitants of the training world had managed to relax and forget about the incident when the former criminals made themselves known again. The player tilted his head down and continued to think that at that time, they all didn't know a lot, so the criminals probably thought that there would be no more meetings. Hose remembered the huge number of messages that were sent to the guards asking for help after the meeting was announced. Remembering one message, he thought about how right after the opening of the second meeting, the guards announced the chosen method of interaction with the criminals. The next second, he turned his gaze to the dead Lucas. Remembering the second meeting, the dark-haired man thought about how at that time no one objected to such a measure, even those who were not directly affected by the actions of the troublemakers agreed. That meeting was a living hell. Looking somewhere straight ahead, he thought about how it didn't end with the representatives. Then many other problems arose, and this was one of them. Frightened people came running. Standing next to the girl, the guy said that he saw the guards there. The player frowned. The Colosseum was visible. 2 young men were fighting in the arena. Standing on the balcony, the protagonist thought about how the entire arena seemed to have plunged into suspended animation. Looking at the audience, he thought about the reaction of the Korean server, because this is nothing new to the locals, and the Australians and Japanese are still digesting what happened. The man turned to the man. The newcomer crossed his arms over his chest. Opening his mouth, he asked if this was the punishment he had spoken about at the very beginning. Surprised, Hose wondered if this was a representative of the Japanese who had come to protest. Looking at the arena, Sinpei continued that this was indecent cruelty. They say their squad attacked not only the culprits, but also everyone near him. Frowning, the protagonist replied that it was to protect the victim. Lowering his head, the swordsman asked the hero if he understood what he was really worried about. The moment of the fight, with the words in the background that the guards' blades could be used against innocents, because, most likely, there could be people with bad intentions in their organization. Turning his head, the former pro-gamer replied that there was no need to worry about that. The Japanese, angry, said that if something like that suddenly happened, they would not stand aside. Covering one eye, the dark-haired man thought let them act. The Colosseum was visible against the sunset. Walking around the arena, Hose thought that he felt like a guard at a football stadium. Looking at the empty stands, he thought that it seemed like everyone had left, which meant they could go back. The roofs of houses appeared. The hero raised both hands up. Walking after Minhyuk, he asked where Jianga was. Turning his head back, the vice captain replied that he had seen her recently, that she was busy now, and that it was quite possible that she would have to work all night. Walking ahead, he also added that she was at the security headquarters, that everything depended on her, because she gave orders and solved problems that arose. In general, there was no time to rest. Looking at his interlocutor, the young man asked why he wore a katana on his belt, and whether he was copying the Japanese. Closing his eyes, the fighter replied that it simply turned out that life was much easier when the weapon was on display for everyone to see, because if people see that you are armed, they suddenly become more polite. Taking out the katana, he said that he would show something now. The blade of the weapon appeared. The player held a shield and a katana in his hands. Smiling, the friend said that it was awesome and asked if this was a prize for the last competition. The girl came up from behind. She took the man by the hand. Hose turned back in surprise. Chona was smiling. Smiling back, the protagonist said that he thought she was busy and asked if she came to say hello. Smiling, the heroine answered yeah. Minhyuk put his hand forward. He was holding a sword. Holding the weapon in the fire, the guy said that this thing is just something, because it just breaks the balance. He raised the tip up. Looking at the fire, the young man said that it was very cool. Standing not far from his friend, the protagonist asked if he received a reward for that competition. Holding a long weapon in front of him, the interlocutor answered that this is it. Holding the reward in his hands, the player said that it looks like an ordinary spear, but in fact, you need to pour mana into it. The tip of the spear instantly glowed. Looking at the glowing object, the protagonist thought that this was not just magic, but perhaps an aura. Holding it in his hands, he also thought that although he could do it without a spear, for those who did not have such an ability, it must be a worthwhile thing, because it was an ideal weapon for close combat, in some ways even better than his sphere. The hero looked somewhere with an exclamation. Looking at the thing in front of him, he asked if it was a mortar. While the parts were lying on the floor, Minhyuk said that the shells could be bought somewhere or made by himself. Looking at the lying parts, Hose thought that he would never have thought that the sphere could be turned into this, because subconsciously he only imagined medieval weapons. Continuing to look at the 4 parts, the former pro-gamer said that it would be difficult to use, it needed its own shells, and other parts would not interfere with normal operation, so he would need to ask Kurikiri about it. Raising her hand up, Chona asked if she could take a look if he did not mind. Looking at the girl, the protagonist thought that she was carrying a firearm, which meant she probably understood this kind of thing better than them. Having collected several parts together, she said that this is how it was installed, and if you press here, a stand appeared. Holding the parts, she continued that when it was standing, you need to pour mana into it so that it would shoot, and if it needed magic for fire, then this baby could be much more powerful than it seemed. Smiling, the heroine added that the serial number of the shells was written here. She was sure the administrator would tell her where to buy them if she showed it to her. Blushing with embarrassment, the fighter thought that when she gave advice on weapons, she immediately seemed very attractive. Perhaps his personal preferences interfered. Looking at the weapon, he said out loud that he would hardly ever use the mortar. He had no doubt in its effectiveness. But it would be difficult to use this type of weapon, and in general it was far from his usual arsenal. Closing her eyes, his friend said that she heard him. A second later, holding another weapon in front of her, she asked how about this one. Scratching his head, the young man replied that the gun could be useful. Although it would certainly have a use, he wanted to focus on improving his skills with a cold weapon. Closing her eyes, she told him to forget what she was starting to say. Standing nearby, the guys chorused that they did not expect the girl to get so immersed in it. Scratching his neck, Minhyuk asked how long she would mutter under her breath there, since it was time to go rest. Holding the sphere in her hand, the girl answered that they should wait a little longer, since she was almost finished. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that he shouldn't have answered her honestly, because now she was trying to come up with something for him, and he had already forgotten how stubborn she could be. Looking at the girl, he continued to think that from her treatment of the guards it was clear that she had a rather strict character, but she didn't show it in such things. The chairs were flying because of magic. Sitting on one of the chairs, the young man said that he understood that she was going to go to the end. Continuing to watch her, the protagonist thought that this was probably a good sign, because before he generally considered her an insensitive robot. Although he admired her calm and composure then, he was worried about her. While the girl stood with a serious face, the player continued to think that now her character had softened. The former pro-gamer pursed his lips and thought about how he had heard a lot of talk about how she had become much more humane towards others, and now you could see how she had changed. Even her excessive stubbornness was evidence of a change for the better. Before that she would never have wasted time on such a trifle. Imagining a cheerful Jianga, he thought that this was probably how she was before getting into the world of training. Smiling slightly, the protagonist thought that now she seemed even cuter, like a girl twirling a toy in her hands. Continuing to watch her actions, he thought that even watching her was interesting. The guy continued to sit silently on the chair. Grimacing, he said out loud that they got it. The roofs of houses were visible against the sunset. Showing a new weapon, Jianga asked how about this one. Crossing his arms over his chest, Minhyuk said that it was some kind of deep fryer. Putting the weapon forward, the girl said that you need to send mana along the rod like this. She held a glowing weapon in her hands. Looking at the new invention, the protagonist said that it was like a stun gun, perfect for self-defense. Frowning a little, the girl said that it was true. Holding the stun gun in his hand, the player added that he was right. Looking at the guy, she added that with this thing you can train resistance to electricity. The night coliseum was visible. Hose was lying at night with his eyes open. The girl held a small weapon in her hands. The next second, she smiled. Frightened, the young man called her by name. Looking back at the guy, she told him to go back to sleep. She was just playing with his sphere. Holding the sphere in her hands, the heroine asked if she could borrow it until the end of the competition. Smiling, she replied that she would soon go to bed too. Closing one eye, the former pro-gamer said, "Well then?" Chona continued to hold the sphere in her hands. The Colosseum was visible. The system appeared, while in the background it was said that on the second day of the competition, single battles begin. Unlike the random qualifiers, in the main stage, all pairs of opponents are pre-assigned by the system. The moment of the main character's fight. The spectators appeared, while the young man thought that people seemed to have recovered from yesterday's shock overnight, because today everyone was acting as usual. Users spend most of the time alone on the floors and in the waiting room, so for everyone, this is a great chance to be close to friends. The player stood in a stance in the arena. Hyunjin stood in the arena with a frown. The man put his leg forward. The young man's opponents turned out to be Dave. Two guys were standing in the arena during the start of the match. The hero held a sword in his hands. The opponent stood opposite. The spectators began to shout from the stands. Watching the fight, Minhyuk said that a fight between two Hell players was interesting. Scratching his chin, he asked which of them had a better chance. Frowning, the protagonist replied that if he had just entered the 6th floor before starting it, that was one thing, but if he had even reached halfway, he was on a completely different level. Looking at his acquaintance, he continued that he would diligently think of how to defeat the enemy from the floor above, and even if he lost, it would be good if he could learn some lesson from the fight. Looking at the arena, the young man said that perhaps the users really understood how Lucas ended up, because now all the fighters carefully control the amount of damage so as not to accidentally cripple the enemy. Continuing to watch, the interlocutor replied that they did not even mark the boundaries, which is why people prefer not to take risks. Frowning, he added that there was no evidence, only a few people know the whole story. Perhaps it would be better to leave everything as is. The protagonist pursed his lips. Smiling, Minhyuk shouted that it seemed to have begun. Hyunjin stood with two weapons in his hands. A system notification appeared saying that the fight was starting. The dark-skinned man looked at his opponent. A second later, he moved from his place. The guy stepped back. Two players stood opposite each other. The young man twirled the sword in his hand. The dark-haired man smiled. Frowning, the average difficulty player said that they were still trying things out. The spectators shouted words of encouragement. Smiling, the friend added that this would be the most exciting fight of the day. The fighters still stood opposite each other. Hyunjin frowned even more. The opponent also frowned. They stood in fighting stances for the first 10 minutes. They continued to stand in the same way after 20 minutes. The same thing happened after an hour. The main character, crossing his arms, thought that this was boring. Looking at the arena, The young man said that they were both waiting for the opponent to make a mistake or lose vigilance. It was difficult to distinguish this fight from a duel of glances by eye, and the people had long since lost interest in what was happening in the ring. Frowning, he also added that it would be fair to award a technical victory to Hyunjin. Looking at the fighters, the former pro gamer explained that the reason for the delay was the similarity in the fighting style of the two hellish players, because both rely on speed and dodging, which is why the fight dragged on. Continuing to look at them, he also added that they simply had to master this particular set of techniques, otherwise the hellish difficulty would have simply devoured them alive. Crossing his arms over his chest, he continued that now it was a matter of honor for them. The first one to rush into an attack is guaranteed to lose, because he will receive damage and immediately lose the advantage. Perhaps this battle of minds should not be expected to end before lunch. After some time, holding the sphere, the young man said that he could no longer. A second later, the sphere flew somewhere. The protagonist held a stun gun in his hand. Electricity emanated from the new weapon. A burn from the weapon appeared on his hand. The players were scared of what they saw. Frightened, Minhyuk asked if he had completely lost his mind, because he was scaring people. Holding a stun gun in his hands, the former pro gamer explained that he wanted to see if he could increase his resistance to electricity before the competition was over. Voices could be heard from the arena of the Colosseum. A potion appeared in a flask. While drinking the potion, the player replied that the next match was about to start, so yeah. Wiping the flask with his hand, he said that he needed to get in shape before the fight. Sitting in the almost empty stands, he asked where everyone had gone. Grimacing, his friend asked in response if he thought anyone wanted to sit next to a crazy masochist who shocked himself for fun. Lowering his head, he also asked if he realized how difficult he was making the job of the person who had to mark where everyone was sitting. Looking at the other spectators, the young man said that after such a spectacle, all the disturbing frames calmed down a bit. Holding the stun gun in his hands, Hose asked if he really scared everyone that much. Leaning over, Minhyuk said that sometimes he felt like he actually enjoyed self-harm, and it wasn't about the stats. The thought alone gave him goosebumps. Frightened, the hero wondered why he himself didn't understand this, and whether he had completely lost his understanding of normality. Looking at the arena, he said that he heard that this was why Yuzhong avoided him, because she was also in the ranks of the guards. Closing his eyes, he thought about the fact that she was one of the guards. How ridiculous it was. Continuing to look at the fighters, the player thought about how after founding the guards, he tried to get into trouble less often, because they themselves cope with controlling criminals and maintaining order on the server. The best option for him is to remain in the shadows and let them take care of everything themselves. Frowning, he thought about the fact that he doesn't really shine, because he has an internal situation. Remembering something, the young man thought that if there was a conflict within the organization itself, he was assigned to deal with one of the parties. Raising his palm up, he thought that this was another way to discourage the ordinary guards from infighting, and yet he was not happy with the fact that they avoided him. Frowning, he asked his friend if he was afraid of him. The guy turned away. Clenching his fist, the protagonist understood that his friend was well versed in interpersonal relationships, and of course he understood that he needed people nearby with whom he could be frank. Continuing to look at the interlocutor, he thought that their closeness was due to more than just mutual sympathy, and he could intentionally try to maintain contact, so it was quite possible that their friendship was built on mutual benefit. Looking at the man's face, he wondered what if next to him now was not a friend, but an experienced monster tamer. Crossing his arms over his chest, Minhyuk asked how long they had known each other. Closing his eyes, he said that he had been watching him for the past year. At first he felt uneasy, but over time he somehow got used to it. Smiling, the dark-haired man asked if he doubted him. The protagonist closed his eyes. Frowning slightly, he said that it might seem like he only cared about strength, but in fact, this is not true. He now has more free time, so he is generally interested in many things. Recalling some flash, he continued that now he is on the 18th floor. Over the past year he managed to get close to the 20th, and sooner or later he will reach the 100th. Resting his head on his hand, he added that then he will be able to return to reality, and destroy all the monsters and save the world for the sake of his family and friends. Frowning, the former pro gamer said that inside the training world he is treated like a monster, and when he began to think about it, he became really scared. Imagination of how he could look in the eyes of the real world. Ho's mind began to wonder how he would look in the eyes of the real world. The protagonist looked down at the arena. Clenching his fist, the young man wondered out loud if he would be able to adapt to normal life again. Frowning, he added that even the goal of killing all the monsters and saving the world after returning seemed a bit vague now. While the fights continued downstairs, the player thought out loud that he liked fighting and getting stronger. To be honest, he would spend his whole life here. He wanted to grow and earn victories forever. This felt especially strong for him now. Minhyuk looked at his friend in surprise while he explained that this was why he became a pro player. However, then his progress froze, he stopped winning, and then he had to give up. Extending his palm forward, the warrior continued that he wanted to. But the training world had its limitations. There were only 100 floors. it would take him 5 years at most to complete it. Looking at his palm, the boy wondered if he should just stay on the residential floor. It was theoretically possible, but by nature he could not sit in one place for a long time, so sooner or later he would still want to go outside. His own hand was reflected in Ho's eyes when he again asked what he would be like when that time came. Closing his eyes, Minhyuk said that he read a fairy tale in high school, to which his friend was surprised that he did such a thing at that age. The young man said that in this story, a rabbit became friends with a lion. And one day, a shadow of misunderstanding fell between them. The rabbit was afraid that the lion perceived him as a saved lunch and therefore kept him close. And the lion suspected that the rabbit was afraid and stayed close only because of the lion's strength and status. Glancing sideways at his interlocutor, the hero clarified how it all ended, and in response he heard that the lion ate the rabbit, and he found it realistic. Hoji gritted his teeth as the guard lowered his head and added that neither of them knew what the other was thinking. Unlike the one sitting next to him, they kept everything to themselves. Rubbing his chin, Minhyuk explained that his friend had the same worries as the lion, because they could really be afraid of him. Maybe they were hiding their terror and trying to pretend to be friendly. The hero raised an eyebrow. Leaning forward, the guard added that he couldn't predict how people would react to his return, at least because he didn't know any of his family, but he could tell for sure about the locals. With a smile, Minhyuk said that the other users loved his friend, just like him, Young, and Shikian. Hose narrowed his eyes. He continued to look at the guard with displeasure when the guard noticed that he was wrong about one thing. In fact, they were all superhumans here. Looking at the 6 spectators, the young man said that many here were worried about the participation of those from the world of learning. What if they were put in laboratories, for example, or put in cages and shown to tourists? This could happen to anyone, and no one knew how it would turn out in the end. With a smile, throwing his hands behind his head, the guard added that by that time the difference between his interlocutor and other users would become even more severe, and it would not be a lion and rabbits, but something like a super strong boss lion and ordinary lions. Lowering his hands, Minhyuk added that when they began to return to reality, a wall would grow between the superhumans and ordinary people. They could even be kicked out of the community. Clenching his fists, the young man said that perhaps at this moment, it was his friend's strength that would become their shield and salvation. And winking at his interlocutor, he noted that such a role was exactly for him. Scratching the back of his head, the hero said that he was a guard as always. Raising his eyebrows, Minhyuk noted that the man sitting next to him just needed time. No matter what he told him now, he still wouldn't believe it. Perhaps, in order for the realization to come faster, he should talk to the guys from the community. Grinning, Hose agreed with him and thanked him. And when the third stage of the final round began, the main character himself entered the arena. He looked tensely at his opponent. This guy was Asian, but since the young man had never seen him before, he assumed that he was from Japan, and if he reached the third stage, he was probably really good. The player thought hard about how they would fight, maybe this time without arms. But that had happened before, maybe without the right leg. Then the center of gravity would change. You would have to strain a little to keep your balance if the opponent tried to hit the other leg, hit him with a ball or use wings. Taking a fighting stance, the fighter decided to do without his right leg. His opponent visibly tensed up. The system announced the start of the fight, and Hose rushed forward. But he barely managed to reach the Japanese, as he screamed that he was surrendering. While the frightened fighter was disappearing, the hero even asked if he was serious. Gritting his teeth, the young man admitted that nothing could be done. But the next opponent also surrendered before the fight began. Looking at the crowd of spectators, the player realized that Minhyuk was right. Everyone here was superhuman, and their strength would only grow. One day they would truly become lions. And his friend also said that his relationship with the users would be like that of lions, and unfortunately, he couldn't agree with him. Because by the time they became lions, he would already be something more. An image of a dinosaur flashed through his mind. But now it was time for the semifinals. At this stage, the format of the matches changed slightly. Now the players fought in turns in the arena in the center of the stadium, and thanks to the magic of voice amplification and magnification, every action of the fighters would be seen and heard. Hose took a step forward. Closing his eyes, he listened to the noise of the crowd. Then he resolutely looked at his opponent. The man with the katana answered him with an equally resolute look. With a smile, the protagonist expressed hope that at least this one was not going to give up. Closing his eyes, the swordsman said that this was not planned. To which the player smiled triumphantly. With a serious expression, the swordsman explained that there were a lot of eyes watching them, and he could not cowardly run away from the fight in front of all these people. He had heard about Ho's amazing skills, and even saw them in action, and now he wanted to experience their power on himself. And taking out his katana, the man added that he himself would try to give it his all. With a furious face, the opponent shouted that he would show the hero what Japanese honor is. The player raised his eyebrows. What kind of Japanese honor is, however, it did not matter. Continuing to smile, the young man was grateful to his opponent for his dedication. The Japanese bowed without leaving his fighting stance. Hose bowed back, Deciding that such a greeting before the battle was quite cute, it would be great to make it an accepted tradition among users. And the man prepared for battle. With surprise, Hose noted that he moved well. The opponent asked if the hero was going to draw his weapon, frowning. The boy shook his head. Everyone in the stadium was watching the exchange of greetings. The Japanese man grinned and suggested that they start, and the player was all for it. The stands cheered for the semi-finalists. The opponent prepared for battle. The player noted that his stance was correct. It seemed like he really was a good swordsman. Raising his eyebrows, the guy asked if the Japanese man had practiced sword fighting before coming here. With a surprised look, the man admitted that before he found himself in the training world, he had never held anything more deadly than a kitchen knife. Rubbing his lips, Hose explained that the swordsman's skills were too good, and he wondered to himself if one of the users had trained him. Smiling sheepishly, the Japanese man explained that, to tell the truth, he really liked shonen, so at first he just tried to copy the movements from anime, and gradually they became more and more natural. The opponents took up positions opposite each other. Looking at the upset man with confusion, the hero could not believe that he was cosplaying some character, and from the outside you would not say that he was such a romantic person. Looking down, the Japanese man said that when he first came here, he felt very confused, then he remained in a state of confusion for a long time. Frowning, the swordsman added that he had no choice but to do so, since he was here. In the end, he had to accept reality. Lunging with his sword, the Japanese man continued that he stopped moping and found a goal for himself. He decided to become just like his favorite character. He suddenly realized that he had a chance to fulfill his dream of heroic battles. Scratching the top of his head, the player said that he had heard all sorts of stories, but this had never happened before. Closing one eye, Hose thought that his opponent could be understood. After all, he himself dreamed of casting Kamehameha as a child. Who knows, maybe by the 100th floor he will really be able to do it. Looking at the man, the player thought that he had a rather strange motivation, but it was precisely thanks to it that he was able to rise so high. Yes, it was childish, but more importantly, it was fun and quite charming. As soon as the start of the fight was announced, the Japanese man was the first to break away. And at that moment, Hose noticed something. His opponent made a lot of useless movements. Therefore, it was not difficult to dodge. Stepping back, the player mentally added that he did not see any imperfections in his technique while he was standing still. But now he noticed gaps in his defense here and there. Yes, he was definitely not trained by a professional. The pompous, but completely meaningless maneuvers, ineffective movements, awkward sequence of blows looked cool, but in a real fight it did not help at all. As far as Hose understood, this guy made swords popular in Japan. Even an inept warrior looked threatening if his movements showed the confidence and fury of a Superman. At this time, the Japanese rushed at the player, and clenching his teeth, he swung the blade. But the hero easily dodged the lunge, and struck him in the back. The man's eyes became round. With a serious expression, Hose muttered that his opponent was very far from him now. Now he himself was not in any danger, he just wanted to help him save face. After all, this guy represented the Japanese server, and besides, he voluntarily agreed to cooperate with the guards. Looking at the heavily breathing swordsman, the hero reminded himself that he was the only Japanese to reach the semi-finals. But he was sorely lacking in skill to win, and he was lucky that he even made it. Gripping the hilt of the katana, the Japanese admitted that the difference in their skill was greater than he expected. Arching an eyebrow, Hose thought that he wanted to make a nice show, but the man was ruthlessly honest. The hero raised an eyebrow when he heard his opponent ask him to show him his full power. He wanted to see it at least once. The player was surprised by such a request. Straightening up, Hose warned that it could be dangerous, but the swordsman was willing to take the risk. With a smirk, drawing his sword, the hero agreed to show his true strength. The opponent tensed. Raising the katana, Senpai said his name. The player said his in response with an excited smile. The arena even darkened. Sweat ran down the Japanese man's face. He rushed forward. But the next moment, the blade of his katana spun above his head. The man stared in shock at the remains of his weapon in his hands. Lightning was spreading around Hose. Glancing sideways at his opponent, the protagonist activated the flash. The player worriedly asked if Senpai was okay. Pressing his palm to the wound on his wrist, the Japanese man replied that he was fine and asked what the young man called the skill. Ho's face was confused. He didn't come up with names for them, and decided that his opponent was the type who gave each skill a cool name and always shouted it out before using it. He thought about what to answer. Closing his eyes, the hero decided to think of something for the swordsman. Raising his sword, the player said that the skill was called Death Slash. Lowering his head, Senpai admitted that it was a very elegant skill and admitted defeat. Clenching his fist, the player heard how he was announced as a finalist. A little later, Minyak put his hand to his mouth like a megaphone, and called out to his friend, calling him Death Slash. Heading towards the guard, Hose asked the guard with a smile to shut up. The guys started laughing, and Shikian asked his friend to stop making fun of the player, because it was really cool, but he himself, repeating the name, began to laugh. The boys became deadly serious for a moment when the hero called them by their full names. And the next moment, they burst out laughing again, and said that thanks to their friend, they felt like they were in a comic book for teenage boys. While Hose watched the next fight and mentally wondered which of the opponents made it to the finals, and when he saw the Australian, he realized that Hyunjin had lost. The boys continued to ask why he was so serious and if he had any shame. Leaning forward, the hero wondered who Dave was fighting. He was just going on the offensive. The dark-skinned man's face distorted with tension. Lightning flashed. Zong-sik stood opposite the Australian. The lightning made Dave's eyes roll back. Flashes flew from all sides. The magician tensed his fingers. With a determined look, the guy attacked his opponent again and again. And the player noted that Zong-sik was definitely dominating the arena. Shikian opened his mouth in horror when he heard from his friend that the boy had become stronger than himself, and was indignant that he was as far behind him as the moon. Hose continued to watch the fight attentively. The mage was terrorizing his opponent with electricity, and he was extremely focused on this. His final attack was especially strong. Raising an eyebrow, the hero realized that the boy was just playing with the enemy. Seriously, he could be no weaker than Shikian. Last time, when the player gave the mage a bracelet, it was very much not suitable for his level. The speed of his development was truly impressive. Scratching the back of his head, the blonde turned to his friend, starting a conversation about Zong-sik. With a surprised look, Hose clarified if he meant that he needed to break the boy, and he replied that something like that. Throwing a hostile glance at the arena, the hero agreed that it would not hurt him. The one who reveled in his own strength was wrapped up in an inevitable fall. Looking down with a frown, the player asked how mentally resilient the little guy was, and in response he heard that there was no need to worry. He was not the type to get depressed over a small shakeup, in which case he agreed. Without taking his eyes off the arena, Hose thought that even Shikian was helping the kid. He definitely had a great future ahead of him. And grinning widely, he mentally added that he liked it. If the guy was as good as he seemed, then he was at least in the top 5. Cracks spread under the player's fingers when he realized that he would be able to let loose in the fight with Junsiek. At this time, the boy threw another lightning bolt. Feeling someone else's gaze, he turned around. His opponent at this time collapsed onto the stadium slabs. Interrupting the electric shock, the guy heard that he was announced as a finalist. The time until the final fight flew by. The crowd waved their arms in anticipation. Hose tore himself away from the wall. Folding his arms over his chest, Miyuk asked his friend not to overdo it, no matter what they said to him there, and he promised to restrain himself. Confirming the transfer to the arena, the hero said goodbye to the guard. And now he has already landed spectacularly right in the center. The magic screen showed this to all the stands. And the player was already expected. Pulling on his glove, Junsiek noticed that they finally met. Looking up at the magician, Hose replied, "Don't even talk." Throwing up his hands, the boy said that if he knew that he would have to wait so long, he would have caught the hero during the qualifiers. He honestly thought that he would die of impatience while dealing with the small fry. It was just torture, real torture. The small fry's gaze momentarily reflected madness when he asked if his brother felt the same. Looking at Zunusk with bewilderment, the player did not immediately believe that this was the same person. The skills in the boy's arsenal were incomparable in speed and destructiveness. His strength simply swept away ranged fighters in one go, and close-range fighters could not get close to him at all. While he controlled the skill, he did not need to strain himself at all to win. Straightening up, Hose repeated the words of his opponent to himself. Calmly looking at the boy, the hero mentally added that he did not suffer much from impatience. Continuing to look with delight at the elder, the magician continued to rant that finally a worthy opponent, and in general, it would be good if weaklings were not allowed into the arena at all, otherwise their time was just wasted. Getting up, the player mentally came to the conclusion that everything was clear with the little one. He still had not grown up. The training world was not a game. Everyone carried a weapon and a random set of skills in their luggage, and absolutely everyone was mortal. No one had ever survived a knife to the throat. Frowning at his opponent, Hose mentally added that the guards introduced games slang mainly to help with adaptation for newcomers, but a strong user with such views was simply problematic. Closing his eyes, Zong-sik continued that he was looking forward to the semifinals with anticipation to talk to that hellish Australian, but as it turned out, they were right. An empty barrel makes the loudest noise. If he knew that this would happen, he would have chosen hellish difficulty too. Looking at the boy with doubt, the hero could not understand whether he forgot about the voice amplifier, or he simply did not care that the whole stadium heard him. The player decided that it was time to teach the young man a lesson in good manners. A sword materialized in Ho's hand. The opponent tensed up. The hero glanced at the countdown to the start of the fight. While the boy was looking at him tensely, the player admitted that Shikian was right. Their friend had gotten a little cocky, and now he had a great chance to bring him to his senses. Ho's thoughts were spinning around where to start, and he repeated out loud that the blonde was right. The magician looked at the elder with confusion, and he, intercepting the sword by the very end of the handle, decided that he needed to attract the attention of the little one. The blade was immediately pointed at the boy when the fight began. Zunosik dodged down from the flying blade. The hero caught the weapon by the handle, and with a threatening look, he attacked the boy. Gritting his teeth, he delivered the first blow. At that moment, the youth pulled his hand back. A dagger flew through the air, and it was with it that Zunosik parried this blow. The blades crossed, sparks flew. With a smirk, the player told the boy that for him it was all over. The boy's eyes widened. A hose hit his opponent's forehead with his forehead. Just as Zunosik began to fall, the hero rushed forward. He pressed the boy to the floor. Then he hit him in the solar plexus. The boy screamed. He pointed a couple of fingers at his opponent. When lightning flashed, the hero's face expressed fatigue. The next moment, Hose was behind the boy. He turned around in fear. And then he received a fist to the jaw. With a groan, the boy sank back onto the tiles. Adjusting his collar, the hero asked if he wanted to give up. There was no answer. Looking menacingly at Zunosik, the player noticed that he had not hit hard enough. Screams continued to ring out over the stadium. The spectators were horrified. Hose picked up the boy by the collar. He screamed and activated electric magic. But the hero reflected it by summoning his wings. The youth screamed louder. The flash lit up the entire arena. The player looked absolutely serious. He let go of the little guy. The guy fell to the floor, and finally admitted defeat. A notice immediately flew in front of Hose's face. He noticed with curiosity that there were more gods this time, and did not understand why the deity of devotion should feel sorry for him. The spectators in the stands screamed enthusiastically. The guards looked slightly surprised. Senpei folded his arms across his chest. The Australian seemed dumbfounded. Looking sternly at Zunosik, the hero called him by name. Crouching down, he asked the little guy if he agreed that he still had a lot to learn. Gritting his teeth, the boy agreed. Wiping the blood from the boy's cheeks, the player said that in a real fight, his signature attack to the forehead would have killed him right at the start. Everyone could do that. If the boy didn't know, he himself learned it back on the first floor. Looking at the boy sternly, Hose asked him to believe that the power of his skill would not solve all the problems in a real fight. Carelessness and lack of concentration were the shortest way to the grave, and expressed hope that he understood. Junsiek's gaze seemed desperate. Letting go of the boy, the hero added that he had a long way to go. He should be more careful and work hard, if he did not want to die a stupid death, of course. The boy gritted his teeth. His agreement sounded over the stadium. With a satisfied smile, the player decided that this should have been enough to bring the little guy to his senses. Then he looked at the stands with irritation. Even from afar, he could see that his friends were clutching their heads. While Minhyuk was catching a facepalm, Shikian, cupping his hands like a megaphone, shouted that this was too much. Hoji looked at them with an expression of shock. Tea was pouring into a cup. Giona was typing something into the chat with a smile. She was asked how things were going. Leaning over, the girl wrote that she would soon start a conversation and asked what they had there. With a displeased face, Minhyuk replied that nothing special, and the only thing of note was that her boyfriend had just beaten Junsiek like a hunched dog. The guard glanced at the arena, and when he heard the question of whether he could stop them, he replied that everything was already over and doubted that the Japanese would speak out. The blonde took a sip of tea while her friend was telling her that after the beating, Hose gave the boy some great advice. Everyone would probably just think he was their local crazy guy, and she was glad that there weren't any big problems. John's eyes widened when she heard Hyunjin say that he wanted to help her with everything. She asked if this was the guy from Hellish Difficulty, and why would he do that suddenly? The girl's face smoothed out when she was told that he would start training under the main character tomorrow, and now the guy was looking for an excuse to skip it because he was afraid, to which she asked him to tell him that help was not needed. The blonde put the cup on the table. Then she looked at the guy sitting opposite her and apologized, offering to get back to the topic. The guy opposite looked stunned. He stared at the cup without taking his eyes off him. Sweat was pouring down the guest's face when he started saying that the Australian server had become a strange place for them. It had started back at the first competition. That time, several players from the difficult level suddenly entered the arena and started beating up another participant. Not only did they not allow their opponents to surrender, but on top of that, from the second day onwards, they started attacking people outside the arena as well. Without looking up, the young man continued that on the last day, all the other users, including him, went to the waiting room and spent the rest of the time until the end of the competition there. Chan's eyebrows rose when the interlocutor added that he did not know what the players who had remained in the competition were planning. The girl leaned forward when she heard the guy express confidence that they were looking for an opportunity to do something this time too. Without changing his pose, the young man remembered that there was even a post on the forum, something like, "I wish it would hurry up." It was posted right before the second competition, and it was those people. With a skeptical expression, the blonde said that she understood the interlocutor, but as far as she knew, the Australians were behaving quite decently now. To which the guest jumped up and exclaimed with horror on his face that those guys were real bandits. These people were in no way comparable to the bullies from Korea. Chona frowned when the guy continued to convince her that those guys were definitely up to something, and something bad could happen any minute, he had no doubt about it. The blonde's face expressed alarm. At this time, someone was in the shadows in the dark room. Grinning, Dave offered to come in and clarified that the guests had not told any of their friends that they were coming here. A crowd of Koreans stood in the open doorway. Kyung-jin answered with a smile that, of course, no. Someone else came in after him. Sparks ran across the grinning Junseok's fingers. The Australians studied their new allies. Smiling, Dave offered them to sit down. The Koreans looked around with curiosity. A gloomy Sinpei was also there. Glancing sideways at the younger, the pink-haired man noticed that he hadn't expected him to come here. He raised his eyebrows and asked if the questioner had forgotten how he had been humiliated yesterday. He also wanted revenge. Kyung-jin turned to the bandits with a smile when they noticed that he had gathered quite a few people, and he replied that almost everyone here was from the difficult level, except for Shikian's direct subordinates. Sitting down on a chair, the guy offered them to start, but Dave objected that some people hadn't shown up yet. The dark-skinned man added with delight that a new member had joined them and asked them not to think too much. These guys were enough for him. Kyung-jin looked questioningly at the Australian, who explained that any help would be needed to carry out such a grandiose plan. The last guest entered the door. The Koreans turned around and were shocked. As the man passed, Dave thanked the most successful user in Korea for joining. No one could believe that Chan Young himself had entered these doors. On the third day of the competition, Hyunjin was struggling to catch his breath. Folding his arms across his chest, the protagonist asked him discontentedly if he was already tired. Rolling his eyes, the student objected that he was not tired, but was about to die, and the player did not believe him. While breathing, the young man complained that he could not breathe. Everything was spinning before his eyes, he felt sick, and there was a ringing in his ears. Hoji sullenly reminded him that they had only trained for 3 hours, and judging by his condition, he had not trained without him at all, to which Hyunjin objected that he had honestly trained, it was just not a completely ordinary training. The hero accused his protege of simply not having the guts. He had avoided the necessary suffering at all costs. In other words, he was weak and could not stand the pain. He needed to learn to endure. Only then would he succeed at least in something. Clenching his fist, the player continued that first it was necessary to increase resistance to pain, numbness and loss of consciousness, and from that day on he would take poison in small doses and devote himself to training. He would personally guide him until the end of the competition, especially since he himself had such a skill. Poisonousness was called, while they used it, to which the poor guy noted that he would die. While the student was trembling on the floor, the player asked him not to worry, he would not die, since he would control the situation, but immediately admitted that too long exposure to poisonousness could indeed lead to death. Tears dripped onto the floor. Putting his hands on his hips, Hose could not understand why the guy was crying again. He did not like doing this either. But sooner or later he had to go through the 17th floor, and for this he had to at least cross the line a little. While Hyunjin continued to cry, the hero wondered why he continued to listen to him, despite all the difficulties and torments. Right, you just need to focus on growing in spite of everything, and one day all the efforts will pay off 100-fold. Here the player glanced sideways at Minhyuk, who was standing next to him, and asked why he wasn't working. Jongna, over there, had been working since early morning. The disgruntled guard replied that he was also busy, typing messages, to which he was surprised. Looking at the screen, the young man explained that he had contacted other guards and needed to report something. The confused player asked what it was about, and in response heard that he would soon receive a message as well, and needed to wait a little. Raising an eyebrow, Minhyuk added that he and Jongna thought that it was better to do nothing for now, but only if there were no other options. In that case, those who were colluding now would have to be captured. Hose looked at his friend in confusion. Then he turned his attention to the arena, and group battles were taking place there. He was surprised that their hellish players from the first floor were participating in them. Looking down thoughtfully, the hero thought that Hyunjin wasn't with them, so it would be harder to win, and yet they didn't give up. It reminded him of the first competition. The number of hell users didn't stop decreasing, including himself. There were 6 of them left. They still couldn't clear the first floor. Rubbing his chin, the player thought about how he could help them. Thoughtless advice could only hurt. Then he shuddered when he came up with an idea. The axe handle flew up. Its blade broke the tiles on the floor. Shikian, intercepting the sword, ordered them to gather and not break formation. Stretching his hand forward, the blonde ordered the guys to open their eyes wide and follow his commands. And when the leader rushed forward, he heard it exactly. The magic ball flared up brighter. And to the surprise of the enemy, the blade was split into pieces. And then the rest of the squad rushed into battle. Their attacks swept away the enemy. Smiling, Hose thought that this was excellent teamwork. As he thought, difficult players were always skilled on any server. However, their coordination was at a higher level, so everyone on the difficult one worked in squads from the first floor. Watching the action, the hero mentally added that each server leader was also from the difficult level, and yet, the Koreans would win anyway. Naturally, the winner in the team category was the Shikian team. And so the fifth day of the competition came, the day of the faction war. A question came from the window, isn't it strange? With his mouth full, Minhyuk noticed that none of the foreign users joined the Korean faction. Frowning, the guard continued that in this category it was possible to choose a side. The Australians, for example, could join them or the Japanese. Waving his chopsticks, the guy continued that all members of the winning group would receive a reward, and they won in the team and solo categories. If foreigners join them, they will automatically win. They don't even need to do anything. This also applied to Australians. And yet not a single foreign user showed any desire to fight for Korea. Biting into a piece of meat, Shikian assumed that they just don't trust the guards. How many they had to eliminate in the last 5 days, murder, violence, robbery, they dealt with everything right on the spot. Raising her eyebrows, Chona assumed that many did not even realize that they could choose a side, and those who did not know how to do it. Glancing sideways at Hose, Minhyuk added that they still have that idiot with them, and he was indignant that there was no need to blame everything on him. Frowning, Chona reminded them to check the lists before the fight, and suggested that they end the conversation there. Shikian glanced at everyone at the table, and suggested that they just eat quietly while the protagonist asked him to pass the soy sauce. By the end of the dinner, the blonde looked thoughtfully out the window. Suddenly, Minhyuk said that he needed to tell them something. Jianga looked at her friend in surprise. He said with a slight smile that he was getting married soon. Hose even opened his mouth in surprise. Minhyuk was even confused when his friend couldn't believe his ears. Looking at the guard with disbelief, the player reminded him that he himself constantly repeated that the tutorial was a place where everyone could die at any moment, and this place was hell for couples and heaven for singles. He wanted to know what made him change his mind. The hero rubbed his chin when his friend added that his fiancée's name was Minjun. They also knew her, they saw each other on the day of the meeting, and he remembered something like that. Returning to the food, the guy added that they decided to live with her on the 30th floor, and she also helped him with his security work. Shikian seemed calm, so Hose asked why he was so quiet. He thought he would make the most noise about it, and he replied that he knew. Minhyuk winked at the hero when he asked about the ceremony and replied that there would be none. There was no point in attracting unnecessary attention. They were just going to sit with their acquaintances on the 30th floor. Looking down, the young man admitted that there were countless people who fought in fierce battles to move up the floors. It would be wrong to show people that they were going to live here, as if gloating. Hose arched an eyebrow and clarified why they were worried about it at all, and in response he heard that in any case, sooner or later, his friend would introduce them, so he was just letting them know. Soon, the plates were empty. The guys were about to leave when Chona remembered something. The player looked at the girl questioningly. Embarrassed, the blonde asked him to give her his hand. He obediently extended his palm, and his eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the brass knuckles in her palm, Hose asked if she created it from the weapon he gave her. Chona called it a ring, and when the hero tried to object that it was brass knuckles, she stubbornly interrupted him. And looking at the player with hope, the blonde admitted that she would also like one for herself, clarifying whether he could give it to her. To which the young man with a confused face said that he could not, since the transmutation weapon was wonderful, and he was lucky that he had 2 of them, but he needed them both. The girl opened her mouth, while the others looked at the hero as if he was stupid. At this time, the day of the faction battle arrived. The crowd exploded with screams. Team Korea had finally gathered, and they were going up against Team Australia. To the guard's surprise, there were about 60 people on their side, more than they expected. Hoji raised an eyebrow, noting that there were only 20 people on their side, and his friend justified it by saying that most of the guards were not participating to control the audience. Chona turned to the hero, and added that there were 19 Korean contenders on the Austrian side. Junseok's face stood out among the crowd, and Kyung-jin was playing with his weapon. Chanyoung simply did not look at anyone. On the contrary, Sitpei was frowning at the Korean group, and the protagonist could not understand what they were all doing there. The leader of the Australians stepped forward, laughing at the number of enemy forces. Grinning, the blonde shouted that they should have gathered more people even if they had to force them to participate. This is what they got for all this shit with voluntary participation, and anyway, only defeat awaited the smug fools. The player's expression darkened when Chona said that these guys were secretly scaring the Korean candidates so that they would refuse to participate, and when asked if she knew about it, she answered that yes, it's not that she couldn't stop them, she just decided to leave everything as it was. Grimacing, the Australian suggested that the rest take a chance and make the right decision, drawing attention to the difference in their strength. The player frowned while the blonde continued to shout that they would be the first to kill the unbearable guy with the hellish difficulty, and threatened that for him everything is final. The rest of the Korean group began to exchange worried glances. But Hose was looking at only one person now, at the frowning Sipei. He gloomily asked his friend what about the Japanese on their side, and she answered that they were forced to join the enemy. The blonde got more and more excited, offering the frightened Koreans to join them, and they guaranteed them rights, freedom and other rewards. The hero put his hands on his hips and asked Chan about the rewards, and she replied that the bandits wanted power over each server, and the reward consisted of items from the players they killed, women and something like that. The girl took a step closer to her friend and added that the contenders from their side who went over to them were those who did not like the guards. They probably had a lot of accumulated sexual needs that they could not satisfy, and he asked not to tell him such details. Looking at the opposing group, the player realized that 19 people fell victim to this lust. Chan turned to the others and asked to listen. Smiling sadly, the girl admitted that they could not guarantee their safety in this battle, although they probably already understood this themselves, and they did not mind if they left the arena and moved to the stands. The frightened guys looked at each other, and one by one, asking for forgiveness, they began to leave the match. One of them hesitated, asking if the guards would be okay. After all, even with Ho-jae, it was no guarantee against all these people. Chona turned to the restless one and said that it might be difficult, but they couldn't expose them to unnecessary danger, and he thanked her before leaving. Closing his eyes, the hero admitted that if only it were difficult. With 30 seconds left before the start of the match, the player told the girl to leave the match too, since she couldn't do anything here either. She even protested. But closing his eyes, he said that no matter how unpleasant it was to admit it, she couldn't argue with it, and agreed to do so. Looking around, Ho-jae assessed who was left, and they were Min-hyuk and a few curious guys. Chona came closer to the young man and said that some people were forced to join them because they were threatened, and asked him to look at the list. Frowning, the hero asked about the people on the list. Frowning menacingly, Jong ordered to go and kill them. He closed his eyes, agreeing. After which the player went alone against the whole crowd. 19 Korean challengers. And bandits from Australia. The difficulty level depended on the person. But rushing forward, Hose knew that he could not hesitate with those whose name was on the list. And grinning dangerously, the hero realized that he could just kill them. The enemies were just smiling. But the young man was serious. Kyungjin, waving a knife, stepped forward. Dave turned around in surprise. Minhyuk stuck the same scarlet dagger into the sand. Waves of dark magic came from it. The next moment, the pink-haired man, grabbing Junseok by the scruff of the neck, teleported to his own. Smiling at the spies, Hose praised them for their excellent work. The enemies froze in shock. Brandishing his dagger, Kyungjin exclaimed that the elder could be happy, his brothers were here. Getting to his feet, Minhyuk remarked that this was not the first time he saw this, but he still considered his friend's skill to be cheating, and he was still able to transfer not only himself, to which he retorted that there was a guy here with him, whose very existence was a cheat. Grinning, the hero thanked the guys for the list. Junseok looked away, and Kyungjin stated that it was all because he usually kept his distance from the rebels. But looking at this crowd, he doubted that they could win, the difference in strength was too great. Raising his eyebrows, the player confidently stated that he would win even if they stayed on the enemy side, and the pink-haired found these words loud. It would not be easy to win even if they risked their lives. But then he smirked and added that he wasn't going to die, so if he felt the risk, he would go to the stands. With a smile, Hose admitted that he didn't expect anything else from him. Then he looked seriously at the Australian bandits. They only smirked back at him. The blonde raised his hand and exclaimed that it didn't matter if a few guys betrayed him, the Koreans would die soon anyway, and laughed. The protagonist simply activated the flash, and Talaria's wings opened behind him. And immediately after, coercion and soul exploitation were activated. The Australians were scared this time, not understanding what the hell it was. As the enemies fell, the player realized that this was the first time he openly used these skills. Everyone except the best candidates were in a panic. But the young man's gaze remained determined. Finding himself right behind the blonde, who didn't even notice him, Hose asked the villains not to be afraid. Dave shouted to his comrade that the enemy was right behind him. But the hero's face was already covered in blood. He literally cut the dark-skinned man in half. Shock was frozen on his face. Seeing this, the other bandits scattered in all directions when they realized that their best contender was dead. The blonde man crawled away from the player in horror. Then he extended his hand towards him, shouting for this monkey to stop getting cocky. But the next moment, his torso fell separately from his legs. The Australians could not believe their eyes that this psycho had killed their best rankers so easily, and decided that this was too much. But for Hose, it did not matter how many of them there were. With the exploitation of the soul, even 1,000 of them would not be dangerous to him. The hero's gaze was cold. The cry of the soul sounded, and those who decided to become his enemy would not be able to escape. Looking at them starting to run away, the player thought that they were just a bunch of weaklings. Hose turned around abruptly. He was still surrounded by a few brave men. Looking around, the young man realized that only people from the Korean server remained, all on the high difficulty. Frowning, the hero estimated that there were 15 of them, enough to form 2 or 3 parties. And their center was Chanyang. There was a topic that came up from time to time on the community forums about how different the skills of the top rankers were from Hose himself. After all, with an increase in the number of people with power skills, the difference should gradually decrease, and most players thought so. They were sure that the top rankers could defeat him if they assembled the right group. Some archer shot at the young man. The arrow pierced the player's shoulder. The hero noticed it. Looking down, Hose realized that it was poison. The enemy began to approach. A couple of guys put up shields when the order was given to block the enemy's path. The young man raised an eyebrow, identifying the tanks, and realized that they thought they could control him. The two fighters were the first to attack. The hero didn't even look at them. One swing of the blade was enough to throw the villains aside. The tanks visibly tensed up. The player pointed the sword at them. While the guy was grinning, the blade began to glow. A wave of light flew straight into the shields. Panic appeared on the faces of the opponents. After which the entire arena was blinded by a bright flash of light. The tanks fell fried. The rest rushed at Hose, wishing him death. But just one swing of the blade made their heads fly off their shoulders. A drop of blood fell on the sand, to turn into a dried puddle a few seconds later. The sword in the hands of the main character was relentless. Chanyeong, a Korean challenger from the highest floor. The challengers of the Korean server were confident that he would complete the tutorial faster than everyone else and return to the real world. But his constant progress to the top stopped on the 89th floor. The 89th floor was where true skills were put to the test, and by focusing solely on clearing floors to reunite with his family sooner, Chanyeong failed to develop his skills enough to clear the 89th floor. He received support from the Guardians and other challengers on the Korean server, drank high-quality potions like water, and cleared stages relying on the clearing plans he received from the Order and other sponsors. Of course, that didn't mean he himself didn't put in any effort. He showed his tenacity, focus, and intelligence in clearing each floor, but all of that was useless on the 89th floor. While Chanyeong was stuck on the 89th floor, those who came to the tutorial after him had already reached the 84th floor. Naturally, the newcomers attracted more attention from the community than the stuck Chanyeong. And just like that, people began to forget him. The stadium was in an unimaginable state. Hose sent enemies flying like bowling pins. His strikes were precise and merciless. One after another, the enemies fell, struck down by his blade. As the hero continued to slaughter, he thought he understood Chanyeong's feelings. He had gone through the same thing when passing the 6th floor. Day after day, feeling hopeless and defeated in front of an insurmountable wall. Feeling helpless and terribly alone. The young man continued his vengeful march. Gritting his teeth, the player thought that for Chanyeong, such an event was a provocative disgrace, and now he had the opportunity to change his position during the tournament. He decided to bet everything on this opportunity. And now he looked at the enemy, who was many times stronger than him, in confusion. Hose was inexorably approaching. The enemy watched tensely as the hero screamed furiously. Chanyeong shone brighter than anyone else, not afraid of the new world. He was a hero of sorts, firmly moving towards his goal. All the candidates who were worried about their loved ones decided to follow his example. The protagonist's blade approached the enemy while he admitted that he was also among them. Chanyeong closed his eyes. But the sword stopped a few millimeters away from him. The player was breathing heavily. The man, trembling slightly, opened his eyes. Throwing the sword aside, the first candidate prayed for his life. Hose looked at him sullenly. Then he looked around the battlefield. Several dozen corpses were lying around them, and the notification said that the god of death was rejoicing. Looking back at the window, the young man realized that this was his first time killing people. He slowly exhaled. When the player looked at Chanyeong with malice again, he admitted that he was wrong. Shielding his hand from the blade, the man added that he had made a mistake. He didn't know things would turn out like this. He only wanted to participate in the faction war, and had no intention of going against his fellow countrymen. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes as Chanyeong continued that he wasn't interested in any of the scoundrel's suggestions, and he knew it. Hose stared at the traitor for a few seconds. Then he recalled his skill. The first challenger's current state could possibly reflect the hero's own future. He could become like this after reaching his limits. As he walked away, the young man decided that maybe Chanyeong just needed time to calm down. And on that note, the faction war came to an end. During the match, the battle raged outside the arena as well. Chona decisively gave orders to immediately punish the culprits caught red-handed, and to give a stern warning to everyone else. Minhyuk looked at the leader doubtfully and asked if a warning would be enough, since this was not the first time such a thing had happened, to which she replied that they did not have enough time. They still had to finish things with the faction war. Turning to the young man, the girl noticed that she did not see Hose. She asked him to wait until they finished, but he admitted that he did not see him either. Jong's face expressed sadness. The main character himself was sitting on the roof of one of the houses. His face expressed a sad smile. He looked at the sunset and thought that this was the 6th day, and he could return to the waiting room. Lowering his head, the young man remembered that he wanted to end the last day with more pleasant events. Looking at the window with an offer to return to the waiting room, the player wondered when he would be able to meet people again if he did it now. But the picture of the people he killed froze before his eyes. A crease appeared between the guy's eyebrows. He stretched out his hands to the system window, after which he habitually dived into the portal. Throwing off his coat, Hose headed for the bed. The young man collapsed on it, and for a long time he peered at the columns sinking into the darkness. The hero covered his eyes with his hand. Still lying there, the player realized that he had returned to his usual world. Smiling weakly, the guy convinced himself that everything was fine. He had just returned from a temporary event, that's all. But the faces of his friends floated before his inner eye. The smile disappeared from his face. Without getting up from the bed, Hose even thought about summoning Ida, but he was not sure. In this despair, the second tournament was over. Yonhee jumped out of the portal into the waiting room. She was breathing heavily. Opening the chat, the girl decided that she needed to tell her uncle that she had cleared the 17th floor and returned alive. And for some reason she remembered Kurikiri's words that the 60th floor of hellish difficulty no longer existed in the tutorial. Yonhee typed it out and came back safe and sound. In response, she read a congratulation on the cleanup and a warning about the 18th floor. The girl even asked if uncle wasn't interested in what she had talked about with the manager. But in response, she received that it was okay if she didn't tell him. The gods might not like that she had thoughtlessly passed everything on to him, and then she would have to face the consequences. Looking at the screen in surprise, Yonhee clarified what he was trying to do now. And in response, she received a warning that she needed to prepare for the 18th floor. It was much more dangerous than the others. The girl pursed her lips and demanded that uncle not try to change the subject. At the same time, Hose was spending time in the waiting room. He had just summoned his trusty blade. However, the training process had already begun to tire him. Calling the weapon back, the young man decided that it was time to have a snack. Chewing a sandwich, the hero could not understand why he felt so sick. While eating, the player opened the comment chat and noticed that everyone in the community was talking about something that happened just yesterday. The faction war that was still in front of his eyes. The guy frowned. Then he finished his drink, thinking that he shouldn't have opened the chat, even when he was a pro gamer. Reading the comments was stressful for him. Well, at least there weren't as many people cursing him out as there were after the first meeting. But he could feel their anxiety, fear, and worry, and he felt like this incident had created another wall between people. Hose looked around when he saw a PM asking what he was doing now. It was Giona, and she wrote that she wanted to spend a little more time together before he left. With a sad smile, the boy mentally admitted that he wanted that too. As a result, the conversation with the girl came down to how to use a transmutation weapon as a staff. She said that each form of the staff had its own spell, and he objected that the effect was the same for magic skills, and they agreed with him. The hero excitedly typed a request to tell more about this form, and read the request to wait. She wrote it down in a notebook. Then a message came that Chona dropped an image. When creating the form, she advised to take it as a basis, and asked to keep in mind that the spells would not be as effective and powerful as ordinary magic, but understanding the elemental force that the player spoke of could help him, and he replied that he understood, it seems. Having created a staff from one of his weapons, he called lightning, and said that this level of power is quite enough, and the interlocutor did not immediately believe him. Rising to his feet, the guy exclaimed that now you do not need to worry about pumping up magic resistance. Hose smiled softly, and to the message that the girl was going to tell him about it last night and brag, but he left so quickly, and he thanked her. Suddenly, the next message demanded that if the boy was really grateful to her, then let him fulfill her wish in return, and now it was his turn to be surprised. Arching an eyebrow, the hero clarified what she wanted, or rather, what he could give her, and Giona suddenly called him Appa when she begged for a promise, and he even doubted that this was exactly the one he was thinking of. For a moment, there was silence in the messages, after which the player was almost blown away by a bunch of exclamation messages with excuses, and that in general it was Jung who sent the messages, and not her. With a guilty smile, the guy thought that another person could not write messages using someone else's ID, and it seems that there was some kind of relationship mentor next to her. And then he remembered that they had promised to get together and have a drink after the tournament. It seemed like the after party was in full swing. With a smile, Hose replied that he didn't know what her wish was, but he promised to fulfill it, and reminded her that he had already said this. But he sincerely thanked her and asked her to thank him too. After that, he put away the keyboard. The young man tiredly closed his eyes. A portal to the next floor opened in front of him. The 18th floor was greeted by bright sunshine. The system welcomed the challenger to Ion Island, the best resort on the Ivan continent, and this island was famous for its beautiful beaches. Today was the beginning of the Grand Paramal Festival, which was held once every 10 years. Unfortunately, before the player could enjoy the holiday, he had to complete a quest. Find and eliminate a specific person. The target was currently enjoying the Grand Paramal Festival. The condition for completing it was to find and eliminate the target within 30 days. An idle crowd was walking around the protagonist. There were a lot of people. The player stared thoughtfully at the confetti falling on him as the system sent him the landmarks that the target was wearing a dark blue top and black bottoms. The target had a normal face, and his height and weight were unknown. The boy's face twisted in confusion as he realized that he had seriously been given such vague wording as mission information. He was already in a bad mood, and they decided to make him lose his temper. Looking around the crowd, Hose couldn't understand. Shouldn't they have at least specified what kind of clothes he was wearing? Or did they think he would find the target just by color? The boy clenched his teeth in irritation as he read the message that the god of adventure felt offended, and wondered why he was offended. He himself was one step away from bursting into tears. He was so shocked by the 17th floor that he didn't even listen to what Kirikiri was saying about the 18th. Standing up, the hero cursed in his mind and decided to at least try to find this person. Then the idle people seemed not to notice the sudden appearance of the player. Everyone around continued to enjoy the festival. Sitting in the corner, the boy thought irritably that he would simply go crazy from so many people. Confusedly looking at the passers-by, Hose realized that his head was spinning. Disneyland during the Christmas holidays did not even come close to such a rush. It felt like there were as many people as football fans gathered in Gwangwoman Square during the World Cup. Will he be able to find his target in such a huge crowd? Frowning at the celebration, the young man thought about the scorching sun and all this noise. His discomfort index exceeded its limit. Looking at the dancing in the middle of the street, the hero did not understand what they found funny in it. When someone started dancing, everyone on the street would join in and dance too, and he would just get stuck and couldn't escape. When he thought the dance was over, he would immediately notice another group of dancers, and it would repeat endlessly. But still, people were laughing as if they were enjoying it. The player couldn't understand it, watching in confusion, and it was driving him crazy. The guy grabbed a random girl by the hand, immediately asking for forgiveness. Looking at her, Hose asked when the festival would end. In response, the stranger only smiled and asked if the young man was not a local, and he confirmed it. The hero's face expressed shock when he heard that the Grand Paramal Festival was held for a whole month. The player was horrified when he realized that this holiday would last for a whole month. The time to clear the floor was 30 days, and the festival continued all this time. Gritting his teeth, the guy decided that this was madness. The girl with a smile offered to tell him how to enjoy the Paramal Festival, and she handed him a mug with a suspicious blue liquid, offering him to drink it first. Hose looked at the drink with doubt, not understanding why it was glowing. If you look closely, everyone here was drinking this drink. With a flirtatious smile, the stranger added that if he drank, she would show him around here, and the young man realized that he was being flirted with. Blushing, the hero tried to figure out if he could go with her. Perhaps it would help him stabilize his shaken mental state, or find some clue to this task. The girl giggled sweetly, and the player apologized. He had one important thing to do. The festival was continuing. The player watched what was happening from the roof of one of the buildings. Glancing at the horizon, he decided that no matter how lonely he was, he should not blindly immerse himself in the atmosphere of the festival. Looking at the clean streets, he reminded himself that this place was just a tutorial floor. No matter how safe it seemed, you never knew what could happen. Continuing to watch, the boy didn't understand what kind of festival this was, and why people were dancing all day long. Looking up at the clouds, Hose figured that since everyone was in sight, he could calmly look for the target. With a serious look, the young man told himself to concentrate. In the evening, the fireworks began. The second day on the 18th floor. Retracting his wings, the hero landed on the roof. Last night, he flew around the area on Talaria's wings. The island was larger than he thought, and every place was filled with people, and it seemed like they were having fun without rest, as if they had gone crazy. Looking down at the street, the player decided that this was an island where no one slept. Looking at the people having fun with a frown, the boy couldn't help but feel uneasy. How could they dance all the time, without rest or sleep, just to enjoy the festival? They looked happy, each and every one of them overflowing with warmth and an incredible level of friendliness. Even when someone fell, they were immediately helped up, accompanied by warm words of comfort. Watching this warmed the heart, but from Ho's point of view, it all seemed a little strange. This island was just an incredibly calm place. Everyone here seemed pure and honest. Folding his arms over his chest, the boy thought that this couldn't be real. The world was different, and people just couldn't be like this. Something was wrong here. The hero smiled nervously as he mentally added that all of this was starting to irritate him. He just couldn't impress them. He began observing the premises in the afternoon. The people in the buildings were still enjoying the festival, but looking through each building seemed tiring. Chewing a piece of dried meat, the guy was already thinking out loud that there was nothing to do. Observation remained the only acceptable option. In the evening, Hose decided that from the second floor he would be able to observe not only the people outside, but also those inside the cafe. There were no drinks on the menu, so he had no choice but to order only bread. The staff also did not mention anything about drinks. Looking around, the young man noticed that all the visitors were drinking the same drink. The waitress smiled sweetly and asked the customer if he was a local. Looking gloomily at the girl, the hero asked why she thought so. She giggled in response and offered to have a drink first. She handed the player a mug with the same drink, and added that then he would understand everything. Looking suspiciously at the drink, the guy asked why everyone was drinking only this, and the waitress answered that it was called paramol, and added that this drink was made for those who wanted peace in the world. Frowning at the mug, Hose noted that this liquid had the same name as the festival. Maybe it was a local specialty. Covering the mug with his hand, the youth noted the light coming from the liquid, and was not sure if it was safe to drink, because who knew what if it was poisonous? Absolutely everyone drank it, and it was too suspicious. It could be some kind of drug, or perhaps it had some kind of magical effect. The only way to find out was to try it. Continuing to stare at the drink, the hero thought that he was confident in his resistance to poisons. He also had resistance to magic. A small amount should not be a problem. Finally, he touched the glowing liquid with his tongue. Doubtfully looking at the contents of the mug, the player realized that it was sweet and very tasty. It was similar to melted ice cream. Taking another sip, the guy admitted that it was definitely not poison. Wiping his mouth, Hose realized that he didn't feel anything wrong with his body, but somehow it made him feel good, so he decided to observe a little more. That day, he drank 3 sips of paramol. On the 3rd day, a waitress fluttering around the room greeted the young man, asking if he would be eating bread again today. Rubbing the back of his head, the hero confirmed it. Lately, he introduced himself as Ho, and this waitress was called Hyang. Interestingly, all the locals had single character names, so even the visitors introduced themselves the same way. Maybe these names were something like masks at a masquerade? The player also watched the street from the cafe today, but he still didn't see his target. However, watching how joyfully people danced was quite pleasant. Whenever Hyang had a free minute, she talked to the guy, for example, saying that he had a rare name, but very beautiful. And he almost finished his glass of paramol. On the 5th day, the streets once filled with endless dancing were quiet today, and people began to enjoy conversations with those they had become close to over the past few days. Everyone made new friends, and through these acquaintances, they became friends with even more people. During his search, Hose received an invitation from Mr. Gong, and he treated him to dinner at his house, suggesting that he not be shy and eat more. It was a very pleasant pastime. The fat man's family was very kind, and the food was delicious. He met him when he knocked on his door by mistake. Mr. Gong's daughter invited the young man on a date, but he had to refuse. He did not know that he could be so sociable when he laughed with everyone at the table. That day, the protagonist drank 3 glasses of paramol. It was clear that Hose was smiling contentedly, and, raising her glass, wished good morning to the protagonist. The guy, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that they were going swimming today, and then asked if he wanted to join them, to which the protagonist apologized because he needed to have breakfast, and at the same time, they asked him if he was refusing again and to find time for them before the festival ended. A lot of people appeared from afar. Meng, sitting at a table, offered to join them, adding that he would treat him to breakfast, after which the player apologized and explained that he liked the seats on the top floor. Winking, the former pro gamer thanked him because it was very kind of him. The young man, closing his eyes, asked if he wanted to have a fun dinner together sometime. Hose, happily raising his eyebrows, said that he was very happy now, and not genuinely happy, but truly happy, and he felt how the emptiness in his heart was being filled. Someone was seen holding a glass. Hyang greeted the protagonist with wide eyes. The protagonist greeted her back with raised lips. Squinting, the guy said that he experienced these emotions thanks to the wonderful drink paramol. Looking at the glass, the young man said that he had been drinking it regularly for the past few days, but had not yet figured out the effect. A blue liquid appeared, and the player added that he was nevertheless sure that it was not an addictive drug, and also not a psychedelic drug. Raising the mug to his mouth, the former pro gamer said that this drink connects people and allows them to share their emotions and feelings, and he had never experienced anything like this before. Looking at the glass, Hose said that all his life he had built walls between himself and others, and not only with friends, but even with his family. The guys smiled contentedly, and then the protagonist noted that he was able to break down walls here with these people, and was stunned by the positive emotions he experienced thanks to them. Remembering his happy friends, the protagonist said that they were the kind that are hard to find in a lifetime, and a family for which he is ready to risk everything. The city was visible in the distance, and at the same time the guy explained that here you can just enjoy the holiday while drinking paramol. The young man, turning his head towards Hyang, asked if she could spare him a minute, to which he received a positive answer. Raising his eyebrows, the player exclaimed that he wanted to ask her about paramol. The girl opened her mouth contentedly. Closing her eyes, the acquaintance of the former pro gamer asked that he didn't already know enough about it, and he said that he would like to know more. Biting his lips, Hose muttered that as the festival progressed, the effect of paramol between people became stronger and stronger, to the point where he could roughly guess their intentions and even thoughts. Hyang could be seen holding her chin, and then the protagonist explained that she was not going to find out the reason for his question because she felt his desire to know. Looking at him, the girl replied that she could only tell rumors. In the past, 2 men appeared, and it was said that a long time ago, while exploring this uninhabited island, people found a temple. Ancient drawings were visible, and Haeyoung said that it seemed to be a temple of some ancient religion, and inside it were records of the recipe for a mysterious drink. Extending her index finger, the girl added that when the royal family managed to recreate the drink, they called it paramal, and it is said that they used it to create the utopia of their dreams. The protagonist, holding a glass in his hand, listened attentively as the brewing method was very complicated. The royal family limited the supply of the drink to this island only, and only for 1 month a year. The liquid in the glass glowed brightly, and at the same time, the young lady exclaimed that the production rate of the drink had increased significantly recently. However, the number of tourists had also increased, and therefore the supply still occurred within 1 month. The boy squinted and thought. Imagining people clinking glasses, the young man realized that this meant that during the month of the celebration of the Grand Paramal Festival, Ion Island became a paradise in the human world. Suddenly, the player left the room, and Haeyoung asked him to come again. Looking ahead, the former pro-gamer muttered that there were a few things that bothered him, and then wondered that when people in power learned of Paramal's influence, would they really want to use it to spread the idealism of utopia to the world, since such people would use it for other purposes. Holding his chin, Hose added that pseudo-religions could use it to create followers, and from a military standpoint, it would be possible to create soldiers who only wanted to fight, and Paramal could even be used for torture and interrogation. Looking at the mug, the protagonist mused that given its effect, it seemed more like a strategic tool than a key to creating a utopia. Biting his lips, the protagonist wondered if people in power could use Paramal just to make people happy, and then whispered that he highly doubted it. Watching the happy people, the boy said that he had one more thing that was bothering him, namely how they managed to populate the desert island with good-natured people, and whether it happened by chance or artificially. Frowning, the young man muttered that the secrets of the island were definitely related to Paramal, and at the same time wondered to himself if his goal had anything to do with it. Suddenly, someone lifted their foot off the ground. The man, smiling widely, asked if the player wanted to have a drink with them. Suddenly, the former pro-gamer's face was angry. Pressing his lips together, Hose realized that he had completely forgotten about it because of Paramal, because he had a real goal. Throwing the glass away, the protagonist remembered that he had to find the object. The islander, closing his eyes, was surprised that he was thinking about work after coming all the way to the festival, and then added that it must be very important. Looking forward, the protagonist thanked everyone for being so kind to him and for always revealing their feelings to him. The player added that he would not forget them, and then the boy raised his mug and offered to drink to the future of their kind traveler. The young man, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that if he had any problems, he should not suffer alone and tell him, and he would help in any way he could, and the girl also said that time flies. Blushing, the former pro-gamer muttered that they were all very nice people, and he was ashamed that he had just questioned this place, because this world was not strange at all, but he was abnormal. Squinting, Hose thought that he had a feeling that he needed to do something, but he could not remember. Many glasses with an unusual drink appeared, and at the same time the protagonist said that he drank a lot of Paramal that day, and did not remember how much. A bright fireworks display was visible behind the protagonist, and he said that this was the tutorial floor, and completely forgot about it. The guy, waving his hand, asked what the player was doing there, and suggested going dancing. Through the sweat on his face, the former pro-gamer said that he did not even believe that he would have to leave this place and return to the waiting room, and then wondered what he should do, and whether he could not stay here forever. It was clear how people were happily dancing, and Hose thought that he really wanted to live on this island for the rest of his life, and at the same time he asked himself whether it would be possible if he did not pass this floor, and why he should leave this paradise. Suddenly, Haeyoung, approaching the protagonist, clarified what he was thinking about. The protagonist's eyes widened in confusion. The guy looked up and asked his interlocutor again. The girl, with her mouth wide open, said that she thought he was thinking about a bet, to which the young man was very surprised. The young lady, holding a glass in her hand, asked if the player hadn't heard, after which he answered negatively and asked what the bet was about. Haeyoung bit her lips sharply. Looking at the former pro-gamer, the girl asked him how many people he thought were hunting him. Through the sweat on his face, Hose couldn't understand what she was talking about. The protagonist's eyes widened and he wondered why they were hunting him, and was there really someone on this island targeting him? The young lady, lowering her head, said that it seemed like he really didn't know, and added that a lot of people had asked her about him, and then the protagonist asked what the bet was about. Haeyoung extended her index finger and replied that it was about who would seduce him first, and it seemed like he really didn't know. The boy's pupils narrowed sharply, and he asked if they had made such a bet. Turning around, the girl said that she had also bet a lot of money, and so he should cheer up, at least for her sake, and at the same time, the boy asked who she had bet on. It was clear that the lady smiled contentedly. Adjusting her hair, Haeyoung replied that she had bet on herself. The player bit his lips in shock. Many empty glasses appeared, after which the former pro-gamer said that he had drunk a lot of Paramal that day. After some time, a tent was visible. Saliva was flowing from Ho's mouth. The protagonist sat and said that he had gotten very drunk yesterday, and at that moment he wondered how long it had been since he had lost consciousness and slept so much. Smiling, the protagonist realized that it was all because of a stupid drinking competition, but at least it was fun. The boy suddenly remembered Hyeon, who had fixed her hair and said that she had bet on herself. Imagining two hands clasped together, the young man explained that people who drink paramal become relaxed about sexual relations, and it can be said that as the festival progresses, they become more and more obscene, and having sex under the influence of paramal and sharing each other's emotions is something amazing. Closing his eyes, the player said that many people say that they have sex every night, and with new partners each time, but he is not at all interested in this, because he already enjoys every moment spent here, and he just wants to be in the company of the people here. Opening the entrance to the tent, the former pro-gamer muttered that after coming here, every day of his life was filled with joy. Opening his mouth, Hose couldn't understand why he felt something was happening to him. Turning his head, the protagonist said that it had been quite a while since he drank paramal, and then wondered if its effects had worn off. Sweat was running down the protagonist's cheek. Putting his hand on his face, the guy wondered what he was doing, since he was on the training floor. It was raining heavily outside, and at the same time, the young man was shouting about how he could forget about the conditions of the passage, after which he added that he remembered, but at the same time he did not act, and just scored and had fun. Clenching his jaw, the player thought that at this rate he would continue to drink paramal and celebrate, unable to stop. A tent was visible, and the former pro-gamer thought that he needed to come up with something, because if he drank paramal, he would forget everything again, and he also needed to minimize collisions with people while moving. Lowering his brows, Hose decided that he would take action when it got dark, and by then, the effect of paramal would be even weaker. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he should sleep longer, and after all, rest was also important. Biting his lips, the protagonist muttered that who would have thought that there would come a day when he could sleep peacefully in the middle of a mission. After all, not so long ago, he could not even dream of it, and all thanks to this island and paramal. Many houses appeared, and then the guy added that all those days with terrible insomnia, it seemed to him as if they did not exist. Squinting, the young man whispered that no matter how much he thought about it, it would not help. The rain continued to pour down quickly, and at the same time, the player thought that he most likely would not be able to clear the 18th floor. Touching his nose, the former pro-gamer said that at least not on this attempt, because he does not want it, namely, does not want to deprive himself of this happiness that he feels here. A tent was visible from afar, and Hose said that naturally he understands that in the end he will have to leave this place, but until then, he wants to calm his heart here, and can postpone the passage until next time. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist explained that he is not doing this because of some kind of addiction, because he can just leave when he is completely ready, and there is no need to torment himself. Putting his head on the pillow, the protagonist said that he may never be able to leave this place. The guy narrowed his eyes and added that it will not be so bad. A moment later, the young man fell asleep. Coming out of the tent, the player said that he slept all day. Looking at the inhabitants of the city, the former pro-gamer said that thoughts of Pramala loom in his head, but first he must focus on finding the object. The protagonist's cloak suddenly flew up, and he decided that he had to go. Cutting through the air, Hose thought that the first destination was the island's administrative office. The protagonist's wings were shining brightly, and at the same time, he muttered that he should try to maintain his composure in order to at least slightly reduce the exchange of emotions. A dark alley appeared. The guy began to descend. Inside the room, an islander was sleeping. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes. Bying, looking at the player, asked what he needed at such a late hour, to which he received an answer that he wanted to look at some documents. The former pro-gamer raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. Looking at the guy's satisfied face, Hose noticed that his emotions were flashing through his head, namely curiosity and joy about his sudden visit, after which he wondered if the effect of paramal was still in effect. Biting his lips, the protagonist noted that he appreciated this hospitality. Bying smiled happily, and then the protagonist said that the people of this island are truly pure and honest. Sitting at the table, the player added that Bying had willingly helped him find the necessary documents. Introducing the island, the guy explained that in these reports, he was surprised by the number of immigrants who arrived on the island, and more than 90% of the foreigners who attended the festival stayed to live on the island. Through the sweat on his face, the young man wondered how this was possible, since the population was growing exponentially every year, and if it increased as it had in previous years, it would be impossible to manage. Leafing through the pages of the book, the former pro-gamer muttered that the explosive growth of the population was somewhat alarming, but nothing else suspicious, and then wondered if he was really worrying about trifles. Bying, turning his head, asked Hose if he was okay, to which he received a positive answer. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist clarified whether there were any problems, such as crime, with the fact that the island had become so densely populated. The islander looked up and said that he heard that a security team was deployed before the festival. There were shelves of books visible, and it was heard that sometimes the families of the festival participants outside the island would ask questions, thinking that perhaps there were kidnappings or other crimes, and so the security teams were deployed to investigate. But in the end no incidents were found, and maybe they were worried because they would not be able to contact the islanders for a while. The guy extended his index finger and said that he also knew that nothing like that was happening here, and even the security team was enjoying the festival, and at the same time the protagonist muttered that he was probably right. Suddenly, the ruins of an ancient religious temple appeared. The guy calmly moved his feet. Many people were visible from afar, and the young man said that this was where the temple was, where the recipe for paramal was rumored to have been found. Looking at the islanders, the player noted that it looked like a simple tourist area. The former pro-gamer narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. A mysterious entity appeared in front of him. The man in the hood was writing something on a piece of paper. Hose, his eyes bulging, realized that he was the very object. Looking towards the target, the protagonist said that there was no doubt about it, because he had a dark blue top and black bottom, as stated in the description, and therefore he was the target of his mission. Standing behind the pillar, the protagonist wondered why he stood out so much, because he noticed him, even though he was far away. Raising the corners of his lips, the guy realized something. Looking at the man in the hood, the young man decided that he did not drink paramal, which means that he does not share emotions with others. Turning his head, the player asked who he was, and whether he was a priest of an ancient religion, or an alchemist who recreated paramal. Frowning, the former pro-gamer thought that maybe he was sent by the royal family, but he could also be someone who was not related to paramal at all. Looking at the hood of the target, Hose wondered if he should kill him now. Biting his lips, the protagonist said that he could clear the floor if he killed him, but then he would never be able to come back here again. Closing his eyes, the protagonist recalled the happy moments on the island. Looking down, the boy couldn't decide what to do. Peeking out from behind cover, the young man wondered if he should clear the floor or stay on the island forever. Sweat was running down the player's cheek. Baring his teeth, the former pro-gamer thought that he didn't want to leave the island yet, and should kill him when he decided to leave that place. Biting his lips, Ho said that for now, it was enough to simply track down what he was doing, namely his identity and motives, and that was all he needed to find out for now. A mysterious man was visible, and at the same time, the protagonist realized that there were too many eyes. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist said that it would be easier if he forced him to go in his direction. A moment later, the guy used the skill of coercion and exploitation of souls, which made the target widen his eyes in confusion. Grinning, the young man said that it was super because he took it. Rushing from his place, the player muttered that he should follow him. Looking to the side, the former pro-gamer said that he could now force him to chase him, and this was the perfect plan. Suddenly, the opponent reached into his pocket. A second later, the target took out a red stone. Hose lowered his eyebrows in surprise. Suddenly, the mysterious man opened his jaw and screamed. The guy in the hood stood around the people. The protagonist covered his face with his hand. Frowning, the young man asked what just happened and where the rune's tongue. The player abruptly turned his gaze to the side. Suddenly, drool started flowing from the mouth of the islander. People's pupils began to dilate. People looked up in shock. You could see the crowd's eyes glowing red. The former pro-gamer clenched his jaw in confusion. A moment later, Hose flew up. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist wondered what just happened. Looking at the angry islanders, the protagonist noticed that he felt a thirst for blood, after which he could not understand why everyone suddenly became hostile to him. The red stone burned brightly, and the player wondered if this was all because of that guy. The former pro-gamer turned around in confusion. The unusual artifact emitted powerful energy. The young man abruptly rushed down. Lowering his eyebrows, the former pro-gamer wondered if this was the effect of the exchange of emotions from paramal. Looking at the red eyes of the people, Hose exclaimed that it was rage, contempt, and disgust, namely, all sorts of negative emotions invading his head. The protagonist's wings appeared, and then he decided that he needed to get out of here immediately. After a while, the protagonist landed on the sand. Leaning down, the guy muttered that this should not be happening, and also clarified in his mind why the effect of paramal was still in effect if it was already so far away. Putting his palm on his head, the young man added that the effect was very strong, and it was impossible for there to be enough people in the square to cause such a powerful effect. Opening his mouth wide, the player noted that he felt like his head was about to split in two. Baring his teeth, the former pro-gamer wondered if this was all his fault. Grabbing his neck, Hose wondered if death could rid him of this. A second later, drool flowed from the protagonist's mouth. The protagonist's pupils widened sharply. A bright energy swirled around the guy. The young man quickly looked at his palms. Holding his fingers in front of him, the player explained that the power of the spirit is a skill that strengthens him in proportion to the strength of his opponents, their numbers and hostility, and the power of the spirit can suppress the impact of negative emotions. Grabbing his hair, the former pro-gamer said that such an intense exchange of emotions is not similar to the effect of those people from the square. A red light was visible in the distance, and at the same time, Hose explained that it turns out that all the people on this island have become hostile to him. A moment later, the protagonist began to cry. Imagining a happy Haeon, the protagonist realized that he was an enemy to them. It seemed like the girl opened her jaw in bewilderment. Tears flowed down the guy's face. Looking at his fingers, the young man muttered that everyone should kill that guy. The player suddenly lowered his head, and it was heard that everyone should kill him, because he was their enemy. Scratching the back of his head, the former pro-gamer could not understand what kind of voice it was, and whether it was he who controlled the people, after which he said that even despite the strength of spirit and fortitude, it was very difficult to bear. Remembering his comrades, Hose added that a whole day had passed since he drank paramal. A second later, the protagonist began to cry again. Tears were visible on the ground, and then the protagonist said that at this point he was finally able to sincerely laugh. The guy clenched his jaw tightly. Continuing to sit on the ground, the young man said that gradually negative emotions were covering him more and more strongly, and he was holding on only thanks to the strength of spirit, but he was not sure how much longer he could endure. The player, holding his head, said that at this rate he would simply die. The former pro-gamer squinted sadly. A moment later, Hose began to rub his eyes. Suddenly, the protagonist's gaze became serious. The protagonist remembered the happy moments with his comrades. A second later, the strange faces of the island's inhabitants appeared. Suddenly, the guy flew above the people. With his eyes bulging, the young man decided that it was time to put an end to this. Having descended to the ground, the player explained that he was too careless, and because of his attachment and unwillingness to leave the island, he made the worst choice. A bright glow was visible, and at the same time, the former pro-gamer added that he failed to make the right decision. Hose abruptly pulled out his sword. Looking towards the people, the protagonist muttered that the object had disappeared without a trace, and he must find it because there was no other way, and for the sake of everyone here, he must do it as soon as possible. The island's inhabitants were angry, after which the protagonist said that he would have to kill everyone in a row until he found it. Through tears, the guy exclaimed that he would find it, even if he had to kill everyone on this island. The unconscious people looked up, and then the young man apologized, adding that he was truly sorry. It was seen that the player was holding the hilt of the sword tightly. In the other hand, the former pro-gamer was holding a shield. Hose quickly descended to the ground. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows menacingly. The people were in a dark aura. Frowning, the protagonist whispered that he could feel their suffering, despair, and fear, which made his head split. Suddenly, fire appeared between his palms. The islanders, using magic, said something in an incomprehensible language. The guy, clenching his jaw, was very surprised. A moment later, several fiery projectiles flew towards him. Baring his teeth, the young man wondered if this was magic, and at the same time said that they were all ordinary people. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. The player covered himself with his large wings. Squinting, the former pro-gamer could not understand how these people could use magic. It was clear how the guy's eyes bulged. The girl looked ahead, dumbfounded. Hose, with sweat on his face, was confused. Through tears, the protagonist said that they sacrificed their life force to use magic. Looking at the fire in the hands of the islanders, the protagonist wondered how everything turned out like this. Clenching his jaw, the guy explained that they were good people and did nothing wrong. Suddenly, fiery projectiles appeared above him, and he wondered why this paradise island turned into this. A second later, the young man dodged a strong explosion. The player's eyes suddenly bulged. A tortured man appeared. A moment later, one of the people fell to the ground. You could see how his hair was smoldering. The guy's pupils were white. The former pro-gamer, opening his mouth, asked them to stop. Many people appeared from afar, after which Hose added that everyone should stop. The islanders continued to use magic. The protagonist opened his jaw in anger and shouted for them to stop. The protagonist suddenly used the soul exploitation skill, and at the same time, a dark force rushed towards the people. People suddenly began to fall backwards. The fiery projectile was quickly approaching the guy. The young man put up a shield in front of him. The player turned his gaze to the side in surprise. In the crowd, the former pro-gamer found a target. A second later, Hose rushed forward. The protagonist bared his teeth menacingly. Looking at the enemy, the protagonist muttered that he would kill him. The guy quickly approached the island residents. Suddenly, the people stretched out their palms. The young man lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment. Suddenly, the player looked at the girl and recognized her. The former pro-gamer remembered how they drank together. Through the sweat on his face, Hose thought that he did not want to kill her. His acquaintance's pupils suddenly dilated. Suddenly, the protagonist cut everyone's hands. The protagonist sadly closed his eyes. The people continued to stretch out their palms towards him. The guy swung his sword furiously. The young man's slashing blow appeared. The islanders raised their eyebrows in surprise. The player's face was stern. The former pro-gamer continued to kill people. Hose swung his weapon harshly. Suddenly, the protagonist turned his gaze to the side. The protagonist noticed an object in a hood. The enemy was trying to escape from the guy. At the same time, the young man bit his lips harshly. Unexpectedly, the player cut the enemy into two parts. A moment later, the former pro gamer opened his jaw. Baring his teeth, Hose asked why. Lowering his sword, the protagonist clarified where the message was that he had passed. The islanders, with their mouths wide open, screamed loudly. Through tears, the protagonist said that this was his 17th day on this island. There was a glass on the ground. Looking at the mug, the guy explained that he had not drunk a drop of paramal that day. The young man could be seen squeezing the target's neck. The player's pupils suddenly turned white. The former pro gamer continued squeezing the enemy's neck. The enemy raised his palm in pain. A second later, the opponent fell to the ground. Hose looked at him calmly. The protagonist's face was serious. Suddenly, many notifications appeared, stating that he had passed the 18th floor. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist said that it was finally over. Turning his head, the guy added that these were 6 targets with the same faces and clothes, and he was not sure, but they were probably clones, although whoever they were, he no longer cared. Frowning angrily, the young man said that the real problem was that he had a map. Looking at the pages, the player explained that this was their route, and several times a month they gathered in the same place. The former pro gamer lowered his head and added that if he had been careful when tracking targets, he would not have ended up in this situation. Hose was seen sitting on the steps. Suddenly, the protagonist began to cry. Many corpses appeared, and at the same time, the protagonist said that if he had foolishly not let the target know about his presence, and if he had only eliminated him from afar, then said that it was all his fault. A moment later, the guy looked down. A portal appeared behind him. The magical passage was shining brightly. The young man angrily turned his gaze to the side. Near his foot was a glass of paramal. The liquid inside the mug was glowing blue. The player's eyes widened in surprise. The daytime sky appeared. Inside the dark room, there were many barrels. The former pro gamer was holding a cup of drink in his hand. A second later, Hose brought the glass to his mouth. Then the protagonist threw the mug on the floor. The protagonist continued to drink paramal. The guy looked ahead calmly. Haeum was lying dead on the floor. Near her were many defeated islanders. The roofs of the buildings appeared, and the young man said that he had been drinking paramal non-stop that day. The next day, an unknown ship sailed to the island. The old man, frowning, said something in an incomprehensible language, and at the same time, the player explained that they were the ones who created paramal and tried to manipulate people with its help, and their voices echoed throughout the island, trying to order people to do what they were told. The former pro gamer, parrying in the air, added that he simply killed them, and he was not interested in their goals or any information. There were several glasses on the floor. Hose sat with a sad face. Opening his mouth, the main character said that he could not drink it anymore. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist said that he no longer felt anything. Several barrels were visible, and the guy said that it was time to leave. While presenting the magic ball, the young man explained that soul collection was a power skill bestowed upon the challenger he was most interested in by the death god after careful observation, and he received it after clearing the 18th floor. As he left the building, the player said that the description was unclear, although most power skills were like that, and then wondered what happened after collecting souls. The former pro gamer looked away sharply. Many unusual objects were swirling in the sky. Hose raised his head in shock. The protagonist widened his eyes and asked if these were all the souls. In the past, Hyung opened her mouth wide and said hello, and Meng suggested that they have a drink together today. Suddenly, it seemed like the protagonist delivered a slashing blow to the girl. A moment later, tears appeared in the guy's eyes. The young man continued to watch the souls. The magic balls were falling down. The player calmly closed his eyes. Suddenly, Kirikiri opened her jaw and apologized. The former pro gamer lowered his eyebrows and asked what she was doing. The girl blushed and said that she hadn't told him about the 18th floor. Hose, lying on the ground, explained that he was fine, and then the health floor manager asked him not to be too hard on himself because it wasn't his fault. Raising his head, the protagonist said that Kirikiri was very heavy, then asked if she could get off, and she said she couldn't, and then the protagonist noted that if he did get off, he would give her cake, and then he received a positive answer. Smiling, the guy said that in any case, he was glad that she was worried about him, because in many ways, this was a very useful stage. Looking to the side, the young man added that he had learned an important lesson, because now he has learned to be sincerely grateful to other people. The girl bit her lips sadly. Lowering her head, the health floor manager noted that he was always open and honest. Looking at the player, Kirikiri exclaimed that he didn't care whether she or the deities looked into his thoughts or feelings, and that was because he was confident in himself and had nothing to be ashamed of, and at the same time, he asked what she was doing all of a sudden. Squeezing her fingers, the girl shouted that he had beautiful fingers. A moment later, the health floor manager blushed. Kirikiri's eyes widened, noticing that he had an interesting name. The former pro gamer lifted the corners of his lips in satisfaction. The daytime sky appeared, and at the same time, the player said that she wouldn't get the cake this time, and the girl replied that it was just a joke and that he should forgive her. Magic dust particles descended to the ground, and Hose found himself on the 60th floor. The newspaper said that Yonhee had passed the 17th floor of Hell difficulty, and the question was whether she could surpass the protagonist's previous achievements and become the strongest. The protagonist pursed his lips and thought about how this was the most discussed topic right now. The double frowned and asked if the main one could hear him, to which he asked again. Spreading his fingers, the clone asked how everything went. Closing his eyes, the guy paused and answered that everything worked out. Yeonhee's eyes widened as her master explained that if they made a hole in the spatial passage between the floors and got from the 90th floor to the 99th, they would be able to complete the training straight away. Lowering his eyebrows, the former pro-gamer realized that he had thought so. Resting his elbow on his leg, the copy said that if there was a passage, there was no need to go through the intermediate stages, to which the young man noted that this was true, and then added that he later realized that this was impossible. Having placed the pet on his lap, the protagonist explained that it was like a one-way street, where you need to go through the previous stage to get to the next one, and the only way to do this is to go through a portal opened by the system, but with the exception of events such as competitions. Tilting his head to the side, the second body clarified whether they would be able to do this, to which the protagonist answered negatively and said that even one deity could not do this, so either several deities would unite and create it together, or a deity would be needed that specializes in dimensions. Having created a candy with magic, the guy noted that in any case, with his current abilities, it was impossible to create a passage through several stages. The double inquired about what would happen next, to which the former pro-gamer closed his eyes and replied that he did not know. Yun's eyes widened in excitement as her master stated that he hadn't thought of it yet, adding that he was out of ideas so he needed to come up with something first. Closing his eyes, the clone began to sigh heavily. Taking the newspaper in his hand, the former pro-gamer stated that he needed a working method that wasn't limited by common sense anyway, to which he was asked again. Suddenly, the youth frowned in confusion. Looking at the image on the paper, Ho-jae was surprised that Min Hyuk had gotten into a conflict with the Korean government. Putting his hand to the system screen, the protagonist didn't understand what was happening. A lot of notifications appeared, saying that the government had contacted them and wanted them to restrain themselves, when suddenly the protagonist said that it was as if they could somehow influence them inside. The boy was asked if he knew that the vice leader had founded his own clan when he returned to the real world, to which he looked up and said that he had heard that he had been gathering awakened people from all over Korea. It was said that it was obvious that this clan had more awakened people than the government, when suddenly the former pro-gamer pressed his finger on the keyboard and suggested that this was a rather delicate situation for the government. The boy closed his eyes as he read about how South Korea had produced the highest level awakened people in the world, but only a small portion worked for the government, and Minhyuk was gathering awakened people from overseas. Notifications flew up, and they said that the influence of an awakened person in the real world was truly indescribable, so it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were a strategic resource that went beyond common sense. The huge flying monster bared its teeth, and it was said that they were not just powerful superhumans, but rather a kind of symbol, finance, production, land and housing prices, and they can even affect defense. Hose thought with the corners of his lips down that this guy was already dissatisfied with the government, and then guessed that the government now had a headache too, and someone thought that this guy had finally gotten involved with the business world. There were magical dust particles flying around the system message, and the player wondered how the newcomer was doing, and then explained that he meant Yonhee, since she had passed the 17th floor. After a pause, the protagonist grinned and thought that she was doing fine, since she had already passed the 18th floor. Pressing his finger on the keyboard, the protagonist mentally said that he had already told her all the information she needed, and then added that he hoped she could speed up. The boy narrowed his eyes and began to think about the 18th floor. Memories of injured people came to his mind and he remained silent. While the double held a piece of pizza in his hand, the former pro-gamer remembered that he should not remember the 18th floor next to him, because their mental connection may be broken, but he can still faintly feel his thoughts. The clone was reading a book, and the young man at the same time said that this guy was his copy, which was created from the memories, experiences and thoughts that were experienced after getting into this world, and unlike the original, who had memories before training, this guy's memories of the 18th floor are a fatal injury for him. There was a mug on the table, and the protagonist was asked his opinion on how much time it would take for the newbie to get to the 60th floor, to which he mentally said that he did not know. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that if he had her characteristics, he would get here in a flash, and then added that Yonhee was slow because she was cautious, so he had no idea when she would get here. The girl's jacket fluttered in the wind, and the boy noted that she would come someday if she didn't die on the way. After a pause, the former pro-gamer closed his lips and remembered that after that stage, they did not communicate that often. Spreading his fingers, the young man clarified if it was true that Kurikiri supposedly told her some information about him, and was interested in what exactly, and the deities made her an offer. Yeonhee's eyes widened, while her master thought that the manager of the hellish floors would keep her promise, but nevertheless, the information that was heard from her was dangerous. But he assumed that the girl realized that he was trying to get out of here. Ho-jae lowered the corners of his lips and noted that from Yeonhee's perspective, if he left the 60th floor, she would be all alone, and she was probably very worried about it. Closing one eye, the duplicate said that it wanted to say something. Frowning, the protagonist asked if it was true. Turning its head to the side, the clone began to mumble something unintelligible. Opening its mouth wide, the copy shouted that it also needed a name. Raising its eyebrows in alarm, the protagonist asked again and clarified why he was doing this all of a sudden. Lowering its jaw, the second body stated that its original couldn't just keep calling it alter ego, and then added that it didn't want the dragon to keep calling it Uncle Alter Ego. The guy opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that if he thought about it, his double was right and he really did need a name, and then asked what name he wanted. Frowning, the clone shouted that he wanted an unusual name because it would be cool, to which the original exclaimed, anything but that. The copy suggested calling him by a name similar to the name of a former pro-gamer because it would sound cool, when suddenly he lowered the corners of his lips. The second body's eyes lit up brightly, and he said his new name. Yun's eyes widened and said that it was a very funny name, to which the owner asked if she thought it was funny, even though it was similar to his own. The pet said that she wanted to name him something, to which Ho said that he didn't like it, and the double closed his eyes and remained silent. Turning away from the heroes, the clone began to walk away, when suddenly he was asked where he was going. The protagonist's jaw dropped, wondering if he was really angry and if he was a child. Sitting on the chair, the protagonist thought about how he hadn't paid attention to it back then, deciding that he would just go up to the 61st floor to think or ask his grandmother about his name. There was a bright flash, and the guy said that his alter ego had not returned for 3 weeks. Large columns were visible in the middle of the dark room. The former pro-gamer was sitting with his head down. Suddenly, the young man looked ahead and it turned out that he was on the 19th floor. Large tree crowns appeared and the guide was asked if he had ever gotten lost in the dark forest. In the distance, a light was visible in the sky and it was said that recently there were terrible rumors about a place called the Grey Forest, and people whisper about a ghost that eats human livers. Particles of magic surrounded the protagonist, and it became clear that in the center of the Grey Forest there was a child hiding who needed help, so he needed to be let out of the forest. Suddenly, the protagonist looked away. There was a man standing behind a thick tree trunk, and the system reported that the first clear condition was to lead the child out of the forest. The boy bared his teeth, and the AI informed him that the second clear condition was the survival of this child. After a pause, Hose closed his lips and thought that this was quite simple. Frowning, the protagonist began to think about how there was a cannibal ghost in this forest, so he thought that he just needed to look after this child for a while. Suddenly, the protagonist looked back and remained silent. The fox-haired child bared his teeth viciously. Lowering his head, the boy realized that he would have to become a nanny, although he had no idea what he was supposed to do. Standing in the middle of the forest clearing, the former pro-gamer thought about how he had never even looked after children, and this one was too scared to approach, so he didn't know what to do or whether to call him. The boy remembered Minhyuk and started typing a message on the keyboard, to which Minhyuk yelled that he was busy, and for this he was called an insensitive bastard. Closing his eyes, the protagonist decided that in this case he would ask Jong instead. A bright light was visible in the distance of the forest. Meat and vegetables were strung on a wooden branch. The protagonist began to bite into the food with pleasure. Biting his lips, the guy exclaimed that it was very tasty, after which he added that it was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten. The silhouette of a boy was visible behind a large tree. The child clenched his jaw, drooling. Grinning, the former pro-gamer mentally said that it worked, and as Jong said, luring him with food is the best tactic. The boy closed his eyes and wondered what he should do with it, then said that he had one more, but he was very full, so it was a pity that he would have to leave this delicious kebab for tomorrow. Looking away, Host thought for a moment and used the detection skill. The boy's silhouette was highlighted, and the protagonist said that he was getting closer, after which he noticed that he had ears and a tail, but did not understand whether he was a werewolf. The child hid behind the bushes, while the protagonist said that he did not look like he was even 100 centimeters tall, so he was a very small child. Putting the branch with food in the ground, the boy noted that he had been waiting for a long time, so he did not think that he would come closer. Opening his mouth wide, the former pro-gamer shouted that he had something to do, and that he hoped that no one would eat this culinary masterpiece while he was gone. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the boy thought about how terrible he was as an actor. The boy stuck his tongue out of his mouth. Meat and vegetables appeared in front of him. The child's eyes widened in delight. Leaves were falling between the tree trunks. Hose hid in the bushes. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that this was great. The boy was sitting by the fire, and the protagonist realized that he was eating. The child brought the meat and vegetables to his mouth, while the boy noticed that if he looked closely, He looked very bad, very thin and also all wounded. The former pro gamer kept silent, lowering the corners of his lips. Suddenly, the child jumped up and ran, and the young man wondered if he was finished. The protagonist raised his hands in the bushes. At the same second, the protagonist opened his mouth in bewilderment. A branch with meat and vegetables was hanging over the fire, which surprised the boy. Crouching closer to the ground, the former pro gamer wondered if he had placed the branches and eaten the meat, and then wondered what the boy was doing by the fire, and noticed that there was one bell pepper and one less meat. Looking at the fire, the young man asked only not to tell him that the child had placed the branches in exchange for food. Leaning over, the protagonist began to think about whether there was any point in this at all. The child gritted his teeth, and the protagonist thought about how all that hungry and exhausted creature had eaten was a piece of meat and half a vegetable, and even paid for it. Putting his hand to his face, the boy admitted that he thought he was not only too scared, but also too kind, and then compared him to a woman from a Korean legend who lived in a snail shell and cooked dinner for a peasant while he worked. Sitting by the fire, the former pro gamer did not understand why he was standing there and enduring it, even though his mouth was drooling, because when people are crazy with hunger, they are even ready to steal, just to eat. The silhouette of the young man was illuminated by the flames, and he was silent. Suddenly, Hose waved his hand, which held a large piece of cloth. The protagonist stretched his hand upward and exclaimed that he was very tired and therefore went to bed, after which he added that it would be great if someone finished this kebab. A moment later, the protagonist turned his back on the boy. The child clenched his jaw in alarm. At the same second, the child began to descend to the player's rest area. It seemed like the child carefully took one step after another down. Closing his eyes, the former pro gamer mentally said that of course he understood that he was scared, but at this rate it would take him an hour to get to the fire. Opening his mouth, the young man remained silent. Recalling the falling lights, the protagonist thought about how the soul collection power was obtained from the death god after passing the 18th floor. The corners of the protagonist's lips turned down as he thought about how many there were, but he had already obtained 3 skills such as summon deceased, soul exploitation, and even soul collection, all 3 of which were from the death god. Frowning, he realized that at this rate, he would soon become the death god's apostle. The former pro gamer lay on his side and read about the adventure god being anxious and the slow god snorting and teasing someone, and thought about how those two were always like that. Pursing his lips, the youth admitted that he had previously thought that the adventure god was more suitable for him than the slow god who repeated the same process over and over again, and thought so because he overcame any difficulties and hardships for the sake of his dream. Opening his eyes, the protagonist declared that his only goal was victory. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and thought about how he wanted to win, even when he was a professional player. So if he viewed winning as a process rather than a result, then the god of slowness was more suitable for him. 2 notifications appeared in front of his face, and he read that the god of slowness was looking at someone and smiling, and the god of adventure was running out of someone's room screaming, and then he thought about how he was no longer the same person he used to be. The child was hiding in the bushes, and Hose thought about how he had never cared about the people around him before, even his enemies, but now he tries to care about others and try to understand them, and he feels like he is becoming more and more like the god of adventure. The protagonist grinned as he saw the messages about the god of adventure returning to someone's room with a bright smile, and the god of slowness telling someone to get out. The leaves fell down, and the boy realized that he still didn't know which of them was more suitable for him, but he didn't think that these 2 deities couldn't coexist together. Suddenly, a leaf landed on the hair of the former pro gamer. The boy approached the fire, and the young man thought that he had finally arrived. The child's eyes widened in alarm, and the protagonist wanted him to eat it, because he didn't have to endure hunger. The boy bared his teeth in fear. The protagonist looked away in confusion. At that very second, the child jumped up. The boy opened his mouth in alarm. The child rushed towards him, and he didn't understand what was happening and why he ran towards him. Raising his hand, the former pro gamer exclaimed that this was unexpected and wondered what was wrong with him, although this was hellish difficulty. The child's eyes lit up brightly, and the young man decided that it wouldn't be scary if he prepared in advance. Hose glanced up in confusion. The werewolf child spread his fingers. At the same moment, the boy began to stop at the player's bed. The child looked down sadly. A moment later, he grabbed the leaf on the boy's head with his fingers. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist did not understand if he was serious about just wanting to remove the leaf from his head. Closing his eyes, the protagonist wondered if this was true and why he did it. Seeing the child jump into the bushes, the boy winked. The boy's lips turned down sadly, and the guy thought that he was very cute. Early in the morning, the former pro gamer got up from the ground. Near the tree, he saw a werewolf child. The child was sleeping, leaning against the tree trunk. Squeezing his eyes shut, Hose noticed that he was very ridiculous. Recalling the events of the night, the protagonist admitted that he could not believe that he had been cleaning leaves from his head all night, but he regretted that he had not even touched the food. A moment later, the protagonist approached the boy. The guy turned down the corners of his lips in bewilderment. The child opened his mouth and sighed heavily, and the former pro-gamer noticed that he was sleeping very soundly. The werewolf's face turned very red, and the young man said that his condition seemed much worse than expected, because he did not notice it in the dark, after which he wondered if he had caught a cold. Taking the child in his arms, the protagonist reflected on how he had been scared to death yesterday, but now he was holding him and he hadn't even woken up, and then added that he was hot as a radiator because of the temperature, and whether he should have caught him and fed him. The child lowered his head, and the protagonist decided that he definitely wouldn't like it, and then suggested that he had begun to fear that others would hate him. Closing his lips, the guy realized that he was sick and wondered what to do. Putting the boy down on the ground, the former pro-gamer remembered that when he passed the 18th floor, Kirikiri taught him how to take care of a sick child, but then he didn't understand why. Carrying the child in his arms, the young man realized that now everything fell into place. A moment later, the protagonist put the child on the floor. Water and a potion appeared near his hands with the help of magic. Having given the boy a drink, the protagonist was happy that he was drinking. A drop of sweat was running down the werewolf's face, and the boy noticed that his complexion had improved a little, but he wished he had a potion to cure a cold. Taking off his jacket, the boy decided that now he needed to take off his dirty clothes, and he didn't understand whether they were clothes or rags. The dirty things were lying on the ground, and Ho said that this was a boy who was even younger than his nephew. Putting a basin of water next to him, the protagonist said that everything was ready. Bowing his head, the protagonist said that he had heated the tent with thermal stones, and now he just needed to wipe off the sweat from time to time, and then food. A large saucepan was hanging over the fire. There was food in the containers, and the boy said that it was tomato soup and porridge with pieces of fruit and minced meat. Holding a ladle in his hand, the former pro-gamer thought about the child needing to eat well, then added that he looked like a fox, so he didn't know what he liked, but they say foxes are omnivorous. Frowning, the young man remembered that when he first learned about the topic of the 19th floor, he thought that this would be a very annoying stage, because it was already difficult to take care of yourself here, and acting like a nanny sounded simply absurd. Looking at the system screen, the protagonist said that he was currently cooking, finding out what complications a cold can cause, and listening to the advice of those who have experience in raising children. The boy was lying inside the tent, and the protagonist admitted that he felt sorry for him. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he liked it. Suddenly, the child jumped out of bed, which surprised the former pro-gamer, and noted that he woke up. The child's eyes widened in fear. The boy kept his lips closed and remained silent. The werewolf's ears were sticking out from under the blanket, and the protagonist muttered that he didn't need to be afraid, because his reaction hurt a little. The boy grabbed his head with his hands and whispered that he would get angry and hit him. The protagonist closed his eyes and remained silent. The werewolf pressed his head to the floor, and the boy noticed that he had scars all over his body, so he thought that he had been mistreated, so he decided not to trust anyone. Getting up from the ground, the former pro-gamer thought that this guy was a good guy, and he understood this because he had been watching him all day. The boy covered himself with a blanket, and the boy noticed that he was also very scared. Hose touched the child's head with his hand. The protagonist smirked and asked him not to worry, because he had no reason to hit him. The boy's eyes widened in delight. The child trembled and muttered that he was lying, to which he stated that he was not. Frowning, the protagonist said that he would return to the fire. Suddenly, the werewolf raised his head from the ground. The child bit his lips in alarm. The boy was pouring food with a ladle. Holding out the plate, the former pro-gamer asked if he wanted to eat. The boy, dropping his jaw, remained silent. The child asked if the food was poisoned, to which the boy, confused, opened his mouth and exclaimed that it was not. Bringing the spoon to his mouth, the young man asked him to check that everything was okay. Saliva was running down the child's lips. The boy spread his arms out to the sides and screamed loudly. Grabbing his stomach, Hose asked him to open his mouth. Tears flowed from the child's eyes due to his reluctance to fulfill the request. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Fragrant pieces of vegetables appeared on the spoon. The werewolf bit his lips and moaned softly. At the same moment, the main character put the food in his mouth. Lowering his jaw, the protagonist asked how he liked the food. The child's eyes widened in delight, and he said that it was delicious. The boy grinned and asked him again, then exclaimed that it was excellent. The bright sky was visible above the trees, and the former pro-gamer shouted at the boy not to eat the spoon and to eat more slowly. It seemed as if the undead opened their mouths. Dark creatures scattered in the air. Rays of sun shone through the treetops. An empty saucepan hung over the fire. The child turned his head from side to side, when suddenly he was asked if he was still hungry. The boy looked up, and the boy thought that he was no longer so afraid of him. The former pro-gamer placed his palm on the werewolf's forehead and asked to see, then said that he still had a fever and advised him to sleep a little longer in the tent. Sitting by the fire, Hose repeated that he had told him to sleep. Bright sparks flew high into the air. The child was fast asleep, his hand raised up. The protagonist tilted his head towards the fire. Frowning, the protagonist thought about the scars all over his body. Remembering how he applied a wet rag to the boy's body, the guy thought about how these wounds were not caused by an animal, but by something sharp and a whip, and there were also burn marks from hot metal. The corners of his lips turned down sadly, wondering what happened to him. The werewolf lay inside the tent while the boy thought that in order to pass this floor, he needed to get him out of the forest, and he was well behaved, so it shouldn't be too difficult, so let him get a good night's sleep, and they would leave tomorrow. The protagonist wondered if this boy knew the way, when he suddenly looked away. Looking at the dark blue sky, the protagonist heard strange sounds. Suddenly, bright magical streams appeared from above. Black spirits descended closer to the forest clearing. Tilting his head, the boy clarified whether they were spirits, and then said that he remembered how he fought one of them on the 10th floor. Baring his teeth, the creatures began to scream loudly. Raising his hand to the black ball, the former pro-gamer declared that defeating them was easy. Using magic and an aura blade, the boy jumped high into the air. After attacking his opponents, the protagonist explained that the aura blade was just a cheat skill. The corners of his mouth turned down, and he remembered that his new power was a soul collection. The guy began sucking the souls out of magical creatures. The undead stuck his tongue out of his mouth. A notification appeared in front of the former pro-gamer's face saying that there were no souls for him to collect. The young man's eyes widened and he cried out that he was using it incorrectly. At that very moment, he had a memory of Kurikiri raising her finger and explaining that he could control the souls that were subordinate to him with the help of a soul collection. Hose leaned his head against his palm and listened to the manager explain that they could be used for 1 month, and the abilities of the summoned soul were proportional to the abilities it had during life, as well as his characteristics. Holding the paper forward, the girl said that this was a more detailed explanation, to which the protagonist asked if she could write in Korean, although her handwriting was very bad, and she screamed that it was easy. Pulling his hand with the blade back, the protagonist thought about the fact that with this skill he would be able to take their souls after victory, but for some reason he suddenly thought about Pokemon. Frowning, the guy noted that in addition to using the divine power of the deity of death, and did not use his magical power at all. Suddenly, a bright energy strip flashed in front of the monster's face. Opening his mouth wide, the former pro-gamer asked how about it, when suddenly the system notified that there were no souls for him to collect. The creature stuck out its long tongue, and the young man screamed loudly and wondered why they couldn't just tell him why it didn't work. Reaching his hand forward, the protagonist clarified whether he needed to use the skill at the same time as the attack. The dark entity opened its mouth wide and began to scream loudly, and the AI reported that the player had collected 1 soul. Smiling, the protagonist exclaimed that it finally worked, and suggested that he should use the skill as soon as he killed them. At the same time, the guy lowered his eyebrows seriously. The undead monsters began to fly up. Putting his fingers on the ground, the former pro-gamer noted that it was boring because they were very weak, but right now he needed to try the skill. Grinning evilly, the young man decided to start controlling the souls. The dark entity hovered in the air above him, while he asked about how to control it. Closing his eyes, Ho said that he was in no hurry. Throwing the blade behind his back, the protagonist wanted to collect the souls first. The bright sky at dawn appeared. Taking 1 step forward, the protagonist said that in the end, he did not sleep all night. As he approached the tent, the boy said that he had collected 17 souls, and the spirits continued to attack him all night, so he would not be able to sleep well tonight, when he suddenly wondered if he had ever slept well on the floors. Sitting down on a box, the former pro-gamer decided that he would at least close his eyes for a while to give them some rest. Fox ears were sticking out from under the blanket, and the young man noticed that the child had woken up. The boy spread his arms out to the sides. At the same second, the werewolf's eyes widened in confusion. The child tried to crawl out of the tent. Lowering his head, the protagonist did not understand where he was going. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought about the fact that he had found out his location using the tracking skill and wondered what he should do. The child hid in the bushes, and at the same time, the boy understood everything. Closing his lips, the former pro-gamer assumed that he was in a hurry. A moment later, the boy ran up to Hose. The werewolf's eyes widened in fear. The protagonist lowered his head and did not understand anything. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist did not understand what was going on and what he was doing. At that very second, the child rushed into the tent. The boy decided to open his eyes. There was a ring made of a real flower on his finger. The former pro-gamer's eyes widened in confusion. The child was peeking out from behind the walls of the tent. Smiling, the young man laughed, and then asked his name. Raising his eyebrows, the boy said that his name was Mayomayan. Looking away, the protagonist noted that it was a cute name, and he himself thought that it looked like Kurikiri, and assumed that it was because he was half-beast like her. Lowering his head to the ground, the child said that it meant salvation, to which he was asked if this was true. The protagonist sat down next to him and said his name. The child's eyes widened in delight. The werewolf poked his face out of the tent and mispronounced his name, to which he asked why all the beast men pronounced his name that way. Myung put his fists to his mouth and muttered that it was a good name. The boy asked if he thought it was funny, to which the child opened his mouth wide and apologized. The former pro gamer dropped his jaw and asked if there was a word in their language that sounded like his name, and what it meant. The child covered his mouth and began to tell him. Suddenly, the boy ran into the bushes, and the young man remained silent. Hoji slapped his knee and asked him to stop laughing, to which he apologized again. After a pause, the protagonist smiled and wondered why the child was so cute and wanted to be hugged tightly. The werewolf leaned his knees on the ground. Suddenly, the protagonist realized that this was his chance, and then put his hand on his side and said that since he made a mistake, he should pay for it, and he would forgive him this time if he did something. Raising his eyebrows in disappointment, Myung admitted that he was wrong and asked not to be angry, and then stated that he would do whatever he was told, just to be forgiven. Lowering his chin, the boy thought about how he felt like the biggest scumbag in the world. Bowing his head to the ground, the former pro-gamer did not understand what he was doing with this cute child, and he was very ashamed of it. Closing his eyes, the young man mentally said that he needed to be patient, because this was all for the sake of passing the floor. Standing near the tent, the protagonist asked the boy if he knew how to get out of the forest, to which the answer was positive and admitted that he did not remember how to get out of here. Covering one eye, the protagonist asked if Myung could take him with him if he was going to leave. The child's eyes filled with tears. The child grinned and agreed to help him. The boy thought about how he needed to get out of the forest with him in order to pass this stage, and then closed his lips and decided that this way it would look natural and he would not doubt him, while the child said that he was glad that he could help him. Standing up from his knees, the werewolf exclaimed that he would lead his uncle out of the forest, to which his uncle asked him not to call him that. Raising his hand, the former pro-gamer said that he should call him by his shortened name, since it would not make him laugh, to which his uncle noted that he understood. Closing his eyes, Myung cried out that he would lead him out of the forest. Hoji smiled contentedly after hearing this. It was the third day on the 19th floor, and at 8 o'clock in the morning, the heroes were packing their things. Raising his head, the protagonist thought about the boy having gained weight. The child brought the ladle to his mouth, while the protagonist admitted that he did not expect that he would want to cook him breakfast himself. The werewolf ran around the clearing, minding his own business, and the boy said that his tribe has been doing housework for generations and by nature loves to take care of others, and they usually get jobs as cooks, gardeners, cleaners, maids or butlers to serve others, so he left it to him, because he is a very good guy, and just looking at him makes him feel happier. Crouching on the ground, the former pro-gamer assumed that this meant that he was cleaning the leaves from him despite being scared due to the tribe's characteristics. Looking away, the young man still did not understand where he got these scars from, and who could do this to him. The protagonist lowered his chin and decided that if he accidentally ran into the one who did this, he would destroy them. Myung ran with the tray in his hands while his savior asked if he was finished. At that moment, the child presented him with delicious food. The boy closed his eyes and asked him to open his mouth. Placing his palm on his leg, the protagonist advised him not to go that far, since he was not a child. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened. The silhouette of a dragon appeared in the sky, and the former pro-gamer said that it was better than his pet's cooking, and it looked better too. The young man took the child by the hand and offered him to go right away, to which he agreed. Smiling widely, the werewolf exclaimed that he would lead him out of the forest, for which he was thanked. Raising his eyebrows in delight, the child grinned. Looking away, Hose thought that it was very cute. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted that he couldn't get distracted and needed to be careful. 2 hours later, the protagonist turned around and asked how his companion was feeling, then offered to carry him, to which he replied that he could walk on his own. Closing his lips, the protagonist suggested that he wanted to do his part without his help, and this looked more like a sense of duty than stubbornness. Suddenly, Myung put his hands to his chest in fear. 2 angry animals were walking on the ground. Frowning in confusion, the child exclaimed that they were wolves. At the same moment, the boy's eyes widened in sadness. The guy stretched out his hand forward, which surprised his assistant. Forming a magical flow, the former pro-gamer used the compulsion skill. Beams of energy were directed straight at the animals. A moment later, the wolves opened their mouths wide. It seemed like the animals began to run into the depths of the forest. Lowering his jaw, the child uttered words of surprise. The boy grabbed his hands. The heroes approached the bushes, and the werewolf asked to let him go, to which the protagonist stated that the wolves could still be somewhere nearby. Grinning, the protagonist asked if it was true that his job was to show him the way out of the forest, and his was to make sure he did not get hurt, to which he replied that he understood. With bulging eyes, the child asked if it was heavy, to which the savior replied that it was not, and that it really did relax. Suddenly, the boy frowned in bewilderment. Green magical spots began to appear in the sky. Menacing faces crawled out of them. Raising his head, the former pro gamer clarified whether they were spirits now, and noted that this was starting to irritate him, when the boy suddenly asked if he should go down, but received a negative answer. Suddenly, magic crystals appeared on Ho's palm. The stones were surrounded by an unusual energy, and the protagonist said that since his understanding of magical patterns and mastery of mana had improved, he had learned to fill any objects with aura, not just weapons, after which he thought about what would happen if he combined this with throwing skills. At the same moment, the protagonist attacked the green monsters. The pieces of flesh of the monsters split in half. Myung opened his mouth in confusion. The former pro gamer closed his lips from the effort he was putting in. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of his face that his level had increased, to which the boy exclaimed that this was great. A moment later, the boy clenched his teeth in alarm. In the middle of the green magic particles, there was a message that there was no reward for leveling up, to which the boy wondered why this happened, and then realized that he had leveled up and received nothing. The boy was doing something with the system menu. At the same time, the child was washing the dishes. Looking at the window, the boy realized that he had already checked again, but everything remained the same and nothing had changed in his statistics, and he could not believe that he had not been given a new skill or an increase in skill level. Looking at the community tab, the protagonist realized that this was the first time this had happened, which was worrying him, because he was starting to worry about the decrease in rewards for completing stages, because he managed to get the power skill on the 18th floor, but there were no rewards on the 16th and 17th floors. Looking somewhere, the hero realized that now the rewards for leveling up had also disappeared. Still sitting on some cloth, the young man decided to ask Kirikiri about this right after completing the stage, since he had already accumulated quite a few unused questions. Opening his mouth, the child sang something about dishes. Looking at him, the guy noted that he sang well. Looking at Myung, the hero realized that 10 days had already passed since they met, and they had already become quite close. The companion's face was happy, while the protagonist thought about the fact that he was happy when he was praised and held by the hand. But most of all he liked to hug, so the child was constantly next to him. Looking at the system window again, the guy realized that he had almost figured out the new skill. In front of him was a window with information about the souls he had collected, and he thought that he already understood how to use this ability. Raising his hand, the hero ordered something to appear. A certain spirit appeared from his hand. Looking at it, the protagonist realized that magical power and willpower were important for this skill, and the death deity provided him with the first characteristic, and the young man only had to use the skill, and all that was required of him was the desire to summon the spirit and pronounce the words for it to materialize. Still examining the spirit, the guy also noticed that the spirit's characteristics and abilities varied depending on its characteristics and attachment to it, but at the moment it had no attachment, as well as special skills, and therefore all it could do was growl in an attempt to scare the enemy. Opening its mouth, the spirit made a cat sound, and the hero could not understand whether it was a growl or a cat cry. Closing his eyes, the boy realized that at least the child liked the spirit. Myung was playing with the spirit when the hero realized that the spirit only appeared and disappeared according to his orders, but did not follow any others, and he was unable to give it the commands he wanted. The child was sitting on the ground when the boy thought about how the collected souls not only had their own will and judgment, but also taste, and basically they all liked his companion. Opening his mouth, the boy asked if he wanted to sleep. Suddenly, the child went somewhere. He lay down right on the hero's feet. Smiling, the boy noted that instead of sleeping alone in a tent, he liked sleeping with him much more. Myung closed his eyes. The dark night sky appeared. They were still sitting together. Grabbing a sheet, the boy realized that the enemies were here and tried to figure out how many of them were here. The hero looked deep into the forest. Some monsters began to appear there. Looking at them, the boy realized that they were different from ordinary spirits. Looking at the monsters, the protagonist realized that they also had legs, sharp teeth, and blade-like arms, and judging by their shape, they could deal physical damage. Thinking about the previous spirits, the boy remembered that the enemies that appeared before could be dealt with using magic, but physical attacks did not work on them and their defense was terrible, and he was able to sense their approach with the detection skill, so they did not cause them any problems. Looking at the current opponents, the boy noted that these guys were definitely different, and it was quite possible that they were not spirits at all. Holding the blade in front of him, the hero explained that he had never seen them in this form before, but they did not pose a threat to them. Looking at the child, the boy realized that he did not want him to wake up and see them, so it was better to hold him in his arms. The monsters were still standing in front of him. They had very sharp fangs. Suddenly, one of them jumped out of the tree. The monster stood right in front of the young man. A bright light illuminated the image of the enemy. The guy made a quick strike with his blade. Suddenly, all the other monsters also began to fly down. The hero jumped upward. The enemies were still approaching him. The protagonist made another sweeping attack on them. Looking at them, he understood that there was a possibility that there would be no more rewards for leveling up. The player, with his mouth slightly open, said that sword skills were primarily aimed at defense, while the second person noted that with a sword you can simply make a deadly lunge. Closing one eye, the warrior also added that the main thing is to parry enemy attacks, because by knocking down the enemy, the fighter may have the opportunity to switch to dodging, defending or attacking, and the enemy's attack will no longer threaten him, and therefore he can be ready for the next action. The guy stopped right in front of the monster. The hero bowed, using dodge. Immediately after, he attacked him with a blade. Frowning, the young man understood that the next move had to be done as the knight had taught him, and therefore he had to adhere to his techniques, and not just swing the sword, but practice the skill of wielding it. Quickly moving across the battlefield, the boy used parry and a few more moves. Grinning, the young man realized that everything was fine, because the difference between them was so obvious that he would be able to kill everyone by simply parrying their attacks. He made a quick attack with the blade again. Immediately after, the hero killed 2 more monsters. The boy was still carrying the child in his arms. The opponents had already begun to disappear. The protagonist stood among the decaying corpses. Suddenly, a notification appeared about successfully increasing the level of sword skill. Opening his mouth, the boy said that he would still be able to become stronger. Looking at the child, the young man asked if he had woken up because of the shaking. Opening his mouth, Myung explained that the fact was that the hero's heart began to beat faster. Smiling, the boy explained that everything was fine and he could just continue sleeping. The child agreed with him, closing his eyes. The boy continued to look at him. More monsters had already gathered around him. Opening his mouth, the hero said that he was doing fine anyway, as he was afraid that he would not have the opportunity to grow further. Smiling, the protagonist explained that from now on he would have the opportunity to practice, focusing on his sword skills. Putting his blade forward, the boy said that he would become stronger than he was now. The crowns of trees in the forest were visible. The hero soared into the air. They flew above the trees. There was a smile on his face. The child said something with his mouth open. Continuing to fly, the boy asked if he was scared, but he answered negatively. Looking back, the boy realized that the enemies were still not far behind, and, what's more, they could fly. There were a huge number of those monsters behind him. Looking back, Myung said that there were too many monsters. The protagonist explained that he decided to fly away only because they blocked their path. Frowning, the boy realized that he had already fought 1,000 enemies before, but going against them while protecting a child would be difficult. Continuing to fly, the boy realized that it was extremely easy to get away from them, because his flight was faster. Suddenly, one of the monsters appeared right in front of him. The boy opened his mouth in surprise. Immediately after, a certain purple funnel appeared due to the exploitation of the soul. All the monsters began to be sucked into it. Smiling, the boy realized that it did not matter even if tens of thousands of enemies attacked him, as long as they were affected by the exploitation of the soul, because the skill is applied in a wide area, regardless of the number of targets. They were still flying over the forest. Opening his mouth, the hero said that they were finally able to break away. Smiling, the boy asked if the companion knew where the exit was. The same one explained where it was. Smiling, the boy also asked if he would be okay if they picked up speed, and Myung replied that he liked the nice, cool wind. Looking somewhere, the protagonist asked him to hold on tighter. They began to fly even faster. Evening was already falling on the forest. Smiling, the boy asked about what was in that direction, and the companion explained that they were almost there. Looking ahead, the protagonist realized that this meant that his journey with the child was almost over, which made him feel a little sad. Looking at Myung, the protagonist asked him what he thought about taking a short walk. The child said that he was fine with his mouth open. They landed on the ground. Myung, standing in front of him, apologized to the boy for having a hard time because of him and offered to eat some food and rest. The boy realized that he was not really tired at all and that his conscience was bothering him again. Looking up, the protagonist also thought that there would hardly be any spirits here and therefore they could take their time. While spreading the blanket, the companion asked the boy to sit down and rest while he prepared the food, and the boy thanked him. Looking at the child, the protagonist realized that it was funny for him to watch him fuss, but when thoughts about the imminent end of their journey appeared, he felt sad. The protagonist opened his mouth and realized that he wanted to stay here. There were many corpses lying on the ground. Looking to the side, the guy realized that he couldn't stay here, because he couldn't forget what happened after he stupidly wanted to stay on the 18th floor, and so as soon as they finished eating, he would have to finish the game right away. Folding his arms, the protagonist realized that he couldn't be sure that nothing similar would happen here and he didn't want to go through that again. The child, standing behind him, asked if it had been hard for the guy. Opening his mouth, he also asked if he was okay. The young man turned around and said that he was okay. Grabbing the hero by the shoulders, the child asked for permission to massage his shoulders. The guy smiled. His gaze was directed somewhere to the side. The hero, removing his hand, refused and explained that he was okay. Still sitting, the protagonist realized that he needed to protect this child, no matter what happened. The boy bowed his head. The dishes were lying in a basin of water. As he got up, The boy noted that the food was really tasty. Looking at the child, he realized that no matter how much he wanted to stay with him, it was better to just quickly pass this stage for his safety, because it was unknown what other traps could lie in wait for them. Gritting his teeth, the boy began to feel something. Looking up, he could not understand what was there and assumed that these were the same monsters. Looking up, the protagonist assumed that they had caught up with them, but he still could not understand what kind of energy was emanating from them. The boy quickly rose up. Suddenly, his eyes opened wider. In front of him was some kind of huge creature. Looking at its head, the protagonist tried to understand what it was, because could the spirits really have united? The boy gritted his teeth. Jumping to the ground, he called out to the child. Calling up the system window, the boy asked him to hide. Crying, Myung asked not to leave him alone. Sitting in front of his companion, the boy explained that until now he was confident that he would be able to protect the child no matter how many enemies attacked, but at the moment, a very strong enemy was approaching and the battle could put him in danger. The boy raised his hand. Many spirits appeared around him after his command to appear. With wide eyes, the child listened to the boy's words that these spirits would protect this place because they obeyed his order to protect. Smiling, the hero asked him not to worry and just wait. He began to walk away. The protagonist flew up to that giant monster again. Looking down, the boy realized that this monster was the size of a mountain, and it was unclear how great its defense was, but it was certain that the aura attack would work on him. Looking at the bright glow in the middle of the enemy, the protagonist realized that he was seeing the core of the opponent's spirits. Because of its huge size, and if he managed to destroy it, they would all disappear, but it was unlikely that a regular weapon had a chance of doing this. A weapon appeared in the guy's hand. His eyes were still wide open. Swinging the weapon, the young man said that it was time to begin. The monster, raising its head, began to growl. The hero was still standing in front of him. Suddenly, it swung to attack. It hit right where the young man was. He was already flying to attack. Frowning, the guy realized that it was easy to dodge its attacks, and perhaps this was because it was so huge. Flying around the enemy, he also thought that the problem was that 1 or 2 blows with the sword would not destroy its core, and therefore he would have to bite into it, biting off its body piece by piece. With his eyes wide open, the hero decided to get to the core and destroy it. The guy held the blade in front of him. He was right in front of the monster's face. The young man smirked and shouted that it was easy, because it was just an endurance battle. It was already morning. The monster began to evaporate. The protagonist flew back. Closing his eyes, the young man realized that he was already dying of exhaustion, because he had to fly and swing his sword all night. Falling to the ground, the hero also realized that he had used up too much magic, making it difficult to stand on his feet, and he had not been able to use his full power for quite some time. A notification appeared that the hero had already collected more than 200,000 souls, when he began to realize that this huge thing was the result of combining several attributes. Opening his eye, the boy also wondered if the child was okay. The young man looked at the tent. Looking up, the hero commanded the ghosts to disappear. They all began to fly upward. The protagonist looked inside the tent. Myung was sitting there. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly. Smiling, the boy asked how long he had been waiting. His companion hugged him tightly. Continuing to hug him, the child said that the boy had been gone for so long that it seemed to him that he had died, and the boy asked him not to speak while he was crying, because he did not understand anything. Closing his eyes, the boy also added that he knew what he was trying to say. The child continued to cry when the boy thanked him. Sunlight was filtering through the treetops. A river was visible. The hero, with his mouth slightly open, called out to his companion. With his mouth slightly open, Myung remained silent. Standing behind the bushes, the hero asked if they had arrived. Suddenly the gate opened. Houses appeared behind the fence. The boy, looking at his companion, asked if this was his village, and he answered in the affirmative. Walking forward, the hero could not believe that everything was really over. Looking at the gate, the boy understood that this was still a hellish difficulty, and there had to be a trap hidden somewhere here. Opening his mouth, the protagonist realized that he couldn't let his guard down until it was all over. Suddenly, a multitude of reward notifications appeared in front of him. Gritting his teeth, the hero couldn't believe that they started appearing now, because could the 19th floor really have ended that easily? A portal also appeared behind him, and the boy thought that this really was the end. The young man turned his gaze to the child. Opening his mouth, he called out to the young man. Smiling slightly, the hero decided to take his companion to the village. He walked forward. Myung also stepped behind him. An open gate was waiting for them ahead. Suddenly, the gate closed right in front of them. The protagonist, with his mouth open, didn't understand what had happened. Looking at the gate, the boy didn't understand why the gate closed. Looking at the child, the young man assumed that the villagers were wary of him because he was a stranger. Opening his mouth, he called out to Myung. The child looked down. Putting his head on his hand, the boy asked what was wrong with him. Suddenly, his companion began to run away from him. Opening his mouth, the hero realized that he was crying. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind the fence. A certain girl was looking at him. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that she was from this village, and now he had many questions, but first of all, it was more important for him to catch up with Mayan. The boy quickly ran after him, realizing that he should not have gone far. Frowning, he tried to understand what was happening, because strange people also approached him on the island after passing the 18th floor, and then everything happened as it should. Jumping through the forest, the young man also thought that he had now managed to take Myung out of the forest in accordance with the conditions of the passage, and something completely unexpected had happened, because this had never happened before, and he had never heard of such a stage in other difficulties. Gritting his teeth, the hero understood that everything had to end, because this was the end of the story. In front of him sat a child. He was trembling. With his mouth slightly open, the boy called out to him. Tears flowed from his companion's eyes. Closing his mouth, the protagonist remembered that he had made a promise to him. Raising his hand, the boy ordered the spirits to appear. Suddenly, light illuminated the child's face. They began to rise upward when the young man ordered them to take care of Myung until he returned. His mouth was slightly open. The child looked up. He looked back. The hero, looking at him, understood that he would protect him until the very end, no matter what happened. With his mouth slightly open, the boy asked the child to wait here for a while, because these spirits would protect him. Crying, the companion agreed. Looking at him, the young man said that he would be back soon and thought that the closed gates of the village and the traces of abuse on the child's body were definitely connected. As he left, the protagonist realized that he had tried to calm down, but he could no longer contain his growing anger. The boy came to the village again. The hero walked straight to her. That girl was standing at the gate. Having summoned a certain sphere, the protagonist realized that this was the same werewolf he had seen when the gates were closed. The boy frowned. Tears were streaming down the girl's face. Opening his mouth, the protagonist realized that she was crying and apparently she was not hostile. The girl, looking at him, asked if he had brought Myung. Opening his mouth, the boy answered affirmatively. Coming out from behind the gate, she also asked if the boy had defeated that ghost in the forest, and the hero answered affirmatively. Crying, she again asked where the child was. Looking at her, he replied that he was crying in the forest. The girl immediately bowed her head. Standing in front of the gate, she explained that the conversation would be long, and invited him to come in. They began to enter the village. Looking to the side, the protagonist realized that it was a well-organized village with very few people, which was strange considering how big it was. Suddenly, the young man looked to the side. Looking at a certain hill, the hero could not understand what kind of absurdly large amount of magic was there. His eyes widened. One of the houses appeared. The girl, standing in front of him, asked him to sit down. Suddenly, his mouth fell open in surprise. Two girls were taking care of him and feeding him. Looking at them, the young man realized that they were fast and excellent at stealth. Lila, sitting in front of him, introduced herself and apologized for her rudeness, and explained that she wanted to thank him first of all for protecting the child. Looking at him, she asked if the boy knew anything about their tribe. He answered negatively, and explained that Myung had told him almost nothing. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that he wanted to know why they closed the gate in front of them, because did that mean that they did not want to let him in? Bowing his head, Lila explained that ghosts attacked the villagers, and when the child was here, they had no other choice. Raising his hand, the boy asked if she meant that ghosts appear because of him, to which she answered affirmatively. Introducing this child, she explained that ghosts appear near him, and then they pursue and attack people around him. Remembering that battle with many monsters, the hero realized that they appeared there for a reason and he had to fight such ghosts several times, but he still could not understand whether they were really pursuing the child. Frowning, the boy asked about why these monsters appeared near Myung and also thought about the fact that the child was not afraid of the white ghosts, because he said that he was used to it, since he often saw them. Raising her hand, the girl explained that it was all because of the curse, since they are trying to punish those who hurt the child, and the hero asked again. Opening her mouth, she explained that they also do not know the whole story, but when Myung worked outside the village, someone mocked him and the curse was intended for this person. Sitting opposite, the young man asked if she could explain in more detail. Introducing the child, she explained that they usually do not work here, but earn money by helping others, and when they first started working, they were often belittled by representatives of other races. Looking down, Lila said that this is why they turned to their godmother for help, and the protagonist asked again. Then the girl explained that this is their guardian deity. Remembering the high place, the hero guessed that the magic most likely belonged to her. Introducing a certain person, she explained that as a powerful guardian deity of the land, the godmother placed a curse on those who oppressed their people. Sunlight poured through the window as the girl spoke about how such a curse causes ghosts to haunt the guilty. Raising his hand, the young man asked who attacked Myung, and the interlocutor explained that it was probably the one who had already died at the hands of these ghosts. Rubbing the back of his head, the hero said that he would gladly kill them himself if he had the chance. Grinning, the boy noted that since no one in this village wishes Mayan any harm, all he had to do was lift the curse. Open-mouthed, he also inquired about why ghosts continue to appear when the person is already dead. Sitting on a chair, the boy listened to her words about the curse being cast through a corpse and asked what she was talking about. After introducing the child, Lala explained that this was their theory and said that Myung had been so badly injured that the curse manifested itself after his death and that he had miraculously escaped and returned to the village. But since this had never happened before, they were still unsure. The young man, with his mouth slightly open, asked if she thought the child would remain cursed until death. She looked down and said no, adding that there was a way. Remembering the high place, the girl explained that they had to wait for the godmother to wake up and ask her to lift the curse. She raised her hand and listened to the boy's question about when she would wake up and replied that it depended on how deep her sleep was. Although we often perform rituals to wake her up, it could be in a few days or in a few years. Placing his hand on the table, the boy asked if she was suggesting that he wait, even if he did not know how long it would take. Bowing her head, she explained that this was why she wanted to ask the boy for a huge favor and asked if the boy could watch over Myung until the godmother woke up. The boy crossed his arms and agreed. Smiling, the girl thanked him. Looking up, the protagonist realized that the child had been cursed for life and that in order to lift it, he needed the power of the godmother, who was currently sleeping. Imagining the village, he realized that he did not have the ability to sit here for years. Frowning, the boy decided to wake up this godmother with his own hands. He remembered that high place. Imagining this deity, the hero thought that the problem could be that the godmother would probably be stronger than him. Imagining Myung, the boy decided to go to the 19th floor after he managed to lift the curse that caused ghosts to appear around the child. The sunlight was still pouring through the window. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, said that she had prepared food for the child and asked if the boy could pass it to him and also asked if he wanted some tea. The hero bowed his head and noted that there were certainly many ways to help him other than asking him for help, because even if he couldn't get close to the village because of the curse, they could leave food for him in a certain place. With her mouth slightly open, the girl said that their tribe loved helping people and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they lived for it. With her hands in front of her, she explained that the downside was that their tribe did not like to accept help and the child must have gone deep into the forest because he did not want anyone to help him. With her mouth slightly open, she also added that it was all because of their nature and the pride they had in helping others and not causing trouble for people. With one eye closed, the boy did not understand what kind of tribe this was, because they acted like house elves and this was extremely difficult to accept. Looking at the assistant, she also said that if someone helps them a lot, they will never forget this kindness, since their fellow tribesmen will be grateful and will repay for it for the rest of their lives, and added that she was sure that Myung would also want to serve the guy for the rest of her days. Putting her head on her hand, the girl said that she would also like this because of the immeasurable help. The young man, opening his mouth, noted that she only asked him to bring him some food and added that serving for a lifetime for such a thing is not very reasonable. Covering her face with her hands, she screamed that this is not the case at all, because after all, helping Myung is her job as the head of the village, and it will be fair if she repays the hero for doing it instead of her. Opening his mouth in surprise, the guy said that she can do as she wants and realized that in any case, he will not stay there for long. There was a small package on the table. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, explained that if the child, upon seeing the food, understood that it was from the tribe, then he might not like it, but the protagonist explained that he would lie about this food. Standing near the house, she also noted that he himself did not know what exactly had happened to him, but the young man replied that he would explain it to him in general terms. Smiling, the head of the village thanked him. There was also a smile on the guy's face. Looking after him, Lala noted that she did not even know the name of the savior and asked if he could share it so that they could pass it on and honor it from generation to generation, but the protagonist asked her not to do this, because it was too much. Closing his eyes, the young man introduced himself. Opening her eyes, the girl asked again. Suddenly, the girl began to disappear. The door closed and loud laughter was heard from behind it, and the hero thought that although his name seemed funny to them, but even so, it was too much. He went out of the village gate. The boy was still sitting near the tree. Myung lowered his head to his knees. Opening his mouth, the child apologized to the hero. Approaching him, the young man explained that he had nothing to apologize for. Stroking his head, the boy noted that he helped him get out of the forest. The boy began to cry again. There was a smile on the hero's face. Having called up the system window, the protagonist added that he had decided to stay in this place for a little while longer, and then his companion asked again. Smiling, the boy invited him to stay with him. With his eyes wide open, the child asked again, and then the young man answered affirmatively. The treetops were visible and the boy's words were heard that he really wanted this. Looking at him, the hero also noted that he had been told something about the child in the village. Myung was sitting on the ground, listening to the young man's words that when the godmother woke up, The ghosts would stop appearing and then he would have the opportunity to return to the village. With his eyes widened, the child asked if this was true. Smiling, the protagonist answered affirmatively, and added that they still did not know when this deity would wake up. Bowing his head, the child said something. Tears of joy flowed from his eyes. The guy was still smiling. He hugged the child and said that everything would be fine. The moon was already visible from behind the treetops. The child was sleeping. Many spirits began to rise again near the young man. He glanced to the side and asked his companion to wait a little longer. A village was visible. Suddenly, a dark cave appeared. Something was lying near it. The young man stood right in front of the entrance. There were many steps. The hero began to go down. The boy frowned, continuing to walk. The boy saw a huge beast in front of him. Its eyes were closed. Opening his mouth, the protagonist assumed that this was the godmother, who had apparently slept through the alarm. Opening his eyes wider, the young man said something. The sphere began to appear in his hand when he decided to strike her in the back first. Suddenly, 2 glowing lights appeared and words were heard about the man with an interesting name putting away his sword. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. Opening his eyes, the deity said that it had already woken up. It opened its mouth, growling. Looking at the godmother, the young man realized that this was simply incredible power and a huge amount of magic, which was incredibly pure. Holding the sword in front of him, the young man also realized that the magic she was studying and the magic in his body resonated and could not understand how this was possible, because usually any magic outside the body quickly dissipates. Looking at the monster, the protagonist realized that since the deity could no longer contain it, the magic simply enveloped it, and the godmother did not allow it to dissipate, which meant that she had much more magic than she could use. Opening her mouth, she told the man to put the sword away. Smiling, the hero thought that it was not enough to have a huge amount of magic at his disposal and realized that he could find a use for it. His mouth fell open. Baring his teeth, he shouted that since he was so curious, he should find out about it. A mad smile was on his face. The monster, grinning, looked at him. Smiling, Hose wanted to find out what she was capable of. The protagonist looked at the beast. The deity stared at the man. Looking at the boy, the monster asked him to put away his weapon, because he was an unusual person, whom she had known since he first appeared in her dreams. Looking from under his brows, the protagonist shared a rumor that she could only be awakened by a ritual. Opening his mouth, the monster said that the shockwaves from the destruction of the giant beetle awakened her. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist asked why the monster did not lift the curse from Myung Myung. Sitting still, the beast said that he lifted the curse from his child. The boy made a surprised expression. Remembering the little boy, the deity said that nothing bothered him anymore. Lowering his head, the young man began to think that the monster was not lying, because after the appearance of the giant beetle, no one else appeared. Sticking out his tongue, the dog repeated his request for the man to put away his sword. The boy held the blade at the ready. The young man looked ahead. Closing his eyes, the monster assumed that the fighter had a tooth for him, because he did not react in any way. Opening his mouth, the beast declared that the warrior did not have enough strength to defeat him. Crouching down, the young man admitted that the gap between them was insurmountable. Raising his paw, the monster offered to give the man all the treasures and elixirs that would make him stronger. Frowning, Hose could not understand why his opponent was avoiding the fight, because she was much stronger. The creature opened an eye. The protagonist got into a fighting stance. Holding the sword in his hand, the young man thought about the best way to attack the enemy. Opening his mouth, the boy was glad that he finally met a worthy opponent, because nothing could even come close to killing him. Looking ahead, the warrior understood that the godmother was an exception. The monster opened its mouth and shouted that it was trying to become an apostle of the deity of enlightenment. The boy frowned and realized that it was the one who always pitied him. Baring its teeth, the creature said that it felt traces of a deity in the man, so he should treat this situation with understanding. Leaning over, the fighter said that he was not interested in this, because he was only interested in the power he would gain. Opening its mouth, the godmother shouted that if she were to suffer, her children would be sad. Bowing its head, the boy said that this was a dirty trick. Standing in place, the warrior suggested that they have a sparring match that would not harm anyone. To which the creature replied that it would definitely suffer. Raising a finger, the young man asked to simply show how the deity uses magic, to which the creature suggested that the man take the elixir and leave. The walls of the cave were visible. In Ho's hands was some kind of bag. Looking at the man, the beast promised to tell the children that the curse was lifted. Looking ahead, the creature said goodbye to the man and asked him not to come here again. Sweating, the protagonist said that it was a little offensive. The protagonist walked under the moon. The boy shifted his gaze. The young man saw people near the gate. Myung Myung was crying loudly. Folding his arms over his chest, the young man assumed that the godmother told them that the curse was lifted. Smiling, the boy was glad that everything ended well for Myung Myung. Sitting on the ground, the warrior decided that he did not need to interfere, because finally everything was over. The young man raised his head. Hose was looking at the moon. Opening his mouth, The protagonist could not believe that this world was artificial. The protagonist, recalling those he had met before, thought that the characters from the 19th floor had their own past, and the godmother knew of his existence from her dreams, so this world was probably created for the sole purpose of testing him. Looking ahead, the youth realized that this was most likely just a theory. Looking at the houses, the youth decided that this was the real world. Looking at the NPCs, the young man thought that this was a fragment of time that existed in the real world, and this was just an artificial situation created based on this fragment. Looking at his friends, Ho-jae realized that it was up to the challenger to decide whether it was worth simply leading Neung out of the forest, or to end up seeing this happy picture. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist came to the conclusion that this was all fake. Scratching the back of his head, the youth decided that it would be much easier if he could pretend that this was really the case. The youth shifted his gaze. The protagonist saw the rising sun. Looking at the boy couldn't tell if everything would be okay with him, or if everything would go back to the starting point and repeat itself with every challenger. Imagining him and Mayan walking together, the warrior was afraid that the time they spent together would simply disappear. Placing his hands on his knees, the young man realized that this was not a problem he could solve. Clenching his fists, the fighter hoped that everything would be okay with the boy. The villagers were walking in the fresh air. Mayan looked up. The boy noticed a rock. There was an object lying on the rock. A bright blue sky was visible. Kirikiri waved her hand. Blushing, the girl greeted the man with a funny name. Smiling, Hoji said that she would be left without cake. Falling to the ground, the floor manager declared that the protagonist was mean. A blue sky was visible. Turning his head, the protagonist asked to tell the meaning of his name. While eating the cake, the lady said that it was classified information, to which the guy replied that it was some kind of nonsense. Kirikiri closed her eyes and admitted that he was right, but still refused to tell what she knew. The boy raised an eyebrow, deciding that this information was unlikely to be of any importance, so it was better not to bother his head. Tilting his head, the young man said that he wanted to talk about the 19th floor. The young man took out a lollipop. A moment later, Hose shoved the candy into his girlfriend's mouth. Twirling the plate on his finger, the protagonist warned that if the girl did not listen to him, he would take the lollipop away. Opening her mouth, the lady asked what interested him on the 19th floor, since it would be more logical to ask about the 20th. Tilting her head, the lady suggested that it was because something strange happened after the cleanup. Frowning, the protagonist said that he did not like to explain everything, but that was how it was, since he had already passed it, and the plot continued. Holding a candy in her hands, Kirikiri explained that this was done to see what the user would do, because after clearing, the probability of receiving an additional reward is low, so there is no point in going further. Sitting on a chair, the girl added that at this time, the gods take a closer look and choose those who are closer to them in spirit. Falling to his knee, Hose realized that this is how the gods choose their apostles. Introducing a dark figure, the lady said that other users do not encounter a huge ghost until they reach the village, but the protagonist exterminated ordinary ghosts so quickly that the appearance of a giant was guaranteed. Imagining ghosts near the village, the lady said that if a ghost appeared in time, the task would be to protect Mayan until her mother woke up. Looking up, the protagonist realized that he was simply walking out of order, which is why it was so easy, to which Kirikiri replied that the 19th floor is not easy at all. The lady opened her mouth and said that the 18th floor was too hard for the guy, and that he was resting on the 17th. The young man lowered his head and admitted that this was indeed the case. Looking back, the young man wanted to ask something about the 19th floor. Opening his mouth, the guy could not find the words. Holding a lollipop in her hands, the lady asked what was the matter. Smiling, the floor manager realized that the young man wanted to ask about what happened on this floor. Looking down, Ho said that this was what he wanted to ask. Introducing his comrades from the 19th floor, the protagonist listened to the words that it did not matter, to which he replied that he wanted to know more about Mayan and its people. The sky was visible in the rays of the sunset. Raising her hand, the lady said that in order to summon the collected souls, there was no need to order them, because it was easier to attract them with something, to which the protagonist suggested organizing a bloody ritual. Kirikiri raised a finger and said that it was a great idea. Looking at the cookies, the girl said that there was an easier way, which was to try to let go of anger and resentment, to which the boy replied that it was easier to just stop collecting those souls. Raising an eyebrow, the boy asked why he was not given a reward for a new level. Looking at the system screen, the young man said that he was able to quickly improve some skills, but it was impossible to develop everything at once, so he needed a new level in order to further improve them. Opening her mouth, Kirikiri explained that the rewards did not just disappear, but the protagonist's progress caught up with the system's progress. Sitting at the table, the lady warned the boy not to expect anything until level 51. Eating a cookie, the lady said that after level 51, the protagonist will receive a reward if he does not cross the next threshold by then. Lowering his head, Hose guessed that the next threshold will be level 100, but at this time there is no way to say how fast the development will go. The young man frowned and said he needed a hint about the 20th floor. Raising a finger, the floor manager promised that the 20th floor would be a challenge even for an experienced warrior like her interlocutor. Looking at the table, the girl began to tell him about the upcoming location. With her mouth open, the guy listened to his friend telling him something. A moment later, the boy was beaming with happiness. Clenching his fists, the fighter could not wait for the moment when he got to the 20th floor. Words about watching his back could be heard on the street. Putting her hands behind her back, Kirikiri wished her comrade to have fun. Turning her head, the guy said goodbye to the floor manager. The system showed a message that this was the waiting room of the 20th floor. There were some packages lying on the floor. Looking down, Hose remembered how Kirikiri advised him to take all the buffs he had accumulated. Looking at the potions, the young man knew that the first drug was given to him by the head monk, the second was given to him for winning the competition, and the third was bought off by the fox. Sitting next to the column, the boy was not sure whether to eat the power-ups now or after entering the floor. Closing one eye, the young man decided that it was better not to rush, because it might turn out that he would be able to clear the location without the power-ups. Opening his mouth, the protagonist saw a system message through which Minhyuk spoke to him. The protagonist was typing a message saying that they had not spoken for a long time. Hose looked at the messages that Min had entered the 89th floor. Opening his mouth, the boy remembered that this was the floor that Chan Young had despaired of entering. Looking at the messages, the young man wrote that he hoped that the man would cope. The notification contained words of farewell. Getting to his feet, the boy realized that it was time for him to go. Looking askance, the boy decided that the 20th floor would show how much he had grown. Noticing the portal, the young man wondered if this floor would be as grueling as the 6th, or if he would pass it with ease. Hose stood still. Imagining pink clouds, the protagonist recalled Kirikiri's words that this floor would be difficult even for him. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that this floor was designed to be passed by a squad of 6 people. Sweating, the player was excited that he would again be alone in a place where a whole crowd of people was needed. The system showed a notification that Hose was the only one in the squad. Smiling, the protagonist was glad that he had reached another floor with a team game. Standing in front of the portal, the protagonist realized that he was now in a good mood since there was nothing interesting for a long time. Pressing the button to enter the floor, the guy was ready to pass the location. The portal began to glow brightly. The player closed his eyes. A moment later, the young man looked ahead. Sitting on the tower, the boy listened to the words of greeting. Moving forward, the young man noticed that it was very spacious. Looking around, the young man realized that this was a fortress on the top of a mountain. Standing there, Hose guessed that since he was right on the roof of one of the towers, his task would not be to siege it. The system showed a message that the test of the 20th floor was beginning. Looking around the castle, the protagonist read the clues that now only a handful of dwarves live here, whom the Trilogy Alliance is trying to capture after the death of the Great Dragon. Introducing warriors with shields, the protagonist read the information that the Alliance wants to take possession of the Great Dragon's legacy in order to gain an advantage in the war against the Empire. The system showed the victory conditions, which were to repel all attacks from the Alliance for 11 days, as well as protect the Great Dragon's legacy from attackers. Looking at the messages, the player decided that he just needed to team up with the dwarves to protect the fortress. Looking away, the young man said that this was the ideal floor for training. Looking at the walls of the fortress, the boy decided that there were no enemies in the area, because he scanned the area with magic. Standing on the edge of the tower, the young man realized that he was now in an alliance with the dwarves. The boy noticed something below. Many dwarves were standing motionless. Looking at his new comrades, Hose was surprised that these guys were so strange. Frowning, the protagonist decided that he needed to take a closer look. Looking at the faces of his allies, the protagonist realized that they were all absolutely the same. Looking up, the dwarf said something. Crouching down, the player asked his comrade's words again. Closing his eyes, the boy could not understand why these creatures spoke so strangely. Raising his eyes, the little man asked the boy who he was. Raising his fist to his mouth, the young man realized that despite their speech and appearance, the dwarves were identical in more ways than just their appearance. Looking at the small creatures, the boy assumed that all of these guys were clones, because they emitted the same magic. Lowering his head, Hose thought that their similarity could be due to the legacy of the ancient dragon that they'd protect. Standing in place, one of the inhabitants of the fortress asked how their guest felt about the alliance. Folding his arms across his chest, the protagonist began to slowly speak about how the Trilogy Alliance were his enemies. Raising his eyebrows, the dwarf asked his interlocutor to speak faster. Covered in sweat, the protagonist agreed to repeat. Jumping off the tower, the player declared that he was at odds with the alliance. Looking at the intruder, the small creatures asked who he was. Raising his hand, the boy said that he was going to defeat the army of attackers and protect the legacy of the Great Dragon. Looking at the many listeners, the young man realized that he could not stand it. Folding his arms over his chest, the young man thought about the fact that the fortress had a good geographical location, but he still did not know anything about their enemies. Looking at the dwarves who were trying to say something, the boy assumed that they were talking about the enemy of the alliance being their friend. Putting his hand to his forehead, Hose decided that he needed to ask the inhabitants of the fortress to show him where the legacy of the ancient dragon was in order to understand what to build a defense plan against. Looking at his allies, the protagonist decided that they could be useful due to their mobility. Opening his mouth, the protagonist realized why the attack would only begin on the second day, since it had taken him 2 hours just to talk to the dwarves. Looking at the dwarves' faces, the player could not understand why these guys trusted him so easily. Looking ahead, the boy assumed that this was a convention of the system, which allowed him to not waste time convincing his allies. Looking at the notebook, the young man was glad that the dwarves brought him a map of the area and a plan of the enemy forces. Sitting at the table, the young man noticed that the map contained information about the alliance camps and the dwarves' defensive installations on the fortress plan. Bowing his head over the table, the boy noticed that the inhabitants of the fortress had done an excellent job. Looking at the map, Hose decided that he first needed to memorize the map of the area and the plan, and then think of what questions he could ask the dwarves, and then accept the reinforcements. Having materialized 3 packages in front of him, the protagonist decided that he shouldn't delay the last point, because the potions would need some time to be absorbed. Raising his head, the protagonist used the summoning of souls. Opening his mouth, the player asked the spirits if they could guard this room. Raising his head, the guy realized that the spirits were not going to listen to him. Watching the green lights, the young man said that they would not find Manhwa in here. Having put 3 potions on the table, the young man understood that the drugs that increase his characteristics are different from ordinary potions, because their absorption requires a fairly high level of concentration and a good level of mana control. Having put the severed head of a pig on the table, the boy was surprised that the spirits would not listen to him even after this. Looking at the green lights, Hose cursed them. Imagining the process of meditation, the protagonist understood that even the friendly intervention of the gnomes could ruin everything. Frowning, the protagonist decided that he simply had no options left. The system window appeared. The player raised his hands. Standing next to the table, the guy used the summon of the deceased. Someone's wing appeared from the darkness. Sharp fangs were visible. The young man was pleased with what he saw. Closing his eyes, the young man said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Looking forward, Ida greeted her old friend. Looking at the lizard, the young man said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Sitting on one knee, Ida asked if it was safe here. Opening her mouth, she said that considering that he called her to this cozy and warm place, it seems that he is finally ready to accept her courtship. Staring at the bed, the monster said that the bed was large and asked who he would like more, a boy or a girl. Frowning, the protagonist told her to calm down, and that he would explain the current situation. A fortress appeared, while the protagonist explained that they were now in a dwarven fortress, and tomorrow a group called the Trilogy Alliance would attack this place. These people were hunting for the legacy of the ancient dragon. A decoration appeared, while the man continued that in order to pass this stage, they needed to repel their attacks for 11 days and protect the legacy of the ancient dragon. Remembering the dwarves, he asked if she knew anything about them, because there was clearly something wrong with these dwarves. Their appearance, and even magic were identical. They spoke so slowly that it seemed as if they were deliberately trying to seem nice. Looking back at the interlocutor, the lizard replied that the dwarves he was talking about could be dragonborn. Surprised, the dark-haired man said that this was far from what he expected. While the dwarves were guarding the fortress, Ida was telling him that they were created by the same creator in the same image. Better to say that these creatures wanted to be dragonborn. They were created for the sole purpose of taking care of the dragon. He could think of them as those washing machines he had mentioned earlier. Opening its mouth, the creature told him not to get his hopes up. Holding the sphere in his hands, he said that as he thought, he still needed to use the amplifiers. Sitting on a chair, the hero asked if she could guard him while he absorbed them. While the candle was burning, the interlocutor asked why he hadn't used them earlier, in some safe place, before coming here. Hose threw the ball up. Looking at the amplifiers, he thought about how he had actually relaxed. Frowning, he realized that he had become sloppier and slower in making decisions, and that couldn't be denied. His next action was tossing a few amplifiers into his mouth. A lump appeared on his neck. At the same time, the man felt power. He frowned. The dwarf fortress stood in the darkness. Sitting in the lotus position, the former pro-gamer said that he had learned everything. Closing his eyes, he continued that his body had not yet adapted. It might take all night. He was sure that it would adapt before tomorrow's fight. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he added that everything would be fine. The protagonist, smiling slightly, explained that his characteristics always grow before difficulties. Frightened, Ida uttered some sounds. Looking at the one who entered, the dark-haired man asked where his manners were, because he did not even knock. The dwarf looked back at them. Closing one eye, the young man thought that it was starting again. Looking at the dwarf, the lizard said that she was a half-lizard. She did not hide here. It was he who called her. Smiling, she added that she was also glad to meet the dragon's family. Surprised, the player asked what she was doing, because he was not even answering her, because he had not even finished speaking. While the dwarf stood nearby, the reptile explained that the whole point of their speech was in the first or second syllable. Standing next to the guy, she continued that because of this, everything they said after usually did not make any sense. Surprised, the interlocutor asked how she understood them. Smiling, the monster answered that she knew the basics of the dragon language. There was a plate of food on the table. Holding forks in their hands, the dwarves said something. Looking at them, one of the dwarves said the word lizard. While eating, the hero thought that he did not understand a single word of their incoherent chatter. Sticking out her tongue, Ida explained that after dinner they would be shown the legacy of the ancient dragon. Moonlight penetrated through the window. People were running outside the fortress. Looking at the dwarf, the reptile told them to ignore the captain's expression, because he always frowned when he ate delicious food. Turning her gaze to the boy, she also said that he finally looked like he thought there was a point in her challenge. Turning away, she continued that although he was a great guy, he had absolutely no understanding of the mood of others. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young man asked if he had offended her in any way or said something wrong. A small counter was visible in the middle of the room. On the counter lay a piece of jewelry. Crossing his arms, the protagonist asked if this was the legacy of the ancient dragon. Opening her mouth, the monster explained that the dwarf could not tell him the details of the necklace. Standing next to the jewelry, the player said that while he was fighting outside, she needed to guard the dragon's legacy. Frowning, he explained that he had information that she needed to protect her back, because someone could write on that spot too. Looking at his interlocutor, he continued that it was necessary to inform the gnomes about this, and it would be even better if they prepared their troops and strengthened their security. Several windows were burning in the fortress. The man collapsed on the bed. Standing next to the bed, his friend said that he had done a good job. Closing his eyes, he said that the fortress defense was pretty good, the deployment of troops also seemed good and she could communicate with them, so there would be no problems. Opening his eyes, he wondered why the gnomes did not treat them with suspicion, because they were dudes who appeared out of nowhere. Opening her mouth, the lizard answered that she did not know either, just like about the Trilogy Alliance. Sticking out her tongue, she said that he was probably right. As soon as the battle began, they would learn new information. Putting his hands under his head, he asked about the new information. The gnome fortress continued to be in the shadows. Some sounds came from somewhere. A man appeared out of nowhere. Several monsters appeared, which meant the battle for the fortress had begun. Opening his mouth, the hero said that everything was so. The lizard, sitting in front of him, noted that the young man had been through a lot. Suddenly, the guy looked away. The sun was shining brightly over the fortress, and the protagonist noted that it was indeed sunny that day. The young man, raising his hand, noted that he and the lizard were the same, because they could not sleep at all if their safety was not guaranteed, and the ally explained that it was funny to listen to the captain's stories. Looking at the gnome, the hero wished him a good morning. Looking out from behind the corner, the creature said something about the trilogy. He continued to look at the guy. Ida, with her mouth open, explained that he meant that the trilogy was visible from the walls of the fortress. They had better go out. The walls of the fortress appeared. Many gnomes were standing on one of them. The hero also went out onto this wall. Looking somewhere, the guy was thinking about something. Looking at the mountains, the protagonist noted that there was no one there and asked if they were hiding. With her mouth open, Ida asked the captain to look somewhere carefully. Looking at something very far away, the protagonist asked if she meant that place, because it seemed to him that it was the ground, but they were just slowly moving towards the fortress. Standing on the wall, the young man explained that at such a speed it would take them forever to get here and they definitely wouldn't manage in a couple of hours, and also asked if the ally knew the number of enemies. The same one answered that the dwarves themselves did not know it. Opening his mouth, Ida explained that they said that it was better to assume that there was no end to the enemies. Closing one eye, the guy agreed with his words and added that there were so many of them that they merged with the landscape and therefore it was really better to think that there was no end to them. Smiling, the hero said that it was just great, but Ida asked him not to laugh so much, because the dwarves began to say that he was crazy. Still standing on the wall, the hero explained that now they just need to figure out what kind of enemies they are, because they are too far away, he can't see them even with his vision. The lizard handed him the thing and said that the gnomes lent it to them. The protagonist could not believe that the gnomes could make telescopes. Then Ida added that it was also possible to adjust the distance and focus with magic. Bringing the telescope to his eye, the young man noted that it was simply amazing and added that in that case they should watch this trilogy. The hero looked through the telescope. Many monsters were visible through it. Opening his mouth, the guy noted that they were unexpectedly ugly, and his comrade said that he would throw up from their appearance. Looking at the lizard, the protagonist asked if they were chimeras. The latter answered affirmatively and added that he now understood why they were called a trilogy. Introducing 3 spheres, Ida said that they were like 3 moons. He also introduced a certain person and explained that this was a symbol of the most evil dark magicians. Opening his mouth, the lizard also added that these 3 moons symbolized the 3 great demons who taught them magic, and the protagonist asked if these monsters were some kind of death squad of dark magicians. Suddenly, a dwarf appeared behind him and answered negatively. Ida, standing next to him, explained that the dark magicians were destroyed by the Empire more than 100 years ago. Introducing these monsters, his comrade said that this was an organization of monsters created by dark magicians, but it survived even after their death. The hero, opening his mouth, asked if there weren't too many of them for monsters created by dark magicians more than 100 years ago, and the lizard explained that these chimeras can reproduce at a rapid pace. Looking down, the young man noted that those mages had died, leaving behind a masterpiece, while his ally said that most likely these monsters even had reproductive organs. Introducing these monsters, the protagonist asked if this meant that they could be intelligent, since that was why they could follow the legacy of the ancient dragon, while Ida said that it was simply disgusting. Opening his mouth, the lizard said that he felt sick, since he had never even thought that he would ever have to see such filthy creatures. The young man, lowering his head, realized that most people would feel the same, and this included him. Looking at the monsters, the hero knew that there was no doubt that these chimeras were disgusting. The dwarf, frowning, said something about anger. Closing his eyes, the guy realized that even the inhabitants of the fortress thought so. Opening his eyes, the protagonist realized that he could not treat monsters like this just because of their appearance. Imagining one of them, he realized that they had scars all over their bodies, as well as different arms and legs. Raising his hand, the protagonist realized that he was no different from them, if not for the elixirs and treatment in the waiting room, because perhaps he would have looked the same. Bowing his head, the young man realized that in fact, the gnomes seemed more disgusting to him. The monsters were still running towards the fortress. The guy looked through the telescope. Looking at the crowd of monsters, the hero said that it was time for them to begin. Throwing the telescope, the protagonist asked the gnome to hold it, then the lizard asked if he was leaving already. Opening his mouth, the hero answered affirmatively and added that he would go and play with them a little, because first he needed to reduce their number. Opening his mouth, Ida said that, according to the plan, he would guard the rear, and the guy agreed with him and explained that they would see each other after the battle. Looking at the hero, his comrade asked him to be careful. The guy didn't turn around. Wings appeared behind him. Monsters were still running along the mountains. They were already approaching. Suddenly, something hit one of them. The monster flew back from the blow. Their numerous army was visible in the distance. Suddenly, an explosion thundered on one of the rocks. The protagonist landed right in front of them. A black sphere began to appear in his hand. The guy's gaze was directed straight at the enemies. A notification about a level increase appeared. Looking at the opponents, the hero assumed that this happened because he killed a large number of chimeras with one blow, which meant that they were ideal for gaining experience. Grinning his teeth, the young man realized that all useless thoughts began to go away, and a pleasant excitement continued to grow. Grabbing 2 hammers in his hand, the guy realized that in order to receive rewards for the level again, he needed to quickly increase it, and here he needed to reach level 51. The hero bowed his head. Grinning, the young man said that it was time for them to have fun. Suddenly he soared into the air. The protagonist gripped the hammer handle tighter. His gaze was fixed somewhere. The guy attacked several enemies at once with the hammer. They immediately flew back. The hero's face was still smiling. Looking at the monsters, he understood that the effect of the enhancements was really noticeable. Smiling, the hero remembered that 1 drug was needed to increase the strength indicator, 1 to increase agility, and 2 more were strengthening tonics, and also realized that it was impossible to say that his characteristics had increased so dramatically, because he had simply managed to become a little stronger and faster. He rushed to attack again. Attacking the enemies, the young man understood that it was this small difference that allowed him to hit before they hit him, and dodge a fist that had not yet been raised. The guy opened his mouth. The monsters, with their mouths open, looked at him. Sitting in front of them, the guy realized that the monsters had stopped rushing at him and apparently the easy prey was over. They started running in another direction, and the hero thought that they were keeping their distance, and were probably going to surround him, since escaping was definitely not in their plans, and assumed that this was why they decided to get rid of him first and then continue the offensive, which was generally not bad for him, since the monsters would not try to go around him in that case. Suddenly, someone appeared above the monsters' heads. The creature landed right in front of them. It stood up. Looking at the hero, it asked what the man was doing here. Frowning, the guy noticed that this chimera spoke not so badly and assumed that he was their leader. Opening his mouth, the opponent asked if the man was a knight of the Empire, and immediately said that this was impossible, since they could not have arrived so quickly. The young man, looking at him, answered that this was true and added that he had ended up here at the most opportune moment by pure chance. Raising his hand, the monster asked if he could find out the man's motives. The protagonist, frowning, realized that he seemed quite intelligent and spoke much faster than the dwarves, and his manners were better, and assumed that this indicated a higher intelligence of the creature. Still sitting in front of him, the guy explained that he needed to protect the legacy of the great dragon for some time. Then the monster asked again. Opening his mouth, the enemy asked how long the man would protect him. Opening his mouth, the hero said that it would last for the next 10 days. Standing in front of him, the monster said that this was bad, because by that time the knights of the empire would already be here, and asked the young man to let them pass. Opening his mouth, the hero thought that this was interesting, because the monster just took it and politely asked him, and then asked if the enemy could tell why they needed the legacy of the great dragon. Bowing his head, the creature asked if the young man would give it to them if they told him the reason. Bowing down, the hero answered negatively. Opening his mouth wide, the monster shouted a question about why the boy was asking this in that case. Frowning, the young man said that it was only out of curiosity. The enemy clenched his teeth hard. Standing on the ground, it began to say something. Opening his mouth slightly, the enemy explained that they needed the legacy in order to return to their human form. Looking at him, the boy asked if this was a joke. Raising his hand, the enemy explained that they also used to be people. Remembering himself in the past, the monster said that he lived in a village with his family on the shore of a beautiful lake, and was a lumberjack. Remembering the two magicians, the enemy shouted that then those people came. Introducing himself at that moment, the enemy said that those magicians experimented on them, made monsters out of them, and used them as cannon fodder, and also added that they did not want this. His eyes burned when he shouted that if he could, he would return home to his family. Bowing his head, the monster explained that he could not come to his family like this. The hero, frowning, remained silent. Still standing in front of him, the enemy said that not all of their chimeras were aware of their situation, and therefore most simply mindlessly followed the others, and they multiplied uncontrollably due to the curse of the magicians, giving birth to new monsters. Remembering such a child, the monster explained that he decided to do this when he saw how another offspring was born and decided that he had to stop this tragedy. Opening his mouth, the monster shouted that they would regain their humanity at any cost, and for this they needed the legacy of the great dragon. Bowing his head, the guy understood that this story was extremely touching. Looking at the monster, the hero thought that he had probably rehearsed his speech hundreds of times in order to tell it to his opponents later. Opening his mouth, the young man also assumed that this monster was waiting for sympathy or justifying his actions in this way. Looking at him, the guy asked why in that case the monster did not kill itself. Sitting in front of him, the hero explained that he left the chimeras alive, who lost self-control and went wild, and he himself preferred to walk around the world in this form, although death would have brought them all the long-awaited peace and would have saved them from complete loss of reason. The monster asked what he was talking about. Opening his mouth wide, the enemy screamed that they were all victims and shouted out a question about why they should kill themselves. A sphere began to appear in the young man's hand when he spoke about the afterlife relieving those whose lives are full of pain, cruelty, and adversity from suffering, and by killing himself, the opponent would have managed to protect his human dignity, and also added that they had all long ceased to be people and were moving further and further away from humanity every day. Clenching his fist, the protagonist explained that the opponent had simply found an excuse to cling to life instead of quietly leaving, and his goal was to steal the legacy and return to his human form, which was just an excuse. Frowning, the protagonist asked if he still didn't understand that they would never be human again, because the dragon's legacy might return them to normal, but it would not return their humanity. Gritting his teeth, the monster tried to say something. The young man, still sitting, explained that the monster's efforts were completely fruitless, because now they were all just monsters that were pawns of dark magicians, fit only for killing enemies. Opening his mouth, the guy explained that no matter how many times he told his sad story, he would never be able to erase his past, because they were no longer human and would never be. Trembling, the monster asked again and shouted that the man should not be rude to him. Opening his mouth wide, he ordered the guy to say his name. Standing up, the young man introduced himself. The monster raised his hand and shouted that he would never forget the name of the man who had dragged them into the dirt, and that they would kill him and regain their humanity. A fortress could be seen in the distance. Ida was sitting next to the legacy. Suddenly, his mouth opened. The boy grabbed the handle of his weapon. The monster looked at him. Suddenly, it opened its mouth. Throwing back its head, the enemy roared loudly. All the monsters, also opening their mouths, began to roar in response. All the monsters around the protagonist opened their mouths. Putting away his weapon, the boy realized that it was too loud and assumed that perhaps some effect was imposed on the roar. His enemy began to be enveloped in some kind of aura. Looking at the hero, it ordered the monsters to attack. They suddenly began to jump on the boy. Two monsters immediately lost their heads. A new blade appeared in the boy's hand. A black and purple glow appeared due to the use of soul exploitation. The monsters began to be torn to pieces due to the use of fortification and coercion. The main chimera watched this with clenched teeth. The young man frowned and looked somewhere. There were many corpses of monsters lying on the ground. The guy looked to the side. Imagining the battlefield from above, he realized that the first line was rushing to attack, and the next line was first watching and then moving forward, which led to the conclusion that they were running at him in waves. Having cut one of the monsters, the hero thought that they were simply lining up and trying to gradually drain his stamina. The head of one of the monsters flew off after the blow. The enemy's body fell to the ground. Black streams of energy began to emanate from it. Closing his eyes, the protagonist understood that the exploitation of souls would constantly replenish losses, so that stamina and mana would never run out, and also remembered that the effect was enhanced by a huge number of opponents. Opening his eyes, the young man realized that it was time for him to stop, because the enemies had taken a battle formation suitable for starting a siege, and if you didn't look closely at this crowd of monsters, you could take them for a well-trained army. Imagining a circle around himself, the protagonist realized that in such moments it was necessary to clearly draw a line that no one could cross without losing their life. Looking at some of the monsters, the guy remembered that he had already done this with the first wave, so they already knew this. The head of one of the monsters was inside this circle. Looking at it, the guy realized that despite this, they continued to cross the line. Dodging, the protagonist realized that immediately after killing this monster, the rest would immediately run to him. Looking at the enemy troops, he understood that they were not at all brainless monsters, because after all, these offspring were created for war. Holding the blade, the boy thought about the fact that he needed to take into account the characteristics of each fighter, as well as their strengths, personality, and intentions, because he needed to predict the movements of all the enemies around him and take countermeasures. One of the monsters was approaching him, when the hero was trying to figure out whether he should slow down the attack, dodge, or just kill. With his eyes wide open, the hero realized that for each such question that he had to ask himself, he needed to find the right answer in a second. Looking at the enemy, he knew that he needed to focus. Having cut the enemy, the protagonist realized that he needed to conserve mana and strength, as well as act effectively. 3 monsters were already running towards him, when he thought about the fact that he did not even remember how many times he had to fight against several opponents. Because it happened that he could not cope with the pressure, and because of this did not have time to repel attacks or was even forced to run. Grinning, the guy realized that no one had run to him before, which was the reason for being here. The young man cut the chimera with a blow. Suddenly, the guy looked away. Immediately after, the hero attacked the approaching enemies. With another attack, the guy chopped off the head of one of them. There were several corpses lying on the ground. There were even more of them in another place. Gritting his teeth, the main chimera said that this was simply impossible. Looking at the battlefield, the enemy understood that the corpses of the chimeras were overlapping each other and forming a barricade. Gritting his teeth, the monster screamed that at this rate they would not be able to get close to him, and therefore they should retreat and regroup. Suddenly, a bright flash lit up the battlefield after using the cry of the soul. Raising his hand, the chimera ordered the monster not to break the battle formation. Suddenly, the opponent noticed something. The same smile was on the guy's face. Night had already hung over the location. The young man, with his mouth open, was breathing heavily. He brought the bottle of potion to his mouth. Standing in the middle of a pile of corpses, the hero realized that the fight was harder than expected. Healing, the guy remembered that he almost got hurt a couple of times, because sometimes a strong opponent would suddenly jump out of the crowd and it would become dangerous, and thanks to such moments, he had to really try. Looking up, the hero understood that today the chimeras saw what he was capable of and therefore would come up with a new plan, since they still had elite warriors and therefore tomorrow would be even more difficult and dangerous. Looking somewhere, the protagonist realized that this would not be enough to knock him down, because due to serious pressure from the enemy, his senses were heightened. Closing his eyes, the guy decided to go back to the fortress. Its walls were visible in the distance. The protagonist jumped onto one of the walls. The dwarf was running up to him, shouting something. The creature was pointing somewhere. With his eyes wide open, he was saying something about a lizard. Suddenly, the young man's mouth fell open. Remembering that room with the artifact, the hero couldn't believe what the dwarf had told him. Ida was lying on the floor of that room, while the boy was wondering if something had happened to his ally. The main building of the fortress was visible in the distance. The boy was heading there. The boy was already right above the entrance. The lizard was sitting by the column. With his mouth wide open, Ida asked if the hero had just returned. Raising his hands, the boy shouted a question about what had happened to his comrade. Closing his eyes, his comrade noted that he probably looked just awful, and the protagonist asked to let him look at the wound. Some kind of aura was emanating from the wound. With his mouth wide open, Ida said that she had hurt her own leg. Looking down, the lizard explained that she was thinking about nonsense and perhaps the chimeras that appeared had such an effect on her, and also added that she had a hard time with an unfamiliar weapon, and the protagonist asked again. Near the altar lay the corpses of monsters, and the comrade told him to look at those corpses, because perhaps it was because of their strange limbs, but they all had similar weapons and asked the hero to be careful if he had to face them. Frowning, the guy realized that among the monsters he had met, there was not a single one with such a weapon, and this meant that the real chimeras were those who had set up an ambush here. Sitting by the column, Ida said that the monsters said that with this necklace they would no longer have to live in such a terrible form, because they would be able to become people, and added that she was still not sure about it. Looking somewhere, the lizard explained that while she was listening to them, Her hands weakened. The hero, sitting next to her, called his comrade by name. Remembering the battle, the comrade said that she was too stupid and because of this, she even injured herself. Raising his hand to the wound, the young man explained that first he needed to remove the bandage to heal it. Raising his hand, the guy understood that he needed to calm down, but did not know what to do next, when suddenly the lizard called out to him. Opening her mouth, she asked what kind of thing was in his hand. Looking at him, the comrade asked if it was an expensive potion and asked not to waste it in vain. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. Suddenly, his eyes opened wider. Remembering Ida earlier, the protagonist remembered that they first met in the boss room on the 5th floor, and she fought with all her might. He remembered how she was sitting somewhere and realized that even after that, the lizard became his ally who went through a lot with him. Looking at her, the guy realized that they had overcome several levels together and had made significant progress since then, and it seemed to him that they would definitely pass the 20th floor together. Frowning, the young man remembered that Ida had 2 special skills. Imagining one of them, he knew that it was the dodge ability that she had used in the battle with him. Also imagining the use of the second ability, the hero remembered that it was an attacking one, since it emitted dark death energy, and as soon as such energy stuck to the player, it would stay with him until death, no matter how much he wanted to fight. Holding the potion in front of him, the young man also thought about the fact that the lizard had an almost invincible, with some limitations, dodge skill, and an attack skill that would slowly but surely cut off the enemy's life, and it seemed to him that it would help him pass the next levels. Looking at the wound, the protagonist also realized that the death energy was difficult to control, because it could be dangerous for Ida herself, and besides, no medicine would save him from this attack. Opening his mouth, the hero realized that the wounds were too deep and were fatal. Opening her mouth, the lizard said that she had no chance. The young man clenched his teeth tightly. One of the columns was visible and the boy's question was heard about whether it hurt. Ida asked if he was worried and immediately added that it was not worth it, because only cut wounds hurt, and the energy of death does not cause pain. Lowering her hand, the lizard explained that she also had a lot of wounds, in addition to this one, and several of them were quite serious, and they could heal some of them. Opening her mouth, Ida said that in any case, she would not be able to help him tomorrow. Smiling, the protagonist asked her not to worry and explained that he could call her again. Suddenly, something hit him in the head. His eyes opened wide. Looking at him, the lizard asked the captain to pull himself together, because they were closing their eyes to the truth, which was inevitable. Opening her mouth, the comrade explained that she was already dead. The young man, looking up, was silent. She, still sitting by the column, said that she had 1 life and 1 soul and explained that these words were passed down in their family, and added that she had 1 soul, but many lives. The hero, opening his mouth, again called her name, and the lizard reminded that she asked not to pity her, because it was not the captain who killed her, since death overtook her earlier. Raising her head, the comrade said that she did not know how it happened. Closing her eyes, Ida explained that it was better for her to just remain silent. Opening her mouth, she said that her time was running out. With his mouth open, the hero listened to her words about how she knew that the protagonist considered the creatures he encountered on the levels to be alive, not just lifeless creatures, and therefore everyone he encountered on his way pleased and disappointed him, and that is why the guy has to suffer when fighting enemies. The monsters were still lying at the altar when the lizard said that when the level restarts, they return to their original form and, in fact, they all do not exist, so he should just ignore them and chop them down. Looking at the hero, Ida asked him to come to terms with this, because she is just an industrial product. Throwing her head back, the comrade noted that she may be the only one the protagonist knows and asked him to think about how many others like her are killing players on the 5th floor. The lizard opened her mouth wide, saying something. The hero opened his mouth and called out to her, and then his comrade said that she was very lucky. Bending over, the boy listened to her words about how, thanks to him, she was able to realize her essence and have fun. Blood flowed from her mouth when she tried to say something. Suddenly, the lizard put her hand on the hero's face. Looking at him, the comrade said that she really liked the protagonist. Closing her eyes, she also noted that she was sure that the young man felt the same, although they were different, and added that he most likely liked her, at least as a friend and comrade. The boy's eyes opened wider. Taking his friend's hand, the hero said that she was his family. Closing her eyes, the lizard asked if the protagonist could do her a favor, and he asked what she wanted. Sitting by the column, the lizard asked not to call him anymore. Opening his mouth, the young man asked what she meant. Looking at him, Ida asked to summon him when all her limitations would disappear and she would be able to become who she really was. Lowering her head, she explained that she knew such a request was ridiculous and added that the effectiveness of the summoning would decrease the abilities depending on its use. Crying, the protagonist interrupted her words, agreeing and adding that he would do as Ida asked and asked her not to worry. Throwing her head back, the lizard said that she was not worried at all, because she was sure that he would do so. Looking up, the lizard began to say something about what the guy needed. Looking at her, the hero asked what she meant, but she did not answer. They were all sitting by the column when the comrade said that she thought they had very little time, but they still had a little time left, and added that her heart was beating slower and slower. The young man asked her not to blame herself, then Ida asked if he had calmed down. The young man put his hand on hers when she said that the guy was quite unusual, and the hero asked if they could talk some more while she had time. The entrance to the main building of the fortress was visible. When the lizard asked what he wanted to talk about, the protagonist said that they could talk about anything. Lowering her head, the comrade explained that she could not help but want this. The guy sat down next to her. Tears flowed from his eyes. The lizard closed her eyes. The protagonist stood in front of Ida. A tear rolled down his face. Blood dripped onto the floor. Bowing his head, the protagonist remembered Ida saying that she wanted him to wait until she was no longer bound by anything, until she could live a normal life. Standing rooted to the spot, the boy understood what his friend wanted. She wanted him to summon her when she was no longer bound by the rules of the training system, not when he got out of here and entered the real world, because even after he left, Ida would still be on the 5th floor. Looking at the dripping blood, the boy said that he didn't know enough about the system and its rules to find a way. Clenching his fist, the youth said that he needed to think about it, but in order to do so, he would have to understand the system of the training world on a deeper level. The dwarf approached Hose. Hose frowned at him, asking what he wanted. The dwarf raised his head and said that the lizard woman had passed something on to him. The boy's mouth dropped open in shock. Half an hour ago, Ida, sitting on the floor, had said that her wounds were too deep, and if the general didn't make it back in time, he should pass something on to him. With her mouth open, she said that the general should never stop developing, because he was currently stuck at this stage. He hadn't used up his full potential, because the only person he could compare himself to was himself. The protagonist stared at the dwarf. He gritted his teeth. Hose and the dwarf froze, and they didn't move for a couple of minutes. Clenching his fist, he said that last night he had told Ida in detail about his progress, that he was developing very quickly, so fast that the system couldn't keep up, so he couldn't be compared to other users. Now, looking at the corpse, he said that if Ida thought it wasn't enough, then it probably was. He needed to accept it. The boy couldn't help but grin. His eyes shone brightly. Now he was absolutely sure of the path he should take. The monsters flew up due to the gust of mana. As they began to fall, they screamed. Hose crouched down, calming his mana. The monsters around him opened their mouths. The ruby sparkled at that moment. The protagonist bent over, waiting for something. He clenched his jaws, furious. At that moment, the system informed him that all the deities of the White Temple were watching him. Looking at the monsters rushing at him, the boy said that Ida demanded more from him, and if nothing happened to her, he would most likely have easily cleared this floor. Hordes of monsters rushed towards Hose. The boy summoned his sword. His characteristics had already gone beyond the training system. He could go through floors for a long time without any problems, and calmly reach the exit to the real world. The sword was enveloped in mana. In order to see Ida again, the boy must go beyond the system and break it, and the current him cannot do it. Hose smirked and said that Ida knew him too well. The monsters ran towards the boy. A moment later, they were all cut into pieces. The furious protagonist cut them down. Another group of monsters were cut down. Hose, tightly gripping the hilt of the sword, said that Ida gave him a more exciting challenge than just going through training. The boy slightly tilted his pelvis to the side. Swinging the sword, he said that it was like being born again. The training world pulled him out of the black melancholy. Standing right in the middle of the funnel, the boy felt happy and unhappy at the same time. For the first time, he was grateful for the training world, hoping that it would never end. Looking at the ruby, he said that these deities needed an apostle, and his opinion was not taken into account. Hose frowned. He was angry with the deities. The monsters rushed at him with their mouths open. A bright pillar of light shot up. The boy, using many skills, began to chop down each of his enemies. He gripped the hilt tighter and said that he had not realized his true strength before. He simply had no chance to feel it because he had not encountered a worthy opponent, but he understood the limits of his capabilities in other ways. The boy's sword lengthened. Hose's eyes lit up when he decided that it was time for him to abandon his usual fighting style. Swinging his sword, he created a wave of mana that scattered everyone. Swinging his sword, the protagonist said that he was no longer going to keep a safe distance and save himself. Instead, he would rush into the abyss of battle, pouring every last drop of mana into the attack. The pillar of mana made the monsters fly. Closing his eyes, the boy said that he had good defense, so he should forget about it for a while and focus on exterminating opponents. He would still restore more mana and stamina than he spent. A bright light filled the space. Swinging his sword, Hose created another pillar of mana. The monsters, unafraid, rushed towards him. Grinning, the young man shouted, ordering them to attack. Hose looked at the clouds in the sky. The system notified the protagonist of passing the 20th floor. Corpses filled the entire destroyed battlefield. Blood flowed from the protagonist's wounds. Hose straightened up, passing the 20th floor, raised a wave of discussions on the forum. Many began to type, being surprised. Immediately after that, Hose passed the 21st floor, and then the 22nd and 23rd. The system panels filled the space when the guy passed the 24th floor. Even the original Hose, who was standing on the 60th floor, did not expect this from his clone. The events take us to the 60th floor. Yun, holding a notebook in her hand, was humming a song. The protagonist sat to the side and watched her. He couldn't help but smile. The girl was singing with her eyes closed. Hose couldn't help but imagine Yun's place. Myung. He didn't remember him and didn't know him, and he didn't sing a song to him. Closing his eyes, the guy said that maybe the clone was singing to him. Summoning a newspaper, the young man decided to see what news there was in the real world. Reading the newspaper in his hand, he was surprised. Looking at Junseok's face, he learned that his rank had been assessed. He had become the first awakened G rank. Summoning the system panel, Hose said that they had finally published the results of the assessment. He should see what people thought about it in the chat. Now, looking at the system panel, he read how many were shocked that there was someone above SSS rank. The protagonist frowned slightly. It was as he thought. Rank was influenced by several factors. At first it was determined by the difficulty the awakened was trained on, but when the difference between the elite of normal difficulty and the bottom of hard difficulty began to blur, it was decided to rebuild the ranking system to reflect individual characteristics. Hose, holding the newspaper in his hand, mentally said that gradually the abilities of users became more diverse, so the first method no longer reflected the differences between them. S-rank people were on average between levels 40 and 50, normal and hard difficulty. SS rank, like Amit, were people between levels 51 and 90, almost always hard difficulty. To get the SSS rank, you need to gain more than 100 levels, even on the hard difficulty. Such awakened ones are almost never found. To reach such heights, you need to get to the bottom of the secrets of the training world and the hidden features of the system, have incredible talent, like Shiken. The protagonist, who was sitting on a chair, said that even at the SSS rank, there was no one higher than level 110. The young man frowned. Zongseek, the lightning mage, was level 201. Many unbelievers praised him. Poking at the system panel, the guy said that he did not expect any other reaction. The protagonist shuddered when someone asked in the chat what level Hose was. The guy's mouth dropped open when people started saying that this guy got level 200 a few years ago. It seemed to him then that this could not be. But after the news about Zongseek, he stopped thinking so. Starting to type, the young man wrote in the chat that he was already at level 351. Raising his head, the young man mentally said that he seemed to have shared before that he was level 251. Perhaps Junseok had made this number his goal, in which case he probably thought that he had almost caught up with him. Looking at the newspaper, Hose decided to finish reading it. There was another article about Junseok. It said that he had been accepted into the Minyuk clan. The Korean government would not be delighted with such news. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he did not expect Minyuk to get involved in political circles, but he did not live up to his expectations. Raising his eyelids, Hose mentally said that he could only watch from the sidelines at what was happening in the outside world. He had known about it for a long time, but after such news, a feeling of powerlessness washed over him again. When Yun approached him, he asked her what had happened to her. The girl, opening her mouth, asked her father when her uncle would return. The young father frowned. Rubbing the back of his head, he said that his uncle had left at that time and was no longer visible, but there was no need to worry, he would be back soon. Suddenly, the entire space shook. There was a strong magical shock. Someone was trying to penetrate the 60th floor. Hose frowned, trying to figure out who it could be. Opening his lips, he said that Yonghi was still far away from him, and almost none of the gods could penetrate the world of training. Raising his hand, the guy told his daughter that their uncle had returned. Smiling, he suggested going to meet the uncle. The clone passed through the portal. Yun raised her hands, joyfully greeting the uncle. The protagonist, looking at the clone's body, tried to understand what the clone had been doing all this time. He reeked of divine energy. His gaze made him feel uneasy. Hose chuckled slightly. The guy, frowning, said that he usually didn't act like that. It was unknown what was going on in his head now. Hose, saluting, said that he wished him a safe journey to the sunset. Let the sunbeams play in his ears. The protagonist abruptly lowered his head, said that this was actually a farewell. The clone, angry, said that he could play along. This was his favorite quote. Winking, Hose said that he would return with the same smile on his lips with which he left, wishing him to find the long-awaited peace. While the clone was lifting and playing with Yun, the original asked where he had been for so long. Why he smelled of deities, he answered, saying that he had been on the 61st floor. Looking at the original, he said that when he entered the 61st floor, all the deities immediately turned their attention to him. He had never felt such interest in his own person. A notification appeared in front of him that they had agreed to something. Scratching the back of his head, Hose thought about it when the clone said that he was also not accepted as a full-fledged user, so he came here to check. While playing with Yun, the clone said that these gods were quite friendly. He even got some divine skills, and it took him some time to convince the gods. Frowning, Hose asked how many skills he got. Smiling widely, the guy said that he got 1,263 skills. Ho's mouth dropped in shock and asked if he really deceived so many gods. Continuing to smile, the guy said that they asked him to become their apostle. The protagonist was surprised and asked if he really accepted their offers, and he even refused him. Smiling, the young man said that he did not accept anyone's offer. Now he should show a little respect, not be an ungrateful bastard. Closing his eyes, the guy praised the clone, who specifically demanded to say it again, only louder. Frozen with a smile on his face, the guy called the clone a good boy. The boy frowned and said that if he called him that again, the protagonist turned around and interrupted the clone, saying that he had to go. The boy standing next to Yun asked his friend where he was going. Hose walked away. He knew that a divine skill was not just a useful ability. Obtaining a divine skill was part of the process of becoming a deity. The skill was their identity, and the core of divinity. If you delved deep enough into each of them, you could learn a lot. At the current level, the protagonist could create normal magic spells on his own, but until now he had not been able to create a divine skill, so now he walked, wanting to try again. Yun walked after his father, who needed a new idea, a new material, and 1,000 divine skills of the clone gave him this. The youth's pupil flashed. He was able to change his divine skills. Gathering mana in front of his palm, he will now create his own divine skill. The knight blew his horn, raising his trumpet. The knight's ranks rushed forward. The two armies were heading towards each other. The 25th floor was designed for a squad to pass through, where they had to choose which of the two sides of the conflict to join and defeat the enemy. The user needed not only combat skills, but also leadership qualities, the ability to influence subordinates and lead these knights. The protagonist, sitting on top of the mountain, understood that he did not have such an ability. The guy straightened his head. Looking down, he said that the two armies would soon clash in battle, with or without him, for now he liked the red ones more. The knight blew his trumpet, announcing the start of the fight. Hose received a system notification. The guy looked at the system panel, not understanding what else it was. Minhyuk, smiling broadly, said that they had not talked for a long time, and he had some cool news, so he decided to share it. Hose, who was sitting on the mountain, said that he would listen to him. The guy raised his head and frowned when Minhyuk said that a newbie who came in this game session told them something. Several users from the Chinese server had already completed the tutorial, 3 people at the same time. The guy, calling the keyboard, asked what floor Pac-Man was on now. His friend answered by saying that he was on the 90th floor and only had 10 levels left. Standing in the middle of the city, the guy said that there was no evidence that they were from the tutorial world. The newbie simply told them that 3 people who killed monsters with their bare hands suddenly appeared in China. It seemed that the Chinese government was using them as a propaganda tool. Hose, parting his lips, said that this meant that the state recognized them, since they were not sent to some lab to be experimented on. Minhyuk frowned and said that even if there were 3 people at once, perhaps the authorities simply did not interfere due to the abundance of monsters on the ground. Perhaps they had some evidence to convince the government. Hose raised his hand and said that they might not be the first at all. Looking at those fighting below, he said that users from other countries might have hidden the fact of their return from the government, or the first ones who returned were hiding. Minhyuk smiled and said that thanks to these guys, they would not have to clean up the consequences of returning to reality and tell the whole world about the training world, and it had long been clear that there were other servers. But everyone was sure that the Koreans would be the first to complete the training. After all, they all win during the competitions. The protagonist, actively typing on the keyboard, said that thanks to the system, users have the opportunity to develop more effectively. When Hose passed the 12th floor, the guards began to prepare for the moment when the first Korean user leaves the training world. Chona studied a lot, making a plan to interact with the authorities and collected letters for the relatives of the users. Opening one eye, Minhyuk said that they still actively supported Chanyoung when he was the first. For his sake they sometimes had to reduce resources for other squads, but it was all in vain. He was just stuck. Looking at the fountain, he said that Chanyoung cost them 10 floors of the main squad's advancement. Since Pac-Man had overtaken everyone, it would be easier to wait until he reached the end and then push the others up. System panels appeared in the air when Minhyuk asked how quickly he would pass it. Hose, looking at the armies again, said that today everything will pass. The knights clashed in battle. The youth raised his hand. His dark mana rushed towards the troops. Soul exploitation struck 2 knights. Taking advantage of this, the opponent thrust his spear. The protagonist stood up, saying that the advantage was definitely on the red side now. Having created wings, Hose flew up. The red knights' bodies were enveloped in mana. Hose parted his lips, saying that he was increasing the buff of his allies' strength and suppressing the fighting spirit of his opponents with suggestion. Soon, the enemy's battle formation began to gradually disintegrate. The commander galloped on his horse, saying that victory would be theirs. Hose spread his arms out to the sides since the army commander had begun to act actively. It was time for him to go to the battlefield as well. The boy narrowed his eyes. A sword appeared in his hand. He remembered how Kurikiri, looking at him, said that he would most likely no longer receive rewards for leveling up. The young man standing opposite him became worried. Then the manager said that he was developing too quickly. At this rate, one could not count on anything. It was better for him to forget about rewards and not look at levels at all. Now, the floating hose understood Kurikiri. If he wanted to see progress, he had to stop thinking about leveling up and focus on improving his skills and building resilience. Parting his lips, he said that he wanted to learn more about magic, but Kurikiri said that it would be impossible to do so until the 30th floor. So he decided to hone his sword skills in combat. Floating in the sky, the youth said that he was used to suppressing opponents with brute force, but he couldn't say that his fighting technique was that impressive. The great thing was that he had managed to get to this level through self-study. Rubbing his chin, Ho said that there was no one right way. He didn't really understand what he could change right now. He had to adapt his technique to the situation, but what aspects needed improvement? Ho's remembered what the knight on the 16th floor taught him. Passive techniques designed solely for defense, a rather impractical technique. It was learned by the sons of rich houses. Those 3 techniques seemed good to him, so he called them killer swings. Thanks to the knight's lesson, the guy learned to create an aura and trained in the waiting room. Raising his sword, Ho said that most often he did not listen very carefully to the teacher. He did not understand at all how one could listen to sword fighting techniques. Because this is a practical skill, the movements that he showed him became the foundation of sword mastery. Suddenly, the ground rose. A moment later, an iron golem burst out of the ground. The construct immediately attacked the knights. The creature stood up to its full height, frightening people. Hose began to dive at it. The guy instantly appeared next to him and swung his sword. A moment later, the construct collapsed. The protagonist himself landed calmly. Gritting his teeth, he realized that it was good that the talkative knight explained everything in such detail that even he had something stuck in his head. Now he understood that many of the techniques he explained to him were different variations of the regard swordsman's technique. The construct fell to the ground. The helmet rolled to the side. Hose chuckled. He was learning something now. The youth stood up, and thus the 25th level of hellish difficulty was passed. Looking at his rapid progress, even the gods were speechless. The protagonist passed by the corpses of enemies. Many system notifications appeared in front of him. Scratching the back of his head, the youth said that this floor was too easy. Perhaps this is the reason the deities reacted like this. Looking at the army of red knights, he said that it was not surprising, because he finished everything in 2 swings of the sword. Hose frowned slightly, seeing a new skill that merged with combat concentration. Looking closely at the system windows, he realized that he had received the skill of stopping time. The young man poked at the panel. The system immediately told him that the deity that granted him this skill wished to hide its identity. If he himself did not understand it, it might get angry. Hose, having read this, imagined a lonely girl. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy said that this was most likely from the deity of slowness, because it had been expressing concern for a long time. A moment later, 2 system windows appeared. The deity of slowness was pleased, and the god of adventure grumbled. Hose, having looked closely at the panel, decided to ask Kurikiri what this skill does. Smiling widely, he began to praise the goddess of slowness for the divine skill he had received. Then the guy began to walk towards the portal. He wanted to go to the 26th floor. A bright light flooded his consciousness. Kurikiri pouted. The young man, having approached her, asked if she was really angry with him. Frowning, the protagonist mentally said that he thought she would take the defeat easier. Before passing the 25th floor, the rabbit, approaching Hose, said that it would take him 5 days to pass this floor. Then the guy, disagreeing, bet her for cake. Closing his eyes, Hose said that in the end he passed the floor in just a day. Raising his hand, the guy said that they could bet on how long it would take him to pass the next floor. The girl, raising her hand, said that the next floor would be very difficult. It would take a month to pass, so she bet on 33 days. Hose, frowning, said that he would fail it if he did not manage to do it in 1 game session, that is, in 30 days. The girl, opening her eyes, said that from the 26th floor onwards, he could spend more than 30 days to pass. At the end of the session he would simply be thrown into the waiting room, and then return to the point where he stopped. The rabbit smiled and said that if they failed, they could try again in the next session, which gave the players a big advantage. Hose, slightly hunched over, said that it was much easier to clear a floor when you knew what was going to happen in advance. If something went wrong, you could just wait until the end of the game session and start over. But now if you made a mistake, at the beginning of the next session, he would return to the same place. He bowed his head and said that this way he could get into an endless loop of defeat, from which it would be almost impossible to escape. Chan Young showed how dangerous this situation was by his own example. He fell, left alone in the darkness. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and asked if there was a team game. Raising her hand, the manager said that they could gather 25 people. Usually it takes at least 2 to 3 months to assemble a team. Kurikiri stuck out her finger and smiled widely, saying that he could clear this floor in 33 days, so he should make a cake. Hose, slightly bowing his head, said that it turns out that he will not be here for a long time. She will not see cakes for a whole month. The girl froze and was horrified. Soon the young man found himself in the waiting room of the 26th floor. Calling the system panel, he said that first he needed to read the description of his new skill. Setting the time for a long time froze the flow of time. During the freeze, only the mind of the carrier remained active. The rest of the system elements froze until the clock returned everything to its previous state. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy said that now he can stop time, but he also will not be able to move, only think. The speed of the user's thinking depends on his abilities. The skill did not absorb either magic or endurance. Handing over the Kirikiri candy, the young man learned that without proper concentration, the user may not have time to understand that time has stopped. The protagonist created a sphere. He threw it up. A moment later, the waves dispersed from his feet. Time stopped. The young man's eyes were closed. He felt that the sphere was frozen in the air. Hose deliberately closed his eyes, feeling the world with other organs. Thanks to his abilities, he could clearly see the entire waiting room. The young man did not move for a long time. 3 hours had already passed. Suddenly, the world shook. The mana in the air began to move. A moment later, the sphere fell on his hand. Looking at the sphere, Hose said that the skill lasts for about 3 hours. The thrown object was not completely frozen and was gradually moving downwards. Opening his lips, the protagonist said that staying conscious for hours while everything else freezes is a great torture. You need to have good endurance so as not to go crazy. Summoning a sword, the guy said that ordinary people may not be able to handle this. But for him this skill is ideal. Now he can stop time right during the battle. Waves spread from the legs of the young man. Time froze again. Hose had already reached a level where he only needed a thought process to hone his skills. Stopping time did not waste energy, and he could train in his thoughts endlessly. Gritting his teeth, the young man used time stop. A bright light illuminated the entire space. The room began to fill with portal sparks. Hose lit a fire. Soon the portal was completely formed. The protagonist walked towards it. Now it was time to go to the 26th floor. The guy walked through the portal. He immediately landed on the floor. Hose raised his head. He found himself in a spacious throne room. The aristocrats in front of him frowned, not understanding why only one person had come. Hose frowned, not understanding who all these people were. The king, sitting on the throne, asked what was the matter, why they were unable to summon the heroes. The young man, hearing the king's question, narrowed his eyes. His lips stretched into a grin. The protagonist was on the floor where the user became a hero summoned to another reality. And now, looking at the king, Hose realized that he needed to defeat the demon lord. The castle, like the entire kingdom, was on the continent of Hyog. For 35 years, there had been a war between humans and half-demons. Both sides had suffered great losses, burning each other's cities. The demons, after thinking, decided to summon the forgotten demon lord, once revered by their descendants. In contrast to this move, humans summoned heroes from another world. According to their plan, one of them was to awaken the sacred sword waiting for its time in the castle. Now the protagonist, who found himself in the throne room, turned out to be one of the heroes. He involuntarily grinned. The condition for passing was to obtain the awakened sacred sword and defeat the demon lord. The aristocrats became alarmed, starting to exchange glances. Hose kept looking back while kneeling. He looked to the right and understood everything. The young man saw many people descending, not understanding why they had called only him instead of a group of 25. The king, slightly bowing his head, asked the boy why he was alone. Where were his comrades? Scratching the back of his head, Hose said that he was alone, while the boy was trying to find the sacred sword. Obtaining the sword was one of the conditions for the cleansing. Even the prologue to the floor said that it was necessary. Perhaps without it it would not be possible to kill the demon lord. The aristocrat, waving his hand, demanded that the impudent man be punished. The protagonist, not paying attention to them, looked at his palm. He should have tried to search for the sword with magic first. The boy frowned sharply when they called out to him. The red-haired man, approaching him, said that magic cannot be used here. There could be trouble. Hose asked who he was, squinting his eyes. The warrior answered, saying that he was one of the heroes. He was also summoned, but they were from different worlds. 5 groups of heroes gathered in the room. They did not need any extra fuss now, because a rune that suppressed magic was installed here. The protagonist did not listen to him anymore and looked at his palm. A moment later, the entire floor lit up because of his mana. A gust of wind frightened the warrior. The girl standing behind the knights was surprised. She froze, her mouth open in shock. Arcs of electricity passed through the air. The huge rune under Hose began to collapse. The guy, closing his eyes, felt something. Deep in the dungeons of the palace, there was a source of strong magic. In addition, there was divine energy in it. The protagonist gradually dispersed the mana. Opening his eyes, he squinted. Looking around, Hose asked why everyone was so tense. Looking at the warrior next to him, he asked what he had said to him. The warrior, frightened, said that he had said nothing. The protagonist, frowning, called him strange. Looking at the rune, the young man realized that it had broken, most likely because of him. The king and his butler closed their eyes and thought. The old man coughed into his fist and thanked Hose for answering their call. Now he greeted him on behalf of the entire empire. When the young man raised his head, the old man said that his group should have consisted of 25 people, but he appeared alone, so he apologized for mistrust. The protagonist, standing up, said that nothing terrible had happened, then he apologized for breaking the rune. Rushing with the magic, it seemed that there was a defect in the rune. The king bowed his head, saying that the rune was in perfect condition before, there should be no mistake. Suddenly, he stood up and shouted, greeting all the heroes. The red-haired man glanced at Hose. After a while, Hose started to yawn from the king's speech. He called up the system panel and wrote to Konya, asking what she was doing. The girl sent him a short message, saying that she was on a raid. The boy rubbed his chin and asked if she was currently fighting someone. If so, there was no need to answer him right now. Currently, Konya was on the 47th floor. Considering the time she spent managing the organization, her speed of advancement was quite impressive. Looking at the king, Hose mentally said that even the school principal's moralizing did not make him so sleepy. Closing his eyes, the boy decided that this could be because he had been using time stop a lot these days. And so, new adventures in the castle began. After the emperor's speech, the heroes were awaited by the official ceremony of announcing the heroes. And then the award ceremony took place. Then there was another ceremony to welcome the heroes in the throne room, but this time it was official, and it seemed to Hose that the king was simply repeating his first speech. In the evening, there was a dinner in the banquet hall. At the end of the day, only 2 windows were lit. Hose, lying on his bed, said that if they had the same cultural program planned for tomorrow, he would go crazy. He glanced sharply at the door when someone knocked on it. The girl entered, asking for forgiveness for the intrusion. Placing her hand on her chest, the captain of the Cannon Knights introduced herself. Hose, sitting down, said that it was nice to meet them. Closing her eyes, the girl said that from now on, the Cannon Knights' duties included protecting them. They would accompany them throughout their mission in this world. If he had any questions or needed anything, he could safely contact her. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist demanded to first tell him what his schedule was. Saradzia, opening her eyes, said that he could address her without formalities. Lowering her eyelids, she said that for the next 4 days he would be attending important palace events. The protagonist was horrified to hear her words. Saradzia smiled, saying that only after that would the trials begin. The leader of the group of heroes who managed to achieve the best results in 10 trials would be honored to pass the test for the right to use the sacred sword. Hose, raising an eyebrow, asked what kind of test this was. The knight explained to him that according to legend, only the chosen one can lift the sword by closing his eyes. The guy said that it would be a shame if he failed, because it was sacred. The young man, after thinking, asked Saradzia directly what the essence of the trials for the squads was. She answered, saying that she herself did not know yet. Perhaps they would need to fight half-demons. The protagonist frowned, realizing that they were being used before they could fulfill their intended purpose, when they could have simply found out who was the strongest. Saradzia froze, confused, when the protagonist stared at her. Adjusting her hair, the warrior asked him what he was talking about. The guy answered, saying that she misheard. Soon, all the lights in the windows went out. That floor irritated Hose more than he expected. The protagonist, placing his hands on his knees, asked if it meant that the Cannon Knights under her command were responsible for his escort and protection. The knight corrected him, saying that they were Cannon Knights. Parting her lips, she said that she did not know how it would sound, but she was currently the only Cannon Knight. Hose frowned sharply, asking if she could then be called the captain of the Knights of the Order. The girl smiled widely, saying that she could. She lowered her eyelids and said that after the death of the squadron commander, the personnel was no longer replenished. The protagonist, surprised, said that before that there were only 2 of them. The guy narrowed his eyes. Looking at the woman in front of him, he realized that she was both the only member of the order and its captain. Closing one eye, the young man asked what happened to the squadron commander. The girl answered by saying that he died of old age, having lived for more than 90 years. Hose frowned, realizing that this was somehow strange. All the knights he met had a similar story. Crossing his arms over his chest, he asked what he was usually responsible for, whether one knight could do anything. Hose and Saradzia stared at each other. Opening her lips, the warrior said that originally the number of knights responsible for the safety of the heroes should have been at least 30. But surprisingly, only one summoned hero appeared, so she took on such responsibility. Smiling, she said that this was her first mission since becoming a knight, and it was all thanks to the hero. Hose shuddered, asking when she became a captain. She answered by saying that it was 4 years ago. Closing one eye, the young man said that he understood her. Now it was time to return to the schedule. Did it mean that he had to wait 4 more days until the trials? Saradzia, becoming serious, said that it was exactly like that. All the hero squads were given 10 trials. Priority in the trials of the sacred sword was given to the groups with the highest scores. The protagonist, thinking, asked if the schedule would be the same all this time. The girl standing in front of him answered, saying that meetings with nobles and merchants, as well as excursions around the territory, were planned. The young man covered his face with his hand. It was impossible to move forward with such a schedule. He definitely couldn't stand it. 3 days would not pass before he would lose his temper and start a fight with someone. The candles on the chandelier were burning. Hose asked the warrior if she had a map. She answered, saying that the map was in the tactical room. Soon the girl brought the guy to the tactical room. Walking around the table, she asked him to wait while she lit the candles. The young man answered, saying that he could handle it himself. Pointing his fingers at the candle, he lit it. The girl, taking the candle, said that it turned out that he could use magic. The guy, grinning, said that for now he could only use simple magic. Rubbing her chin, Saradzia said that she heard that becoming a swordsman mage requires a lot of effort and talent. The protagonist, approaching the map, asked how she knew that he was a swordsman. Since he did not take out his weapon, she answered by saying that she saw him in the palace. Ho's eyes widened. He began to remember the events in the palace. Surigia, parting her lips, said that to be precise, she understood it from his movements. She understood that he carried a long sword in his right hand, looking at his palms and the position of his lowered hands. The protagonist turned his head. Smiling, the girl said that she was most confident in the fact that a warrior has 3 intervals. Ho's mouth dropped open, not understanding what she was talking about. Surigia explained to the guy, saying that in the palace, when another hero approached at a short distance, he immediately responded by moving his left leg back to immediately respond. This was the first interval. The second interval was the distance between her and him. This is the distance at which 1 step is enough for him to attack with a sword. Hose listened attentively to the girl, amazed by her analysis. Now, looking at the girl in front of him, he realized something. This lady had kept a half-step distance from him since they met. Looking closely at Saradzia's face, he mentally called her a true genius. The boy crossed his arms and asked what about the third interval. The girl standing at the side said that she felt the third interval when the hero spread his magic. Looking away, she said that her level was too low to determine it accurately, but at the very least it reached from him to the emperor's throne. Hose frowned at the girl. He couldn't help but remember how he appeared in the palace. Looking at the warrior over his shoulder, he realized that she was definitely not luggage, but a capable burden. The captain of the order frowned at the hero. Putting a candle on the table, they began to study the map. Pointing her finger at the map, Surigia said that a ritual to summon a demon lord was currently being carried out on this mountain. If they rode on horseback, it would take them 4 months. Pointing to another part of the map, the captain said that once the hero passed the tests, they would open a teleportation magic circle to the front line. He would be transported to Burt Fortress, 15 days away from the mountain. The youth closed his eyes, mentally saying that the idea itself is clear, and also that the stage is too wide, filled with empty preparation procedures, was the reason why Kirikiri said that he could clear the floor in a month. Moving his lips, he decided to skip the story a little. Now looking at the map in front of him, Ho said that following the instructions is too ineffective. Instead of following the story, he will destroy the demon lord himself. The youth chuckled. In any case, the conditions are only obtaining the awakened holy sword and killing the demon lord. Frowning, he turned to Saradzia, saying that the events held over the next few days are unnecessary. The girl turned around and said that she thought so too. Smiling, Ho said that he would like to go to Burt Fortress and scout the situation. It will be more useful to prepare for the upcoming battle. The girl rubbed her chin and thought. After adjusting her hair, she said that she would prepare a teleportation magic circle. The protagonist was surprised and asked if she would not stop him. Smiling, she said that she tried her best to stop him, but she failed. She would give such a report. Turning around, Hose accepted her answer. Soon, they were outside the fortress. The boy landed outside the castle. He raised his head and looked ahead. There was only one knight in front of him. The corridor on the other side was empty. Hose moved to the side at great speed. He calmly walked along the corridor. Opening his lips, he said that he finally found it. Right in front of him, on the altar, was the sacred sword. Hose smiled. The boy did not move for a while, looking at the altar. Smiling, the boy said that it truly deserved its name. Its power was so strong that it made the air tremble. The young man touched the hilt. The protagonist tensed up, baring his teeth. Gritting his teeth, he tried to pull out the sword. After a few seconds, he was able to lift the sword. Opening his lips, he said that he had taken it out. The protagonist stared at the sword in his hand in shock. Suddenly, the sword glowed slightly and asked if he could hear him. Hose opened his mouth in shock, hearing a male baritone, like the voice actors in documentaries. Moving his lips, he said that he could hear it. The runes near the hilt glinted slightly, and Abbas calmed down. The boy frowned when the sword asked why he hadn't answered right away. Did he know how much it had scared him? The boy mentally said that this sword was talking too much, a sword with its own ego. Opening his lips, the protagonist asked the sword if it was a sacred sword. The blade glowed and said that, to be precise, it was a sword created with the blessing of the god of heaven, the spirit of the sword Abbas. Suddenly, it glowed brightly, saying that it was very nice to finally talk to it. The protagonist parted his lips and asked what Abbas was. The sword glowed again, saying that it was his name. and now he respected it and even loved it. Hose stared blankly at the sword, mentally saying that it was nice that the sword was so friendly. But when a middle-aged male voice spoke words of love, it gave him goosebumps. The protagonist asked Abbas if swords like this with a soul usually had a female voice, and the sword glowed and answered, saying that when it was human, it was a man. Suddenly, the sword glowed brightly, asking if it should make its voice a little nicer. Hose immediately interrupted it, telling it to stop before he stuck it back in. Abbas asked the hero to say his name, and the young man holding the sword said his name. Some parts of the sword glowed, and then he said that he would now tell him about the power of the sacred sword he wielded. If they were together, they would be able to defeat any enemy. Originally, when the critical moment came, secret abilities would be revealed one by one, but since he was the first chosen hero in the past 200 years, he would tell him everything. Hose looked away. The boy frowned deeply, realizing that he had obtained the sword too easily. Rubbing his chin, he mentally said that originally he had to compete with other heroes for the right to carry out this mission, and the mission itself might be much more difficult. Squinting one eye, the boy asked what if it was pulled out by someone who was not worthy. The sword replied by saying that he simply would not be able to lift it. Hose opened his mouth and asked what criteria he used to determine that a person was worthy. The person replied by saying that he had to have basic skills, he had to be worthy of recognition by the gods, he had to have a certain level of magic power and swordsmanship. Hose closed one eye and mentally said that these were a bit offensive conditions. What if the candidate who had come this far didn't know how to handle a sword? Out of 25 people, someone would definitely be a swordsman, but based on common sense, how could 25 people at once climb to the 26th floor of hellish difficulty? Most likely the next candidate, like him, would do it alone. If the warrior was poor in weapon handling, it would all end up in grueling sword training, because this stage cannot be skipped, and the more Hose thought about it, the more difficult it seemed. Remembering Hyunjin, who was the one who wielded daggers the most, Hose decided to warn him to start training with a long sword. The boy looked at the sword again and said to wait a minute and let him collect his thoughts. Looking at the sword in his hand, the boy mentally said that everything was clear with the rest. This weapon concealed enormous power. It would show its unprecedented power to the worthy. A squad of hundreds of heroes would go against the terrifying demon lord, including one with a sacred sword, so this lord was a powerful being that could only be defeated by a crowd. Hose grinned. The sword in his hand was puzzled. A moment later, the boy stuck it back into the altar. Turning around, he said that if he took it now, it would be stealing. First he would get rid of the demon, and then come back for it. Grinning, the boy said that he had not met an opponent with whom he could measure his strength for a long time, so he could not rely on the power of the sacred sword. The boy's grin grew even wider. He wanted to try everything that he had been honing all this time. The sword stuck in the altar screamed, asking if he was really going to do this. He could just take it. The events take us outside the castle. Surigia and Hose were approaching the teleportation array. Standing at the edge, the protagonist asked if he could really reach the fortress on the front line in one step. The girl answered, saying that it was true, permission had already been received. Holding out an envelope, she asked him to take it. If he entered this magic circle, he might get dizzy and lose his balance. It could also cause vomiting. Hose took the envelope in his hand. The warrior said not to use magic power to resist while moving, and the guy, entering the circle, said that he would take everything into account. A moment later, the magic circle glowed brightly. Hose gritted his teeth. A bright light filled the entire space. A moment later, he sat down on another platform. The young man found himself alone on an unfamiliar platform. He couldn't help but look at the wall, hearing howls and screams. Hose stood up and called out to Surigia. He waved his hand and said that he had nothing to worry about. He soon found himself on the wall. The boy walked to the edge of the wall. Right in front of him was the front line between humans and demons. Fire and battles with warriors filled the entire land. Knights marched forward in formation. Demons, with their mouths open, roared. 4 groups of warriors were holding back the demon army. There weren't enough people, even the watchtowers weren't manned. Surigia approached Hose and asked him to come over. When he came over, she said that this watchtower had the best view. Hose parted his lips and asked if she felt better. The girl couldn't help but remember her previous state and apologized for her tactlessness. She had heard that taking Yuja tea would help with motion sickness, but that turned out to be false information. The protagonist frowned at the battlefield. The knights on the front lines were killing demons. Hose, looking into the distance, asked if they should help in this battle. Surigia answered by saying that all these soldiers were golems summoned by magicians, so if they were destroyed, they would not suffer significant losses. While spreading out the cloth, she said that she often came here in her free time to watch the battle, so she was familiar with the situation, thanks to which they were able to pass through the teleportation circle without arousing suspicion. While placing food on the cloth, the girl said that the soldiers here, even if they saw her, would not pay attention. They probably did not even suspect the existence of the canon order. Her ID stated that he was a knight directly subordinate to the imperial family, so even without permission, she would not have problems. Sitting down, the girl asked if he wanted to have a snack. The demons, no matter how many times they attacked, could not break through the golems. Hose, crossing his arms over his chest, said that the situation looked good, despite the golems being pushed back, and even if they were destroyed, there would be no significant human losses. The young man involuntarily frowned. The golems began to be hit with magic, they were blowing them up. The girl, sipping tea, said that the demon mages had begun to act from behind. The golems were vulnerable to area of effect magic attacks, and if the demons continued to rain down spells that spread over a long distance, they would quickly fall, and initially these low and mid-ranked golems were enough. The protagonist, looking at the battlefield, tried to understand whether it was possible to achieve greater results by also placing mages behind them. Looking away, the young man asked if she could once again explain to him the location of the demon lord. Taking a map in her hands, the girl asked him to wait a little. Pointing to a mountain that looked like a volcano, the girl said that, according to the available information, the demon lord was currently being summoned there. The boy's cloak was fluttering, the distance was quite large, and he did not immediately notice the mountain, but he felt an ominous energy emanating from it. The boy looked at the map, and Sarigia began to show the key strategic points of the demon army. Having marked several places on the map, she said that demons multiply very quickly, and these soldiers were most likely demons born in these villages. The protagonist raised his hand and smiled. Opening his eyes, Hose mentally apologized to the girl, because he did not come here just to look. Chewing a cookie, the girl asked if he wanted a snack. He, waving his hand, refused the cookie, after which, asking for forgiveness, said that she would have to wait for him here. Straightening up and turning to the girl, he said that he wanted to defeat the demon lord. Sarigia shuddered with her whole body, saying that this was reckless. Jumping onto the fence, Hose said that he did not think so. The boy jumped down. His pupil glowed in the darkness. A moment later, wings appeared behind him. Sarigia raised her head, looking at the flying away boy. Her mouth was open in shock. A few seconds later, the boy's body disappeared from sight. Hose smiled, flying away. Initially, he was going to get to the demon lord, using the cry of the soul to attract all the enemies along the way, but in the current situation, it would work even on the human side. Flying over the soldiers, he said that if he used the skills of the cry of the soul, exploitation of souls and the wings of Teleria on his enemies, it would also affect those who considered him an enemy. The protagonist frowned, realizing that just one mistake, and the local commander would direct his entire army at him. The young man narrowed his eyes. One of the demon mages began to gather mana. The demon roared. Hose stepped on him, dealing a crushing blow. The boy rushed towards the demon mages, intending to kill them to make people see him as an ally. The boy began to kill all the mages, moving around the battlefield. Some demons pointed at him and screamed. Hose glanced at them and realized that he had been noticed. The mages turned to him and roared. The boy deftly flew between the fireballs. One of the mages frowned and began to sweat. The protagonist clicked his tongue and also frowned. The mage managed to hit him with fire magic. He smiled involuntarily, happy about it. Suddenly, Hose extended his hand to the demon's throat. In an instant, he found himself behind the already dead enemy. The monsters turned around and screamed. Hose flew up, saying that this should be enough. Opening his lips, he said that since there was such a fuss, now both sides knew about him. At least the commanders of the human army would not consider him an enemy. He had also disrupted the organization behind enemy lines. Soon he landed. The demons immediately pounced on him from all sides. The young man's mana burst out of his body, illuminating the area. Hose grinned. Now he could act in his own style. His target was the demon lord. The demons frowned. The protagonist calmly stared at them. Looking into the distance at the mountain, he decided to deal with all the enemies along the way. Soon, only corpses remained on the battlefield. Hose smiled. A pretty battered Sarigia approached him. The girl was breathing heavily and sweating. The guy, looking at her, said that she should have just stayed in the fortress. Why was she following him? Resting her hands on her knees, the girl asked to let her catch her breath. Hose looked at her and thought that this man was truly incomprehensible. Looking around the battlefield, he wondered if it was natural for a normal person to want to go back after witnessing so many deaths. While the girl was trying to catch her breath, he decided to ask her about everything later. Even if she had been riding, she had still covered a considerable distance, so it was understandable that she would be exhausted. Sarigia soon raised her head. Seeing this, Hose frowned and asked why she followed him out of the fortress. Breathing heavily, the girl said that she already regretted it. At first, seeing him fly away, she was worried that he might get lost, so she hurried after him. Then, running after him, she thought that she would fight for a while and then return, because he did not have the opportunity to fight such an army. When she saw that they were getting deeper into the enemy camp, she hurried to stop him, because it was dangerous. But no matter how fast she ran, she could not catch up with him. She even fought off the demon soldiers from time to time. The protagonist immediately denied this, saying that there was no one left alive. He definitely gathered them all in front of him. Adjusting her hair, the girl said that it was true, there was no one there. She abruptly turned away, asking for forgiveness. She just had a habit of bragging. Hose, parting his lips, asked what kind of habit. She explained that the canon knights are considered invisible even among the imperial knights. As a result, the only people who always listened to her were those of lower status. They took everything she said as the truth. Wiping away her sweat, Surigia said that perhaps this was the case, and at some point it became a habit. Frowning, Hose said that it was not easy for her. She closed her eyes without saying anything. The girl was isolated from those around her. Hose himself knew what it was like. Standing up, Surigia said that she was not used to talking so calmly to someone. She had no family or friends. The protagonist looked at the girl next to him differently. The warrior adjusted her hair. Looking into the distance, he asked if it was so that she simply guessed what weapon he was using. The girl answered by saying that it was partly because he was summoned to hold a holy sword in his hands, so she guessed that he was a swordsman. Rubbing her chin, she said that her words about the intervals were not a lie. Closing one eye, he said that he knew about it, since she continued to hold her interval. Surigia stared at Hose in amazement when he said that she had an amazing talent. Smiling, he said that she had nothing to worry about, since she was extraordinary. The lady's eyes widened. She couldn't help but turn away and thank the boy for his praise. Looking around the battlefield, she said that he himself seemed to be the strongest among those she had met. The boy lowered his eyelids and said that he understood this. The girl slightly bowed her head. She straightened up and smiled and said that this is why she felt like she had made up for the time she had lost, because the hero had said that she was extraordinary. Now she was truly touched by this and happy. Hose turned his head and asked why she continued to do something she didn't like. Because excessive exertion was exhausting her, she answered by saying that it wasn't quite like that. The boy moved his lips and said that it wasn't that bad, because he wanted to hear her story. Surigia closed her eyes. Looking at the volcano in the distance, she said that she didn't expect him to go so far. Was he really going to go all the way to the mountain? After receiving confirmation, the girl waved her hand, saying that without the sacred sword, it was sheer madness. Even though she knew that he was an amazing warrior, he had destroyed more than 10,000 demons today alone. Recalling the sacred sword on the altar, the girl said that its power was greater than any weapon. Standing up, Hose asked what she was going to do next. Looking at his back, she asked what would happen if he died. He answered by saying that if it were possible, he would not have come here. Clenching her fists, the warrior suggested going back for the sacred sword. If he was a hero, he could easily become its owner. Warming up his hands, he said that he did not want a sacred sword that cried in a man's voice. Following the guy, she asked him to rest for a while. He refused, saying that he had already rested. Having taken out food, Surigia offered him a snack. She was struck by an electric shock at the sight of the remains of food. The warrior, worried, asked where he planned to rest tomorrow. Stroking his chin, Hose said that initially he planned to climb the mountain without rest. Pointing to the fortress in the distance, the girl suggested they rest there. Hose, smiling broadly, said that it was too far, and if they tried, they would be there by tomorrow afternoon. The guy immediately rushed forward. Surigia was left standing alone. She opened her mouth and screamed. Running away, Hose was curious to know if the warrior would follow him. Jumping up, the guy used a cry from the soul. The demons in the area were alarmed. The protagonist, sword in hand, pounced on them. Surigia had no strength left to run. Unlike before, now this is not the only way. The deeper they go behind enemy lines, the more demons will appear. The girl looked into the distance. She understood perfectly well that the path ahead was dangerous. She bowed her head. Opening her mouth, she stepped forward. The protagonist, moving across the battlefield, decided to definitely ask the girl what his swordsmanship looked like. Surigia bent over from fatigue. She closed her eyes. A moment later, she rushed after the hero. Hose's eye flashed. He was curious what the girl would think of his swordsmanship. All the demons in the fortress were killed. Hose looked at the top of the mountain. He did not move, looking at her. The warrior was lying on the floor, exhausted. Hose threw a towel over her forehead. The boy jumped down and asked why he had come all this way, risking his life. She lifted the towel and said that this was what she wanted to ask the hero. Why was he rushing into battle so recklessly? The protagonist frowned. He winked and said that it was all to get rid of the demon lord. The girl closed her eyes again. Opening her lips, she said that in that case, she was here to see the hero defeat the demon lord. The protagonist stepped aside as Surigia said that helping the hero was her first mission. If possible, she wanted to complete it with dignity. And if the hero defeated the demon lord alone, she should be the one to see it. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that she was being responsible, but she should think about her own safety. The girl lifted the towel and said that the same applies to the hero. Hose frowned. He understood that for him, defeating the demon lord was not something dangerous. Holding the towel, the girl said that if he said that he would not die, she would not die for the same reason. The young man, looking at her, asked if he really intended to follow him to the end. Standing up, the warrior asked if he was leaving. He answered, saying that she still had time to rest. Holding out a bottle, he said to try this. It was an elixir that restored stamina. Taking the bottle, Surigia asked if he took food. If not, then she could look for something in the warehouse. The protagonist turned around and thought he hadn't bought any food in the last few days. After clearing the floor, he immediately returned to the waiting room, and he didn't have to eat. He turned his attention to the system panel. The girl shared some dried meat. While biting off a piece, she thanked Hose for the treat. The guy closed his eyes and smiled. Sitting on the wall, the girl asked if they were really eating dried beef in a fortress with a wave of corpses. Raising his eyelids, Hose asked Sarazia what she did before she was exiled to the Order of Knights. She answered by saying that she was a fencing professor at the academy. Smiling, the protagonist asked if that was true. Chewing the meat, the warrior said that she was an academy graduate whose family went bankrupt, and instead of returning to her hometown, she got a job teaching fencing. Soon after, she won a fencing tournament held by the imperial family and joined the Canon Knights. The young man narrowed his eyes and said that she had won the tournament and been exiled. But she denied it, saying that she had joined the order herself. She bowed her head and said that there were many reasons why she couldn't join anywhere else, because she was a commoner, a woman, she wasn't even a knight but an ordinary teacher, her family had gone bankrupt. Each of these problems were insignificant, but when you look at the whole thing, it was a lot. Hose, smiling broadly, said that it was amazing that she had won a tournament that included real knights. Surigia chuckled. She raised her eyelids. Reaching for her sword, she said that it was all because she had no equal in swordsmanship. Frowning, Hose realized that she had a lot of pride. Looking at the girl next to him, the guy realized that she was exactly the one he needed. Raising his hand, he asked how she liked his swordsmanship, since she should have seen him fight from afar. Recalling Ho's fight, the girl said that all she saw was a flash of light and the fallen enemies. However, something came to her mind. Seeing the cut on the corpse, she had once seen marks on corpses that looked like they had been burned. The protagonist frowned, asking when that was. Seredzia, after thinking about it, said that the squad leader had once shown her the secret swordsmanship of the fallen kingdom, and it was very similar to the marks left by that technique. Ho's mouth dropped open and he thought about it. He couldn't help but think of his friend Arhen. Looking at the volcano, he asked if the squadron commander was very talkative. The girl answered by saying that he was so quiet that he could not say a word for a day or two. Suddenly, a beam of mana burst out from the center of the volcano. In the very center of the mountain, a platform was set up. Many priests lined up in a row. The demons held a thick scythe in their hands. A huge number of people stood in front of them. The priest cut off the head with a swing of his weapon. Hose, crouching at the edge, asked what was happening here. Surigia answered by saying that this was a human sacrifice for the summoning ritual. Approaching the hero, the warrior said that the demons most likely sped up due to his appearance. Crouching down, she said that the hastily organized ritual should have negative consequences. She parted her lips and said that if the ritual caused negative effects, it meant that the summoned demon's power would not be fully transferred or would be limited. Hose rubbed his chin, mentally saying that the difficulty level had changed because he had not taken the sword, even though it was unnecessary. He smiled and said that she was well aware of this, and the warrior replied that these were common knowledge. She frowned and asked what he intended to do now, since she had asked him many times on the way here. The protagonist frowned. He looked down and said that they would observe the situation. It looked like the ceremony was almost over. Surigia stared at the boy. She accepted his decision with her mouth open. Hose narrowed his eyes. It was no wonder Surigia was worried. There was an inhuman magical energy coming from this place. The young man smiled and said that everything would be fine. No matter what enemy appeared, he would not die. The magic circles glowed. The blood of people began to fill the area. The head of a corpse was separated. If you looked closely, you could see the blood flowing from the wound. In this sea of blood, an eye appeared. At that moment, the magic circles glowed even brighter. Spell runes appeared in front of the mages. All the corpses began to be absorbed by the darkness. A huge sphere of darkness froze in the air. The protagonist held out the dried meat, offering it to his partner. The girl, looking down, said that he was really amazing. It was hard to even imagine how he could eat dried meat in front of the enemy camp. The girl, biting off a piece, said that if the enemy noticed them, they would all flock here. Hose squatted down and said that some people had already noticed that they were hiding here, but the enemy was currently focused on the summoning ritual, and if they didn't provoke them first, nothing would happen. Smiling widely, he said that was why they would just sit and eat beef jerky. The girl closed her eyes. Surigia said that she understood him. They both began to chew the meat. The boy smiled slightly. He had been receiving swordsmanship from Surigia for the past few days. Surigia told him that she couldn't demonstrate her swordsmanship, but she could give him advice or feedback on his skills when she saw them, so he practiced swordsmanship under her supervision in his free time. Instead of directly instructing him, the girl had a discussion with him, helping him understand the intentions of his every move, while at the same time she thought of ways to prevent and develop it. Surigia certainly had the best swordsmanship of anyone he had ever met. The girl's knowledge beside him was quite useful, especially in theory. Closing his eyes, Hose mentally said that it was also useful to analyze his swordsmanship as a whole, as well as his breathing, and think of improvements together. Opening his eyes, he asked the girl what she was going to do after they got rid of the Demon King. The girl asked if he wanted to know what would happen if they defeated the Demon Lord and barely survived. The boy beside her refuted her, saying what would she do if she returned to the castle safely? Turning her head, she said that she would go into exile or disappear altogether. When the boy looked at her in shock, she said that if they defeated the Demon Lord and returned safely, it would definitely be a great achievement, and it could cover up the minor sins. She smiled faintly and said that it would be very annoying. A story about a hero from another world and a member of the Imperial Knights defeating the Demon Lord together would be nice, but instead of watching it, she would rather take the reward and disappear. The protagonist stared at her in shock, unable to tell whether she was joking or telling the truth. Both of them looked down with a frown. A thin layer of aura enveloped the protagonist. He immediately jumped back. Suregia screamed excitedly, while the boy gritted his teeth. Opening her mouth, the girl said that it was over. Ho squinted, looking down. Below, he could only see a sphere of darkness in the square. Suddenly, the sphere began to turn red. An unknown creature burst out of the sphere. It began to tear the cocoon, trying to free itself. The demonic spawn broke out halfway. Suddenly, it pounced on the sphere made of flesh. The priests stood motionless, watching everything. Suddenly, one of them fell. Blood gushed from its mouth. Soon, the spawn formed legs. Long white hair fell to its feet. The eye of the reborn sacrifice flashed. He suddenly grinned. The wings behind his back spread. Suredzia, frowning, said that this was expected, but the protagonist froze in shock. He involuntarily narrowed his eyes. The guy saw a grin on the demon's face. It was clearly looking at him. Hose took a few steps back. Now, looking at the Demon King himself in the middle of the square, he could determine how strong he was. The protagonist's mouth opened in shock. Looking at the demon's entire body, he felt that his strength was comparable to a huge mountain. The boy gritted his teeth. Summoning his swords, he asked his partner what she thought his chances of winning were. The girl, opening her mouth, said that he had about 20%. The hero smiled, saying that he had expected too much. The girl began to stand up and screamed. Having finally stood up, she asked Hose not to die if he could. The protagonist flew up on wings. Sacrifice raised his head, looking at him in surprise. In front of him, he saw a warrior of the sky with 2 swords in his hands. The boy, holding the blade in front of him, told the girl not to come out of hiding. His pupil flashed when he said that he would definitely show him something exciting. The Demon King's eyes lit up. He raised his hand. A ray of dark mana rushed towards the protagonist. The boy's face twisted with indignation. Suregia, standing below, saw only darkness filling everything. She, worried about Hose, screamed. Sacrifice turned his head, hearing the scream. The protagonist burst out of the darkness. He was frowning deeply and breathing heavily. The enemy's magical power was incredible. The guy only reflected his blow with his magic, but if he had hit with full force, he would not have collected bones. The boy's sword glowed. Wind power rushed towards the demon. He stopped it with one hand. Then the demon raised his head. Hose instantly appeared next to him, using flickering. He swung his sword. Sacrifice turned his gaze to him. Hose, frowning, was amazed at how strong the enemy was. Suddenly, mana began to accumulate in the demon's eye. The hero had to jump back because of the death ray. The guy looked at the enemy in shock. Sacrifice clenched his fist. The young man managed to dodge his attack. He ended up on his side. 2 beams of mana forced him to retreat. Gritting his teeth, Hose cursed at the enemy's attack pattern. He didn't even give him time to strike. Even if we take into account the physical characteristics, their levels were different. Sacrifice smiled. He knew that he was magically and physically superior to the enemy. The protagonist had to dodge the attack of the tail. Frowning, Hose decided to use it. Suddenly, the enemy's claw was at his forehead. The demon itself was right in front of him. A moment later, his mana emission destroyed everything in front of him. Sacrifice lowered his hand. The protagonist, miraculously dodging, pierced his chest. The demon stared in surprise at the guy who pierced him with the sword. Grinning, Hose said that if it weren't for the flickering and the wings of the Teleria, he would have been struck by magic and thrown back. Even after a successful attack, the guy's sword only went in by the width of 1 finger. Frowning, Hose said that this should be enough. A moment later, the blade was enveloped in mana, one of the weapon forms that came to his mind with Chan's help. The protagonist jumped back as his blade exploded. Sacrifice stood motionless. As he stood up, the boy realized that the explosion was not strong enough to hit the enemy's heart. The demon's wing rushed towards the boy. He had to cover his face with his hands. An enormous force was pressing on him. Looking at the demon, the protagonist began to curse, saying that the speed of his attacks was too fast. Starting to run around the enemy, he said that in order to open an opening for an attack, he must be prepared to take damage. Sacrifice's eye shone brightly. At the same time, the place where Hose used to be exploded. The boy, sliding on the ground, said that it would have been enough to achieve his goal. Mana began to accumulate in the demon's eye. With a wave of his hand, he created black stars. Pointing them at Hose, he detonated them. The protagonist jumped up. The boy instantly appeared next to the demon king. His lips stretched into a grin. The sword flew off along with the boy's hand. Blood burst out of the severed hand. Hose's face twisted in pain. Blood spurted from his shoulder. Hose's eyes widened. Sacrifice involuntarily looked up. Surijia had mastered the art of fencing based on theory. It was elegant and organized, but the main drawback was the lack of practicality. Hose gritted his teeth, looking at the enemy. The hardest thing was that in order to maintain victory, the possible loss of an arm was envisaged, like now. A couple of days ago, while in the fortress, the protagonist asked if this made sense. Surijia, holding the hilt, said that theoretically it was possible. Opening her mouth, she said that even if he did not have arms, having legs gives him an advantage in mobility. Hose stared at the warrior who was saying that if he had the courage to completely ignore the pain and continue to fight, if he successfully used all his skills, he would not miss this one opportunity. Sacrifice stopped looking at his opponent. To him, he was already dead. The girl on the top was surprised. Her mouth was open in shock. The demon tilted his head, looking at the boy. He suddenly began to turn around. Mana enveloped his blade. A moment later, the boy turned around. His sword rushed straight at the demon's chest. He formed a shield of mana, blocking the attack. The barrier immediately cracked. A moment later, the barrier was broken. This was a deadly move that Hose learned from Arhan. The blade was right in front of the demon. Mana began to accumulate near the tip of the sword. Sacrifice opened his mouth in shock. A wave passed through his back. The protagonist stood up. He grinned, saying that the demon was caught. The sword pierced the king's chest. The hero, standing behind him, said that he did not know what the demon lord's resistance to fire was, but this wound was clearly fatal. Sacrifice raised his hand. Hose smiled widely, thinking that he had already won. He looked at his hand to the side. The youth raised it. After attaching it back, he drank the potion. Looking up, he saw Surijia and was glad that she was able to take cover. The protagonist turned his gaze to the demon lord. Half of Sacrifice's body had already turned into flames. His face began to disintegrate. Opening his mouth, the demon called out to Hose. The youth immediately frowned. The demon, burning in the fire, asked the youth what he regretted so much. Hose, holding his hand, asked if he really regretted it. Sacrifice turned around, saying that he could sense human emotions, because it was the energy emanating from their emotions that was the best raw material, and he experienced dark emotions. Closing one eye, the boy expressed understanding. The demon turned around completely, saying that it was surprising, because they appeared after he defeated him, performing a heroic feat. Smirking, Sacrifice said that he was disappointed. Opening his lips, the protagonist said that he did not think that was the right word. Grinning widely, the demon said that he was sure that it was because of the dirty struggle for power that was common among humans. He would be showered with praise and endless envy, and lies would be sown everywhere, slandering his name, although these things would not affect his strength. Hose frowned. The demon's eyes lit up as he asked what about the people around him. Waving his hand, the boy said that he talked too much, and he did not look like a demon lord, but rather like Satan, enticing with his skillful words. Burning in the fire, Sacrifice said that he would soon find out, because not only his family, but also the woman would suffer. Pointing at the demon, the protagonist said that the reason he felt sorry was because he was weak. Did he not feel sorry for all the demons who sacrificed so much to summon him? Soon, only the neck and head remained of the demon's body. Picking up the sword, the boy said that it was time for him to end this. The demon in front of him screamed. Sacrifice waved his hand and screamed, asking how dare he trample on this body. Hose smirked, saying that it was now the protagonist's turn to show emotion in response to the villain's provocation. He had better live up to his name and stop moaning stupidly. When only his head was left in the flames, the boy asked if the protagonist could die at the hands of the villain. After restoring the body part, the demon told Hose to run. He wanted to see how long he could last, so he was giving him a day to run as far as he could. The protagonist laughed and picked up the sword. Sacrifice screamed as he disintegrated, saying that he would come for him and burn everything on this continent. Hose stood calmly in front of the king, listening to his threats. He smiled widely, waiting for the second round of battle. The arm was separated from the shoulder. The fragments began to separate from the head. Raising his head, Sacrifice shouted, saying that in exchange for the sacrifices of people brought to him, he would show all his power here. A ray of darkness struck the place in front of Hose. The guy began to accumulate mana in his palm, seeing that the growth of the enemy's mana was frantic. A windy arrow rushed towards the pillar of darkness. The arrow tried to hit the king, who had not yet recovered. Hose grabbed the sword with both hands, seeing how the arrow passed through the enemy. The guy closed his eyes. Lowering his head, he felt the magical power hidden in the smoke. Looking at the pillar of darkness, he realized that the demon was not just drawing magical power from outside, it was a vessel that was trying to complete something. Soon, only the face remained of the demon's head. Hose grinned. The enemy was trying to absorb as much energy as possible and move on to the next stage. The roads under the ray of darkness rose like waves. Hose, looking closely at the demon's body, realized that the process would be completed in a few minutes. He immediately summoned a bottle of potion. He drank the strengthening elixir, which was finally useful to him. The youth's sword turned red. He stood in a stance, using the designation of the enemy target. A huge cross appeared in the air. This was the power bestowed by the deity Duli when he offered to become his apostle. When the cross struck the demon, then Hose increased his power. The increase rate varied depending on the enemy's combat power. He had not used this skill until now, since he had not yet met someone who he considered his enemy in his heart, but now he pointed his sword at the demon. His sword shone brightly. The youth gritted his teeth. His curved blade was overflowing with mana. The boy, pulling the sword away, admitted to himself that his power was growing, and it was becoming more difficult to control. Kirikiri, winking at him, said that designation of the enemy's target was a useful skill for him. The girl standing in front of him said that if used correctly on a target he considered a true enemy, he could obtain many beneficial effects. The boy raised his sword, his eyes widened. Now the boy could erase all thoughts and think only of the enemy that was in the ray of darkness. Wings spread out on his back. In this state, it was possible to add enhancing skills to maximize abilities. The protagonist flapped his wings. Taking a stance, he used time stop. Everything in the world froze. Looking closely at the demon king's body, Hose felt that with his transformation, the demon lord's imprisonment would end. The youth frowned. What he was about to do was quite simple. He just needed to prepare his best attack for this moment. Archon, the knight, opened up great opportunities for him. Of course, he intended to teach him the basics and advanced basics of swordsmanship. But the most valuable knowledge that Hose received from the man was different. The old stories about sword art and knights, namely the connection between them and the art of fencing that this knight taught him. Then Archon told these stories with his arms outstretched. The protagonist saw the man as a bright light. His fighting style was based on defense. In a few moves he consumed a minimum amount of energy, and at the last moment he poured into the enemy's gap and activated the aura to turn the tide of the game. Sword masters from all over the world studied and developed this technique for hundreds of years. Although they all had the same basics of defensive combat, each great master had different skills. Raising his sword, Archon listed the names of the technique. He said that this is what masters of different times called this technique. Frowning, he said that in any case, he did not know its secrets. But what form this technique took, its features and its destructive power, it makes sense to wonder what kind of person the sword master who created this technique was. The protagonist also frowned at that time, realizing that the master's power was beyond comprehension. Now he waited in a stance. Based on those stories, he understood something. Archon pointed his sword to the side and said that the reason why sword masters were still conducting research was because they were recreating a technique that the first sword master had invented. The mercenary sitting to the side smiled. Arzan extended his finger and said that this man had saved an entire kingdom with one swing of his sword, and an entire world with two swings. Hose stared at his opponent. Standing still, the boy remembered that Archon had said that with the third swing, the master had touched a god, and then a mere man had become an apostle for the first time. Hose bowed his head. A bright light burst out from the demon's body. Cracks appeared in space. The time stop was released, and time flowed again. The demon's limbs, eyes, and horns glowed brightly from the excess of mana. The protagonist did not move, waiting for the moment. Suddenly, the aura of his sword rebelled. Hose frowned, using the lightsaber, the red path. All the buildings were turned over by the shockwave. A huge area was destroyed. After swinging the sword, a crater appeared in front of Hose. Sweat flowed down the boy's face. He was breathing heavily, looking at his enemy. Suddenly, his body fell forward. Soon, he lay on the ground. When the clouds in the sky disappeared, the system told Hose that he had touched the deity of light, and now the entire pantheon of ancient deities was watching him. Boulders and stones fell into the abyss. Hose, lying on the ground, asked how long he had been unconscious. He barely raised his hand, saying that his mind was confused, as if all sensations in his body had disappeared. The youth summoned a bottle of potion. He immediately drank it. Carefully getting up, Hose felt himself coming to his senses. Looking at the scale of the destruction after the battle, the young man felt proud. Raising his head, he said that the demon lord had definitely disappeared now. Even the devil himself would have a hard time surviving such an attack without proper protection. At that moment, many system notifications about leveling up appeared. Standing up, Hose said that his level was now higher than 51. Turning around, he asked if Sarigia was okay. Soon, the guy found the injured girl. He ran up to her. Looking at the girl's injuries, Hose did not understand how she got them, because she was definitely standing behind him. Crouching down next to her, He said that now she was much closer than she had hidden before. Did she really come right before using this technique? Raising the girl, Hose began to help her. He carefully smeared Surijia's burns with ointment. The protagonist, looking at the destruction around him, said that he could not use the lightsaber frivolously. Closing his eyes, he said that he could use this technique, but not control it. Looking at the wounded warrior, he said that this time he really benefited from the power given to him. Touching his stomach, Hose felt hungry. Suddenly, 2 system notifications appeared in front of him. The god of adventure was happy, the god of duel was proud, while the goddess of slowness was upset because the boy first praised the skills of the 2 gods. The protagonist frowned slightly when the goddess snorted. If she was offended, it was for a long time. Standing on a hill, the youth said that he would use this ability more carefully, otherwise the technique was too dangerous. Crouching down, he said that no matter how much he cared about his life, dying would be even more meaningless. This was the first time he couldn't guarantee victory even if he tried his best. The power emanating from the demon lord before he used the lightsaber was more than twice what Hose felt from his godmother on the 19th floor. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, he felt calmer than usual. Soon, Suregia's body was healed. Hose, looking closely at her face, realized that the elixir had begun to work. The rays of the sun illuminated the area. The boy lifted the girl onto his back. Looking into the distance, he said that all that was left for him now was to return to the castle and retrieve the holy sword. Putting the warrior on the ground, he said that there was no need to rush. There was still a lot of time until the date marked by the dispute with Kirikiri. Lowering his eyelids, the youth said that he needed to restore the same feelings and memories as when using the technique. Suregia was horrified to see a huge amount of power flowing towards the demon lord. She ran forward, thinking that the hero was in danger. She saw Hose take a stance. Crouching down, the girl tried to understand where he got so much power from. A moment later, Suregia screamed in pain and flew away along with the shards. The girl came to. The protagonist, sitting nearby, asked if she was okay. She, without answering, asked where she had been. When she grabbed her face, Hose said that they were not far from the imperial fortress. She had slept for 3 days. The protagonist, closing his eyes, asked what made her leave the shelter. Raising his eyelids, the guy said that she could have died for real. Suregia, bowing her head, said that at first she noticed the unusually terrifying power of the demon lord and wanted to escape with him. However, seeing the power gathered in the hero's sword, she decided that there was no need for that. Then Suregia, standing to the side, saw everything. Looking at her hand, the girl said that she ran up to take a closer look, and then fell into a trap. Raising her hands, the warrior said that she was able to examine the hero's sword up close, and even survived. It is more useful to think about what happened from this side. Hose narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that this was not useful, especially considering the cost of the elixir. This is a significant loss. The girl, suddenly becoming serious, said that she would never have thought that the day would come when she would see such a sword with her own eyes. She lowered her gaze. Hose turned his head when the girl called out to him. The girl, putting her hand to her chest, asked to accept her as a student. The guy, gritting his teeth in anger, refused. Saridzia, lowering her hand, asked to give her a chance to observe his sword up close. The protagonist asked her if she would really get caught again and be in mortal danger. The warrior was indignant, saying that it was worth dying for. Scratching the back of his head, the young man said that if you look at the calmness with which she says this, it becomes clear that she clearly lacks convolutions in her head. Looking at the girl, he understood that this was impossible, because Saridzia belonged to this world, and he would soon leave it, and would not be able to take her with him. Hose waved his hand. Looking again at Saridzia on her knees, he remembered something. The protagonist gaped, realizing that this was a request that he could not fulfill until she died. The girl in front of him could not leave the floor. The warrior, following Hose, said that his reaction was different from usual. Was he sure that he did not want to take her as a student? Looking up at the night sky, the boy said he was sure of it. Smiling widely, Suregia said to just give her a chance to see his technique up close, and she could also do the laundry and clean. She could also try to excel at cooking. Gritting her teeth, Hose said that he couldn't do that. Sooner or later he would leave this place, and he wouldn't be able to take the lady with him. The warrior slightly tilted her head and hummed. The protagonist, walking ahead, noted that the stars in the sky were very bright. Raising his head, he said to himself that it was even strange to think that the next floor could be one of the many stars. The night sky looked different now. Was it because he was wandering around the world of a new universe that he didn't know existed? Lowering his head, Hose said that it was impossible from the beginning, unless Lady Suregia really died. The girl walking behind was surprised, and the boy immediately walked forward, telling her to forget his words. So, admiring the night sky, they rushed towards the capital. Hose, frowning, said that the group of heroes was just a cover. Suregia confirmed this, saying that in fact they were mercenaries carrying out orders from the imperial family. Continuing to walk, the protagonist asked why they would use the powers of such heroes. Suregia answered by saying that perhaps it was for honor or glory, at least a plausible reason for the imperial family that had summoned them. Parting her lips, she said that if they did their job well, then legends about them would be made for generations, and perhaps they would even occupy an important position in the empire. Hose, frowning, mentally said that he did not really agree with her. If they wanted to make a name for themselves, it would be better to become a celebrity. Looking closely at the place ahead, Surigia suggested that they make a rest. Grabbing the hilt of her sword, she said that they would continue telling stories about heroes. Hose smiled. Taking out her sword, the girl said that here he takes a step back and draws the sword diagonally, swings the sword so that it stops at waist level. Surigia theoretically explained the meaning of each movement that Hose performed without thinking. She put the sword in front of her. The girl explained in detail the effectiveness of the technique, its advantages, disadvantages, and in what cases it should be used. The protagonist frowned, listening to her instructions. Surigia was confident in her knowledge based on theory. It's just that until now she had not had the opportunity to study the tactics of fighting in practice. Now she moved her lips, telling the tactics. The protagonist, taking the sword in his hand, began to learn basic skills from his former teacher. Even he was able to learn something new. Raising her hand, the girl said that she created this art of wielding a sword as a result of her own observations, but she did not have the opportunity to test it in practice. Hose, looking at the girl's sword, understood that he could not apply her art in his battles, because either he nor his opponents fell under the rules of general fencing, but knowing the content of the theory, he would be able to apply it in other situations. Sitting on the ground and chatting cheerfully, Hose noticed that they had a lot in common. The young man smiled broadly, ate meat, and was glad that they both had no personal conflicts. In addition, a common interest in fencing. The girl, smiling, closed her eyes. A week later, they were able to approach the fortress. Smiling, the young man said that they were finally there. Surigia, angry, said that she was already tired of these walks. Approaching the gate, the couple decided to restore their strength with something sweet later. Suddenly, the huge gate bars lowered. The couple stared at the gate in surprise, not understanding why it was locked. Winking, Hose asked if it was because of the money she stole by accident. She answered by saying that she did not cross the permitted boundaries. Looking at the walls of the castle, the guy said that it was very noisy inside. Hose frowned. There could be many reasons. They left the castle without saying anything, used the teleport without permission. Lowering her eyelids, the girl said that she should at least ask the reason. Approaching the gate, she screamed, asking why they closed the gate. A few seconds later, the grate began to rise. The couple squinted, deciding that there was a mistake. Suddenly, a crowd of knights ran out of the gate. The protagonist squinted and was puzzled. The commander rode out on a horse, ordering to seize the thieves who were trying to steal the holy sword. Hose frowned, and Surigia became worried. The girl involuntarily glanced at the guy, asking if he really touched the sword. The guy turned to her and said that he simply took out the sword and then put it back. Surigia hit herself on the forehead, asking why he even touched it. The guy smiled and said that it was all out of curiosity. The girl involuntarily grinned and asked when he took it out, and what about permission? The guy, lowering his eyelids, said that he took out the sword at dawn on the first day. Raising his hand, the warrior asked if he turned off the tracking system. He answered, saying that he did not even know that such a thing existed. Waving her hand, the warrior said that when he commits a crime, you need to think about destroying the evidence. Looking at the crowd of knights, he asked if they could not simply say that he took it out of curiosity and returned it. The girl answered, saying that it would not help. As far as she knew, the penetration itself was already a grave sin. Parting her lips, she said that they should obey, but she did not like this plan. Hose looked at her and asked what they would do. She, holding the hilt of the sword, said that they needed to run. She wanted to disappear anyway. But then everything was decided by itself. The protagonist frowned, realizing that this was a bad idea, since he needed to take the holy sword to finish the floor. Taking a closer look at the knights, he decided that he could just break through them. The knights abruptly stepped aside. They lined up on two sides. The red-haired hero walked up to Hose. The boy frowned. The hero smiled arrogantly, saying that in front of them was a thief who tried to steal the holy sword and then cowardly fled. Hose frowned even more, trying to remember this guy. Taking a closer look, he noticed the holy sword in his hand. The man picked up the holy sword. The boy, parting his lips, turned to the girl next to him. Turning his head, he asked who this person was. Holding the hilt of the sword, Surigia said that this was the hero he met in the throne room. The young man rubbed his chin. Grinning, the red-haired man asked the hero why he came back at all. The guy asked him how he knew his name. Surigia answered by saying that he himself said his name at the ceremony. The heroes, smiling, said that they were going on a journey to kill the demon lord. Of course, he was the one who passed all the imperial tests. The protagonist, rubbing his chin, thought. While the red-haired man was bragging, Hose, not listening to him, said that his holy sword looked like a pearl necklace on a pig's neck. The guy frowned. Only 2 weeks had passed since the beginning of the mission, and he had already completed all the tests to obtain the sword? Frowning even more, the guy decided that it was because he did not take the tests. Looking at the man talking, he mentally said that there was no doubt that the holy sword was an incredibly powerful weapon. It was a power comparable to the level of the demon lord, but the end result depended on the skill of wielding this sword. The red-haired man's face twisted in anger. He realized that he was being ignored. Hose himself thought that with such strength, this squad would definitely die. The conditions for passing the 26th floor are to obtain the holy sword within 14 days. For this, the squad must have at least one talented swordsman. Narrowing his eyes, he said that they should also deal with the demon lord, considering that there would be no help from the knights or the empire. Sarigia called out to the guy next to her. She involuntarily pointed at the guy shaking with anger. Gritting his teeth, the red-haired man said that he would teach him a lesson for disrespect. The protagonist again, not listening to the man in front of him, noticed that his equipment had changed and his weight had increased, so he did not recognize him at once. Clutching the holy sword tighter, the hero shouted, asking how much longer he was going to ignore him. Ho's eyes widened. The guy appeared next to him in an instant. The hero immediately pulled his head back. A sword appeared in Ho's hand. Although his sword had split due to the collision with the holy sword, the boy struck. Only a stump remained in the boy's hand. The boy threw it into the air. With a wave of his hands, he cut off the enemy's hands. The red-haired man stared at his hands in horror. Blood flowed onto the ground. The protagonist, holding the severed hand, said that if it were an ordinary sword, he would not have paid attention. The two heroes rushed forward. Hose grabbed the holy sword, noticing that the boys had quick reactions and were not as slow as he thought. When the protagonist swung his sword, Obvious greeted him. The sword glowed brightly and said that it was an honor for him. Now he felt that he could breathe freely in the hands of a real warrior, and not that halfwit. The heroes froze in horror when Obvious told Hose that he would do him a favor. The sword's mana flowed through the protagonist. The blade began to shine brightly. Hose lowered his hand holding the sword. Swinging it, he left a cut in the fortress. The entire tower began to slowly slide down the cut. Hose frowned, looking at the sword in amazement. The wall in front of him collapsed, burying everyone underneath. The protagonist froze in an awkward position. The knights screamed in pain as the debris fell on them. The two heroes fell to the ground in horror. The Abbas in Ho's hand asked if he was surprised. Where else in the world would he find such a sword? Was he sure he wouldn't throw it away again? Gritting his teeth, the evil guy asked if it was by any chance a demonic sword. He answered, saying that it was a true holy sword blessed by the Lord of Heaven. Hose, looking at the corpses, said that maybe thanks to the blessing he became stronger, but he was far from a saint. Looking at the sword with a frown, he mentally said that the holy sword could not cause the death of its owner. It was right to seal it in the dungeon. Looking at the numerous corpses, the boy said that if this sword were to remain in the center of the continent, it would bring about numerous bloodsheds. Looking at the red-haired man bleeding, Abius said that he hurried to Hose with all his might when he was in the hands of this evil spirit. The protagonist, staring at the sword, decided that it was he who incited that hero to fight him. Perhaps this sword should be thrown into the boiling lava from the top of the mountain. The red-haired man sweated in horror, looking at his hands. Hose stepped aside. He frowned at the sword in his hand. The youth gritted his teeth. A moment later, system messages filled the space. The boy's mouth dropped open when he saw that he was even informed about the perfect floor clearing. One of the gods wanted to bestow a divine relic on him as compensation. He couldn't help but glance at the sword. The Abbas in his hand was the compensation given by the heavenly god. The sacred sword was an item given by the heavenly god to the emperor to punish arrogant people, starting from the first emperor who received the heavenly gift, for generations of rulers died as a result of disasters. Their crowns fell to the floor, and all of this was due to the sword. Hose, looking at the sword in his hand, mentally said that this blade given to a man to punish his own kind was more of a demonic sword. Gritting his teeth, he mentally asked himself, why didn't the empire get rid of it? Because of the usefulness or the fear of incurring the wrath of the god? Even without knowing the details, it could be said that it was a demonic sword. Looking at the wall, he understood this. Hose turned his head when he heard Sarigia's voice. Only now did he remember that he was so carried away by the desire for the sword that he attacked other people. The sword suddenly glowed, saying that it understood, more than power, it desired a woman's voice, so it trained a lot in its free time. The protagonist stared at the sword again, saying that it had the intelligence of a monkey. But from the outside looking in at how he talked to the sword, one could say that he was also crazy. Frowning, the youth realized that just one conflict with the sword would lead to disaster. The boy involuntarily looked back. Abbas giggled. Hose gritted his teeth. There was a reason why he couldn't just throw it away. The reason was that this weapon was capable of splitting the heavens, and he couldn't wait to test its power immediately. Sarigia, who was standing to the side, became worried. Hose clenched his fist, saying that with this sword, he could easily pass any floor. His cloak fluttered as he told himself that if he relied on the sword, he would lose the opportunity to grow. The boy looked away. Looking at the system panels, he realized that the holy sword was the reward for a perfect run. Looking closely at the messages, the boy realized that he had overdone it by going after the demon lord alone. The sword in his hand began to dissipate. Hose placed it in his inventory. Looking at the system panels again, the boy noticed that the god of light was offering him to become his apostle. Raising his hand, the boy decided to hold off for now, because he did not even look at the offer of the god of death and did not answer him. Rubbing his chin, Hose said that now, instead of lacking strength to clear floors, he rather had an excess of it. There was no reason to get hung up on new abilities, although he would like the difficulty of the floors to be higher. Soon, a portal appeared in front of him. Surigia called out to the boy. She fixed her hair. The protagonist turned around and thanked her for her help and for taking care of him. Hose, standing half-turned, said that it was time for him to leave. He waved his hand and said goodbye to her. The girl froze, being excited. Suddenly, she blocked Hose's path. Frowning, she asked to take her with him. The young man closed one eye, saying that it was difficult. Surigia, opening her mouth, said that last time he said that he could go only if he died. The warrior took the blade in her hand. She pointed the dagger at herself, saying that she was ready to sacrifice this and go after him. Hose covered his gaping mouth with his fist. Surigia, pointing to the devastation behind, said that if he left, the responsibility would fall on her. It turned out that in order to go with him, she would have to die. But even if she stayed, she would still die. The boy closed his eyes, mentally telling himself that the Empire would definitely persecute the girl until they brought her to justice. He raised his eyelids, looking at the girl in shock. She suddenly stabbed herself, desperately wanting to follow Hose. The protagonist rushed towards her. The warrior knelt down. Sweat was running down her face. Summoning a vial of potion, Hose said that he could heal her. Opening his lips, the boy mentally said that she was so confident that he actually thought she would die. Or did she want to show that she was ready to do so? Seredzia tilted her head. The protagonist frowned deeply, asking if she really wanted to die. The warrior did not answer, only smiled. The boy lowered his gaze, looking at her. Lowering her eyelids, the girl said that she had already said that even if she stayed, she would still die. The protagonist, standing in front of her, said that he did not say that going with him was tantamount to death, but that for this you need to die, because he uses a skill similar to necromancy. Raising his head, he advised her to think carefully. The girl opened her mouth. She stared at the hero intently, while her hair swayed in the wind. Looking to the side, she saw only ruins. Some knights were screaming, trying to save their comrades. The girl pressed her lips together. The protagonist standing in front of her was waiting for an answer. He crossed his arms over his chest. Surigia looked at Hose again. She remembered how he swung the sword, his final blow. Her gaze became firm. He placed his palm on the tip of the dagger. Hose frowned, waiting for her to act. He narrowed his eyes and said that he thought so. Surigia fell to the ground, piercing her heart. Surigia lay with the sword stuck in her chest. The girl's eyes were slightly open. Hose stood above her. He stretched out his hand forward and used the spell Exploit Souls, then Gather Souls. Everything around was painted in purple. The guy's gaze was focused. A magical light in the form of a ball appeared from his hand. Surigia's body became transparent. Then he rose. It seemed to glow. The girl looked at the hero. Her body became small and could fit on his palm. The guy asked how she felt. The captain, smiling slightly, answered that she was fine. Then, looking at her friend's face, she replied that if she knew that everything would be like this, she would have died long ago without hesitation. Hose slightly pushed her from his palm, and she spun in the air, flying up. He said that the girl would quickly adapt. Not far away, a round portal with a green glowing frame was formed. A bright light emanated from it, and the hero said that since everything was like this, they needed to go. Hose landed on his feet. He looked around and silently called it strange that Seredzia had disappeared and Kirikiri was nowhere to be found. He stood looking at the clear bright sky and thought that he would be able to call his friend again when he was in the waiting room. Because the same thing happened with Ida, Kirikiri said that only players can come here. He took a few steps forward on the soft grass, wondering why he couldn't see Kirikiri, as this had never happened before. Hose stared ahead, unable to comprehend what had happened to her, as she couldn't have just disappeared without a trace and quit her job. He glanced to the side out of the corner of his eye, wondering if she had simply hidden. The hero went into the system window and selected something from the menu. A couple of plates with pieces of cake appeared. A moment later, Hose was sitting in front of a clearing covered with plates with a large number of treats. He smirked and called out to Kirikiri. The girl responded, and the hero looked up, thinking that the voice had come from there. He picked up one of the plates, asking if she wanted some treats. The voice from above responded with a question, asking if it was possible, as the girl had lost her bet again. The guy seriously replied that it was possible, if she wanted some. The plate flew into the air, and Kirikiri replied that she wanted some. Pieces of the cake began to disappear, but the girl did not appear. Hose, having settled down more comfortably, paid attention to this. The girl appeared, holding a fork in each hand. The hero grinned, noticing that she had stuffed both cheeks and suggested not to rush. Kirikiri rolled her eyes and howled with delight, saying that the treats were very tasty. The guy asked again in bewilderment why she was suddenly acting like this. Not receiving an answer, he smiled, agreeing and offering to eat as much as she wanted. She smiled happily, squinting her eyes and continuing to gobble up the treats. Hose looked at her and thought that he did not want to upset her, and the argument was just to kill time, and although the cake was not cheap, information from Kirikiri was much more expensive. Her face became serious. He thought that information was her price. The sky was bright. There was only grass around. Hose sat in front of many empty plates, turning to Kirikiri, that she should now answer his questions honestly. The girl, wiping her mouth with a napkin, agreed. The guy became focused and asked the first question about his fatigue not going away, although he tried to drink elixirs that restore health. But nothing helps. Besides, when he increases the level, the restoration happens on its own, as a reward. Kirikiri confirmed his words, stopping wiping herself, added that he did not have ordinary fatigue. They sat on different sides of the blanket. The girl continued that, to be precise, it is not physical fatigue, but mental. Hose asked again that she meant stress. The girl, looking at the empty plates, said that this is not quite true. When he constantly uses concentration, the brain begins to get tired. The boy threw his hand behind his head, saying that this was unheard of, because he was confident in his ability to concentrate, and did not think that he would experience side effects due to its low level. Kirikiri pulled her knees to her chest and explained that it was because of his concentration, because he had been in a state of extreme concentration for several days, given that no human could stay in it for even an hour. Besides, the hero had developed his skills beyond his current level and had gone so far as to defeat many opponents who were superior in strength. And it would be stranger if after all this the brain was fine. Hose removed his hand and asked if she was serious, to which the girl replied that he could think of it as muscle pain. The crumbs lay alone on the plates. Kirikiri added that the hero had overtired his brain, and even though he used health recovery elixirs, the brain remembered everything. It was fatigue from overload. The boy asked if there was a cure for this. The girl lowered her eyes, claiming that there was only one treatment. You need to empty your head and rest for a couple of days. But it didn't seem like he would allow himself such a rest. Hose put his hand to his chin, thinking to himself that a rest wouldn't hurt. He could relax and practice fencing with Surigia. He leaned closer and asked the next question about the level having risen, but there was no recovery effect. The guy realized that he had only raised his level after drinking the elixir and restoring the damage, which meant that he had defeated the demon lord, but had received no effect. The girl felt a slight tension. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek. She said that there was a vote on this. Hose asked again. She put her hand to her chin and said that she would tell him later, because it wouldn't help now and he would waste the question. Kirikiri put her index finger forward, noting that she would advise not to worry about raising his level. The boy was slightly confused, then replied that he understood. He put his hand on his knee, asking why Kantus broke. The girl answered that it was because of the use of excessive magical power. A picture of the past battle appeared in the hero's head. He clarified that she meant the lightsaber. The assistant, agreeing, said that Kantus is closer to a magical tool than a weapon, so it is sensitive to the concentration of a large amount of mana in it. Kirikiri looked away, adding that the decisive thing was that the holy sword used the dispersal of magic, maintaining the durability of the magical tool before hitting the hero's armor. Hodge asked again that the holy sword cast a dispersal spell on Kantus. The boy wondered if the enemy really thought that if the sphere broke, he would use it, and came to the conclusion that he wanted to throw him into a pit of lava. Kirikiri put her hand to her lips, saying that if Kantus was broken, then it cannot be used. The world turned dark. The hero, thinking about the broken stones, was unpleasantly surprised. He could not believe that he could no longer use 1,000 weapons. Hose raised his hand palm up. Kirikiri, standing in front of him, said that even if he returned to the waiting room, the artifact would not recover and could no longer take any form, but he still had one left, so he could just use it. The hero clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he did not think that it would break so quickly, mentally adding that because of the lightsaber, its durability was completely gone. Even the durability maintenance effect did not help. Kirikiri stood a few steps away from him. He was still silently thinking that in the future there would be more situations where he would need a lightsaber or a large amount of magical energy, so there was no point in using Kantus weapons as weapons anymore. He looked seriously at his assistant, and said that he was thinking about buying a new sword, asking her to advise him. The image of the soul blade of Kilimanjaro appeared before my eyes. The sword was stuck in a stone and found in the eponymous dungeon. Either the material it was made of nor its creator are known, but it is said that it can contain a soul. According to historical records, the king of an ancient kingdom dreamed of the immortality of his soul and wanted to place it in a sword. Hoja held the sword in his hands, concluding that it could contain a soul. Kirikiri chuckled. He looked at the blade, thinking that he could place Surigia's soul in it. The protagonist looked at the weapon, saying that he understood why she advised him. She winked, asking if it was a good idea. Hoja examined the sword, asking what it was made of, assuming that it was not metal. but stone. Kirikiri suggested that it was because it was not purified, the blade was dull. The assistant stood behind him, advising him not to try sharpening it himself. The warrior assumed a fighting stance, saying out loud that since the blade was so hard, it would not break or split, and although it looked like a sword, it felt like a club. He brought it to his face, asking if the sword could really be considered a blunt weapon, concluding that the size was suitable for him. Hodge turned his attention to Kirikiri, who enthusiastically told him that the sword had high magical conductivity. The protagonist swung the weapon and it glowed. The hero agreed that the reaction was active to a small amount of mana, so there was no need to sharpen the blade if he was in the mood to use magical power. Hodge looked at the sword again and decided that he would take it. Kirikiri, smiling, said that this was a good idea, because at the moment it was the best sword he could buy, so for a while there would be no need to buy a weapon. The hero looked at the girl, remembering that he wanted to ask about something, and asked her to tell him about the holy sword. She, folding her hands behind her back, asked again. The guy explained that the sky god gave him the holy sword, and Hose did not know if he accepted the sword, would it be too easy, and assumed that it could be a mistake. Kirikiri, slightly tilting her head, said that this was not the case, adding that she believed the matter was that the trials were too easy for him, and the sky god also believed that he would not see any particular difficulties for him, so he decided to see what would happen if he gave him such a sword. The girl winked at the hero, adding that probably the other gods who voted for this choice came to the same opinion, because most of them were not interested in difficulty settings or equal conditions between players at all. Then the guy asked what about those who spoke against. She folded her hands, palms facing each other, and said that she thought that everyone had their own reasons. Either they didn't want the holy sword to go to him, or they didn't want it to affect the warrior. After all, he might just not like the sky deity. Hose was unpleasantly surprised by her words that the deity might not like him and asked if that was really the case. The girl explained, smiling, that there were those who hated him. With this, she started a stream of thoughts in the guy's head. He imagined the goddess of nature, thinking that the existence of gods who hated him was obvious. He thought the same about the sky deity, and wondered if it was good. Hose looked to the side, reasoning that he ended up giving him the sword. Was it possible that his opinion changed after the 26th floor, or, on the contrary, he accumulated more negativity, and wished him suffering? He looked at Kirikiri and asked if the gods could interfere with him like they did on the 4th floor. She replied that they could not interfere with players, so he was not in any danger. The girl put her hand up and said that the effects of the holy sword could be viewed in the inventory, and he needed to go to the waiting room to do so. The hero thanked her. The player looked away, thinking that after the god of death, he also received an offer to become an apostle from the god of light, asking what the assistant could say about them. The girl looked at him in surprise, answering that he had no more questions. He could not believe it, because he had been saving them since the 21st floor. Hose looked at the notifications about the feelings and emotions of the gods and said that if he became an apostle and his strength increased again, but the growth could be stuck for a while, then decided that he had received all the information he needed. Then he took out the blade. And he stood in a fighting stance. Kirikiri, standing behind him, asked what he was going to do. The weapon was shining in his hands. He thought that on the 26th floor, the holy sword crossed the space and cut through the far wall of the castle, wondering how it happened, because at that distance, the weapon could not use its aura. The flow seemed to cut through the space, the holy sword flew into the air, and the wall in its path was cut. He threw up the purple core in his hands, and launched it into the sky. The purple ball soared above him. The boy thought that dominating with magic power is natural. This is the whole essence of magic, and the magic circle or the pronunciation of the spell is like a device for launching magic. He bent his knees while Kirikiri watched him, thinking that a spell that contains magic power acts according to a magic formula created by the will of the caster, and the main thing is effort and will. He swung the sword and it glowed blue, continuing to reason that it was the same with the owner of the aura. The mana sent to the sword along the magic circuit flows along the front side of the sword. The magic flows through the skin and improves physical capabilities. The sky turned purple and flashes were visible in it. Hose reasoned that when magic gets into the muscles, it helps to make fast and intense movements, and when the will of the sword master is filled with magical power, an aura is formed. He squeezed the handle of the sword tighter, wondering what capabilities the formed aura has. The hero remembered how his opponent wielded the sword and answered his question that for light swords, the key role is played by the friction between the aura and magical power. It is what causes the explosion and strengthens the attack. The core in the sky absorbed the magic again and became compact. The guy reasoned what the holy sword showed and how to describe this technique, listing, strengthening, jumping, throwing, illusion, concluding that there were many options. He stood in a fighting stance again. In his head there were options that it could be the transfer of power or the cutting will of the holy sword. Maybe it happened by launching it beyond space and towards the castle wall. The hero looked up, deciding that he needed to imagine what he wanted. The core began to move towards the ground. Hose realized that he wanted to reach it, and swung his sword. But the core fell a few steps away from the warrior. Kirikiri watched what happened. She, blushing and barely holding back her laughter, called the technique amazing. Asking what it was, Hose nervously looked at her. The sky was clear, a light wind slightly swayed the grass. The waiting room of the 27th floor was filled with light. The hero stood silently in this space. The sword glowed green, under the thoughts of the warrior who called his name. He looked at the stone located near the hilt, reminding himself that it could contain a soul. The sword hovered in the air, painting the space blue. Hose looked at it tensely, deciding to try. The sword lit up with light. The hero called Lady Sarigia, seeing her image behind the sword. Hose sat and meditated with the sword on his lap. In his head, he was training again with the purple core and fell, under the misunderstanding of the observer, admiring his strength and his amazing skill. The hero lay on the grass and looked at the sky with a question in his head. Kurikiri appeared at his head, asking if she hadn't told him not to overdo it and to rest, and added a question about what he was doing, then, without waiting for an answer, said that if he continued in the same spirit, his body would collapse and he would die. She tilted her head, continuing that up until now his growth had continued at a breakneck pace. Surprisingly, there were no side effects at all. The girl imagined a flash in her mind and said that if the mana channels were blocked and internal damage occurred, no amount of medicine or rest would help and he should think of it as death. The assistant squatted down by his head, adding that in other words, he was currently unable to control his raging energy, and that it could also be called a natural reaction to continuous growth. Hose brought his hand to his chin, concluding that this was the price he was paying for his extreme growth, comparing it to muscle pain after a workout. He looked at Kurikiri, asking if his body could not withstand this price, then rapid growth was like poison to him. She agreed. The protagonist took hold of the hilt of the sword lying nearby and decided that he now needed to focus on the longevity of his body, to give his body a chance to get stronger. The hero sat down on the grass, thinking that it was not enough to increase his resistance through self-harm, and his body could not keep up with the self-harm from his techniques. The guy clutched the sword in his hands, thinking that it was necessary to build a body that could withstand a new level of fighting, and although it already surpassed the human level, it still had room to grow. Kurikiri stood up, pointing to the portal to the next floor. The guy said that he had already forgotten about it. The girl put her index finger forward, and putting it in front of her face said that the player should use his mind. Sometimes he can be the best guide. Hose began to rise and the assistant added that that was all she had to say. The guy went to the portal, and she, opening her arms, wished him a safe journey and a speedy return, calling him king. He turned around right before the entrance, and promised to buy her a cake upon his return. She smiled happily. The hero again found himself in the waiting room in the lotus position with the sword on his knees. The guy looked down, and turned to the sword, asking Lady Seredzia if she was dizzy and if she felt any discomfort. The image of the girl was reflected at the very handle of the blade. She said that she was completely fine and asked if he wanted to practice fencing with her. Hose, standing up, agreed. He gripped the sword tighter in his hands, and attacked the invisible enemy. Then he swung again. The protagonist looked at the blade when he heard that the girl was happy, and the warrior, not believing, asked again. She confirmed, adding that if she knew it would be so delightful, she would have been born a sword, which caused the owner to laugh. The hero narrowed one eye, thinking that in any case, this did not seem like a lie, and if she was happy, then everything was fine. He held the sword at arm's length. The girl's voice said that now she was able to see the hero's movements more closely, and would be able to observe him in detail during the fight. Hose looked at the sword and listened. The soul continued that their goal was to see the limit of swordsmanship, and if, even in the form of a weapon in his hand, she could achieve the truth of swordsmanship, it was worth dying for. The hero lifted the sword slightly. Seredzia shouted in delight that it was the best. The owner said that he was happy for her, but reminded him that she was already dead. He took a few steps forward, and the soul noticed that since her friend brought her back to life, she was no longer considered dead. At these words, Hose thought that she was so bright and positive that he was not used to it. He looked at the sword with concern and asked again if she was really okay and if she had any regrets. The protagonist looked at the stone on the blade when he heard the soul answer that she was sorry that she could not eat sweets, but she felt happier in the sword. Seredzia closed her eyes and, smiling slightly, said that from the beginning, her goal was to become his student and see the skill, which meant that becoming a common soldier's sword would be much more painful. She remembered the battle on the top of the mountain, asking if she could bear the power of those skills, and if it was possible, she would like to capture this process with her own eyes. Hose lowered the sword. The soul in it screamed that it was looking forward to this moment. The owner was surprised at how much a person could change. He looked at the weapon and noted the changes in Seredzia. The tone and speed of speech increased. She herself became more talkative and looked happier than when she was a human. The hero opened the system window, understanding what happens when the soul takes possession of the sword, thinking that maybe he should put it away. He took out the holy sword. And then reproaches rained down on him. The weapon asked the owner why he hid it. The hero took it in his hand and asked again that he meant the inventory. The sword, still in the hands of the owner, continued the thought that in that damn space there is no sense of time, and he will go crazy if he stays there even a little longer. Hose looked at it in surprise, asked if it was really that bad there. He confirmed and, shouting, added that he did not even have anyone to talk to, warning that it could break like that. A purple core appeared behind the warrior, while he stood with 2 swords in his hands, thinking that he was not going to use the saint, but he was not ready for it to break either. Hose took the ball in his hand, which was already holding the saint's sword. It immediately screamed, calling it a damn thing and not understanding why it was there. Since he broke it, the owner mentally told him to shut up. Suddenly, the sword balanced in his palm turned to him, demanding to call it the best sword, relying on its blessing from the God of heaven and claiming that the owner does not know its full power, then asked to show everything it can do. The hero looked at it with displeasure, thinking that he had already tested this weapon. He looked at it more closely. The blade of the sword was painted blue, there was a pattern near the hilt. The holy sword was called Albaz. It was a divine weapon bestowed upon people by the heavens to punish those who were arrogant, but the people around it, including the owner, were unknowingly drawn into a bloody fight, and if a person owned it for a long time, he himself could become extremely arrogant or addicted to blood. And the characteristics of the sword include passive effects of increasing attack and magic attack. The ability to dispel magic, magic protection from wear, the effect of rapid skill cooldown, the ability to cast a shield, strengthening the characteristics of mana, the ability to swim, fly and self-purify. Hose looked at the sword, surprised by the characteristics, and that this was not all. The guy squeezed the weapon tighter. The important thing is that the spirit imprinted in it can use power at will and has mastered magic, so it is possible to use spells below the 3rd level, and in addition, the spirit can use divine skills and independently create an aura around the sword. The owner threw the cannonball up, concluding that even though the sword had a strange character, he couldn't throw it away. He placed it in the sheath, asking if it would be better, to which he received gratitude. The hero touched the sheath and warned him not to try to do anything without his permission and to coordinate all attacks with him. He said that he understood, calling the owner a hero. The guy narrowed one eye and added that he didn't want the sword to call him that. He asked how he should address the owner. He didn't answer. The sword, comfortably placed in the sheath, suggested that he would like the address master, but he rejected it. Hose picked up the other sword and addressed Lady Sarigia. A glint appeared in his eyes. He asked if she would try calling him master. The image of the girl appeared on the blade. She said that she refused. Hose still held the sword in front of him. A bright light flashed in front of him, and he told the 27th floor that he was coming. There were voices in the air asking if he had been gifted with a holy sword and how long he had been loyal. Hose swung the sword with a loud whistle. The bright streaks from the blow remained in the air for a moment. The protagonist swung it sharply to the side. A smirk could be seen on his mocking face. The holy sword, who was watching from the side, suddenly spoke up, asking if he should swing harder, to which the guy turned his head, answering that he thought it needed a light swing. The holy sword got angry, shouting that if Hose was bothered by unprotected parts of his body, then he should use a shield spell, because it can block the enemy's attacks with magic, and of course, he can't do it without a magic sword that can do this. The protagonist frowned when he heard the holy sword ask if there was another magic sword in the world, a sword like this. The holy sword boasted that it was the only one of its kind, to which the boy turned away from it, angrily thinking that he would rather remain silent, since this argument was useless. Hose looked ahead, thinking that he would ignore the sword while it reveled in its own importance. The holy sword nervously shouted after the boy, to which the protagonist looked at the Sarigia in his hand, suggesting that they end here. A portal suddenly opened right in front of him. Hose confidently walked forward, while the holy sword shouted that they were going on a new journey. The boy's face changed in shame, hearing the cries of the weapon. The holy sword praised itself, saying that new legends about the holy sword awaited them, formed from these meetings. The protagonist frowned in anger, thinking that if it were not for the dispel, he would have used silence magic to silence it. As Hose approached the portal, he thought that neither Sarigia nor the holy sword knew anything about portals, waiting rooms, training programs, etc., because they only understood them as means of transportation and safe living. Frowning, he thought that he had explained that, like a group of heroes who traveled through dimensions and worked as mercenaries, they wandered through different worlds and achieved certain goals, so thanks to this, he was given the title of a hero, when Sarigia suddenly asked him to go. Hose nodded with a smile, calling her a knight. Sarigia closed her eyes and began to smile. The corners of the guy's lips were slightly raised. Frowning, the girl immediately shouted, ordering him to call her Albus. The sky was clear. Having landed, the protagonist found himself on the 27th floor. Raising his head, he carefully peered ahead. After looking around, he realized that he was at the checkpoint of the 27th floor. Hose sat up, thinking that there were two trade routes connecting the eastern and western continents of Gravia. One could use the sea route and cross the ocean between the continents, or go through a huge cave that was under the sea. The protagonist knew that this cave was known as the Gravia Dungeon and consisted of 3 levels. Lost in thought, he thought that there was a creature that occupied the entire lower level. Looking closely at the pop-up window, the protagonist read that he needed to defeat the ruler of the lower level, the Earth Dragon, and obtain treasures. Frowning, he read that in order to get to the lower level, he needed a guide, so he needed to enter the red brick building and ask for one. The next slide showed the conditions, which said that he needed to defeat the Earth Dragon and obtain the Earth Dragon's treasures. Hose pursed his lips, thinking that it sounded pretty easy. After all, he just needed to kill the dragon and take the treasures. Standing up, he thought that when they talked about Earth Dragons, they usually meant worms, when he suddenly wondered what kind of treasures they might have, or if they were talking about an actual dragon living underground. Grinning, the guy realized that he was worried. Surigia was peeking out from behind the guy, saying that she was looking forward to it, and hoped that they would meet many enemies. The Holy Sword, hearing her, shouted that they needed to slay the evil dragon with the sword and burn it with magic. The protagonist immediately grabbed his hilt angrily. The Holy Sword's voice began to tremble, when he suddenly asked if he could speak quietly, since he would not interfere, while the guy did not lower his gaze to him. Surigia sighed heavily. The veins on Ho's hand stood out, and he said that if the weapon was not satisfactory for some reason, then it could go to the inventory. He exhaled heavily, closing his eyes. Looking up ahead, the guy thought that he should first enter the red brick building and find a guide. He confidently walked forward, thinking that Kirikiri advised him to choose a guide wisely, and perhaps he was of great importance. After a while, Hose approached the building, thinking that it was here. He went inside without thinking. People in cloaks were walking around the hall. Men sitting at tables were drinking alcohol. Looking around, Surigia said that it was noisy, to which the protagonist narrowed his eyes, adding that it looked like an adventurer's guild. At the reception, a woman was filling out paperwork. She suddenly looked up ahead. Coming closer, Hose said that he was looking for an escort to the dungeon. The woman frowned, asking if he was talking to her, because he continued to talk to himself, standing in front of her. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock, thinking that she saw everything. She looked at him with displeasure, asking where he was going. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist answered, to the lower level. The woman's face changed from bewilderment, when suddenly she asked if he was really suicidal. Folding her hands on the table, she added that an escort was possible, but they could not guarantee his safety, to which Hose, without taking his eyes off her, replied that he did not need it. The woman turned away, answering, as he says. She pointed her finger to the side, asking to ask that guy, because no one else would agree, and he would definitely die tomorrow if he did not earn anything today. Hose turned his head back with interest. A small boy was sitting at the table. He suddenly turned his crazy gaze back. The boy began to peer closely at the protagonist. Hose opened his mouth, thinking that this must be the same child who was assigned to be his guide. The room was brightly lit by lanterns. The child jumped up from his chair with a smile on his face, greeting the swordsman, and asked if he was going to the lower level of the dungeon. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest in displeasure, when the boy suddenly clenched his fists, shouting that the guy was very brave and had a cool sword. Smiling, he said that Hose had probably heard about the dangers that awaited him down there, and only cowards spread such rumors. A bright red-eye tattoo was visible on his forehead. The guy looked closely at it, when the Holy Sword suddenly noticed that the child knew how to butter people up. Hose looked at the boy with distrust. Frowning, he thought that his smile was forced, and his eyes were like those of a dead fish, his gaze sliding over the protagonist's face and equipment again and again, although he should have noticed everything a long time ago. Taking a closer look, Surigia said that the child was not very attentive and clearly lacked concentration. The Holy Sword peeked out, adding that the boy was too frail. Hose kept his eyes on him, thinking that he would definitely not make a good warrior with his abilities, and he couldn't hide his emotions, because everything was clear from his face. A crazy smile was visible on the boy's face, while the protagonist thought that the kid was too absent-minded, didn't notice anything at all, and he also missed the fact that the guy had already managed to study him properly. They continued to look at each other, while Hose realized that he was keeping silent about the boy's intelligence. Closing his eyes, the guy hoped that the child would be a smart guide. The boy smiled, asking the swordsman what was wrong, to which the protagonist opened his mouth, answering that everything was fine, after which he asked to tell him more about the dungeon. Raising his hand to his mouth, he added that he wanted to make sure of his competence. The child scratched the back of his head, offering to sit down. The boy began to push back his chair, while Hose could not believe that Kirikiri had offered him a child as a guide. He frowned, not understanding what the catch was. There were 2 mugs on the table. The boy placed his hands on the table with a smile, finishing his story. Hose pursed his lips, thinking that his knowledge was undeniable, but he still doubted whether the boy was trustworthy. The child looked up, saying that they were leaving tomorrow morning, and there were free rooms on the 2nd floor, one of which Hose could spend the night in. Taking out something bright from his backpack, the protagonist asked the boy to hold out his hand. The child, perplexed, held out his palms forward. The boy threw glowing stones into his hands, asking if this would be good enough as an advance. Turning back, he smiled and asked the boy not to be late in the morning. Noticing the guy, the woman at the reception asked if he wanted to rent a room, to which the protagonist nodded, saying that she had excellent hearing. The woman extended her hand under the table, saying that she was just good at reading the situation, since it was unlikely that the guy would choose to leave here at night, and he wouldn't abandon his child here either. Hose turned his head to the screen that popped up in front of him, saying that she spoke the truth. Extending a stone forward, he asked if it was enough, to which the woman extended her hand with the key forward, saying that it was more than enough. Taking the stone in her hand, she added that she would advise him to be more careful and not to throw money around like that, if he didn't want thieves to break into his room at night. Hose frowned, saying that it was a good joke, and then asked if he really looked like someone who could be easily robbed blind. The woman turned her gaze to him, answering, "And that's right, because he has an impressive-sized sword and neat clothes, and his behavior all indicate that it is not worth messing with him." The protagonist listened to her attentively. Putting his hand on the table, he asked why she does not work as a guide, because he is sure that she would do an excellent job, to which the woman turned to him, answering that being a guide is not so easy. Hose thoughtfully looked down. The woman looked at him with displeasure. The guy's eyes were shining brightly with a blue light. From excitement, beads of sweat appeared on the woman's face. Suddenly, the guy's face changed, his mouth slightly open. The woman immediately exhaled heavily. Turning her head sharply, she said that she was not eager to be nice to a monster whose intentions she did not know. The protagonist was surprised, answering that he seemed to look unusually frightening. It had already gotten dark outside. Hose sat on the edge of the bed in the lotus position. Frowning, he wondered if they immediately realized how strong he was, then why did they warn him about the danger? Because was there really something in the dungeon that even he would have trouble dealing with? Lost in thought, the guy thought that he could not understand why they assigned that kid as his guide. But if the lower levels were really that dangerous, then he would simply die there. Surigia, lying on the bed, immediately turned to the guy. Looking at him, she noted that the boy might not return in the morning, to which the protagonist, without turning around, replied that he thought so too. He thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, thinking that even if it was only part of the payment, having received so many precious stones, the child might well decide to deceive him. Putting his hand on his knee, Hose said that in that case they would just find another guide, because there should be at least a couple more. The protagonist looked up angrily, thinking, if Kirikiri's words were to be believed. Remembering the boy, the guy thought that he was still haunted by that mark on his forehead. Remembering the woman at the reception, he realized that she had one too. Thoughtfully lowering his head down, Hose thought that he had no idea what it meant. Imagining the woman, he thought that they had slipped him a child who would definitely run away with the money, when he suddenly wondered if he should try to negotiate with that girl, and if it didn't work out kindly, then he would have to use force. The holy sword suddenly began to laugh, asking if the guy wanted to know his opinion, to which the protagonist turned his head towards him, answering that if he talked too much, he would put him back in his inventory. The holy sword turned away, saying that with all his respect for Hose and Surigia, they were completely incapable of understanding people. He was shouting loudly that this kid would come back, when he suddenly noticed the protagonist opening the menu, asking him not to. It was getting light outside. Faint rays of sunlight were gently seeping through the windows. The woman at the reception was sorting out some paperwork. Hose was quietly walking down the stairs. Suddenly, he frowned in surprise. The boy with the backpack was standing near the window, looking out at the street. Turning around, he asked with a smile if the gentleman had slept well. Holding onto the straps of the backpack, he wished him a good morning. The protagonist cautiously folded his arms across his chest. Bright rays of sunlight illuminated the street. With bulging eyes, the child asked if the boy had finished his preparations and if they would go to the dungeon right now. Surigia peeked out from behind the protagonist, saying that the boy was acting completely different from yesterday, as if he were a different person. Looking closely, Hose noticed that his hair was combed, his clothes were not new but clean, and he was probably wearing the best he had. The boy put his hand on his chin, telling the boy to lead him. The child smiled widely, shouting, "Okay." Hose looked at the boy who was holding the straps of his backpack, thinking that some things had not changed at all, those cold eyes, and he could see in them what the child was thinking. Looking closely, he thought that the boy was very good at reading other people, but did not realize when others did the same to him. They say that human greed is immeasurable, they repeat the same mistakes. The holy sword smirked, saying that it was all thanks to the wisdom gained from experience. Lost in thought, Hose thought that yesterday he had noticed a glint of greed in the child's eyes and given him a large amount of stones, and made a mistake by not giving him enough to appease his greed. Looking at the boy's eyes, the boy thought that he had not noticed that the child was desperate enough to put his life on the line again and again. Squinting, Hose thought that it had been a long time since he had made such a mistake, because he should not have made such a mistake, and being confident in his ability to read others' intentions, he had underestimated this child. The boy opened the door for the protagonist with a satisfied expression. The sun was shining brightly above the mountains. Looking ahead, Ho said that this dungeon was further than he thought. The boy with a heavy backpack barely walked after the boy. Beads of sweat were pouring down his face from fatigue. The protagonist turned his gaze back, saying that he was also tired, so they could take a short rest. After a while, they stopped by a tree. The boy leaned his back against the bark tiredly. The protagonist gently turned his head to the side, thinking that it reminded him of Meng Meng. The silhouette of a tired child appeared in front of the boy's eyes. Closing his eyes, Ho wondered how he was doing. Looking up, the boy thought that this was training, and he couldn't say for sure if the Meng Meng of this floor was the same one he knew. Lost in thought, he thought that he was sure that there were others here who had tried to pass the 19th floor, then there was a possibility that there were different endings. Imagining the child in front of him, he thought of worlds where Meng Meng got a happy ending, and those where luck turned against him. Hose covered his face with his hand, thinking that he felt terrible now. Stretching out his hand, he thought that he had promised Iddy that he would become the one who surpassed the system. Taking a step forward, Hose said that this was the only way to get rid of his disappointment, and then asked if the boys agreed with his words. Stopping, the boy heard that the swords agreed with him. Surigia looked at him, saying that it was better not to put off solving such problems for a long time to avoid future troubles. With his eyes closed, the protagonist nodded. Turning back, he called out to the boy, frightening him. The child folded his hands on his knees, asking what was wrong. Hose threw bread into his hands, asking him to eat it. The child's eyes immediately changed. Starting to eat the food given to him, he asked if this was a magic bag. The protagonist grabbed it with his hand, answering yes. Smiling, the boy asked what else was in there, if the jewels the protagonist gave him yesterday were also from there. The boy's mouth dropped open in confusion. From inside, he suddenly began to take out a sword. Hose immediately swung it with all his strength. With all his might, the weapon suddenly stabbed into the tree. The protagonist's hand glowed brightly with blue light. The sword began to be carefully pulled out of the tree. The boy watched the sword with a smile, shouting that it moved on its own, and then asked if it was also magical. The protagonist looked at it, answering yes, while he thought that it was a lie. Throwing the weapon again, he thought that he simply used mana to return it, and there was nothing special about it. Of course the boy would not know about such a thing since the mana paths were blocked. Starting to clap his hands, the child shouted that this was amazing. His face immediately changed to an embarrassed one. The protagonist confidently looked forward. Hearing the boy call out to him, he turned his head to the side. The boy raised his hands with a smile, asking if he could try to strike with his sword. A look of disbelief appeared on Ho's face. He suddenly extended the weapon into the boy's hands. The child's palms were reaching closer and closer to the sword. A mad smile appeared on his face. The boy suddenly managed to snatch the weapon from the boy's hands. With a mad expression on his face, he pointed the weapon towards the protagonist. Half of the sword entered Ho's neck. The protagonist lunged forward. He confidently grabbed the sword, hitting the boy with all his strength. The child with wide eyes stretched out his hand forward. Horror immediately appeared on his face. The protagonist punched him in the stomach with his fist. Crouching down, Ho said that he was ready to turn a blind eye to many things if the boy did not cross the line. Clenching his hand into a fist, he added that the child did. Blood began to flow out of the boy's mouth like a river. The holy sword noticed this, offering to take advantage of this opportunity to finish off the boy and find another guide. The protagonist began to approach him closer, saying that the boy was destroyed by his own greed, and if he left him like this, he would still bleed to death. With clenched teeth, Hose began to take out the flask, saying that this potion would relieve the child of his suffering. Beads of sweat were pouring down the boy's face from fear. He suddenly made a sharp jerk forward towards the flask. It unexpectedly appeared next to his head. The flask with the potion managed to smash on the child's head. The boy fell face down on the ground with all his might. With his last strength, he tried to rise up. Hose held the flask in his hands, saying that he still had a couple of vials left. The guide pursed his lips in excitement. Falling face down on the ground, he began to beg for this potion, because he would do everything the boy said. Hose closed his eyes, replying that he didn't need anything, let the boy just do his job properly. Suddenly, the child managed to put his palms in front of the flask in time. Opening it, he confidently began to pour the contents into his mouth. The protagonist did not take his eyes off him. Frowning, he thought about the first time the boy examined his equipment, and also saw his bottomless bag and the amount of gems he had. Lost in his memories, he remembered that the guide had exactly the same look. Coming closer, Hose said that he would not take his eyes off him now, and the boy should at least assess his strength before attacking. The clouds in the sky were clear. The protagonist threw a backpack towards the child. Grabbing the hilt of the sword tightly, the boy said that if the guide was smart, he would give him the magic sword and pour out even more gems. Frowning, he immediately asked the boy to remind him what was required of the boy. Browsing anxiously, the boy said that he needed to take the master to the lower level of the dungeon. Hose grabbed the child by the jacket. Pushing him, the boy said that it was time for them to continue on their way. The boys slowly began to climb the mountain. The protagonist looked ahead attentively. Looking closely at the boy, he thought that despite his obvious weakness, his senses were heightened to the limit, and other people could only envy such excellent vision and hearing. As he continued to climb up, Hose realized that the guide had a huge reserve of energy and truly impressive reaction speed, and it was hard to believe that he was still a child, and perhaps he was just pretending to be puny and naive in order to deceive unsuspecting travelers. Frowning, he thought that it was no wonder that the child tried to deceive him too, because he acted according to a well-practiced scenario, lulled vigilance, robbed and ran away. Continuing to watch the boy, the guy thought that he would have made an excellent actor, because the boy not only lied masterfully, but also refused to break character, no matter what happened. Crouching down, he thought that the list of merits turned out to be impressive, but he did not feel the presence of mana in this boy's body at all, and someone would write it off to his genetic or class features. But this was much more serious. Surigia looked at the boy, asking why he left the boy alive. Turning around, she said that he was being led by his bad qualities, which made him completely unpredictable. Turning his head towards her, Hose replied that that was why he handed the child his backpack and promised an additional reward, because it would not be lost, to which the girl asked, what if he wanted more? The protagonist turned his head towards the boy walking in front, answering that in this way he showed him that money and other material values do not interest him, and if he needs more. Smiling, the guy added that the boy can just ask. Surigia turned forward. Walking forward, the protagonist added that fear is an excellent vaccination against excessive greed, therefore he also scared the child a little, and now he does not even think about deceiving the protagonist, because he immediately became obedient, to which the guide turned his head back in surprise. Hose raised his head, adding that the child might be afraid of him, but he would see his business through to the end and would think 100 times before taking more than he could carry. Seredzia pursed her lips, thinking that his logic was ironclad, but the master had still missed something. Continuing to move forward, she thought that there was an extremely high probability that the resentment their guide harbored would be much stronger than his fear. The market was bustling with people. The protagonist frowned in surprise. He put his hands on his hips, asking if it was always so crowded here, to which the boy frowned, replying that it was still better here than in the dungeon. Looking back, Hose asked if they had really come to that place, because to be honest, he had not expected this at all, because at first glance it was an ordinary market, and who would have thought that this was the entrance to a dungeon? He suddenly turned his gaze to the side. Someone abruptly grabbed the guy by the shoulder. The protagonist looked away in confusion. He closed his eyes and wondered where so many thieves were coming from. The child looked at the master, asking him to beware of pickpockets. Hose put his hand on his hip, saying that he would keep an eye out, and it seemed that the guide had already killed all the swindlers. A clear sky could be seen above the mountains. Monsters roared loudly in the darkness. On the upper level of the 27th floor of the dungeon, there were people walking around with weapons and backpacks. The boy turned to the master, saying that the upper level was used by people traveling between continents through the underground passages, as well as adventurers with simple tasks, and usually it was collecting herbs or escorting. The protagonist frowned, saying that compared to the entrance, it was quite quiet. The boy smiled, saying that it was about 3 days' walk from here to the middle level. Hose followed the guide, saying that it was too long for a simple passage. The child looked back, answering, although it is not the official name, but it is more correct to call it the upper middle level, and people usually avoid this area, so there are almost no travelers there. Pointing his finger forward, he said that the upper middle level begins there. Starting to walk forward, the guide added that it is usually used as a shelter. Hose opened his eyes in surprise. His gaze fell on the houses below. Strange people were walking along the streets. The boy turned his head, saying that there are settlements where people who committed crimes on the surface or fell under the curse live, and it is even larger than the upper one. Someone kicked the ground with all his might. A crowd of men suddenly appeared in front of the guys. The old man smiled, asking if they really came from the surface, because you need to pay a fee to enter. The protagonist frowned, thinking that they were clearly bandits, when suddenly the Holy Sword asked, since this happened, maybe they will just finish off the opponents. Seredzia looked at the boy, saying that they had no change now, and if they paid with jewelry like yesterday, they would want even more. The child began to look at the gentleman in fear. Hose pursed his lip, answering that they were going to the middle level, and then asked if that was enough. One glowing stone fell into the old man's hand. Pointing his finger at the boy, he asked if he was a guide, to which the child began to nod his head in fear. The old man folded his arms across his chest, asking if they were going to stay at the upper middle level, to which the boy raised his index finger up, answering that they would head straight to the middle. A strange smoke covered the rock. The boy's eyes widened at what they saw. Hose noticed movement behind him. A strange man was standing behind them. Without turning around, the protagonist asked why he was following them, to which the guide replied that in words he was just a guide, but in reality he was simply controlling them. Looking at the buildings, the boy added that there was some kind of war going on between the factions at the upper middle level. He looked at the guy, adding that when strong people appeared, they were worried that they might join the enemy, and assigned an observer, but he would not follow them to the middle level, to which Hose frowned. His face changed. He said that even knowing that he was heading to the middle, the guide did not try to recruit him, and it could be concluded that this bandit would be smarter than the guide. Coming closer to the dark cave, the boy said that the middle level began from here. His eyes widened. He added that very dangerous monsters appeared on it, and besides, there were no glowing stones here, so it was very dark. The guide stepped back, saying that he would not go any longer, to which Hose crossed his arms over his chest, thanking him for his help. Fear appeared on the boy's face when he said that without him, the protagonist would not be able to see the outside world again. Hose extended his hand forward, replying that if something happened, he would protect the child first. The boy immediately pulled out a glow stick from his pocket. The smoke from it went deeper into the cave. Looking around, the protagonist noticed that it was quite narrow here, to which the guide turned his head towards him, replying that they would soon come out onto a wide road, because at the middle level, narrow passages alternate with large caves. Turning his body, he added that there are places where you have to crawl. Hose squinted, thinking that this boy was also at the middle level for the first time, when suddenly Seredzia said that she had a bad feeling, because this child was unlikely to help them. Looking to the side, the guy thought that he was useful, and although at first he doubted it, he was now glad that he took him with him. Looking around, the Holy Sword said that it had been several hundred years since he became a Holy Sword, but he felt that this place was simply disgusting, to which the protagonist extended his hand forward, adding that he also felt the same way. Hose turned his head to Seredzia, saying that she could not spread magic power, so she did not feel it. Following the child, he thought that this place had a special property. Looking around, he thought that he and the Holy Sword tried to spread magic power to study the surroundings, but the mana simply wandered in the void until it disappeared completely. The Holy Sword noticed magic that reduced perception and magic that prevented the spread of power, and that was not all, because various spells were mixed here, and even his ability to dispel magic did not work. Hose looked down, saying that it would be difficult for him to get out of here on his own. Raising his head, he saw a winding passage that branches into many paths, like a labyrinth. The boy confidently held the stick in his hand. The protagonist looked at his back, thinking that the child was walking without hesitation. His wide eyes were directed forward, and he obviously had a way to get out of here. Squinting, Hose thought that it was not in vain that he chose him. The boy opened the menu, saying that he would get a glowing stone. The guide ducked in fear, shouting, "If they turn on the light, monsters will come." Taking out a bright yellow stone, the protagonist said that walking in the dark was a trifle for him, but it would be difficult for the boy. The boy's face changed, saying that it was dangerous, when suddenly an enraged monster appeared behind him. The child turned his head back with a loud cry. Swinging his sword, Hose confidently cut the monster into pieces. The guide fell to the ground in horror, while the main character said that with the light it would be easier to see the road, and they would not get hurt, bumping into things. Grinning, grabbing the hilt of the sword, the guy added that the monsters would gather at the light, and they would thus kill two birds with one stone. The monster roared and rushed at the hero. The hero counterattacked. He put his hand forward and looked ahead with concentration. The monster lay defeated. Hose asked if this was all that mid-level monsters could do. The child, discouraged by the question, replied that it was basically like that. The player looked away, thinking that it was disappointing, since there was no point in even luring them in to kill them. The Holy Sword spoke from its sheath, turning to its owner. It said that it had not tasted hot blood for a long time and asked to be allowed to fight next time. Its owner thought with slight tension that it was now openly thirsting for blood. The protagonist stood in front of the monster, when Lady Seredzia also spoke up, saying that since she became a sword, she wanted to cut up foolish enemies without the slightest use of knowledge of fencing. Albaz agreed with her, saying that the monsters here were too stupid. The kid sat down on a rock nearby, opened a book and read under the light of a magic item in his hands that the monster they met was called a cave clock, considered a dangerous second-class creature even at the average level and usually could not be killed with one blow. Hose threw his sword over his back and went ahead, telling him that he doubted what he heard and suggesting that they move on. The kid quickly threw a backpack over his shoulders and hurried after him. 2 days later they passed by one of the caves. The kid put a stick to his forehead and thoughtfully hummed. Hose, crossing his arms over his chest and frowning, watched him. The kid finally showed the way. The hero followed him, thinking that the dungeon was more difficult than he thought, because it was impossible to figure out these labyrinths. He followed the kid and suddenly asked if they hadn't already passed here, to which he responded that this was a different place, although similar. The child turned around and added that his companion shouldn't worry, because he knew this dungeon like the back of his hand. Hose frowned, thinking that the guide was lying, because it was impossible to remember. Then he looked at the back of the kid's head, thinking that at the forks in the road he was choosing the path quite confidently. The child stopped, and raised his wand to his face again and moaned. Then he pointed to a new dark passage. Hose followed him, thinking that the child was surprisingly confident in his choice, although they had not been able to get out of the middle level for 2 days. But it was not because they were lost, it was just that the territory was too vast and the hero was sure that the guide knew where to go, leading them along the right path. The guy looked ahead, thinking that he tried to find the road by spreading magical power, but it only circled around and disappeared. He decided that it was impossible even to mentally draw a map. The swordsman walked confidently after the child, thinking that perhaps there were some marks visible only to the guide, and rejected this idea, thinking that he would have noticed it, and immediately suggested that intuition and foresight could help him, but again rejected this thought. The child stopped, indicating that at this point one should turn left. Hose wondered how he found the right path. Ahead was an unlit wall with a fork and 2 dark tunnels. The hero continued to think that if the guide really used his knowledge and wisdom to find the way in this huge space, then this was closer to clairvoyance. The player did not lag behind his companion a step, thinking that the last thing to think about was the wand in his hands. He looked at it. Then he remembered the image of the child when he chooses a path and noted that when concentrating, a weak magical power arises. The wand in the kid's hands was with a barely noticeable haze. The guy thought that the magic could not spread to the fork and dissipate, due to the wide spread of magic interference. Hose raised his index finger up and decided to try again. The guide stopped again to concentrate, and the player thought that he definitely felt something and was leading them along the right path, so he wanted to understand what exactly. He also concentrated, closing his eyes. The kid suddenly and widened his eyes. Then he pointed the way to the right tunnel with his wand. Hose was confused. Lady Seredzia asked if her companions understood what was happening. Albaz responded with a denial. The next day, the hero also followed the guide showing the way. The child suddenly stopped. Hose was slightly confused. The guide stood near 2 passages. The hero looked at him. The kid said that exactly 3 days had passed. The player, suspecting nothing, confirmed his words. The guide, without turning around, continued that in this dungeon, accidents happen to thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of people. The child, lighting the way and standing still, asked if his companion knew the story of the swordsman Aram. He answered in the negative. The kid, introducing the defeated knight, said that he was one of the strongest swordsmen on the continent, but he died of hunger on the middle level of the dungeon. The guide finally turned around and with a crazy gleam in his eyes said that Aram had a fight with his guide on the 3rd day. The companions stood opposite each other. The child continued the story that the angry guide threw the swordsman into the dungeon and left alone, and a few years later the swordsman was found already a skeleton. He paused and asked if his companion understood what this meant. And without waiting for an answer, laughing, he said that even if the player is the coolest, you can't get out of here without a guide. Hose looked at him seriously and asked what he wanted, assuming money. But then his sword screamed that its time had finally come, asking the owner if he had ever killed children. The guide's face twisted into an angry grimace. He screamed for them to try to kill him, but then they should know that without him they would not be able to take a step from here. Oraz asked the owner if he would not kill the child, assuming that he simply had no experience. But Lady Seredzia said that she was starting to lose patience, and asked him to take the damned sword away from her. The guide's eyes bulged ugly, screaming that if they wanted to take his wand, it would be useless, because only members of his clan could use it, and ominously added that it would not work on those who did not have their blood. Hose raised his index finger, and said that he thought so, because there was a spike on the handle of the wand and in order for it to work, he had to prick his finger with it until it bled. The guide's face calmed down, and he praised his companion's sharp gaze, then declared that this was the end, because the spike only reacted to the blood of his clan members. The player, standing in front of him, rudely told him to shut up and explain what he wanted, assuming that he wanted an apology for using force. The child looked at him in surprise. His face lit up with a purple light, and he declared that his life was already insignificant, and it made no difference whether he died here or outside. Hose looked at him emotionlessly. The man continued, with a mad look again, that he wanted to see what kind of face a person would have when the moment came in which he had to be ready to die. He frowned, holding out his wand forward, and repeated that he was interested in how a person would act who had something to lose, and offered his companion to watch. He stood silently, looking sternly at the child. Then, he imagined the image of the guide standing with his back to him, and realized that he was the perfect subordinate. A memory of the child passing through the tunnels appeared in his head, and he continued to reason that it was difficult for a subordinate to simply refuse an order. Since you mainly take on work at the middle levels and below, you have to act in places where danger lurks at every step. He imagined the customer following the guide and continued to reason that the clients of such guides were quite strong in themselves, so there was a risk of being hurt by the customer in this already terrible place. Hose looked at the child and concluded that this was the worst of the dangerous professions. The guide looked at him in confusion, without removing his wand. The player was absolutely calm and restrained. He looked at the child appraisingly, thinking that no matter how strong a client outside the middle level was, once in the dungeon, he had to rely on a guide, because the sense of direction, magic power, and magic were useless here, so from now on, the guide became the main one. The hero looked away, realizing how annoying this dungeon was. He peered into the dark passage, thinking about the intricate labyrinth and the widespread magic that interfered with the magic power. The player slightly opened his mouth, thinking that this large-scale spell was cast with a clear intention. The effect was almost permanent with a clear purpose. He peered into the darkness again, concluding that the idea was to make it difficult to find the way to the lower levels. Hose slightly tilted his head forward, realizing that there was definitely a way. The hero looked at the child again. He stood with the same angry expression on his face, then thought that the guide definitely found the way into the dungeon using the wand. Finally, standing in the passage, the child repeated again that only his clan can use the wand, because it was created by their ancestor. The player responded that he stopped chatting, finally said what he wanted. Albaz, being in the sheath, gave a voice from the sheath, offering to cut down the child, adding that if you sprinkle the blade with his blood, then you can use the wand. Lady Seredzia suggested to shove the cursed sword into the inventory. Hose did so, under the cries of the sword that this was an inappropriate joke and disbelief that the owner would do this to him. Lady Seredzia, hanging behind the protagonist, sighed with relief, noting that it was finally quiet. The hero said that over the past few days he realized something. He raised his index finger, saying that the distribution of magic power to determine the surrounding terrain and paths was impossible due to the interference magic that quickly dissipated magic power. The guide looked at the wand. Ho said that it detected magic power flowing along the correct path and pointed out the direction to its owner, adding that whoever created it was a great magician. The hero stood in the semi-darkness, continuing to reason that if a direct attack was impossible, then he would have to think, and first of all, he needed to understand where this widespread magic that interfered with magic power originated from. He imagined a magic seal, thinking that if someone had the goal of locking the dungeon, they would cast a spell on the exit. But it would not be a big problem, because they could simply return the same way, so the effect would be insignificant. An image of the lower level appeared in his mind, and the player realized that this magic did not originate from the upper and middle levels. The boy put his hand to his chin. His thoughts went further. Probably this magic was used to prevent people from freely entering the depths of the dungeon in order to protect the valuables hidden there. Hose looked ahead and his gaze was motionless. He thought that given the purpose of this stage, which was the Earth Dragon and its treasure, this was a plausible assumption, but it was impossible to simply spread magic over such a vast area. He saw the energies, thinking that the most important thing in casting a spell was the conditions and the intermediary. The swordsman remembered meeting one person. It prompted thoughts that helped to understand who the intermediary is, because the boundary between the upper and middle levels is clear, and judging by the fact that interference with magical power acts in all corners of the middle level, consisting of narrow passages and voids, these very intermediaries are the passages. The hero saw himself standing in one of them. He was still motionless, clarifying to himself that these should be the correct passages among the many forks. Hose looked over the guide who was still standing in the same position and thought that in the deepest part of the dungeon, the straight passage leading to the exit was a medium for magic. The hero clenched his hand into a fist and a magical blue glow appeared around it. He reasoned that he tried to spread the magic power several times to determine the direction of this medium passage, but due to the force pulling from all directions, it wandered back and forth and quickly disappeared. The player unclenched his fingers, realizing that at the moment of disappearance, there was a weak attraction in a certain direction. Hose raised his hand and tried again, feeling that this attraction was so weak and fleeting that it was difficult to determine. He did the same trick again, concluding that if, right after the magic power disappeared, it was immediately spread again, following the pattern that had just disappeared, it could be seen stretching in one direction right before it disappeared. There was a small blue glow near his index finger. Hose straightened his palm in front of him. His eyes lit up. He found the way. Lady Seredzia, standing behind the master, said that she did not understand anything at all. He replied that the holy sword was not capable of such a thing, because controlling magical power was a very delicate matter. And he added, boldly looking forward, that if this was not a talented magician, then nothing would work. Hose took a few steps. The guide exhaled tensely. Then he shouted, asking his companion if he had not heard what he was saying to him and began to repeat his words. But the hero interrupted him. He came closer and closer to the child, saying that his wand probably reads the disappearance pattern of common magical power and compares it with the built-in correct answer to indicate the right direction. And since the guide himself cannot use magic, the wand releases magical power for him. The kid looked up at his companion with an angry expression, who continued that its performance must be very high, because determining the instantaneous movement of magical power in itself is not an easy task. The stick was enveloped in a blue glow. Hose continued to say that it needed to match the irregularly dissipating magical power, so a huge number of patterns must be stored inside. The guy came close to the guide and ordered him to step aside. Then, looking into his face, he repeated that he should not stand in his way. The child peered intently into the face of his companion. He did not move, but the hero himself walked around him. The child turned around and shouted that the person he was accompanying would not find the way without him. but he calmly replied that he had already found it. The guide stood in confusion and watched the hero walk away. He did not believe his eyes. The fork was unlit. Hose stopped and looked seriously in front of him. The guide also stopped, catching his breath with difficulty. He did not believe that the hero had already chosen the right path 5 times. Lady Seredzia, standing behind the owner, asked if he would just leave this child alone, suggesting that it would be better to deal with him. Hose, looking at the finger, replied that there was no need. The child, stretching out his hand forward, screamed, asking to wait for him. He begged for it. It was hard for him to keep up with the hero walking forward. The protagonist, without slowing down, asked a rhetorical question, why he of all people should stain his hands with blood. The guide fell down exhausted, and the faces of monsters immediately appeared above him. He looked at them in horror. A scream was heard behind Hose. The guide ran as fast as he could, with the monster dragging behind him, drooling. The child screamed, asking the swordsman to wait for him. He did not answer and walked forward, so the kid began to call him a heartless demon, not understanding how he could calmly abandon him. He fell, screaming that people like his companion should die, then asking why he was in such a situation, then cursing everything and begging to save him. The monster was very close, and the child screamed. Then suddenly admitted that in fact it was a girl in disguise. Hose, without stopping, emotionlessly replied that there was nothing special about it, and he knew it from the beginning. The guide stretched out his hands to the swordsman, but he added without turning around that it did not concern him at all. A scream was heard from the dark tunnel again. The hero stopped, thinking that the dragon waiting for him on the lower floor was more important now. He looked ahead. There was a wall right in front of him. The hero decided to hurry. There were closed doors in front of the protagonist. The Holy Sword laughed and shouted from its sheath that a new legend about the Holy Sword with the title of Dragon Slayer would finally begin. But the owner looked at him reproachfully, and the second sword asked what nonsense. Lady Seredzia appeared on the blade, asking why the sword decided that the title would go to him. Because if she killed the dragon, the title would be hers. Albaz answered that it was his blade that would pierce the heart of the monster. The second sword answered that it would not be used. Then the Holy One turned to the hero. Lady Seredzia suggested putting the rival in the inventory, and he became quiet, which she noticed, adding that it was obvious that he really didn't like it there. Hose looked up. The sword concluded that this place was strange. The owner asked again, because he thought the same. He came close to the door, arguing that the dragon should be behind this door. Lady Seredzia, still behind the owner, noted that even without a guide they had passed the middle floor without problems. Praising the hero, he replied that he simply understood how everything was arranged here. The swordsman raised his hand, saying that it was time to meet the dragon. He touched the door with his hand and said out loud that it did not open. His fingers touched strange patterns. The sword gave a hint that it was necessary to decipher the runic inscriptions on the door. The warrior asked if the soul could help him. She, closing her eyes, refused to help, citing the fact that she studied runes as a general subject and could simply recognize them, to which the hero replied that he already knew that she was more confident in telling something negative about herself. The Holy Sword laughed and said that she shouldn't blame herself, calling Seredzia cute, to which she angrily responded by asking him not to call her that, because she didn't like it. Albaz, in his sheath, said that it was natural that she couldn't read it, because there were runes of the dragon language on the door. The swordsman looked at him and asked if he could read it. He replied that he knew several runic symbols, but it wasn't some kind of childish cipher. There were hardly a dozen people in the whole world who could decipher it correctly. Hose was still standing at the closed doors, asking his interlocutor again if the dragon language was really that complicated. He confirmed his assumption. The swordsman said that he had heard that in the dragon language the main meaning was at the beginning, and the end was a set of meaningless words, and suggested that if he tried to decipher the beginning, the meaning would be clear. The hero turned his back to the door and leaned against it. The Holy Sword replied that he did not know where the owner had heard such a thing, but it was better not to voice such things in front of strangers. In any case, since the runes are in the language of dragons, their interpretation is different from what he knows, and it will be difficult to decipher. The protagonist put his hand to his chin, arguing that he could simply break down the door, but he would like to understand the meaning of the inscription. Lady Seredzia, appearing on the blade, said this, sighing so that the owner would not blame himself too much for not being able to read these runes, because this is quite natural, and tried to find support for her words from the second sword, but called it a boo-boo. Hose looked behind him in confusion, reproachfully looking at his sword. The Holy Sword screamed in rage that she really wanted to say that it was natural for him not to be able to read runes. The hero took a few steps away from the door. The sword turned to the owner, asking for a little time, assuring that it could read these scribbles, but the swordsman answered with a question, clarifying if it was a matter of time and claiming that he simply could not read. Then he took the sword in his hands. It screamed, asking for a chance and promising to be quiet. The owner called his offer tempting. The sword glowed from these words and turned to Seredzia so that she would watch carefully as it deciphered the language of dragons, proving that the sacred sword is capable of much if it tries for the sake of its beloved hero. The guy sat on the ground, placing the swords on either side of him. The The speaker noted to Surigia that his name was Albaz, not Abubu, to which she replied that she knew, calling him Lord Sacred Sword Liar. The hero closed his eyes, thinking that as soon as they passed through the wall, an enemy could suddenly appear, so he should rest a little before moving on. He looked at the door, thinking that no matter how strong the enemy was, he would hardly be able to compare with the Demon King of the 26th floor. 2 hours later, the holy sword, lying in its sheath on the floor, asked its owner to give him some more time and people. The owner angrily pulled the sword out of its sheath, shouting apologies and requests not to put it away in the inventory. The swordsman slammed it into the ground with all his might. Hose folded his arms over his chest and said that he would give the sword another 10 minutes, and that while he looked around, it should finish. Albaz accepted the order. And the boy left. He saw drawings on the wall. They were frescoes. Looking at them, one could understand the general story. The swordsman looked at them and understood that the great dragon defeated the evil enemy, but fell victim to a curse or illness, but prepared a special ritual for healing. He moved on to another fresco. It depicted a dragon giving something to a man with a special pattern. He waited outside the door while the ritual was going on. Over time there were many people, but on the last fresco there was only one man again. Hose looked closely, thinking about what the dragon gave the man and what happened to the remaining one. Then he noticed something. The pattern on the man's head was the same as the guide's. The hero remembered images from the past, that the guide and the innkeeper must be from the same family as the people in the frescoes. He approached the sword, asking about the results, but it remained tensely silent. Albaz was still stuck in the ground. The owner quipped that it had gone quiet so quickly, meaning that it kept its word well. Hose grabbed the handle, deciding that he had had enough. And he ran, holding the sword in his hands. Everything around was lit up with blue energy. He said that it was necessary to break through by force. But after the attack, only a shallow scratch was left on the door. The swordsman did not understand what the door was made of if even the holy sword did not damage it. Cracks appeared from the scratch. Hose could hardly stand on his feet. He looked up, not understanding what kind of magical power was affecting him. A purple glow emanated from the door. The swordsman compared it to the level of the Demon King, suggesting that the power could be higher. The hero, armed with a sword, stood in front of the chopped huge door. He smiled warily, and in his thoughts flashed that such a high density of magical power meant that he was equal to at least the Demon King of the 26th floor. Leaning back, he still thought that perhaps the opponent was even superior to the Demon King. The guy thoughtfully looked into the distance. An explosion was heard on the floor. Preparing for battle, Hose, putting out his fists, pounced on the door. Jumping on the door, the guy activated the power. A huge hole appeared on the surface. Hose crawled into the hole. After overcoming the obstacle, he jumped down. He raised his gaze and looked ahead. Sitting in a half-crouch, the guy continued to look around and realized that it was dark. Turning around, the guy thought that his eyes would not be able to see anything in this thick darkness, and even detecting magic was useless due to the magic barrier. But he still felt. Turning back, he realized that on the other side of the darkness, there was a master radiating a powerful presence. Hose stood alone in the pitch-black darkness. The guy thought that the Demon King he fought on the 26th floor had the power that he had encountered on previous floors. But the magic power of this dragon was great. Looking up, the protagonist thought that this power surpassed his own, the guy thought as he looked up. As Hose moved forward, he thought that the surrounding magic was resonating with the master's power, something he had only seen in the great matter on the 19th floor, and what's more, the pulsating magic was generating new magic. Looking up with a crazy gaze, he believed that the amount of magic created at once was almost equal to his entire magic reserve. Grinning, he realized that the gap was too big. A huge explosion was heard in the middle of space. A dragon emerged from the clouds. The monster opened its mouth and let out a roar. Standing in front of the dragon, Hose thought that he had noticed it. He looked at the dragon with a crazy gaze and realized that it was impossible. The dragon stood on its front legs, and Hose thought that he could not even estimate its strength. A sound was heard from the Albaz sword, calling out to the hero. Hose took out his swords and prepared to fight. Swinging his sword, he said that it looked like he would have to use the sacred sword, but he wanted to avoid using it if possible. But now was not the time to hesitate. Standing in front of the dragon, he crossed his swords and repeated that the beast had already sensed its presence, and that it was necessary to prepare for the first attack. Starting to advance, he asked the sacred sword if it could block his magic that caused an abnormal state. In response to his words, the sacred sword said that it could, on the condition that the heavenly god answered the call, and then he would be able to use sacred magic to defend. In Hose's hands, the sword repeated that he could only use it 3 times at most. Looking at the dragon, Hose asked about normal attack spells, and in response, he received from the sacred ball that with his level, this was impossible, and with such magical power, he would not be able to block any attack no matter what he used. Hose smirked and decided that it seemed like they had no defense against long-range magical attacks. Activating his wings, he decided that close combat was his only chance, and his thoughts flashed through tenacity, Talaria's wings, soul cry, soul stealing, and the enemy's mark. The protagonist frowned, starting to attack, and then said that it would be a quick fight. The enraged dragon began to attack with its mouth open. Flying forward, Host told the sacred sword to focus on blocking magic, and in response he received that the sword understood everything. Attacking the dragon with all his might, he noticed a bright flicker. He swung the sacred sword at the dragon, cutting through space. He struck the beast. Finally, a serious blow fell on the monster. A small crack appeared in the dragon's scales. Beginning to run out of breath, Host thought that this was all his aura could do and the dragon had damn high defense. Continuing to attack the dragon, he activated Time Stop. While fighting, he thought that simple sword strikes wouldn't leave even a scratch, but attacks using aura worked, albeit weakly. To deliver an effective blow, one must either put fire power into the aura or attack deeper. Putting the sword in front of him, he assumed that the first option would greatly deplete his magic and will, and the second option was too risky, but the situation was not hopeless. Looking at the exhausted dragon, Hage thought that it seemed to be tired. Flying up, the guy thought that as soon as the time stop effect disappeared, a flurry of attacks would immediately follow, but due to the fact that the dragon itself had closed the distance, his chances increased significantly, and if he retreated and started using magic, he would not have a single chance. Using his swords, the player's thoughts flashed that in this situation, he could not use a lightsaber, because they were in the air and it would take too much time to activate it, and besides, the enemy was too close. Frowning, Host thought about what to do. The dragon did not stop and continued to attack the hero, but the time stop was over. The monster opened its mouth and screamed while Host stood nearby. The man saw the flickering again, and the dragon at that time raised its clawed paws straight to the guy. Putting the sword in his teeth, the player prepared to attack. The dragon covered itself with its huge paws so that Host did not strike it. The space was illuminated by the flickering again. Flying behind the dragon's back, Host prepared for the next battle. Holding the sword in his teeth, he said that in this battle, there was only one way to win. The dragon appeared from under the ground, growling with anger. The monster crashed into Host's back. The guy frowned and thought that everything was going as it should. The protagonist took one of the swords in his teeth, and Albaz crashed straight into the dragon. Green blood splashed in all directions. Host took Seredzzi out of his mouth and thought that he hit, although not with a critical hit, but the dagger entered the dragon's neck with the poisoned skill. A glow began around the monster's wound. The light illuminated everything around. Host jumped back thinking that the poison and fire, having penetrated the dragon's body, interfered with the use of magic. Standing in front of the decomposed monster, the protagonist released Flash. He raised his sword and used another flash. The dragon screamed. Host raised Albaz up. The sword fell with a quick force, when the guy thought that although he could not use a lightsaber, but simple copies of techniques were available to him. A blow followed, while a flash of light and Host used fire retribution cutting the sky. Holding the second sword in his teeth, the guy thought that if he could not cut off the dragon's head with one blow, then he needed to inflict damage with explosive force, although it was a pity that the recoil hit him too. The dragon's head leaned back and the guy standing in front of him thought that after such a blow the beast could resort to magic. Looking ahead, Host thought that no matter what spell the enemy used, he would be able to react if he accurately predicted the intentions. The dragon also looked back at the guy in front of him, who thought that the enemy was not a human, but a beast. In order to predict his intentions, he needed to watch the expression on his face and the movement of his muscles. Host frowned and thought that no matter what magic was used, the body would implement it accordingly, not the slightest movement could be missed. Looking at the roaring dragon, the protagonist ordered himself to concentrate and catch the features of the magic used, straining all his senses. Fear was visible in Ho's eyes when he thought that for a beginner like him, this was incredibly difficult, but he should be able to handle it. The guy kept an eye on the dragon and ordered it to attack. A shrill scream was heard. The monster released a stream of energy from its chest. The protagonist watched in surprise. The dragon screamed, releasing an aura, and the protagonist stood at the ready. The monster roared again, that there are powers. The dragon's paw threw several stones towards Hose, who stood quietly. He looked at the trash flying at him and guessed. Looking at the dragon, who continued to scream, the guy thought that it had gone crazy. The protagonist looked at the monster's wings, which were torn to shreds. There were traces of self-harm all over the body, and the eyes rolled back so that the pupils were not visible. The dragon moved towards the protagonist, who thought that the monster not only did not use magic, but lost the ability to think. The monster repeated the movement of the paw, releasing stones at the guy who continued to stand, who realized that no matter how terrible his melee attacks were, he was simply repeating primitive attacks that did not pose a threat. The guy exhaled in disappointment. The dragon roared. Host put one of the swords forward, heavily counting on the enemy. The dragon repeated its roar, continuing to be angry. The monster struck with its paw and the protagonist dodged, realizing that the main attack was made with its front paws. A new sword appeared in the air near Ho's hand. He took it in his free hand and prepared to strike the dragon standing next to him. A flash of light appeared in the next world and the monster gave a voice again. Hose thrust the sword into the enemy's side. A deafening explosion was heard, and Hose thought that the dragon's attacks were so predictable that he wanted to yawn. The dragon already looked battered, but continued to roar, preparing to attack. Hose frowned. He glanced at the enemy who attacked with his front paws and his eyes and muzzle, the movement of muscles before the attack. The protagonist thought that even if the enemy was not a person, you can read the information. Stones were flying all around the protagonist, and he continued to think that this dragon did not even realize that he was revealing all his weak points. He just put all his strength into his movements, and it did not matter how strong the attack was, if it could be predicted. The dragon prepared to attack. He hit the ground, causing even more stones to form around him. But Hose was already standing on the other side, watching humbly. The protagonist frowned and grinned, as much as the sword in his teeth allowed, thinking that it was easy to dodge. The dragon looked ahead confused. The next moment, it dawned on him that he had not killed the man, and that made him even angrier. The next blow came from Hose, and the enemy fell to the ground. When the dragon rose, a new flash of light was already rushing towards him. The dragon breathed its last. The monster fell dead. Hose stood in the dust, watching. The guy took the sword out of his mouth, and said that this battle was a waste of time. The dead dragon lay on the ground, surrounded by rubble. Hose looked at it, and said that this was a miserable end. Standing not far from the deceased, the protagonist turned to his sword, calling it a bubu, and asking if he knew anything about dragons, to which Albaz reminded him of his name and suggested calling him simply the sacred sword. Hose looked at the dragon lying in front of him and Albaz replied that he had met dragons a couple of times, but in such a state for the first time. The guy raised his hand to his face and asked where such a terrible stench came from. It did not resemble the smell of a corpse of a person who died from poisoning. Then Albaz replied that the dragon on the fresco was cursed and perhaps this was somehow connected. Hose looked into the distance and said that he did not know for sure, but it was quite possible, given the complexity of the floor. The main thing there is not a battle, but finding a guide and getting to the lower level of the dungeon. Hose grinned. Looking ahead, he said that his soul was somehow empty. Because the dragon was weaker than expected, he did not even believe that it was the same creature that inspired such awe in the beginning. Hose turned to the corpse of the enemy and said that half dead or not, but the dragon was defeated. All that was left was to take the treasure, and the floor would be passed. The protagonist turned away and remembered that the conditions for passing were to kill Thoron, the lord of the lower floor, and capture the treasure. The player was surprised to notice that there was no treasure here and it looked like he would have to tinker, and Albaz noted that he said treasure, but it was unknown which one. Hose looked at the sword in his hand and asked it to find the treasure with his magic, to which Albaz replied that it was difficult, because the interference magic in this space was too strong, he could not do anything about it. Albaz also clarified whether it was known that this treasure was on the lower floor, because Hose did not know where it was. The protagonist, standing in the middle of the rubble, thought that the treasure could be on both the middle and upper floors, not understanding how to find it. A magical crystal appeared in the air and the protagonist looked at it, and then continued to calmly search the lower floor. Looking at the crystal, he said that if it doesn't work out, he can ask the warriors. It's time for him to use their help. Hose looked again at the dead dragon nearby and thought about how he got to this state. Looking at his hands, he said that judging by the fresco, the enemy was cursed or poisoned, but the protagonist did not understand how a dragon, and not some small creature, could not be cured and turned into a stupid monster. Hose glanced at Albaz, who spoke up, asking if the hero had heard of crazy dragons. This was one of the common legends, but Hose heard about it for the first time. The image of a dragon appeared before my eyes. Albaz said that dragons live for thousands of years, for some reason go crazy, and do not stop destroying everything around them until their death. Hose looked at the sword again, who said that because of this, some ancient kingdom could not stop the mad dragon and fell, and some races were completely exterminated, and all these stories end with the madman eventually exhausted and dying. The protagonist looked at the dragon and said that in such a situation, the only thing left is to run, which means this dragon is weak for its kind, and the sword was surprised. The protagonist looked at the obus in his hand and said that he thought he could somehow deal with it. Hose, looking at the weapon, continued, saying that after his stupidity became clear, there were no dangerous moments. Albaz said that he was very scared from beginning to end, and Saragia laughed at his brother and said that for him, such behavior of the hero he chose was expected. Looking at the dragon again, Hose turned to the sacred sword and asked if it had any guesses as to why the enemy had become like this, to which Albaz replied that if the dragon had truly gone mad because of the curse, perhaps it could not remove it on its own. The protagonist continued to look at the sword in his hand, which said that it probably paralyzed the owner's mechanical strength, and in that case the dragon's enormous magical powers played against him. Hose noted that Albaz was well versed in curses. Continuing to squeeze the weapon in his hand, the protagonist assumed that this was the work of that enemy from the fresco, but Albaz had one guess. Hose remembered the image of a dark silhouette on the fresco, and the sword said that perhaps it was an evil god who was at odds with the dragon. Looking at the weapon, Hose was surprised, because as he passed the floors, he often heard stories about gods. Holding the sword in front of him, the protagonist thought that the gods here are real and clearly manifest themselves. Initially, even the sacred sword was a gift from the gods of heaven to people. Hose turned around and looked at the debris, thinking that through the sword he could see the power of the gods. Looking at the dragon, he assumed that it was quite possible that the one who put a curse on this dragon could be one of the gods. Leaving the battlefield, Hose thought that the gods only convey their feelings and will to the contenders through messages and give them strength. He considered them distant, intangible creatures from another world. Looking in front of him, he realized that now he would have to change his mind. The gods can directly influence this world. They are probably watching the protagonist now. Clenching the sword in his fist and pulling it closer to his face, Hose thought that he had a goal that he must achieve. If the gods are against it, he will have to force them to submit to his will. For this he cannot remain an insignificant creature in front of them. Suddenly, a multitude of system windows appeared in front of the guy and he froze in surprise, considering what the gods thought of him, which did not allow him to think calmly. Looking at the screens, he noted that some of the gods were positive, and thought that they were all predictable. Hose looked in surprise at the sacred sword, which gave a voice, saying that if you sum up its words, it turns out that they have no information at all about the treasure. The hero agreed, noting that they were simply told to find it. The sword in his hand suggested using the lack of information as a hint, for example, that the treasure can be found naturally after killing the dragon. Maybe it is the dragon itself or something from it. Albus screamed and the protagonist took him aside. Still surprised, Hose listened to Albus, who found the answer. The dragon was still lying dead when Hose listened to the weapon, which said that the most valuable treasure of the dragon is what is called the dragon heart. The protagonist nervously looked at the weapon in his hands and could not find what to answer when Albus said that the lack of information was a hint. It was worth thinking a little, and the answer was immediately found, and then he began to praise himself. The protagonist looked at the corpse of the enemy, and the sacred sword said that if we assume that the treasure can be found naturally after killing the dragon, in this terrible place the only thing that comes to mind is the corpse of the dragon. Hose looked at the swords in his hands and could not insert a word. Albus said that if you think about what part of the dragon's body can be considered a treasure, we immediately get the answer that it is the heart. He himself will see his amazing deduction, and Saragia replied that Saragia said all this first, and the sacred sword just stole the idea. Albus, still in his hands, shouted that he guessed first. He just didn't have time to speak out while he was formulating his thoughts. He said that he actually put forward this hypothesis during the fight. After thinking, he said that much earlier and turned to Saragia. The image of a girl appeared behind the sword, who said that first they need to check if the treasure is really the heart of the dragon. Hose agreed and moved towards the enemy's corpse. Albus was worried in his hands, and Hose, approaching the target, suggested opening the corpse and checking. He raised his sword and it shouted to stop. But the protagonist could not be stopped and he completed his mission. There was darkness all around and the earth was in ruins. Albus was behind Hose and said that now the much-coveted title of Dragon Slayer finally belongs to him. The protagonist grinned and agreed, adding that he cut down the dragon, overcoming this disgusting stench. Hose took out the dragon's heart and said that it should be a treasure, and Albus vomited from the sight. The dragon's heart lying on the ground was a treasure. All covered in dirt, Albus was sick. The protagonist, raising an eyebrow, said to stop moaning, otherwise he would start to feel sick too. Albus, after thinking, said that he wanted to rest for a while. The protagonist, surprised, asked the sword in his hand where he was going. He answered that he was going to his room. The dirty Albus remained silent when Hose asked him if he also had a toilet. Frowning, the protagonist asked Seredzia if she was sick. The sword leaned slightly, saying that she was just in a strange state. Looking at her palms, she said that it was all because of the recent fight. She felt a strange excitement, as if she herself had become a sword. The protagonist glanced at Seredzia and did not understand her words. She was already a sword. Looking at the dragon's heart again, he asked what they should do with this rotten heart. If it really was a treasure, how could they get it, maybe exchange it? A moment later, a multitude of system notifications appeared in front of the guy. He smiled when Seredzia said that it was good that this was the treasure, otherwise they would have had to search the entire cave. A portal immediately appeared through which they could return. Rubbing his chin, Hose mentally said that it was good that Seredzia accepted everything without unnecessary questions. There was no need to explain the training system. Anyway, due to the restrictions, he would not be able to tell everything honestly. The guy glanced at the sword when the girl asked him what they would do with it. Hose looked at the guide hiding in the hole. Squinting, he said that the girl was still alive. Seredzia, after thinking, suggested killing her. The young man asked her why they needed that. The pearl on the sword sparkled when Seredzia said that she definitely wouldn't be a problem in the future, but it could tarnish his reputation later. It was better to deal with him now. Closing his eyes, the guy said that they didn't need that. The girl, hearing him, said that his decision was the law, but she was very lucky. Hose, opening his eyes, asked why she was lucky. Pointing to the dragon's corpse, the warrior said that even a couple of scales from the dragon's body would bring her a lot of money. The protagonist turned to the portal, saying that he didn't care whether she would live in luxury or die a terrible death, he didn't care. Kirikiri covered her nose, saying that it smelled bad. Unfortunately, the 27th floor is always like that. Hose crossed his arms over his chest. Sitting down, the manager said that her fate was too hard. Using magic, she cleared the smell from the guy. The protagonist parted his lips and asked the girl if the other players who had passed this floor had also taken the heart out of the dead dragon. Kirikiri closed her eyes and said that it wasn't quite so. Sitting down, Hose said to only tell the next person what was needed to pass. The manager in response said to just trust her. Hose looked away, realizing that both of his swords had disappeared, most likely ending up in the inventory. Kirikiri, who was sitting opposite him, said that he didn't need any hints, so she was saving the information, but she would give the next person as much advice as possible to pass. Remembering Hyunjin, the protagonist said that he didn't want to interfere with her work, he just thought it would be better to prepare in advance. Poking herself in the cheek, the girl said that they should start with the guides. To successfully pass, you first need to choose a good guide from the 3 available. Covering one eye, the girl said that in order to hire a guide, you need to earn a reputation in the village and win him over. Hose objected, saying that nothing like that happened. The first guide told him that he was not going to walk with a monster whose goals he did not know. Kirikiri, imagining a woman, said that it was because she was afraid of him. The protagonist, grinning, said that he immediately met another guide. Remembering the little girl, he said that the guide was no good. Opening his lips, he asked if it turned out that the other guides did not threaten or try to steal things in the dungeon. Kirikiri, smiling, said that they tried to do it. The difference is only in degree, they are smarter and can be negotiated with. In addition, if a fight starts on the upper and middle floors, they are more useful than that one. However, in such a situation, you will have to convince the guide in the dungeon again. The female guide had to be persuaded more than once during the fight and after. The protagonist, thinking, asked what would happen on the lower floors. The manager, raising her hands, said that if he gets there with the guide, everything will be resolved by itself, so there is no need to talk about it. Hose thought about it, and said that his way of passing was also good. Raising her hand, Kirikiri said that in order to pass without a guide, like him, you need at least the same abilities. You need to be able to find a way, kill a dragon, have high resistance to poison, paralysis and fear. Hose, who was sitting opposite, said that then most people will not succeed. People do not increase resistance so easily, and Hyunjin probably does not pump up these skills. The guy stood up and said that his questions about the 27th floor were over. Now he needed to clarify the situation on the next one. Smiling, he said to tell how to pass the next stage on increased difficulty. The young man's pupils sparkled. This was not enough for him. He wanted more difficult tests, more dangerous and difficult. He wanted to overcome more deadly circumstances. Hose clenched his fist. The dragon fell too easily compared to the initial feeling of danger. Now the guy wanted to fight the Demon King or someone stronger. On the 26th floor, he made the conditions more difficult himself. If he hadn't provoked the summoned Demon King to use the power of a true god, the passage would have been much easier. He left the sword on the altar and fought alone. Looking at his fist, the youth mentally said that certain circumstances were needed to create such obstacles. This time he couldn't find them. Kirikiri frowned when Hose asked her if there would be conditions to make the passage more difficult in the next stage. The girl, covering one eye, said that she wouldn't tell him. He could cause a disaster. For example, the 27th floor could collapse and bury everyone alive, so he shouldn't think about arbitrarily increasing the difficulty. Kirikiri closed her eyes and said that the higher he went, the more difficult the passage naturally became, so he just had to wait. Hose, lowering his head, said that since disasters could happen, there was nothing he could do. The manager, smiling, told him not to worry. Raising her eyelids, she said that the next stage would be difficult even for him. Hose chuckled, expressing his doubts. The events take us to the 60th floor. The clone stood in the middle of the platform. Mana flowed around the platform. Hose frowned. The original, approaching, asked how things were going. The clone replied saying that everything was terrible now. Standing near the platform, Hose asked not to be dramatic. The guy replied saying that he was not being dramatic. He himself knew how difficult it was to understand divine powers. Pointing to the equipment, the protagonist said that although this is called divine power, but in essence it is not much different from magic. Magic is when he uses the miraculous power of mana to embody his will in the world. The clone, looking back, said that divine power is when a being capable of achieving divine status uses his sacred energy to embody a miracle that has become the basis of his divine essence. Kneeling down, Ho said that the gods use this power naturally without thinking, but he can't do that. Frowning, he said that this is why he had to conduct a thorough analysis and go through many trials and errors before he could somehow imitate it. What he uses is just a fake of the divine power. The clone turned around and said that although he had improved it to the point where it could be considered an improved version, he understood the principle of action by repeatedly using it. Will, sacred energy, and how they are connected by divine essence, Hose collected data by stopping time in a limited space, analyzing the process of instantaneous use of power, and created a magical fake from magic circles. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist said that this is all because he used the powers obtained from many gods until they became a part of him. Plus, he has a high ability to sense energy and understand gods. Frowning, he said that the decision was important. He had mastered the highest magic and had become the seed of divinity. Now everything was taking so long because he had stolen too many divine powers. So far there was no power that he could not decipher and modify, no matter how difficult it seemed. The clone suddenly raised his hand and shouted, saying that it was impossible, because there were dozens of powers that could make his head explode. The original objected, saying that if he overcame this danger, he would succeed. Looking at the walls, the guy said that for better performance, proper rest was needed. The clone, lying on the platform, said that he himself suggested resting, then he should not say that he changed his mind. Suddenly, a message from Zhang appeared on the system panel. Opening his mouth, Hose told Zhang that they were doing well. The clone nearby objected, saying that they had serious problems, and wasn't her message too short. The protagonist smiled and said that she probably didn't want to interfere with the research, but he didn't mind the longer ones. They didn't really interfere. Starting to type on the keyboard, the young man asked the girl how she was, if she was overworking herself. Smiling, the girl asked why he was suddenly so concerned. It didn't suit him. Hose, laughing, asked if she didn't like it. The girl, looking at the system panel, said that she liked it. The clone, who was reading the book, felt sick, Chona wrote, saying that people say that if a man suddenly becomes gentle, he's cheating. Hose, smiling slightly, said that it was impossible, because he lives with the three of them, the Earth Raycon and the Double. It's better for her not to hear such things. And how is she herself? Probably very busy after Minyuk left. Chona raised her hand and said that it was difficult, but she can handle it. The clone gritted his teeth. He thought that the two had already gone crazy. The protagonist frowned sharply when Chona said that Junsuk was unable to defeat the G-class monster, or rather, he left the battlefield. Junsuk, standing in the middle of the battlefield, said that the monster was impossible to defeat. Reading the book, the clone listened to the original say that it was strange that Junsuk was unable to defeat a monster of that class. Did he really fight alone? After sending a couple of messages, Chona said that they were awakened from Korea, China, and Japan, as well as the combined forces of Southeast Asia and the United States. The protagonist, sitting in the middle of the lab, said that there had been a successful case of destroying a G-class monster. The girl responded by saying that such a monster was defeated without Chona, but the awakened involved and the US Navy suffered catastrophic losses. Hose thought and said that if the forces were about the same, then with Junsiek the chances should have been higher than 50%. The girl, having started typing, said that he could have cancelled the operation, forgetting about the safety of people, since victory was not guaranteed. Clenching his fist, the young man said that he did not understand him at all. The clone, having looked at him, said that he certainly did not understand, because he was frivolous about the risk and victims. Having sent the message, the guy asked if there was any detailed information about that monster from the east coast of the United States. She answered, saying that they only know what was published. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked what about the Academy. The Academy is a special institution for the training of the elite, created by the Korean government. They select people with outstanding physical and mental abilities and train them for the tutorial. Hose frowned, mentally saying that there was no guarantee that the Academy cadets would get to the tutorial on time. But it was still better than sitting around doing nothing, especially since sometimes the cadets actually got there. Chona closed her eyes and said that there was nothing to learn from there either. They had the same information as the media. Hose spread his fingers and said that it was a serious problem that Junsiek was defeated. If this G-class monster matched their data, it was definitely possible to defeat him. It was unclear why the mage refused to attack. Chona sat down on the bed and said that they couldn't know that now. In a situation where they were unsure whether they could trust the data they had, they couldn't make hasty conclusions about the monster's strength. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that they would have to wait for new information. He looked at the columns of the room. Afterwards, he stood up and asked the clone if he would work. The clone replied by suggesting to rest a little more or even take the day off. Frowning, the original asked if he was openly striking. Raising his leg, the guy replied by saying that he was really dying. Hose, hearing his answer, said that it was because he usually did not train properly, so Yun would overtake him. Raising his head, the youth said that she should overtake him. She was not as callous as him. Even if she became stronger, she would still take care of him. Squinting, the original mentally asked himself how he could have so little desire to grow. After all, he was his clone. Looking at the guy lying on the platform, he said that he could not stand to spend time bored doing nothing. The double was created based on his personality, or rather, based on his memories from the tutorial and the personality formed by them, so the double knows little about the world outside the game, floating in the ocean of this world. Seeing the young man sleeping, Hose mentally said that he thought that the duplicate, who only had memories of a desperate struggle for survival and growth, should have been even more eager to train. The reason why the duplicate was sleeping and acting like this was obvious. The protagonist, who was standing by the platform, mentally said that the clone reacted extremely negatively to its own development, even if the personality was created with the mindset of self-improvement. When someone forced from the very beginning, rejection inevitably arose. The duplicate stood up abruptly, saying that it was time for dinner, he should call Yun. He passed by the original. Turning around, Hose asked the original if he wanted to say something. He slightly bowed his head in thought. The duplicate frowned, looking at him. Opening his lips, Hose apologized to the clone. The protagonist smiled. Turning around and waving his hand, he said that he forgives him. Closing his eyes, he said that it was too late to apologize. The boy stared at the clone's back as he left. His eyes sparkled faintly. Closing his eyes and smiling, he said thank you, then called the clone his younger brother who adored fantasy novel heroes. Hose, having reached the 28th floor, tore the monsters apart. On the 29th floor, he climbed to the top of the tower. Kurikiri, winking at the boy, asked if it was harder this time. Scratching the back of his head, he said that it was difficult. The girl, seeing his reaction, asked why he had such a reaction. Recalling his runs, the boy said that the 29th floor was difficult in a different sense. His reputation was constantly growing. If he had not heard the news that the dungeon would be attacked, he would have been stuck there for a long time. Raising his hand, he said that he meant that the battles became difficult, and not that some hidden settings like this were added. The girl extended her hands. Interlocking her fingertips, she asked if that meant the 30th floor. The protagonist extended his finger and said that he knew that there should have been a residential area there. Smiling widely, Kurikiri said that in addition, it was also a special waiting area. There was no need to think about conditions and there were no time limits, so he could do whatever he wanted. The guy, hearing her, said that he would be alone there, so he would not do anything except training. Closing one eye, he said that this floor was not much different from a simple waiting area, just an expanded format. The girl, opening her eyes, said that this was not true. There would be no opportunity to heal in this residential area. Unlike the waiting area with columns, there was no recovery or protection. Putting her hands behind her back, Kurikiri said that most often he trained in such places, he developed well in combat, but this was also supported by the fact that he always healed in the waiting rooms. The waiting area was a special place. No matter what he did to his body, it would return to its previous state. But if something was broken by a very strong blow, the body would not recover even if he returned to the area. Tilting her head, the girl said that there was no such thing in the living area, so if he thoughtlessly hurt himself, he would be in trouble. Passing by the guy, she said that he could understand everything, but no one knew what his body would do on a subconscious level. The protagonist frowned, mentally saying that without the waiting room, he would not be able to eat normally and build up his stamina, although whether self-harm could be considered part of training was open to debate. Turning around, the girl said that the most important thing was that he just shouldn't jump straight to the 31st floor. Extending her hand to him, she said that it was rare to have the chance to grow so much while training alone. Hose frowned deeply, wondering in his mind if she really meant to say that such an effect could be achieved on the 30th floor. As they climbed the hill, Kurikiri said that his body changed every time he left this area. Hose walked after her, saying that he had never lost. Listening to her, she objected, saying that such a thing had happened. The clouds in the sky turned yellow. A portal appeared in the middle of the meadow. Kurikiri, pointing at the boy, told him that he should rest more and remember that rest is also training. Clenching her fists, she told him not to be a cracker. The young man smiled, saying that he understood her, and now it was time for him to go. A bright light flooded the boy's consciousness. The events take us to the 30th floor, to the residential area. The recreation area prepared on this floor included residential buildings and restaurants. There were even cafes, entertainment venues, and a casino. Hose, appearing in the middle of the street, said that it was too spacious and empty here. A simple waiting area was much better. Stepping forward, he said that he was alone here anyway. The young man called the system panel. A moment later, 2 swords appeared in the air. Smiling, the boy asked the swords if they were okay. Albaz, beaming, said that he was very scared last time. The protagonist immediately interrupted him, saying that if he whined again, he would immediately go to the inventory. Looking at the sword in her left hand, he asked if she felt better. She had recently been very bad. Seredzia answered, saying that everything was fine. Lately, the one imprisoned in the sword had been acting a little strange after each fight. At normal times, she was straight and silent, and after a fight, she was completely quiet and sharp. Hose frowned, not knowing when this began. Taking a closer look at the sword in her hand, he decided that her humanity was gradually dissipating. The boy closed his eyes and mentally said that he even liked it, so there was no need to worry about it. There was not a single person in sight on the streets of the city. Hose entered one of the rooms and sat on the bed. Albaz, who was lying on the bed, said that they should rest, as the manager advised. The protagonist winked, saying that they were tired, but not so tired that they needed to rest. Albaz, looking out the window, objected, saying that they all really needed a break right now. The reason for his fatigue was that he was constantly under stress. It was as if he had never rested at all. The boy, turning his head, said that this was natural, it was necessary to maintain concentration, which was why he never relaxed in the completely safe waiting area or the Kirikiri fields. Frowning, he asked the swords if they really wanted him to take advantage of the opportunity this time. The holy sword replied, saying that a normal person would have gone crazy a long time ago. He also needed to think about discipline. Hose froze, looking at Abbas. He parted his lips and asked what was wrong with that. Surigia answered for him, saying that his state changed from time to time, and not just a little, but as if he was taking a sharp step forward, as if he was attacking. Hose, taking Abbas in his hand, asked if he considered him a half-breed who could not handle his own strength. The sword countered, saying that this was what made him a great hero. The protagonist looked closely at the sword, when Abbas said that his body simply could not keep up with his skills, and this was because they were developing so quickly that his body did not have time to adjust, so he needed to calm down and let his body get used to his progress. Hose, who was sitting on the bed, froze. Rubbing his chin, he said that for him this was an unusually good remark. Kirikiri was very persistent in telling him that he needed to take a break. The whole world around the protagonist disappeared. He couldn't wait to move on, but this was also part of the practice, so he had to be patient. Smiling, he said that they would rest for a few days, during which time he would teach him magic. Abbas immediately abandoned this idea. The slightly vibrating sword said that because of this, he was starting to feel insecure about his position. Hose abruptly interrupted him, saying that he would give him a solid place in the inventory. Abbas, after thinking, said that they would then take a break for 3 days and study the theory of magic on one day. The protagonist, closing his eyes, said that it was high time for them to do this. And so the contract with the holy sword passed in one of the houses in the residential area. Hose even made a plan for the rest days, a boring schedule of rest, walks, meditation and conversations. He was bored, but he slept and held on with all his might. A week later, a bright light from the portal appeared. The guy woke up because of the notification he received. He smiled, happy about the notification. For him, the notification was like a message from heaven. The system informed him that his level had been adjusted. Now he was not level 56, but level 101. Hose jumped up, surprised by what he read. The protagonist, grinning, asked how it was possible to raise his level so much by simply resting, and he had done this before. Now it seemed that Kirikiri and the holy sword were right. During this respite the body finally absorbed the power. The guy, sitting on the bed, decided to reconsider his plan of action. After all, they only took a break for a week, they could rest a little more. Clenching his fist, he shouted with joy, saying that he would rest for the same amount of time. No magic and sword training, only eating, sleeping and having fun all day long. Abbas, nervously, said that this was too much. The young man, without even looking at the sword, said not to try to dissuade him. Of course, it might not work, but it might get even better. Instead of resting in fits and starts, it would be better to rest properly for a week. Smiling, he said that if it didn't work, they would return to training in a week. Surigia, hearing him, said that if he continued to idle like this, he would turn into an unemployed homebody. The protagonist, abruptly lying down, said that he would not get up from this bed until he had to go to the toilet. 5 days later, Ho's face was distorted in a grimace of horror, incomprehension, boredom and agony. Looking at the ceiling, he said that he never thought that idleness could be so painful, and his level was at a standstill. For him, it was torture. It got to the point that even 2 resistance skills increased their levels. The guy turned over when Surigia suggested that he start training. The young man objected, saying that this is also part of the training, and he must finish it. Suddenly a message came, Miyuk asking if he was busy. The protagonist frowned when Miyuk asked him when he managed to get to the 30th floor, and it seemed like he was on the 25th recently. Hose asked puzzledly what was wrong with that. His friend answered, saying that he was looking for a way to contact the Korean government in the future to understand what was happening outside. Hose, looking at the system messages, said that this was a necessary matter, but almost impossible. Lying on the bed, he said that they can transmit messages through those who come and go, but there is no way to contact them from the outside. No matter how much he thinks, he cannot find a solution. Looking closely at the system windows, he said that the only option is to entrust the message to new random applicants. But for this he will have to make an announcement to the whole country, and this is not how to transmit secret information. Minyuk thought about it and said that this is why he is developing a code, but it shouldn't be too simple, otherwise anyone can figure it out by opening his lips. The protagonist said that he can't really help with that. 2 system messages came in. The guy said that he already felt better because he listened to his complaints. Hose rolled over on his side when his friend said that he was also thinking about the government transmitting messages to a limited number of people. He would have to hope that these people would be summoned as new candidates. The protagonist yawned, saying that only 100 Koreans out of the entire population are summoned at a time. The probability that the recipient of the message will be summoned is very small. Hose, looking at the received messages, mentally said that it doesn't concern him, which is why he is already sleepy. The protagonist closed his eyes when Min-yuk said that the community is currently discussing heatedly what life will be like after completing the game. Looking out the window, the guy said that he also has thoughts on this matter. The boy looked at his hand. At first he wanted the training to last forever. He didn't want to go outside and be considered a monster and live a simple life without incentive. Standing up, Ho said that he now had a goal that he wanted to achieve after leaving here. Abruptly lying back down, he said that he himself didn't think he would think like that, but now the main thing is to rest. Frowning, the protagonist said that for the first time in training, he just does nothing, but this is also training. So Ho spent an entire week in this house. The level of the boy lying on the bed remained at 101. His plan failed miserably. The young man immediately stood up and changed his equipment, saying that they needed to start active training as soon as possible. Taking Albus in his hand, he told him to teach him magic as they planned. The sword in his hand, after thinking, asked if he really needed to learn magic right now, for now it was better for him to focus on fencing. Ho shuddered, staring at the sword, which said that when a superhuman reaches heights in one area, he easily masters others, be it fencing or magic. When the protagonist raised both swords, Albus said that fencing is much cooler. He does not need to learn from these weakling magicians muttering something in the corners. Surigia supported him, saying that they need to hone their sword skills. Hose, looking at the swords in his hands, said that he is not going to abandon fencing. It is just time to learn magic. He has already bought a lot of books with rune spells. Albus in his left hand said that he is not telling him that he does not need to learn magic at all. He just needs to focus on fencing now. The Holy Sword said that he still has not mastered the technique of embodying will into form. More practice and effort are needed to skillfully use it. The protagonist tilted the Holy Sword slightly when Albus said that he had a growth period. Just like swordsmanship, there are moments of explosive growth, and he had recently grown at an incredible speed. Such an opportunity came once in a lifetime. Albus said that he did not know whether it was a blessing or a concentration of cosmic energy, but such an abnormal acceleration of growth was rare, and they did not know when it would end. Hose, who was holding the swords, thought about it. Frowning, the protagonist mentally said that he thought he was growing normally. The spirit of Surigia came out of the sword, saying that for the first time Albus said something sensible. They should practice swordsmanship first, although she did not really listen, so she was not sure of the details. The Holy Sword shuddered and shouted at the girl. The girl, excited and slightly sparkling, said that if he trained magic, she would get bored, so they needed fencing. Hose immediately realized that she was simply following her desires. Closing his eyes, he said that he would practice magic after he mastered fencing. Attaching the swords, he said that when the results were noticeable in both areas, then they would talk. Jumping out of the house, he said that it was time for them to go to the 31st floor. After landing, he said that he wanted to learn magic so much to master the technique that the Holy Sword used. The Holy Sword glowed, saying that it was simple fencing. The protagonist, staring at it in shock, asked if it was not a technique mixed with magic. The sword, releasing a bit of mana, said that this was his signature technique when he was a human. Then he did not know magic at all. Starting to swing the sword, the guy demanded to explain the principle. While moving through the air, Albus said that the technique was called Space-Cutting Heart Sword. Hose frowned and asked if he was cutting space with the sword of the mind. The youth stood in the middle of the road while the Holy Sword said that the main thing was compressing the magic power. What would happen if he compressed the aura to the limit? By pushing the aura along both sides of the blade to the tip, then he needs to compress and hold the aura at the tip of the sword, then part of the aura will start to protrude. The protagonist frowned at Albus when he said that he needed to make a cut thinner than a needle, but with monstrous strength. That's how he brought it to the level of a technique. Hose parted his lips and asked if it means that he is simply lengthening the sword with an invisible blade made of aura, in which case the name does not match the technique at all. The protagonist stared at the sword in shock as it laughed and said that it didn't matter how it actually worked, as long as it seemed like an invisible sword was cutting through space. Hose, remembering that cut, mentally said that it really did feel like he was cutting through the wall with just his willpower. He chuckled and asked if he could use that technique now. The sword in his hand froze, saying nothing. Swinging the sword, the protagonist used a spatial soul cut. Squinting, the boy remembered the Holy Sword using that technique on the 26th floor. Lowering his head, Hose thought that if he mastered it, he would become even stronger. Raising Albus in front of him, he asked if he could use that technique. The Holy Sword looked at the boy, saying that he needed to understand its essence first, and then asked how he materialized his will when using energy. Waving Seredzi from behind his back, the protagonist replied that he imagines an image in his head and embodies it. Lost in thought, he explained that he had never actually studied the technique in detail. He was just trying to replicate what he had heard. After listening to him, Albus said that this was also an effective method. Swinging his sword forward, Hose said that now, in order to create heat and light, he thought that he needed to create friction between the streams of magical energy. Albus looked at the guy, asking why he even needed to study magic and if he was going to do it with a sword. A red light immediately burst out. The protagonist raised his form one lightsaber up, noticing a red trajectory of the strike in front of him. The guy put the sword behind his back, saying that this is roughly how it works. You need to concentrate the scattered aura on the tip of the sword and release it forward, but this is not the finished version yet. Angry, Albus shouted, asking if the protagonist really wants to send all these particles forward and thinks he can control all this aura, and who taught him such a suicidal technique in the first place. Hose gritted his teeth, replying that no one taught him and he simply repeated what he heard. After a short pause, Albus chuckled. Looking at the boy, he said that usually when trying to do this without instructions, the body is torn apart, to which the protagonist nodded, replying that this was what happened in the waiting room. Raising the red sword up, the protagonist said that even just directing the aura to the end of the sword is incredibly difficult, and without concentration, it scatters in all directions. Remembering his strong strike, he added that even at the last stage, the energy does not always fly in a straight line, because it can go to the side or even return to him, and this happened several times during training. Albus looked into the boy's eyes, replying that it was amazing that he still completed the technique to the end, and it was good that at least he remained alive. But in the future, a warrior should not take such risks. Hose looked ahead, saying that it was time for them to begin training. The protagonist pulled the aura-shrouded sword forward, saying that it was important to first form a symmetrical aura on both sides of the blade. This aura needed to be directed to the tip of the sword, but for the spiritual sword it would need to be a little further. Releasing a strong stream of aura forward, Hose ordered the streams to collide. A bright magic ball formed in front of his face. The protagonist tightly closed his eyes, while Albus shouted that even in this state, it was possible to defeat the enemy. But this could not yet be called a full-fledged technique, so it was necessary to compress the energy of the colliding aura on the tip of the sword and continue to compress. Starting to tremble, he added that the essence of the spatial cut of the soul is to compress magical energy. Hose continued to raise the magic sword Surigia higher to the ball. The streams of aura began to dissipate into small grains in the air. The guy continued to squeeze his eyes tightly. His sword pierced the ball right through. Hose and Albus were very surprised. The protagonist looked at Surigia, saying that the aura that had just been compressed burst out for a moment. Albus looked at the bright light, saying that when the compressed aura was held for a long time, part of it would come out, like now, and this aura could easily cut through even steel, and the enemies did not even have time to react due to the overwhelming magical power. The protagonist thoughtfully put his hand to his mouth, saying that he, too, was so amazed by the power of the sword that he did not notice the aura at all. Turning his gaze to Surigia, the guy thought that even a short use of the technique required a lot of magical energy, although much less than a lightsaber, and it cannot be denied that this technique is more practical than a lightsaber. Smiling, he said, amazing. Albus looked out, shouting that he was a legendary holy sword blessed by the great sky god. The street was empty. The protagonist passed by the fountain, hearing from Albus that the guy needs to train and he must learn to feel the moment of the aura emission. Closing his eyes, Hose thought that first he needs to purify the magical energy with willpower and form the aura. Raising the sword up, he began to compress the aura on the tip of the sword. A bright aura began to accumulate on the sharp tip. Activating a huge ball of aura above himself, the guy knew that he had to maintain the compression. He grabbed the handle tightly, hearing Albus' cries that the guy should feel the moment the aura is ejected forward with his body. The bright light became stronger and stronger. The guy's face changed, clenching his teeth tightly. His attentive gaze was directed at the light in front of him. After a while, only small accumulations of aura remained near the tip of the sword. Hose looked at Surigia, saying that everything seemed to have worked, but not powerful enough to cut through the fortress wall. He grinned and said that he now truly understood how much the sacred sword surpassed him in skill. Albus looked at him, saying that it was incredible that the boy could do it on the first try, since most people couldn't even try no matter how much they were told, and he really had extraordinary talent. Perplexed, Surigia said that she still didn't quite understand, to which Hose looked at her, saying that there was nothing complicated about it. Recalling the bright light of the sword, he said that the sword needed to be extended with an aura, a thin aura invisible to the eye, and to others it looked like the sword was cutting the enemy through space. Surigia looked at him, and after a short pause said that she understood now. She smiled widely, asking how soon the boy would be able to master the technique, since she could not wait to see it in its finished form. Surprise appeared on the protagonist's face, and he wondered if this was the swordsman's thirst or the desire for the sword, since this was an unusual desire. The boy turned to the sacred sword. Albus looked at him and said that he thought that given the protagonist's outstanding talent and experience with similar lightsaber techniques, it wouldn't take long. Without turning away, he added that half a year should be enough, because in that time Hose would be able to master the spatial cut perfectly. The guy gritted his teeth when he heard the time period of half a year. He swung his sword forward menacingly, saying that he was not going to waste that much time. Hose smiled sarcastically, adding that he would master it in a week. Two bright stripes twisted in the air. They were approaching the building in front of them at great speed. A bright aura crashed into a large building. The protagonist landed on the ground. Smiling with all his teeth, the guy said that everything worked out. Turning to the building, he said that although a lot still needs to be checked, but for 5 days of training the result is not bad, but the marks from the sword strikes need to be made smoother and cleaner. Holding Surigia up in front of him, Hose said that despite the grandiose name of the Spatial Soul Sword, mastering it was not that difficult, probably because it looked like a lightsaber. Albaz looked out with displeasure, objecting that it was still far from perfect, because these rough marks from blows proved that the guy still had poor control over the aura. Hose went forward, answering that they would train more, because in any case, they mastered the technique 2 days ahead of schedule. The protagonist waved Surigia back, saying that controlling the aura itself was quite a simple matter, and it was easier to understand if you imagine a pimple, because when you squeeze it, the contents shoot out, and you need to swing the sword at that very moment. The guy swung the sword sharply, when Surigia suddenly screamed loudly, asking if it was necessary to explain her deadly technique in such a disgusting way. Hose raised the sword up, saying that it was necessary to catch the moment of the shot and then swing the sword, and it was also important to hold the released energy for the required time at a certain distance. Surigia put her hand to her chin, saying that in any case, it was a great achievement to understand that such cuts could be created with the help of aura, and although she did not have a physical body to repeat it, she now understood the principle. An awkward smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Turning his head to the side, he asked if they could try adding something else. Enveloping the sword in aura, he said that it was currently impossible to combine the Spatial Soul Sword with the lightsaber, so they should try adding fire to the aura first. Feeling that he was not coping, the guy thought that the aura was getting out of control. Hose clenched his teeth tightly, shouting that if he somehow forced the fire to be added to the aura by force, it should work. The protagonist swung the fire weapon with all his might towards the building. A deep mark from the blow remained on his wall. Crouching down, the guy asked what it was, to which Surigia told him that it was amazing. Looking closely at the mark, Hose thought that everything worked, but there was little practical use. The aura consumption was huge, and most importantly, it was difficult to control the process, because he missed the target by several meters. Smiling, he said that it would be good for demonstrating strength, because he thought it looked impressive and beautiful, which outweighed all the disadvantages. Albaz looked out, asking what they would call the technique. The protagonist rose to his feet, asking how about the spatial fire sword of the soul. The boy looked up thoughtfully, saying that when he first saw this technique, he thought it was really a cut with just willpower, and after successfully using the lightsaber, he thought he could do it too, and tried it on the Kirikiri fields. Lost in his memories, Hose remembered that back then, he had not yet grown to the level of the soul sword. Remembering, he thought that that method was simple and crude, and he needed to repeat the entire process. Raising his hand up, he thought that first, magical power is formed in the void, then you need to concentrate it there and try to move it, and even for him, it was not easy to concentrate magical power in the void and give it physical movement without using his body or sword, so he swung his sword, forcing the magic in the void to move along the same trajectory, embodying his will. And although at first glance it seemed that it did not work, he felt a slight touch of magic on the heavenly barrier. The protagonist looked at his palm warily, thinking that back then this was the limit of his capabilities. But what if he combined it with the sacred sword technique? The guy relaxed his palm. Looking at the sword, Hose thought that forming magical power outside the body and forming an aura were completely different things. A small clot appeared from his finger. Looking at the red aura, he said that the formation of the aura was successful, so now he needed to create pressure at one point. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the principle was the same as the sacred sword, only to do it not with the tip of the sword, but with the aura created in the air. The aura made a sharp dash forward. The guy's gaze changed in surprise. The sword was surprised, asking what he just did, to which Hose put Surigia behind his back, answering that he collected the aura in the air and tried to release part of it, like when using the Spatial Soul Sword. Albaz's face changed, exclaiming that the guy was simply doing miracles, after which he asked what the effect was. The protagonist raised the corner of his lip in displeasure, answering that he couldn't even kill a rat in a ditch. Turning away, he added that even if he increased the output of magical power, the result would be the same, because the problem was not in the amount of magic, but in his ability to use it, so he needed to think some more. Opening his eyes, the guy wondered if he could wave the aura created in the air like a sword. Activating the red aura in his hand, the guy said that it would be difficult. They simply removed the sword as an intermediary, and the difficulty increased incredibly. Waving his hand, he wondered if he could stretch the central axis of the aura so that the rest would follow it, and realized that it didn't work, because it was impossible to simultaneously release the aura and wave it. Looking at the bright ball of aura, he thought that he would then remove the swing and make the aura rotate, because he needed to maintain the rotation as long as possible, while releasing the aura. A bright whirlpool of aura appeared in front of Hose. Without turning away, the protagonist wondered how to create pressure to release the aura. He needed to compress one point, but how to do it? Looking closely, he thought that in order to create pressure in a rapidly rotating aura, a force acting in the opposite direction was needed. Albus looked at the aura in the guy's hand, saying that they needed to create a collision from different directions. Releasing the aura, Hose thought that they needed to collide 3 streams of aura. Bright streaks began to strongly cut into the ball. Swinging his hand, the protagonist thought that this was more like a lightsaber technique than a spatial soul sword. Without taking his eyes off him, he said that now he needed to maximize the collision of particles, create pressure and release part of the aura. Many stripes flew into the magic ball at high speed. The protagonist covered his face with his hand, while the swords tried to stop him. Albus looked at the bright light, shouting that if it exploded, it would be a disaster, and he might not even survive. The guy gritted his teeth, shouting that it was too late, and he could no longer stop it. Small particles began to scatter throughout the space. A strong aura began to absorb the protagonist. Small particles continued to separate from the ball. Hose tried with all his might to hold it. His face was covered in sweat from excitement. The guy gritted his teeth, noticing the activation of time stop. He continued to squeeze the cloud of aura in his hand, shouting that everything instantly got out of control. The protagonist frowned, thinking that even in the stop time, you can see how the spheres slowly rotate and collide, and he will watch the movement and wait until the energy in the spheres runs out. Because it is rare to have a chance to watch the movement at such a crazy speed, the main thing is that his control lasts. He widened his eyes, thinking that the time stop will end soon. The guy counted to 3 and the aura scattered in different directions. Hose began to cover his face with his hand, protecting it. Squatting, he was on the edge of the roof. The protagonist's gaze was riveted to the explosions on the ground. He continued to sit in one place, saying that the scattered aura continued to explode, and if not for the teleportation, the explosion would have caught him. After a while, the smoke dissipated and the spheres completely disappeared. Hose looked at the marks on the ground, saying that when he fixed the axis of the sphere's rotation, the speed began to increase. The accelerated rotation greatly increased the power of the technique, and the protruding blades of aura ground everything around like a blender. The guy jumped down, adding that it was not easy to maintain the central axis, and with his current level it was too difficult. When using it, you need to release the aura, exhaust the power of the spheres as much as possible and quickly retreat from the center, and after using the technique, it is better not to leave too much energy in the spheres. Turning to the building, he realized that the power and practicality are at their best. The main thing is to learn to control and reduce excessive force. The protagonist closed his eyes, smiling, saying that this is all with fencing, at this time thinking that when he becomes stronger, he will try again in a safe training room. He grinned maliciously, saying that tomorrow he will start learning magic. The menu was opened in front of the guy, and he asked if people knew what he saw on the 30th floor, after which he wrote that everything that was a village had become ashes. Hose was kneeling in front of the screen, having received the answer that he did not intend to stay on the 30th floor, so everything was for the best. The fire was burning brightly. The guy waved his cloak and said that he was going to the 31st floor. Albus was scared, asking if they were really not running away, to which the guy turned to him, asking if it was necessary to say that. Looking around, Ho said that he was comfortable in this room, because the air in it was sweet. The sacred sword got angry, asking if the guy had forgotten how, because of his magical exercises, the village turned into a sea of fire. Hearing the sword's impudent question, the protagonist asked if he really missed the inventory already. Seredzia peeked out from behind him, asking if he could continue studying magic here, since he had only studied for 2 days, to which the guy folded his arms across his chest, replying that he had already looked through all the runes that he would master in the process of passing the floors. Raising his hand, he released a cloud of bright aura. Grinning, the protagonist said that he needed to practice controlling these spheres more, since if he passed the floor holding them, the skill would quickly level up. Hose looked at Albus in the inventory, asking if he would continue to be cheeky, since they needed to go out. The sacred sword shook negatively, replying that it swears to become his faithful and sweet sacred sword. The protagonist spread his arms to the sides, saying that they were going to the 31st floor. A bright, blinding light immediately began to come from the portal. Hose landed on the ground. Raising his head, he noticed a bright red passage in front of him. Looking around, he said that this place looked like a cave. Lowering his hand, he took a magic crystal in his palm. The guy carefully walked forward, saying that he had never seen a place where they covered all the walls and ceiling. Albus looked around, saying that this was practically a demonic world, so the dungeon level would not be a joke. The guy frowned, thinking that the sacred sword had become serious. So he had to prepare. Raising his head up, he thought that the 30th floor was a kind of boundary, and after which the trials would be completely different, not like before. Suddenly, he abruptly stopped in place. Hose looked ahead from under his brows, thinking that someone's presence was felt ahead, and 2 were identified by magic. Peering into the distance, he thought that one was tall, about 2 meters, and the second was small, about 150 centimeters. Noticing sharp movements ahead, the protagonist realized that they noticed him. Putting his hand on the handle of Seredzia, he asked to get ready. The system immediately reported that the 31st floor test was beginning. The protagonist continued to stand motionless, hearing that he had entered the demonic zone, and a tournament was being held where all the demons of the region were fighting each other. The guy was surprised, looking at the screen. The monster with a mad smile was rapidly approaching. Noticing them, Albus said that they were indeed demons, because this was their very classic appearance. Hose grabbed his weapon tightly, thinking that this was a real demon world. With his eyes bulging, the demon shouted that he would kill the man. The protagonist smiled, saying that he knew that scanning an opponent with magic was impolite, but it was funny when a demon got angry over such nonsense. The monster rushed towards the guy, while the system announced that the winner of the tournament would have the right to challenge the Demon King. The monster's face changed, and he waved his paws with loud cries. At that very moment, he noticed that the protagonist had disappeared without a trace right in front of his face. Behind them, the monsters noticed Hose calmly walking, who told Albus that he needed to ask them something. The enraged demons immediately rushed to attack. With all their strength, they tried to kill the guy who put his hands forward. The monsters began to breathe heavily from fatigue. Ho's eyes began to glow with a bright light from anger. The cave was completely enveloped in a red aura. The demon bent down, asking in bewilderment where the newcomer had lost his manners. Since he had joined the qualifiers late, he should be more polite to the elders. The guy was surprised, thinking that he heard an interesting combination of words. Surigia looked at the guy, offering to do what he used when he burned down the residential area, to which the protagonist pursed his lips, answering that if he used it now, he himself would suffer. The demon with sharp claws rushed towards his opponent, menacingly asking what he was muttering under his breath. At that very second, Hose effortlessly attacked two monsters at once. The demons immediately fell to the ground without strength. Turning his head back, the protagonist said that such an opportunity should not be missed. A few minutes later, the beaten monsters were kneeling in front of the guy. The protagonist put his hand to his chin, asking if marks were dropped for killing other demons. The monster nodded, saying that if he collected 1,000, he could pass the qualifiers. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest, asking discontentedly who he seemed to them to be now, to which the frightened demon replied that Hose was a strong, beautiful, evil, and great demon. The guy pursed his lips, wondering if he really looked like a demon and was simply feared after being beaten. Turning to the monsters, the guy said that he had no horns or wings, after which the demon smiled, asking if all demons must have horns and wings. Without taking his eyes off them, Hose thought that it was strange that they did not doubt him, because he looked like a human, and although if this was a setting in the training system, then it was understandable. Looking at them, Albus said that they saw a demon in Hose, which was good. Frowning, the protagonist immediately asked the demon to continue. Raising his head fearfully to the guy, he said that he would first tell him about the situation with the preliminaries, because this zone has been stagnant for more than 2 years since the preliminaries began. Crouching down, he added that it was all because the large factions were fighting among themselves, and since there were so many demons participating, they began to form groups among themselves, and some of them had reached enormous sizes, tens of thousands of members. Hose covered his mouth with his hand, hearing from Surigia that this was already resembling a faction war. The monster raised his finger, saying that they said that the second stage of the preliminaries was on a completely different level, and this was not surprising, because there were many demons there who had collected more than 1,000 marks. Without turning away from the guy, he added that this is why the group leaders, having collected the required number of marks, stay here and continue to accumulate them in order to pass to the second round together with their comrades, and because of such strong participants who do not pass further, the stagnation only intensifies, and in an attempt to gain an advantage, everyone actively recruits allies. Betrayals and intrigues have become commonplace, and even political marriages have come to that. Hose scratched the back of his head in confusion, asking in his head if this was really called the regional selection round. Lowering his hand down, he asked why they were here at all, since it was unlikely that they would pass the selection, to which the demon closed his eyes, answering that all demons in this place are required to participate. Frowning, he added that no one can leave this place until the event is completely over, and even if someone does not want to become the Demon King, they will have to hang around here to survive. Hose folded his arms thoughtfully, thinking, if someone is not interested in the throne of the Demon King, then it is safest to sit here, and the higher you go, the more dangerous it becomes. The demon threw himself at the guy's feet, asking if he would take them with him, because they would definitely be useful. The protagonist thought that he was not against it, but he needed to check something. The monster stood up, saying that if they went forward then all the groups would pounce on them, try to lure or attack, and asked to tell him how to act. At that very second, something sharp flashed through the air. A strong blow flew into the demon's stomach. The protagonist carefully looked at the demon lying on the ground. Shaking off his hand, he said that the monster's joints were the same as those of humans, and he did not see any special features in the internal organs. Jumping up, another monster rushed to attack. Stretching his hand with aura forward, Hose effortlessly knocked them down. Both wounded monsters lay on the ground without moving. Suddenly, something swirled in the air. Taking the items in his hands, the protagonist realized that these were marks, and he needed 1,000 of them. The guy confidently walked deeper into the cave, saying that it was like collecting items in a game. After some time, he stopped at a huge door. Coming closer, Hose noticed the number 7, wondering what it meant. Opening the doors a little, he asked with a grin what was inside. Hose entered, noticing monsters quarreling among themselves. Turning around, the enraged demons asked who he was. The guy waved his hand, asking them to ignore him and continue, because he could wait a little. Without taking his eyes off them, the protagonist thought that he would wait and squeeze information out of the survivor. Leaning his back against the wall, the guy folded his arms across his chest. Noticing the many gazes on him, he asked why they had stopped. Frowning, Hose wondered how strong these demons were, since the 2 at the entrance were weaklings, while these 2 emitted significant magical power. The monster girl stuck out her tongue, asking for help. The protagonist tilted his head to the side in confusion. The girl ran up to him, shouting that she would give him a mark. A huge monster in a black suit suddenly appeared behind her. The monster punched his palm, saying that since the guy came through that door, he must be one of those weaklings, and he needed to be on guard if he didn't want to die with the demons. The protagonist stepped aside, saying that the demons at the entrance, and these seemed to be about the same level, and even if there was a difference, it was insignificant. The guy heard a voice calling him from behind him. Looking down, Hose noticed a light in his pocket with the aubas. Looking around, he asked if he could deal with those demons. The protagonist's pupils narrowed. The holy sword on his waist said that he wanted to test his strength. The demon smirked and asked why this impudent guy was so confident. Did he really think he could handle them? Saliva flowed from the demon's mouth when he said that they were in league with the Krager group, and if he helped them drive those guys out, he would get a place in the room. There was only room for 7 anyway. Hose turned his head, puzzled. The demon girl, sweating profusely, begged him to help them. The protagonist frowned, looking at her. He stretched his arm and said that he really should test his strength. The youth summoned 2 weapon enhancement scrolls. Using the flight and teleportation charms, Hose allowed Obazu to fly. All the demons stared at the sword in amazement. The holy sword brightly glowed and said that the hero was too shy, always pretending, but he knew that he loved him. The protagonist, frowning at Abbas, ordered to deal with only the 5 who had spoken about the group. The demons screamed in fear, not understanding how the sword could fly. The holy sword rushed towards its targets. The demon held out his hand in front of him. A moment later, Abbas pierced him through. The winged ones began to turn around, screaming. The holy sword stopped in the air. It began to swing itself, making cuts, hitting the targets. A few seconds later, the demons' bodies fell to the ground. The bloody Abbas screamed, saying that he needed more demon blood. The girl and her group were horrified, barely holding back their tears. Hose grabbed the sword, telling them to stop mocking and scaring the children. The walls of the cave turned red. The girl held out a token. Taking the token, the protagonist said that he received 5 from those guys and 2 found at the entrance. Together with his, it turns out to be 9. If it becomes more, it will be inconvenient to carry. The demoness, stretching out her finger, said that if you put the tokens instead of the first storage, they will automatically be credited, but you cannot take back the credited tokens until the death of the owner. Clenching his fist, he said that this was a rather convenient rule. Hose, turning away, mentally said that if what was in his pocket could not be taken out before his death, he would need them for exchange in trade, so he should keep them separately. Shifting his gaze, the demoness said that the tokens were incredibly valuable. Even in a fatal situation, there was an unspoken rule. If you give up a token, you can save your life. Gritting her teeth, she said that most problems can be solved with 1 token. It is practically the price of a life. The group of demons perked up when Hose asked if she had thought about giving them to those guys. The girl replied by saying that if they gave them once, they would come again, so they would gradually lose everything. Pointing to the gate, she said to look at the number on the door. The number 7 is the capacity of the room. More precisely, the effect of the room will affect 7 people. The protagonist approached her and asked what the effect of the room was. She answered by saying that as long as he was in it, life was guaranteed. He did not feel hunger and his strength was not depleted. Covering one eye, Hose said that these were the effects of the waiting room. Only without healing, it was enough to just stay in the room to survive, and that was worth fighting for. The demons gaped in horror when the guy said that they were lucky to find a good room, although they were much weaker than those guys. The young man frowned, mentally saying that by nature they had a strong body and a lot of magical power, but there was little use in it. They were practically ordinary people. Looking away in shame, the girl said that they paid for the rent with tokens. They were all from the same village. Before the event, everyone was doing their own thing. Raising his hand, Hose asked if the rent really didn't include security, because here it was the villagers against the bandits. The girl thought about it, and said that these guys were working for the demon who rented them a room and immediately tried to attack them, burying their bodies in the ground. She bowed her head and said that they had survived for now, but another group would come soon and that would be the end for them. The protagonist frowned at her. He rubbed his chin and thoughtfully asked if she had a map. The demoness immediately lifted her skirt-like figure, saying that she had a map. Pointing to the corpses, he told her to show him where the group they were talking about was. All the demons gaped in shock. The girl looked at the ceiling and thought about it. Walking after Hose, she asked when he was going to leave. The guy threw her a token, saying that it was payment for the map. The demoness caught the token and froze, shocked. Hose turned around, continuing on his way. Opening the gate, the protagonist knew that this group had a lot of tokens saved up. Even if he didn't plan to go higher, there's no such thing as too many tokens. They'll all come in handy for exchange. Right now, he has 8 tokens. Touching the wall, he said that he should have robbed places with hundreds of tokens from the start. Surigia, who was hanging on his back, asked if that was the only reason. The sword glowed slightly as she asked why he didn't kill those demons. Hose, frowning at her, said that he didn't want to attack those who weren't his enemies. Surigia, looking at the ceiling, said that he had already killed those who begged for mercy and those who ran away. Walking forward, the protagonist said that those guys didn't show any hostility towards him, so he left them. If they tried to kill him, he would have killed them without hesitation. The sword hanging on his back said that now she understood everything. Hose frowned again, looking at Seredzia. Soon he found himself in front of the cave entrance. The number 39 was written on the gate. The huge gate was located at the very back of the floor. The protagonist stood in front of the entrance to the hall. He frowned, seeing the number. The room in front of him could accommodate 39 people. If he did not pass through it, he would have to go around. Seredzia, slightly leaning over, said to be careful, because a room of this size probably had serious security. Hose, looking at the girl, tried to understand why she asked him then. Until now, the young man, frowning, thought about what happened. He considered enemies not only those who showed hostility towards him, but also everyone who belonged to such organizations. Looking at the red mist in front of him, Hose mentally said that he had never compromised with his enemies before. Even if he had to communicate with them to obtain information, he would always kill them after that. It was necessary for survival before thinking about morality. The protagonist froze. He remembered one exception, the people he met on the 16th floor. Although they considered him enemies, they made peace and even spent some pleasant time together. Moreover, one of them was a doppelganger hiding his true form. Arhen kept bragging about his achievements, with a smile on his face. The old man and Morden sat to the side and listened to him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Everything was too confusing. He did not have a clear boundary that he thought about. The demon stood in front of the gate and told Hose to stop. The youth angered him. Not even thinking about stopping, he mentally said that the Paramal festival on the 18th floor left him with a serious injury, so he was now trying to distinguish enemies. In a rage, the demon shouted, saying that the room was already full. If he did not want to die, he needed to go another way. Waving his hand, he said that they were in alliance with the Krager group. If he ran into trouble, he would not get off easy. Albaz flew into the air. He rushed towards the demon. Impenetrable darkness fell on the winged one. As Hose walked forward, the holy sword killed everyone in his path. The protagonist knew that misplaced mercy was a problem that could lead to death. Now looking at the blood splattering in all directions, he decided that he needed a survival strategy based on his moral principles. Rubbing his chin, the boy said that if he did not figure it out properly, this would become his weakness. Having chained one demon to the wall, the young man asked where the Krager group was. The demon, crying, screamed, begging him to pull out the sword. Taking a map in his hand, the protagonist demanded to tell him everything about the Krager group. The demon marked the room with a mark. Cutting the demon, Hose thanked him for the information. Taking Albaz in his hand, he said that it was time for them to go. He involuntarily stopped, seeing the demons kneeling. The guy immediately realized that they were all tortured and were very exhausted. A vial with a potion appeared in the air. Cutting the handcuffs, Hose said not to be afraid of that group, because he will sort everything out. The man trembled all over. Turning around and starting to leave, Hose said that they did not hear him. It was better to leave them in this room. At least they will not die of hunger. Walking further, the guy said that they need to go their own way. Dark mana burst out from the passage ahead. Looking at himself from the outside, at how he thought and acted, one can understand how he changed and continues to change while walking this path. The protagonist frowned. It seemed like he had helped the weak a lot before. Perhaps this was not true. The desire to help and actual help were different things. Soon, the figure of a demon appeared in front. Hose narrowed his eyes and stopped, saying that it seemed like it would take more time to analyze. The demon raised his hand and shouted, saying that this was the territory of the Krager group. The holy sword rushed forward. In an instant, it pierced the demon. Opening the door, the youth thought about how for a long time now he could not pass by those he considered enemies, especially when someone openly showed hostility or tried to deceive, and if someone harmed others, he was always ready to intervene. The demons rushed towards the boy, whose desire to help the weak was sincere, but such doubts dulled the sword. Albaz cut all the demons, saying that in order to quickly and safely pass, he could simply kill everyone indiscriminately. Right now, He could get more marks by killing everyone in this room, but he did not touch the exhausted prisoners. The wounded demon was kneeling. Blood was flowing down Ho's face. He was clearly going crazy. 3 vials of potion appeared in the air. The guy threw one of the vials to the demon. He immediately drank the potion. Turning around, Ho's mentally said that if he did not solve this problem, the situation would become dangerous. This floor was not a threat to him. Ho's had already accumulated enough strength and continued to develop. He was sure that he would not die a meaningless death no matter what difficulties he encountered, unlike the corpses on the floor. Frowning, the protagonist said that giving up his principles because of the increased danger was meaningless. When he was weak, he did everything possible to survive, without choosing the means, cutting his hands and feet with a dagger. He even stuck his hands into the fire. Without that he would have died long ago. But now everything was different. Waving his hand, he easily passed the floors. He had no need to hide his voice, no need to kill demons who showed no malice towards him for the sake of marks. He now helped them by healing. Looking at the night sky, the boy said that he might one day face a danger that he could not cope with, but even then he would overcome this obstacle. The young man looked at his hand. Looking at the healing demons, he said that for this he is constantly growing, to protect what he must protect and defend what he believes is right. The winged ones stared at the protagonist's back in amazement. He, opening his mouth, said that he needs strength for everything. Soon he found himself in front of the gate with the number 273. Albus flew, cutting down all the demons. The devil screamed, telling the boss behind that they would all die here, who, hearing his appeal, said that he had not been a boss for a long time. The demon stared at him in horror, saying that he would definitely go crazy now. A magic circle appeared above and below the holy sword. A bright light burst out from the sword. Many sword skills created a powerful explosion. Soon the sword stopped, hovering above the corpses. The holy sword, bending down, said that he had finished cleaning with the blessing of the heavenly god. The purification ritual was complete. Hose frowned and asked if he should have figured it out himself, as he felt sorry for them after seeing how Albus had destroyed them all. As Hose examined the corpses, he said that this was the base of the Krager group, but their leader had escaped. The old man to the side shuddered when the protagonist called out to him. Putting his hand to his heart, the old man shouted, saying that he had nothing to do with Krager, and that he had been dragged here by force. Shaking the blood off his sword, the youth said that he knew about it. Kneeling down, the demon said that he would give him a mark, and the youth responded by saying that he did not want to take his dirty mark, which he hid, especially considering his clothes had no pockets. The old man bowed, expressing his gratitude. The sword in the youth's hand laughed, saying that the smell of demonic blood permeated everything, and that it was delightful. Beaming, Albus asked if he had done well. Recalling the sword to the inventory, Host told it to cool down, otherwise it had overdone it. Frowning at Seredzia, the protagonist asked her if she knew anything about the sky god. The sword turned slightly, then the girl said that the state religion of the empire was his cult. She was not an expert, but she knew some things. Recalling how Albus flew through the air, the guy said that, judging by the behavior of the holy sword, the sky god looked like an evil deity. The pearl slightly sparkled when Seredzia said that this god was rather neutral. First of all, he did not judge by good and evil. For him the most important thing was the position. Hose rubbed his chin and asked if he could calm down just by dominating everyone. The girl replied by saying that many said that the holy sword was overthrown to punish the emperor's arrogance, and the hero was given the sword to punish the arrogant demon king. Frowning, the protagonist said that perhaps the holy sword's thirst for blood was also related to the influence of the heavenly god, because there was no better way to suppress others and rise above them than violence. Seredzia on his back said that he was not mistaken, but such an assessment of the god could cause discontent among believers, so he should not say it in front of others. Turning his head, the young man said that he would do so, and in his mind he said that he was worried about Seredzia becoming silent lately. He asked without much hope, but was glad that she answered. The old man raised his head and asked what he wanted. The protagonist frowned and said that he needed information. He would give him a map and he would mark everything he knew about the area on it. Looking at the prisoners behind the demon, the boy asked why there were demons imprisoned everywhere, in every room, like them, and there was a limit to the number of people present in each room. Why would they keep someone imprisoned? The demons tensed up and began to sweat. The old man, sweating profusely, became nervous. Hose raised his hand and asked why they were all imprisoned. The demon frowned. Bowing his head, he said that they were living storage marks. The protagonist lowered his hand and asked in surprise what that meant. The old man in front of him answered by saying that when the Krager group had storage marks, they would capture lonely demons like him and force them to absorb them until they needed them. Hose narrowed his eyes, realizing that the absorbed marks could not be retrieved as long as the host was alive. To use them, the host had to be killed, a fate worse than that of livestock. The demon thought about it, and said that storing marks in a pile was difficult, as there was always the risk of being attacked or robbed while trying to collect 1,000 marks. Those who stored the marks became the main target for those who hunted them, so they captured demons whose lives were worthless, force them to store them, and lock them up until the right time. The old man raised his head and said that when there were many marks, they could be exchanged profitably with demons who wanted to get into the second selection round. Those who were aiming for the top from the very beginning mercilessly killed everyone in their path. The protagonist thought about it and said that the demons they saved turned out to have marks, so they remained silent and did not move, thinking that they would be killed if they found out about it. Hose frowned as he looked at the old man. He bowed his head, clearly having many marks. The boy turned his head. The demon raised his head and asked for forgiveness. He put his hand on his chest and asked if he could protect them. Hose crossed his arms. The demon lowered his head again and said that the Krager group had been destroyed. Even though the leader had escaped, he would not be able to restore the organization on his own, but other groups would definitely attack them. The demon standing to the side tensed up. The old man bowed and begged for help. The protagonist calmly looked at the demon in front of him. His pupils narrowed like a beast. The boy turned around and asked for forgiveness, but he could not do so. As the boy left the room, he heard the old man's pleas. Hose waved his hand and said that it was too troublesome, they should protect themselves now. Walking down the hallway, the boy said that his next target was the Alphen group's base. They basically controlled the area, being the largest group in the first qualifying round zone. Stepping forward, he said that if they defeated Alphen, they could obtain all the marks. The boy turned his head sharply when Sarigia called out to him. The girl in the form of a sword said that there was something that was bothering her. Looking at her, the boy asked what was the matter. The young man froze in a stupor when the girl said that soon she might not be able to speak at all. The protagonist froze at the sword. He gaped in shock. The sword moved slightly away from his back. Sarigia, clasping the sword with her whole body, said that her consciousness was gradually fading. Sarigia's personality was disappearing, as if drowning in the ocean. The protagonist, taking the sword in his hand, asked how she could even lose the ability to speak. The warrior said that she herself did not know for sure. Hose gripped the hilt tighter when she said that she simply felt more and more like a hero's sword rather than a person. Her consciousness was becoming more and more confused, and she could hardly perceive anything other than battle, and lately she had trouble understanding conversations unrelated to battles. Hose stood in the middle of the corridor while Sarigia said that she seemed to be turning into stone or wood, although more likely into a sword because in essence, that is what she is. The protagonist froze with his mouth open. The sword in his hand said that over time she simply becomes a sword iron. The guy frowned and began to call the girl. Looking at the sword in his hand, he began to scream. The young man clenched his teeth. Hose poked at the system panel. A moment later, Albus appeared and immediately began to complain, saying that he should finally think about how bad it was to be imprisoned. The protagonist abruptly interrupted him, telling him to shut up. The sword flashed slightly and after the boy's story, asked him if she really told him that. Glowing, Albus said that it was part of the process of becoming a sword, because Sarigia was actually a sword. The boy knitted his eyebrows and said that he could talk normally, and he responded by saying that he was an ego sword. Sarigia was artificially placed into the sword immediately after her death, which was the main difference between her and Albus. The protagonist clenched his jaw, asking if this meant that she would never be able to speak again and would even forget her identity. Flashing, the holy sword said that it all depended on her. If she wanted to retain her human consciousness, she could become like him. She would probably still be able to give advice in battle and answer simple questions, although there was something that bothered him. Hose, who was holding two swords in his hand, tensed up. Albus said that Sarigia seemed quite content with becoming a sword. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked if it was normal for the soul placed in the sword to lose itself and become just a weapon. Wasn't that strange? Albus in his hand answered, saying that souls placed in objects by dark mages usually go through this. Parting his lips, Hose asked what was going on with them. The sword answered, saying that usually, their sanity is destroyed and they lose themselves, fall under the influence of a few words from the magic caster and forever crave only them. Coiling up, Albus said that curse swords and rings are created like this. The youth looked at Sarigia. Then he looked at the holy sword, saying that he couldn't allow her to become a second holy sword. Looking at Sarigia again, the young man decided to go through this stage, and then consult with Kurikiri. The warrior was similar to the boy in many ways. Her way of thinking, tastes, and even principles were similar to his. Because of these 3 points of contact, it was so easy and familiar for him to be with her. They could just sit by the fire and enjoy it. Clenching his jaw, Hose said that he was unlikely to meet someone so similar to himself, which is why he was so attached to her. The only difference between the pair was that Sarigia willingly accepted her destiny to become a sword and became one. Hose would not do that. He could not even imagine obediently becoming someone's weapon. He would definitely refuse to obey the master and become a curse sword that kills its owner of its own free will. The protagonist froze, his mouth open. He mentally said that even if he became a sword, little would change compared to what he was doing now. He did not want to become an instrument of the gods, because he did not know what they wanted from him, but he did not have the slightest desire to extend his hand in response. Now, looking at the two swords in his hands, he said that he had a clear will, but both the sacred sword and Saradzia also had their own will, so it alone was not enough. Even an unwavering will does not prove that he is not an instrument in someone's hands. The young man's pupil disappeared. He realized that he needed something more. Red smoke began to fill the cave. Flashing, Albaz called the hero. The guy closed his eyes, mentally saying that he had several thoughts, but they were most likely wrong. There were clearly answers that he had not yet found. Looking at the ceiling, he said that they would look in turns. Opening his eyes, he said that he had thought it over. Now they needed to go to the next room. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared next to him. Hose turned his head, looking at the circle. A huge demon paw burst out of the magic circle. Soon, the demon's body crawled out. A huge beast-like demon stood in front of him. It opened its mouth. Hose smiled, his head immediately cleared up. Looking at the monster in front of him, he felt a powerful and majestic aura. He felt that he was a real demon. Suddenly lowering his head, the monster said that he was glad to meet them, because Orphan wanted to see him, so he should follow him. Hose frowned. The young man picked up the holy sword when he offered to kill this demon. The protagonist objected, saying that this demon came to personally meet them, and he apparently lacked discipline. A couple of months in the inventory will fix everything. The demon lowered his hand. Mana began to accumulate in his hand. A moment later, a magic circle appeared in front of Hose. Looking at the magic circles, the young man realized that it was teleportation magic. The first time this magic was activated by Surigia when they went to kill the Demon King. The demon, raising his hand, told him not to do stupid things in front of Orphan. The guy, hearing him, asked if he was a high-ranking demon. The demon grinned, saying that it was exactly like that. He even once occupied the throne of the Demon King. Hose sharply frowned and tensed up. His lips stretched into a smile. The demon, straightening up, told the guy to come and stand on the magic circle. The holy sword in the young man's hand said that this could be a trap. Besides, at first glance it is difficult to determine what purpose this circle has. Hose waved his hand, saying that it was definitely a teleportation circle, and if something went wrong, he could cancel the teleportation and return them back. He had already done this with Saradzia when they first used the magic circle. Then, standing in the square, she still did not understand that he had damaged the magic circle. The protagonist chuckled, remembering the past. Saradzia on his back heard everything. The guy involuntarily turned his gaze to her. Looking at the magic circle, he said that it was definitely a teleportation circle. Stepping forward, Hose said that he could tell such things at first glance. A second later, he found himself in the center of the circle. A rift opened right in front of him. The figures of demons appeared in the rift. Hose frowned. Albaz, flashing, said that this was not a teleportation circle, but a spatial gate. The boy raised his sword when he started to say that their almighty hero couldn't be wrong, because he said that he could tell such things at a glance. Entering the rift, Hose promised himself to find a scroll of silence for Albaz after leaving this floor. The boy landed. The demons frowned, looking at him. Each of the horned ones was tense, looking at the newcomer. Hose himself also frowned at them. Orphan, who was sitting on the throne, greeted the newcomer. Smiling, the demon said that he had an interesting magic sword. The protagonist saw Orphan's aura. He saw how the powerful demons near him could not even move because of his aura. The presence of the demon on the throne was physically felt. Grinning, Orphan said that he heard their conversation in front of the gate. A talking sword is a very rare thing. The protagonist grinned and asked if he was really eavesdropping on other people's conversations. And didn't his mother teach him that it was impolite? All the demons around the boy froze. They frowned deeply, clearly displeased. Orphan, without even raising his head, said that he probably didn't know who he was. Grinning, Hose asked if he should know. The boy stood in front of the former Demon King. He bowed his head and said that he was born in the third layer. In the depths of despair, he had no mother, just as he had no father. Orphan gathered mana in his eye, saying that he was born alone, existed alone, and determined himself. Closing his eyes, Hose said that since he had no parents, jokes about his mother did not affect him. Suddenly, a magical explosion occurred near the boy. One of the demons pointed his hand at him. It was he who fired. Two demons began to scream indignantly. Hose looked at them and said that even the skill of ancient knowledge does not allow them to translate these words. Although the meaning of their words is clear, they are simply furious that they cannot devour him. Orphan, crossing his arms over his chest, said that the reports about him caused great expectations. They said that an outstanding magician had appeared, a truly rare case. Hose tilted his head to the side, looking at Orphan. The demon, frowning, said that he was only the owner of a rare magic sword and a complete idiot. The protagonist tensed up, throwing the sword over his shoulder. The demon sitting in front of him asked what he was bragging about, being a fool. Hose closed one eye, realizing that his enemy thought that he was a battle mage who controlled the sword with various spells, and when he realized that it was the power of the sacred sword, he was disappointed. The magic power and strength of the youth did not impress the demon, with such a volume of mana as his. Bowing his head, Orphan asked what his goal was, whether he wanted to die or was he just crazy. Opening his lips, Ho said that he wanted to kill the Demon King first. Gritting his teeth, the demon said that his jokes were getting worse. The current king was the strongest in history. His aura covered hundreds of meters. No demon would be able to defeat him and take the throne as long as he lived. Scratching the back of his head, Ho said that it seemed like he was not the idiot here. That was why they were all doomed. Orphan, without raising his head, asked what he was saying. The protagonist, lowering his hand, said that they were all like that, having received unimaginable strength and magic from birth. They thought that it was enough. They did not care at all how to best use it. The guy's cloak fluttered as he said that even 100 of his kind could not compare to one like him. The difference was truly huge. However, he had one secret. The demon lowered his head and told him to tell him the secret. Smiling widely, Ho said that the amount of magic was not the only criterion for strength. Orphan's eye flashed. Ho's held the sword in front of him. He grinned. Orphan clenched his jaw in anger. The protagonist was one of the strongest in this world, and it was not because of his physical strength or the amount of mana. It was because of the skills he had acquired over the years of experience, not because of his sword or shield skills. Not even his intuition and talent played a role. Now, standing in front of Orphan, who had huge reserves of mana, he asked himself what strength was. Orphan raised his head and told the boy that he came here to die. The protagonist frowned, knowing full well the criterion for evaluating strength. His hair flew up. The number of victories was what determined strength. Hose reached for the second sword, saying that the one with the best chance of winning would be judged the strongest. Holding the two swords, he mentally said that he had defeated demons like Orphan 50% of the time, so they would be the winners of this battle. Holding the swords in front of him, he said that for someone who was preparing to fight, he looked too calm. Pouring mana into the swords, the youth said that they were all just prey that could not even be called opponents. Orphan, who was sitting on the throne, asked if he had anything to say before he died. Opening his lips, the youth said that he had a question. Gathering mana behind him, he asked how high his pain threshold was. Two crooked beams of light rushed towards the target. A moment later, they exploded, creating flames. Blue flames enveloped the demons' bodies. All the demons within the blast radius simply disappeared, and the rest began to burn. A powerful shockwave knocked most of them unconscious. A loud sound accompanied by a bright flash left the opponents without sight and hearing. Hose covered himself with his wings, standing on the periphery of the explosion. He rushed forward. The youth's pupils flashed when he looked at his target. Orphan covered his eyes with his hand, as did his subordinates. The protagonists ran towards the group of demons. They, led by their leader, created magic circles. Spheres of flame formed in the air. Hose frowned when one sphere appeared near his head. He spun sharply, cutting the spheres. A moment later, the spheres exploded. The guy immediately raised his head, looking at the enemy. Many magic circles appeared in the air. Hose, starting to run, said that he even began to remember his old days on the first and second floors. Then the boy could die at any moment, even from an arrow that appeared in front of him. Dodging the explosions, the boy admitted that there was a huge difference between magic arrows and these explosions. If even one of them hit the target, he would be finished. Ho's eyes shone when Obus shouted, telling him to concentrate. The explosions were caused by the demons concentrating the power of the nearby flames into them. As long as the boy could dodge them, there was nothing to worry about. Looking at the demons in front of him, Obus said that they were unlikely to be able to set traps, although this was clearly not something to relax about. A crystal appeared in Orphan's hand. Hose had to deflect the crystal with his sword. However, he barely made it in time, causing a wound to form on his hand. At that moment, the space in front of him exploded. Hose had to quickly jump back. The boy grinned, running away. The demons, standing in front of the Lord, said something to him. The protagonist ran between the two projectiles. He raised his sword and jumped up himself. The demon gathered mana between his palms. The mana began to circulate chaotically. Hose opened his mouth, saying that the amount of mana in wind magic is simply off the charts. Mana began to accumulate in front of the demon's palm. A moment later, the wind spell rushed towards Hose. The holy sword flew up. The protagonist gritted his teeth, not intending to dodge. With a cry, Hose rushed towards the spell. He wanted to cut it. Orphan bared his teeth. The boy frowned and clenched his jaw. He knew that he would not be dodged, so he should prepare for the powerful attack that would follow. The green light of the spell illuminated the entire area. Using Talaria's stability and wings, the young man rushed forward. He covered his body with his wings. The spell crashed into the wings. A moment later, powerful gusts of wind spread out in all directions. The rock fragments flew back to the demons. Orphan froze. His opponent burst out of the smoke. Hose rushed towards him with a scream. The demon shuddered with his entire body upon seeing this. Suddenly, the boy's leg gave way. He gritted his teeth and looked at his leg. Overcoming the pressure, he firmly stepped forward. Hose ran straight towards the demon again. His hearing, the entire central part of his body, his right shoulder, his right knee, his mana core, and many other senses stopped functioning, but he still ran. The boy's vision was blurred, he no longer had a sense of balance and direction. But even if they were stronger, even if his level was much higher than his, no one could get up and attack again, so Hose gripped the hilt. The protagonist screamed, stepping on his injured leg. Mana enveloped the boy's entire body. His pupils lit up. The demons created magic circles. The boy frowned as he saw the use of magic. The sword in the boy's hand lengthened due to the aura. He was about to destroy all the barriers in front of him. A huge amount of mana flowed into the sword. The bright light of the sword flooded everything. Fireballs rushed towards the boy. Orphan screamed, demanding that Hose die. The boy screamed back at him. A slash of mana passed through the demon's chest. Using the second form of the sword, Hose cut through the fireballs and demons. Orphan's upper body flew up. A fog of mana filled everything around the protagonist. The boy breathed heavily as he looked at his enemy. A system message appeared, notifying him that the God of Light was giving him a standing ovation. The second form of the Sword of the Light sword style was the ability to concentrate energy into a simple cutting attack, creating a strip of light that cut through everything. Looking at the destruction after the technique, Hose said that this is exactly the power, although he can no longer see it. Squeezing Sureji, he said that it is very difficult to use this technique. Maintaining the energy at one level is difficult in itself, and here you also need to make a very precise strike with the sword. In addition, you need to create a clear projection of your energy. The guy frowned. Tokens rained down from Orphan's upper body. Soon, a small mountain formed in front of the guy. Taking a couple of tokens in his hand, he said that it was immediately obvious how many demons they killed and how much they profited from them. A moment later, a system message appeared above his head, informing him of passing the 31st floor. A moment later, many system notifications appeared, informing him of receiving points and removing all negative effects. Frowning, the guy said that now he had definitely passed the first stage of selection. Suddenly, a panel appeared in front of him. It turned out that a group of gods wanted to reward him with skills instead of points. When the vote was won, a certain god gave out a level 3 aura mastery. Hose, wrapping his body in aura, said that he had recently risen to level 2. They were obviously stingy, raising the level by only 1 point. Afterwards, he asked in confusion what kind of vote was this. The deity voted for its own decision, and who voted? A panel appeared in front of him. The god of light revealed the secret, saying that it was him. Attaching the sword to his back, the protagonist said that since they were going to give something, they would give him a title. But they barely knew each other, so he would not accept the reward until he consulted with Kirikiri. When the god of light began to repeat that it was he who gave him the skill, the guy, seeing these system messages, said that he saw everything the first time. Hose got angry when the god of light began to spam. The holy sword cut through another group of demons, and now Hose had 1,000 marks. Looking at the portal, the youth asked why he received a reward for clearing an entire floor when he had only cleared the first stage of the selection, and he didn't want to leave, especially through such a shabby portal. Closing his eyes, the youth said that he hadn't found a trace of the strongest demon king yet, and he needed to win the tournament. Looking at the portal in front of him, he asked what the second stage would be like. Rubbing his chin, the youth said that it was clear that he had fulfilled some specific conditions, perhaps a seasonal event. Squinting, Hose mentally said that it would be nice if he could fight the one who was called the strongest demon king. At that moment, Albus cut through the beast-like demon. The sword rushed towards its owner as soon as he called it. Looking at the demon with its mouth wide open, Hose said that it was good that he was alone. Taking Albus in his hand, he said that he had something he wanted to ask. The demon frowned. Hose pulled the sword back. When the sword flew up again, the protagonist asked to heal this comrade enough to answer him. Holy light burst out from the sword. Looking at the corpses, the protagonist told Albus that he had strange tendencies. He did not kill anyone directly, but struck at vital points and left them to die in terrible agony. Frowning, the youth mentally said that this sword was supposed to be demonic. He would teach him a lesson as soon as he found the time. Thrusting in front of the demon, the holy sword said that he had prepared everything in the most dignified manner. Taking Albus in his hand, he said that he needed to learn restraint. Pointing to the mountain of marks, Hose asked the demon what would happen if he collected 1,000 marks. Would there be an automatic transition to the second stage? After clearing the first stage, Hose received a notification that the 31st floor had been cleared, but unfortunately, he did not find a summoning circle that would allow him to advance to the second stage, and he had to find a way to fight the Demon King. He narrowed his eyes and said that he did not want things to end so easily. The demon raised his hand and said that, judging by everything, he should have teleported after collecting the required number of marks. Albus pierced his chest, saying that since he did not know anything, he should return to hell and find out. The protagonist summoned a bag. He began to collect all the marks into it. Soon, all the marks were in a small bag. Looking into the distance, the youth asked himself, could it be that the entrance to the second stage of selection was on the 32nd floor? While the demon was breathing heavily and sweating, Albaz enjoyed the last moments of the enemy's heartbeat. Hose tore it out of his chest, telling him to stop with his inappropriate jokes. He objected, saying that his joke was very appropriate. The guy, approaching the portal, said that there was no point in staying here any longer. It was time for them to go to the next floor. A bright light flooded the protagonist's consciousness again. The manager's ears twitched. The girl greeted the guest with a wink. She jumped up, saying that it had been a while since they had seen each other. They should definitely celebrate their meeting with a cake. Hose replied, saying that he would not refuse since she was so excited. Soon, a strawberry cake was placed on the table. Taking off his coat and sitting down, he asked what the probability was that the second stage of the selection was on the 32nd floor. Kurikiri smiled contentedly, gobbling up the cake. Rubbing his chin, the young man said that, apparently, there was no one on that floor who was stronger than Orphan. The girl sitting opposite said that it was exactly like that. The guy closed his eyes, mentally saying that it was too easy, clearing the floors and moving up. He was only waiting for one meeting with the Demon King. There was no point in fighting Orphan. It would be much easier to hunt weaker demons and collect marks from them. Even if he encountered him again, he would acknowledge his strength and tell him how to advance to the next stage. Taking a notebook in his hand, the boy said that in order to pass the 31st floor, he must do so as not to attract Orphan's attention, avoid forcible summoning and try to gain his respect. Hyunjin was currently finishing clearing the 9th floor using a sword and a dagger. Although his progress was slower than a snail, one could be amazed at his tenacity and vitality. Hose, frowning, asked Kurikiri to answer his question. Opening his lips, he asked what was happening to Suredzi. The manager looked at the sky. Thoughtfully, she said that the sacred sword still told him the truth. The boy sitting outside asked what would happen now. Kurikiri smiled and said that she would become a true sword, but she would retain her consciousness and will. Hose frowned and asked what the difference was between sacred swords and ego swords. While nibbling on a strawberry, the girl said that just having one's own will does not make a weapon animate. Until now, he had been using simple swords, so it was not surprising that he did not know this. But among the famous swords, only a few had their own will, and even that did not make them animate. Looking at the cake, Kurikiri said that this did not mean that such a sword could communicate, reason, cast spells. When a sword had a soul, most often its true abilities were revealed in the hands of the right owner. Kurikiri closed her eyes and said that there were no clear boundaries of power. He would find out for himself when he obtained such a sword. She suddenly smiled widely, saying that ever since he dealt with Saradzia, his sword skills had improved greatly, although she wasn't sure how exactly it would happen, but she believed that it would have an effect. Hose parted his lips and said that he had thought of something. He chuckled and said that she had advised him to use the soul sword for this because she thought that he would become stronger with it. She responded by saying that he had guessed wrong. He knew too much about events that could or could not happen with equal probability. Kurikiri closed her eyes and said that she knew exactly what had already happened, his thoughts, and what would definitely happen, since she, as the floor manager, was allowed to read his thoughts. She extended her finger and said that he didn't need to explain anything. She could even predict what steps he would take on the next floor. Hose frowned and asked if she had the gift of a seer, since she knew about events that would definitely happen. The girl's cake ended when she said that the information she had was logically derived from the training she had received. The uncertain future was beyond the control of either gods or managers. The protagonist, with his mouth open, asked if even the gods couldn't control time. The girl replied that the god of slowness might know something, but even they weren't sure. When the girl broke off a piece of cake, Hose asked if she was sure she could tell him such a thing. The girl, placing the cake on her lap, said that she couldn't tell him much anyway until she reached the 35th floor, and then she would be able to tell him more. The guy suddenly raised his head and froze. If everything he had been doing was just entertainment for unknown deities, he was about to jump off the god's palm. When he bowed his head, Kurikiri assumed that he was worried that the future had already been decided for him by someone else. Frowning, Hose said that it was. Lowering her eyelids, the manager said not to worry, because it was not like that and the future was changeable. The guy's eyes widened. He stared at Kurikiri in shock. His lips stretched into a smile. Bowing his head, he thanked the girl. Kurikiri shuddered all over, being shocked. She immediately calmed down, saying that it was not worth thanking. The protagonist, looking at her wide smile, said that it was clear from her that she was happy and dancing from the inside. The hero entered the 32nd floor. The system announced that he had entered the demon dimension, a certain region where there is a tradition. Every 100 years, demons from the surrounding regions gather to hold a tournament. The winner will have a unique opportunity to clash with the Demon King and replace him on the throne. But in the past 400 years, the king has not changed. He is considered the strongest in history, at this level. It is necessary to win the tournament. The system window changed, informing that the condition for purification was to pass the second selection round. Hose looked away. Looking around, he confirmed Kurikiri's words that the place was not much different from the 31st floor. Around on a red background, marks were visible. The hero thought that the required number for collection had increased and now 100,000 were required, and all these demons passed the first stage with 1,000 marks each, which means the task will not be difficult. He looked to the side appraisingly. Demons were standing motionless around. The hero called it an interesting picture. Each of them was on guard, carefully watching each opponent's every move and every glance. The swordsman sank to the ground, touched his palm and concluded that no one cared about his sudden appearance here. He looked at the opponents again, analyzing that hundreds of demons had gathered here, but none of them formed alliances. Each considered the surrounding as rivals. Hose remembered their open mouths and roars, reasoning that he immediately felt how different their atmosphere was from Alphen. There was a desire to kill, a spirit of struggle and tension. He looked ahead and grinned, thinking that this was what he was counting on, and realized that he felt alive again. The demons were still standing motionless, the swordsman thought. The fact that they did not even move when a new enemy appeared showed that whoever moved first would be in danger. They were all standing at a considerable distance from each other, on a vast territory. They were all just waiting for the right moment, the first step in challenge. After this calm would immediately turn into a living hell, and the only one who could move in such a situation was the hero. He closed his eyes in satisfaction. 2 demons were standing closest to him. One of them saw the swordsman and was perplexed. The other could not stand it and turned around, and was immediately struck down by the enemy. A battle began around, and Hose was peacefully passing by. He raised his hand and a green glow appeared around him. The marks began to move in his direction. This did not escape the demon's eyes. They surrounded the protagonist, but did not attack. The guy, smiling, mockingly asked what was so special about their staring, and raising his index finger up, suggested a fight. 2 immediately rushed at him, but he struck them down with his bare hands. The rest stood in confusion. The sacred sword appeared on the owner's right hand and declared that it was ready, asking to join. Hose gave him a displeased look and told him to calm down. The sword appeared above the owner's head. From somewhere came the command to begin the battle. The floor became hot. The air was filled with black splashes. The swordsman sat among the corpses of demons. The 32nd floor with hellish difficulty was cleared. The warrior looked ahead, reasoning that this floor is designed for a team of 5 people, but he managed it alone. He remembered the battle on the 33rd floor, prepared for 10 players, which he also completed on his own. A fire was burning near the wall. Hose stood in front of the entrance to the portal. The notification called him the first member of the team, but at the same time he was the only one so far. The system window reported that he was the only player in his team. The player looked ahead, illuminated by green light. He reasoned that floors 31 through 33 had the same theme, but more and more people were needed to complete them, and the 34th was again for 1. The portal was still open. The hero remembered that Kurikiri warned that on these floors you can face the Demon King in battle, so it is not surprising that large teams are needed to pass, because if the player was previously a simple support in his team and reached the 33rd floor, then on the 34th he will not survive alone. He considered it cruel and did not even fully believe it. Suddenly, he raised his voice up, hearing a woman's voice and asking out loud what this means. The guy picked up the sacred sword and asked what he was doing, threatening with a question that he wanted to go back to the inventory. He asked again in surprise and tried to assure the owner that these were not his sounds. He did not really believe it, and warned in advance that he would not tolerate such behavior. They were still standing at the entrance to the portal. Albaz repeated, swearing that it was not him. The area around the sword was illuminated by a purple glow, and he declared that it was Lady Seredzia. The swordsman was surprised. He pulled the sword from behind his back, illuminating it with blue light. Hose held the weapon at arm's length. Groans were heard from him. The owner, frowning, called her name. The sword lay silently in his hand. The owner turned to the second sword, bringing it closer to his face, asking if he could help her. He asked what he could, explaining that he was not able to do CPR through the guard. The swordsman squeezed the hilt. Albaz said that everything would be fine, explaining that apparently she wanted to say something, but had not yet fully mastered her voice and suggested that he just give her time. Hose frowned. The fire was sending out sparks. Lady Seredzia was finally able to say a greeting to the hero. He brought the weapon right up to his face and shouted her name joyfully. Then he pulled it away slightly, and she called out to the owner again. The image of the soul appeared on the blade, and she said that she had a wish. The hero immediately shouted impatiently, asking what it was. The girl, hesitantly pausing, said that she wanted to eat something delicious. Hose stood there, perplexed. Then, stretching out his hand, he asked again. Albaz, who was in his other hand, explained that Lady Seredzia was slowly becoming one with the sword, and it seemed that this process had evoked memories of her human essence, and often in such situations the spirit remembers what brought him joy in life. So Lady Seredzia wants the food she loved in the past. The swordsman brought the hilt of the sword closer to him and looked at it, not understanding what to do. And suddenly his face lit up. The fire by the wall was also throwing sparks. Hose said that he understood that she did not want to become a human again, but only for him to bring delicious food to her grave. The hero jumped to the 34th floor. Landing, he thought that he would finally find out what the strongest demon king looks like. The system window flashed, notifying that the cleansing conditions were the last stage. The swordsman wondered, looking at the system window, whether this meant that the king would appear after the last stage. One of the demons moved towards him, calling him a newbie. A cigarette was smoking in his hand and he said hello. The swordsman assessed at a glance that he was open from all sides, which meant he did not intend to fight. Then he looked around in bewilderment. Many demons, bored, sat idle. The guy did not feel the thirst for murder and did not understand what was happening. The demon, shaking off the ashes, also did not understand and asked again what was going on. Hose called this place strange. He, squatting, explained that up until this point, everyone was just burning with the desire to kill each other, and he could not imagine that he would find such a peaceful atmosphere here, asking that the others also got here by exterminating demons. The interlocutor took a drag on his cigarette, and replied that it was because there was no need to collect marks. Hose looked at him carefully, asking what he needed to do then to fight the Demon King. The demon exhaled smoke and replied that since he was appointed as a guide, he would explain. He pointed his finger at the circle, saying that marks were no longer needed. To fight the main one, you just need to stand in the summoning circle. They stood a few steps apart. The player asked what kind of place this was. He replied that it was something like a training ground for those who wanted to test their strength, the last chance to hone their skills before meeting the Demon King. Hose turned around, asking if it was too quiet here. The interlocutor answered that there was a good reason for that. The demon put a hand with long nails to his cheek and said that most of the demons came here with the firm intention of defeating the king and taking his place as the strongest. He took a few steps to the side, continuing that battles broke out constantly. Everyone was eager to find out who was stronger than the rest, and this pain was allowed to enter into battle with the king. The demon closed his eyes and raised his hand up, saying that everyone who fought with him ended up defeated and killed, even those whom they recognized as the strongest. This went on for some time and led to what was happening now. The swordsman looked away from him, concluding that they had given up. The demon, raising his hand with a cigarette, confirmed his words, adding that they were just sitting and waiting for the end of the tournament, although it was boring, but there was no choice. Hose looked away, thinking that he had seen this before. He thought back to his past self and thought that when he was a top player, he once visited a team that was ranked the lowest. He thought about the players from the past and how it was already known that they would be disbanded by the end of the year, and most of the players on this team were consumed with terror, so they just gave up everything and lived a life. The protagonist remembered the guy leaning back in his chair and thought that he was told that no matter how hard they tried, it would be in vain, so they stopped even trying. The demon leaned on his knee. Many demons were just sitting on the floor, and the protagonist thought that he couldn't believe that all these big guys didn't even want to lay a finger on each other, and they would become opponents worse than ordinary punching bags. Hose stood up, surprising his interlocutor. He walked past the demon, who asked what happened and whether he was going to challenge the king, since in this case he could die. The protagonist walked towards the pentagram, listening to the question of whether he really wanted to become the new Demon King, after which there was an offer to wait until the tournament ended. Perhaps it would be possible to improve the chance and take his place. However, the protagonist did not turn his head, thinking that this demon was worried about him. Did he really want to justify his own unwillingness to fight? The pentagram lit up with purple light. The guy stepped inside and thought that he didn't care. Purple light enveloped his body. The player's hair flew up, and he thought that Saregia had not woken up since then. He was wondering when she would finally start, since he did not even want to think about the fact that she had finally merged with the sword. The protagonist of them dwindled, thinking that now he has a more important task, namely to defeat the Demon King, and he was eager to do it. Hose jumped to the ground, balancing himself with his hand. The system window reported that he entered the last stage of the tournament on the 34th floor. He dwindled and stood in a fighting stance. The silhouette of a demon appeared in the sky, who exclaimed in surprise that he had not had an opponent for a long time. The light strongly illuminated the face of the opponent who invited the guy. Still kneeling, the protagonist looked ahead of himself at the point behind him hung the sword. He bowed his head and muttered disappointedly that his opponent was just reused content. The Demon King was dumbfounded by his bet on the guest. Hose continued to look ahead disappointedly. The Demon King thoughtfully scratched his chin and said that he did not understand what reused meant. Still bowing down, the protagonist thought that he had a feeling that the Demon King here would be the same king, since when he asked other demons, their descriptions matched what he imagined. He looked at the high throne and thought that the Demon King he had killed earlier didn't remember anything, but was still alive, and since this one didn't feel anything, he had no idea about his future. Hose shook his head, saying that although it was frustrating, there was still hope that his opponent was different from the Demon King from the 26th floor, so he needed to focus. The boss of the level folded his arms and said that he was of course waiting for an opponent who could relieve his boredom, but he was too strange. The protagonist clasped his hand on his knees, hearing what was going on up there, on the surface. A flash of light erupted above the throne as the Demon King asked how such a weakling could get to him. The protagonist was surrounded by smoke. He finally straightened up and said that it couldn't be, since the Demon King almost word for word repeated what Alphen said. And do kings always stick their noses up like that? Sacrifice covered his mouth with his hand, asking if the opponent sent Alphen here, because in that case it's even better. If he can overcome his boredom, then he will let the guy live until the end of the tournament. Hose swung her sword and said that he was curious, since now he is much stronger than he was on the 26th floor, then thought that even so, the Demon King does not worry at all. He looked at the ball in his hand and thought that in that case, I wonder what the Demon King from the 26th floor would say, seeing him now. Pointing the blade at the throne, the protagonist said that on that floor he specially waited for the moment when the demon summoned his main form, and then cut him down with one blow using the ball of light. Ho's eyes flashed and he shouted furiously that if he didn't do that, he wasn't sure if he would get out of there alive, so he would do his best to let the demon show what he could do and then defeat him. Sacrifice frowned at his opponent. He looked at the player in surprise. The protagonist was at the foot of the throne. He frowned and tightened his grip on his sword. The protagonist recalled his earlier fight and thought that the demon of the 26th floor was supposed to be defeated by obtaining the relic that was the holy sword and gathering enough people in a team to fight together, but he managed to defeat the Demon King alone without even the holy sword. Ho stared ahead and thought that he was now several times stronger than he was back then. The protagonist swung his sword and thought that even if this Demon King tried his best, he would still be able to stand firm and kill him. Sacrifice looked at the protagonist in amazement, thinking that if they left things as they were, the same thing would happen as on the 22nd floor. Hose looked at the enemy sullenly, thinking that they would not allow this. One sword was in the protagonist's hand, and the other was hovering in the air. The protagonist looked at Aubus and said that he wanted to put all his strength into this fight, and then asked if the blade could distract their enemy. He hung in the air. The sword shook and began to say if the protagonist knew who he was, since his name was Aubus, which meant sacred sword. Aubus immediately rushed towards the Demon King. Sacrifice continued to watch what was happening in surprise. The sword hung in front of the enemy's face. The Demon King folded his arms across his chest. Hose watched intently what was happening below. Aubus continued to hang in the air, saying something. At that moment, Sacrifice opened his mouth in surprise. His face was distorted with rage, and he shouted something. The protagonist took a step back in confusion, as she asked what was going on, and what the iron thing said to the demon. Sacrifice's throne exploded as he rushed to attack with a mad grin. Hose dodged the blow. His eyebrows met on the bridge of his nose. The Demon King hit the floor, and several explosions were heard at once. Sacrifice suddenly recoiled in surprise. The protagonist hung in the haze. He calmly looked at his opponent. The guy grinned slightly, thinking that he would not use either the blessing or the wings of Teleria. They would not even shimmer. Sacrifice opened his mouth in rage and rushed to attack again. Glowing threads immediately appeared from his body. The sword in the protagonist's hand glowed. The protagonist rushed to attack, using the second form, namely the Azure Slash. As if a clean paw was cut off. Anger was reflected on the face of the Demon King. The opponents clashed in battle. Sticking out his tongue in rage, the monster rushed to attack again. Opening his mouth wide, he screamed. The protagonist took a step forward, parrying the attack. Sacrifice looked at his opponent in surprise. Scarlet light illuminated the space when the protagonist used the Sword of Light again. He swung the blade and used the first form. Here, a shock wave spread from the sword when a crimson cut was used. Sacrifice tried to dodge the blow, puffing out his cheeks from the tension. His face distorted into a terrible grin. The next moment, he screamed, and his eyes flashed scarlet. His body turned into a bright flash. Sacrifice looked at the protagonist with a grin. The next moment, his head was cut off. Sacrifice opened his mouth in a silent scream, surprised at what was happening. The protagonist stopped, breaking with his knee, and looked up with a smirk. His head was still in the air. Finally, it fell to the ground. The Demon King's head began to dissolve into thin air. Hose left the ashes behind him, saying that victory was his. He took a step forward and said that he didn't know what the Demon King had said to Aubus that made him so angry. The guy smiled and said that he had managed to defeat the Demon King who was fighting at full strength, and he thought that he should thank that knight of the 16th floor for that, but still, the 34th floor of held difficulty had been cleared. Hose went through the messages he had received, and concluded from them that there would be no additional prizes, and he was curious as to why so many gods were watching him, but none of them gave their blessings, perhaps because a deity could only make a contract with one of the players. Turning to the sword, the protagonist asked to be reminded of what he had told the Demon King, that he had lost his temper, and in response he heard that it was a secret. Kurikiri worriedly asked if it was too easy, but the Demon King was very powerful. Defeating him was no easy task. Folding his arms across his chest, the young man objected that this king of the 34th was ordinary, especially considering that he had fought alone, and even more, all the qualifying rounds had been too easy. The manager smiled sheepishly while the player continued that killing many unknown demons to collect 1,000 marks was a piece of cake. If you aimed at those servants who carried the marks of others with them, you could collect dozens or even hundreds of tokens at a time. Besides, the 32nd and 33rd floors were created for team play. The bunny tried to object. The fighter reminded her that she said that after the 30th floor it would become much more difficult. Didn't she understand how happy he was about that? Kirikiri lowered her head guiltily. When the guy added, it now turned out that either she was wrong, or he misunderstood, and if so, then she would not get another piece of delicious cake anytime soon. Clenching her fists, the manager was indignant that this was unfair, and she was not wrong. Folding her hands on her stomach, the bunny justified herself by saying that she had simply assumed incorrectly. And when Hose asked her to explain it more simply, she replied that it would cost him dearly, to which he asked not to worry. Looking at the hero with a pitiful look, Kirikiri promised to try to explain as simply as she could. Firstly, the demons were not weaklings, even those who were on the lower floors. But he did not agree with her. The young man's mouth dropped open in surprise when he heard the manager say that she didn't mean brute force. Considering their intelligence, ability to communicate with others, and evil intentions, they would be much more dangerous than one could assume, and he didn't understand what kind of intelligence these poor blockheads had at all. Throwing up her hands, the bunny said that he only reasoned like that because he killed them before they could make any decisions, and reminded him that the player had spared the lives of several of them because they made a good impression on him. But in response she heard the certainty that there were many such victims. The warrior explained that the fact that they became victims did not make them good. Demons were still demons. If they looked weak, then they had good reasons to pretend to be so. The guy adjusted his collar when Kirikiri noted that if he was even a little weaker, they would have stabbed him in the back without a second thought, and he agreed with her. Hose remembered Orphan, who seemed like a moron among moron, but the manager noticed that he was also quite strong. Reaching out her hand to the hero, the rabbit reminded him that she said he was too strong. With a stubborn look, the youth asked if this meant that demons were weaklings. Orphan and his team had much more mana than him. The player's face showed displeasure when the rabbit countered that because he hid his mana, the opponents were unable to understand what kind of threat he posed. Summoning a magic ball in her palm, Kirikiri explained that every time mana circulated through the body, a small amount of it was released. Many used this to determine the level of strength, so a lot could be learned from the amount of mana a person used. Frowning, the fighter retorted that he was long past the level where he could waste his mana so foolishly, to which the manager remarked that it was not that simple, but not difficult either. Raising her hand, the rabbit said that, to put it simply, the demons were unable to read his mana level. Therefore, they were unable to correctly assess his strength, and since they had nothing to compare it to, they immediately assumed that the guy was much weaker than them, and because of this mistake, they were not on guard. Looking at his palm, Hose realized that he never thought that his habit of sealing the outlet of mana would lead to such a huge miss. But even so, he did not believe that Orphan or the Demon King would make such a stupid mistake. Clenching his fists, the hero thanked Kirikiri for the information. It turned out that if the enemy was unable to see his strength, he would quickly gain the upper hand. Rubbing his chin, the young man thought that even in such a case there would always be opponents who would not allow themselves to relax for a second. It was not worth relying so much on what he had just learned. Maybe it was worth intentionally releasing mana, but later he decided that it was not worth it. The player began to massage his shoulder, and asked if there was a way to show the opponent his level without releasing mana. However, it was better to think about it later. Anyway, nothing came to mind now, after which he remembered to ask to wait until he found a cake, but the manager stopped him. The fighter looked questioningly at his interlocutor. With a serious face, the bunny said that first she had to tell him something. Raising her eyebrows, Kirikiri added that she was talking about the next floor. The guy was even more puzzled. Fear flashed in his gaze that the manager decided to talk about what awaited him, and did not rush to the layers of sweets. A bad feeling arose. Pointing her finger at Hose, the bunny said that the theme of the next floor was survival for a certain period of time. He would have to try not to die in the specified time interval. Kirikiri's expression became even more gloomy when she added that it would start on the first floor. The hero's mouth dropped open in surprise. And with a nervous smile, he clarified what he meant by the first. Interlocking her fingers, the manager explained that everything was as she said. He would have to get from the first to the 34th floor in 24 days. Leaning forward, the young man asked why she was so worried then. Surviving on the lower floors was as easy as pie. Frowning, the bunny explained that all his equipment and items would be unavailable. On the first floor he would end up without even a starting weapon. With a confused look, the player clarified whether it was too cruel to throw him at the very beginning so that he would fight there with his bare hands. But the interlocutor said that she was not finished yet. Raising her finger up, Kiriki announced that using abilities and skills was also prohibited. He would start all over again from the first floor. The fighter was even more shocked by this statement. Throwing up her hands, the manager explained that, in other words, he would return to the very beginning of the training and in the allotted time he would have to go through each of the floors again, and the guy asked to slow down. Covering his face with his palm, Hose clarified whether the bunny meant that not only would he start from the first floor, but also all items, weapons and skills would be confiscated. The protagonist's cry was heard over the meadow, that this was some kind of horror, and Kirikiri exclaimed that she was not the one who set these rules. Lowering his head, the young man could not believe that he would have to clear the floors again without anyone's help. This was just crazy. He kept thinking what would happen next, and these gods had a lot of fun with him. The first floor was full of traps. If he was careful, he could handle them easily. The problem was that the danger on the next floors would be completely different. He would have to face the demons of the 31st again if he got to them unarmed. They would immediately tear him to shreds. With a calm look, the manager consoled the player that he would be able to start progressing again. Even if he got to the first floor, he could simply build up his strength again. There he would get new skills and weapons. Without taking his palm off his face, the fighter reminded him that there would be little time for this, 34 floors in 24 days. A question appeared in his head, how much he would be able to grow in the allotted time, and whether he would be able to survive at all. Angrily looking at his hand, the guy barked that he was no longer sure of anything. The hare grabbed Ho's hand. Looking at his surprised face, Kirikiri expressed a wish for the hero to understand something. The boy raised an eyebrow when he heard the request not to put pressure on himself. The purpose of the test was not how well he would pass it. Raising his eyebrows, the manager added that the purpose was to test how he could cope with losing all his progress, and asked him to remember this. The player's gaze became confused, and he repeated the last words of the bunny. His face turned to stone when the fighter decided that he was asked to just take and accept the fact that he would be completely helpless. What kind of advice was this? The corridor of the first floor. The light of the lanterns flickered with a hum. The guy looked ahead in confusion. The 35th floor was starting. Sweat was pouring down Ho's face. It seemed that the corridor was obscured by fog. The protagonist scratched the back of his head. He could not believe that this was the 35th floor. In the waiting room, Albus did not immediately believe the owner's story. The young man folded his arms across his chest and confirmed this. On the next floor, the level and equipment would be reset. He and Seredzi would have to remain in the inventory for 24 days. While the player put the sword in the inventory, it squealed that he was being mocked and did not believe that what was said was a joke. Seredzia, hanging behind his back, clarified whether all of the above applied to her, and the owner confirmed it. In response, the blade replied that it understood everything. Looking at the weapon in surprise, the fighter noticed that sometimes she would start saying something out of the blue, although it was better than nothing. Ruffling the hair on the top of his head, the guy muttered that it pissed him off. Looking at the portal, Hose added that losing all his strength overnight made him feel disgusted with himself for the first time in a long time. A bright flash transferred him to the floor, and this was the third day and his 24th attempt. The lights were still on in the corridor, and the system greeted him on the 34th floor. Looking around, the hero noticed that everything looked too familiar. Having fallen to the floor, the young man admitted that, as Kirikiri said, this was indeed the first floor. He had shed so much blood here. Glancing at his bare feet, the player noted that all the equipment had disappeared. He was wearing what he had worn the first time, and his legs also hurt. Looking at his hands, the fighter noticed that he did not feel any strength in his arms or legs. His whole body felt different. Looking ahead, the guy added that without the skill of foresight, even his vision had deteriorated. Hose had returned to his old days, from the body of a superhuman he was used to the body of an ordinary guy who did nothing but lie around exhausted, suffering from pain. The notifications that appeared confirmed all the manager's words. However, there was a promise that when moving to the next floor, food and water supplies would be replenished. The hero frowned at the main condition of the passage, to survive. A bag actually appeared on his hip, and the young man concluded that it was exactly as the rabbit explained, except for the part about the bag that contained water and dried meat. Rubbing his chin, the player thought out loud that the 35th floor was not a place that could be cleared with brute force alone. He had to rely on auxiliary skills such as speech and stealth. Looking into the darkness of the corridor, the fighter added that on most floors, there was no danger from the start. The enemies that appeared early were usually passive. If he was careful, he could somehow survive. Slowly walking forward, the boy realized how he should act, but he was not sure if everything would go according to plan. Stopping, Hose wondered what he should do now. Noticing the warning that the god of regret was watching him, the hero remembered that he had not seen it before. Perhaps this god was the one who designed this floor. Dropping his hands, the young man decided that he needed to focus on the passage now. There was no point in going anywhere. He would prepare everything he could hear before heading further. The theme of the first floor was arrow traps. The trap would not activate unless he got closer. Opening the system window, the player decided to check his current status first. The fighter felt sick from the sight of the stats. The level was not displayed, probably because he returned to 0. And all the skills were gone. Everything really was zeroed out. Frowning, the guy realized that there was one thing he did not realize then. He had 21 mana points. Back then, he did not understand what mana was, and what the number 21 actually meant. But now Hose knew that it was really high. He had heard that many people started with 0 or 1. Dissolving the window, the hero thought that thanks to this, he never felt that he lacked mana, although, most likely, it is because he mainly used divine skills. The young man closed his eyes. He felt how mana flowed through his body, and was everywhere. The player tried to move it. He started with the largest cloud of mana, which was like a snowball, so that it became larger. The fighter closed his eyes. And the energy in his body began to connect, thanks to which he received a magic circuit of as much as the 3rd level. Triumphantly clenching his fist, the guy realized what happened. He overcame the block of the magic circuit without the help of the system. Smiling, Hose realized that now he understands how to develop skills. Everything is no longer the same as before, because then he did not yet know what exactly works and how to achieve progress. But then he noticed the problem. The magic circuit was thinner than he expected, and there were many blocked areas. The hero concentrated again. His body glowed with mana. Clenching his fists, he thought that normally he would pump up his mana hundreds or thousands of times to gradually unlock it. But now he didn't have time for that. He would have to forcefully open the magic circuit. The chain connected from point to point until a bright flash, and the system reported that the youth had obtained a level 7 magic circuit. He smiled, rejoicing at his success. But the next moment, blood dripped onto the floor. Opening his eyes, the player realized that blood was pouring out of his nose. His eyes rolled back, and the corridor became silent again. The fighter's palms slapped into a pool of his own blood. He coughed up blood. Trembling all over, the guy cursed that he had only opened a few mana channels, and he had already received so much damage. Looking at his palm, Hose decided that he needed to try again. It was not enough to just move the mana back and forth through his body. He had to create a channel through which it would come out. The protagonist clenched his teeth in pain. Rubbing the back of his head, the young man couldn't understand why it was so painful, so bad that he was about to pass out from the pain. Raising his palm up, the player realized that it was all because he had a low pain threshold again. He clenched his teeth. The magic chain continued to connect. Blood was already flowing from the fighter's eyes and ears, and he could not help but cry out in pain. Mana flared brightly in his chest, from which the guy, spitting blood, fell on his back. Breathing heavily, Hose looked at the burning lantern. The system reported receiving the 16th level of the mana channel, as well as willpower and awakening. Unable to move, the hero muttered that he had lost so much blood. If he continued in the same spirit, he would simply burst from the inside. But then he immediately received the 2nd level of pain resistance, which even surprised him. Sprawled on the floor, the young man noted out loud that the pain was simply hellish. He almost died. He really could have kicked the bucket from pain shock, because pain resistance was needed to prevent shock and sensory paralysis. A smile appeared on his face, because now he felt how mana was flowing through the channels throughout his body. He decided to rest a little and regain his strength, so that he would immediately feel better. After some time, the player managed to get to his feet, although he was forced to admit that the recovery took much longer than he expected. And he moved forward, deciding that there was nowhere to delay any longer. The 16th level should be enough to establish an external mana channel. Not ideal, of course, but it should work. Continuing to move on, the fighter muttered that if he had an elixir, he would have gotten down to business right away. He was too hasty with these channels. The boy looked at the notification of the watching god of regret with annoyance, and grumbled that it had appeared just when he was deep in regret, even thinking that it was exactly what he was waiting for. Frowning, Hose considered the possibility that he was supposed to do something specific on this floor. Given his previous playthrough, there were definitely some floors where he had regretted something. As he continued walking, the hero wondered if he should have done things differently this time. Or maybe the god wanted him to give in to his fear and pain, to lose everything he had worked so hard to achieve, as if he was expected to cower in despair, having nothing but his pathetic body. Gritting his teeth, the boy exclaimed that whatever he was planning, he didn't like it. At that moment, something flashed in the darkness. An arrow was flying straight at the player's shoulder. Dodging it, he realized that the game had begun. Abruptly getting into a fighting stance, the fighter realized that with his current vision he would not be able to track the trajectory of the arrows, but this would be enough for him. Concentrating, the guy tried to predict where the next blow would come. The arrow was approaching. Hose realized that it was aiming at his left shoulder. He concentrated mana in his palm, and he managed to catch the arrow. A light smoke came from his fist. Gritting his teeth, the hero heard the next arrow. With the weapon he received, he managed to deflect the next projectile that was flying at his heart, then go down from the one flying between the eyes. With a determined face, the young man shouted for the god to bite. And the next arrow was deflected. Then at ankle level. Grinning, the player concluded that even if his basic characteristics were simply disgusting, even if he did not have a single ability left, he would not give up so easily. His reflexes were still there. However, after seeing new notifications about leveling up, the fighter expressed confidence that he would get back all the abilities he had lost, and the status window finally began to look better. Continuing to walk down the corridor, the boy figured that the skills he had acquired through techniques, such as concentration in battle and weapon handling, were now at a fairly high level, but everything related to physical ability and adaptation, such as pain resistance, were low. He needed to use the abilities he could acquire without the system to the maximum. Wiping the sweat off his face, Hose reminded him that his main goal was survival. If he did everything right, he would receive dried meat and water every time he leveled up, so there would be no problem with food. But food alone was not enough to achieve the goal. He needed to move forward more persistently and clear the floor. The duration of the trial on the 35th floor was 24 days. The main thing was to see how much the player could grow during this time. No guidance, no leveling up, no rewards for clearing, no items available for purchase. But the boy had his knowledge and experience. The fighter stopped, his mouth wide open. He took a breath. And heading quickly forward, the guy said that it was getting more fun. No matter where it leads him, he will reach the victorious one. Hose did not even notice the new notification that the God of Remorse continues to watch. Another arrow flew along the corridor. But the protagonist was already ready for it. Mana ignited in his palm, and the projectile was caught a centimeter from his chest. The young man squeezed the weapon tightly. Spinning the arrow in his fingers, the player noticed that the first 2 floors mainly consisted of arrow traps. It seemed to him that he would pass the first floor in just an hour. Reflecting another projectile with his trophy, the fighter shouted that this was completely wrong. Among the skills he acquired at level 0, only the magic circle helped with improving physical characteristics. With its help he could strengthen the body or briefly gain enormous strength. Looking at another trap, the guy thought that he had relied too much on his experience in magic, deciding to first strengthen his arm and legs with mana in order to easily pass the first 2 floors. Hose tensed his arm. Then he turned around abruptly, and barely managed to jump away from another arrow. Smiling nervously, the hero realized that he had completely forgotten about something. He had to not only send magic to his limbs, but also protect this stupid weak body with magic, otherwise it would not withstand movement at such a speed. Glowing with mana, the young man continued to think that there could be many more magical creatures here than he expected, and since he was using mana circulation without interruption, there was not much of it left in free access. But then the player with round eyes stared at the notification about moving to the 2nd floor. Breathing heavily, the fighter tried to understand whether time was really up. So, the 2nd floor awaited him next. While parrying another arrow, the boy reminded himself that this one was different from the first one and that the arrows here were poisonous, and the boss of the level dealt mental attacks, forcing him to remember the best moments of his life. Smiling, Hose decided that as long as he parried the arrows and saved his magic, he would easily cope with everything. But still, halfway through his journey, his time ran out. He was used to saving mana and using it sparingly, and now the 3rd floor was in front of him. The hero landed on the chessboard. He managed to stay on his feet. But the last arrow was falling on him from above. The young man parried it with one blow of his palm, after which he dashed towards the glowing point in short jumps. A second before, the player felt that several arrows were already flying towards him, and he ran the rest of the way, parrying the projectiles with his palm. With a tense smile, the fighter reminded himself that there was only a little bit left until the boss. Soon the boy came out to the healing spring, and remembered how long ago it was. Looking at the surface of the water, Hazi muttered that in the early stages, there was always a healing spring as a reward before the boss room. Now he knew how useful it was. Climbing into the water, the hero continued to recall out loud that when he crawled to it with difficulty, he used it only to heal wounds and restore strength. The young man sat down on the rocks. Scooping up water in his palms, the player reminded himself that it was written on the forum, the water from the spring not only healed wounds, it also restored muscles damaged during the test and strengthened them. Swallowing the water, the player added that the same applied to his mana channels. He spent some time in the healing water. Eating meat, the fighter thanked Hyunjin for the tip in the chat. His friend replied that you are always welcome. He himself taught him a lot, and the guy wrote that thanks to him he learned the basics. In the boss room of the 3rd floor, you will need to move on tiles floating in the air to get to the other side. Thanks to his experience as a pro gamer, he managed to pass it without falling down even once. Continuing to chew, Hose remembered that Hyunjin also cleared the floor. Despite the fact that he fell, it would be nice to ask him about it in more detail. A friend said that the moment of landing on the ground itself was important. As soon as you fly to the surface, the traps immediately activated. If you react quickly, you will not encounter much trouble. The hero quickly typed a thank you to his friend and congratulated him on completing the 6th floor, after which he climbed out of the source. Heading to the door, the young man felt relieved. He could not shake off the feeling of anxiety when he saw the state of his younger comrade every time he failed to clear the 6th floor. He did not see his face, but even from that message he could understand that he managed to regain his confidence. Closing his eyes, the player decided that it would be cool if he could see his friend again. Casting a gloomy glance at the door, the player reminded himself out loud that he had about half an hour left to complete the floor. he needed to enter the boss room before it was too late. He resolutely headed towards the entrance and opened the doors. But inside, a surprise awaited him, which made the fighter curse. Looking at the high cliffs, the guy wondered if he had managed to walk so far last time. Stones fell from the cliff. Hose covered his face from the stone chips. He had to strain his legs. Flying to the side, the hero realized that with this frail body he could not even stand up straight. Just at that moment, platforms fell from the sky. The young man clenched his teeth, preparing to jump. And when the notification about the start flew in, he looked up with excitement and muttered that even all decent phrases flew out of his head. The player looked at the first tile in the air. Frowning, he could not understand what was wrong with this floor. The first platform hung in the air in front of him. The fighter jumped on it. Touching the stone with his feet, the guy realized that he had no choice. He would still have to use magic, concentrate the mana flows on the soles of his feet. Due to this, he was able to create a semblance of a magnet between himself and the platform. Holding on to the tile, Hose figured that now he needed to move the mana flow to the games and hips, so he could withstand the gusts of the hellish wind. And finally, he jumped to another platform before this one fell. The tile on which he had just stood quickly flew into the abyss. Looking forward, the main character realized that they began to fall faster and faster. He also needed to speed up. The young man continued his way along the flying slabs. But suddenly an arrow flew at him from the nearest cliff. The player managed to block it, reminding him that he should not forget about this. Activating the mana on his palms, the fighter decided that it was time to move on. He pressed his palms to the stone surface. Then the platforms began to sway. For a while, the guy managed to hold on. Sweat was pouring down his face, but Hose convinced himself that he would succeed. And he smirked before continuing. He prepared to jump, and jumped onto the nearest tile. Gritting his teeth, the hero was sure that he was almost there. Looking at the top of the cliff, the young man shouted that there was one last push left, and the floor would be cleared. He prepared to jump again. The player pushed off from the platform. But the cliff was further than he thought. With a tense face, the fighter cursed, realizing that he could not reach it. Starting to fall, the guy belatedly realized that he should have pushed off later. Falling down, Hose loudly cursed that he did not put more mana into the jump. Continuing to fall head over heels, the hero decided that there was no point in wallowing in regret. Closing his eyes, he reminded himself that he needed to start preparing for what was about to happen in a few moments. Hyunjin was right. As soon as he hit the ground, the traps would activate. So, the most important thing was not to hesitate. His friend had mentioned that the fall would last about 2 minutes. He still had plenty of time. Suddenly, a flash blinded the young man. After which he found himself lying on the floor in the corridor. Abruptly sitting up, the player could not understand where this tunnel had come from, because not even 20 seconds had passed since the fall. He also had to quickly jump back from the spear flying at him. It was calmly sticking out of the floor in the place where the player's head had just been. With a tense face, the fighter realized that this was what the traps looked like here. With a grim triumph, the guy rushed back. His hand grabbed the weapon by the shaft. And with its help, he managed to deflect another arrow, immediately gaining advanced mastery of the spear. Reflecting projectile after projectile, Hose realized that they were much faster than from the first floor. However, it did not matter since he could fight them off with this spear. The hero's eyes widened when he heard a heavy whistle. But literally then another arrow flew at his head. The young man turned around sharply. And it seemed that this time the arrow would hit the target. But it smashed against his clenched teeth. The player breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping his chin, the fighter assumed that now he was faced with only the first wave of attack. The waves would be repeated as they approached the boss room. Looking around the corridor, the guy admitted that it was much easier than balancing on the platforms. If he had known that everything was arranged like this, he would have jumped off them right away. Hose headed forward. But after a while, he stopped, looking ahead in surprise. He found himself at a dead end. And to his surprise, the system reported a level increase. The hero's mouth opened in surprise on its own. With a shocked face, the young man tried to understand what the reward for completing the game was. Where was the health restoration? They were even too lazy to write a notification. Clenching his fists, the player screamed that this was impossible. What kind of end of the level was this? It couldn't be worse. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of Hose, which made him think that they just didn't tell him that this was the end of the third floor. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist wondered what about the reward for completing and restoring health, and also muttered that it was unfair. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he had exactly 5 minutes left, and he hoped to spend them in the waiting room, restoring his health. And judging by the fact that his stat points had increased, at least he managed to level up, and if that hadn't happened, he would have had a really bad time on the next floors. The guy narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. A moment later, the young man clenched his fists. Closing his eyes, the teenager said that he was apparently on level 4 now, and he couldn't even believe that he had managed to level up so much in such a short period of time. And besides, due to the increase in level, he had become much stronger. Spreading his fingers, the player said that he had learned something on this floor, namely, if he forcibly opened the mana channels using channel overload, and at the same time restored himself in healing sources or with the help of the system, he would be able to open new paths for mana to exit. Looking at his palm, the former pro gamer exclaimed that he could become stronger this way, but he still couldn't shake off the feeling of discomfort when using the new channels. Raising his head, Ho-jae added that this method puts a lot of strain on the body, and that's why he hoped to get to the waiting room to see if he could be healed there, and if there were no more surprises here, he would soon be transferred to the 4th floor. Kneeling down, the protagonist realized that it meant that he had no choice, and would have to rely only on the healing sources of the other floors. And since they forced him to go through everything from the very beginning, he thought that it would be quite unfair to give him at least a few tools to help. Opening his mouth, the protagonist decided that he should tell Minhyuk about this. Many small screens were visible, and at the same time, Minhyuk said that they would take note, after which he asked how he was doing, and Hyunjin was also worried. The player, typing on the keyboard, replied that he should then tell him that everything was fine, and even if it were not so, there was nothing to be done, especially since he did not intend to give up. Looking at the screen, the former pro gamer clarified how busy Chan was, to which the guy explained that she was as busy as could be, and he thought that she did not even have time to check her messages. Hose, smiling, noted that the young man should not be lazy either, and he said that he was working hard, but the protagonist added that he should work even harder. Introducing the girl, the protagonist said that Chan did not even have a minute to rest, and since people began exchanging information about dungeons, the number of deaths on the floors has greatly decreased, and more people are starting to go through training on hellish difficulty, which means the number of players is increasing every day. The guy extended his index finger and muttered that since there was now quite a lot of data on the first level's completion, and everyone was eager to clear the dungeons, but this only added to the security officer's headaches. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said that it would be strange if they had nothing to do, but he was still worried. Suddenly, the player's hand began to disappear, and he said that it was time for him to go. Only his legs remained from the former pro gamer, and he said that 4 hours were allotted to the 4th floor, and then asked if he could reach the boss this time, but that did not mean that he would clear the floor. Suddenly, Hose found himself in a dark corridor on the 4th floor. Sitting on his knee, the protagonist noted that the most remarkable thing about this location is that here the player first encounters a real battle on hellish difficulty, and here, unlike on earlier floors, the goblins, the owners of the dungeon, appear for the first time. The protagonist raised the corners of his lips and thought that he would only move forward if he could destroy them. A moment later, the guy began to walk forward. A small haze was visible ahead. Suddenly, a sharp axe appeared. The young man narrowed his eyes in confusion. The scary goblin bared his teeth menacingly. The player's eyes bulged with satisfaction. A second later, the monster opened its mouth and screamed loudly. The former pro gamer clenched his jaw and realized that it was the same roar as before, and he also had a strange feeling. Examining the monster's body, Hose said that it had dark purple skin and a huge axe, and that this was the first living creature encountered during the passage, namely the goblin instructor. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was great because they had not seen each other for a long time. The evil spirits lowered their eyebrows in confusion. It was visible how the protagonist bit his lips. Suddenly, the guy rushed from the spot. The goblin closed his mouth in confusion. The young man frowned and muttered that he had to fight with his bare hands, then added that this was different from the days when he had a sword and shield. The player shuffled his feet, realizing that he could only get as close as possible to him now. Suddenly, it seemed like the monster swung its axe furiously. A blue aura circled around the former pro gamer. Sweat suddenly ran down Ho's cheek. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and whispered that he would not get a single chance. Suddenly, the protagonist slid under the enemy's feet. The boy stretched out his palm in satisfaction. Green liquid quickly flowed out of the monster's limbs. A moment later, the young man tried to get up. Suddenly, the monster swung its weapon. The player abruptly parried the enemy's attack. The former pro gamer's face was serious. A second later, Hose powerfully pushed his opponent. Saliva flowed from the goblin's mouth. Suddenly, the monster swung its head. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that before he would not have even let it hit him with his head. It was visible how the protagonist sank down. Raising the corners of his lips, the guy muttered that although he was now much more skilled than this goblin, he did not have enough strength, speed and endurance to kill him instantly, and if even one of his attacks hit the target, he would be finished. Kicking the enemy, the young man said that he did not run out of dirty tricks. In pain, the monster clenched its mouth. Unexpectedly, the player clenched his fist tightly. The evil spirit quickly put up a defense in the form of hands. The former pro gamer furiously attacked the enemy. Ho's fist dented the goblin's body. A moment later, the monster stuck out its tongue and screamed loudly. It seemed like the monster lowered its head. The protagonist abruptly turned his gaze to the side. Sweat was pouring down the face of the evil spirit. Raising his palm, the protagonist said that at first he was worried that he wouldn't be able to finish the fight quickly, and he thought that such an outcome could be considered major progress. After delivering several slashing blows with his hand, the guy exclaimed that the first fight was over in his favor. The young man stood over his opponent. The player, through sweat on his face, said that for a first fight, this could be considered a great success. Lowering his hands, the former pro gamer noted that the amount of mana he could use was very limited, and he was inferior to him in speed and strength. But he still managed to quickly finish him off, and most importantly, he was glad that he did not receive any damage at all. Looking at his fingers, Hose added that he was worried that his body would not move the way it wanted, but everything worked out. Opening his mouth, the protagonist realized that as long as he moved, given his lowered stats, this was not a problem. The lamps on the walls illuminated the corridor. A large axe appeared. Placing the weapon on his shoulder, the protagonist said that he picked up the axe, thinking that at least some weapon would be better than barehanded, but he had never used one before, and if it didn't suit him, he could just throw it away along the way. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened in surprise. A dark passage was visible ahead of the young man. Unexpectedly, goblins were standing behind the barricades. The player smiled and remembered that they had to break through the trenches next. Near the exit, there were 2 spearmen, 2 archers, and 1 shaman. Biting his lips, the former pro-gamer muttered that shamans don't use attack spells, and simply support other goblins. Suddenly, one of the monsters looked forward thoughtfully. The monster opened its mouth and screamed loudly. Rushing from its place, Hose realized that he had been noticed. The opponents quickly fired their bows. The protagonist dodged the projectiles flying at him. The protagonist quickly approached the enemies. Suddenly, one of the goblins ran out of the barricade. The guy's face was serious. The monster bared its teeth furiously. Suddenly, the monster launched a powerful attack. The young man lowered his eyebrows angrily. The player's eyes bulged in surprise. A moment later, the former pro-gamer threw away his axe. Hose abruptly grabbed the goblin by the hand. The protagonist intercepted the monster's dagger. A second later, the protagonist pierced the monster's body. Suddenly, the guy delivered a slashing blow to the neck of the evil spirit. Through the sweat on his face, the young man thought that he had killed 2, but there was still 1 spearman and an archer left, as well as a shaman. Suddenly, the goblin flew high above the player. The former pro-gamer abruptly grabbed his wrist. Hose held a knife to the monster's face. The monster was holding a spear in its hand. The protagonist sighed heavily and wondered if they had stopped attacking. Looking at his opponents, the protagonist muttered that it meant that they acted like this when a comrade's life was in danger, and he hadn't noticed it before. A moment later, the boy cut the goblin's neck. Suddenly, the monster ran towards his comrade. The young man delivered a slash at his opponent. The archer clenched his jaws in confusion. The player stood menacingly in front of him. His face was terrifying. Sweat was dripping down the monster's forehead. A second later, green liquid appeared, and screams were heard. The former pro-gamer wiped his chin. Raising his head, Hose said that he had felt this before, namely, there was a huge difference between the goblin instructor's skills and other goblins. The protagonist thoughtfully turned his gaze to the side. It was visible how the protagonist smiled slightly. Clenching his fists, the protagonist exclaimed that he hadn't felt such a pleasant tension for a long time, and these fun battles. Suddenly, the guy noticed a screen that said that the god of regret was watching him, after which he said that he needed to move on. After some time, the healing spring of the 4th floor appeared. Looking down, the young man noticed that the cleanup was going easier than he thought. Water was dripping from the player's clothes, and he added that it took him only 25 minutes to get here, and much faster compared to the trap floors with long routes. A moment later, the former pro-gamer's mouth fell open. Standing at the door, Hose said that the problem was that there was most likely a boss room ahead. Recalling the big goblin, the protagonist said that behind this door was a kingdom built by goblins, and last time he cleared it out by killing the king who was in the very center, and considering the time it took to get there, in his current state he would not have enough resources to defeat him. A second later, the protagonist began to open the gate. It was seen that the guy was sitting on the ground. Raising his head, the young man said that no messages with instructions appeared, but last time his task was to defeat the Goblin King, and then asked if he did not need to kill him this time too. Mountains were visible in the distance, and the player said that on this 35th floor there were no separate tasks for each stage, and at the same time wondered if it meant that he did not need to do anything here. A moment later, the former pro-gamer opened his mouth wide. The night sky appeared, and Hose could not understand what he was supposed to do with the remaining time. The protagonist moved his feet. Walking across the field, the protagonist said that there should have been a goblin fortress somewhere around here, and it was strange that he remembered it at all. Continuing to walk, the guy added that he had 4 hours to spare, and no matter how he looked at it, it was clearly not enough time to get to the capital, where the Goblin King was. Squinting, the young man explained that he was not even shown a window with a notification that it would say that the boss needed to be killed, and then wondered what they wanted from him, and what he was doing here all this time. Peeking out from behind a tree, the player noticed a fortress. Running up to the structure, the former pro gamer noted that the walls were quite high, and last time he used acceleration with a dash to get over them. Holding his chin, Hose thought that if he tried to jump over the wall with magic, he would immediately be grabbed due to the loud sound, and then wondered what he should do. Suddenly, the goblin standing on the wall of the fortress turned to the man. The protagonist, opening his mouth, realized that he had been noticed, and then wondered how they could see him from afar. The monster, raising his hand, asked what he was doing at such a late hour. The protagonist did not understand what he was getting at and did not remember such an event, and at the same time the monster, opening his mouth, asked if he had gone deaf there. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy answered that he had gotten lost. The goblin held his hand near his face. A moment later, the monster left. The young man's eyes bulged, noticing that he had received the 10th level of common language skill. Stretching out his palms, the player asked if it was the 10th right away, and added that if he had received it so quickly, it meant that he was already familiar with the language, and the system simply took into account new knowledge and increased the level. Looking at his fingers, the former pro gamer asked when he had managed to learn this language, after which he said that if he thought about the probable reasons, then apparently the knowledge before the Babylonian time helped him not only act as a translator, but also subconsciously instilled in him a whole system affecting the knowledge of languages, and therefore he would have to ask Kurikiri about this later. Suddenly, the goblin opened the door and addressed the man. The monster, squinting, asked why he was standing there, and then said that he should come in. Hose looked back in bewilderment. A high wall of the fortress was visible. Behind it was a large structure. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist noted that it was very quiet here, to which the monster clarified whether he had seen the time. Turning his gaze to the side, the goblin asked how he managed to get lost in the mountains in the middle of the night. The protagonist scratched his cheek and replied that he didn't understand either, and also asked himself why he wasn't attacking him. Holding a spear in his hand, the monster asked where the guy was going, and he said that he was going to the city to find out something. The young man's eyes widened in confusion. Opening his mouth, the monster said that a carriage would be leaving for the city tomorrow morning, after which he offered the player to ride it, and the player couldn't understand why he was being so kind to him. Scratching the back of his head, the former pro gamer muttered that not only was he not trying to attack, but that he was completely relaxed, and he could at least ask him for his personal papers or a pass. Raising his gaze, Hose thought that last time he burned the fortress to the ground, and killed everyone inside, and therefore felt like a bad person, and at the same time the system reported that the god of remorse was watching him. The protagonist held out his hand and said that it was not necessary, and then asked if he could tell him how to get to the city, since he was in a bit of a hurry, and had to continue on his way. Squinting, the goblin asked if he could do it right now, to which he received a positive answer, and at the same time told him where to go. Turning around, the monster said that people were impatient after all, since just a couple of minutes ago he had completely lost his way. The artificial intelligence wrote that the skill goblin language from the Kipin region of the 10th level had been obtained, and the protagonist muttered that he was muttering something under his breath in the local dialect, and at first it sounded as if he was speaking a foreign language. After some time, a light appeared in one of the towers. The monster, standing at the top, asked if the view was beautiful, and also added that in the light of the Lena, one could clearly see the entire city from here. Holding a spear in his hand, the goblin asked to wait a minute. It was visible how the guy was looking into the distance. Standing on the roof, the young man explained that Kurikiri had mentioned that the 35th floor could not be cleared with brute force alone. Biting his lips, the player wondered if that was what she meant. Introducing the two goblins, the former pro gamer explained that he had faced many opponents, and the stronger he became, the more vicious they were, and so he always strived to become stronger in order to be ready for battle, but these goblins would be a valuable experience for him. The two monsters looked at each other and discussed something, and at the same time, Hose asked if there was a need to attack those who did not bear malice towards him. Lowering his hands, the protagonist muttered that with his previous strength and power, he would not even ask such questions, but now the situation has changed dramatically, and in a few hours or maybe days, he will face more difficult trials, and therefore, there is no time to waste. Looking ahead, the protagonist added that during his time on this floor, he understood something firmly. Stretching out his hand, the boy noticed that his strength no longer originated from this training. Holding his palm out in front of him, the young man said that this place gave him new ways and opportunities to become stronger, but in the past he did not pay attention to them. In the past, the player sat at the computer desk, and he thought that this was why he was so scared, and no matter how strong he became, there was always a chance that the abilities bestowed upon him by a certain deity could just as easily evaporate, and he also felt that if that happened, he would return to the same lowly state again. Clenching his fist, the former pro gamer said that the strength he had gained was not in the attribute points or status windows, nor in the list of skills and abilities, and now he was sure of it. Biting his lips, Hose thought that even if he lost all of this, he had enough resilience to take it back, and the same applies to the world beyond training, and the process would not be fast, but he could do anything. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist exclaimed that he had strength no matter where he went. Smiling, the protagonist said that he did not know what exactly the god of remorse wanted to show him on this floor, but even if a horde of the strongest enemies appeared in front of him, it would not change the fact that he was strong. Suddenly, the guy turned his gaze to the side in surprise. A goblin appeared, holding a backpack in his hand. Inside the bag was food. Bending down, the young man said that it was not worth trying so hard for him, to which the monster explained that he simply collected everything he needed, because he had a long way to go. Holding a spear behind his back, the monster added that he should stomp along the road he showed him, after which he asked if he was sure that he would not need a map, and the player replied that he could handle it. Lowering his eyebrows, the former pro-gamer clarified why he was helping him so much. Scratching the back of his head, the goblin asked him again. Standing opposite the protagonist, the monster noticed that he was lost, and it was clear that he needed help, so he pitied him, and was also curious, and then he asked again about curious. Closing his eyes, the monster said that he had not seen people for a long time, and these days simple mercenaries do not even enter fortresses. Smiling, host said that he understood. Having risen, the protagonist said goodbye to the goblin, and he asked him to be careful. Waving his palm, the guy thanked him. Putting his hand on his side, the monster reciprocated. In the distance, a huge city was visible. It was visible how the young man jumped high off the ground. The player stretched his legs forward. The former pro-gamer continued to run quickly. A second later, Hose jumped up again. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist muttered that the reason he hadn't used magic on the 35th floor was clear, namely, that in his current state it was too dangerous and also ineffective, but now he had changed his mind. Pushing off the ground, the protagonist added that he needed to meet the king and find out something, and to do this he had to get to his castle before the time limit expired. Clenching his fist, the guy explained that that was why he was using up all his small reserves of mana. The sky appeared to be an unusual color. After some time, many houses were visible. There was a tall castle nearby. The light from the windows of the room illuminated a dark corridor. 2 goblins were lying on the floor. Squinting, the young man said that it was very exhausting for him to spend every drop of mana. Approaching the door, the player said that in the past he had found the king behind this door, and it seemed that he had made it in time. Opening the gate, the former pro-gamer wondered why there were so few guards. Hose looked towards the chair. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noticed that the room was too hot and dark, and there was a strange smell. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked if the king was really there. Noticing the bed, the guy thought that here he was, which meant he was sleeping. Looking towards the sleeping place, the young man could not understand why he heard 2 voices. Someone was making sounds under the blanket. The player covered his eyes with his hands in confusion. Approaching the bed, the former pro-gamer whispered that he was wondering why there were only a couple of guards in the room, and that this also explained the temperature, smell, and darkness. Biting his lips, Hose said that as far as he remembered, the king was very decrepit, and then wondered where he got the energy to do such things. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist choked. The protagonist looked at the blanket. A moment later, the guy, opening his jaw, screamed loudly. The Goblin King frowned and asked who he was. The young man raised his eyebrows and replied that he was some kind of killer. The monster's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, the monster began to cry. Putting his hand on his face, the goblin asked why, because he thought they were on good terms with the human kingdom. Crossing his arms, the player muttered that he thought he would be thrown off balance by what he heard, but he was acting quite calmly, and when he saw him last time, he seemed collected and dignified. The monster, sitting on the bed, asked if he had been sent to him by a trade union, and if they wanted to get rid of him and take the capital. Lowering his head, the former pro-gamer noted to himself that he was calm, but with this conversation he was only trying to distract his attention, and wanted to buy time and find a way to escape, and at the same time replied that he was not here for the sake of the human kingdom, or the union. The monster, sweat on his face, asked who hired him. Opening his mouth, Host said no one. The protagonist stood calmly in front of the monster. Spreading his fingers, the protagonist explained that it was not that important, because he had something to talk to him about. The goblin, looking forward, listened attentively, so that he could answer his question. Resting his head on his fist, the guy clarified whether they had done anything in the past that could anger the gods. Biting his lips, the young man thought that until now he had not asked questions, because he was given a quest, and he completed it, and that was it, be it the demon king, the necromancer, or the evil doppelganger. But to him they seemed like simple villains that needed to be defeated. Looking at the monster, the player added that the goblin king sitting in front of him was a completely different matter. Introducing the goblin woman with the child, the former pro-gamer explained that there was no hatred or suspicion towards him on the streets of this city, or anywhere else, and life here was peaceful and prosperous. The monster narrowed his eyes in confusion, and Hose said that he saw no point in killing the goblin king. The protagonist, leaning on his fist, muttered that, however, he was required to do so in training, without compromise, and he was curious if there was anything behind this order, and even if everything was necessary to test the skills of a newbie player, but destroying a peaceful city was too much. Frowning, the protagonist added that he needed to know the reason. Sitting on the floor, the guy noted that there was a possibility that all these floors had nothing to do with the concept of good and evil, but the gods of this world did not seem kind at all. As the young man imagined the mysterious old man, he thought that the other players seemed to think highly of them, and that most often among those who were constantly fighting hordes of enemies, there were people who worshipped certain deities. The player lowered his eyebrows and thought that, however, among his acquaintances who were training on hellish difficulty, he did not know a single person who would consider them gods. The goblin looked at the former pro-gamer and asked if they could anger the gods, to which he received a positive answer. Raising his hand, the monster said that this could not be, and then clarified that he really worshipped one of them. Opening his mouth, Hose noticed that his manner of speech had changed, and then said that this was true. A screen appeared in front of the protagonist, which said that the god of adventure was admired, and he wondered what he was admiring there. Many gods began to argue with each other, and at the same time the protagonist, squinting, could not understand what they had done there, and decided that he did not care, because he had to continue, and also asked to say what he was thinking about. The monster looked ahead in confusion. Sitting on the bed, the king said that it was not them, and they did not start at all. The guy, bulging his eyes, was very surprised. Through the sweat on his face, the goblin said that it just so happened that they had it. Raising his head, the monster added that he only dreamed of it fulfilling one small wish. Clenching his jaw, the young man understood why the gods were furious. A powerful flame appeared, and the player thought that it was industry, management, and desire, and apparently they were talking about some object, but he did not know what it was, but the power of this thing was enormous. The hand of a former pro-gamer was visible. Smiling, Hose exclaimed that he should quickly carry what he had just told him about. A magic ball was visible near the wall. An unusual artifact emitted a red light. The protagonist was standing near the window. Suddenly, the door to the room was opened by the king. The protagonist said that he barely had time, because he was already going to go looking for him, to which the goblin, sighing heavily, explained that he would not even dare to think about deceiving him and escaping. The monster asked where the beauty who was in his bed was, to which the guy, closing his eyes, said that he sent her home. Turning his gaze to the side, the young man said that he hoped that he had kept their meeting a secret from the staff. Opening his mouth, the monster answered positively. There was something emitting a red light under the cloth, and the player asked if it was it. A moment later, a piece of cloth flew up. The former pro-gamer's face was serious. A magic ball appeared. The old man, sitting on the floor, noted that, as he said, he managed to get it just recently, and they would never be able to create such a thing in their lives. Clenching his fist, Hose asked if he said that he was going to use it to make his wishes come true, after which the king exclaimed that he had not even had time to try yet. Biting his lips, the protagonist wondered what it was that could anger the gods themselves, and whether this ball was really capable of fulfilling wishes. Looking at his reflection in the unusual artifact, the protagonist thought that if he had not had time to use it yet, it meant that he intended to do it later, and it turns out that the gods had good reasons to send an assassin for his soul, and this is what lies behind the task he received on the 4th floor. Holding the red ball in his hand, the boy muttered that at first glance there was nothing special about it, and then wondered if something would happen if he infused it with a little mana. The magic item emitted dark energy. Suddenly, red lightning appeared around the artifact. With his eyes bulging, the boy couldn't figure out if it was rejecting his mana, or if this ball had the ability to repel any mana or something like that. Looking towards the goblin, the player asked how he was going to grant wishes with it, to which he received the answer that he was told that their mages would be able to use the power hidden inside. Opening his mouth, the former pro-gamer clarified whether there was mana inside him. The system reported that all the gods of the White Temple were watching him closely, and at the same time, Hose, raising the corners of his lips, muttered that he did not know what kind of power was there, but there was definitely something inside, and also wondered if he could absorb it. The magic ball emitted a bright flame, and the gods began to get nervous. The protagonist lowered his gaze, unable to understand what was wrong with him. The protagonist frowned in confusion. Suddenly, the guy smiled slightly. A lot of notifications appeared in front of the young man, which said that the gods of the White Temple began to vote, and according to the results of the vote, someone was muted, after which he asked what it was. The player's hand suddenly glowed green. With bulging eyes, the former pro-gamer clarified whether he was being teleported, and then muttered that he still had time to pass this floor. Lowering his head, Hose wondered why they were taking him away from here. The protagonist bared his teeth in confusion. A bright light was visible. Suddenly, the protagonist found himself on the 5th floor. Looking at his palm, the guy said that he was simply moved to the next floor, and he felt deceived, and also thought that it was all because of that ball. Pulling back the sleeve of his sweater, the young man added that he had, however, managed to absorb some strange power. Blue flames swirled around his palm, and he explained that it was flowing through his body, and although he did not yet understand what it was, his body had already accepted it. Closing his eyes, the player wondered what it was, and at the same time realized that he needed to watch for some time what would happen to his right hand, and if he concentrated, it felt almost the same as mana. Through the sweat on his face, the former pro gamer was confused. Examining his hand, Hose noticed that this power, unlike simple mana, was more like holy energy. Suddenly, an unusual reservoir appeared. Lying in the water, the protagonist wondered if he had passed out. Raising his palms, the protagonist said that he felt like he was so exhausted after forcibly opening all of his mana channels again to deal with the lizard men that he instantly fell asleep, and that he needed to stop exhausting himself when he didn't have enough stamina. After a moment, the guy closed his eyes. Smiling, the young man said that he had made significant progress. Sitting in the unusual tank, the player said that he had not only improved his mana channels and circulation, but also brought his physical fitness into order, and all 5 senses had become much sharper, and even his muscles and bones had developed so much that he could now handle most battles. Standing up, the former pro gamer added that his health and strength had increased, and his ability to sense mana had almost reached his previous level. Biting his lips, Hose explained that this was very different from the times when he became stronger through hard training, and this was also in just a few hours. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and thought that he had managed to pump up his previous frail body to such a state. Closing his eyes, the protagonist muttered that it hurt terribly, and opening the mana channels was a painful matter. Looking ahead, the guy said that he was happy with the result, which meant that the rest was unimportant, and of course, this could not be compared to his form in the past on the 35th floor, but for the upcoming tests, this was more than enough. The young man narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Approaching the door, the player said that he had reached the boss room of the 5th floor. Raising his head, the former pro gamer said that she was behind this door, and then wondered if it might be better to just wait here until the allotted time was up. Hose bit his lips in confusion. Reaching for the door handles, the protagonist exclaimed that if he did not go in there, he would definitely regret it later. Opening the gate, the protagonist added that the matter was not about her at all, because it was his problem. A moment later, a bright flash appeared. Suddenly, the guy found himself in a dark room. The young man narrowed his eyes sharply. A lizard appeared in front of him. The monster's tail was visible. The player smiled contentedly. The monster, holding a weapon in its hand, said that it had not met a good opponent for a long time. The evil spirit opened its mouth. Suddenly, the former pro gamer lowered the corners of his lips. The lizard's eye was shining brightly. A second later, Hose opened his mouth. Looking towards the monster, the protagonist turned to Ida. The monster, opening its mouth, noted that it seemed to her that he knew her name, after which she asked if he had extorted it from their guys. The protagonist, looking down, muttered that this was not the Ida he knew, and he would call this version by her full name. Touching her tongue, the evil spirit said that since he had learned something about her on the way here, she was sure that he knew nothing except terrible rumors. Standing up, the boy whispered that Ida was one of the few creatures who knew about the existence of the training system, and then said that she had not met any opponents here for a long time, and also clarified whether this meant that there were others before him. The lizard, waving her paw, answered that maybe there were, because she did not remember. The young man, through the sweat on his face, asked that if he did not remember, then why talk about it at all? Suddenly, the spear stuck into the ground. The monster, opening its mouth furiously, asked if it would be better if she just kept quiet. The player bared his teeth in fear. The former pro gamer, clenching his fist, realized that she was still the same, and also added that this was a creature whose freedom was taken away. Hose, looking at the monster, explained that even her memories were changed, because she would not try to remember anything from the past. The lizard held a weapon in her hand, and at the same time the protagonist said that Ida knew the whole truth very well, but was unable to object to anything, and she could only accept fate with a smile on her face. A moment later, the protagonist grabbed his sweater. Clenching his jaw, the guy muttered that he needed to control himself, and not let his emotions take over, and because he desperately wanted to find a solution, he was overcome by anger and sadness, but he would not let them consume his mind. The monster, looking at the young man, asked him to immediately stop pitying him. Sticking out his tongue, the monster said that he did not know why he began to worry about her at all, but apparently her opponent was a soft-hearted kind person. The player lowered the corners of his lips in bewilderment. Holding his chin, the former pro gamer objected that it was not very smart of her to try to guess the thoughts of another, and he had a feeling that Ida had said something similar in the past. Closing her eyes, the evil spirit said that she had always been great at reading other people's thoughts and emotions, and in order to survive, she needed to clearly understand what was on the minds of those around her, and when she received divine power and became a great warrior, she had no equal in reading other people's thoughts, and still had no idea why he felt sorry for her, but hoped that the occasion was extremely fortunate. Hose lowered his eyebrows in confusion and listened to her say that even if they were both destined to forget this moment, wouldn't it be better to rejoice now rather than regret? Smiling, the protagonist noted that she was right. Opening her mouth, the lizard said that they had found mutual understanding. Raising her paw, the monster offered to sleep with her, to which the protagonist abruptly interrupted her and answered negatively. Lowering his hands, the guy wondered if this was what she had meant in her previous tirade. In the past, the monster stuck out its tongue and said that there was no need to get so upset over trivial things. Closing its eyes, the evil spirit said that its plan to win his affection had just failed, which was quite a shame, after which the young man whispered that he could not understand why Ida was so persistent. Scratching the back of his head, the player asked what exactly about him had provoked her so much, since he knew that among her people, the strongest had the right to do whatever they wanted, but he did not understand it. The lizard looked forward in surprise. Blushing, the monster exclaimed that he was exactly her type, and then called him handsome, and the former pro-gamer remarked that he did not expect the lizard woman to find him handsome. Through sweat on his face, Hose muttered that he always thought that Ida felt some kind of admiration and respect for him because she recognized his strength. The monster, joyfully opening its mouth, suggested making love, since he now understood everything, after which the protagonist said that he should stop with the vulgarities already. Turning its head, the evil spirit said that if it defeated him, then he would have to fulfill its desire, and the protagonist objected that he had never agreed to such a thing. The high columns of the room were visible. Frowning, the lizard exclaimed that he should not dare to say that he would refuse to accept the fight. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy replied that he would not refuse. The monster held his weapon tightly, and at the same time the young man explained that it was difficult to find a more experienced fighter than Ida, because she was incredibly strong, and also excellent in the use of her trident, and also quickly made decisions in battle and had absolute authority in her tribe, and even though he had met stronger opponents, few of them were able to train him in battle as Ida did. An unusual force surrounded the player's palms, and he added that she simply loved to talk a lot, just like him, and knew a lot about a good fight. Sticking out her tongue, the monster said that it was a shapeless weapon. The former pro-gamer, raising the corners of her lips, noted that this was to her misfortune. Taking a fighting stance, the evil spirit apologized for not immediately recognizing his potential, because there was no point in holding back against him, and therefore let him try not to die right away. Hose, bulging his eyes, asked her again if she would hold back, and also wondered if she had any other abilities besides those he already knew about. Dark smoke appeared, and the protagonist said that Ida was able to turn her body into smoke and become invisible, and in addition, she could imbue the trident with a curse, and now it turned out that she had other skills. The lizard, closing her eyes, said that enough chatter. A moment later, the monster tore the clothes with its muscles. The monster furiously slammed its trident onto the ground. The protagonist, standing in front of the opponent, muttered that it was necessary to avoid close combat, and also thought that it could only use this ability in moments when it lost control of itself, but it turns out that this is not true at all. Rushing from its place, the evil spirit shouted that it was time to begin. The guy widened his eyes in bewilderment. It was visible how the lizard extended its weapon forward. The young man sharply parried the enemy's attack. The player tried to strike his enemy. The monster powerfully swung its trident. The monster opened its mouth contentedly. The former pro-gamer smiled happily. A moment later, Hose rushed towards the evil spirit. The lizard, holding its weapon tightly, exclaimed that this was an exciting fight. Clenching his fist, the protagonist asked not to open his mouth during the battle. A second later, the protagonist quickly ran forward. A bright force surrounded the guy's hand. Suddenly, the young man delivered a slashing blow to the enemy. The player was in a fighting stance. There was an unusual aura around his fist. Suddenly, the lizard attacked the former pro-gamer with its head. Grinning, Hose defended himself contentedly. The monster opened its mouth furiously. The protagonist abruptly knelt down. Biting his lips, the protagonist asked what kind of ability it was, because she could neither summon clones nor create illusions. But how could that be possible then? The monster, pulling out a trident, noted that it was her secret weapon, and was surprised that he was able to parry it. Through the sweat on his face, the guy said that he knew that she was able to cover her entire body with a haze, which makes it easier to dodge an enemy's attack and complicates his ability to inflict any damage, and now she used nothing less than ninjutsu. A moment later, the young man stood up, thinking that he did not know about such a thing. Frowning, the evil spirit asked if they would continue. Smiling, the player answered positively and added that the fight was now becoming more interesting and exciting. Suddenly, the former pro-gamer jumped high. The lizard fired several projectiles. Hose furiously parried the tridents flying at him. A second later, the protagonist swung his fist. The protagonist extended his palm forward. The guy dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. The enemy stuck out his tongue in bewilderment. The young man, lowering his eyebrows, muttered that although she was using unfamiliar techniques, and his body was now completely different from before, he knew what he should be prepared for. Examining the monster's body, The player thought about her strength, speed, combat experience, and quick decision-making. Opening his mouth, the former pro gamer realized that he was ready for anything. The sharp blades of the trident appeared. The monster abruptly rushed from its place. Hose quickly dodged the attack. A second later, the protagonist counterattacked his opponent. The protagonist came close to the evil spirit. A small puddle appeared on the floor. Sweat was running down the guy's cheek. The lizard's eye was glowing red. Suddenly, the young man pierced the monster's chest through. A moment later, the monster fell to the ground. It was visible how the player lowered his gaze. Blood was flowing from the mouth of the evil spirit. Suddenly, the lizard's pupils turned white. The former pro gamer stood over the defeated enemy. Crouching down, Hose said that she was dying for the third time, but he was no longer affected by such things, and if he reasoned coldly, he was able to give her what she always craved. The monster's muscles were visible, and at the same time the protagonist added that this was a tense duel with a worthy opponent, in which the lives of both hung by a thread, and a fair fight that every lizard man dreams of. Looking down, the protagonist whispered that even if such a death was considered ideal for them, he could never understand this way of thinking. Looking at the monster, the guy explained that this death did not mean the end for Ida, but just another moment that she would never remember. The evil spirit lay on the floor unconscious, and the young man said that he wanted to believe that Ida would be happy to meet such an end, and he was sure that this was so. Biting his lips, the young man thought that he was the only one who was not at all happy with this outcome. The player continued to sit on the ground. Sharp claws of the lizard appeared. Putting his hand on his knee, the former pro gamer said that only one thought was pulsating in his empty mind. With his eyes wide open, Hose decided that he had to become stronger, and his thirst was only growing with each passing second. After some time, a dense forest appeared. 10 hours later, the protagonist found himself in the thick of the forest. An unusual force was circling around the protagonist. A bright aura was fending off the foliage. Pressing his lips together, the guy muttered that he had already finished clearing this floor, and until now, climbing from the 6th to the 11th floor, he had been concentrating on increasing the points of his basic characteristics, and now it was time to put all his efforts into developing magic. A screen with his characteristics appeared in front of the young man, and he said that no one would believe that he was able to level up so much in just 3 days. Sitting near the bushes, the player added that there was still a lot of work ahead, and the saddest thing was that he learned about the existence of many new abilities, which he most likely would not have time to master this time, but it became clear to him that at the moment he had achieved an excellent growth rate. The former pro gamer suddenly touched his leg. Smiling, Hose thought that if he went to that place now, he might find a hint on how to become stronger. Suddenly, the protagonist found himself in a dark room. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist realized that he had reached the 13th floor. The boy looked around. A moment later, the young man walked forward. The number 1 was painted on the wooden tablet. The player looked at it sharply. A second later, the former pro gamer opened the door. A human silhouette was visible in the room. The man greeted Hose with his palms crossed. The protagonist's face was serious. The monk, sitting on the floor, said that he had not met the traveler face to face for a long time, and then asked what he wanted to find here. The walls of the room appeared, and the protagonist noted that the power filling this room was neither magic nor holy energy. The guy imagined the monk of the 33rd room, and then thought that if he could meet him, he might find the answer. Looking at his palm, the young man asked again what he wanted from him. Opening his mouth wide, the player replied that he just needed to know how he could become stronger. The former pro gamer sharply stretched his hand to his side. Hose frowned slyly. The monk put his palms together and asked if he had come to find the key to power. Closing his eyes, the man suggested that it would not be easy to find, then added that especially at the level the player was currently at. Holding his hand out to the side, the protagonist told his interlocutor to save those words for the others, then stated that he needed no more than one small hint. Sitting on the floor, the monk laughed and suggested that he thought he had met an extremely confident traveler, but he believed that he would be able to achieve what he wanted. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist thought about how strange this 13th floor was, and the energy emanating from the monk was neither mana nor holy power. Looking at the iron doors, the guy thought about how he clearly remembered feeling it earlier in the 33rd room, and did not understand what it was. Frowning, the former pro gamer realized that if he could find the answer, the time he had spent here would be worth it. Lowering his chin, the young man offered to get down to business, after which he explained that he had very little time and asked to tell him the fastest way to get to the 33rd room. Grinning, the man began to laugh, when he suddenly said that there was only one way to go further. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist said that he knew this, and then clarified if there was any way to get through without the tests, to which he replied that only those who were able to pass it had the right to enter the other rooms. Walking through the door, the protagonist thought about the fact that he had come across a very strict monk, and the entire 13th floor was quite difficult, and it took a lot of time, and now he only had 13 hours to spare. The guy sighed heavily, opening his mouth. Spreading his fingers, the former pro-gamer wondered if he would be able to get to the right monk in that time. The man clenched his fist near his head. At the same moment, the young man jumped up. Magic power through the novice back. The hero's hands clashed in battle. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man began to beg his opponent to let him pass. Closing his eyes, the monk replied that he could not do this. A moment later, Ho swung his leg. The man rolled across the floor with a crash. Squinting, the protagonist thought that from the 15th room onwards, the monks were becoming stronger, so it was time to come up with a tactic to get rid of them faster. Spreading his fingers, the protagonist decided that he would cope with this and achieve his goal, no matter what it took. Dark energy flows rushed along the corridor. The room number was visible on a wooden plate. Inside it, on the floor, a man was sitting. A slight grin appeared on his face. At the same second, the guy kicked down the door to the room. The monk ran after him and shouted for him to stop, to which he apologized and exclaimed that he had no time at all. Having dropped closer to the floor, the former pro-gamer realized that he was only in the 26th room, and even running away from all the monks he still did not have time, so he had to hurry. The doors to the test room began to open. Inside it stood an old man with his arms outstretched. The novice grinned angrily. Starting to break with his feet, the young man cried out that he knew that he was going to read morals and teach him, but not letting him go was too much. The monk smiled and said that he would not listen to the complaints of an outsider who was running away from all the tests, after which he clarified why he was in such a hurry, to which he replied that he was trying to get to the monk in the 33rd room. Gritting his teeth, the man asked if the player was afraid to honestly pass the tests, and then began to laugh. Placing his hands on his hips, the protagonist repeated what he had already said, that he did not have time for them. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist thought about the fact that no matter what dodges he used, he could not save time, and even if he cleared all the rooms one by one, he would not have time to learn from the monk from this room. Pulling his hand back, Hose decided that in this case he would put his second plan into action. Raising an eyebrow, the old man was surprised and asked if the player had finally made up his mind, and what he intended to do. Clenching his fist, the protagonist told him to attack. Putting his palm to his chin, the novice laughed and said that his offer suited him. Gritting his teeth, the man offered him to begin. After some time, the dirty monk sat by the pillar. Lowering his head, he muttered that this was not bad, and even very good. The protagonist, with his lips pressed together, did not understand what was happening, because he did not even understand whether he had won or lost. The old man clarified why the player froze and told him to go to the next room, to which he raised his hand and said that thanks to someone, he did not have time for it at all. Turning his head to the side, the guy noted that soon the timer would completely expire and all his plans would collapse, after which he added that he was already in the 26th room, and the way was not short. The monk grinned, and the former pro-gamer thought that even now he was closely watching him, because he felt it with his skin. Frowning, the young man realized that he really wanted to get to him, so he thought that there was no choice, and he needed to talk to that monk. Sitting on the floor, the old man laughed and asked for forgiveness for ruining all his plans, to which he noted that if he really was sorry, then he should close his mouth and stop laughing, because it was annoying. Looking back, the protagonist said that it was really annoying, then asked if all the monks were so bored that they were picking on everyone, and noted that they had no tasks or goals, and in general it seemed to him that even their characters were different. The space in the room was surrounded by bright energy flows, and the protagonist decided that he didn't care, because now he had a much more important matter, so he needed to focus on the flow of someone else's energy. Closing his eyes, the guy thought about how clearly he felt it. Lowering his hands, the former pro-gamer wondered if the man was using spiritual pressure to suppress his perception. Putting his hand in front of himself, the young man remembered that the same thing happened last time, and at first it seemed to him that he was under the influence of an illusion, so then he was surprised by the incredible amount of mana emanating from the monk, but it was not about it. Closing his lips, Hose realized that this was not a trace of magic at all. Bright rays flew from above, and the protagonist decided that it was an aura. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he had already received several hints, and even Kurikiri had given him advice about it. Magic particles were floating in the space, and the guy thought that when he held back the magic, he was also hiding the flow of aura. But if he found a way to release only the aura and not use mana, then according to her, it would help him a lot. Remembering his walks in the waiting room, the former pro-gamer thought about the last time during the test with the monk, he pumped up his sensitivity, and could remotely feel his strength. Evil monsters appeared, and the young man thought that when he fought with the Great Mother and the Demon Lord, he felt a similar pressure, so he thinks that this was also their aura, and this is not just a power beyond knowledge, so it can be a kind of cast of the soul itself. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that each of his opponents who had strong pressure had energy that was similar to the one emanating from the monk. Energy flows rushed along the corridor, and the protagonist decided that he should find out what its power was. Inside the room, the silhouette of a man was illuminated by magical particles. A satisfied smile was visible on the monk's face. The old man sat by the pillar and thought. Lowering his head, the novice felt this energy. Opening his mouth, Hose wondered if it changes shape and turns into something else. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he needed to concentrate and feel its presence. Purple streams of aura rushed straight towards the monk. The man's hair flew up and silence reigned around him. Magic particles surrounded the protagonist's body, and he thought about the overwhelming pressure he felt from each of the strong opponents that had previously stood in his way and the trace of the monk's power that filled this room. Golden particles floated in the air, and it turned out that this power was an aura. The boy lowered the corners of his lips, wondering if he could reach his level if he managed to become even stronger. Remembering how the Hell difficulty floor manager raised her hand, the former pro-gamer thought about Kurikiri saying that he limited the power of his aura emission when he reduced his mana consumption, so as long as he did not suppress the flow of mana that came out, the aura would also be freely released. Clenching his fists, the young man decided that he should not have any problems with not hiding it. Squinting, the protagonist realized that now he should worry about how to increase the power of the aura coming out of the body, and for example, the image of a monk would be useful. Energy flows surrounded the protagonist's body, and he decided that he needed to try to understand its power. A bright sphere appeared between the guy's palms. The space in front of him was filled with magical particles. The golden aura began to absorb the purple one. Frowning, the former pro-gamer asked what he needed. The old man noted that it sounded a bit rude, to which he closed his eyes and clarified what he had to do with it, after which he added that it seemed to him that he had already gone into the fog. Opening his mouth, the novice said that he thought that the time that was mentioned earlier was already coming to an end. Looking away, Hose asked if it was time for him already. The man placed his palm on his body and thanked him for teaching him so much, which surprised him greatly. Closing his eyes, the old man explained that in the fight with him he could feel his power constantly changing, taking different forms, and it was a wonderful experience, and although there was almost no chance against him, he did not regret the time spent, and then thanked him again. The novice said that he would repay him for such an invaluable experience, to which he put his hand to the side and said that this was not worth doing, after which he said that it was time for him to move on. Lowering his chin, the protagonist noted that he would not be able to take anything with him anyway, and then added that he had no need for a weapon. Holding the object between two fingers, the old man clarified whether he would even need medicine in that case. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist screamed loudly. Raising his leg, the boy cried out that if he had such a thing with him, he should have given it to him right away, and what kind of bad luck was this? Closing his eyes, the former pro-gamer muttered that if he had at least 30 seconds to spare, he could have healed himself, but he was out of luck. Sitting in the same position as the monk, the young man noticed that the novice from this floor kept his distance and tried to feel his strength, so he has a feeling that if someone were to observe his progress here, this experience would be very useful, and for this he would need someone quite pumped up from the 16th floor. A bright flash of light appeared, and the protagonist decided that until then he would act alone. Suddenly, a magical sphere of light appeared. The adventurers stood one after another, and the protagonist realized that this was finally the 16th floor. The guy brought his body closer to the ground. The mercenary grinned and asked if it was an evil doppelganger, while the paladin remarked that he thought he had disappeared. The adventurer asked where the exit was, to which Archon lowered his chin and asked if they were stuck here. The big guy's mouth wide open, he didn't understand where he had gone or where they should look for him, while Hose thought about how they hadn't changed at all. The mage had a glowing object in his hand, and the protagonist explained that the 16th floor was a dungeon stage where they had to find a doppelganger among the entire team, and there were a lot of pretty strong guys here, so he thought he should be able to find someone with enough experience to help. The wizard frowned and said that the search had yielded no results, after which the protagonist reported that the doppelganger was this guy last time, when he was hiding among them, pretending to be a mage. The knight held out his palm and explained that according to his notes, the evil double was killing a person to take their identity, and when the cave collapsed, it attacked one of them. Kneeling down, the guy remembered that this swordsman simply loved to explain everything, and he himself did not remember what would happen next. The sorcerer's eyes began to glow brightly red. Lowering his head, the former pro-gamer mentally said that this guy should have at least tried not to give himself away. The old man turned his head to the side and asked if any of them knew this young man. The magician said that he was not sure, but he was not involved in his research expedition, when suddenly the mercenary grabbed an axe and asked if he was this double. The big man spread his legs wide and shouted that they should surround him and attack him all at once, to which the young man wondered if they had made a decision in half a second last time. Archon dropped his jaw and shouted that he would kill the evil demon to free the soul he had claimed from eternal torment, then added that his pathetic soul would rot in the flames of divine light. The swordsman raised his weapon and shouted that he was doing this for the king. Inside the cave, there were rubbles of stone. Hose folded his arms and declared that he was not a double, then asked if they understood. The adventurers lowered their heads and replied that they understood, and the old man assumed that he was telling the truth. The protagonist explained that this meant that one of them was the double, when suddenly the knight opened his mouth wide and shouted for everyone to confess, and the protagonist thought about how he was a real master of changing shoes in midair. Closing one eye, the guy noted that as soon as he found the double, he would take it on himself, but this process could last tens of hours. Archon frowned and asked if he already knew who the double was, and the mercenary asked why it was taking so long. Lowering the corners of his lips, the former pro-gamer thought about the fact that although he already knew the identity of the double, but if he got rid of him right now, there would be no time left for training, because in 17 hours he would be transferred to the 18th floor, and this mission would be considered complete, but before the time expired, he would still have to defeat him to gain experience. The magician raised his hat, and the young man did not understand why he could not act calmly, because at this rate he would give himself away and they would simply kill him. Looking away, the protagonist said that he needed to do something until then. The adventurers stood one after another, and the protagonist said words about magic, holy energy and sword fighting skills, after which he said that he wanted each of them to teach him what they knew. The mercenary scratched the back of his head and asked if he was going to learn everything from all of them, after which he spoke about his ability, to which he replied that he did not need it. The big man sadly raised his eyebrows. The glowing ball hovered near the ceiling of the cave, and words of agreement were heard. The paladin extended his hand forward and said that holy energy always had this form, to which Hose replied that he understood everything. Closing one eye, the old man asked if he hadn't known about it before, because in this world no one can take the place of God, and then added that the deities of these lands came to them from other worlds. Frowning, the protagonist asked him again. Closing his eyes, the adventurer noted that at least that's what the legend said, because the gods of the White Temple had been here since time immemorial. Opening his mouth, the protagonist admitted that he had never thought about who the gods of this world were before they became gods. Raising his hand, the paladin explained that there was nothing more blasphemous than an insignificant person trying to become a god, but the records kept in the temple spoke of another dimension. People in white clothes appeared, and the old man said that this was, simply put, another world, in which a scripture about the past of a certain ascended man had been preserved, and everyone believed that his face had been sent down by the gods themselves. The man smiled, and the paladin told him that he had once become a true god because he had constantly told his followers this. Standing in front of the boy, the man said that the records said that in his world he was an outstanding historical figure, and judging by how quickly he had subjugated the faith of his flock, it was easy to believe. A bright glow flashed past the silhouette of the adventurer. The former pro-gamer frowned as the old man told him that upon reaching the peak of power, a person who had achieved ascension opens the way for himself to become a deity. Opening his mouth, the young man asked his interlocutor again. Hose raised his eyebrows and wondered what that sound was, as he didn't remember hearing anything like it during his last playthrough. The paladin's eyes darkened, which surprised the protagonist greatly, and he asked if everything was okay. The protagonist's pupils noticeably enlarged. The old man raised his head. The guy's eyes widened, seeing a bunch of notifications that 99 gods of the pantheon were watching him, and the start of the vote was announced. The old man raised his chin and coughed. The paladin said that for some reason he couldn't remember what was there and probably heard it out of the corner of his ear, to which the former pro-gamer, sitting on the ground, replied that there was nothing to worry about, so he didn't have to worry. Smiling broadly, Archon asked if it was true that it was his turn now. The knight began to loudly tell him that unfortunately he knew practically nothing about the gods, but he could tell a lot about the mastery of the sword, after which he added that their conversation could take the whole night, but he was ready to devote him to all the details, including a demonstration, and while the adventurers turned their gaze to him, the young man said that he understood this, but he should calm down and stop yelling like that. Putting his palm out to the side, the swordsman cried out that in that case they would start with the Sword of Light, and then clarified whether he knew about the great predecessor who invented it, to which he replied that he did and began to talk about the third form of the sword. Archon closed his eyes and exclaimed that his knowledge was impressive, and as the young man said, he had 3 forms, and the first one arose during the time of turmoil that began in the cauldron of the War of 6 Nations, and as for the legends about the Sword of Light, he meant not only the history of its creation, but also not the legends that were passed down for centuries by sword masters in tales and epics. The protagonist frowned and said that it was good to swallow dirt with the knight, because he would not even let you open your mouth. 5 hours later, a dark passage in the cave appeared. Tilting his head to the side, the protagonist asked if the swordsman wanted to say that in the end he did not own the third form of the sword at all. Smiling broadly, Archon exclaimed that this was exactly so, to which he was asked if he wanted to die. Lying on the ground, Hose noted that since he didn't know anything, he could have just said so right away, and he had been telling him some nonsense for 5 hours on purpose, to which he replied that he had told him everything that any swordsman knew. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the protagonist asked him to remind him of his name. Closing his eyes, Archon introduced himself, and then noted that it was better not to know his last name. Putting his hand on his leg, the protagonist asked if knights usually had a last name, to which he began to speak, when suddenly the mercenary advised him not to meddle in other people's personal affairs. The big guy turned to him and said that he himself knew that the aristocratic knight didn't want to give his last name for no reason, to which he replied that he didn't know about it, but he was simply asked not to meddle in it. Lowering the corners of his lips, the guy thought about the fact that he really didn't know this, but suddenly decided to skip it, because it was time to learn magic. The mage was kneeling on the ground. Looking away, the former pro-gamer thought that this guy was the evil twin, and if he threatened to reveal his identity, he could extract useful knowledge from him. The mercenary put his hand behind his head and asked if he was going to tell them who the twin was, to which he replied that they needed to wait a little longer. Suddenly, the young man called out to the wizard, to which the wizard, holding an object in his hands, asked if he had been told that. Lowering his chin, the protagonist asked if he could set up a barrier that would not let sound through, or better yet, so that they could not be seen behind it, to which he wondered why. A female version of the wizard appeared next to him, and the protagonist noted that he was too worried because his voice seemed to have become higher and more feminine, after which he added that even if his true form was of the opposite gender, the double should not act so suspiciously. With his elbows spread out, the wizard anxiously asked if he wanted to know his true identity, to which he answered in the affirmative and advised him to hurry up and put up a barrier to talk inside him. Lowering his head, the wizard exclaimed that he would not do it. Frowning, the guy did not understand what was wrong with her. The wizard shouted loudly and asked for help, after which the former pro-gamer turned his head and wondered what was going on here. The wizard tightly grasped the magic staff with his fingers. Suddenly, the wizard turned into a girl. The adventurers anxiously put their hands in front of them and did not understand what was happening. The adventurer crouched closer to the ground, and the heroes said that their sorcerer turned out to be a woman. The sorceress put her fingers to her neck and declared that this was her true identity, after which she added that she came here on behalf of her teacher, who was the owner of the tower. The girl screamed that the man immediately realized who she really was and tried to drag her into a place closed from prying eyes, so the vile shameless pervert was definitely going to do something terrible to her, to which he opened his mouth in bewilderment. Closing his lips, the former pro-gamer thought that if he allowed her to continue to deceive everyone in this form, then things would take a bad turn. Closing her eyes, the mage screamed and asked why he needed a completely closed barrier if he did not want anything bad, after which she ordered him to explain quickly. Raising his hand, the protagonist mentally said that he had decided to pull the double out of his body and kill it right now. Blue magical particles surrounded his palm, and the protagonist explained that he already knew the basics of magic anyway, but he did not want to put himself in such a slippery position. Swinging his sword, the paladin shouted that he was using a holy strike. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked if the old man had gone crazy and what he was doing. Suddenly, the adventurer pounced on him. The former pro-gamer reached out with his hands towards the enemy's weapon. Snatching the equipment, the young man threw his opponent back. Hose frowned, thinking that his behavior was understandable, because from the perspective of this elderly paladin, he had just tried to flirt with a female mage who looked very similar to his long-dead daughter, and such things are not uncommon during the hunt for an evil doppelganger, so he should tell Hyunjin about it. Running forward, the old man shouted that the protagonist was a bastard. At the same moment, the protagonist hit him hard on the head. Raising his equipment up, the boy noted that this weapon was pleasant to work with, after which he suggested that next time he should buy a huge two-handed axe. The sharp edge of the blade flew through the air. Beers ran up from behind, and the former pro-gamer did not understand what kind of news this was. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young man asked if the adventurer decided to intervene now, although he had been sitting quietly until now. The man bit his lips in pain. A moment later, the protagonist dealt him another blow to the face. The protagonist lifted his leg off the ground and realized it was poison. At that very moment, the adventurer started to run away. The guy delivered a devastating attack with his sword. Beerus's eyes widened in fear. The former pro-gamer opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that this was no joke, because he could die like that. The mercenary ran forward, waving his arms from side to side. Looking back, the young man decided that he was finished, because no matter how he justified himself, no one would believe him anymore. The big guy rushed to help the adventurer, while the protagonist thought about the fact that he just wanted to learn as many different techniques as possible during the passage of this floor, and now all his plans were ruined. The man looked down at the floor in bewilderment. The protagonist frowned in surprise. Tongues of dark magic appeared from the adventurer's back. Hose lowered his hands, not understanding what was happening. Raising his head, the protagonist wondered what had happened and whether the evil double had not been the mage all along. Beers flew up from the ground and his companions cried out that this was the evil double. The adventurer's eyes turned white. Opening his mouth in alarm, Archon shouted that the double had killed their comrade and taken his appearance. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist did not understand why the double was that adventurer, because it was supposed to be the mage. Closing his lips, the guy thought that everything was clear to him and apparently the double chooses a new victim in each round, but now it did not matter. Suddenly, streams of dark energy burst from the man's mouth. The former pro-gamer rushed towards the black magic. A bright beam of light pierced the adventurer's body. A moment later, Bierce collapsed to the ground. The adventurers approached their partner and bowed their heads. The young man looked away and remained silent. Putting his hand on his side, the protagonist remembered that in the past there were 2 imposters here on the 16th floor, and the second was himself. So it was interesting what would happen this time, because there were only 2 options: either there were no more intruders, or it was one of them. Raising his head, the protagonist thought about how such complex problems could not be solved by simple thinking alone, but decided to go to the next floor anyway, so he might as well not waste time on it. The mage widened her eyes and agreed with his words, to which he cried out in fear. Adjusting her hat with her fingers, the sorceress asked if it was true that this was why he was acting so suspicious. Turning around, the guy did not understand what she meant, and then realized what she was talking about. The former pro-gamer explained that he simply wanted to learn magic from her, to which she twisted her face and asked why he did not say so right away, to which she replied that there was no assumption that she would misunderstand him so much. The sorceress leaned over and, after a pause, said that it turned out that he really did know who the evil double was. The girl admitted that she had really misunderstood him, and then began to apologize, to which the boy dropped his hands and said that he knew nothing. Hose said that he thought that the evil double was her, to which she widened her eyes in surprise. In the middle of the dark passage in the cave, the sorceress could be heard asking if the player wanted to tell her that he was going to learn magic from the evil double under a closed barrier, to which she answered that he wanted to make a deal in which she would teach him magic, and he would not turn her in, after which she clarified how he even came up with the idea of learning from the double. Raising her eyebrows, the sorceress screamed that he was completely crazy, because he did not even think about what would have happened to them if he decided to hide the identity of the double, when she suddenly clarified why he began to suspect an innocent weak woman, to which he thought about the fact that he did not even suspect that she had a boneless tongue, so she was an excellent match for that night. Throwing the paladin's weapon over his shoulder, the protagonist asked whether the magician would teach him knowledge or not. After a pause, the sorceress frowned and agreed. The rocky ground in the cave was illuminated by magic. The mercenary and the paladin were sitting by the wall. The silhouettes of the heroes were black, and one of them admitted that he did not even know that the old man's story was so gloomy, and it was almost unbearable for him to listen to it, because a similar case happened in his family, to which he replied that everything was fine. Archon closed his eyes and said that the series of terrible events failed to break their spirit, when he suddenly began to talk about how he became a knight, and said that he originally did not intend to become one, and this happened due to a series of unusual coincidences, and it all began with Marquis Hellblaine, who owns a region that is incredibly famous for beautiful lakes, but he himself is terribly swampy. And it is from there that his brother and his friend Robin come, while Hose was thinking about when the swordsman will already be silent. The sorceress lowered her head to her feet, and the protagonist noted that since most of the magic she taught him was already known to him, he did not learn anything new, and by the time the training was over, everyone was already asleep except him. The swordsman explained that his friend named Robin, whom he had known for a long time, was an outstanding person who had managed to bridge the gap between the classes of society and win his trust, to which the protagonist, putting his chin to his fist, asked if the man was tired, to which he received the answer that he was not at all. Raising his eyebrows, Archon said that so much had just happened, and he had not been able to help them, so he had to just stand aside and watch what was happening, to which the guy did not understand what they were talking about, because after punching him in the face, he had not shut up at all. Leaning forward, the former pro-gamer advised him to say what was on his mind already and go to bed, to which the knight remained silent. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the swordsman asked if it was really all over. Frowning, the young man asked him again. The paladin and the mercenary were sleeping by the wall, and the man asked what if there was any other danger in this dungeon besides the evil double, to which the protagonist asked what he was talking about and where he got that from. Archon pressed his lips together. The knight said that you just have to look at the protagonist to see that he is always on guard, to which he looked at his interlocutor with displeasure. Closing his eyes, the guy thought about how this man managed to see right through him, but since he understood, he could sit and keep quiet. The swordsman knelt down and said that he tries not to show it, but at the same time does not relax for a second, and even the pose in which he sits makes it clear that he is ready to fight at any moment, to which he realized that the interlocutor is much more observant than he thought. The man admitted that he seemed to sense his intentions, to which the former pro-gamer turned his head back and asked him again. Archon's jaw dropped, and he asked if he had told the boy about his time in the war, when he was once sent to the battlefield as a newbie and met an old spearman there. Recalling how he sat on the ground with his spear, the knight said that before the battle had even begun, he had felt something strange in him, and that he was neither a great mage nor a famous knight, but simply an old warrior with a spear at the ready. Ho's lips turned down, and he remained silent, and his interlocutor continued that until then, he had thought that preparing for battle consisted of practicing techniques and helping wounded comrades. The swordsman lowered his eyebrows and noted that this man prepared differently, namely, by casting aside all unnecessary things and concentrating completely. The man sat with his eyes closed, and Archon reported that he had cast aside fear, regret and hope, and was completely focused on what he saw in front of him. Sitting on the ground, the knight explained that for this he ignored all the little things around him, and these were his true thoughts. Dropping his jaw, the swordsman asked him to answer his question about whether the player was sure that there was no more danger. Raising his palm, the guy said that there was nothing to be afraid of, because dangerous enemies were not waiting here. The interlocutor clarified what this meant, and the former pro-gamer waved his hand and asked him to go to bed before he knocked him out himself. Magic particles hovered near the ceiling of the cave. Looking up, the young man thought about the need to discard everything unnecessary and focus on the real threat. Closing his lips, the protagonist decided that he must be ready. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the protagonist thought about the fact that in order to protect what he has now, he must be ready to discard everything and fight with all his might at the moment of collision with the enemy. Ho's eyes lit up and he saw a message that he would be teleported to the next 17th floor. A blue glow surrounded the dark silhouette of the man. Curling his fingers, the protagonist noticed that a clone of himself was being created there with the skills he had managed to obtain by this point, and last time he had managed to pass it without any problems because he was first. But he was curious about what awaited him now. Remembering how Kurikiri's eyes widened and she told him about the purpose of the test, the protagonist realized that he needed to focus and prepare for a battle with himself, having already lost his past progress. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy thought about the fact that in his current state he was practically unarmed, and he had to defeat a clone from the past who had reached the 17th floor. Putting his palm to his leg, the former pro-gamer realized that what he had learned over the past few days was clearly not enough. Lowering his hands, the young man remembered that there was no time loop or anything like that on the 35th floor itself, so there was a chance that he would not have to fight the clone, then he would pass the floor as easily as last time. The paladin bowed his head to his knees. The protagonist turned his head to the side. Magic particles scattered through the air. A blue glow surrounded the protagonist's silhouette. The guy concentrated and closed his eyes. His hair fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, his clone appeared in front of him. The copy emitted bright vapors of magic. The double turned his head back, and it turned out that they were already on the 17th floor. The clone stood with his mouth slightly open. The former pro-gamer frowned seriously. Closing his lips, the young man realized that as he thought, no messages appeared, which meant that he could get to the next floor without killing his illusion, but in the end, either the copy nor he had any need to fight to the death. At the same moment, a dark magic ball rose into the air from the clone's palm. The clone tightly grasped the weapon with his fingers. His eyes began to shine brightly. Lowering his head, Hose assumed that he was delighted. Rising from his knees, the protagonist thought that he understood him perfectly, because for the first time in a long time he had a chance to get rid of the boring routine and put his life on the line in battle, and this crazy grin of his really pissed him off. Spreading his fingers, the protagonist assumed that the same smile was now on his face. In a large room, the guy and his clone stood opposite each other. The former pro-gamer closed his lips. A smile appeared on his copy's face. Suddenly, the double jumped up. The illusion widened its eyes as it saw a wisp of magic dust in front of it. The beam of energy began to grow. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred. The protagonist put 2 fingers forward. The silhouette of his clone was enveloped in magical flows. The copy rushed forward and ran at him. Dodging, the protagonist used flash. At the same second, the guy punched the double in the face. His illusion fell down. A bright explosion formed in its place. The former pro-gamer extended his hand forward. The clone was sitting in the middle of a smoke cloud. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on the copy's face. Particles of magic began to rise to the ceiling. The double attacked him, striking with a sword. Leaning down, the young man screamed loudly. Raising his leg, the protagonist threw the opponent back. Suddenly, the eyes of his illusion noticeably increased. The opponent bent his fingers. The protagonist rose in the air, while his opponent used soul exploitation. Gritting his teeth, the boy cried out that the clone was going too far. Landing on the floor, the former pro-gamer thought about how he didn't expect to be exploited, because it was as if his copy had sucked all his energy out of him in one fell swoop and seriously damaged his mana circulation. Frowning, the young man realized that this bastard was stronger than him. The clone tightly gripped the hilt of the sword with his fingers, and Hose thought that he didn't want to admit it, but a fact is a fact. Grinning, the protagonist began to think about how he had barely put in any effort in fights with enemies before, so it could be said that he had defeated them with his left hand alone. That's why he had always wondered what it was like to face a worthy opponent in battle, and now he had a great chance to find out. Using the wind arrow skill, the protagonist formed a bright green trail in the air. Bending his knees, the guy realized that in addition to magic, his double uses an aura that is similar to his. Suddenly, his illusion stumbled, and the former pro-gamer mentally said that fortunately he fell into its trap. Jumping aside, the young man thought that watching how he easily uses a bunch of spells at once, the enemy decided that he had more mana than him. Bright wings appeared behind the opponent, and the protagonist realized that this is why he is attacking with all his might in order to quickly end the battle. Closing his lips, the protagonist decided that this is great, because his small chance of winning at least slightly increased, although he does not have even half the mana that the clone has. The double spread his wings, and his original thought that if the fight dragged on, he would undoubtedly lose to him. Grinning viciously, the guy realized that now everything depended only on him. A bright flash appeared under the illusion's feet. Suddenly, the former pro gamer kicked his opponent's sword. Frowning, the youth thought that his strongest point was information, so he could easily guess the illusion's next move. The clone waved his hand through the air. Hose shouted that his enemy would be at him in 3 jumps now, and asked if he thought he wouldn't understand it, when he suddenly swung his elbow at him. The copy tilted its head down. At the same second, the doppelganger swung its blade, causing the protagonist to cry out indignantly. The protagonist's eyes widened, surprised at how fast his opponent was. The illusion's eyes turned white, and the youth exclaimed that he was no match for him in terms of speed. Leaning toward the ground, the former pro gamer decided that he needed to figure out how to break through the defense, and find out what he had that his opponent didn't. The illusion frowned, and his original thought that he had enough experience to reason during the battle, so he thought that he was asking himself this very question from the very beginning of the battle. Having climbed up, the protagonist thought about the fact that they had the same faces, the same muscles, and even similar habits, but completely different fighting styles. Opening his mouth, the protagonist realized that he only needed a moment, and something that would cause him to hesitate even a little. The clone's blade glowed brightly due to the flow of mana. Opening his mouth wide, the guy shouted that he was the real Hose, and that there was a fake in front of him. Suddenly, the copy's face visibly distorted. The fist of the former pro gamer was enveloped in bright energy. With one blow, he threw his opponent far back. The player menacingly lowered his eyebrows. Blood flowed from the opponent's mouth. A bright sword appeared. A powerful explosion was heard in front of the protagonist. The protagonist's eyes widened in confusion. A moment later, the guy turned his gaze back. The clone's pupils suddenly turned white. The young man touched his double's neck with his palm. The player smiled contentedly. The face of the copy of the former pro gamer was covered in scars. The enemy tried to push Hodge. A second later, the protagonist fell to the ground and exclaimed that the bastard should get off him, because he was in a bad mood. The double, looking at the protagonist, asked what it meant that he was real. The guy, squinting, muttered that he was probably confused, because he always doubted whether he was real, and then suddenly another creature appeared and declared that it was not so. Lying on the floor, the young man asked if his copy wanted him to tell him what the fundamental difference was between them. The player suddenly opened his mouth. An unusual glow appeared above the guy's. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy was heard, and the former pro gamer explained that the difference was that they were on different levels. Magic beams rushed towards the enemy. A thick haze swirled in the room. Suddenly, the severed head of a copy of the protagonist appeared. The enemy's limb fell to the ground. Hose, pushing the clone's body away, asked him to get lost. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that if he had attacked him as he originally intended, then he would be lying there instead of him, and giving him time was his fatal mistake. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The guy suddenly leaned over and coughed. Blood appeared on his palm, after which he wondered if it was poison. The young man clenched his jaw in confusion. Looking at the defeated enemy, the player exclaimed that he was crazy and asked if he had poisoned his blood on purpose. The former pro gamer hunched over and muttered that even he had never thought of such a thing, and then asked himself if he was crazy. Lowering his eyebrows, Hose remembered about the antidote. Digging through the clothes of his double, the protagonist said that he couldn't help but take care of it. 2 small flasks appeared, and at the same time, the protagonist reported what he had found. The guy quickly began to drink the blue liquid. The system reported that he had received 3rd-level resistance to poisons, and the young man, baring his teeth, noted that it didn't work, because it couldn't completely remove the poison. Looking at his copy, the player noticed that because he had pumped up his resistance to poisons, the poisonousness skill also grew quickly, and this poison could not be neutralized with a regular potion. Closing his eyes, the former pro gamer decided that he would simply burn it out with mana. Through the sweat on his face, Hose thought that if he fainted, it would be the end for him, and therefore he needed to hold on and not let the poison that had entered his body spread further. It was visible how 2 magical forces collided with each other, and at the same time, the protagonist muttered that he should block the paths and direct it to one point, and finally burn it with mana. It seemed like an unusual aura surrounded the protagonist. The guy sharply clenched his fingers. The young man's face was tired. A notification appeared in front of the player, which said that he had received resistance to poisons of the 11th level, after which he wondered if he had passed out. Clenching his jaw, the former pro gamer said that the state of his body was the worst possible, and the poison was still inside. Sighing heavily, Ho said that he did not even have the strength to disperse the mana, and did not understand what was happening around him, and also asked where he was. A large leaf of a tree was visible covering the protagonist's body. The protagonist squinted in confusion and asked if it was a forest. Closing his eyes, the boy said that if it was a forest, it meant that it was the 19th floor, and then asked if he had missed the 18th while he was unconscious. Through the sweat on his face, the young man said that everything was swimming in front of his eyes again. Suddenly, animal ears appeared. The player opened his mouth in surprise. Mayan looked sadly at the former pro-gamer. Hose recognized him by lifting the corners of his lips. Frowning, the protagonist asked what he was doing. The boy, wide-eyed, replied that he was simply trying to figure out where he was injured. Trying to get up, the protagonist whispered that he realized what it was, namely, he was checking for any external injuries, after which he explained that he was not injured, but all because he was poisoned. The child's body was seen shaking, and the boy said that when he first met Mayan, he could not eat properly and was on the verge of starvation. Smiling, the young man said that he should have some dried meat in his bag, and let him at least eat that. The boy looked down sadly, to which the player asked what had happened. Through tears, the child asked if he would die. Clenching his jaw, the former pro-gamer asked why he would die, and added that it was not something important, and therefore he should feel free to eat, and in exchange, he should look for some herbs or fruits that could neutralize the poison. Mayan, stretching out his palms, answered positively. A moment later, the boy ran towards the bushes. Opening his mouth wide, the child said his name and exclaimed that he would be back soon. Hoji's eyes bulged in bewilderment. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist said that he would tell him his name later. The daytime sky appeared, and it was audible that he did not laugh at other people's names, even if they seemed funny to him. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows in pain. Mayan, holding a piece of paper in his hand, asked him to open his mouth. The guy, drinking an unusual liquid, asked if it would definitely help him. A second later, the young man turned his gaze to the side. Looking at the happy boy, the teenager noticed that he looked healthy and full of energy, and then wondered if the storyline was supposed to have him suffering from a severe cold at the beginning, or if there was another option for character development. Suddenly, the system reported that he had gained level 13 poison resistance, and the player, through the sweat on his face, clarified what kind of grass it was that instantly increased the poison resistance indicator, and at the same time asked Mayan what he had just given him. Opening his mouth wide, the child replied that it was the Mountain Lord's grass, and it protected the body from all sorts of poisons and curses. Lying on the ground, the former pro-gamer said that he had no idea such a thing existed, and the boy exclaimed that now he would fall asleep for a few days, but when he woke up, he would immediately feel better. Opening his jaw, Hose asked again how long he would sleep. The boy, happily closing his eyes, explained that about a week. While in the forest, the main character was very surprised by the whole week. Shaking his head, the protagonist wondered if he had gone out, that he would miss several floors at once because of sleep, and where he would end up after this week, because in the worst case, he would be killed in his sleep. Suddenly, Mayan, bringing the healing liquid to the guy's mouth, said that he should eat and get better. The boy's face was happy. After some time, the young man found himself in bed. Looking at the chandelier, the teenager could not understand where he was, after which he added that the ceiling was unfamiliar. Sharply getting up, the player noticed that there was no more poison in his body. Squeezing his fingers, the former pro-gamer said that the fact that he was alive was already good, and this time he was really lucky. Ho's eyes bulged in surprise, hearing the question of whether he had woken up already. A girl appeared in front of the protagonist. Surigia turned her gaze to the side. Opening her mouth, the protagonist addressed her. The captain of the Knights of the Order of Cannon, adjusting her hair, asked if he knew her name, and then said that apparently he still came to his senses from time to time. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she was glad that he finally woke up, because when the hero appeared here and immediately fainted, there was a lot of fuss, and the priests who were present immediately began to treat him and brought him here. The guy, sitting on the bed, noted that he could not tell it more clearly, and at the same time Suredzia clarified how it happened that he was poisoned with such a strong poison, because the priest said that it was much stronger than the poison of the hydra that lives in the Heblin's swamps. Raising the corners of his lips, the young man replied that it was a long story, and also muttered that no excuse had come to mind yet, and the captain of the Knights of the Order of Cannon said that there was no need to bother, because she did not need to know. With his eyebrows lowered, the teenager thought that if he had met Suredzia here, he was now on the 26th floor, and had been unconscious and had missed floors 20 through 25, for a total of over 135 hours. Imagining himself lying on the ground, the player explained that it was a miracle that he hadn't died during that time, and then wondered if it meant that he had been cured by the priests, and not by the herbs that Myung had given him. Through sweat on his face, the former pro-gamer said that it was somehow strange, and asked if he hadn't been almost completely healthy, to which he was told that he had almost died, and at that time he couldn't understand what Myung had given him. Looking down, Host thought that the most important thing now was that he was alive, and the problem was that he had missed a lot while he was unconscious, and now he lacked even the minimum abilities for the future. The protagonist's eyes widened as he thought that the enemies he would encounter after the 30th floor were dangerous, especially the demon competition that began on the 31st floor, but he would not be able to defeat them in his current state. Turning his head, the protagonist whispered that he had already developed a whole strategy for developing by floors, but the poison his double had given him and the strange Mayan concoction had completely confused him. The girl, extending her index fingers, asked if he was hungry, and then said that she would bring him something to eat, and also asked if chicken would be good, and if he liked chicken. Opening his mouth, the guy replied that he shouldn't, because he wasn't hungry, and Seredzia said that he shouldn't be shy, because that was the only need of the body, and therefore let him wait a minute. The young man crossed his arms and muttered that he needed to think about what to do next, as he lacked basic skills, stamina, mana, and techniques. Frowning, the teenager thought that if he didn't even have blessings, then all that was left was a trick. Scratching his nose, the player explained that he had planned to meet the monk on the 13th floor and the granny on the 19th to get hints from them, but he never met them, meaning he had no choice but to use what he already had. Lowering his eyebrows, the former pro gamer realized that there was only one option, namely the Sword of Light. Hose explained that it was a powerful technique that dealt huge damage and could defeat the Demon King from the 34th floor, but the problem was that this destructive power could kill him too, and in his current state, his body could not handle the load, and at the same time, the girl entered the room and suggested that they start eating. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noted that he would not be able to catch up on what he had missed on this floor, and also added that he knew that she would not miss the opportunity to eat a hearty meal. Introducing powerful attacks, the protagonist said that the Sword of Light technique was based on 3 stages, namely, a dash and a cut. Looking down, the guy muttered that he did not know anything about the last, third one. It seemed like the young man was holding an unusual weapon in his hand, and he said that the 2 forms of the Sword of Light that he already knew consisted of concentrating and directing energy in a certain direction, but with the third form, he would have to both control the energy and improve his swordsmanship. Seredzia was furiously eating chicken, and the teenager whispered that no matter how he thought about it, it did not seem possible even in theory, namely, to control strong energy, and at the same time make precise lunges with the sword, and the light and heat that the blade of the Sword of Light would emit would turn him into ashes even before he made the first swing. Remembering the knight, the player added that even that chatterbox knight from the 16th floor mentioned that the third form was just a myth, and nothing more. It was visible how a powerful aura surrounded the body of the former pro gamer, and he wondered if at the last stage it was not about mastering the sword at all, but about the ability to withstand the energy of light as long as possible. Biting his lips, Hose said that if he could avoid the damage from the light and heat emanating from the Sword of Light, then the power of the attack would increase many times over. The protagonist turned to Seredzia and said that he wanted to talk to her about sword techniques, to which she, finishing her chicken leg, replied that she would be happy to support the conversation. Squinting, the protagonist clarified that if he took the aura concentrated in the sword, and then with the help of swings of the blade, turned it into light and heat. Looking at the girl, the guy muttered that among all his acquaintances, Seredzia knows the most about the theory of swordsmanship, and right now he vitally needed her help, after which he wondered how he could explain the technique to her so that she would understand what the Sword of Light was. Grabbing her chin, the captain of the Knights of the Cannon Order asked if he accidentally meant the Sword of Light. Through the sweat on his face, the young man clarified if she knew about it. After introducing the knight and the girl, the teenager asked if they were in the same world as the 16th floor. Sitting on the bed, the player whispered that if he recalled, Seredzia had joined him after she saw that she had mastered the Sword of Light technique, and that made sense, because that time she had seen the legendary sword with her own eyes. A moment later, the stack of books began to fall. Smiling slightly, the girl explained that it contained the basic theoretical provisions of the Sword of Light. The former pro gamer, looking at the textbook, listened carefully, that the earliest records were the biography of knights, and therefore could skip them. The pages of the book appeared, and Hose thought, this is much better, because the books talk not only about the creator of the Sword of Light, but they also contain the history of those who tried to use this technique later. The windows of the room were visible, and the protagonist decided to summarize. Extending 2 fingers, the protagonist said that mana moves in the body, obeying the will, and its properties also depend on the will. A second later, the guy turned his head. The young man sharply raised his hand. Clenching his fist, the teenager added that even if you destroy a thick tome with your hand, but at the same time correctly set the properties of mana, then there will not be a scratch on the body after the cut. Seredzia, crossing her palms, exclaimed that this is impressive, and at the same time the player asked if it was true that this principle should be applied when using the Sword of Light techniques, and also added that it would not be easy. Imagining a bright light, the former pro gamer said that it meant that he had to control every spark that flew out of the blade. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked if he thought he could do that, to which she replied that if he couldn't do it, he would simply lose his head in a fight against the Demon King. There were many books on the floor, and Hose believed that in order to truly understand the basics written in the theory, he had to try to use it at least once, but there was only one problem. Frowning, the protagonist explained that if he couldn't do it the first time, his body would not be able to withstand it, and he would die. A moment later, the protagonist raised the corners of his lips. Standing up, the guy said that they needed to go, and the captain of the Knights of the Cannon Order asked where exactly. Opening his mouth, the young man exclaimed that they needed to try using the third form. Seredzia, her eyes wide, noted that she knew a quiet place. Opening the door, the player said that they needed to go somewhere first, to which the girl asked where exactly. A moment later, the former pro gamer turned around. A tall castle appeared, and Hose replied that they were going to a dungeon. After some time, an unusual sword was visible in front of the guys. The captain of the Knights of the Cannon Order, clenching her fists, asked if he wanted to steal the sacred sword and escape from the castle, after which she exclaimed that this was a great idea, as well as the first theft in her life and such a large-scale one, after which the protagonist wondered why she was so happy about it. Opening her mouth wide, Seredzia said that if they moved to another country with the sacred sword, they would be able to live without thinking about anything, and then the protagonist noted that there was no need to plan everything so seriously. Dropping his hands, the guy explained that this was not why he came here. The young man examined the sacred sword Abbas. Clenching his fingers, the teenager muttered that the essence left much to be desired, but his abilities were obvious, and in order to slightly increase the chances of success of the Sword of Light, he would need help. An unusual energy swirled around the weapon, and a question was heard asking if the hero could hear it. It was visible how the player crossed his arms. The player continued to look at the sword, and the essence inside the weapon addressed him again. A sharp blade appeared, which loudly asked if the hero could hear it, and why. When someone finally came to him after several hundred years, he was deaf. Opening his mouth, the former pro gamer answered that he could hear him, and also called him a freak. Putting his foot on the monument, Hose asked the sacred sword what he would do, and it asked what he was talking about. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked whether he would quietly leave with him, or remain locked up here. The powerful weapon began to glow brightly. The entity inside the weapon replied that of course it wanted to leave, and why even ask such a question, after which the protagonist, looking forward, thought that it was too easy. On the 16th day, during the 24th attempt in the afternoon, a platform with a magical seal was visible on the floor. Turning back, Seredzia said that this should be more than enough, although of course it is not another country, but close to the border, to which Hose replied that this is not bad. Frowning, the protagonist thought about the fact that in 15 minutes he will be thrown to the next floor, but he is very sorry, because he wanted to have a little more time to prepare. Spinning the Sword of Light in the third form in his hand, the protagonist realized that the main thing is to keep it in a stable state for as long as possible, and if he makes a mistake, he will die without even trying. The blade of the sword glowed brightly from the mana streams entering it, and the boy decided that he had to control the power of the Sword of Light with his will, just like he did with mana. Closing his lips, the former pro-gamer mentally said that failure was equivalent to death. Taking her palms together, the girl said what her teacher had once said. With her eyes widened, the captain of the Knights of the Cannon Order continued that it was only possible to open an open door to the limit of one's capabilities with the help of will and fortitude. Hearing this, the young man turned his head in her direction. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist remained silent. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that this was good news. The blade in his hand began to emit a bright glow. Smiling widely, the guy said that this was because he only had these two things left. A moment later, the former pro-gamer closed his eyes. Sereji's clothes and hair began to flutter in the wind. The young man decided to close his eyes even tighter. At the same moment, a cloud of magical power fell down. A bright flash appeared in space. Hose held the Sword of Light in front of him, controlling what was happening in front of him. His silhouette was surrounded by particles of magical energy. Suddenly, the protagonist's pupils began to glow brightly. The girl's eyes widened in delight. Raising his hand up, the protagonist gathered all his power into the tip of the blade. At the same moment, a bright trace appeared in the air. The captain of the Knights of the Cannon Order opened her mouth in bewilderment. Seredzia lowered her jaw and muttered that this could not be. Looking up, the girl saw a slit in the sky. The king of the 26th floor was sitting behind bars. The guy in armor opened his mouth wide. The former pro-gamer stood with his hand out in front of him. Grinning, the young man exclaimed that this is how he surpassed himself, who was on the 35th floor. The girl began to run up to him from behind. Suddenly, notifications appeared that the sky god was unhappy with his shrine being exposed, and a vote began, with 98 votes cast against him, causing the light god to be overjoyed and the protagonist lowering his hand. The protagonist's fingers began to disappear in the beams of teleportation, and he wondered if it was time for him to leave. Raising his hand, the boy bid farewell to the captain of the Knights of the Cannon and Alba's order. Placing her palm on her chest, the girl asked him to stand still and let her come with him. The former pro-gamer smirked and said that he could not allow her to do that. The eyes of the Knight Captain of the Cannon Order widened in confusion. Bright green particles appeared in the air. Pollen began to fall directly from the ceiling of the ominous cave, and it was said that the preparations were complete. Squinting, the protagonist thought about how, ever since he surpassed his former self, he had been dedicating all his time exclusively to this moment. The evil monster stuck out its tongue and said that Orphan wanted to meet the newcomer. Taking one step forward, the protagonist thought that all he had to do was prove it. The former demon king sat on his throne. The undead bared its teeth. The guy began to grin evilly in response.